A sword family that rules half the world, the Runkendell lineage. A famous swordsmanship family with all members born with outstanding physical strength and talent has mastered the world with extraordinary courage. Fight. Conquer. Overpower. The three things mentioned above describe this entire family. That is also where he was born. You are Jin Runkendell, the youngest son of the Runkendell family. In the choosing ceremony in which a child's future is decided, he chooses the master's sword, the founder's sword, the symbol of Runkendell, and you are the one who will lead this family. The founder's sword, symbol of Runkendell. At that time, the head of the Runkendell family looked at the boy Jin and said with great appreciation, "You made the right choice as I hoped, very interesting." Jin thought his future would be filled with success and fame. But what's the point if you don't have any talent in swordsmanship? People around him were always pointing fingers and gossiping about Jin, disparaging him about why a member of the Runkendell family used a sword so clumsily. Jin is Runkendell's shame, Runkendell's humiliation, a person far from Runkendell's standards. He was even scolded as the most pathetic idiot of all Runkendell members. On a beautiful sunny day, Jin was diligently practicing his sword in his room, when suddenly Haytona's mocking voice rang out from outside the door, "Hey Jin! Are you waving that useless wooden sword again?" Daytona, who was walking next to him, heard that a little disdainfully and continued, "Let it go, I guess it won't use any swords unless they're special." Hearing that, Haytona burst out laughing and asked, "Where could that special sword be?" Daytona shrugged, curled his mouth and said, "Is that right? Where is Barisada? Why is he swinging his wooden sword like that?" Jin was now sweating all over his face. Hearing these words, he could only clench his teeth and say nothing. Seeing that, Haytonen immediately took a step forward, his hands in his pockets and coldly asked, "Hey, why don't you answer? Your noble brother. I'm asking you." As soon as he finished asking, he raised his leg and kicked Jin straight in the stomach. He didn't have time to defend himself and fell to the ground in pain. The other Haytona scolded the three useless words with contempt. Jin still didn't say this. His head turned slightly back. Seeing the wooden sword falling next to him, he reached out to pick it up. Haytona saw that and scolded her, "Why do you persist in using that thing? It's no use." After saying that, he immediately raised his leg and stomped hard on Jin's hand holding the wooden sword. His strength was very strong. His feet used force to hold Jin's arm holding the wooden sword on the ground. Jin could not resist. He could only scream in pain and let go of the wooden sword. But right now, not far away, Daytona bent down to rummage around a bit and pulled out a crumpled book. He laughed a few times and asked, "What is this? Basic swordsmanship theory? Hey, you think you'll get better just by reading some theory about swordsmanship?" Hearing that, Jin quickly turned his head around. He shouted in panic, "Stopped," and gave it back to me. Haytona stood opposite and smirked. He suddenly reached out and picked up the wooden sword that had fallen at his feet. He broke Jin's wooden sword and said faintly, "That's why weak people shouldn't get the chance, because he was given the opportunity. We'll make you forget your place." And continue to cling to hope. Looking at the wooden sword about to be broken, Jin shouted angrily but was completely unable to stop Haytona's actions. The two pieces of wooden sword were quickly thrown on the ground. Jin immediately said in a cold voice, "You two don't need to do that." Before he could finish his words, a hand from above grabbed his hair and pulled it back. Haytona angrily shouted, "What did you say? We did it for your good, why do you keep arguing? That's what your nanny taught you." Jin just raised his hand to hold his hair. Hearing these words he immediately protested. Gilly had nothing to do with it. As soon as these words ended, both Haytona and Daytona immediately shouted, "Looking at the way you challenged us, it seems like we need to teach you how to behave." The long sunlight covered the mansion of the Runkendell family, bullied by his brother. Or non-existent talent, Jin doesn't care much about those things right now. He told himself that he just needed to try his best. Because if you try, you will definitely be recognized by the family and become a part of Runkendell. That's all the things that Jin believes in. But Jin's hopes were completely shattered one stormy day. The head of the family announced, "Jin Runkendell, from this moment on, you are kicked out of the family." Looking at the tightly closed door of the Runkendell family in front of us, Jin couldn't understand and let out a long breath. His hands clenched tightly, trying to hold back and speak softly, for his remarkable efforts. The words, like a whisper, were swept away by strong winds without a trace. This is how the Jin was kicked out of the clan at the age of 25 and began wandering around aimlessly. Only when I met my teacher. He just realized. You really have talent. Not only that. He also has a talent for magic, which is forbidden in his family. 3 years later, in the study, Jin read a book and mumbled, connecting natural mana and magician's mana to recover. Then increases the amount of converted mana. As soon as these words ended, around the position where Jin was standing, a mysterious black smoke suddenly appeared. Soon after, a soft sigh suddenly rang in his ears. Jin was startled and alert. He turned his head towards the source of the sound, tried to suppress the fear in his heart and asked, "Who are you?" The other person was silent for a moment, then said, "I am Sadare." Jin realized he was floating in a strange space. From the black smoke surrounding his body, a voice, neither fast nor slow, rang in Jin's ear, "I am Sadare, the Lord of Shadows." This speech stopped for a moment, then continued, "Jin Runkendel. I want to make a contract with you as the God of Darkness. If you sign a contract with me, you will not only be able to use the power of darkness but also have the ability to remove all curses." Having said this, Sadare suddenly stopped. It seemed to be probing something on Jin's body, then cried out once and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Contract maker, it seems like you've been hated by someone since you were a child. Your talent has been erased because of a vile curse." When Jin heard that, he half believed and half doubted. He asked doubtfully, "A curse, right?" Sadare affirmed, "That curse was called Sword Illusion, which devoured talent for swordsmanship, a terrible curse that could not exist in the Runkendel family." Sadare was silent for a moment, then as if realizing something, he blurted out, "I see, maybe that's what makes me attracted to you. From now on, no curse can harm you anymore." As soon as Sadare's words ended, it seemed like the invisible chains that were tightly wrapped around Jin were suddenly cut off. He could feel his body becoming much lighter and more comfortable. At this time Sadare continued to speak, "What is missing is for you to become a superior magic swordsman, Jin Runkendel. It's a pleasure to follow you." As soon as these words ended, the black smoke that covered Jin's body immediately disappeared, and he blinked and returned to the study room. Jin quickly grabbed his sword. "Run quickly towards the window." He quickly pulled out his sword and slashed hard. A powerful stream of wind followed the slashed blade. Seeing that, Jin curled his mouth and thought, it was just like Sadare said. "Every time I swing my sword I can reach new heights." The sword move just now was too light. Jin didn't feel any weight anymore, like he was just swinging his arms. Jin, the most pathetic idiot in the Runkendel family's history. At this time, in a forest, dark night is falling. Jin kept swinging his sword, thinking to himself as he used the move, "If I added magic, then all existence will be erased. Finally my efforts have paid off." Jin was still swinging his sword, but in the distance, a team of officers wearing iron armor and covering their faces were silently ambushing. A loud noise rang out. Dark red blood flowed down Jin's face. His eyes opened wide and he slowly fell down. He thought to himself, "I just heard something, screaming." My body felt heavy for some reason. Jin fell face down, blood flowing from his mouth non-stop. The whole body seems to have no strength left. Not far away, a figure slowly walked forward. Amidst the smoke and dust, Jin could not see anything at all. He used his weak strength to call out, "Teacher, Sadare. Is anyone here?" No one responded to Jin's words. Jin's eyelids completely collapsed. In front of him was a tattered book. Jin thought to himself, "I can't believe I died in my sleep, because after all I'm just a guy, useless. I didn't even have the chance to use the magic and power of the Sadare I received. If things were like that, why was I given a chance?" Jin opened his eyes. What caught his eye were tiny hands resting on the dark green grass. He cried out in confusion, glanced at the people around him, recognized the familiar clothes on their bodies. Jin thought inexplicably, family members, huh? What's going on? I'm definitely dead. While not understanding what was going on, a familiar gentle voice rang in Jin's ear, "Cheer up young Master Jin." Jin raised his head and looked up, seeing a familiar face. He thought, Gilly, why is she here? Taking his eyes off Gilly's face, Jin turned his gaze towards a field full of swords in front of him. Far away from him was a sword that was extremely familiar to Jin. Barisada sword. And Jin is now just a little boy who is just learning to talk, not yet able to walk. This is the selection ceremony. Jin has returned to the past. Became Jin Runkendel at 1 year old. One youngest young master. Jin crawled forward, reaching out to touch the Barisada sword. The people around saw this scene and exclaimed happily, choosing the homeowner's sword. Jin was now tilting his head back to look up at the tall Barisada sword in front of him. He told himself, to earn a living, he will make his own choice. Jin tilted his head up to look at the tall Barisada sword in front of him. He raised his tiny hand to touch it. Everyone around saw this and quickly started to discuss, what's wrong? The blade of the patriarch, young master Jin. The young master chose Barisata. Very quickly the selection ceremony ended. Someone loudly ordered the young master back to the stage. 6 years later, at the arena. Today is a crazy day of thunder and rain. Jin is 7 years old. The boy reached for the bookshelf but could not reach the book that was placed there. Jin quickly pulled a nearby chair over, he grabbed the edge of the chair tightly and climbed up, reaching for the book while thinking, it's been 6 years since I came to the stage. According to family rules, I have to live here until I'm 10 years old, so there are 3 more years left. Really boring. Jin quickly took the book off the shelf and was about to open it when suddenly there was a shrill scream outside. He was startled and quickly turned his head to look, only to see a maid falling and sitting outside the door, asked, what was going on? The maid stammered in fear, saying there was a dead bird in the young master's room. Hearing this, Jin immediately went over to look, only to see in the bedroom the corpse of a white bird soaked in fresh blood. Jin's face was cold, he frowned and silently calculated that the only people who could do things like this in the arena could only be his brothers. While thinking about this, an extremely sarcastic voice rang out from outside, ah, look at it. So pitiful. The person who spoke was Daytona, the first young master of the Runkendell family. He paused for a moment and then continued, well, the maid was the first to see it, what a waste. The person walking next to Haytona, the 12 young masters of the Runkendell family, crossed his arms and replied, that's right, we brought it to you ourselves. What, do you like the gift your brothers gave you? You're so touched that you want to cry. Jin heard all these words, he remained silent and did not say anything but just slightly lowered his head to look at the dead bird in his hand. Memories of his past life immediately rushed back to Jin's mind. He thought to himself, these brothers, mine, I knew they would be notorious murderers after becoming pioneers. But children under 9 years old just kill an innocent bird just to cause trouble with me. Seeing that the other person was silent for a long time, Haytona curled her mouth and said, don't really cry, it's very ugly. Jin remained silent and said nothing. Daytona immediately called out, hey, do you hear what we're saying? So what you're saying is that you don't need to see what we're up to because you've chosen the fate of the patriarch, so how can someone like you walk around without carrying a barisata? Jin heard this and opened his mouth to mumble something. Haytona couldn't hear clearly so he waved his hand and asked, say something. After saying that, he walked over, grabbed Jin's shoulder with one hand, and made a fist with the other. He waved it and said, you're speaking so softly that I can't hear you. Haytona's fist was about to swing at Jin when he immediately reached out to block the blow. He shouted in a harsh voice, go. You guys are making so much noise, please shut up. As soon as these words finished, Jin punched Haytona hard. He took a few steps back in pain. I couldn't believe it and shouted. Before he could say another word, another punch landed on Haytona's body. Retracted his hand, Jin said coldly, you've endured enough for now. Can't bear it any longer. Saying that, Jin's fist punched Haytona and Daytona straight in the stomach. Sent these two people flying back a long distance. Withdrawing his hand, Jin walked step by step. He stood from above looking down at the two people below with cold eyes, then gritted his teeth and said, from now on, it would be better if you guys don't appear in front of me anymore. While talking about this, a calm voice rang out from outside the door, young master, what's going on? Jin quickly retracted his hand and hid it behind his back. He softly called out a harsh sound. The person who just arrived was the Khan. He looked at the two people lying down below and asked in confusion, young master Jin, what is this? Jin said very calmly, the two of them suddenly started fighting. What's wrong? Khan lifted Haytona and Daytona up and asked suspiciously. Jin heard that and said with a cold face, didn't you hear what I said? The two of them fought among themselves and fainted. Khan heard that and immediately fell silent. He thought to himself, indeed, even the youngest master of the Runkendell family is a cruel person. Thinking so, he nodded and replied, so that's it. Picking up the other two people, the Khan respectfully said, I understand, I will take the Tano brothers to see the doctor. Hearing that, Jin immediately shook his head and said, no need, Khan, my brothers need to go somewhere else. Follow me, Jin said and then walked in another direction. He turned his head slightly and ordered Khan to follow. Bring Haytona and Daytona to a tree. Jin ordered the Khan to put these two people down below. The rain was still unceasing. There was a puddle of stagnant water on the ground. The Khan asked with some doubt, young master Jin, do you really want to leave them here? See. Thank you, the storm is gradually getting stronger. Jin wore a hooded raincoat and calmly said, "My brothers need to understand the seriousness of what they did." Hearing these words, the Khan immediately placed his hand on his left chest and firmly replied, "I will respect your decision, young master." Hearing this, Jin nodded slightly. He turned his back to the Khan, looked in one direction and remained silent without saying anything else. Khan stood behind, looking at Jin's back, his eyebrows furrowed and thinking, this energy is definitely not aura. Could it be mana? If that's the case, then this is no longer simply a quarrel between brothers in the family. I need to report to the clan leader. After returning to the castle, the Khan immediately called out to a butler in the distance and ordered, "Bring a horse here." Very soon the horse was brought. Jin stopped from his room and went down through the window. He thought to himself, he will report back to his father like I thought. Khan is not only our guardian knight, he is also our supervisor. In the Khan's eyes, this was like magic, so he definitely wouldn't be able to linger here. Thinking so, he immediately raised one hand. Black magic slowly flowed out from his fingers. Looking at the magic in front of him, Jin thought to himself, this spiritual power is the only proof of the contract between him and Sadare. Thanks to this power, I know that the contract is still valid in this life. Furthermore, the curse immunity that Sadare gave me under the contract helped me escape the phantom curse. The stupid son of the Runkendell family is no more. This life will be completely different from my previous life. The only thing left is go see Dad. In a dark forest, the Khan knelt down on one knee. After finishing his report, he bowed his head and said, "That's all." The person standing in front of the Khan heard this, was silent for a moment and then said, "The young master had a fight with Tona's brothers. Khan, gather the knights. I will go see my youngest son." After gathering all the knights, a person stepped forward to announce, "We have summoned 7 vanguards of the Runkendell family and 200 knights under their command." "All right." Hearing this, the patriarch replied. Then led the group of engineers forward. He said, "Let's go to the stage." Following the patriarch to the stage, Mary Runkendell, the 7th fortune of the Runkendell family, asked curiously, "Is it an urgent summons?" "Do you know anything about this, Diffus?" "I just asked Luna, but I bet she doesn't know anything either. I'm still busy fighting witches." Hearing these words, Diffus Runkendell, the 4th fortune of the Runkendell family, immediately spoke up, "Next year the big twins will leave the stage, maybe it's because of that." The youngest guy, "Why?" Mary frowned and said, "During the voting, that kid chose the founder's sword, remember?" Having said this, she suddenly stopped for a moment, as if remembering something, and the next second she exclaimed again, "Ah, that's right, But you came back here just for that, I don't know what you're thinking." While Mary was talking about this, Luna, the 1st fortune of the Runkendell family, walking in front, suddenly turned around and called out, then put a finger to her mouth to make a silent gesture. Mary saw that and quickly said, "Oh, sorry." After saying that, she thought to herself, did Dad personally come home to see her? That kid is that useful. At the stage, in Jin's room, the maid was adjusting Jin's clothes and said, "The patriarch will come to see us. He probably suddenly met his son." Hearing that, Jin immediately said, "Maybe so." Having said this, he immediately stopped and thought, perhaps Khan had already told his father everything. Khan is quite naive, so he probably won't tell his father that he used magic. He probably just said what he saw. The youngest son can use a power other than magic and aura. You probably want to go back to check what that power is, to see whether that power, or myself, can it become a useful asset for the family's future. Soon, the Runkendell family's patriarch and his knights arrived at the ring. A gatekeeper respectfully greeted, "Pleased to meet the clan leader." The patriarch went straight inside and then decisively gave the order to bring the Tona twins out. The Tona twins were quickly brought to the main hall of the arena. Sitting on a high platform, the patriarch looked at the 2 children below and asked, "Hey Tona, Daytona." Hearing the call, the 2 children quickly bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, father." The patriarch was silent for a moment then asked, "I heard that you guys had a fight with Jin, tell me what's wrong with you." Hearing this, the 2 children glanced at each other as if to agree, then Haytona said, "We are not at fault." Daytona, who was next to him, also quickly responded, saying it was the Jin who injured us. "That's right, father." Haytona nodded in agreement, "That power is very unusual, it's not an aura. But it looks like magic. In our family, using magic is taboo." "That's right, father," Daytona said, "if Jin uses magic, We must interrogate him quickly or he will find a way to hide it. As soon as these words finished, the patriarch stood up. He loudly interrupted, "Stop it. Please listen carefully to these words. If you continue this habit, you will not be able to survive in this Runkendell family." When Haytona and Daytona heard this, they were suddenly extremely frightened. Their faces began to be covered with cold sweat. At this time, I heard the patriarch give an order, calling Jin to come here. Jin was led to the main hall by the servant. He glanced at the two people, Haytona and Daytona, who were being led out, then thought to himself, "My father, Chiron Runkendell. He is the strongest and most heartless person I have ever known. He is known as the Knight of Creation, the pinnacle of demigods." Before being given that title, he was just an ordinary person. However, after being given the title, he gradually lost all worldly emotions. So for Dad, those who don't have sword talent are like me. It's just waste. Very quickly Jin walked to the main hall door. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door in front of him and stepped inside. As soon as Jin appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Jin did not pay much attention to these eyes but knelt down on one knee and said hello, asking for an audience with the clan leader. Chiron heard this and frowned and said, "Clan leader, don't you call me father?" Hearing that, Jin immediately raised his head, his eyes sparkled, he looked straight into Chiron's eyes and calmly said, "There are all his brothers and sisters here, many guardians. With more than 100 members of the family attending, I think you came here today for political reasons. I think it would be more appropriate to call it that." Very good. Chief Chiron nodded with satisfaction. Hearing that, Jin respectfully said, "Thank you to the clan leader." Chiron paused for a moment but was pondering something. A moment later he continued, "But today I came here for a different purpose. You can call me father. I will ask you the same question as your brothers. I see where I am wrong." Hearing this question, Jin clenched his fists and hesitantly replied, "Yes, child. Just want revenge. As a member of the Runkendell family, good will be rewarded with evil. If there is kindness, repay the favor. If there is revenge, then repay." Hearing these words, Mary standing on one side felt extremely excited and smiled. The Chiron clan leader, standing high above, suddenly ordered that everyone here, except the youngest son, go out. Hearing that, everyone turned around and whispered to each other, wondering if the young master had passed the clan leader's test. Diffus, who was nearby, heard that and immediately turned back to remind him that the clan leader had already given the order, so don't linger any longer, obey orders. The group of knights immediately responded and quickly went out. Mary was the last to go, and when she was about to reach the door, she suddenly turned around and looked back, then thought with great pleasure, "Should I confront my father? This kid is quite good, isn't he?" Waiting for everyone to leave, Chiron then began to speak, "I asked everyone to go out because I have something to ask you. The Tona twins told me that you have a strange power, often. Our Runkendell family abstains from using magic because if you touch magic, you will no longer be able to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. So what power did you use? If you dare to touch magic, I will definitely not leave it alone." Hearing all these words, Jin silently bowed his head. A moment later he slowly said, "That's it." After saying these 3 words, Jin suddenly stopped. He thought to himself, if father knew about this power, Dad won't be able to turn away. Because of the power of Sadare. Thinking so, Jin continued, "I don't know what it is, I'm not sure if it's magic or aura. I don't even know what to call it. If you don't mind, I'll ask you. Identify this strength to help you." Having said that, Jin immediately raised his hand, and countless streams of thick black smoke began to escape from his palm. As soon as he saw this smoke, Chiron clan leader's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. He couldn't believe it and muttered softly, "This is the power of the founder of the Runkendell family." As soon as he saw what escaped Jin's hand, the Chiron clan leader frowned and thought, "That power is dark energy. Dark energy of Barisada. Does that mean this child is destined to become the head of a star family?" Seeing that Chiron was silent, Jin immediately raised his eyes and asked softly, "Dad?" Hearing this call, Chiron regained his composure and quickly nodded and said, "Yes. That is the power of Sadrit, the god of darkness." "God of darkness?" Jin asked in bewilderment. Chiron nodded once more then began to explain, "Yes. Sadrit signed a contract with the founder of the Runkendell family, Lord Temar, and has been on our side ever since. But since Sir Temar passed away, Sadrit no longer appeared in Runkendell. I don't know the reason for this, but it seems he is trying to connect to Runkendell through you." Hearing this, Jin suddenly said in a low voice, well, I'm curious about something. Is that God stronger than Father? Hearing this question, Chiron immediately turned around. He was silent for a moment before speaking. I don't know. Because I've never fought a god. Jin looked at his father's tall back, his eyes suddenly became sharp. He thought to himself, Father has never fought with a god. That's truly the most arrogant answer I've heard. Chiron walked around and then stopped in front of Jin. He raised one hand to pat Jin's head, then said, My child. That's a good question. Thanks to your innocent question, I just found a great topic of conversation. I think coming here to visit you today was the right decision. Then let me ask you one question again, that power, how do you want to use that dark energy? Hearing that, Jin immediately placed a hand on his left chest and without hesitation replied, I want to use that power for the good of the family. For the family? Chiron asked thoughtfully, then burst into laughter and said, What a ridiculous lie. You beat your brothers to pieces and threw them into the storm, and then you said you'd use this power for the family. Please tell me the truth. Hearing these words, Jin's hand gently clenched into a fist. He silently thought, like I thought, he won't let this go so easily. After calculating for a while, Jin firmly said, I want to use it. This power for myself. Hearing these words, Chiron's eyebrows frowned slightly. A moment later he said with satisfaction, Okay, I like this answer. I will observe you closely from today onwards. After saying that, Chiron clasped his hands behind his back and walked out the door to leave. Waiting for the other person to leave, Jin then dared to breathe out a long breath to relieve the tension in his heart. He put his hands on his knees, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Great, I got through this safely. Having the permission to use dark energy as you like is good, but that makes my father have expectations of me. This is an outcome beyond my expectations. This life really is completely different from my previous life. Outside the castle, it was still raining nonstop. Mary held a wooden box and walked in front of Jin and smiled and said, Hey youngest boy. Here, take it. Jin looked at the wooden box in front of him curiously and asked, Mary, what is this? Mary gave the wooden box in her hand to Jin's maid, smiling and saying, This is a special gift from her to you. Cook it, chew it thoroughly, and then get stronger quickly, understand? Jin heard that and immediately looked at Mary. He thought to himself, Mary, why me? Jin opened the wooden box that Mary gave him. As soon as he saw what was inside, he and the maid were both extremely frightened and suddenly the phoenix was emitting an extremely strong source of energy. Looking at the heart in the wooden box, Jin tried to force a forced smile. He thought to himself, to give this to a 7-year-old boy, Mary is crazy. Mary Runkendell, a 6-star knight and the 7th rider of Runkendell, also known as Wind Fury. She also has another name that not many people know, which is the Crazy Woman of the Southern Territory. The reason this fighting crazy sister gave me this is very clear, that is to quickly become stronger and become my opponent. If I eat this when I'm young, not only will I be able to resist fire, but it will also be an elixir that will strengthen as I grow older. Now that I think about it, a phoenix heart is needed for a 6-star mage to safely summon a phoenix. Jin sat at the dining table, thinking endlessly, raising one hand to his chin and then starting to calculate, in this life, I might be able to summon a phoenix. While thinking about this, Gilly walked out with a tray of food and smiled and said, Young master, have you been waiting long? Hearing that, Jin immediately turned around and said, Thank you, Gilly. Gilly put the tray of food down in front of Jin and said, Mistress Mary gave you a wonderful gift, please eat it before it gets cold. Jin nodded and said, he glanced slightly at Haytona and Daytona who were clinging to the back of the chair and said, but before that, brothers, if you have anything to say, please say it quickly. Hearing that, Daytona immediately came out and smiled and said, it's nothing, it just seems too much for him to eat all by himself. Haytona next to him nodded and continued, yes, he saw Gilly holding a large bowl. Not letting the other person finish his sentence, Jin immediately interrupted, do you guys want to eat it? Hearing that, Haytona and Daytona nodded repeatedly. Jin saw that and immediately smiled. He slowly said, then listen to my request. In a dark cave, Haytona and Daytona were holding shovels and digging for something while grumbling and exclaiming to each other, why do we have to do this? There's nothing here, why do we have to do this? What if someone sees us digging it out? What are you talking about? Obviously the youngest son will be punished. What can we do? You're right, we just need to eat that soup. Yeah, plus the youngest guy is a bit scary. Haytona and Daytona leisurely dragged the shovel to the dining room in the castle. Jin saw that and immediately spoke. Welcome, guys, you came quickly. When Daytona heard that, he frowned and scolded her. Shut up, we've already done as you said, so give us the soup. I put it on the table. Jin pointed at the table and said, really? Daytona asked suspiciously, then looked up at the table, only seeing a plate and 2 spoons on it. He frowned and cried out. Jin didn't say anything. Daytona and Daytona immediately walked to the side of the table. As soon as they saw the food being placed in 2 bowls, Daytona couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, hey little brother, just 1 spoon. Daytona also stammered, is that too little? Hearing that, Jin shrugged and said, I said I would give it to you guys, but I never said anything about how much it was. But you kept your promise, right? Then please. This statement was so reasonable that Daytona and Daytona could not refute it, so the 2 of them had to suppress their anger and grit their teeth and say, yes, thank you very much. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. Jin wore a hooded raincoat and went to the cave where he told Daytona and Daytona to dig. Looking at the side of the dirt wall in front of him, Jin happily exclaimed, I thought they would do it poorly, but actually they did it quite well. With this thickness, I think 1-star magic is enough. Because my mana keeps increasing and I can't do anything with it. Having said that, Jin grinned. He raised his hand and used magic to hit the earth wall. Soon the wall immediately crumbled. Jin looked at the scene ahead and smiled and said, finally. I've arrived, Runkendel's secret chamber. Looking at the storage room door, Jin thought to himself, I never had the chance to come here in my previous life, so it's very strange that I came here. Jin thought about it and mumbled. He said he had to say the keyword. Runkendel's child has come to control Muriken. After saying this sentence, the closed door in front of him suddenly opened slowly. Jin smirked. He went inside while silently thinking, Runkendel's secret storage room. This is where Runkendel used to store the secretaries of the families they caused to collapse over the past 1,000 years. This chamber is quite large and only the vanguard of the Runkendel can enter. He said he didn't need to know about this place because he couldn't become a pioneer. Thinking of this, Jin immediately exclaimed, but you have helped me a lot, brother, now I will take advantage of it. Having said that, Jin quickly walked deeper inside. Suddenly his eyes noticed a giant glass vase in the distance. Inside the glass vase was a person. This person's eyes were closed tightly. Motionless silence is placed in it. Jin had absolutely no idea what this was. But he noticed that on this person's face, countless small scales appeared on both cheeks. Jin said doubtfully, waving stars. Is this a person? Why something like that? Having said this, Jin suddenly stopped. He remembered the words that Runkendel's pioneer once told him. Runkendel's child has come one to control Muriken. Jin put his hand on the giant glass vase. He doubtfully exclaimed, Black Dragon Muriken. I heard that the Black Dragon Muriken was defeated by the first vanguard and fell into a deep sleep, but I never thought that was true. Silently thinking for a moment, Jin decisively turned away and said, I don't have time for these things. Where is the secretary? Are they here? Jin turned away and started looking for the secretary. He completely did not notice the Black Dragon Muriken in the glass vase moving slightly. He moved his hand slightly, and from his hand a jet of dark magic flowed out. On the other side, Jin just pushed open a door. He looked inside once and happily shouted, found it. Here are secretaries from all kinds of families, let's see. I will check out the Kungen family because they are also a family of swordsmen. Jin said as he reached for the secretary of the Kungen family and opened it. After looking at it once, Jin frowned and exclaimed, it's quite difficult compared to 3-star magic theory. I want to take them with me, but it would be easy to get caught. I'll copy them every time I come here. Having said that, he immediately pulled out a pen from his bag and started copying. After writing for a while, Jin suddenly felt sharp eyes watching behind him. Jin stood up from his chair, turned his head to look at the door and thought, who is it? Jin gently lifted the needle and walked towards the door. As he slowly opened it, he thought to himself, there is no way, no one in the arena could come to the secret library at this hour. The door was opened to a small gap the size of a handspan. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from outside, hey there, who are you? Jin raised his head to look at the person standing in front of the door. He thought in horror, Muriken, why Muriken? Awakening, I have never heard of Muriken's awakening in my previous life. Calm down, because Muriken is my family's dragon guardian. He might let me go if I respect and act like a child. Thinking like that, Jin took a deep breath and calmly said, Runkendel's child. Salute to the family guardian. As soon as he heard this name, Muriken angrily shouted, did you call me a guardian? Did you just call me a guardian? How dare you treat me like a lowly guardian? Damn Runkendell, you say that about me. I can't take my anger out on this kid, but I'm going crazy, you're making me upset. Damn, damn, damn. Muriken was indignant for a moment and then sat straight down on the ground. He tried to suppress his anger and said, "It's been a long time since I smelled a fragrance and the only thing I smelled was a child." Jin didn't understand what Muriken meant. He quietly asked, "Sir?" Muriken leaned close to Jin and sniffed. Then he wondered why he smelled of dark energy. Dark energy? Jin asked suspiciously. Muriken nodded and replied, "Yes, even though I have been asleep for 1,000 years, I still remember this smell well, this special smell of dark energy. Should only be on people with agreements like Temar." Hearing these words, Jin looked at Muriken's back, searching for the scent of Muriken throughout the room, frowning and thinking, is the reason Muriken woke up because of his dark energy? So should I try it? Thinking so, Jin immediately called out, Sir Muriken." Hearing this call, Muriken immediately turned around. He quickly exclaimed, "Oh yes, you know something, don't you?" Jin nodded slightly in response, then he raised his hand to create a stream of black magic and slowly said, "Can you tell me about this? My father said that this power is from the dark god Sadare." As soon as he heard these words, Muriken's whole body suddenly trembled. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Hey Sadare, are you kidding? Are you serious? That 1,000-year agreement is yours. Is this small?" Standing on the opposite side, Jin heard these words and suddenly frowned in silence. The room was immediately immersed in an extremely strange atmosphere. After a while, Muriken called out in a low voice, "Hey baby." Hearing that, Jin immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Muriken." Muriken raised his head and looked straight into Jin's eyes. He said gloomily, "You know, I actually made a promise to Sadare, and it seems like you need to cooperate with me to keep this promise." "It's you." Hearing this, Jin frowned and thought, "A promise to Sadare?" On the other side, Muriken paused for a moment then hesitantly continued, "I will tell you the details later, but now I just woke up so I can't think about anything, and I don't think you will understand, because you are so young. But I should still formally introduce myself to Sadare's negotiator." Having said that, Muriken raised his hand and created black magic that surrounded Jin's body. "But Muriken's body is also slowly floating with you." Hearing these words, Jin's eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible. "With me?" He silently repeated this sentence once more and then looked straight at the Muriken who had turned into a black dragon in front of him. Muriken held out a claw and asked, "Tell me your name, Sadare's negotiator." Jin looked at the claw in front of him, then smiled, clenched his fist and gently touched the sharp claw. He said, "Jin Runkendell, I am the 13th and youngest child of the Runkendell family. Black Dragon Muriken, Mountain Muriken, place of windswept winds is named after this dragon. The Black Dragon Muriken ruled this place a long time ago, but 1,000 years ago, Muriken was defeated in a battle with Temar Runkendell. History records that after the arena was destroyed, Muriken fell into hibernation." Stepping out of the secret room, Jin thought to himself, it wasn't true, but the founder's words about the guardian dragon said that those who signed with the gods would cooperate with the guardian dragon. But because there is no information about Wei Long Sadare, there are still many doubts. I can understand that because Muriken has hibernated. And now, Vi Muriken has awakened, so does that mean I will also have a guardian dragon? Going back to get some food, Jin quickly returned to the secret room. He called out, "Muriken, I'm here." Muriken let out a loud noise and replied, "You're here." Giving the food the nanny prepared for Muriken, Jin thought to himself, since I will be living with Muriken for the next few days, I should ask him something that makes me curious. And that's how Muriken awakened. I kept him in secret for weeks. While eating the food Jin brought, Muriken repeated Jin's question. "Why do we fight Temar? It was 1,000 years ago, how can I remember?" "Okay, but there are only so many strawberry cakes, 1, 2, 3, only 7 pieces." Hearing this, Jin thought, I'm sure of one thing about Muriken, he's crazy about those strawberry cakes. Thinking so, Jin shook his head and said, "Stupid strawberry cake." At this time he heard Muriken ask again, "What are you doing when you come here?" Jin clapped his hands on a small notebook and said, "Take notes, I brought some blank diaries and I wrote down what you secretly told me." Hearing that, Muriken gasped and then asked again, "Really, so do you understand it all?" "About 30%, Jin said, "the rest don't understand." Seeing that Jin was in a bad mood, Muriken immediately comforted him, "Don't give up hope, it's too much for a kid your age, other kids can't do that and they're lazy." Hearing that, Jin shook his head and responded, "That was just a normal child." But I belong to the Runkendell family, this is normal for me. I have 12 brothers and sisters, but I also have father, mother, and elders. If I want to destroy those people, I have to try harder. Mirakin, if he is the founder, then how much does he understand about this book? Ask this question, Jin thought to himself, if I were compared to the strongest individual of humanity, how much would I be? On the opposite side, Mirakin pondered for a moment and then suddenly said, Temar. I don't think he understood a line of the book when he was your age. But the theory is not always correct, he doesn't read books but still fights very well. You have the same potential as Temar, but you are not as good as Temar. Jin was a bit stunned when he heard these words, his eyes widened, he was silent for a moment before hesitantly asking, so will I never become like the founder? Are not. Mirakin said firmly, you are a signer of Sadare, just like Temar, and you are smart enough to read those books. You are still young, so don't be hasty, but just train hard and you will become as strong as Temar. Who knows if you can surpass him or not? Hearing what the other person said, Jin immediately raised his eyes and asked, is that so? Mirakin nodded and replied, of course, kid, do you know what Sadare's nickname is? No, Jin said, I don't know. Mirakin speaks neither quickly nor slowly. Is infinity. Sadare's power has no limit, so that means you, his contractor, also have no limit. So stop being gloomy and have faith in yourself, because I will teach you a new trick to help you be happier. After Mirakin finished speaking, he patted Jin's back lightly, he smiled and exclaimed, what is that? Mirakin calmly said, releasing dark energy. Hearing these words, Jin repeated it again, releasing dark energy. That's right, Mirakin said, all creatures that use dark energy must get used to it, so this is the beginning and end of dark energy, but it will be extremely dangerous if you don't learn properly, so learn slowly and seriously. Hearing that, Jin took a deep breath and firmly replied, okay, I will do that. So Mirakin, what should I do first? You, Mirakin pointed at Jin and said, first you must learn how to unlock mana. Hearing him say that, Jin asked suspiciously, unlocking mana, why? After asking, he thought to himself, I have done that many times before. Mirakin was a bit thoughtful, then he raised two fingers and began to explain, releasing dark energy is unlocking and moving your mana, you must know how to do these two things well, from now on, you will have to practice this for 2 to 3 years. Hearing about this time period, Jin thought, 2 to 3 years, that's too late. At this time, Mirakin on the other side continued, you don't even know the basics, so I can't teach you something too advanced, you know, to be more specific, the next thing you need to learn is to move mana yours. Hearing that, Jin immediately opened his hand, he released a small amount of mana, the size of a ball floating in the middle of his palm, then called Mirakin, hey, can you teach me? Seeing the mana ball in Jin's hand, Mirakin cried out in disbelief, no, how could you do that? Jin shrugged and said calmly, I've been doing it for a while now. After saying that, he immediately moved the mana ball to his other hand. Seeing this series of actions, Mirakin exclaimed in horror, impossible, do you know how to move mu alpha nu alpha, oh my god. Only a genius of geniuses can do that, you're a capable brat, aren't you? Okay, then I will show you how to release dark energy. Hearing the other person say that, Jin smiled and thought, it worked. On the opposite side, Mirakin performed the movement of releasing darkness while slowly speaking, dark energy originates from darkness. All the darkness in this world is born from Sadare. So Sadare is the master of all the darkness in the world. And you are Sadare's sole signatory. In other words, you can also be considered the master of all the darkness in the world. So, what do you think, kid? This is the release of dark energy. After saying these words, the entire space here was plunged into darkness. Jin looked towards Mirakin's smiling face, he remained silent without saying anything. Outside, in a certain forest, the sunset sunlight is covering the entire forest. Luna is standing in front of a dragon corpse, behind her, a knight is reporting, Miss Luna, everything on this side has been cleared, we have 5 areas left to clear and our mission will be completed, Wall. Luna heard that and nodded and said, of course, then 4 months is enough, tell you, knight, take a rest. The knight was about to leave to announce when Luna suddenly called out and asked. One more thing. What is a 9-year-old kid usually like? Half a year after the meeting with Mirakin, the 2 Tona twins left the arena. Before getting in the car to leave, Hey Tona and Daytona said in unison, let's go, see you later. Jin standing on the opposite side nodded and replied, yes, take care. And very quickly, Jin's 9th birthday is coming up. Looking at the extremely beautiful cake in front of him, Jin smiled and said, "Thank you everyone. Gilly, can you share the cake with everyone?" "Yes, young master," Gilly replied. At this moment the Khan came in and called out, "Young Master Jin. Please forgive me for suddenly interrupting, young master." Hearing him say that, Jin immediately stood up and asked, "What's going on?" Khan answered yes for 1 minute and then said, "Lady Luna has come to visit." Hearing this announcement, Jin and Gilly were both extremely shocked. Jin thought to himself, Luna, Runkendel's first fortune, was also a 9-star knight, the eldest child of 13 white whale siblings. Luna Runkendel, despite being the strongest among Runkendel's siblings, she has no interest in becoming a clan leader. And leave the muddy area called the Inheritance War, she is truly a white whale that is always alone. That's why Luna has never laid eyes on any of her younger siblings. And the relationship between us should be described as a pond of water instead of a drop of blood, that's the distance between us. However, that older sister decided to come to the stage without prior notice. Something big happened to the family, huh? If not, could she have found out about me going to the secret library? Standing facing each other, Jin looked up at Luna and called out, "Luna." Luna nodded slightly and said, "You've grown up a lot, little one." Jin heard that and slowly responded, if he had known, he would have dressed more neatly to meet her. Luna burst out laughing when she heard that. She raised her hand to pat Jin's head and said, "Those words are cute. Do you still need to announce when you come to visit your youngest brother?" The unexpected contact made Jin a bit stunned and stood still, unable to say a word. Seeing that, Luna asked with concern, "But you look tired and unwell." Hearing this question, Jin suddenly woke up and said, "Oh no. Actually, I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I'm facing you so closely, I don't know why I feel nervous." "Are you nervous?" Luna asked, asking a question like that she thought to herself, Runkendel's tradition is that siblings have to be careful, switch, and even trample on each other. Thinking so, Luna's hands unconsciously closed tightly. She bowed her head slightly and said slowly, "Yes, it seems like you lack consideration. You may be young, but I forgot that you are the youngest child of the Runkendel family. Sorry." Pausing for a moment, Luna knelt down on one knee. She faced Jin's immature face before continuing, "Jin, baby. I have something to tell you in private, can you leave the nanny and bodyguards alone for a while?" Hearing this, Jin thought in bewilderment, "Do you want to talk to me in private?" Thinking so, he nodded and replied, "Yes." Jin thought to himself, even though he didn't know what the cause was, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Waiting for everyone to leave, Luna sat down on the chair and began to speak, "Jin, my youngest brother. The reason I came to see you suddenly like this is because I need to tell you something." "What's going on?" Jin asked in a low voice. Luna raised her head and looked up, holding Jin's small hand with one hand, then slowly said, "When father came to visit me last time, my expression attracted the attention of all the other children. Which means by the time you leave the stage, everyone will be keeping an eye on you. But baby, I hope you won't lose your personal happiness by participating in the family battle. I sincerely hope that you will not be hurt by the Runkendel family tradition." Hearing Luna say these words, Jin thought to himself, is the reason she gave up her position as patriarch just that simple? If she didn't want me to get involved in the sibling rivalry, why didn't she warn me even once in her previous life? Because I'm not worth talking to? Or because other children do not see themselves as competitors? Thinking so, Jin said seriously, "Luna, I really appreciate what you said. But I absolutely have no intention of staying out of this war." Hearing him say that, Luna quickly advised, "Jin, I'm serious, I didn't say that just because I thought you would have to confront me." Jin nodded, he understood what Luna was worried about. He said, "I know, sis, but I've already experienced an assassination attempt, that's why I absolutely cannot escape the struggle." Hearing this information, Luna couldn't believe it and angrily exclaimed, "Who dares? Who dares to do that right in the arena? Is there anyone who has the audacity to want to kill me in this place?" Trying to suppress her anger, Luna grabbed Jin's hands and seriously asked, "Tell me, Jin, who wants to kill me?" Jin was extremely surprised when Luna was so angry. He quickly said, "I can't confirm that information. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been able to find out the other person's identity yet. On the other hand, even though they want to get rid of me, look, I'm okay, sister." Luna looked at Jin for a long time. Suddenly she hugged Jin tightly and said, "Jin, not all of you hate me." Jin did not resist this hug. He nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you for telling me that. I feel happy from the bottom of my heart." Hearing that, Luna called out again, Jin, her younger brother. That means you're already involved in this quagmire of family war. It makes me heartbroken. Hearing these words, Jin thought to himself, not thinking that Luna was such a warm person. After thinking about it, he immediately comforted his sister, don't be sad. After a while, Luna let go of Jin. She was calmer, she smiled and said, yes, today is a good opportunity, we shouldn't talk about these things. Today is my birthday. I actually came here to give you a gift. Luna said as she took out a small box from her body. She opened it and brought it to Jin. Inside was a sparkling necklace. Luna asked, can I sit with my back turned? Yes, sister. Jin replied and turned around. Luna put on Jin's necklace and said, if you ever encounter a problem that you can't solve on your own, break the green jade on this pendant. No matter where you are then, wherever I go, I will come to you. So remember to always carry it with you. Happy 9th birthday, Jin. Jin lowered his head to look at the necklace around his neck. He happily nodded and said, thank you. After everything was done, Jin and Luna sat at the dining table. Gilly brought cake for the two of them. The two of them happily ate cake together. A long time passed. Even though Luna didn't want to, she still had to say goodbye. She had to go. Jin nodded slightly, raised his hand, waved and replied, yes, take care. Waiting for Luna to leave, Jin went to the secret room to pick up the Murican. As soon as he saw Jin walk in, he said suspiciously, hey, you're here. Ah, what's that thing wrapped around your neck? My birthday present. Jin said calmly. At this moment, Murican suddenly trembled and pointed to the pendant on Jin's neck and stammered, ha, that person must love you very much to give you something like that. Hearing this, Jin was a little confused and asked, what is it? Relics of the Demon King Orgel, Murican explains, over 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives just to obtain one of his relics. Is it so magical? Jin asked incredulously. Hearing that, Murican immediately said, of course, it gives the wearer the ability to resist magical attacks from the 5 stars down, as well as increase the wearer's magic power. I guess it also has the ability to summon again. Hearing that, Jin leisurely said, you know it well, don't you? Murican shrugged and said, well, that's because we lived at the same time. But this belongs to the newly arrived possessor of powerful energy, right? Jin took out the food box and gave it to Murican, nodding and saying, yes, my eldest sister came by. Wait, you can feel her energy from here. Murican did not hide it but nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, your sister must have sensed me too. Hearing him say that, Jin's eyes suddenly opened wide and he exclaimed, what? Murican didn't feel rushed at all. He opened the food box Jin had just brought. Inside was strawberry cake, a dish he loved very much. Jin couldn't look anymore and quickly said, I mean you won't tell the family, right? Murican nodded and replied, you are worrying for nothing. She was the one who gave you that precious gift. Would she really report you and leave you to die? Hearing that, Jin was still suspicious and asked, is that so? Seeing him like that, Murican quickly reassured him, yes, you can trust her. At this moment, outside the arena gate, Luna was wearing a cloak covering her head, her eyebrows furrowed and she said softly, quite sure, I can feel an unprecedented source of energy, this. In the secret room, Murican was eating strawberry cake while mumbling nervously, if the baby is planning something, I should pretend I don't know anything. Outside, Luna walked forward while firmly telling herself, just remember one thing. Jin, my younger brother. No matter what you do, no matter what you become, I will always be by your side. After so many things that happened in this life, Jin thought to himself, the time in the storm castle that I thought was boring brought me many things, recognition and expectations from my father. The phoenix heart I received from Mary. Relationship with Luna. And even an encounter with Murican, the Dragon Clan warrior. Those are things that I didn't even dare to dream of in my previous life. I'm 10 years old now. I started preparing to leave the storm castle and go to the main castle. During the fight with the Khan, the extremely powerful moves that Jin used made the Khan extremely surprised. He thought with some horror, as expected. It's not difficult to understand that he receives attention from the homeowner, even though I'm the one evaluating him when training with others. But his eyes seemed to say that he was the one evaluating his teaching ability. Thinking like that, Khan immediately withdrew his hand and calmly said, let's stop here today. Hearing this, Jin also stopped. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face and nodded in response. Just as he was about to leave, the Khan called out, young Master Jin. Hearing that, Jin immediately turned around and replied, what, do you have a problem with today's practice session? Khan shook his head, then he bowed slightly and respectfully said, it is my greatest honor to have taught you until now. It won't be long before you leave the Castle of Storms, but I promise to try my best to teach you the best I can until the very end." Hearing this, Jin smiled slightly and said, "Okay. So please take care of me until then." Time passed very quickly. One afternoon of a certain day, Jin sat on a chair inside his room. He raised his hand to create a small fire to light the candle in front of him. Seeing the candle light up, Jin was extremely happy. At this moment, Gilly brought a suitcase in. Seeing this, she worriedly asked, "Young master. Oh my god, isn't it hot?" Jin turned his head slightly and smiled and said, "Yes, it's just like warm water." Hearing that, Gilly walked closer to where Jin was sitting and said softly, "I'm glad that Lady Mary's gift is starting to work. We have only heard about the Phoenix Heart but have never seen its effects. It is truly miraculous." "Me too," Jin nodded and said. Then he thought to himself, "I think I've absorbed half of the medicinal power, huh? I will absorb it all in a few years." Gilly put the things in Jin's suitcase and turned around and said, "Young master, we will leave the castle early tomorrow morning, so please let me know in advance if you need anything." "Yes, okay," Jin replied, neither quickly nor slowly. Gilly had now finished arranging her clothes. She saw 2 books placed on the bed and immediately asked, "Young master, should we wrap the books?" Jin turned his head slightly to take a look, then nodded and said, "Yes, I will read them on the carriage." Hearing that, Gilly immediately raised her hand to pick up the 2 books and put them away, then asked again, "I understand, is there anything else?" Jin shook his head and said, "Just those books are enough." "Understood," Gilly replied. Then she said, "Oh, I will prepare strawberry cake for your snack." Hearing the name of this dish, Jin hesitated a bit, then nodded and said, "Yes, that's okay." After saying that, he immediately stood up and told Gilly, "Gilly, let's go for a walk." Gilly was arranging some necessary items. Hearing this, she suddenly exclaimed, "What, now?" Jin nodded apologetically and said, "Sorry, I'll be back." Jin put on a black cloak and walked to the secret room. As he pushed open the door, he called out to Muriken. Hearing this call, Muriken immediately replied, "Hey, you're back, kid." Jin walked straight in front of Muriken and asked, "Do you remember that I will leave the castle tomorrow?" Hearing that, Muriken nodded and replied, "Of course, you don't know how long I've been waiting for this day." Hearing the other person say that, Jin was a little worried and asked, "So how do you plan to follow me?" Seeing the worried look on Jin's face, Muriken laughed and said, "Don't make such a big deal out of it. I'm the legendary Black Dragon. Even if I have become weaker, this is nothing. I will follow a path where no one will notice me." Hearing these words, Jin rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "You have become weak, why didn't you tell me such an important thing?" Muriken didn't think this was important. He shrugged and replied, "Brat, how can I still be okay after sleeping for thousands of years?" Hearing that, Jin asked again, "Can you restore your strength?" "Of course." Muriken nodded and smiled and said, "You will become stronger than me. Because I am your guardian dragon. So hurry up and become a magic swordsman like Temar." Muriken's words were a bit confusing. Jin asked suspiciously, "You said Runkendel used to be a family of magic swordsmen, right?" When asked such a question, he thought to himself, "I heard the word Sadare in my previous life. Said the Runkendel family originated as a family of magical swordsmen, and the founder of the family, Tamar Runkendel, was the strongest magical swordsman in history. Almost no one knows this truth anymore." While talking about this, Muriken on the opposite side suddenly folded his arms and slowly explained, "The reason the Runkendel family abandoned magic and pursued the peak of swordsmanship was because of the oath they made 1,000 years ago. Well, even though they respect me as the family's guardian, I'm sure they would be very upset if I appeared, if it were 1,000 years ago. I'm sure you and I will both be worshipped for bringing the noblest existence to this world." Hearing what Muriken said, Jin cautiously asked, "Will Runkendel really?" Before he could finish his sentence, Muriken interrupted Jin and said, "I think it's too unreasonable. Anyway, I'll hide well, so don't worry." Hearing that, Jin didn't bother with this matter anymore. He nodded and smiled and replied, "Okay." At this time, Jin pointed at the giant empty glass vase behind him and asked Muriken, "So what are you planning to do with it?" "Someone will find out when they go to the library and see nothing there." Muriken shrugged and replied, "I can only cast illusions with dragon magic." Hearing that, Jin frowned and said, "What if even the illusion was discovered?" This question was a bit insulting to Muriken. He immediately patted Jin's head and shouted loudly, "Hey, I'm a dark dragon, you know. Things like illusions are easy, don't worry." Jin coldly removed the hand that was placed on his head. Seeing that, Muriken also retracted his hand. He crossed his arms and looked towards the giant glass vase and exclaimed, "Well, like I said, I haven't recovered all my strength yet, so the illusion won't last long. Hearing that, Jin nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you." Murikan shrugged and waved his hand and said, "I would appreciate it if you respected me more because you are very good." Hearing what the other person said, Jin immediately said, "Oh, actually I brought something special today." "Something special?" Murikan asked curiously. Jin nodded, then he pulled out a few things from his bag and smiled and said, "Cake made from the first strawberries this season and homemade wine. Don't get drunk and create strange illusions." As soon as he saw the item that Jin brought, Murikan couldn't hold back his saliva. He gulped, his eyes shining, and said, "What have you brought, good boy? It's really not a waste of time to raise you. Why don't you introduce me to the nanny?" Hearing this suggestion, Jin nodded and said, "I will consider it." The next morning, Gilly slowly said while adjusting Jin's cloak, "Young master, you can't expect a quiet and comfortable life like in the Storm Castle, the same in the main castle. Of course you've been training very hard here, but it's even tougher when you get to the main castle, and you'll be busier. I can't make you cakes when you want any more." Jin heard all these words, then replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, I know, I will also try my best in the main castle." "Yes." Gilly bowed her head and said, "I will also devote myself to you." As soon as these words ended, a voice suddenly rang out behind Jin calling out to the young master. Jin turned his head to look back and saw two people standing not far away. One person introduced himself. The guard knight Jerome and Holtz welcomed young master Jin. "We will escort you safely to the Garden of Swords." Hearing that, Jin nodded and said, "Okay, thanks to you guys. Let's go." Jin led the way forward. As he stepped into the carriage he thought, October 30th, 1790, I finally left the castle. To reach Runkendel's main domain, the Garden of Swords. On the car back to the main castle, Jin was attentively reading a book. Gilly sat on the opposite side looking out through the glass window and softly exclaimed, "It was snowing. The road will probably be flooded very quickly. We have to stop by some village and wait for the snow to stop. If the snow is too heavy, the portal cannot be used." Jin heard that and immediately closed the book. He nodded and answered yes. As soon as these words ended, the carriage suddenly shook violently as if it had hit something. Gilly was frightened and quickly shouted 2 times, "Young master." Outside, Jerome shouted, "There is an ambush. Please stay in the car." Gilly quickly hugged Jin tightly. She softly reassured, "Young master, don't worry, it will be okay. Jerome and Holtz are the guardians of the 7 stars, and I'm also here." Outside, there were horrible sounds of killing. Inside the carriage, Gilly slightly peeked out to observe the situation and then said, "There are about 20 enemies. They seem to be witches and warriors. Very likely that there will be more archers. But maybe there isn't anyone above the 7-star range. Jerome and Holtz are still in control." The carriage continued to shake violently. Jin firmly said, "Gilly, let's get out of here quickly." "Why?" Gilly asked suspiciously. Jin looked straight into her eyes and said, "Runkendel's guardians, under any circumstances, are not allowed to neglect protecting Runkendel's bloodline. One of them should have stayed by my side." Hearing that, Gilly was a bit surprised. She analyzed for a moment and then quickly said, "So you mean that one of the 2 of them rebelled, or was there someone else?" "That's right." Jin nodded decisively and replied, "There must be a weapon hidden in this carriage. You have to get out of the carriage, Gilly." Although Gilly was a little worried, she didn't ask anything more and nodded and said, "I understand, young master. I will protect you as a member of Runkendel. If I do anything too much, please forgive me." Gilly finished speaking and immediately took out her weapon, a set of sharp claws, and put it on her hand. Now, an extremely powerful flame of power flared around her body. No longer recognizing the gentle nanny as before, here, Gilly hugged Jin tightly with one hand, while the other hand with sharp claws swung out, cutting the side of the carriage and then rushing straight out, holding Jin and running away in the snowstorm. Gilly just said, "Young master. When I returned to the castle, I volunteered to be punished." Jin didn't pay much attention to this issue. He said, "Now is not the time to talk about it. Let's go to them. I want to confirm a few things." Hearing Jin say that, Gilly asked suspiciously, "Confirming what happened?" Jin said very seriously, "The people they were fighting might be their allies Tau Alpha. If they came here to kill me, they would have killed me the moment I left the carriage like this, but it's strange to be this quiet." Hearing this analysis, Gilly quickly nodded and said, "I understand, young master." Not far away, a person who seemed to be the leader was shouting loudly, "Quickly go find Jin Runkendel, Team 3 blocked the left wing." Gilly and Jin stood in a hidden corner and heard this. Jin said, "As expected." Gilly continued, "Symbolizing the devil and the Black Peach. The Mytel Magic Clan and the Black King Mercenary Squad." While talking about this, on a cliff not far away, there was a person who saw Jin and Gilly. This person immediately shouted loudly, "Over there, found Gilly McLaren, and also Jin Runkendell." Everyone prioritized protecting Jin Runkendell. It seemed like this group of people had come to protect him according to Jin's analysis. The leader who just gave the order quickly came forward and stood in front of Jin and Gilly. This person introduced himself. "I am Mukera, captain of the Black King's squad. We followed the orders of the Runkendell family to come here to rescue Jin Runkendell," he said, then looked straight at Jerome and Holtz, who had just appeared, and shouted loudly, "Damn it, you guys dare to lay your hands on the young master." Standing behind Mukera, Jin thought to himself, "It seems they are just fake people. If they were really 7-star guardians, there would be no way they would be in a difficult situation in front of these people." At this moment Gilly suddenly shouted angrily, "Who are you? What is your purpose? Whose henchmen are you?" When Jerome heard that, he raised his mouth and said, asking redundantly, "Who's free, go answer the Runkendell dogs." Hearing what the other person said, Gilly turned around and asked Jin in a low voice, "What should I do, young master?" Jin thought for a moment and said, "Let's kill one less guy." The other guy cut off his hand and brought it to Tau Alpha. Obeying orders, Gilly replied decisively. Right after that, she rushed towards the place where Jerome was standing with murderous intent. Gilly's sharp claws wielded terrifying power and swung out. Immediately cut off Jerome's head. Holt saw his teammate being beheaded and was extremely frightened and retreated a long way. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot from his shoulder. His arm was cut off. Fresh blood immediately sprayed out like rain. Gilly quickly defeated Holtz. She grabbed his hair and pulled him towards where Jin was standing. Jin saw this and said coldly, "Your master seems to be underestimating his opponent. To become a servant of the Runkendell house, the level must be at least 7 stars or higher. So if you want to assassinate the children of the Runkendell family, you must at least reach the 8-star level." Holtz heard that and immediately shouted angrily, "Stop talking, this is just the beginning, you Runkendell family is about to reach the end of your luck." These words did not make Jin angry. He shrugged and raised a hand, then coldly said, "I want that too. I'm not interested in the Runkendell Empire at all, I only like the Jin Runkendell Empire." Holtz was extremely scared by the pressure that Jin had just created, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Please bow to Zippel." "Zippel," Jin said, frowning. Then he thought to himself, "This is the famous witch family that rules the other half of the world. If the Runkendell family is famous for its ultimate swordsmanship, then the Zippel family is known for reaching the pinnacle of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the founder of Runkendell passed away, Zippel made an oath to remove the magic from Runkendell, and then the magic in Runkendell was sealed. So for the Runkendell family, the Zippel family is a 1,000-year enemy. No wonder I keep wondering who dares to act so extravagantly. It turns out they are followers of the Zippel family." Thinking like that, Jin immediately ordered, "Gilly, throw him away somewhere, interrogating him won't get anything, obey orders." Gilly replied, then pulled Holtz away. He cursed in pain and anger, "You bastard, just kill me." Watching Holtz being dragged away, Jin silently pondered, "Of course, for the Zippel family, Runkendell is also their mortal enemy. They have always plotted to terrorize Runkanel. However, this incident was probably not caused by the Runkanel clan, but by the believers acting on their own. So strange. No matter how well they disguise themselves, it's difficult to outwit a lovelorn knight, let alone if that guy is involved." After taking Holtz away, Gilly quickly returned. She respectfully said, "Young master, I have done as you instructed." Jin nodded and said, "Thank you, Gilly." Then he turned to Marika and said, "Just now you said you were the captain of the Black King team, right Marika?" "Yes." Marika said respectfully. Hearing that, Jin immediately said, "I was able to escape successfully thanks to you guys diverting their attention away from me. When I return to Runkendell Castle, I will report back on your achievements. You guys will certainly be richly rewarded. Now help me set up the transmission portal." Hearing that, Marika immediately replied, "I will try my best." After saying that, he thought to himself, how could a child from the Runkendell family wander outside the castle for so long? At only 10 years old, he already had such confidence and maturity. Thinking of this, he remembered what Jin had just said to Holtz. That was the sentence that I was looking for, the path to open the era of Jin Runkendell. Thinking of this sentence, Marika continued to be immersed in his own thoughts, perhaps what the boy said earlier. It's not a meaningless joke, it's really serious. Thinking so, Marika turned to his subordinates and ordered, "You two, no, everyone, listen, before setting up the teleportation gate, remember to be careful with your actions. absolutely do not do anything foolish, leak, do you understand yet? Hearing these words, all his subordinates were talking loudly. What, Captain, what are you asking for? That is so unreasonable. Since when do we have to worry about things like this? Hey, why did the school team suddenly go crazy? Unable to listen anymore, Marika shouted softly, be quiet and do as I say. At this moment Gilly suddenly called out, Captain Marika, I think we can depart now. Hearing that, Marika nodded and replied, I understand. So let's get started. Going through a section of snowy forest, seeing Holtz lying in a corner, Marika was a little worried and asked, is it okay if we just leave them behind and go like this? It's okay. Jin shook his head and said, whether they were found alive or dead, it was still a warning to their accomplices. After saying that, he turned to Gilly and said, good job, Gilly, thank you. Gilly bowed her head and replied, then continued, well, they said that in about 2 hours we will reach a village. Hearing that, Jin nodded and said, I guess we have to rest there to wait for the snow to stop falling. Gilly, hearing the call, Gilly quickly replied, yes. Knowing that she was still worried, Jin immediately reassured her, don't worry about what happened during the escort, it wasn't your fault, even the 9-star knight like Khan didn't even notice. Of course, a 7-star warrior like you would have a hard time noticing anything unusual, it's not like I'm teaching you what a guardian knight should do or anything. Hearing Jin say that, Gilly quickly bowed her head and said, I'm sorry. At this moment, Jin thought to himself, Gilly is still the same as in her previous life. As the Runkendell family's nanny, her fate is tied to the child she is raising. In my previous life, Gilly was my nanny. Because she had no talent, she was also despised and humiliated. But Gilly never blamed me. On the day I was expelled from the Runkendell family, Gilly was also expelled like me, and her. Said to himself, young master, I'm sorry for not being able to take good care of you. She bowed her head and told me that. I don't want to make things difficult for someone who always treats me so well, but the current times are different from the past. Gilly also needed to strengthen her own resolve. While thinking about this, Gilly suddenly spoke up resolutely, young master, I am willing to accept any punishment for what happened. Hearing that, Jin quickly waved his hand and said, stop blaming yourself like that, this is an order, Gilly. As long as you are my nanny, you are the only guardian knight I need. If you let those trivial things affect you, how can you escort me in the future? So don't make me repeat these things again, is that clear? Sensing that Jin was very serious, Gilly quickly said, yes, young master, I will fix this. After saying that, she thought to herself, thinking about how much the young master cares for her. Everything he said was for my own good, I have to be more careful to make sure he doesn't get hurt by anyone else. Young master, I will try my best. Seeing her like that, Jin breathed a sigh of relief and thought, what a relief, it seems she has regained her spirits. Very quickly, Jin's group arrived at the nearest village. They went to an inn. Marika walked in first and booked 2 rooms. Jin stood not far away silently calculating, those people and the fake guardian knights too. If I'm right, then there's a high possibility that that person is involved. Bubbear Gaston the Wizard, Transfiguration. Is the strength of the dragon clan, but even dragons cannot transform perfectly. Only Bubbear is the only existence that can create a perfect transformation. He used that ability to disguise himself and commit many different crimes to cause chaos in the world. If Bubbear is really involved in this, things will gradually become more complicated. Even though he hasn't done anything terrible yet, after checking in, Jin thanked Marika and returned to the room with Gilly. As soon as he took off his coat, Jin continued with his thoughts. In his previous life, when he was 20 years old, Bamet's special task force arrested him. If I could turn Bubbear into an ally, it would be very useful. But I have no reason to invite the person who pointed the sword at me to be my ally. Before Bubbear causes more trouble, I need to thoroughly check if anything has changed, compared to my previous life. Thinking of this, Jin suddenly yawned. Gilly arranged the things and said, young master, I will stand guard outside. After saying that, Jin didn't answer. Gilly immediately turned around to look and saw Jin falling down on the bed and falling asleep without realizing it. Gilly exclaimed oh my god and then narrowed her eyes and smiled. The next morning, Jin was sleeping when he was woken up by the sound of a cat meowing outside the window. He rubbed his head and sat up. Then thought to myself, did I fall asleep? Even though I practiced many times when I was in the ring, this was still too much for my 10-year-old body, but what was that sound? Jin looked out through the window glass and saw a black cat wagging its tail. A familiar feeling flared up in Jin's heart. Remembering Murikan's words that he would hide himself and follow him, He stammered in horror, could it be you? After saying that, Jin quickly ran to the window and cried out, you said you would hide and follow me, do you mean turn yourself into a cat like this? Hearing this, Mirakin meowed in frustration. He spread out his claws and started scratching on the glass door. Seeing that, Jin quickly apologized and opened the door to let Mirakin in. He said, okay, sorry, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm a bit surprised because I didn't expect you to be in this appearance, that's all. I thought you would disguise yourself as one of my servants, like a groom. Mirakin immediately transformed into human form. He heard this and said angrily, if I do that, all the knights in your family will pay attention to me. Do you know how hard it is to follow you? Mirakin said as he stomped his feet towards Jin. Unfortunately, the tiled floor was not very flat, causing him to stumble and fall forward. Gilly, who was outside, heard strange noises and rushed in, screaming in panic, young master, what's going on? Mirakin didn't have time to turn into a cat, but held his head and sat next to Jin. Jin was a bit trembling, not knowing how to explain to Gilly. Seeing a distant person in her master's room, she angrily rushed forward, grabbed Mirakin's neck and shouted, you, who are you to dare to follow my master? Quickly tell me everything before describing your life to you, who the hell are you? Gilly's actions were so sudden that Jin was a little scared. He quickly shouted, wait Gilly, this is you. Before he could finish his sentence, Mirakin, who was being strangled, suddenly cried out, Gilly, is this Gilly? Oh, my little strawberry cake, I finally met you. Strawberry cake. Gilly didn't understand what the other person was saying at all. She withdrew her hand, her face completely black. Standing next to him, Jin helplessly covered his face and thought, it's all chaos. At this time, he heard Mirakin tell Gilly that he had always been looking forward to the day we would meet. What? Gilly asked confusedly. She had absolutely no idea what was going on in this room. As soon as he entered the empty house, Jin solemnly introduced himself. First of all, this was the guardian of the Runkendell family, the Black Dragon Mirakin. Then he quickly ran to the other side and was about to introduce himself. This is it, but the Black Dragon Mirakin burst out laughing and interrupted. I know who she is, she's my strawberry cake, isn't she? Hearing that, Gilly bent down 90 degrees and said, Runkendell's lowly servant apologizes for being rude to the guardian, please forgive me. Mirakin spread both hands as if he had nothing to say. Don't worry, I'm happy to give you my little strawberry cake. Gilly suddenly stood up, raised her hand to stop and said, hey, Mr. Mirakin, can I ask why I am a strawberry cake? Mirakin still made a gesture of opening his arms to answer, because she's awesome, beautiful, and makes the perfect strawberry cake. Suddenly there was a noise outside. Gilly was startled and turned around and said, so he is the reason why he requests strawberry cake every day. Mirakin saw that and seriously replied, could you sit down for a moment so I can explain? So the two of them crowded onto the narrow sofa. As soon as they sat down, Gilly covered her mouth and said in surprise, there are many things I don't know because sir, no, I always knew that your talent is great, but. Jin heard that and replied, I'm sorry for lying to Miss Gilly. Gilly looked over at Mirakin, who was lounging on the chair, and said, first magic, then Sadare's signer, and now a dragon. Gilly now seemed extremely admiring. She looked at Jin and said, as a servant I am only surprised and happy for you. Jin seemed very satisfied with Gilly's expression. He spoke up and said, after all, Gilly is in the same group as us. The group cannot know the truth that Mirakin has awakened in my relationship, with him at least now understanding. Gilly nodded vigorously and replied, yes young master, I understand. Mirakin suddenly stood up. He jumped up near Gilly and said, you don't need to worry, Sunday, no matter what, I'm always by his side. Gilly smiled and replied, thank you for your kindness, sir, Mirakin. Gilly suddenly remembered that Mirakin had covered himself in front of the explosion just now. She looked puzzled and said, oh, so the loud noise a minute before the day of transformation was over. Be more careful today. Mirakin helplessly covered his face and said in shame, stop preaching to me. Gilly replied, no, that's it. Looking at the dent in the window where the explosion sounded, Mirakin said slowly, I fell. After speaking, he crazily leaned on his hands and laughed. Gilly's pale face looked at Jin and said, are you sure that he is trustworthy? Jin replied, yes, sure. The scene changes to the Mytel teleportation gate. Gilly is talking to someone saying, well done Team Black King, the Runkendell family will definitely reward you handsomely for your efforts. The other person absently looked at Jin and thought, a cat, was it here before? But he quickly regained his composure and replied that this mission was also a valuable experience for us. He looked at Jin with the black cat on his shoulder and said, I am very excited to see the future of young Master Runkendell that you have taken care of. The red-haired soldier suddenly said, "But Gilly McLaren, there is a question to ask you." Gilly replied, "Yes." He asked, "Why did someone with outstanding talent like her choose to leave the McLaren family and become a nanny for young Master Runkendell?" Gilly suddenly fell silent and said nothing. She turned her head away and replied, "There was nothing important to discuss anymore." The red-haired guy saw that he didn't answer, so he bowed his head and replied, I'm sorry I'm being too polite." Gilly replied, "It's okay." Gilly had walked away for a while. She looked at the Dark King team and said, "Then, welcome to Mytel teleportation portal." Stepping inside, the receptionist at the counter said, "Can I see the documents?" Gilly quickly took out a sword and said, "To Kalani of Hufester's ally, thank you. Everyone from the Runkendell family." The receptionist walked away from the counter, then raised his hand to Gilly and Jin and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Please follow me and we will arrange for everyone to sit in the premium seats." Jin quickly walked forward. The receptionist bowed his head and said, "We will arrive in a flash if everyone can stay here for about 2 hours, then be careful." The two of them went to the sofa to wait for the VIP guests. As soon as they sat down, Gilly said, "Young master." The cat that Murican transformed into jumped down and ran onto Gilly's lap to sit. Gilly said to Jin, "Honestly, as a servant, I'm very worried. If Murican gets paralyzed or something, we can't cope." Jin replied, "Are you talking about my magic?" Jin calmly said, "Don't worry, I know, so I'll hide it well." Suddenly there was a noise from behind. All three people turned to watch. Jin frowned at the newcomers. Looking at the badge on the opponent's shirt, Jin thought to himself, "That is the Royal Dragon badge." A person with white hair and purple eyes was slowly walking in. Following that person were tall soldiers. Jin took one look and realized that the white-haired person was from the Zippel family. The news was gone and he quickly walked to the sofa next to him and sat across from Jin. Jin read the book and observed. He thought to himself, "Who is that?" The white-haired guy put his chin in his hands and looked at Jin arrogantly and said, I have a feeling I don't want to go to Hufester today." He continued sarcastically, "Not expecting to see annoying rats here." The cat Murican jumped down from Gilly's lap. The Murican cat walked up to the white-haired man and waved his little tail. The white-haired man thought it was so cute and immediately bent down and said, "Oh, but your cat is really cute." The white-haired guy smiled and said, "Come here, why don't you be a good boy?" Murican cat also obeyed and approached him. Just a second later, Murican screamed and scratched the white-haired man's hand. The bodyguards behind saw this and quickly said, "Master," then cursed the cat as a brat. The white-haired guy quickly reassured them, "Hey, it's okay, it's just an animal, I must have scared it, and drawing my sword in front of Runkendell's house wouldn't have been any use." After saying that, he glanced sideways at Jin. Looking at the cat whose head was being patted by Gilly, then looking at Jin who was intently reading a book, he thought to himself, "I was just curious so I wanted to poke a little but I didn't think there would be no reaction. I guess the youngest son of the Runkendell family, quite calm." Thinking about it, he stood up to introduce himself. He put his hand in front of the door. Jin said, "I am Veridin Zippel, I want to apologize for being rude a moment ago." Jin closed the book, looked at Veridin and thought, Veridin Zippel. He remembered Veridin growing up thinking to himself, a genius magician, a person with high abilities, a successor to the Zippel family, a role model for young magicians, someone with both skill and style. He thought again, looking at his miniature version, I used to think that this individual was very far behind me in terms of skills as a magician." Jin stared at Veridin's hand that was outstretched for him to hold. Well, as before he couldn't have thought that he would meet him when he was his age. This was a very happy feeling. Jin stroked the cat's fur with his hand and calmly said, "Yeah, I was wondering how you were sitting. It's good to know that you're not a complete idiot." Veridin asked, "Well, how do you rate it?" Jin also answered frankly, "I was just joking. If someone spilled the oil to check, I would experience going around the Hufest's house without a bodyguard. You could lose a few fingers." Hearing that, Veridin burst out laughing and said, "Wow, even your joke is violent." Veridin didn't seem to believe it. Jin glanced at him coldly and said, "Do you think I'm joking?" Veridin's body suddenly trembled in response. He pretended to cough for a few times before saying, "Yeah, okay, let me give you some advice." He looked around at the two people and said, "If you meet another Zippel person, or fall into a similar situation, don't make a hasty decision to cut off their finger, otherwise, it will be painful for them anyway." Both groups, Jin replied, "Good joke, Veridin Zippel." He said calmly, "My father, Chiron Runkendell, and his father, Celiac Zippel." Jin tilted his head and looked at Veridin and said, "Do you think they will interfere in a child's first match?" Hearing that, Veridin stared at Jin with wide eyes. Then he smirked and said, "You're right, maybe it's just compensation in gold or something. Hey, I learned something from you, I'll repay this debt when I can." Jin looked at him and said, "Don't wait until later and pay immediately." Veridin blushed and said, "Oh, of course, what do you need?" Jin saw this and bluntly said, "I would be very grateful if you could be quiet until the portal works, and not bother me to rest." After hearing this sentence, Veridin sprayed glue and stiffened. Veridin seemed quite sad, but he kept his promise not to bother Jin again. He thought, Jin Runkendell, this guy, he will probably become stronger in a few years. Veridin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jin, thinking, if it wasn't for his attraction, I would have asked him to be my friend. The bodyguard next to him helplessly whispered, "The young master's image." Suddenly Veridin had a thought, wait, already, if he is a member of the Runkendell family, is there a possibility that he will become a mortal enemy to me? I'm great. The bodyguard helplessly covered his face and sighed and said, "Young master, please." Seeing Veridin's expectant yet sparkling eyes, Jin darkly thought, what a trouble, his finger must have become serious and he's still behaving like that. The Zippel family has a problem. What's the matter? Are they crazy? After a long while, the loudspeaker rang out an announcement. "Thank you for waiting patiently. The transfer gate will be temporarily opened. People may experience headaches or dizziness as side effects, so other passengers." Before Jin disappeared completely, Veridin quickly called out, "Jin Runkendell." His figure gradually faded, but he said cheerfully, "Very happy to see you again next time." Jin didn't want to listen anymore, so he interrupted and said, "I'm fine, let's not see each other again." Transition to another land. The car was rolling slowly to a stop. Gilly opened the door for Jin. A low voice rang out, "We were waiting to come out." The butler of the Runkendell family bowed respectfully and said, "This is the first time I welcome the day I am second servant Pedro." Jin looked at the swords planted around the ground. Butler Pedro said, "Getting here must be very difficult." Then he pointed towards the castle and said, "Respectfully welcome to the main mansion Runkendell." Butler Pedro pointed to the swords and introduced, "The Sword Garden." In front of Jin's eyes is the Sword Garden. He silently thought, those who have contributed to the prosperity of Runkendell, Z is honored to hold his sword in this garden. In other words, this place is a symbol of the dream and honor of all Runkendell members. Jin thought as he walked, it was also his dream to plant his sword here before he died. Thinking back to his past life, Jin thought that he would be lonely even if he died. The past me was weak and had no potential as a person, leader or intellect. Why was I so stupid as to just try? Will it change people? Jin raised his eyes to look at the house in front. His eyes were extremely determined. He was determined, this time. In a place where there are no answers, I will live a more meaningful life. Jin's shadow reflected in the sunlight made it longer. The Jin of now is no longer the Jin of his previous life. Following Butler Pedro, he was taken inside the mansion. As soon as he set foot in the mansion, the people of the Runkendell family were already standing here waiting for him. Black Panther Rosa Runkendell, also the female head of the Runkendell family, spoke up, "Long time no see, youngest child." Jin calmly replied, "Yes mom." Rosa frowned and huffed. The cat Murikan opened his yellow eyes to look at her. She also stared back at Murikan. Rosa asked Jin, "Did I receive a wild animal?" Jin raised his hand to play with the cat and then found its voice, "I received it, father." His father, a tall man, said, instead of picking up the child, he confessed. He coldly glanced at Jin and said, "It's good that you speak kindly. Yes, when Runkendell receives something, this is a satisfactory answer." Then the images with eyes staring at him behind were extremely mocking. Rosa saw the cat jump down, so at the last minute she picked it up and said, "What is the name of this child's son?" Jin didn't hide anything and replied, "Her name is Butterfly Runkendell, mom." Hearing that, a white-haired guy jumped up and said, "What, parents, no matter how small it is, it's not right to add the last name Runkendell to this ordinary animal." He looked at Gilly and said, "Gilly original, how dare you raise your youngest brother? How dare a cat?" Gilly bowed her head and replied, "I'm sorry." Jin's father came down and bowed his head to look at him and said, "That's enough." He shook his head a bit and said, "Youngest son, why did you add the last name Runkendell to this cat?" Jin looked very sincere and said, "Because then I will be responsible for him." The cat named Butterfly immediately came up and rubbed Jin's leg. He said, "She may be just an animal, but she is the first life I have taken in, so I think her name should also have value." Jin's father raised his eyebrows and said to him, "It's surprising, but youngest child, do you understand the weight of the name Runkendell?" Jin held the cat in his arms and said, "Yes, I understand, it's very bad. If someone insults Butterfly, I will be the one to pay the price." He rubbed his fingers and said, "The youngest son seems like he has a talent for making enemies." Jin's father pointed to the others who were gritting their teeth in dissatisfaction. Look at the way the other children were staring at him. Jin hugged the butterfly cat and smiled, "Perhaps so, but I also have the talent to destroy enemies, father." Hearing that, he grinned and said appreciatively, "You all should worry about this child." Having said that, he and Rosa stepped forward and said, "If you want to deal with this cheeky youngest son." 4 years later, in 1794, Jin Rankindel, he had become a 2-star knight, a low-ranking cadet. Jin was practicing in the yard, he was wiping his sweat. The butler came to call, "Young master." Viet practiced with him and said, "We will finish the training session of the youngest young master here. It's been a hard day." Jin replied, "We only practice in the morning." That person was Garin Altemir, the Runkendel Guard Cadet Junior trainer said, "Doesn't Miss Luna have a training plan today? The day has been forgotten." Hearing that, Jin immediately went to the weapons storage area and put the old sword in. He said excitedly, "Ah, that's right, I'll go eat something." Garin Altemir saw his sadness and immediately said, "Today is the day to worship you and the other cadets." The female owner Rosa seemed quite disappointed. Jin sighed and replied, "It's okay, I don't want to, having to participate in a glance contest with my siblings while eating." Garin Altemir said, "Understood, I will report back that day." In his house, his other brothers and sisters were rushing to get food. Jin was sitting alone at the corner of the stairs when suddenly he heard a voice, "Young master, I brought food for the day." Jin saw that and immediately replied, "Thank you Bellup." The person who brought the food tray for Jin was Bellup Schmitz, the Runkendel Guard cadet belonging to the lower class. He said, "It's okay, young master." Jin quickly took the food and thought while eating, Bellup Schmitz, 13 years old, civilian, after the training cycle. He faced being stripped of his cadet status and dismissed. Jin suddenly asked Bellup, "Is it delicious?" Bellup was startled and turned back and replied, "Yes." He said excitedly, "Of course. I'm always grateful to the Runkendel family. Thanks to that I get to eat this delicious meat, and I'm also grateful to the young master who always shares meat with me." Seeing him keep talking like that, Jin replied helplessly, "Enough, stop." Jin said, "Today you said the same thing, you memorized it." Bellup scratched his head and laughed. Suddenly Jin said, "Bellup, you must learn to control yourself with maturity. The truth is that you keep talking like that, making others always look down on you." Bellup said in confusion, "What's wrong?" Jin tightly grasped the tree in his hand but continued to say, yes, straightened his spine and became confident that the throne was the cadet of the guardian knight Runkendel. But hearing that, Bellup lowered his head and poked the rice tray and said, "But my grades are so bad I can't even cheer up." Jin sighed and said, "Becoming a Runkendel cadet is not an easy task." Jin looked at Bellup's empty tray and said, "No matter how low her score is, you're still better than the other 13-year-olds out there, understand?" "Yes," he replied. After saying that, Bellup bowed his head to eat again. Jin thought to himself, his personality is too naive. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was mistaken by his family. Then he remembered his other brothers and thought to himself, but how was it that such a pure person, you were taught the path of another Swordmaster? After becoming the loyal dog of the Emperor, the nation began to walk on the highway of involuntary murder. Jin took the bread to eat, then thought, when I heard that he became a royal guard, I was very surprised, and when I heard that he committed suicide, I was heartbroken. If I had left Bellup alone. Jin quickly woke up and put the piece of meat on Bellup's plate. He said, "Young master," he replied, "I'm not hungry, you can take my place." Bellup looked at Jin with sparkling eyes, "Young master." Seeing this, Jin decided to think, I have to make sure you won't be kicked out this time. Having to live in misfortune once and then die is more than enough. The two sat down to eat and talked happily. At the end of the meal, Jin walked in the hallway. He calculated, releasing dark energy was 2 stars, mana was purple crystal, swordsmanship was 2 stars. Looking at his 2 fingers he thought, that's quite convenient. If I keep going, I'll be able to reach the 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years, but, before that. Arriving at the training ground, Luna was planning to wait there, her lovely little brother. Today's training will be used with yesterday's. Jin quickly went to get the breast. "Don't face Luna," she said, "but you will have to defend yourself in another way. My classmate understands, big sister." Luna opened her eyes and said, "Little brother, use your mind's eye, look with your mind's eye." Jin followed instructions. He thought to himself, I guess I have to go through a type of training I've never heard of before. Looking at Jin's back as she left, she thought, he shows concentration and memory that is hard to see in a 2-star knight. with your potential, I'm sure you will soon understand it in just a few years. Luna frowned and thought, continue to develop, my little brother, Jin. The next morning, Jin along with the others were at the training ground. Garen Altemir said, welcoming the young master. Looking at the other people, everyone's faces were tense. Garen said, they all looked very tense, I'm sure they were. Garen Altemir looked at them and said, this fight accounts for a large part of the final score. A good score is the way to become a guardian knight, so I'm sure we are all very worried. He looked at Jin and said, today is also an important day for you, young master. Lady Rosa said that if you defeat 10 people above your level today. Jin gasped for an hour. Garen Altemir said, you can join the intermediate training group early next year. Jin replied, what did you say? Good news. Suddenly Jin glanced at Bellup. He saw him hugging his trembling body thinking, Bellup is like that again. On this side Bellup looked at Jin and trembled, and Jin thought to himself, I will measure him so he doesn't get expelled, but he should be more confident. Garen Altemir spoke up, interrupting Jin's thoughts. He said, pay attention, today everyone will play 3 times and change partners each time, the 10 best winners. He solemnly announced, almost one-on-one with young Master Jin. They shouted in response, yes tour guide. Garen Altemir said, okay, those who were not chosen go back to their seats. The other 3 replied, yes sir. Having said that, he turned to inform Jin, preparing to go young master. Jin held the wooden sword in his hand and said, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin swung his opponent's sword and slashed it away. He thought to himself, 10 huh? Looking at the opponent sitting on the ground, he only needed 1 move to defeat him and thought, I'd better have 8 people on me, I only need to defeat 2 more. And to do that, the person we have to pay attention to is, Garen Altemir looked at the pink-haired girl and said, next prepare to go. That person was Mesa Milcano, a trainee guard knight of the Runkendel group. She confidently stepped forward and said, asking you to take care of the young master. Jin looked at her and thought, Mesa Milcano, a noble, will become a guardian knight later, when passing a future internship process. Mesa confidently said, today I will defeat you at all costs. Jin silently lamented, the match with Mesa is the most important thing in this test. Jin nodded in response and said, okay, I look forward to it. Then the 2 quickly rushed into battle. 2 figures rushed forward, accompanied by 2 wooden swords touching each other, sparking fire. Jin blocked a few of Mesa's moves and thought, her Mesa is stronger than before but not to the point that I can't defeat her. He blocked one of Mesa's swords and thought, the problem is that I have to defeat 8 more people after her if that's the case. At this time Mesa is frantically attacking Jin. Seeing that, she said in surprise, why did he just attack so simply when he had already shown off all his techniques? Mesa held the sword tightly in his hand and thought, I'm sure he did that on purpose, but why? Suddenly she remembered something, her eyes widened and she thought, no way. At this moment, Jin had the upper hand. He madly rushed towards the Mesa. He was looking down on me, thinking that I couldn't defeat him today. Realizing this, she held the sword tighter in her hand and said, very good. This time Mesa uses a stronger move and says, try it, young master. Everyone outside who saw this crazy match seemed very shocked. And inside, Jin has been able to avoid Mesa's attacks time and time again. Mesa's pink hair fluttered with each beat. She thought she wouldn't be pushed down again. This time she would surpass her master. Mesa jumped up and prepared to throw a sword down on Jin's body. The 2 wooden swords collided, one of which cracked. Jin slashed the tip of Mesa's sword high into the air and it broke. Mesa looked at her broken sword. She couldn't believe it. How could that be? At this moment, Jin pointed his sword straight at her throat. You said, good game Mesa Milcano. This can also be considered a compliment. Jin looked at the sword in his hand and said, it's useless anyway. Mesa looked at Jin's sword, which was both old and had quite a few cracks and thought, I can't believe he attacked the same place on my sword with those blows. Then Mesa looked at his own sword and thought to himself, my endurance and strength are the same as his, but I lose in precision and stubbornness. How could such a thing happen? She thought to herself, after all, he is Runkendel's child. Mesa called out, young master. She determinedly said, I will practice diligently and will definitely defeat you next time. Then she thought, I can't keep losing like that. The war was going extremely smoothly. Jin thought, everything was going according to plan. His next opponents only needed 1 blow to defeat. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, like before, it was very difficult to directly confront 10 trainees. At this point he made a move that caused the other person to fall. Jin thought, despite my and Mesa's amazing victory, I made them misunderstand that they were about to lose things directly. The cadet's sword fell to the ground. Jin stood above and looked up at him and thought to himself, with this, 10 people are nothing, thank God everything went according to plan. Jin finally defeated all 10 people, he was wiping the sweat from his face. At this moment Garen Altemir spoke up to congratulate, good job young master. He smiled and said, with this you can be trained by a real Runkendel in the group next year, congratulations. Jin nodded and replied, thank you Garen, please take care of me until then. Garen said, it's almost time to eat so let's finish the morning training. Jin 1 hour, how much longer? Garen replied, about 10 minutes later. He asked again. Jin looked at the group of people who were bandaged all over and said, I still have to face one more person. After saying that, he went to get the wooden sword. Garen quickly asked, who? Jin suddenly shouted loudly, Belop Schmitz. He was startled by his name being called. Young master, me, Jin said coldly, let's go up and fight. Belop said in fear, but, Jin still called Belop Schmitz. He was pointing his sword straight at Belop's body and said, you can't survive in Runkendel like this. Jin has no mercy, step up and fight me, I will defeat you. Belop's footsteps trembled as he walked up to the ring, people gathered behind to watch. Belop trembled as he held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, why did the young master choose me? Is it because I am weak, so I can help him improve army discipline? Jin looked at him walking without speaking, Belop. Belop was startled and said in surprise, young master. Everyone in the back saw this and immediately covered their mouths and laughed. Jin said, I feel quite tired after having to fight with 10 people, but other people seem to be okay. Jin put his hands up and said, but I'm still stronger than you, that's why I want to fight you. Hearing that, Belop asked, what do you mean? Before he could figure out what had happened, Jin rushed towards him like a monster, making Belop startled and not knowing what to do. But he also reacted a little faster and took out his sword to block Jin's attack. Belop staggered back and asked, young master, why are you here? Before Belop could finish his sentence, Jin once again rushed to attack him. The two swords collided violently, one person came out to receive the other person to block the attack. Seeing that, Jin curled his mouth and said, that's a good block. Belop replied, thank you. He was about to counterattack but Jin quickly retreated back. The sword slashed a long way down the ground, causing sparks to appear. Belop is no longer a shy boy anymore, he is crazy about winning. Whatever attack Belop made, Jin was quick to avoid it. Jin saw that Belop wasn't paying attention, so he ran forward a bit. He suddenly put his hands on the ground and then kicked with his feet. Of course, Belop was hit and fell to the ground. He cried out in pain. But this time Belop didn't give up. He used the sword as a platform to stand up. Belop's face trembled with fear as he looked at Jin and said, after the young master stopped doing so, Jin replied coldly, do you think I simply called you up here just to fight? I want to fight with you. Jin hadn't looked at him yet, so I said, then I can kill him. He coldly said, stand up and I will only show mercy one more time. Hearing that, Belop tightly grasped the sword in his hand and did not respond. These words caused a stir among the people outside who were discussing. Suddenly Belop radiated power and transferred it to the sword. Mesa was observing this and said in surprise, that aura. Everyone was talking. Belop's whole body was emitting a huge amount of aura. Mesa panicked and turned back to Garen, sir, we need to stop this match immediately. If it continues, the young master will be in danger. Suddenly Jin spoke up, sword teacher Garen Altemir. This is a command, what you see today, carry it with you until you go to your grave. Garen gritted his teeth and said, I understand. On the field, Belop said out of breath, is this really what you want, young master? Yes, Jin replied. Jin coldly said, if you know how to use aura, don't back down. Belop gritted his teeth in disbelief and said, you made a mistake young master, if you want to fight me then. Belop used aura, his eyes were red and angry, he rushed towards Jin and said, you should have come to me to fight first. Jin held his sword to block Belop's attack. The two swords touched each other, Belop's sword transferred aura, when it touched Jin's sword was broken. Belop took the opportunity to slash one more time, Jin held the broken sword and retreated back. Jin's eyes flashed with surprise as he thought, I didn't know he was this strong. Jin remembers back then, he knew Belop was very strong. But every time the cadets challenged each other, he could see his opponent's skills and tactics. That won't hurt Belop, he breathed a sigh of relief, Jin thought, and even knew how not to hurt himself even if he lost. Now looking back at his crazy face, his red eyes, Jin thought, but he didn't expect that he could use aura. The two once again rushed to fight. A huge power flared up between the two, this time Jin counterattacked. Bellup's arms struggled, he groaned. Taking this opportunity, Jin swung his sword at Bellup. His sword was thrown out. Jin grabbed Bellup's neck and pressed him to the ground. Bellup struggled to escape. Jin looked at him with deep meaningful eyes. Then he loosened his grip on Bellup's neck. Bellup quickly crawled away, and Jin followed. Bellup sat trembling on the ground, holding his neck and asking, "Why did you use your hands? You said you wanted to fight to the end, so you should have ended the match." Jin didn't respond when he heard that, but Bellup continued to say, "Maybe it's fun to play around with other people these days." Jin calmly replied, "Am I like that?" Bellup quickly looked up and said, "Then why?" Jin replied, "Provoking you in this way also hurts me very much." "It hurts me more than you think." Bellup clenched his hand and said, "What do you know about me? Why do you torture me like this?" Jin bent down to pick up the sword that fell on the ground and said, "Just like you said, I don't know who you are." He walked closer to Bellup and looked at him for a long time, "But I knew one thing. Jin firmly affirms that care is something you can possess when you become strong. You are weaker than me and also kinder than me." Jin placed his hand on Bellup's shoulder to comfort him and said, "Of course I like it, but if you're that kind, you won't be able to survive in this hell." Bellup was shocked when he heard that. Jin continued, "Bellup, let's become stronger to be able to protect this kind heart for me and for others too." The people outside who heard it were extremely shocked. At this time, Jin said, "I'm sorry for having to do such a difficult thing," and Bellup sat on the side crying. At this moment, the people in the cafeteria who brought food to everyone saw scenes like this and said, "Oh my God." A kitchen assistant said, "The practice isn't over yet, let's come back later." Jin turned around and replied, "It's okay, just bring it in." Bellup had finished crying now. He said to Jin, "Young master, please come and receive today's rations." Jin put the sword on his shoulder and looked down at him and said, "Okay, I'll go get your share with me." In the deep forest, someone was reporting to Jin's father about today's incident on the training ground. After hearing it, he immediately asked, "What about that's the reason my youngest son said?" The other reporter respectfully said, "Yes, chief." After hearing that, Jin's father immediately laughed haha and said, "I understand that this boy made a choice, right?" Remembering the times in the dining room, Jin always took care of Bellup. He said, "Does he intend to protect the weak while he himself rules by force?" He said, "If that's true, then let him continue. I want to see what he can do. Go back and tell the boy everything." The Khan bowed his head respectfully and said, "Yes sir." Chiron said coldly, "I will give the boy his first mission." In January 1795, I was recognized as a 3-star knight at the age of 15. On my first vacation, some students returned to their hometowns, and the rest trained themselves to test their progress. Jin thought to himself, when he reaches intermediate level, wooden swords will no longer be used for practice, real customized swords will replace that position. Many students are commissioning craftsmen to make their own swords. I'm also trying to find a sword that suits me and the family's arsenal, but a loud voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Luna stood in front of Jin and said, "Finding a sword that suits you is really great." Jin thought, because she said she wanted to choose a sword for me, so all the decision rights fell to her, that. Thinking back to 1 month ago, Luna urgently begged Jin, "Jin, please let me choose the sword for you." Jin was extremely silent and didn't say another word. Then he decided to think, never mind that she has a better eye for weapons than me, so perhaps the chosen sword will be suitable for me. At this moment, Luna was in the armory far away. In her hand she needed another sword. When Jin saw it, his eyes widened in disbelief. Luna carried the sword in front of Jin and said, "This sword is called a killing screen. I used it a lot when I was your age. It was a big, sharp sword when I was your age. I think I would use this like that." Luna raised the sword to look at it. She guessed that this was the original form of the crandall she used to use. Then she turned to look at Jin and said, "What do you think about this sword, Jin? Do you like it?" Jin quietly said, "Yes, Luna." He expressed that, "I really thank you for helping me choose a sword, but I don't think this sword is not suitable for you." Then Luna sadly looked at the bar and said, "I understand. It's okay, I'm just joking." Seeing that, Jin couldn't help but sweat on his back and thought, "I don't think she's joking." Luna said pitifully, "But the killing was really good, even though it was a bit heavy, it wasn't too heavy." She also followed the movements of making a few small dances in front of Jin. Luna looked at Jin expectantly, and Jin did not give up. Luna saw that she couldn't and sighed and said, "Okay, listen to me, I will choose another sword for you." Hearing that, Jin breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. After that, she opened the armory and said, I really put a lot of my energy into choosing a sword for you. Both sisters went into the warehouse. Luna said, think of a sword that suits you best, a sword that only you can use. Then Luna held up a sword and said, and this is my choice. Because I also chose Burisada from the beginning. Jin looked blankly at the sword before his eyes. Luna pulled the Burisada out of its sheath and said, so I thought this would be the most suitable sword for you. Jin thought in surprise, this sword is. He thought to himself, the sword was related to the Burisada that the early clan used, Bradamante. Jin held the sword in his hand and said wow. Luna saw that and said, I like this sword already. Jin did not refuse but frankly admitted, yes, this is indeed the most special sword among thousands of excellent swords. Jin respectfully looked at the sword in his hand and thought, this is the sword I told myself I would use every means to get, so I didn't expect her to choose Bradamante for me. Jin now thought that he would be denounced by others. Both the Bradamante and Burisada swords were very suitable for using dark energy. If he chose this sword himself, others would definitely object and force yourself to give it up. Jin looked at Luna and said, this Bradamante sword is something that all of my siblings wanted, so I don't know how to repay you for choosing it for me. Luna replied, that doesn't sound right. She turned around and put her hand on her chest and said, Jin, I guess you still haven't let go of your defense towards me, right? She seemed disappointed and said, I'm a bit disappointed. Jin's sweat dropped and replied, no, it's not that, I'm being sincere. Luna walked closer to Jin and said, is that so? But I'm also really disappointed, so please soothe this disappointed little heart. Jin stepped back and said, what? Luna immediately changed the topic, close your eyes, Jin, we will start practicing. Jin replied, okay. She asked, do you know what I'm talking about? Jin replied, yes, Luna. She said approvingly, that's good, but today I still have something to teach you. What? Jin asked. Luna put her hand on his shoulder and said, your relatives may always try to bring each other down, but they are also the ones who love you unconditionally. Luna emphasized once again, remember this well in your heart. She saw that Jin didn't answer, so she shook him hard and said, don't be sad anymore. Jin replied in fear, I understand, I'm sorry. Luna shares, I have lived a lonely life in my own family since before you were born. I have lived like that enough, so please understand that I do not want you to have to go through the same. Life is like that. Jin nodded strongly and replied, I know, Luna. Luna stepped back and looked up at the sky and said, okay, now let's start practicing. Jin, feel it with all your heart. After finishing practicing with Luna, Jin quickly ran back to show off to Muraken. He raised the sword and said, what do you think? Muraken was lying down reading a comic and said, give it back, kid, you still can't master the dark energy so you can't use it. Hearing that, Jin said, what? Muraken read calmly. The story replied, if you want to use Bradamante, you must at least achieve the 3 stars of dark power, but you are only a 2-star kid, right? He said, you cannot imitate the awakened appearance of the sword. Jin looked at the beloved sword in his hand and said, I will soon reach the 3 stars. I will be able to use it soon. Muraken saw the book and spoke again, really arrogant, perk up your ears and listen carefully to what I say, you brat. Then Muraken stood up and scratched Jin's hair and said, Burisada and Bradamante are not 2 swords that you can use carelessly. Jin was startled. He continued, at least you must achieve the power of 3 stars, darkness, this is the minimum level. Muraken kept rubbing Jin's disheveled hair and said, just use a few normal swords and wait until you reach the 5 stars of dark power, do you understand? Jin said unwillingly, but. He pushed Muraken's hand away and said, you know I'm not the impatient type, in short, as long as I achieve the 5 stars of dark power this year, that's all. Seeing that Jin didn't take his words into his ears, Muraken's veins appeared on his forehead. He held Jin's head tightly and said every word, even if the person who won first place in the dark power contest, mastering that power would still be extremely unreasonable. I say these things because just want good for you. Muraken strongly advised him, because it's so unreasonable that even dogs will laugh in your face. If you understand what I'm saying, stop saying nonsense. Jin trembled and touched the book Muraken kept next to him. Say, hey. You were about to tear it to pieces. Say it again. What are you talking about? Muraken raised his hands in surrender and said, damn it, hey, put it down and see what I say, put it down quickly. At this moment Gilly rushed in and said, young master. Jin turned around and asked, Gilly, why did something happen? Gilly replied, well, the tour guide Garen is looking for you. He was supposed to come here himself but, He said he had to look at the map while talking to you about the strategy summary, so he needs you there. Murikan got the comic book back. He held it in his arms like a treasure. Oh, my dear comic book. And Jin asked Gilly, strategy? Gilly replied, yes, tour guide Garen has entrusted your first mission. After the vacation ends, you will have to immediately depart. Is that so? Jin said, stroking his hair. He walked to the door and said, it's about time. I'm a 3-star swordsman now, but starting right after vacation is really strange. Gilly walked behind and said, I guess it's probably because it's a very difficult mission. Usually intermediate level and above missions are assigned to them. Jin shrugged and said, probably because our progress has been recorded. That's why I was entrusted with that task. Jin turned his head to look at Gilly and said, I will go check it out. Gilly, just wait here with Murikan. Gilly replied, yes master, please go ahead. Then Jin opened the meeting room door and stepped inside. Inside was discussing something. Jin asked, Garen, I heard that I was assigned a mission. He picked up the notice and said, hello young master, in addition to the date, there are 10 elementary students who have been assigned to the mission, another job. He pointed to the map and said, everyone will be divided into 2 teams to do the mission. This is a search mission in the vicinity of the southern border area of the Jin Empire. The Jin Empire is that place is close to the land of the monsters. It seems like it's also close to the area marked as the cave of the White Wolf tribe. Jin looked at the map and thought, low-level students should not be sent to this area. Jin speculated, if you say this is the first mission, it is quite difficult, and the execution time is also shorter than usual. Garen said, young master, here is the map and detailed information about the members. Jin held out his hand and said, give it to me. He looked around and thought, our team members are students with pre-intermediate results, including Bellup, are the members with unstable results. Jin remembered his father. Could it be that someone had proactively suggested this? He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking to himself, proposal, if the story of my fight with Bellup was reported to my father, then this mission was probably to test me, right? Suddenly Jin said coldly, okay, father, I will definitely show you my firm belief. 3 days later, the southern border area. The goal of this mission is to find the heir to the Jin Kingdom family. Semberville. We will set up a guard camp in the center of the southern border. When we get there, once prepared, once completed, each team will begin searching. Jin thought to himself, and shared information by sending people to the camp during a predetermined time of the day. People would not call the young master, but the commander. The wounded, stay in camp, rest if necessary. The group of people in the team and Jin ran like crazy on the dusty road. Jin ran quickly forward thinking, that's it, let's hope the scout leader still survives. After waiting a while, he ran to a safe place. Bellup reported, Commander, Eddington saw the monster of the Watertail tribe. Jin took off his hat and said, Watertail tribe. He pictured something cute and said, since they're just a healthy tribe that avoids predators, we probably won't enter the White Wolf tribe nearby. Then he turned to look at Bellup and said, okay, Bellup, because you will be slowed down by the snow, depart for camp 2 hours early and return to Area 13. Bellup respectfully said, yes, understand Commander. After finishing talking with Bellup, he turned to tell everyone that the rest of the people were searching for Area 13. Yes Commander, the team member replied. Jin looked around for a bit and then thought to himself, I have a bad feeling about this. His father has issued a direct mission, but things shouldn't go too smoothly. Or maybe I just misunderstood that he wanted to test me with this mission. At this time, a few blue-green creatures of the Watertail tribe appeared from nowhere and said sarcastically, all husbands are poor. One of them climbed onto the head of its fellow, then held up a fish skewer and said, if you feel like eating, give it. Jin sincerely thanked him and said, yes, thank you, I will repay you later. Looking up at the already sunset sky, Jin thought, outside of Area 13, which is the land of monsters, elementary soldiers will not be their opponents. He opened the map and looked one more time and said, I don't need to force myself just to get results. I spent 3 days and nights to confirm the searched areas. At this time, there was a loud noise and someone ran to report, young master. It's Bellup, he's back. Young master Jin. Jin thought of the panic in Bellup's words. What's going on Bellup? Bellup announced in shock that the second team was ambushed. Jin couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. He quickly gave the order, all forces prepare to move. Bellup, how is the situation? He quickly responded, the second team has spread out to avoid the enemy. Everyone who managed to escape has gone to the guard camp to inform. Report the situation. Jin continued asking, did monsters ambush them? Bellup replied, no, they were ambushed by humans who confirmed it was 3 people, attacking Runkendell with only 3 people. Jin said incredulously, there is no way like that. I'm sure they have more people. Jin ordered. Eddington David, return to the camp to guard the surroundings, detecting that contact with the enemy is taboo first, please report as soon as possible. Yes sir, David replied. Jin looked around and thought, there are too many enemies here. He and Bellop ran forward, but what was their goal? They mistakenly changed instead of heading to their own place. I don't know who they are, but, after running for a while, Jin ordered to stop, preparing to attack. Looking at the bloodstains left on the snow, Jin thought, I'm sure they won't be afraid because they just put their hands on Runkendel's house. Everyone gathered around the spot where the blood was and announced that the young master had blood. Bellop stepped back and said, it can't be, Mesa already, is everyone in Team 2 dead? Jin reassured him and said, calm down Bellop, the color is still new. Jin bent down to touch the blood and came to the conclusion that there were no traces of falls or scraps of flesh. Jin could picture that scene. The Mesa people were trying to escape, there had been a battle here and the second team had fled. From the footprints it showed that only one person had ambushed them. At this time, someone announced that, young master, we found bandages left behind, which they used as Hufesters. Jin needed bandages and asked, good, where did you find Sierra? Sierra replied, in the west. Jin recalled the map in his head and said, so while being treated, the injured person was attacked by an ambusher and moved to the west after being chased. Then Jin stood up on his hands and said, Sierra, join the group with Addington and lean on them. Let's go, Bellop. Yes master. Without it, the two of them ran like flying through the forest. Then there was a sound. Jin stopped, the two of them hid behind a large tree. Bellop said, it's the team that loves the young master. Jin replied, well I know but. Looking at the injured people sitting there, Jin said, Mesa is not here. Not only that, the number of ambush troops has increased by 1. Jin knelt down for a moment and said, Bellop, close your eyes for a moment. After 2 seconds have passed, attack the guy on the left. Bellop held the hilt of the sword and replied, understood. Jin transferred a bit of magic to the sword, thinking that the characteristics of the dark energy that Murikan had taught him, the sharpness and destruction of matter contained in the dark energy increased. Then Jin quickly threw it back, front. The ambusher had no idea that the Jin's blade was aimed at him, he thought, and it had worn away the matter. The second team's men immediately stepped forward and beheaded one of the ambushers. The other guy panicked and said, what the hell? Bellop behind him swung his sword and slashed at him. That guy suddenly felt it, he immediately turned his head to look straight at the Bellop. He also did not step back in fear. Behind him Jin slowly pulled out his beloved sword. He came like a whirlwind to help Bellop. With a bang, the ambusher was overpowered by Jin. He walked him under his feet, then quickly turned back to ask everyone, are you okay? The young team leader of Team 2 called. A person with an injured arm spoke up, we're fine but they captured Mesa. A person with more serious injuries said, we're sorry, young master. Jin replied calmly, it's okay, priority is given to treating everyone, go first. The ambusher was pressed to the ground and gritted his teeth and shouted the word forgive. Jin coldly glanced at him and said, you are telling me to spare you. From your perspective, you seem to be the stupid apostles of Zippel. Jin pointed his sword at him and said, I will give you 2 choices. His whole person exuded a gloomy aura, saying, either you will die peacefully after revealing your faction, purpose and base, or you could keep your mouth shut and die painfully along with your accomplices. That guy was extremely scared. Jin calmed down, I will keep my promise, my name is Jin Runkendel, I promise on my refuge and honor. The other guy compromised and said, okay, please spare my family. He slowly said, I belong to a revolutionary group called Kinzello. Jin repeated, Kinzello. Suddenly he couldn't remember something and thought to himself, by Kinzello he means the terrorist organization that was active around the time he died. At that time, houses everywhere were burned by this organization. Jin thought to himself, the world rioted when they killed King Jin and massacred the people. They called themselves a revolutionary group, but the revolution that Kinzello talked about was make their king the king of the world. Jin coldly asked, you guys intend to start a riot in the Jin kingdom by killing Runkendel's soldiers? The other guy replied, I'm just a henchman, so I don't know that much. I also don't know where the base is, but my active label is located at the entrance to the monster land with about 24-star martial artists and magicians. Jin frowned and said, the last question was why he captured Mesa. He replied, it was to propagate and promote our revolution. There was an order to capture female soldiers alive. The person from Team 2 heard this and said angrily, you dirty bastards. He said, that's what I know. Jin took the sword and adjusted his gloves and said, I will keep my promise. He slashed down without mercy. The man's blood splattered on the snow-white face. After killing the remaining guy, Jin asked, how long had Mesa been captured, and the seriously injured man replied, about an hour or more. Jin nodded and said, so they are still near the entrance to the monster land. Went to request aid from the base after completing first aid. The brown hair asked, sorry, you plan to go alone, my lord? Seeing Jin turn around and put the sword back in its sheath, he said, the ambushers were 4-star martial artists. A total of 20 bellops also stopped him. He said, don't, it's too dangerous to go alone, my lord. Brown hair said worriedly, we are soldiers, so it's normal to die while fighting, so please. Jin sighed and said, like you said, Scott. But there was a captured soldier. Runkendel's son couldn't do anything. Jin insisted, I am stronger than everyone thinks, so obey. I will classify any opposition as insubordination. Also, Bellop. He solemnly told Bellop, because all the members of Team 2 were injured, he is now their strongest soldier, so, you have to keep yourself alert. You understand what I mean, right? Bellop replied seriously, I will remember, young master. Having said that, he quickly left, thinking of Mesa's entire body being covered in wounds. Jin thought to himself, please, don't make me arrive too late. The sky was full of falling snow. Jin ran quickly forward. He stopped to wipe the sweat from his neck and face and thought, our enemy has 24-star level soldiers. But my swordsmanship is only about 3 stars, magic 4 stars and dark energy release magic 3 stars. Jin walked deep into the forest. As he walked, he thought, the growth rate is quite good, but I can't deal with all of them at the same time in my current situation. Right now the top priority is rescuing the Mesa. Jin raised his hand. A source of blue power appeared. He silently thought, I will try to avoid fighting as much as possible and focus on searching for the Mesa. He bent down and spread the net around, testing the terrain. Jin tried to feel his hand, then everywhere around the plants, and if I followed Fawn's magic, I would stay. A stream of light gathers at a fixed point and points in a certain direction. Jin thought, heading towards the grasslands. Having said that, he ran towards it. They still hadn't gone far. Suddenly an arrow rushed towards him. Jin, quick as lightning to avoid all the arrows the other person said, was the Kid Runkendel. There were 3 of them who said, capture it. Jin held his hand and gathered a block of wind magic. 1 second later he threw it towards the other 3 guys. One of them was hit. A cloaked man said, magic, that Runkendel guy used magic. Another guy jumped up and said, damn it, just kill him. The Jin infused some magic into the other guy's sword. Then he slashed it so it broke into pieces. At this moment, the old man wearing a cloak, holding a torch in his hand, said, away from the mills. Jin stood still and watched the magic ring fly towards him. Then that fire magic arm began to fight against his hand. The guy called Mills saw that and showed a triumphant smile. Not long after he was happy, Jin bent down and swung the sword at his stomach. He was so startled he couldn't stop. Having said that, Jin turned his hand to catch the ring of fire that was wrapped around him. He yanked it hard and bent down to pick up the sword. The old man in the cloak trembled and wanted to hold on tight. He said, ignore it if fire doesn't work. He jumped his eyes to create a circle of ice and said, then I will crush myself with ice. Jin swallowed once. Then he created a protective circle to destroy all those ice crystals. The old man said in surprise, impossible. Seeing him approaching him, he panicked somehow. Jin stabbed a sword into his body, blood splattered all over his magic words. Then he turned around and walked away silently complaining, Kinzello bastards. He put the sword in its sheath and looked around, thinking, it seems they don't intend to hide anything, they've underestimated their opponents. Jin bent down to observe the footprints on the ground and thought to himself, they must have met someone else here and needed a tow truck to move. Jin stood up and reasoned, Kinzello is a group with proper rank, they will probably divide the loot according to rank. Jin walked, holding the map and looking back, thinking, they won't dare touch the reward for high-level people, it's the only chance for me to save the Mesa in the safest way. Looking down at the map, Jin thought, right now I'm at the mercy of the multiplying monsters, so their base is probably nearby. If so. Looking at the fire magic and ice magic, you just captured it just now they are surrounding me, I will distract attention and find loopholes to rescue the Mesa. Saying that, he used fire magic to create a loud noise. The fire quickly caught fire and burned brightly in a corner of the forest. Then Jin used ice magic to create another gap. He thought to himself that if he did this they would run out to put out the fire. Just as he guessed, on the other side someone was shouting loudly, there was a fire. What suddenly happened? Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, the high-ranking people ordered the lower-ranking people to say, "Where does the fire come from? Get up, prepare the fire immediately, water, bring water here." Jin Lap was right behind them observing them. Suddenly someone said, "Don't you guys know how to put out a fire properly?" A tall man among the high-ranking people said, "Magicians, please use your water and ice magic." Is that their leader? Jin filled an eavesdropping corner thinking, that is their leader. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, he rushed inside. The people outside were still cheering and screaming, the fire still did not go out. Jin was now behind that group, but that guy didn't know. He was still angrily saying, "Do you think you can cheat spontaneously in this weather? Someone must have set the trigger, looking for him." Only then did he realize there was someone behind him. Jin was quick to use ice magic on himself. Below was still very chaotic. The crowd was all together. "Move quickly, call the magicians quickly." Looking at the big man's body lying on the ground, Jin thought to himself, "Good, I found the right place." Opening the door from the outside, the firelight from outside illuminated the whole room. Jin walked in to evaluate a bit. It's quite cold, where could the mesa be? He saw a wooden door lying on the floor and immediately guessed, the bottom floor. Jin quickly ran down there to see. Sure enough, he saw the mesa down there. Jin called out, "Mesa." Her hands were tied tightly and turned around to call, "Young master." Mesa couldn't believe it and asked, "Why are you? It's very dangerous here." Jin calmly said, "Don't worry about me, can I go too?" Jin used his sword to cut off the rope tying the mesa. She replied, "Yes, but I don't think I can run." Jin heard that and replied, "Okay, I will help you stand up." Suddenly there was a very loud noise from above. Jin said confusedly, "What is that sound, young master?" Mesa called. She said, "Besides, can you promise me a word?" Jin said impatiently, "Stop talking, Mesa." Mesa said very seriously, "If we end up in a dangerous situation, just leave me behind. Young master is a very important person or else something bad will happen to you." Jin heard that, but still helped Mesa up and said, "It's too dangerous to go ahead." Mesa replied back. As soon as two people went outside, they saw a pile of rubble with human bodies lying around. Jin's eyes were extremely sharp. He saw 3 deep scratches on the body of the Kinzello soldier and was immediately sure that they were the work of a monster from the war clan. Mesa saw this scene and remained silent without saying a word. At this moment, a body reflected in the firelight appeared to have sushi fur. The white hand is clutching the weapon. Looking at the tall body of the monster Jin, he thought, Bo Bok Lang. Mesa saw that the situation was about to return or not, so he rushed forward and said, "Young master, I will buy time, so hurry up." "Young master." Jin hit her on the back of the head. The tall man of the White Wolf tribe waved his hand very impatiently and said, "These useless bastards can't even help with fire, there's no reason for them to live anymore." Below, Jin had already taken off his shirt and covered Mesa's body. He looked up very warily and the tall man of the Bokland clan said, "You are the one who caused all this, right, kid?" He twisted his neck and firmly grasped the weapon, looking extremely fierce. Jin stood up straight without fear and said, "Yes, I am the son of Chiron Runkendel, Jin Runkendel." He asked, "Say your name, you monster." The other guy saw that, then he bared his sharp teeth and smiled and said, "Runkendel, are you one of the children of the Runkendel family?" A few days before the start of the quest in Jin Kingdom, the mansion of the Runkendel family, Jin was trying out dark magic on the sword. Looking at the sword circling around filled with Jin magic was quite satisfying. At this moment, Murikin jumped up and kicked Jin to the ground, not forgetting to say it, "Idiot." He grabbed Jin's shirt tightly and said, "Do you want to die or something? I remember telling you, you are not good enough, so if you release your sword, you will only be attacked by dark energy." Murikin admonished Jin with all his words, "If you don't want to die from an overdose of dark energy, then stop trying to awaken your sword, understand?" "I understand," Jin said unwillingly. Returning to the present, the White Wolf monster said, "Runkendel, that's right, today is the day I hunted the most valuable trophy." He opened his mouth wide and said, "My name is Quajito Truca, I am a warrior of the Truca clan." Jin looked at Quajito Truca and thought, the White Wolf tribe, a tribe known for being warlike and bloodthirsty, the adults of the lowest White Wolf tribe are also a 6-star warrior. Everyone knows that the White Wolf tribe hates the Runkendel family, and the reason for that is that the first patriarch of the Runkendel family invited their god the Great White Wolf Javier to come and kill him. Jin frowned and thought, I can't completely escape from the mesa. Quajito Truca roared and said, "I will sacrifice you to Javier, so that his soul may rest in peace." He threatens Jin, Now choose 10 will fight an honorable match with me or you will be torn to pieces running away like a coward. Jin picked up his sword and said seriously, I will fight you. Kwajito Truka heard that and rushed forward and said, good, then you are a shameless Runkendel. The man swung his heavy hammer down and said, then let's have a good fight. Then the hammer hit hard on the place where Jin was standing. Jin quickly stepped back to avoid that attack. He held the sword tightly in his hand. But before he could regain his composure to respond, Jin was startled when he saw the hammer in front of him. Kwajito Truka's hammer flew around once and landed in front of Jin. He quickly used his sword to block. Jin thought with his teeth, he is truly a member of the White Wolf custom, I have to use all my strength to block his attack. Kwajito Truka pulled back his hammer and prepared to swing another blow at Jin. Jin's eyes became smaller, he thought through gritted teeth, but I still have a chance to win, I have a few trump cards that my opponent doesn't know about, magical pendants and dark energy. He remembered the sapphire blue pendant and thought, using the pendant now is not worth it, if I cannot overcome this danger, it means I am not qualified to become strong. Kwajito Truka was casting magic. Jin looked and thought, using magic is also inappropriate, magic crystal bags have no effect on people of the White Wolf tribe. Ideas popped into Jin's head, only to be rejected by him, and if someone from the clan was sent to investigate Kinzello, the bodyguards would immediately detect traces of magic. If that happened, if it happens, then the fact that I broke a family taboo will be exposed. Jin tried to resist Kwajito Truka's attack and came to the conclusion that there was only one choice left. Jin decided to use dark energy. Kwajito Truka roared and then swung a blow. Jin said, wind my sword, then he blocked Kwajito Truka's attack. Watching Jin retreat, Kwajito said appreciatively, good sword, Runkendel brat. Kwajito's face said fiercely, but it is not as good as your family's famous black sword. He swung a hammer again. Then Kwajito flew towards Jin saying, but you are stronger than you look. He screamed. Jin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, remember the feeling of releasing your sword that night? Kwajito laughed loudly and said, it's over, Runkendel. Along with your white sword, at this time, Jin transferred his good shadow energy into the sword. Kwajito said triumphantly, I will sacrifice you to Javier. Jin was extremely rushed right now, he tried to calm himself and think, I have to remember it now. The moment Kwajito rushed in was also the moment Jin's dark energy flared up. He was so surprised that he couldn't stop saying, ha! The dark energy had enveloped both the Jin and the sword. The connecting wires formed a trap to block Kwajito. He screamed, I didn't see anything. Both of them were standing still, no one did anything. Jin looked at the sword surrounded by dark energy and said, I also don't understand why my family is famous for their sword, I didn't understand until recently. Jin looked in the dark and slashed a line at Kwajito's body, he was both hurt and scared and said, what are you? Jin said coldly, that was a good match. In the forest, the pitiful scream of Kwajito rang out. Jin won spectacularly, he was breathing heavily. Suddenly Jin's eyes flashed blood and he cried out. The dark energy was reflecting back on him. Jin collapsed to the ground, he seemed to hear the sarcastic voices of his previous life, you're useless, you're so weak you can't do anything, what an idiot, it doesn't make sense of your situation, you're a disgrace to the world, family, even though they were born from the same mother, they were the greatest shame. At this time, a shadow came up and said, what did I say, this damn brat. That person is Murikan, he said extremely angrily, I told you that if you release your sword when lacking dark energy like that, you will pay the price, right? He sarcastically said, are you planning to crawl to the ground after being intoxicated by that dark energy? If you stand up, if you lose your reason, you will run out of medicine. Jin was extremely obedient and struggled to stand up. Murikan said again, don't you already know what to do? When Jin heard that, he felt pain in his teeth. He sat down to regulate the dark energy, he thought of releasing the dark energy. The corner of Jin's mouth was bleeding from his mouth, he gritted his teeth and thought, it's being wiped out by the surrounding dark energy so I can't release the dark energy properly, I can't let it be wiped out, let's try again. Jin coughed up blood again, he forced himself to calm down, again. After a while of trying again and again, Jin finally succeeded, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jin opened his eyes and looked around and thought to himself that he was over it, the pain was gone but that made me worried, my body was nothing unusual but I felt like I was full, dark energy. Jin trembled and wanted to stand up and said, it won't affect my movements, so I need to get the mesa back. Suddenly he heard a noise behind him, he asked, who was there? At this time, behind the rock, a blonde guy trembled and said, please don't kill me. Jin picked up the sword and said, you're a Canzello, so there are still a few survivors, right? The blonde guy quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, no, I'm not. He quickly introduced himself, I am a Semberville of the Ville family, in the Jin Kingdom. Jin said in surprise, oh it's you, I'm Jin Runkendel and I was ordered to find you. Sember heard that and cried and said, Runkendel, oh my god, that's someone from the Runkendel family, I'm alive. Jin just remembered the mission, he thought to himself, I forgot about this because of Canzello, I feel a bit sad, sorry because he was so excited. He quickly introduced himself, I am a Semberville of the Ville family, in the Jin Kingdom. Jin said in surprise, oh it's you, I'm Jin Runkendel and I was ordered to find you. Sember heard that and cried and said, Runkendel, oh my god, that's someone from the Runkendel family, I'm alive. Jin just remembered the mission, he thought to himself, I forgot about this because of Canzello, I feel a bit sad sorry because he was so excited. Jin saw that Sember was safe and sound, so he ran back to the mesa and brought her up. Sember said, I will never forget this debt, it's nothing, we were paid to do this, now let's go up, Jin replied. Jin looked at him and said, anyway, Sember, how did the Canzello group kidnap you? We thought we had to find a missing person. Sember replied, well I followed my lover here. Jin asked, lover, did you two run away? Sember scratched his head and said, not really. He said sadly, everything was because my lover passed away 2 years ago. Jin listened attentively. He remembered that woman, but from her face to her voice, even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything was exactly the same as when she was alive. It sounds crazy, but it's no way true, I got her wrong. Jin nervously speculated, everything was exactly the same, it sounded like the actions of Bouvard Gaston, the shapeshifter. You think about your past life, they kidnapped Sember for money, what relationship does Bouvard have with the Canzello group? This is the second time I've encountered him, I have a bad feeling, I should meet him in person to see, what kind of person is he? Jin was lost in thought, his repair workshop is probably located in the capital of Kurano Duchy, I should find an opportunity while I'm still in the intermediate training class, Sember said for a while, thank you listened without thinking I was crazy. Sember cried and said, my family will soon mobilize reinforcements, so let's go back, you even summoned the guardian knight just for this little thing. Jin's head hurts thinking, no not because of you, but because of Mesa. Sember said, Sir Jin, I will remember this meeting for the rest of my life, okay Jin replied. Sember said, if you need any help, please ask, Jin nodded and replied, I will do that. Seeing that Jin returned safely, Gilly said happily, congratulations on completing your first mission, young master, your nanny is very happy. Jin replied, thank you Gilly. Gilly said, you must be tired. I prepared the bath water, still thoughtful as always, Gilly. Jin was talking when a sharp gaze stared at him from behind. Seeing that, Jin quickly went to the Murican cat and petted it to please him and said, well, look who is this, my Nabi, are you obedient while I'm gone? Just 2 seconds after Jin touched the cat, it bit into his hand. Jin quickly knocked the cat into the wall, throwing animals is not allowed, Murican is a dragon, so let's calm down. Jin held his painful hand and questioned, why the hell did you bite me? Murican said with a lump on his head, you are crazy, there is a problem with your mind. Murican kept raising Jin's face and said, I have told you many times not to release soul energy, how many times have I warned you that happiness can lead to death, it is all for your benefit. Jin painfully wants to explain, wait until you hear me out. Can't be my cat, Murican changed back to his original form, he picked up the Jin and shook it left and right and said, is there something to listen to? Is there anything more important than the life of the only person who signed a contract with Sadare? Gilly saw his master like that and quickly stopped him saying, young master Murican just came back. Hearing that, Murican stopped his movements and turned to tell Gilly, who moved aside from the strawberry cake, this is a very serious matter. Gilly saw that he couldn't stop it and quickly said, yes I understand. So Murican continued to lecture Jin. Jin explained that, a cadet was kidnapped right in front of me, I guess I waited to see, I was worried that she might be in danger. Murican asked, still present what about necklaces? The moon is just a decoration, its meaning is 100 times greater than hanging around a person's neck. Jin escaped from Murican's grasp and said, this is too wasteful, who knows when we will encounter a much stronger enemy. When he heard the word waste, it was like lightning struck his ears, he angrily pointed at Jin and said, waste, Mr. Murican, Gilly called out worriedly. Jin is much calmer, is this so shocking? The angry Murican being supported by Gilly said, damn brat. Jin crossed his arms and asked, wait, but do it later when you know I have awakened the sword. Muraken's tears passed and he said, your soul energy increased from 3 stars to half stars, I am not blind. Jin tried to control the energy in his palm. I was really bored but the energy turned out to be a level up. Muraken said slowly, you should be grateful to Sadare for keeping him alive. He was helped by Gilly to the ground so he could sit. Out of the 10 people who had experienced soul energy overload, the count was now 11, let it go out of all 9 people had died. Jin calmly replied, I can contact one of the 2 as me, the other is Huza the first owner. Muraken pointed at himself and said, otherwise I would have died, Jin replied. He waved his hand and said, so Win and I are not that different, don't worry I don't want to go through that pain anymore, I'm going to take a shower. Seeing that, Muraken angrily said, that's love, you go ahead and starve him until he wakes up. Gilly replied, please allow me to step down and prepare food for the young master. Hearing that, he immediately lost his heart and thought, strawberry cake, that kid is so enviable. Moving to the meeting room where someone was discussing, Jin fought and hit a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. How could that nonsense be cleared up? Of course it was absurd, he was just some thief dressed as a white wolf, stop. The other person replied, how could a young 3-star knight kill the White Wolf mortal? The other person said, actually there is a way to do that. The person who spoke was Anne Runkendell, the 9th fortune of the Runkendell family. She propped herself up and spoke comfortably. The guy Jin faced had quite weak manners. As for Mu Runkendell, the 8th fortune of the Runkendell family said, but everything is still very meaningless and even more unbelievable is that you believe in its appearance. Anne glanced and said, isn't that right, hey Tona, Daytona? Both replied in unison, of course. Daytona whispered, do you think Jin really killed him? Hey Tona replied, it was a monster but that was too much. He said, the problem is not whether it kills white sticky rice or not, but that it is about to join the intermediate training class, Daytona said. He said, I think if Jin goes to intermediate class we will be finished. We both imagine the evil Jin saying, you fight me or me with ants or with fists. They both seemed very sad and said, how desperate, yes as above, oh fighting. Mew saw that and immediately said, what are you whispering about? Jin's transfer to the intermediate class scares you that much? Daytona replied, of course not, and also appears to be a part of the fun so just be honest with her, big sisters, let's go. Anna said coldly, because the thing I hate the most is the tongues of liars, it makes me want to cut off that part of my tongue. Hearing that, the twins immediately said, we are very afraid of Jin. Anne was excited to be a good person, do you want me to help you? Hey Tona replied, how? Anne said bluntly, we will specially lend the slaves for you to use. Hey Tona and Daytona were happy. Runkendell's intermediate class is essentially a battle for survival of qualified people, including a number of junior soldiers from the 3 provinces to the 5 stars. Including those who have just joined the class and those who have been stuck in the class for more than 10 years. Mew and Anne gathered a small number of returning cadets and tortured them like slaves. Anne smiled and said, you can use them to destroy Jin, we also hate it. She said, but if you don't make careful arrangements, you better anticipate the consequences, my dear brother. Returning to Jin's room, he had finished showering and was still drying his wet hair. He thought to himself that he had succeeded with his first mission. Joining the intermediate class must have been decided, and on the other hand, he had also achieved freedom. I believe in soul energy. He walked to the side of the sofa and thought to himself, to be able to use energy effectively he needed to reach 6-star swordsmanship within 5 years at the latest. Jin now raised his 4 fingers to think. The 6-star swordsman is synonymous with becoming an excellent swordsman and starting from the star will be considered a master of swordsmanship, but they are only special to ordinary people. From Beijing onwards will be called extraordinary and everything will completely change. Moreover, among the more than 2 billion people across the continent, less than 100 people are 9 stars or 10 stars. And there was only one person who could surpass that standard, the evil god of the original Night Field. After thinking about it, he clenched his fist as if to cheer himself up. Jin thought with distant eyes, in this life I will reach the level of origin, not beyond that. He jumped up on the sofa, so the first bridge to cross was his own advancement. The Tona twins were in the intermediate class. I had anticipated that even though I hadn't actually experienced it, once I entered the intermediate class, I would be supervised by all my siblings, not just my twin Tona. At this time, Gilly brought him food and gave it to him. Say, eat a lot, young master. Jin held the food and thought to himself, it's too much. Looking at Muraken who was sleeping soundly, Jin thought, the beginner class was only full of kids at the same level, so the atmosphere in the capital was friendly, but for an intermediate class, can't be soft-hearted. In a place where strength and skill are the only things that matter, there's only one thing you need to do. Jin secretly made up his mind, he will dominate the intermediate class with his strength. Early the next morning, Jin went to his mother's room to knock on the door. Rosa was inside, concentrating on writing something. She said, "Come in." Jin has changed into his practice clothes. "Mom, can you call me?" Rosa replied, "Yes." She said seriously, "I heard you completed the mission safely, the results were excellent." Jin bowed his head and replied, thanking his mother. Suddenly Rosa said seriously, "Yes, according to Petro's report. You refuse my offer of exchange." She put her hands on the table and said, "Even though you know that room only allows people who can become homeowners, since Joshua was still in use then it was still empty, from now on you can use it." Jin replied, "Thank you Mom, but I won't accept it." Rosa said confused, "Why?" Jin replied, "Maybe it's a good room but in the end it's just my room, because to me that crazy seems a bit too much, so I really don't want it." "What is it?" she asked. Jin honestly replied, "Yes I have decided." Rosa tapped her fingers on the table, then after a while she said, "Okay, you can go." Jin bowed his head and replied, "Yes Mom." After Jin left, Rosa stroked her chin and said, "I can't predict whether my youngest son is not greedy or too ambitious." Thinking of the swords always pointed at Jin's back, she thought to herself, what I just talked about is the elder's room, the room for the child who will take over Runkendell in the future. He should know that the moment he enters that room, it will have the support it deserves, but at the same time, it will be a target for the children who cannot take it. Rosa leaned back in her chair and said, "The boy must have realized that I was testing him, now let's see your performance in the intermediate class." After meeting his mother, Jin went to his old class to say goodbye to everyone. "From tomorrow I will study in the intermediate class and from the intermediate class there will be many factions." He got straight to the point, everyone would be considered my side, and everyone would have to endure all the pain and humiliation. Bellup and Mesa were silent when they heard that. Jin continued, "But don't be afraid I won't ignore them, they will stop when I completely conquer the intermediate layer. Until then everyone has to go together or at least 3 people even when not practicing and try to avoid going around alone." Everyone said in unison, clearly. Scene changed to intermediate class. Zed Runkendell, elder of Runkendell 8-star knight, younger brother of Siren Runkendell said, "Pay attention. This year," he said, 10 new people joined us and 27 interns withdrew. Zed said, "Newbies should learn the way of life of an intermediate cadet from their seniors. My job is to teach and grade swordsmanship. Except for murder, every situation or accident can be resolved by yourself." Jin listened quietly. Zed said eloquently, "Old spirit's what I want to teach." The students said loudly in unison, "Runkendell doesn't need weak people." They continued to chant, "Runkendell doesn't need weaklings." Shout many times so that new people can hear. Jin sighed impatiently and thought, these words are so full of malice trying to entertain us. He saw 2 twin brothers in the distance, they were also shouting slogans. Jin thought to himself, the guy standing next to them seems to be a veteran cadet, I don't think they selected him themselves, I wonder if they will accept the help of Mew and Ann. I'm sure they want to discourage new people. Mesa noticed Jin turning around, but I'll show them they were wrong. Jin stepped forward and walked in front of the group of old soldiers. Haytona and Daytona panicked and thought, what the hell, why is that crazy guy coming towards us? Don't mention that from today on we have Mew and Ann to back us up. Jin slowly pulled the sword out of its sheath. Then he advanced and slashed at one of the guys inside. The person's blood splashed onto Daytona's armor. And Zed's also looked over in surprise. That guy actually had one of his arms cut off by Jin. He fell down and screamed in pain. He sheathed his sword and thought, the one who needs to be warned is not me but you guys. Jin coldly ordered, call the doctor. Daytona ran to question, Jin, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly swinging your sword like that? Jin calmly replied, Cadet, what is your name? The other guy held his cut arm and said, it was Kajin Romello. Jin asked, do you know why I cut people? Daytona pointed his sword at Jin and said, hey, why are you ignoring us? Take out your sword again. Jin coldly turned his head and said, sorry, brother, don't you see I'm talking to Kajin? I'll accept it deeply enough but now shut up. Haytona saw this and immediately angrily said, bastard, why did you behave like that after cutting down my cadet? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly covered his mouth as if he had accidentally spoken. Jin smiled and said, my cadet. He smiled and turned his head and said, does this guy belong to your club? Brother, I only slashed him because he looked at me thirsty for blood. Everyone vaguely realized that this was it. Hey, Tona and Jin are facing each other directly, everyone can see that this is a power battle. Instead of being their little brother's best friend, they were taught a lesson. From the words the Tona brothers said, Kajin openly belonged to the side of the Tona brothers. So Jin's action wasn't just a random act, Ma became part of Runkendel's long-standing tradition of fighting for power, he just did something very bold. Jin said loudly, "Cadets listen, I am Jin Runkendel." He said frankly, "You guys can fix your ants towards me, or just mess with me like just now." He said, "As long as you show the slightest disagreement, I will not hesitate to cut you like just now." Zed then spoke up, "Jin Runkendel, the 13th youngest son of the family." "Yes, elder," Jin replied. Zed coldly reprimanded, "Do you think you are allowed to treat me like that in front of me?" Jin was not afraid at all but looked straight at him and said, "Yes." "Why?" did Zed say. Jin said, "Since I don't think I can compete with the two brothers, I'll fight the elder." Zed didn't expect Jin to say that. Zed moved his hand and said, "You treat me. That's interesting." He used magic to create a sword pointed at Jin and said, "Explain depending on your answer." "I could cut your head off right here right now." Jin did not give in and just kept staring at him. Elder Zed Runkendel's eyes were cold, transforming into a sword in his hand. "A battle between me and you. That seems interesting." He pointed the sword straight at Jin with a threatening tone. "Explain, based on your answer. I could cut your head off right away." Jin was not afraid at all, he still stood still in front of Elder Zed Runkendel, his tone was extremely calm. "You chose to use a very special way of threatening the cadets, even though I was in this class. I was thinking about it when you attacked me." Zed Runkendel couldn't hold back anymore, his whole body tensed, and he swung his sword in surprise. The sword flew past and rotted Jin's hair, creating a scratch on his face. Jin's face changed, he didn't say anything but just remained silent. Seeing Jin's silence, Elder Zed Runkendel asked in a questioning tone, "So, you're not happy about me threatening the cadet that caused this mess?" Jin replied hatefully, "Except for the part where I'm not happy, that's all." Zed Runkendel heard what he said and asked in confusion, "If so, you should have swung your sword at me. Why did you injure a cadet?" Behind Jin, Mesa and Bellup were standing there looking at him bewilderedly. Jin answered Zed Runkendel's question, "It's because I haven't won you yet. If I knew I could win, I wouldn't target the Kajin or my brothers, but you." He pulled back the sword in his hand and said, "It seems like you don't value your life very much, or are you just relying too much on the fact that you are the son of the patriarch?" Jin countered, "That's not the case. I don't think that staying inactive because the opponent is stronger than you is something a Runkendel should do. Losing life is just a moment, but honor is forever, isn't it?" After hearing that, Zed Runkendel immediately gave him a cheerful, stupid smile. He laughed loudly under everyone's gaze, he was so arrogant and stupid that it made this uncle laugh. "Okay, I'll give it to you, you truly deserve to live in the Runkendel family." Zed Runkendel shouted loudly to everyone, "Cadets, don't forget today, what you witnessed today is the performance of the Runkendel family. What this brat showed us today was special, symbol of our family's swordsman. Cadet, fight, don't forget your characteristics. Dismissed, training begins tomorrow." Kajin Romello's face changed color and he sat on the ground. Kona's brother sounded dissatisfied. "Ah, damn." Jin didn't get angry when he heard those words, but just reminded, "I'll give you guys some advice as my younger brother. Maybe now you are afraid of your older brothers and sisters, but will that be the case in the future? Don't just look at things right in front of you, looking far ahead will be better for you." Kona's brothers bowed their heads to the ground. At that time, Jin had returned home. Gilly saw him and immediately said, "Young master, you'll be home early." Murikin in cat form is sitting on a chair. Jin put the sword down on the chair and called, "Gilly." The girl carrying the tea quickly replied, "Yes, young master." Jin started narrating, "I have started the hierarchy war with the Tau Omicron New Alpha twins. But I think my two sisters, Ann and Mew, have their backs." Gilly was surprised, she was curious, "The two of them, was that true?" Jin replied, "Yes. I injured a cadet on their side. After further digging, it seems he was on my sister's side. Well, it's because he said something, now he's on their side. If she knew about this they'd be mad. First of all, he can't have a 5-star knight on his side, because people only accept people weaker than him on their side." Gilly was filled with worry after hearing this, but both ladies were lucky, there was an unwritten rule that bad luck only fought against bad luck. Jin comforted her, "It's okay, I'm actually quite happy that you started to correct me. This is a big secret for the sisters, but since they're all unlucky, there's no reason for them to beat me, chief. The only thing they can do is disrupt the distribution of members in our team and the difficulty of the mission, thanks to their luck benefits, making us more vulnerable to injury or death. Jin sat down at the table with his hands on his hands and continued, however, among the high difficulty missions there were also quite a few solo missions, and for solo missions, there was no one to supervise him. Gilly didn't understand. Jin explains, meaning I can use my full strength in those missions. Gilly is happy to hear that. If so, then this is a good opportunity. Jin replied, yes. We just need to be grateful to our sisters and increase our achievements. And I'm sure bringing a cat with me won't be a problem. Murikan was suddenly lifted up in panic. Oh my god. Jin looked at Murikan and said, but Murikan, I won't take you on a mission, because I have another mission for you. Murikan used hateful eyes to ask him, what is the other mission? Jin didn't answer right away but said, I'll speak next time, so from now on, until then, we both have to keep it low key. Gilly smiled and said, yes, young master, and Murikan didn't even look at him. Time passed. Jin was present at the training session. Elder Zed Runkendel crossed his arms and said to everyone, next, after the three of you complete your afternoon training, you will receive special training in a secret training ground that only allows people of blood Runkendel uses. Those are privileges for you purebloods, but don't expect the training to be easy. Okay, everyone replied, yes, sir. He continued, our clan's swordsmanship focuses on strength. It is destructive and without hesitation, fighting, winning, possessing. The characteristics of the Runkendel house are all reflected in our swordsmanship. There is no specific definition for our family's swordsmanship, although there are a few unique and secret techniques that only luck can learn. Jin stood there listening to the elder in front of him speak. Several thoughts appeared in his head. It seemed like his sisters were very angry. Zed Runkendel standing above continued to explain, this swordsmanship has no specific format, whether it be steps or rules. This is the biggest difference between the Runkendel family and other families. Do you know why our family's swordsmanship doesn't have a certain format? Jin volunteered to raise his hand to answer. Because of the unique physical abilities and talents the Runkendel family possessed, Zed replied, yes. Being a Runkendel means you have noble fox blood, you possess a body and swordsmanship talent beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if you are a little deviant, you are still much better than the average person. He suddenly smiled cunningly, the things you have learned are very easy and simple. Now I'll give each of you a steel ball. Jin held the steel ball in his hand and thought, what is this? There is something inside. Is it steel? Zed introduces it. It's called clear stone, because when you hit it, a clear sound will ring out. Now I will let you hear 3 types of clear sounds, listen carefully. He pulled out his sword and tapped the ball directly. The sound rang out, startling the 2 Toner brothers, who quickly covered their ears. Zed asked, the sound is hard to hear, isn't it? This is the next sound. The sound this time was completely different from last time. Zed explained, as you just heard, the clear stone makes different sounds depending on the strength you use to hit it. If you don't slash hard enough, it will make a very dull sound, and if you slash it just hard enough, the sound will be wonderful. Jin finally understood, I understand, this is a training exercise so that every time we slash it makes a good sound. It means to train the ability to control strength, mental strength and concentration. If we take into account the physical abilities of the Runkendel family, this is a perfect, although quite simple, exercise. But even so, this is just a practice of continuously hitting to get clear. It's too safe to be a special training only for Runkendel people. Zed once again raised his sword high. Now, the final sound. Jin pondered, so what is the third sound? I can definitely hear the clear crunching sound from inside. Like that piece of steel. No way. Jin realized something, quickly ran to Tona's brothers and pushed them down, lying down. The sword cut the steel ball in half. A light emitted. The whole ball exploded. The sound of coughing rang out, and the 3 Jins sat up. Hey, Tona was still indifferent. What just happened? Zed happily complimented. Oh, the youngest son seems to have good intuition, right? Yes, if you cut the clear stone too hard, it will explode like before. Okay, now that you know everything you need to know, let's start training, he smiled cunningly. The steel ball exploded, the 3 Jins, and the Tone brothers sat up. The 2 Toner brothers looked bewildered, still not understanding what was going on. Hey, Toner rubbed his head. What is it? Elder Zed Runkendel complimented Jin. Oh ho, young master has really good intuition, huh? That's right, if you put too much force into the pure stones, it will explode like this. Jin stood up. Zed continued, after Luna, you are the first person uninjured from the explosion. He rubbed his chin and said, "Most of your brothers were taught by me. Simple drills like this are just a formality. I don't expect much of anyone to escape the explosion." "Sorry," Jin suddenly raised his hand and asked in confusion, "So how did Hai Luna get the explosion?" Tona's brothers are also curious. Zed thought for a while before answering. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you hear that. All the foster siblings can do it," Jin exclaimed. "It's okay." Zed recalled the past when he did the same thing to Luna. "To be honest, she couldn't avoid it like you. Her foster sister was also attacked by explosions like the other children. But she wasn't hurt at all because she was so strong." Luna raised her hand to avoid the explosion, but there were no scratches on her body. After finishing speaking, Zed instructed the three of you, "By the way, from today, you three must practice with pure stone every day in the afternoon." Jin and Tona's brothers listened, their bodies stiffened in disbelief and their eyes widened. Zed continued to inform them regardless, until he was so proficient that he could hear its sound no matter what. Then he stopped. "Is that clear?" The three people immediately replied in unison, "Yes, clear." This time, at Luna's place. The nurse brings tea to Luna, who is sitting on the chair reading a book. "Miss," Luna then gently replied, "Ah, Nanny, thank you." The nanny put the teacup on her table and asked, "What you told me last time?" Luna found the book she was reading and put it on the table and answered, "Yes, about us brothers trying to assassinate Jin." The nanny sat down on the chair and continued, "Yes, now Lady Mew and An already suspect me. They also know Master Jin very well, so the possibility is very high." Luna thought for a moment and then replied, They acted a bit recklessly, but for no purpose. Were they crazy enough to attempt an assassination in the arena? They are forbidden from participating in the inheritance war with Runkendel anyway." Luna raised her teacup and smiled wryly. "Moreover, if father knew about their plan, this house would be overturned and their lives would be in danger." The nanny looked at her worried eyes and asked her a question. "Do you think it's possible that young Master Jin lied? What if it was just a mistake?" Luna didn't hesitate. "The boy is also 10 years old, so I think both cases have that possibility, and we have been investigating that case for 5 years, but we haven't discovered anything." "Where?" "I don't think Jin lied." Luna remembered how he looked at that time. "I don't know, but I'm dead if I'm cheesy," Luna explained to the nanny. "Back then he was very wary of me." "That's not because he naturally feels that way, I think it's because of his intuition. He feels it." Luna gently placed the teacup back on the table. The nurse asked, "So do we need to investigate Lady Mew and Anne first?" Luna answered, "Yes, thanks to you. Falling into a deadlock like this makes me very worried. This gives me a bit of a bad feeling." My mother's tone was pitiful. "I'm the one who should be worried. You'll be hurt by your siblings again." Luna just smiled and said, "Nanny, I've been through that 13-year-old thing a long time ago. You don't need to worry about me." She rested her chin and suddenly remembered, "Oh, is Jin doing well?" The nanny wondered, "About Mr. Zed's training." Luna's tone was gentle. "Yes, it's time for him to show you the results of eye training. Pure thatch will probably hurt him a bit, but he will do well. Watching him grow up makes me so happy." The next day, 4 hours of afternoon training began. Jin was so tired that his eyes were dizzy. He was breathing heavily, wiping sweat from his hands. Out of all the training sessions he had passed, this training session actually makes me see the file. Having to listen to the sounds of pure stone over and over again made not only him but also the two Tona brothers tired. Finally, you and the other two were allowed by Zed to rest. Take a 5-minute break. All three people came and sat in front of him. Jin's mind was filled with thoughts. "At first, I thought this was a training session to help me control my strength and will, but the truth was that it wasn't. From the beginning, I had to focus on trying to limit myself, control your own light energy. To be able to destroy pure stone without using it like you, I still lack basic strength. I have to practice to make my light energy even stronger." Jin held the sword and his hands were shaking. He was full of determination. He had to practice to be able to clearly hear pure Tan as well as easily destroy pure stone. "Don't rush, calm down." Jin tried later to regain composure. "This was just something my older brother and sister had to do when they were not yet adults in their previous life. I can definitely do it too." Zed looked at the three of them in front of him and assessed. All three of them are doing quite well and are gradually improving. Daytona held the sword and angrily questioned Daytona, "You just said it was cracked." Daytona was surprised. "This thing is cracked somewhere." Zed carefully observed Jin. His appearance was completely different from his two brothers. He exclaimed, "But the boy was the most special. Maybe it will be able to surpass Luna's record," he thought and laughed. Night fell, and Tona's brothers lay sprawled on the ground. Zed said hatefully to Jin, "It's so funny. Give this to your brothers, if they want to faint again tomorrow, they won't need it. Jin immediately obeyed the order, it was clear. Jin Tian went to the two of them and gave them the clothes that Zed told them to. The two Tona brothers put their arms around each other's shoulders and left. Zed looked at Jin, then looked at the backs of the two of them and judged. The Tona twins fainted later than he thought. After all, Runkendel is Runkendel. And the youngest. Thinking of this, Elder Zed was filled with indignation. Why is he the youngest? If he was born 10 years earlier, he could have become a talented person who would swallow up the entire Runkendel family. That damn brother, what's wrong? What a pity. Zed sat down on the ground, not wanting to accept the truth, no matter what he thought. What a pity, what a pity. 1 month later, May 1795, Intermediate Cadet Training Site, a guard reminded the cadets below to pay attention. The first mission of the year for the intermediate class has been issued. The cadets are called to step forward. The first mission is the protection mission. The employees you need to protect are new to the company: Minch Smithy, Houston Chosen Ones, batting. To the third mission. The third mission is to tame monsters. The subject of subjugation is orcs. The mission is located in an area that does not protect the Kurino territory, the Chosen Ones. The guard was reading and looking at the paper thoughtfully. Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Tymont, Kiko, Dushan, Eddington, Sierra, Phils, David, 10 people later. There were a total of 25 orcs. Orcs have a habit of moving in groups and together, so they are determined to carry out their mission. That's it, Petro will give you more details, goodbye. Mesa and Bellup saw their names being read, their faces showed surprise, their faces darkened. Daytona was also extremely surprised. A newbie was trying to tame orcs. The guy next to him immediately replied, "What can they do? Half of them are already dead." Prepare the coffin and funeral, especially the sarcastic Kajin who was injured in his hand. There was still some time before the mission, so it was time to write the will. Another guy was also full of ridicule. "Or you can go and beg the young master to save us, we are so scared." Tymont heard that and was indignant. What did he just say? Mesa quickly stopped him. "Let it go, Tymont, we can't defeat them yet, and it's not even the mission yet. Getting injured will be a lot of trouble." Tymont is dissatisfied, but Mesa, those bastards, still lack a master. Mesa couldn't help but scream loudly, "Shut up and stand still, have you forgotten? This is the Runkendel family. We must carry out the assigned task, and return after completing the task. That's the only way we can defeat them." Tona's two brothers stood in front of the pure stone to practice with it. Hey Tona now turned into a sword, raised high and aimed straight at Tuan Thatch. Tuan Thatch immediately broke in half, emitting a flash of fire. Hey Tona was surprised, then the pure stone exploded. Damned. A spark shot right to Daytona. He was reminded that Wei Huang was afraid to avoid it. Jin was also hit, but he couldn't avoid it in time and let the spark shoot right into his hand. He cried out in pain. Hey Tona saw that and quickly explained, "Hick, Jin, are you okay? I didn't mean it." Jin gritted his teeth and held his stomach. "I'm fine, can you take this somewhere else?" Hey Tona knew he was at fault and quickly replied, "Okay, I'm sorry." The twin brothers Tona Wei took then Thatch to another place, away from the place where Jin practiced. When he saw the two of them carrying the table and leaving, he could only shake his head in frustration. "It's been a month since we started training with Tran Thatch, and those two brothers have already blown it away, faster than I thought. But what is this feeling I just felt?" Jin looked at his hands, like the direction the iron stone was being attracted to. "It is sucked along the path of the arrow. Now if the iron stone comes flying here, I think I can avoid it easily. Could this feeling be possible? Related to Luna's training?" Jin looked at his pure core in front of him. He decided, before I forget that feeling, let's do it again." Suddenly the elder Zed Runkendel appeared and said to everyone, "Pay attention. You have been assigned a mission." At this moment, the two Tona brothers had dissatisfied faces and did not accept the truth. That event. Hey Tona cried out, "Why is it a Bement Empire? I already feel nauseous and depressed." Daytona sat down on the ground, covering her face and scratching her hair, revealing all her clothes for the event, very tight. Zed also sympathizes with them. "My condolences to you. Thanks to you guys, the other sisters don't have to dance at imperial parties anymore." Jin could only sigh. Elder Zed continued speaking, "But even if it's an event, it's still a mission. How dare you complain?" Zed used a sharp tone to lecture the two of them. "With such an attitude again, I will show you what it is like to really want to die." Brothers Tona short tears long tears. "Sorry uncle." Jin was busy thinking, Mew and Anne had malicious intentions, to punish them for not being good at swordsmanship. It's hard to believe they were invited to the imperial event. Zed also warned the twins Tona, because this is a big event that the Runkendell family can hardly refuse, there will be very powerful people there to entertain, come and watch them go, see if they can learn. Okay, Tona brothers replied in a trembling tone, yes. After reminding the two elders, Zed turned his eyes towards Jin, and Jin, he replied, yes sir. Zed took the mission and read it for a while. The mission given to you is assassination of a key character, the target being the recreational toy of the owner of the ice castle, Talaris, one of that woman's lovers. When Haytona heard his mission, he was surprised and his eyes widened. Elder Zed asked, do you know about the ice castle and its owner? Jin replied, yes sir. Ice castle refers to the giant tower rising in the middle of the sea in the west of the continent. Owner of the ice castle refers to the person who owns that place. The owner of the 51st ice castle, Talaris, is nicknamed the Stars of the Abyss. She was famous for brutally tormenting those who dared to touch her lovers. Zed told Jin, the ice castle is an independent force beyond the control of Runkendell or Zippel. You know how strong the ice castle and its owner are, right? The name of the assassination target is Alcaro Chenderer. Currently the clan castle member is his guard. And he is in the Darmalis region. Mimit, Tona's brothers suddenly lost their math skills. What, Mimit? They began to whisper loudly to each other. Daytona exclaimed that it was the guardian knight's duty to come to Mimit. Haytona quickly responded, even though Jin is talented, is this too much? The person who carried out the mission, Jin, didn't even have the same appearance as the two of them. Jin asked, Uncle, I have a question. The person who gave this quest is the Chenderer family. So does the Chenderer family want to write their own descendants? Elder Zed crossed his arms and said, yes, it seems the Chenderer family tried everything to bring him back, but all failed. They probably thought it was better to kill him than let him reveal the family secret. So do you think you can do this mission? Jin's tone was confident, I will do it. Zed was surprised, why are you? He looked at him and thought, this guy, doesn't he know about the ice castle and Mimit? Why did he agree immediately? I thought I would tell him that if he resisted. Zed sighed and then bowed, that's it, being decisive is good. He reminded Jin and Tona brothers, all three will depart 2 days later. The two Tona brothers were full of doubts and asked, Uncle, Jin really came to Mimit? Zed said, why stop him if he wants to? Afternoon training will be cancelled until the end of the mission. Personal training will be limited so as not to interfere with the mission. The Tona brothers said in unison, yes. Jin said coldly, okay, Uncle. Haytona turned her eyes towards Jin and stammered, hey, Jin, the youngest uncle. He looked at the two of them. What? Haytona excitedly advised, if necessary, say you are. Runkendell family, Daytona also continued, yes, no one dares to touch you. Jin hated looking at the two of them. What is this, taking care of you and all that? The two of them heard it and immediately stopped and quickly protested, no, when will we worry about you? That's right, we will deal with you so don't die until then. Jin approached Tuan Thatch, he held the sword in his hand and stroked it, then said, guys, when I come back, change your mind. He cut the sword through the pure stone. Tona's brothers were scared and worried that everyone would hug each other. Suddenly, Jin smiled and asked the two of them, do you like me or me? Before the two could answer, Zed suddenly said, hey Tona, Daytona. Like the youngest guy said, get ready and don't tease him before you're strong enough. If you want to live long. 2 days later, Bellup asked in a worried tone, young master, you will go to the Darmalis area Mimit? He quickly replied, yes, but she was still a little worried, but the master, human hair color. Jin explained, I will disguise myself, I cannot be recognized as a Runkendell, T. Before leaving, you told Mesa that my mission is different from yours, so I will go to a different portal. I have to go through all immigration procedures. Yours is a horse replacement mission, right, Reverend Mesa? Yes. Seeing everyone's tired faces, he immediately wondered, you guys look so gloomy, is something wrong? Mesa replied, it's nothing, we just wanted to say goodbye. Jin was a bit surprised, what's the point of saying goodbye, as if this was our first time meeting each other? Well, if we weren't lucky maybe some people would die. But worrying about doing it won't change anything, right? So we should focus on the task at hand. We will definitely come back. Don't worry too much. Bellup had to give a forced smile. Yes, young master, please be careful. He quickly replied, yes, see you later. Muriken was held in Gilly's arms and exclaimed, so cute. Jin advised, right, please protect them. Muriken is full of confidence, don't worry I am. Before he could finish speaking, Jin interrupted, don't get caught, and don't stand out too much. Muriken jumped out of Gilly's hand in disgust, oh my god, This kid, you should be careful not to get caught, and don't subjectively rely on the disguise. I'm leaving. Jin happily waved goodbye. Gilly saw Murikan and left and immediately said, Mr. Murikan is not here, so I will do this quietly. Jin took the horse in his hand and said, consider taking a break, Gilly, I'll bring the gift back. Gilly's tone was worried, but about the mission to assassinate the Ice Castle owner's lover, I'm still very worried. I know the young master is not an average cadet, but Mimit is still a very dangerous place. Please travel carefully. Jin climbed on the horse. Okay. We will come back. In the Dharmaless Mimit region, where the lowest criminals gather. A house, there was a big guy holding a hammer in his hand, opened the door, walked in and said loudly, hey bastards, I just got here, why don't you say hello? The person on the other side heard it and immediately said, well, who is this? Is that Thonk? Are you running away again? This place is the holy land of those undisciplined criminals. They gathered together, each holding a beer in their hand. The guy named Thonk came in happily playing with his friends. That's right, I'm back. Rumor has it that she was influenced too much by those terrible people here. So even the stork cannot grow. Suddenly, in that house, a noise rang out, the door opened, and Jin appeared with blue eyes. The guys in the house saw him and were extremely surprised, not knowing who this was. Someone is honest. Jin went to the drink counter and took out a silver coin and ordered the owner to order cold water for a simple dish. The thunk saw Jin's attitude and immediately walked over and grabbed his shoulder. Look at this guy. You're such a strong newbie. Who are you? A traitor level 9 knight. Jin's eyes were still cold as before, not bothering to answer his question. The thunk couldn't hold back any longer and gritted his teeth and threatened, hey, newbie, aren't you the one who should learn about our laws if you just arrived? Now quietly kneel down. And lick my toes. Jin couldn't listen anymore. He pulled out a knife and slashed it across his chest. Blood splattered on the table. He was suddenly attacked and fell to the ground. Jin stood up. His cold eyes looked at the shop owner. He slammed the knife on the table and asked, how long do you want me to wait? Everyone here looked at him with wide eyes. Right after that the atmosphere became so cheerful. I'm so dead, I knew this day would come. They started raising their beer glasses to chat again. Jin saw the situation in front of him and remembered, as the master said, this place is full of genuine crazy people. To be accepted by these criminals, you must show them skill and courage. Jin exclaimed, that day helped me a lot both in this life and in the past. I hope one day I can repay you, master. The shop owner brought him a glass of water and a plate of cake. He also told Jin, I won't poison him. Jin looked at him with his chin in his hand and said, poison is banned here, I at least know that. The shop owner was a bit surprised and asked, you're young but you know so much, do you have family here? Jin placed a gold coin on the table and reminded him, it's none of your business. The shopkeeper picked up the gold coin on the table and asked, what do you want? Opium, I have this really good stuff that's been selling out lately. Who are you two looking for? Jin took the fork and nonchalantly replied, the latter. Is there anyone named Hister here? The innkeeper thought for a moment then shook his head confidently, no, I'm sure. Jin continued to ask, I understand. In that case, can you suggest me some places to spend the night? Prioritize places that are not full of bugs. The shop owner looked at him. There was a place that fit that criteria. There was a motel named Moon Well in the west of the city. That's where Mimit's king lives, so there's no need to cause chaos there like just now. Night falls, at the Moon Well Motel, West Mimit. Jin covered himself as he walked and thought, Alkaro Chenderer is the trash son of an earl. He grew up in a glass cage, does not know what hardship is, he is crazy about pleasure and joy, he does not nothing but blood and face, must be a madman who bows to the strong and tramples on the weak. The reason he is in this dangerous city is to attract the attention of the mysterious castle owner, whose mind is occupied by his new lover. This is the motel he is staying at. The guy who said earlier said there was a new drug at Mimit, must be doing drugs in the room. Since he was one of the mistresses of the mysterious castle's owner, he certainly had a guard by his side. Jin from the front door of the motel, he took off his hat and walked inside. I should start by taking stock of the situation in the room first. Inside there is a fight. In front is the person Jin is looking for, none other than Alkaro Chenderer. He's quarreling with his guardian. Why? Why do you say you can't do it? I didn't see any problem in raising it yesterday when I got it for you. Jin saw the person in front of him and immediately exclaimed, today must be my lucky day. Who would have thought that he could meet the customer right away? His guard explained, we can't let you continue like this. The Alkaro Chenderer refused to sit still and shouted, damn it, come on, I'm begging you, I can't live for an hour without that thing. The guard firmly said, no is no, young master, always remember that our job is to protect you, not to follow your wishes. He angrily pointed at the guard. Shut up, I don't want to hear anything more, stop talking. If you don't give me that thing now, I'll have my own way. When you're in trouble, I'll remember your faces. I just need my love to return, and you'll surely die. The guardian could only sigh sadly. Alkuro Chenderer saw that and was even more annoyed. Why, how dare you sigh in my face like that? Those horrible, dirty barefoot people, in the Chenderer Guild, we are. The two guards looked at each other and nodded. He was immediately stabbed in the stomach. The guard complained, well, how much longer do we have to protect this bag of grass? I wish he would die of addiction. Why did he keep this lowly thing alive that day? Seeing that his guardian friend was a bit too talkative, another guardian immediately reminded him and remained silent. Our job is to do exactly what we are told. Doing things based on our emotions is unacceptable. Finally, a guard carried the Alkuro Chenderer on his shoulder and went up to the room. Jin looked at their silhouettes and assessed. His bodyguard seemed to be at least a level 6 swordsman. Killing Alkuro would be as easy as breathing. The question is what will happen next. I have to find a way to trick him out and then safely escape from his guards. Jin stood in a dark corner thinking, in Mimit, using poison is a taboo. If I use Locke to assassinate him, all of this Mimit will stand up against me, but his bodyguards are the enemy, great obstacle to killing him and me. How to secretly kill Alkuro right in the moon well. Suddenly, Jin slammed his hand on the table with a determined voice. Okay. I've decided. Early the next morning, outside the Moonwell Motel, a woman led her 2 bodyguards. The girl asked the 2 guards how many guards that guy had. 2 bodyguards covered their faces and said, 6 people, lady. 2 bodyguards covered their faces and said, 6 people, lady. The girl saw the piece of paper in her hand and said in a sincere tone, apologizing, it was just a bastard who didn't know his place that made everyone have such a hard time. The guard said happily, but today we'll put an end to that, right? Miss has personally come here to make things easier for us. The girl immediately explained, it's true, I can kill a guy like you anytime you want. You said he lives in the moon well, right? Let's hurry up. Good news should come soon, the guard respectfully replied, yes, ma'am. At what time in the sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and hit the Moonwell Motel. Everyone saw this and quickly covered their faces with their hands. The guard immediately advised, Miss, that is the direction to the Moonwell. That lady didn't understand what happened. What the hell? Looks like we chose the wrong unlucky day. Jin slammed his hand on the table with a determined tone, okay. I have decided. Jin walked up the stairs back to his room. He smiled as he walked. I will terrorize the moonlight with magic from my room. I'm only a 4-star, but if I had more soul power, I can create destructive power equal to that of 6 stars. That spell would make them mistake the transfer candidate for a 6-star magician. Who would suspect a 15-year-old boy of being a 6-star magician? No one, not even Biradan Zipfel, who had just passed to the continent. Jin returned to his room. He took off his cloak. He still couldn't get out of his thoughts. Thanks to the characteristics of the soul's power, there wouldn't be any signs that he was the corpse. Permission, no one will doubt you. Jin put his robe down on the bed. He raised his hands and calculated a bit. To make it look like an attack from outside, summoning lightning was probably the most suitable spell. A black light appeared under Jin's feet. It slowly covered the whole room. Jin raised his hands in front of his face and said, releasing his spiritual energy. He seemed to be immersed in space covered in black. A flash of blue light appeared in his hand. Jin's tone was full of surprise. I really am. Devised a terrible plan. His whole body was covered by that light source. He had an extremely confident smile, summoning thunder and lightning. Outside the Moonwell Motel, lightning fell from the sky straight into the motel. Everyone has been extremely surprised lately. The girl with white hair was extremely surprised. What's the matter? It seems I chose the right bad day. The girl speaking is Cirrus Erdoma, captain of the Seven Sword Palace, daughter of the Sun Palace. The thunder and lightning were extremely terrible. The motel was damaged by a huge impact. Cirrus's guard quickly pulled her back and announced that it seemed that someone from the Moonlight Well had angered a high-ranking magician. Cirrus completely agrees with this thought. It seems to be true. But it could also be an attack aimed at the secret palace. Cirrus explained the reason. Inside the inn there were 6 of us, not to mention Mother's lover, Alkuro there. Cirrus ordered his 2 guards, let's go. I don't care what happens to that Alkuro. Miss Tian's situation is critical of me. The 2 guards immediately said in unison, obeying orders, miss. The sky was covered in black, and lightning flashed once again, shooting straight towards the Moonlight Well Motel. The ground is broken. Many people hurriedly ran away without forgetting to curse. Damn, which trash did this? Hey, bastard, he just said he killed Zepful's magician before, what if they take revenge? I made that up. A Cirrus guard risked his life to rush forward. She quickly stopped. Wait, Hiten. It turned out that the guardian's name was Hiten. The lightning continued to shoot continuously, causing all the tables and chairs in the motel to fall into pieces. Cirrus and Hiten were getting closer inside. What was going on? Cirrus guessed that strong impact must have been the last attack. Hiten immediately responded. My subordinates agreed, lady. Cirrus is filled with worry, hoping everyone is safe. At this moment, Jin clung to each rock to stand up, otherwise, he was extremely tired and panting. He guessed that, perhaps because the boss mixed all his spiritual energy, it was close to falling in love. Jin's necklace was now glowing. I was lucky to avoid serious damage thanks to the pendant. It seems that all the palace guards are still alive, but where is Alcaro? If he is still alive, it will be a good opportunity for me. While looking around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jin. Cirrus walked over and stared at him. Is there someone the same age as me at Mimit? Are you okay? Turns out you were also caught up in the attack. Jin keen is not enough, Cirrus said to Jin. You two let's get out of here. Stand up. Hiten appeared right behind her and reported, Miss, our people are over there, they are injured, but still alive. Cirrus breathed a sigh of relief, then good, gather everyone outside. If they are still protecting Alcaro, order them to deal with him. Hearing the word Alcaro, Jin was surprised. Hiten replied and obeyed, Miss. In addition, Cirrus also reminded that those attacks are similar, definitely the masterpiece of the same person. If you find a certain magician, immediately tie them up. Hiten immediately received the order. Jin was looking closely at Cirrus and thinking, isn't she the daughter of the palace master? Listening to the conversation between the two of them, it seems like she came here to take care of Alcaro. His death has been arranged. I don't need to check his situation anymore. The problem lies in the developments behind the scenes. It'll be troublesome if she remembers my face. I'll disguise myself as much as possible and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Jin quickly used his hand to fix his hair. Another guard suddenly reported to Cirrus, sorry, lady, Alcaro was already dead and was attacked. The subordinates did not fulfill their escort duty. Cirrus heard that and exclaimed, really, that's good news. I came to free you from that task, having to keep an eye on that idiot for a long time. It's been hard for you. The guard was a bit surprised, Miss. Suddenly, Cirrus pulled out his sword and raised it up high and said loudly to everyone. Secret will also temporarily requisition this in. I am Cirrus Erdoma, daughter of Talaris, master of the secret palace, captain of the Seven Swords secret palace. Anyone who objects will be considered an enemy of the secret palace. Everyone was extremely surprised. An old man spoke in a mocking tone, don't make me laugh, even if you invite someone who is the daughter of the palace's secret master, this is the mother. Another guy saw that and also spoke up, the secret palace dares to bypass the kings of this city to take over the current situation. You guys have overstepped your authority. Not to mention the reason why we are most likely attacked is because of the secret palace. Cirrus listened to them and was silent for a long time, then Ms. Dung raised her sword to attack each of them and protested. She used a threatening tone, I have clearly said that anyone who opposes will become an enemy of the secret palace, the king of Mimit. You think you can look down on the secret palace just because of the game of playing the role of emperor and lair of these scammers. If this attack really targets the secret palace, we will compensate adequately, but if that magician's target was one of you, and the secret palace accidentally got into that trouble, what would you do? Those guys immediately trembled and didn't know how to answer. That's it. Cirrus said with a cold face, I think that's fair enough for the secret palace to requisition this in. Those guys couldn't help it. Ha, okay, do as you want. Anyway, we're in the same boat. We have to find and kill the magician who caused the attack. Cirrus agrees. I also think so. For now, let's find the magician among the survivors. Not my people. There is no magician among the people of the secret palace here. No surprise. It's very possible that one of you scammers has messed with the dream book guy while causing mischief somewhere, so stop that meaningless act of resistance immediately. Then Cirrus turned her eyes towards Jin, and you? Why are you so slow? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Jin had a bewildered look on his face. It turned out he was a bit scared, not to mention my leg was injured, sorry. Cirrus took out a bottle of ointment from her body, happily so cowardly for a man, but she's a pretty cute swordsman. Here, pull up your pants. You are also lucky to survive the attack. Jin did as Cirrus asked and pulled up his pants. She took out the bottle of medicine and applied it to his leg. you also had the great Cirrus personally apply the medicine to you, feel honored. Jin suddenly asked, what should I do to repay this favor? Cirrus smiled brightly, unnecessarily. How can someone like you be able to repay this great Cirrus? Let's just consider it a beautiful memory, and occasionally pay homage to the secret palace. After applying the medicine to him, Cirrus waved goodbye to him and left. Jin also smiled and said goodbye to her. Seeing her leave, Jin changed his expression to become more serious. The mission was completed. A flash of light flashed by, a cadet was fighting a monster. The match was extremely intense. The cadet slashed a straight line in front of the monster's chest. The monster spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, and finally collapsed to the ground. This is the 18th monster. Turned out to be Mesa and Bellup's group of people. They and their friends were assigned tasks in this forest. Scott happily said to Taimont, let's go back together. Then trample on the honor of those bastards who dare to laugh at us. But then Mesa immediately reminded the two, Taimont and Scott. Don't be subjective, there are still 7 monsters left. The two of them immediately felt embarrassed. Oh, I knew it, Mesa. Mesa stood in a corner thinking, the orcs that always move in small groups are now wandering alone, so destroying them is quite easy. Perhaps the gods are supporting us, or Master Jin has received God's protection and positive energy also spread to others. Or Master Jin received the God's protection and that positive energy also spread to others. Mesa orders everyone, for now, to quickly continue searching, to be vigilant until the last minute, to be careful. At this moment, in a certain bush, Murikin showed his face and watched them. He walked out of the bushes with a tired tone, so they think there are still 7 left. Hey, if they catch more of them, we can go home too. A few days ago, when Jin's squad received the mission, a bunch of orcs gathered. Murikin in human form used his powers to threaten them. Everyone is here, right? Listen well, orc bastards, from today on, make sure you always move alone. If you dare to disobey, or gather 2 or more of us, I will send you all away, remember. If you understand, quickly depart. When Murikin spoke, his eyes glowed, and a dark shadow appeared behind him. The orcs received the notice that they had to do something and quickly left. At that time, returning to the form of a cat, Murikin walked leisurely while complaining, that brat always made me do troublesome things. What about a 1,000-year fake contract, what about it? The center of the universe, damn it. Murikin climbed up a tree and looked down at Jin's platoon. When I get back I'll force that brat to buy me a new manhua. In this body, we can only do so much. Complete the mission without anyone dying. Suddenly something interrupted his thoughts. Murikin's eyes glowed. What is this energy? It's coming. Just like that, some strange people appeared ahead. Murikin returned to his human appearance and cursed, damn, those guys appeared in the first place, I didn't think they would just come back like that. Fortunately, they are only about 3 stars, if they are Jin. That brat will definitely sense my shield immediately. Murikin used his mana, a black light appeared in his hand. Right after that, Murikin pointed towards the light that surrounded the entire forest, forming a shield. Bellup was sitting on a tree trunk when he noticed something unusual. It seems the sky is darker than before, it's about to rain. Outside the barrier, the thing was wearing armor. Murikin turned into a black dragon and flew towards the other thing. Murikin used a cold tone, how dare these people mobilize forces without our permission. Murikin looked at that thing and thought for a moment, it was not a living creature, but an ancient achievement. The giant guarding the tomb. I'm sure we dragons wiped them out 2,000 years ago. Furthermore, why are the giants guarding the tombs of the dead gods here? Whatever the reason, this reunion is not a happy one. Murikin said confidently, I will finish in one breath. Murikin exhaled a gust of wind, carrying blue light towards the giant guarding the tomb. The giant guarding the tomb cried out in pain. In just a split second it broke into many pieces and fell to the ground. The space returns to its original state. Murikin flew down to the ground and returned to his human form. He shook his body to relieve fatigue and then complained, because he hadn't used his strength for so long, his body was sore everywhere. The giant guarding the tomb gradually disappeared. Murikin stood in front of it and assessed, there was no way a giant tomb guard would randomly appear. No matter how many times I thought about it, I still saw that this was related to the Zippel family. What the hell happened to this world? I better keep it a secret from the kid, if something unexpected happens, I can protect him. Murikin rubbed his chin and predicted the situation. If the kid continued to grow at his current rate for 10 years, it will be able to fight against the Zippel clan. At that time, in a certain house, The door is opened. The man named Bubert Gaston is a shape-shifting wizard. He looked worried and said to the person who opened the door, Mr. Bishkel is in trouble, my masterpiece, giant tomb guard. The man who opened the door was Bishkel Ibriano, the leader of the Revolutionary Association Kinzello. He said, I have heard the news about the children being attacked by a giant guarding the tomb in the middle of the night. It turns out they were the ones who created the giant tomb guard. Bubert Gaston held his head. That's right, who the hell did such a terrible thing as destroying my masterpiece? Bishkel Ibriano said, Bubert, it doesn't matter right now. The guy who defeated the giant was a dragon, a dark dragon. I personally went to check the scene. After hearing this, Bubert was extremely surprised. A dragon? He was saying that the dragons had noticed our actions. Bishkel Ibriano explained, not sure, but I think they are warning us. Keep an eye on the surrounding situation for now. I will send useful people to you. We should organize a meeting with the Zippel clan soon. At this moment, Elder Zed Runkendel stood in front of the cadets with a bright smile. Good, everyone safely completed the mission and returned safely to Mehmet. You guys have already given this mission to everyone to face. They will definitely go crazy over this matter. Jin was also standing at the bottom with everyone. He sincerely said, thank you. After saying Zed to everyone, okay, all units, rest, the cadets shouted in unison, yes sir. Jin approached the place where Mesa, Bellup and Scut were standing. Scut was extremely happy. Young master, it was such a lucky day to be okay. Jin immediately replied, yes, everyone did very well. At the Kajin's place, his face was extremely tense. His friend said, have you heard? I don't know why, but on that day, a magician happened to terrorize the guest house where the assassination target was staying. Another guy couldn't help but exclaim, Mom, young Master Jin is so lucky. The other guy immediately complained, this world we live in is so unfair. That day not only was he a member of the Runkendel family, but he also had unlucky luck. There are some people who can't try no matter how hard they try, can go further than an average cadet. I don't know how strong those people are, but young Master Jin is almost 4 stars, and his new group of people are only 3 stars. Right? He looked up at Kajin and wondered, hey, Kajin, should we just leave it alone? Kajin gave a wry smile and answered, otherwise what would happen? Even if he was the youngest young master that people despised, he was still a pure-blood Runkendel family member. Mew, before Lady Anne gives the order directly, we can't. What was he saying? He looked forward and stopped. Jin was standing in front of his group of people. One guy was a bit surprised and then guessed, he overheard everything, It's impossible, it's so far away. Jin's face darkened and he seriously said to them, what a pity. But I hear it all, my dear friends. Their faces immediately changed color. Jin looked worried and asked, Kajin Romero, is your right hand okay? Kajin's face turned cold but he could only respectfully answer, it's okay. The medical staff said it wasn't difficult to reattach it, it's just, thanks to you cutting it so beautifully. After listening, Jin immediately continued, I see, but it seems like everyone is having a pretty interesting discussion. Kajin sat on the chair and replied, yes, the most outrageous thing we petty people can do when faced with Master Jin is to talk bad about you behind your back. I hope you will forgive me. Jin used a cold tone to respond to his words, well, it doesn't matter if I quit or not, because right now I'm still not lucky. Actually, this has nothing to do with you guys. Kajin is no slouch either. To be exact, wouldn't you be able to drag people like us out to fight with just one word? Jin was a bit confused. Why did I go to work like that? Kajin gave a contemptuous smile. Because I was acting rather insolent right now, Jin exclaimed, it's really annoying. Kajin's friend was a little worried and reminded him, hey, Kajin, what are you doing? Kajin stood up from his chair, is that so? In my eyes, seeing this young master being recognized by everyone after completing a mission that relied solely on luck is not fun at all. Jin's eyes were cold. It seemed like there was some misunderstanding here. The reason I said you were itchy was not because you mocked me nor because you behaved blasphemous towards me. Jin took out his sword in the air. Kajin Romero, as a 5-star knight, your skills surpass many other mid-level cadets. In fact, you are probably stronger than me. So why do you just stand there and talk bad about others behind their backs? I certainly said you could freely challenge me at any time. Jin pointed his sword straight at him. Kajin asked coldly, is that really okay? Jin replied, yes, raise your sword. There is no reason for you to be lenient with me. Let's make it easy. Kajin's face was angry. It sounded like he was suggesting we don't need to set limits on the use of aura. Jin said, that's right. Kajin also took out the sword on his waist and reminded him that he would regret this. He slashed the sword straight forward. Jin blocked trying to attack with his sword. Jin thought while attacking him. His attacks were really strong. But compared to the people I will have to fight in the future, it's nothing. Kajin's face was full of blue veins and he used all his strength to attack him. Jin gently blocked each attack. At that time, he was raising his sword high and threatening. Have you seen the truth? Young master, you are still too weak compared to me. He attacks extremely powerfully. Jin put all his strength to block it. Suddenly he realized something unusual. He raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach. I feel like I'm about to fall. Jin quickly took it back and kept attacking, otherwise the sword would have cut his neck. Jin thought, just like the day I was hit by Haytona's iron bridge, I'm starting to be able to see Kajin's attack trajectory. The number of subdimensionalities he can use to cut through space are countless. But a 5-star knight wouldn't be of much use. Especially when he is angry with me, his eyes will be blurred. I'll end this in just 3 moves. Jin used his sword to block his next path. Jin informed him one thing, I know every move you make, there's no way one can win. Kajin's tone was dissatisfied. He kept saying useless words like that, young master. He came to attack you. Jin blocked it well, first avoiding from the left, then a sudden head kick, then catch his final attack. An aura that a 4-star could never dream of blocking. Kajin was cut in half by Jin's sword and swung back. He fell to the ground. I can't believe what happened. How? That attack just happened for sure. Jin didn't let him think too much and completely healed the sword in front of his throat. Now I know how many years it will take me to reach 5 stars. Kajin's face sank in disbelief. You lied to me, right? I didn't know you were 5 stars. Jin's tone was sharp. No, I've never done those things. It's just that people don't understand me well enough. I will never participate in a battle if I think I will lose. Jin put the sword away. Suddenly the 2 Toner brothers rushed over and asked, Hey, what happened? Seeing the scene before their eyes, the 2 brothers were extremely surprised. What? How is that possible? The youngest already defeated Kajin. Jin coldly passed by the 2 of them, not too worried. The 2 brothers can't stop admiring music. That's right. After finishing that room, a voice suddenly rang out. Someone said he was crushed by the youngest child. I think we will believe it. Kajin's tone was timid. I really felt ashamed of myself. In the room were a man and a woman, none other than Mew and Anne, and sat on the chair and said, happy not to accept bribes or be lenient with him because he is a member of the Runkendell family. Kajin honestly, not at all, ma'am. Mew questioned him, what is that? Are you seriously telling me that a 15-year-old kid has already achieved 5 stars in such a short period of time? Kajin hastily explained, it wasn't just me, everyone at the training ground at that time saw it. The measured aura was actually above the 5-star level. Mew's tone was hateful, forget it, relying on someone like you is also my fault, go away. There were only 2 people left in the room, the atmosphere was silent. And suddenly said, is this the youngest child threatening us? Mew quickly replied, it's not just us, it's threatening this entire clan. In the youngest's next mission, we'll have to mix our own people in, too. That must be where it went, then when it returns it can only be a corpse. In Jin's room, Gilly brought dinner and announced, young master, the swordsmanship department is very busy, everyone is amazed by your achievements. Jin wasn't too surprised about this and just asked nonchalantly, really? Was the first master, father, and sister Luna, because only those 3 became 5-star knights at the age of 15 in the entire history of House Runkendell. Jin thought for a while, so 5 stars in real swords, 4 stars in magic and 5 stars in dark energy. I didn't expect to get 5 stars in swordsmanship. I just practice with pure thatch as usual. I have already reached 5 stars. Jin looked out the window, still unable to escape his thoughts. It seemed that when one of the 3 powers he had, namely dark energy, magic and aura, became stronger because the others were also affected, influence. Before that, when I overloaded with dark energy, I also opened up a flow of aura and mana. Because I'm the only one with all 3 powers, I don't have any information, but they're definitely linked. Jin suddenly looked surprised when he saw the flower placed on the table. He asked Gilly, did you put this flower here? Gilly quickly replied, yes, every time the jar is empty, I see flowers coming in, so I throw it away. Jin walked over to the table and pulled out a chair and sat down. He didn't forget to answer, no, there's no magic or anyone on it, so it's fine. Gilly replied, I know. Jin sat down with a thoughtful tone, anyway. When the news of becoming a 5-star knight at the age of 15 comes out, my brothers will become restless. Including Mr. Joshua, who was nominated to become the next homeowner. Joshua Runkendell, when Luna Runkendell gave up her first fortune status, Runkendell's second fortune became the top candidate for the next headship. With the support of his mother, Rosa Runkendell, he is now settled into his position. Muriken listened while sitting on the table eating Jin's food. Jin is still busy talking. From now on, hiding my skills is not bad. I decided it would be more beneficial to reveal my achievements. Because the news that I am a 5-star has been revealed, my news will spread outside Runkendell, and your story will definitely be published in newspapers all over the world. Muriken licked his hand and said, "Oh my god, look at our boy praising himself. I'm sure if we make someone the center of attention, our foster brother will be obedient." Jin immediately said, "Yes, more importantly, Dad will go to the Sword Garden himself." Hearing this, both Muriken and Gilly will not stop when they return to the capital. Jin speculated, father wanted another heir or something. Joshua, except for sister Luna, father was never satisfied with any of his siblings. But sister Luna, the only person who interested her father, was not interested in the position, so the investigation decided that she was not suitable to lead the family. After that, Joshua's position as the next patriarch was confirmed. Brother Diffus, sister Runita and sister Mary became the users. For example, this succession order was extremely stable, but things have changed for me to appear. Jin thought, Dad doesn't discriminate by age and gives everyone a chance, so he'll give me an order, just like when I was still in the basic ranks. Surely father's orders will include 2 things. The first is a challenge: can I overcome the age gap with my brothers, the successor candidates? Second is protection: my father doesn't want me to die at your hands before I've even taken the test. That's because I'm a special case. Gilly spoke up. If his story was published in the newspaper, he would be inundated with letters requesting visits from a series of families and groups around the world. Jin quickly replied, "You're right, to deal with those things in one go, there's nothing better than half of the banquet." He told Gilly that when the scores are checked, there will be a banquet, so Gilly, go get ready. In addition, Jin also reminded you that you must especially watch out for that Muriken. We will be ruined if we secretly turn into humans that day and blend into the banquet, you understand, right? After hearing this, Muriken was startled by his dissatisfied tone. Huh? Hey, she's a kid, I know. Neither of them wanted to listen to what Muriken had to say. Gilly obeyed the orders that Jin gave. I will obey you. Then she left. When she left, she also brought along a plate of strawberry cake that Muriken was half eating, strawberry pie. A few days later, still at the same table, Gilly was arranging some flowers in a vase. As she plugged it in, she said to Jin, who was sitting opposite reading a book, "It seems like these days the butlers are very busy answering official letters. Young master, when I asked for Perdo, the entire Bemet royal family also sent one official letter." Jin raised his eyes and asked again, "The imperial family of the empire, that's amazing, they must be very curious." Gilly informed Jin, and the homeowner sent the home visit schedule through Khan. That day was supposed to come a month later, and the visiting days of other families would also be scheduled accordingly, but the other young masters and young ladies were quite quiet. Jin still calmly said, "If they want to correct me when I get attention like this, it's no different from boasting that they fear or hate me, just because of my reputation." Definitely, while speaking, the butler hurriedly entered. His tone was urgent. "Young master." The day was assigned the mission, but the mission was Cologne ruins. At this time, in another place, with the lucky people of the Runkendell family, Rosa Runkendell, she was extremely angry and asked them, "Why do people like you who call yourself lucky do things like this? Dare to send the youngest son to Zippel territory? These damn bastards." The room suddenly opened. Rosa regained her composure. "You're here." It turned out that the person who entered the room was Jin. "Yes, Mom." In the room including Mew, Anne, Runtia Runkendell, the third fortune of the Runkendell family. Ran Runkendell, fifth fortune Runkendell house. Vigo Runkendell, sixth fortune Runkendell house. "Mrs. Rosa asked Jin, have you heard that your next mission is the Cologne ruins?" Jin replied, "Yes." Rosa heard the answer, nodded and said, "That mission was cancelled, I can't go to Cologne." When Mew and NZ heard this news, they were extremely dissatisfied. "Mother." Rosa immediately used her sharp eyes to scold the two of them. "Shut up, you bastards are only thinking of ways to kill the youngest son." Mew immediately confronted, "Mom, is it weird for me to kill him?" And also completely agrees, "Yes, honestly I don't understand why you're trying to protect him." Rosa's tone was cold. "What? If you guys keep talking crazy nonsense then that's it," and immediately said, "Both parents silently encourage the siblings to fight each other. Isn't it because our family needs competition? I'm sure you know that everyone here is competitive from a young age until they grow up." Mew continued, That's right, Mom. I was sent to do dangerous missions many times even though I was only at middle level. Rosa listened to the two of them talking silently for a long time before speaking. Yes, you are right, competition is necessary, no matter how it is done or what it means. But have any of you become a 5-star knight at the age of 15? Anne and Mew heard this and both stopped. Huh? Rosa continued, the youngest son is very different from you guys. If you achieve the same achievements as the youngest when you were young, I will also protect you. In other words, you guys don't deserve my protection. Looking at you like this, even if it's bad luck, I don't regret it and run to you. Ran and Vigo, since you guys are also strange, the three of you will also be responsible for the chaos caused by these two. Runtia will discipline herself now, and Ran and Vigo will each return a high-class family sword in their possession. Vigo can't believe it. Mom, what's the point of giving back a sword? Rosa replied, if I did it my own way, I would confiscate all of your high-class swords, so be grateful that I'll just do it that way. Rosa finished speaking, then looked at Jin, who was standing thoughtfully thinking, okay, what will you do now, youngest son? In a situation where we drag you but you are not involved. Will you pretend and I will punish them, or will you be content with this favoritism and become proud? Let me see how you handle this. Jin suddenly said, Mom. Rosa quickly responded, speak my son. Jin smiled and said, I really like this task you gave me. Rosa was surprised, do you know where the Cologne ruins are? Jin told all the information he had. Yes, it is a part of the Zippel territory that Runkendell family tried to take over in the past but failed. I understand that it is a dangerous place, but I has no intention of backing down in this fight, Jin said to his siblings' surprise. Jin told his mother, Rosa, that he really liked the big mission that the sisters had arranged for him. I know it's very dangerous, but I don't think there's any injustice. On the contrary, it's like a signal that the sisters highly value my abilities. And heard what he said, his eyes showing surprise. What? Jin continued, isn't that why they sent you on this mission? Rosa continued, very bravely, the two children were doubting their own mother. Jin didn't hesitate to answer, no, if the mission arrangement suddenly changes, it will make the people working for our clan think that our clan's class and strength are falling, steep. Rosa heard that and immediately explained to him, we don't have subordinates who dare to doubt the family just because of such small matters. Your sisters are simply trying to harm you. They are not allowed to directly harm you, confronted his son, so he used his authority to cause chaos. Jin thoughtfully replied, that's also the goal I'm aiming for, Mom. If I had to fight you right now, I would definitely lose, but I can fight back by completing this mission excellently. This is a war you have a chance to win. Rosa reminded him that just one wrong foot could cost you your life at Cologne ruins. You must be confident in yourself. Jin's tone was firm. Yes, and I have a small request. If I can successfully return from my mission, please give me the sword that you guys gave me back. When Ran and Vigo heard it, their eyes widened in surprise. Jin explained, I thought it was the least I could get as a reward, since Mom said this mission was extremely dangerous. When Rosa heard it, she was silent for a long time. Ran asked curiously, Jin, why do you want to keep the sword that we returned? If you need the sword so much, I will give you one of mine, so please give up this mission. I need to survive at least until Dad returns, Jin countered. What he said sounded strange. If you feel like there's a problem, shouldn't you have stopped Anne and Mew when they entrusted this mission to me? Rosa C interrupted and called everyone to stop. Then she told him, if you really complete the mission and return unharmed, I will give you your swords, and you can all go. Ran and Vigo are extremely dissatisfied, Mother. Rosa looked thoughtfully at their leaving figures. Because she was afraid that Jin would become someone like Luna, she trampled on the honor of other children. But it seems I was worried in vain. When Siren returns, he will be very proud of Jin's growth. Outside the room, and said hatefully, what are you thinking, daydreaming that luck is still on your side? Jin held the door handle tightly and replied, I don't know, you guys may not know, but I'm extremely unlucky. Anne was upset. Enough of that superficial attitude. This was not a personal mission, so she would never be alone during the journey downriver. Jin still uses a calm tone, thank you for your concern. See you all later. At this time, Jin was tiring when he met Kajin's group of people. His two friends immediately introduced themselves. Long-haired guy introduced first, we would like to introduce ourselves, young Master Jin, my name is Mail Haas. I will accompany the young master on this mission. The other name also introduced, I'm Rima Haas. Mail said, it was an honor to be on a mission with you, young master. I want to apologize for my previous actions. Rima continued, we won't let you down. What time does Kajin speak up? Me too. Jin just indifferently said, Okay, just consider everything as water flowing under the bridge and complete the mission well together, they immediately said. Yes, thank you young master, thank you. In fact, Jin's heart is full of hate and honor. All three are An and Mu's servants, so they will definitely stab me in the back when it's dangerous. Male said, let me tell you a little about this mission. Our mission is to steal the totems, the location is the Cologne ruins, and our detailed target is the 4 totems. Cologne ruins, which was once a place where thousands of indigenous people lived according to tribes, currently, that territory is under the control of the Zippel family under the Palan kingdom. Cologne was discovered several hundred years ago by the Zippel clan. After discovering the ruins, they killed and enslaved most of the indigenous people. Of course, the current Zippel family claims to respect the Cologne natives, but that action is only to save face. Although they were respected on the outside, in reality, they were just slaves. There are no policies to improve their situation, because the lives and rights of Cologne people are nothing in the eyes of most humanity. Jin could understand one thing: the reason Zippel spared the Cologne people's lives was to maintain the natural environment of that place and was a performance to apologize for past brutality. The Zippel family aims for reasonable rules, seeking voluntary obedience from those they rule. But in the past, they crossed the line with Cologne. At this time, Jin's group of people were in the forest. In the middle of the dark night they hid behind a tree. Jin still hasn't gotten out of his thoughts. The reason for being so obsessed with the Cologne relic that he sacrificed his reputation is because of the mirror relic hidden by the natives. The existence of the mirror is still confidential information known only to the Zippel family, but the truth was revealed before my regression, thanks to a brave journalist. The headline, written by that journalist, talked about Zippel's actions aimed at finding a certain relic. And the name of materialism received from the accusation of the native people is source of mana. Just by looking at it, some people were able to increase their mana stat to 7 stars. Using that relic, Zippel created countless mass-produced magicians. The Zippel family started making magicians in 10 years, which means they still haven't reached the source of mana. Jin tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, filled with determination. I won't let that thing fall into Zippel's hands again. Behind a house, the 4 of them talked quietly to each other. Male reports the situation. Young master, the magicians are returning. The location of the 2 of them is the gathering point for Zippel magicians, and the supplies we need are stored in warehouse number 3. It's not difficult to raid, but there will definitely be defensive spells. Kajin assured An, don't worry, young master, no matter what happens, we will protect you, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Jin was not moved by these words and was just indifferent. Bow, thank you for your encouragement. Jin advised that to ensure safety when we return, we must conserve our physical strength. Get some rest, we'll attack in an hour, Kajin replied respectfully, obeying the order. Jin took out a few pieces of food from inside. Each person took one. The 3 of them thanked him. Immediately began to take it and chew it greedily. Jin suddenly felt his cloak covering his face. Now I'll act alone, Dad, enjoy your sleep. After listening, all 3 people were extremely surprised and felt extremely dizzy. What do you mean, young master? What is this poison? All 3 people couldn't help but cry out in pain. Jin Bao, don't worry, it's just sleeping pills. They don't want to believe it. No, Jin just gave them a cold look. No damn, wanted to express clearly why you guys came here to kill me. In the end, all 3 of them were lying on the ground. Jin looked at them. I would be less suspicious if you guys just kept doing the same number names as usual. I guess dogs' instinct is to listen to their owner's orders. Jin entered the forest alone. Leaving the 3 Kajins covered in sleeping pills lying on the ground. It is also natural for a dog to obey its owner's orders. Somewhere there are 2 guards guarding a door. The 2 of them laugh happily at each other. That's why I picked up the bottle of pomegranate. While he was saying the name, someone suddenly appeared and attacked him directly in the head. That person is none other than Jin. The other household name was extremely surprised to see this. Who are you? Jin reacted extremely quickly to avoid that guy's attack. Then he flew around in the sky and landed. Right after that, he ran towards me and punched him straight in the body. The 2 guards were both unconscious and lying on the ground. Jin looked at them. There were only 2 of them. There seemed to be no other guards outside. Jin suddenly discovered that the door in front of him had a lock. Mr. Tian walked over and took the lock and assessed it. It was a very simple lock, not enchanted with any alarm magic. Well, sometimes they even have bonuses for factors other than the 3rd house. It seems like the Zippel family doesn't value this place at all. Jin easily opened the lock and went inside, just to take a look inside. Huh. What caught his eye was a magic circle, a probing blood magic circle. It is known to most people as a guardian magic to confirm whether the tester has that family's bloodline, whether it is pure, but in reality its use is to distinguish normal humans from ghosts, animal. It can also confirm whether this person has any epidemic disease. Jin knelt down and looked at it for a long time, so as long as it was normal human blood, it didn't matter what blood it was. Jin looked behind him at the two guys he guarded earlier. He quickly pulled out a knife and slashed it across a guy's hand. Jin used his hand to catch the blood that flowed out, so there was no need to use his own blood for anything, just leave the evidence. Jin didn't hesitate to throw the blood from earlier onto the magic circle. The magic circle immediately glowed. He said, "The first protection magic was quite simple. Now, where do you want to create that artifact?" Jin was about to go inside when suddenly a very strong light appeared from the protective magic. Jin tried to regain composure and reassure himself, "I used the blood of an unconscious soldier, so it was definitely normal blood, but the blood magic probe array was still activated. That means that guy already has some disease. Or it's not human." In front of Jin now appeared a group of extremely giant monsters. Jin quickly backed away, not forgetting to scold him, "Damn, what is this? You use silent wind." An extremely strong wind appeared. Jin was busy calculating, because if there was a magician nearby, that person would be able to feel the magic power emitted, so I wanted to use as little magic power as possible. The stories are different now. So, looks like I won't be able to avoid a fight. The monster screamed and rushed to attack him. Jin quickly ducked down to avoid the attack. He pulled out his knife and stabbed it straight into the monster's stomach. It was hit by a strong attack that made it scream in pain. Right after that, the monster used all its strength to attack him. Jin was thrown back. Damn that. He regained his stance and rushed to attack. Jin pulled out his sword and it was covered in a blue light. The two monsters saw that and immediately stopped attacking. Jin wondered, it seems you all know that aura is a very dangerous power. Suddenly, the monster that Jin attacked earlier wished the dagger on his body would come out. His whole body was not scratched at all. Jin was surprised to see that it could heal wounds so quickly. That speed of wound healing is usually only found in high-class demonic beasts. However, those two weren't demonic beasts. Just a moment ago they were human beings. This is the Zippel family's territory. Countless magicians immigrate here. Indigenous people are oppressed. And those mysterious monsters. Jin guessed, is it a primeval golem? Creating a primeval golem is a felony. Could it be that the Zippel family used this site as a laboratory specializing in forbidden magic experiments? The golem rushed to attack him. Jin thought as he avoided the attack, the primeval golems possess strength close to that of a 4-star robot, but that was all. Their movements were not as delicate as the highly trained 4-star knights. Dealing with them is not difficult. Normally, the magical weapon that is the primeval golem will not stop attacking no matter how severely injured it is. However, as long as their core is destroyed, they are finished. The head, the heart, or the body, normally lightning will be located in these three places. This point is no different even if a primeval golem uses forbidden magic to create it. Jin rushes in to attack. If so, then first. He stabbed the knife straight into the monster's head. Blood splashed, but it immediately recovered. Its strength and speed did not decrease at all, but increased. If not the head, then there's only one place left. Jin dodged past its body, a beam of light emitted. Something fell to the ground. Jin didn't hesitate and stabbed the sword straight into that thing, causing it to shatter into pieces. The monster seemed to have lost all its strength. Jin said, "You guys did that to your own kind." Suddenly another monster raised its sharp hand and rushed towards Jin. Jin reacted quickly and stabbed the sword straight into its chest. Its heart glowed and exploded. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. That spell was almost done successfully. It was so close. The monster lying on the ground was begging him, tears flowing from his eyes, "Please. Kill me." Jin's eyes showed surprise. He nodded, "Okay." Blood splashed everywhere. Jin thought, I don't know what happened to these people. But no one in this world will voluntarily become a primeval golem. Especially because once transformed, one will become a pawn with no future ahead. Jin slowly held the stone that was sticky with a liquid, carefully observing and calculating. Even if he spread this story, the Zippel family would just have to deny it. Creating a primeval golem is a high-level crime that even if suspected would be investigated by the Empire. First I have to get the evidence and then continue with the mission. Even with their power, the Zippel clan may interfere in the investigation process. Thinking about it, he continued to go deeper into the dungeon ahead. Anyway, I can't solve that problem right now. The magicians haven't taken any action yet, so that means they just think this is a normal warehouse. They wouldn't guard this place so loosely if they knew this place had primeval golems. That leads me to believe that not everyone at Kowloon Ruins is involved in using forbidden magic. He looked up at the platforms. There were different types of relics, covered with an energy source. He considered, the protective magic of this stone was quite simple. But on the bowl it's quite complicated. Usually it takes a lot of effort to cast a protective spell. But with the death of the two primeval golems, whatever I was doing here, the Zippel family had to hide it quietly. A blue energy ball appeared in his hand. Blended with it was a brilliant magical flame. Jin holds a different sphere in each hand, one of water and one of fire, two sources of energy elements that conflict with each other. Then merged into one, this was enough to create a huge explosion, sharp eyes. The words were quiet, I'll use some heat. Pyrotechnics. As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded the entire dungeon in front of him, destroying it completely and leaving nothing behind. On the other side, the people under Luna's command were being scolded. They were slapped by her until they fell to the ground. What did you bastards do? Sent Jin on a mission in the Zippel family's territory. Are you guys crazy? He's a kid 10 years younger than you guys. Luna glared and asked, why did you do that? I really don't know why, Luna. What if I really don't know? Or are you saying that you guys, my family's unfortunate luck, are fighting for power with Jin, the kid who just entered the intermediate class? Fortune fights fortune, aren't your actions overkill? Isn't that the unwritten rule of family warfare? Luna's words came as a hiss, leaving both of them speechless. Luna was extremely angry at this moment. She wished she could kill the two of them, while the rest of them could only listen to the curses. Remaining silent and not daring to say a word, Luna walked away, warning them one last time, you should be ashamed of yourselves, because I am very ashamed because you are the luck of this family. Anne, with her hot-tempered personality, could not see this humiliation, immediately spoke out in response, the eldest sister, she has never been interested in power, what right do you have to do this? Luna was silent for a moment as if something was stuck in her throat, only then did she respond, I won't say anything if you can win against Jin. Jin just completed the mission at the Kowloon Ruins, Mom will receive the report immediately. I'm sure now you understand why I said I was so ashamed. In the end, you all just helped the boy. After hearing this, Mew and Anne became even more indignant. They both gritted their teeth and dug their nails into their flesh to show their anger and failure. Luna didn't bother to look at them anymore and ordered, I don't even know if there has ever been a case in the Runkendell family's history where a lucky person was humiliated when trying to correct the youngest brother. Now go away. Both younger sisters stood up and obeyed. We understood. Before the two left completely, she said, there's more. From what I see, Jin isn't very noble. You two should be careful from now on. I'm really worried. From time to time, the situation gets a bit tense. But you are also my sisters, Luna said, turning her head slightly to look at them. Her eyes contained a bit of worry, reminder, and responsibility as an older sister as well as a leader who always protects the family and her two younger siblings. As soon as the two left the room, there was a clicking sound. The housekeeper picked up tea and offered it to Luna. It's hard to believe that the young lady would punish her sisters right after returning. She was her nanny, I thought she was in her teens, that's it. Luna's face still had no change in color, her voice was calm and mocking. I'm still in puberty at my age. The nanny put down the tea tray and smiled. Yes, it is true that the young lady had an intense period of puberty. I'm worried about you ladies. Young Master Jin is not someone who will forget this. Luna continued to agree. I also think those two are not Jin's opponents, right? Yes, in a few years, I don't think they can defeat Mr. Jin even in an official match. I wonder if they were too hasty. Don't say such bad things, they're still young and thoughtless. Even though she had scolded them a second ago, in her heart, they were still her sisters. Luna's voice immediately changed. She lowered her voice and asked softly, so did you understand what I said? You mean about the person who tried to assassinate Mr. Jin, right? Certainly not the two young ladies. At that time they were in intermediate class, so there was nothing more to learn. She's right, it's probably not Mary, Yona or the Tona twins, so the remaining suspects are Young Master Joshua, Young Master Dipus, Young Master Ran, Young Master Vigo, and Lady Luncia. Besides Miss Ran and Vigo, the others are very difficult to investigate. Of course, the remaining three have a solid foundation. We will have a lot of headaches if we try to investigate them. For now, it's best to just stand by and watch. If we keep trying to dig deeper for only one purpose, we will only get into trouble. The nanny smiled and replied, "That's a wise decision, ma'am. Even though he did many actions that harmed young Master Jin, he still grew up healthy." "You don't need to worry." Jin had also returned to the room at this time, still carrying a black bag. "Gilly, Mukurin, I'm home." "Young Master, I'm so glad you returned safely." The maid cried until her face was swollen. "Seeing you back made my heart feel lighter." Jin reassured her with comforting words. "I'm fine, I'm very strong, I'm sure soon you won't be able to defeat me." The maid said enthusiastically, "That place is very dangerous. If something happens, I will sacrifice myself to take revenge." The black cat jumped up after hearing this. "Strawberry cake, don't say such scary things." Mukurin wagged his tail and happily asked, "Hey kid, did you report properly?" Jin nodded. "I'm sure everyone thinks I succeeded in my mission, thanks to your help, but I don't care. More important are these two viewers." The two of them were curious when he took out a jar, inside which looked like a blue rock. Jin explained that it was the heart of the primeval golem. Mukurin stared at the glass jar. "You are lucky, seeing as you came back unharmed. The golem must have failed. Did you find this at the Cologne ruins?" Jin continued, "The two guards there turned into monsters and attacked me. No matter where I cut them, they will heal. This thing falls out when I stab them in the heart." Mukurin was extremely surprised after hearing this. A primeval golem. First a giant undead, now a primeval golem. What are those Zippel clan planning to do? "If what you say is right, then this must be the Zippel family's masterpiece. You said the ruins in there are in their territory," he said as he pointed at the bottle. Jin nodded in agreement. He saw Mukurin thinking about something and looked confused. Mukurin suddenly spoke up and suggested, "Take some time, you and I need to go back to Cologne. I think I need to ask them directly, what the hell is going on?" Jin was a bit confused in his heart. He was a bit hesitant to go back there due to the primeval golems, but it would probably be safer if Mukurin went with him. "And if I'm lucky, I might even find a mana fountain. No matter what I do, the Zippel family will just try to hide it." So Jin nodded, accepting the offer. "Okay, I'll take some time." About the others, as soon as the mission was completed, Kajin and his brothers also returned to the Runkendel clan, but Muin stripped them of their cadet titles and pushed them out of the clan. This was a very harsh punishment for the cadets, but no one sympathized with them. And then in June 1795, Jin was practicing when the old man shouted loudly to stop. "Jin starts today, your pure stone training ends. From tomorrow only the Tona twins will come." Jin obeyed. His training partner looked at him with envy and drooling. He stroked his chin and looked at him, adding, "It seems like morning training with the cadets is no longer necessary for you either. Next week, the homeowner will have something to tell you." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They whispered to each other in bewilderment. Could it be that Dad wanted Jin to become a temporary lucky guy, so soon? Lucky temporarily thinks that he will have to leave the Runkendel family to gather honor to become a real lucky, right? Yes, he has to act alone without the help of the family. Contrary to the worries of the guys behind, Jin was extremely happy. He clasped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, I don't have to worry about others and can become stronger the way I want." In the distance, on the side of a cliff, snow covered the whole road. An army of soldiers thundered forward, led by the head of their family. The horse wearing majestic armor, the Khan walked behind Chiron. He spoke, "Lord, we are only 2 hours away from the Garden of Swordsmanship." He sighed and replied, "This son that I will have forever when I get old, he constantly interrupts my training. I even thought about secluding myself in the Black Sea for 10 years straight, but now why, how many years? Ever since I was in the arena, I felt that young Master Jin was a very unusual person, but I didn't expect it to be this unusual. The things he did in the Sword Garden really shocked me." "Dizzy," Khan replied. Chiron hesitated for a moment. Something made him hesitate to say. His fighting spirit was not average, even when he was just a child. Since the first time I saw him in the arena, his eyes were always burning with hatred. Even though I think he probably tried to hide it. I also can't forget the way he provoked his other brothers as soon as he entered the garden in swordplay. I'm sure no one had ever taught him, and as the youngest, he was able to stop his instincts, feel the law of the jungle about destroying opponents there. The other kids also knew this, and also tried to suppress him, but look at the results. Every time his brothers pushed him towards death, he survived and returned, and now he has reached 5 stars. Actually, it's not the Mimit and the Cologne ruins that's the first task you gave the young master that interests me, my lord, Khan replied to Chiron. He alone had to fight against an entire tribe of white wolves, but he still won. Yes, I also thought it would use its servants as shields to kill that white wolf tribe, but who would have thought it could handle it on its own? And by this he proved the oaths he swore to me. Homeowner, do you really think he was able to destroy the White Wolf tribe by himself? Yes. In fact, strictly speaking, it's not completely solo. But anyway, he is still an interesting child, this time we must definitely ask him about it. Chiron walked majestically down the yard. The sound of metal colliding made his style and aura even more admirable to everyone. Everyone bowed their heads to greet the homeowner. We have been waiting for you forever, sir. Rosa comes forward to welcome you. Rosie, you did very well, Chiron replied. Rosa glanced at Joshua. No, he prepared everything by himself so I didn't have to do anything, if you said. These grown kids are doing very well on their own, so I don't have to leave the Black Sea. The words suddenly made him startled. Jin, standing next to him, also noticed something unusual. Chiron stepped forward, his cold voice rang out, the guests we receive today will be very sensitive to my presence. Wouldn't this make it more difficult for our children? That's right, please come inside, we have prepared the dishes you like, well done, I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly, the corner of his eyes glanced down, curiosity aroused. Jin is wearing 2 swords that he gave to his 2 brothers. He coldly called out, Ran, Vigo, both were startled and quickly responded, yes, father. Have you given your youngest child the sword I gave you? Ran helplessly reported that the youngest brother stole it from us. We said that if he completed the Cologne relic quest, we would give it to him. I thought he would be angry, but contrary to that thought, Chiron laughed loudly as if he was very happy. He patted his shoulder and replied, very good, remember to find a way to take it back, the youngest is really smart, isn't he? Sometimes I even wonder if he is really my son. Night fell, father and son, Chiron and Jin, were talking to each other in the room, the one standing in front of the window looking out. This must be my first time attending a prom, that's right, father. He thought to himself, in his previous life, thanks to his master, he had been able to attend a few balls organized by other families, but he had never been to a ball organized by the main family. Even on the rare occasions when I attended the ball, I fled east and west like a criminal, but now I have become an honored guest with my father. Of course, at the cost of dying once. Cold eyes without any emotion looked at the dark sky. Chiron later explained to him, you probably already know, our family rarely holds balls, that's because we only hold balls on occasions that are truly worth celebrating. This also means that the achievements you have achieved are very remarkable, thank you father. He placed his hand gently behind his son's back and said kindly, how many guests do you think we will have? The boy paused and hesitantly replied, I think about 1,000 people. That's right, I heard we'll be welcoming about that many guests, an increase of about 200 from the last time we held the ball 7 years ago. Do you know what that means? It means that in the past 7 years our family's reputation has increased. Other families often hold balls with 1,000 people attending, but our attendees today are all extremely outstanding people. For these 7 years, all I've done is practice, and kill monsters in the Black Sea. Even so, our clan's reputation continues to grow thanks to the fact that I am the only creation knight in this era. That means if I were to disappear, there's a high possibility that most of the people here will turn their backs on the Runkadel family. That's right, if my father wasn't here, how could the Runkadel family have such a great reputation? My family, along with the Zippel family, are the 2 largest families, but as soon as father disappears, the difference between the military strength of the 2 families will be increasingly stretched. And the Zippel family will become a strong force. That's what he's thinking right now. He clenched his hands, his voice firmly turned to answer, Father. If father really isn't here, and those people all turn their backs on us, Zippel's family will throw rocks into the well and push us into a dead end. Then I will abandon this family. After listening, Chiron narrowed his eyebrows. The words were truly unbelievable. He was a bit dissatisfied. If it was only because his father was not here that the Runkadel family went smoothly, then that was a sign that the next generation's homeowner was not a person, have the ability. I don't want to die meaninglessly under such a master. But our family knows how many of their weaknesses they have. Weak point. Must let me return the sword I stole from Mr. Vigo. I asked him to show me the cooperation contracts that only lucky people can see. The Vernga family lied to the emperor and embezzled the national treasury, but because of us, they were still able to have the skin to attend this ball. The Clever family also recently asked us to help kill the wizards of the Zippel family. The lady of the Herald family once secretly sold family treasures behind their backs to satisfy her gambling addiction, and they asked us we take it back, and besides, they haven't paid the cooperation fee yet. Just looking at it like that, I already know a lot of weaknesses that can kill people without a knife. Surely there are many more weaknesses in contracts that only parents can see. So you mean, even without me, you guys will still be able to use those things to protect this house? Chiron turned to ask with a suspicious attitude. He firmly nodded and replied, if the head of the Runkadel family is not a creator knight, then success or failure depends entirely on that person's negotiation ability. That's right. However, we are not the only ones holding many weaknesses of others. The Zippel family also has many weaknesses like us, I know. But the Zippel house will never be able to use those things most effectively. Why? He looked at his son skeptically, not understanding the meaning, until he heard his true intentions, because playing the villain is the Runkadel family's job. Therefore, if the next head of the family gets his hands on so many weapons and cannot use them properly, I will definitely abandon this family without hesitation. Then I will prepare to take revenge on the Zippel family no matter how long it takes. Revenge, I understand, you have to be alive to take revenge, it's not bad. His eyes slightly turned to look at his youngest son, this person he never expected to surprise him from one thing to another. The other children did not have the courage to mention the price of the Runkadel family collapsing. Before me, they will either tell lies or cry and lament. But the youngest spoke his exact plans in an extremely intelligent way. It's a shame I didn't give birth to it until much later. It feels as if it possesses all of Luna's talent, Mary's beastly intuition, and Diff's fighting spirit. Surely it will be 10 years, but at most it will be 15 years. I will keep the title of head of this Runkadel house. Looks like I'll be able to see if the youngest child can change the family inheritance or not. Looks like most of our guests have already arrived, let's go in. As he was about to leave, he looked back. Well, after this party, there's something I want to tell you, please wait here until I call you. He was surprised by this statement because this proved to be his father's recognition, the assessment to become a stroke of luck. Looks like after the banquet ends, I'll have to leave the family temporarily. These 4 days of banqueting will be quite long. Jin smiled and was satisfied with the results of his efforts. At this moment, a servant hurriedly ran in and called out, the homeowner. What's going on? An uninvited guest has arrived. What? An uninvited guest has arrived. It couldn't be Zippel's house. The person he least expected was the one who appeared right now. The servant nodded and replied, yes, there are 5 people in total, is the second most powerful person on that side, Andrel Zippel and 4 other family members. What a bunch of insolent people. Heinz, tell Andrel Zippel to go away, just let the other 4 family members in, don't go over there directly and say send another servant over. Yes sir. Jin, on the other hand, was not surprised by this sudden appearance. It seemed he had expected this. Although it was true that Andrel came to visit like this, it was extremely impolite, but it hit the face of the second person in power in the city. Zippel's family completely chased him away and wouldn't let him in like that. Do you think the way I handle it is rigid? He shook his head and replied, no, I think handling it like that is very refreshing. The moment Andrel let his emotions overcome his reason and joined his clan members, he ignored the Runkadel's permission for his clan members to enter. That is something that cannot be tolerated in this garden of swordsmanship, just like you said. Andrel will have to listen to me or he will have to leave his legs here before he can go home. Now it's time to start the party. The two approached the main hall. He stood on high and began his speech, thanking everyone for coming here. I am Siren, the head of the Runkadel family. It is also, thanks to having a son that I only had in my old age, that I have this honor. So first, I would like to thank my youngest son, Jin Runkadel. Enthusiastic applause rang out after the introduction. He continued to announce that, as everyone knows, at this Runkadel family's gala, there are only 2 things everyone must pay attention to. If someone got drunk and got into a fight, that person would be escorted straight to the arena by knights. The loser must surrender and the winner must be merciful to the loser, because this is still a party. Jin looked around at the people who were dressed splendidly but filled with malice, and it turned out that this was a gala of fateful meetings. This is a gathering place for more than 1,000 influential people on this continent. They both have extremely complicated relationships. If this were just a normal party, they would probably just joke around with each other for a bit and then stop. But this was a party held at the Sword Garden. As long as you follow the 2 rules that Dad sets out, even though you cannot kill the enemy, you can still beat them to a pulp, and from then on they will officially be considered stronger. The train of thought was cut off after a round of enthusiastic applause. Now everyone, let's just party. The same goes for Jin. He doesn't understand what his father is trying to say. He looked at me and reminded me that if I see someone suitable, I can just pull them out, but do not challenge someone who appears to be weaker than you, since that person has insulted you or this family. Yes, and I also know that no matter what happens, I cannot lose. Of course, if you lose I will take everything back, not only the sword but also your nanny. He nodded and bowed to his father. I will definitely remember. He watched his father's back move further and further away, and suddenly he realized that this was the first time he was able to talk to his father like this. This is something that I wouldn't have dared to dream about in my previous life. Just now we actually had a quite amicable conversation between father and son. But something like a close father-son relationship, or being a filial son was not in this life. In this life, I just want to be able to surpass my father, that's the most important thing. His eyes were filled with desire, determination, and the desire to win to truly achieve that goal. The opening party went quite smoothly. Daytona and Haytona looked next to him. Both of them smiled happily, patted my shoulders and said, "Congratulations on getting 5 stars, it's okay if we talk a little, of course. How's your training going?" The silver hair proudly boasted. "It's much better, after switching to the weapon you suggested. Your training has progressed a lot, so why congratulate you?" Jin whispered in his ear, "Just stay until you're satisfied with the act." He was sweating and nodded yes. A young man now came forward, preparing to talk to you. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Jin. I'm from Ken's family." All three of them turned on friendly mode at the same time and continued, "You are the first lucky guy of the Ken family, nice to meet you. Let's go, Jin, okay, good luck with your practice." After they left, he turned to talk to the new guest. "When I was a child, I had heard many stories about your heroism, you're too praising." An ungainly guy suddenly rushed in and pushed his head down with a strong force, laughing loudly, Jin Runkadel. "I was wondering what kind of monster could be 5 stars at the age of 15, but it turns out you're really just a kid. You're probably at least 10 years younger than me. Nice to meet you, dude, I am huger." Jin stopped for a few seconds at this guy's thoughtless actions. A moment later, it didn't take long for him to regain his original position, slowly standing up, smiling coldly as ice and responding, "Yes, nice to meet you, hugger." Huger removed his hand, his attitude was still concave. The boy was so tense. "I was a bit rude, but you act like I'm a bastard. You may really be a member of the Runkadel family, but in the martial arts world I'm still your senior. I'm just expressing my pride in my juniors, there's no need to be so tense." His words both underestimated his social position and made fun of his age, but Jin was not the stupid type. He clearly knew his intentions, so he immediately preempted him. "Listen carefully, humor belongs to him, Tuco clan. Your recent actions are an insult to those who have treated me with respect. If you want to use this senior-junior thing, you should be more thoughtful." His words may seem gentle, but they are nothing more than a threat. Behind him there were thousands of eyes ready to bite him. He immediately stopped in surprise. Jin continued to speak, "The first and second fortunes of the Ken family, the Dragon King Knights, the Black King mercenaries, aren't they all your ancestors? You must have seen how they treated me. Admit your mistakes and apologize to them." Your words made him laugh until his mouth froze. "Since I blamed you, I will let it go this time." To make the atmosphere less tense, everyone came forward and spoke more gently. "Hey, young Master Jin here saved your life, I'll advise you to listen to him." "Okay, but I know that one day that big mouth will cause you trouble, so just let it go, there's no need to be so tense with each other." Huger nodded and agreed like a doll, shyly admitting his mistakes. "If my predecessors said so. I'm really sorry, seniors, please forgive my juniors for this mistake. I also hope you will accept my apology, young Master Jin." "Of course, Sir." Humor. Jin didn't intend to make a big deal out of it and intended to teach him a lesson. As soon as he left, Luna walked over and teased, "You're quite talented at making enemies. If you can act like a normal kid, that's fine. Today you are the representative of the Runkadel family. You are right, we both clinked glasses together to show goodwill." Luna continued asking, "But what if Huger dares to challenge me to a duel? He seems to be at least 6 stars. He confidently replied, "If he dares to do that, I'm sure the homeowner and the elders of the Tuco family will intervene. They've been observing us for a while now." Luna whined, "Oh God, so when you were deciding how to react you took them into consideration. Did some noble secretly teach you how to deal with these guys or something?" He smiled politely and replied wisely, "If there really was a teacher who taught these things, I would be very happy to come and learn. I just need to learn swordsmanship, things like this are not important." He shook the wine glass in his hand, laughingly explaining, "It might be a bit difficult for me to understand, but as the spurned young master of the Runkadel family, a lot of things are needed for you to survive." Even though Luna didn't understand the meaning behind the sentence, she knew one thing clearly, it was really smart and bright. It seemed that was the reason why it was almost assassinated in the arena. "I don't know, who is it, the brother who recognized Jin's talent so early? Anyway, I'm only participating because this is a party to congratulate you, but these things really don't suit my taste. It's time for me to go do something more fun." "So early?" Luna nodded, yes, you're not tall enough to dance with me, when you grow up let's dance together, I'll take you to a very happy place, I'm really looking forward to it, sister. Oh, before you go, you should leave a message for others like I did, right? He didn't understand what his sister was saying until he saw her put an arm around his head and gently bump his head. Luna smiled and said softly, if you do this, everyone will understand that I appreciate you very much. Now that they are afraid of you, people will probably be much less inclined to treat you rudely. After that, she said goodbye to Jin and left. This scene made the auditorium whisper loudly, is that really the white whale I know? She must really like her youngest brother very much. A fat guy is now standing far away, looking at this scene with jealousy. I also want to touch heads with Miss Luna. Today I will definitely write a poem praising Lady Luna and I will recite that poem all night long, he shouted desperately. The chip guy's ears were itchy, he shouted angrily, could you shut up? Uvar. Margella Ivliano, Vishukal's younger sister, turned down and gently reminded him, don't be like that, brother, this is probably very important to Mr. Buvar, it's all thanks to Mr. Buvar to show us around that you can enjoy the party of fateful meetings like this, we should also respect him. The helpless brother let out a sigh. Margella, when Buvar was supported, he said loudly with enthusiasm, Miss Margella is indeed different, you understand me so well, I, Buvar, am honored to escort you. Jin also paid attention to the three of them but they were not characters for him to pay attention to. He turned away, tired in his head, playing the role of host was so tiring. Where are those damn zipples, although it's a bit annoying, should I go look for them myself? Just as he was about to put the wine glass on the table, he heard loud footsteps approaching as if preparing for war. The loud sound of the wine cup hitting the table rang out, the blue badge shined brightly on the white robe, not knowing that the young lady was me. Can I have a drink with the rising star of the Runkadel family? She glared at him like she wanted to eat him. As soon as he saw her, he realized, oh, this is you. Cirrus and Dorma of the bile duct. It's an honor for me to meet you. Young Master Jin Runkadel, his tone sounded like he was challenging and wanted to fight with you. Faced with such a fierce personality and aggressive aura, he still slowly poured the wine and said with a bright smile, you are the daughter of the head of my palace and must be honored, you are the same age as me, how can you achieve such strength at this age? Cirrus asked him suspiciously. I'm so jealous of the Runkade family's natural physique, Jin humbly replied very politely, I also think that is a good thing. But the secret palace is also a natural bloodline, it is impossible to imagine how precious the palace master is to her, that's right because I'm her only daughter unlike you. I hope that wasn't rude, she smiled indifferently and friendlily. Jin shook his head, no, I also know I'm the youngest son with many older brothers, I actually admire you a lot. There are many tired brothers and sisters, behind this sentence is a long story and hidden feelings that no one understands, but the most important thing is that he feels quite strange, he is sure that I can recognize myself, but why don't I see any mention of the events at Mehmet? She couldn't help but see because at that time she didn't have dust on her face, as expected, Cirrus went straight to the point, now young Master Jin I want to ask you something, yes please just say Lady Cirrus. How's your injured leg? Jin didn't respond at all. It seemed like he knew clearly that there was a hidden meaning behind that question, but you don't intend to stir up trouble, it's fine, thanks to a kind person who personally applied the medicine to me, I don't know how to repay the favor, she sneered at your pretense, you're thicker than I thought, young Master Jin. She didn't beat around the bush and asked, then why are you present at the Moon Well in Mehmet? I think I deserve an explanation. Why, my subordinates couldn't find the terrorist using magic there, which made me very embarrassed and made me wonder if the young man I let go was the culprit or not. She frankly expressed her frustration, you say magic, as you can see, I'm a Runkadel, do I really look like a suspect? I'm sure you know my family well. She placed her hands on her armpits and expressed, I don't think you're a suspect, but the fact that you were on a mission for the Runkadel family at that time, maybe you hired a magician because you couldn't handle that mission yourself. That and the only people who could be targets of the Runkadel family are the members of the secret palace, I think that's why you're there, I can't let it go. Jin was secretly happy, she mistakenly thought that she was targeting a member of the secret palace, it wasn't completely wrong because she injured them when trying to kill Alcoro. He still kept his cold face and replied, I don't understand why that makes me suspicious, isn't it just a hypothesis? She looked at him with suspicious eyes, so are you going to deny it until the end? Okay, if that's the case then I have a plan. She fearlessly pointed her finger straight at his face and declared, I will drag you to the arena and beat you to a pulp, then spit in your hateful face. I challenge you to a duel Jin Runkadel. Compared to her fierceness, he calmly accepted the challenge, Father warned me not to fight with people weaker than me. But if you want to fight so much, I have no choice but to accept. The two quickly walked towards the arena. As soon as the soldier saw him, he ran to greet him. Young master, you came to fight. Yes, you can go, only those in charge of treatment will stay. Oh, you just gave me 2 valid swords, I understand. We will blockade the arena until you two complete the competition. While the two were talking, she looked at him with bullet-shaped eyes as if she wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. He glanced slightly at her and carefully observed the opponent. Some fighting fanatics and spectators would flock in to watch the match. She was the daughter of the secret palace and it would be too cruel to defeat her in front of everyone. She picked up the sword, gently stroked the blade, then turned to tell him. Jin Runkendel promised this before starting to leave. What? If I win, you must tell me everything that happened that day at Mimit. No lies, I accept. And if I win, let's say that you and I never met that day. She squinted her eyes in annoyance. So it's true you're hiding something. Go up. As soon as her words fell, he held a sword and rushed towards her. Sharp eyes, flexible movements. The clanging sound of 2 swords colliding created great pressure. When he saw this move of hers, he immediately realized that this was it. An ability only an Dorma bloodline has, Ice Sword. The sword in her hand had frozen without knowing when. The power of ice covered the entire sword. I didn't expect you to use a special move from the beginning, he said provocatively. The closer he got to her with the sword in his hand, I'm so unlucky. As the youngest son I haven't learned the family's secret art yet. What should I do now? Not my problem. She screamed and then used her strength to push his sword aside to escape the passive position. She quickly increased her speed and continuously slashed at him. Each movement was very decisive and surprisingly precise. She stabbed while observing him meticulously. Jin Runkendel. Truly a 5-star martial artist. It seems like he doesn't defend much. The more he fights, the stronger his true skills become. But it's no use. That 1-star gap can be compensated by countless level 3 ice swords. Because I'm weak and have lower endurance, I can't prolong the fight forever. When he counterattacks after observing my movements, I'll change my move and finish him off. Compared to her, the enemy Jin is also observing and thinking of strategies to deal with. Cirrus is still only a 4-star knight. Even though she can use countless ice swords, she will still lose to her in about tons, attack and defense. Since she realized this distance, I'm sure she will explode to change the rhythm. She will probably use a secret technique, but I still haven't determined how powerful that countless ice sword move will be. If that's the case, then I'll probably have to counter it with my own secret technique. Among the countless secret techniques I read in the Lightning Arena, the strongest move I achieved was. He constantly recalls what he learned in books when he was young. She didn't know he had seen through the trick and sneered, confidently shout loudly, "It's over, Jin." With a bang, an explosion rang out, causing the arena to vibrate. Each piece of ice was like sharp blades grazing straight through his face. Blood from the wound kept seeping out. The sword energy caused the surrounding air to form shards of ice. The blizzard created by Cirrus grew bigger and bigger. She stood inside the ice and snow, her cold and proud eyes looking straight at him. The snowflake-shaped hairpin on her head suddenly glowed. Contrary to her thoughts, he smiled. This smile made her stand still in surprise. Is he smiling? But I've already used snow. Even a 5-star swordsmanship genius at the age of 15 can't resist the secret magic of the palace. So why do I feel so restless? The uneasiness and discomfort in my heart is growing more and more. Something is warning her that she will lose in the next minute. Before she could understand anything, the sharp sword flew straight into her eyes. Her movements were agile so she could bend down in time for the sword to pierce her hair. The sword being exposed to the power of ice immediately backfired. Even Jin was surprised by his reaction. The explosion caused by the force unleashed a huge blast of pressure. Jin also had to try to resist the storm and flood of power released. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the clan's storm sword. How could a 4-star like Ceres resist this destructive power? If she can't avoid it, she won't die or become disabled. Thinking about this made his nerves tense. He quickly rushed inside the sword storm to search for her. When he went deeper, he saw Ceres using the sword to try to stand up. Instead of feeling happy because his life was still there, Ceres felt confused and shocked at himself. Did he value his life? I was afraid of death and avoided star moves. Me, Ceres and Dorma Star. She was just like that. Her eyes were dull, her brain was short-circuited, not daring to believe what was happening before her eyes. On the contrary, Jin quickly rushed to shake her. Are you okay? I almost killed you. I'm sorry. Ceres heard my warning but still didn't try to dodge the storm of swords. However, no matter how much she cherished her self-respect and honor, Ceres was still only a 15-year-old child, she was too young to restrain her desire to live. He understood the pain in her heart, this was no different from a knife stabbing straight into her heart full of self-esteem. Jin then patted his shoulder and offered words of comfort to ease the self-blame in his heart. If I were in my situation, I would avoid it, and I would definitely do the same for my own life. So, please don't mention this anymore. He himself feels a bit guilty because he doesn't know if saying so will somehow comfort her heart. She remained silent for a long time, her hand slowly reaching into her pocket to pull out a box of facial recovery cream. She opened the lid and said, "Your face is hurt, I will use this to repay you for saving my life." Jin on the other hand asked her, as the only successor of the secret palace, "Aren't you taking your life for granted?" Ceres stood up, brushed off the dirt on his jacket, coldly, "Because this is the life I beg to have, I will cherish my life again, so don't worry about it. Furthermore, let today be the day we first meet. See you tomorrow." She turned straight and walked away without looking back once. The gloomy scene of the sky made him even more confident. By the next day, the number of guests attending had decreased significantly. Jin also noticed that, less people than yesterday. Starting from today, everyone will be able to admire the matches. I wonder if the party will really start now. There are less viewers now, so maybe I'll be able to meet some of the Zippel clan as well. I heard that the guests from the Zippel family are all between 15 and 20 years old, which is perfect, similar ages, so I'll be able to compare my magic skills with theirs. I really want to ask a few more things related to Cologne, but doing so wouldn't be very good. Well, after all, once I become a reserve champion, I'll have tons of free time, then I will be able to investigate Cologne with Mukarin. With the help of Mukarin, finding the mana fountain will also not be a problem, so this time, those bastards from the Zippel family won't be able to send out a bunch of magicians either. This time I will be able to prevent such a terrible thing from happening. He was busy thinking when he turned around and saw a black cat at the ball. Why was there a cat at the Runkendell family ball like this? "Where is your master?" Ceres is currently holding the cat in his arms and playing with it very happily. This scene made him mad, his hands clenched fists together. Ceres, try looking at the necklace and read the cat's name. Let's see if your name is Butterfly, Butterfly Runkendell. Did the young master give you this name? Jin glared at the cat, making it startle and feel lost. A male voice suddenly appeared from behind and cheered happily. "Oh, it's that cat. I knew if I followed that cat, I would be able to meet you." The voice made both people pay attention in unison and turn their heads. "We finally met. You don't know how long I've been looking for you, Jin Runkendell, T. Oh, I can't believe we just met and you said that. How could you forget me? I think of you every day." The opponent's reaction made Ceres freeze on the spot. "He happily tried to talk to you. In that case, I will give you a hint. Guess, the first letter in my name is V." Ceres just sighed and hugged the cat and left. "What a weirdo. Let's go, Butterfly." "Do you remember?" "No." Before he finished speaking, you answered a very cruel sentence. He then jumped up like a child in vehement protest. "Damn it, then guess one more time. The place where we first met was the portal of the Middle Kingdom." He still insisted he didn't remember. He then shook his shoulder to remind him. Hey Jin, your memory is not as good as I thought. Listen carefully, and definitely remember this. My name is..." Before he finished speaking, you sighed and slapped the answer straight in your face like a slap. "Veridin Zippel." I tried to act like I didn't know him that well, obviously because I didn't want to let him know I still remembered. Why couldn't he understand those things and stop bothering me so much? Vernadin's face was blank and didn't care about what he said. "So do you still remember?" He thought angrily to himself. Will this stupid bastard really become a savior magician in his 30s, and be named the next head of the Zippel family? Vernadin continued, "Anyway, yesterday I looked everywhere for you. For the past 2 hours I've been looking for you, but I couldn't even see your shadow. Maybe the ballroom is really big, but it's just a ballroom, but you can walk around for 2 hours. If I could use magic, I would have found you sooner, but this is Runkendell territory, so I'm forbidden from using magic, right?" Jin hasn't said anything from the beginning until the end. I don't know if he's lying or just blind, but I guess it's the latter. Vernadin touched his head and smiled and replied, "Anyway, I'm so happy to meet you. It's been 5 years. I can't believe you're already a 5-star. I knew you were good. Of course I can't waste my time. As a magician, I already am one. It's 6 stars. I've already reached 6 stars. Only now did Jin wake up a bit and pay attention to what he said. One level higher than his swordsmanship. Jin was surprised by this announcement. He couldn't believe that the greatest prodigy of the Zippel family, Veridin, was 18 years old, and was only at the 6-star level. If I were in his position, I would definitely have passed the 7 stars. For some reason he had to lie about his rank or something. That expression of yours is the result of the tremendous efforts I put in to find you. I'm extremely excited for the day when I can compete with you, so I try to practice hard to catch up with me." Looking at that attitude with his chin in the air, Jin is certain of one thing: he is not hiding his rank. From the information he received, he concluded one thing: no matter what happens, if it is true that Veridin just achieved 6 stars at the age of 18, then after the current head of the Zippel family, Celiac Zippel, I am the one who I recently approached him. This is a good opportunity for me to practice and prepare for the difficulties I will encounter later. Veridin Zippel, I've said it before, but please learn to cover your mouth and don't say anything. Veridin pouted and sighed. He spoke just like my father. Everyone would say that. Anyway, why did the Zippel family still come to the ball without being invited? What about that? Veridin confidently raised his head and replied, "It's because of me. I kept nagging Uncle Andre that I had to meet you." Even though he was the deputy head of the household, he immediately rushed into enemy territory just because the children were causing chaos. We happened to be traveling to the Hufester region when we heard the news about the ball. I discovered this was definitely fate. Jin waved him off indifferently. "Okay, be grateful that this is a prom, be quiet and go away." Carden pouted and replied, "Aren't you being too cold? I know your father is also showing mercy to my uncle. You reminded me that I just thought of it, or you promise me, one day you will also have to go to the Zippel family's ball without notice, so, what if I cause trouble?" Veridin smiled sincerely and looked straight into Jin's eyes. "I will keep my promise. Even if you do, I won't kill you, and even if a fight breaks out, I won't get involved." Jin seemed to have something on his mind and was about to speak but stopped. What a fool. What, just now an unpleasant person kept glancing at me. Feel sorry. After saying that, he walked towards a tall man in the corner. "What do you want to tell me?" He was startled by the voice and turned around. He timidly asked, "When will Miss Luna come again?" "What?" "Is a book of poems I spent all night writing. My love is filled in it. Once read, I'm sure Lady Luna will understand." That my appearance doesn't say it all. Veridin is over here leisurely drinking wine. While drinking calmly, the next moment he had to choke down all the wine in his mouth. He said while panting, his cheeks were red as if he had drunk alcohol, "Maybe in the near future, you will become my brother-in-law." Jin had now completely lost all patience with such a rude guest. He bluntly took the book of poems and tore them one by one to his surprise. "My dear guest, I see that you are looking for a beating. Not only do you call my sister whatever name you like, but you also dare to call me your brother-in-law." Jin used his foot to step on the pile of scraps of paper on his face. His eyes glared at him with menace and hostility. I guess in his eyes the Runkendell family was very pitiful. Jin declared, "Bringing this guy to the arena?" "Yes, master." He didn't understand what happened, but 2 soldiers wearing iron armor suppressed him. "Brother-in-law, no, young master, why did you suddenly do that?" "Young master, please stop, I'm simply expressing my love. Any man has the right to express his love to whoever he wants." "Young Master Jin, how could you do this to me? I'm not a guest. Why would you treat a guest like this? And haven't I mentioned how beautiful your sister is? Why?" At the end of his sentence, he was brought to the arena and thrown straight to the ground like a moving sandbag. Jin threw his jacket outside. His hands were full of blue veins as he held them tightly. "We will decide in a duel." Bubbear didn't understand why he was suddenly dragged away. He had countless worries in his mind. Damn it, why did he suddenly act like that? I only complimented his sister on her beauty, but he dared to do such a thing. Or did he know that he was a transformation which when we met 5 years ago? No way, no, but why would he do that to me? While he was being dragged away, the brothers on the other side discovered him. His brother quickly stood up in bewildered surprise. Bubbear, the younger sister, on the other hand, was still smiling and sitting on the chair, clapping her hands excitedly. "Oh my brother, what's going on?" It seems like Bubbear and young Master Jin are about to duel. The older brother quickly turned the car around for his younger sister with an extremely urgent voice. "That idiot, let's go closer and take a look." "Margiela," she smiled excitedly. "Okay brother." Ceres on the other side still doesn't understand what's going on. I tried to approach him to challenge him while the party wasn't over yet, but why did he have to fight with someone like that? Veridin over here was planning to talk to Ceres. Luckily I begged him to come here. I didn't think I would meet the heir of the royal palace. "Nice to meet you, I am." Before she could speak, she coldly turned away and went away. He sullenly had to keep quiet. "Okay." The announcement that the battle had begun was the highlight of the banquet. The new star of the Runkendell family, young Master Jin, will participate in a duel. "Oh, who will be young Master Jin's opponent? I have never met this person before. Is he a reclusive master?" Bubbear's face frowned in discomfort. His teeth clenched together. his eyebrows frown. Veridin stood in the stands and continued to say, I heard that he was with the Ibriano family, but from the looks of it, he could be a serious opponent. He continued to scream before being beaten, young Master Jin of the Runkendel family, please give me a chance to properly explain myself before fighting, or you won't give me that little bit of dignity either. After finishing that sentence, a punch with terrible force hit him straight in the face, his glasses were broken in half along with a command to shut up. His eyes are so murderous, I don't need to know his name. Of course, he was not beaten well, blood spurted out of his nose, the fighting blood boiled in his heart, he rushed forward and intended to fight. He gently moved, glanced over and discovered that it was Aura, he was a 6-star. Ceres and Veridin observed the arena, so young Master Jin chose a strong opponent. Thanks to him, it looked like that fat guy was concentrating very hard. Veridin thought about it and replied, it would be embarrassing if he were to be careless. Boobarb's punch hit his face this time. He's so arrogant and provocative, so diligent in his cat scratching that he still dares to hit me. I will make you cry and beg for forgiveness. This time, the hot blood in Jin's body increased even more, and a blow hit him straight in the middle of the face. Continuously, non-stop punches were thrown. He was beaten until his face was swollen, his eyes and nose were beaten until he was bruised. Veridin stood below and cheered happily. It was over. He launched a quick attack after luring the other guy into negligence. It really did not live up to expectations. Jin, you did very well. Margiela was sitting at the side watching the play and was extremely dissatisfied, so she spoke up, Bicycle, I don't understand what young Master Jin is doing. Wasn't the victory already decided? Why did he still beat his opponent that much after they conceded defeat? It's strange for young Master Qin to choose an opponent weaker than himself, but you're just going to sit back and watch without getting involved. After all, he's the one helping me. Bicycle was about to speak up to stop him. Margiela, he is not weaker than Master Jin, but she was determined not to listen. Brother, your sister is feeling very disappointed. She looked straight into his eyes and asked, I want to teach him a lesson in any way you want. You asked me to compete with young Master Jin. The people sitting nearby and watching also howled and shouted, what a young girl full of enthusiasm, why don't you listen to your sister's words? Bicycle sighed and had no choice but to agree to his sister's request. So he walked towards the arena and challenged, young Master Jin. Why don't you release him and fight me? Jin's face remained unchanged, looking at his opponent, Bishkel Ibriano, a match with the 7 Stars Knight. Whether he won or lost, the one who benefited was himself. Furthermore, being exposed to the swordsmanship of the Ibriano family is also a good opportunity to learn. After all, the head of the Ibriano family is considered quite strong by his father. Thinking of this, he glanced sideways, noticing Bishkel's younger sister sitting nearby. Margiela Ibriano is such a funny girl, she dares to put her brother in a difficult position just to watch a good show. He burst out laughing, you really love your sister Bishkel, isn't that obvious, Master Jin? I also have a sister, so I understand how you feel. He nodded and replied, I also love my sister very much, so from now on I hope you watch your servants' mouths carefully. It seems you misunderstood something. The person you beat up just now is not our servant, but a companion. He protected that man as she requested. Suddenly, his words made you shiver a bit. Maybe he did something to upset you. Bubbear came to help my sister move more easily. His actions were probably not appropriate for the Runkendel family's banquet. Anyway, I'm sure he doesn't have any bad intentions, so I hope you'll please forgive me. Buried memories suddenly surfaced. He remembered something from the moment he mentioned his actions. Bubbear Gaston, the name just now. He was a transformation wizard. He couldn't understand what the relationship between these two people was. But you clearly remember that the Ibriano family had nothing to do with Gaston when he was captured in his previous life, or did Bishkel know that Bubbear was a transformation witch? He clenched his hands at his side, annoyed that he had found Bubbear, but there were too many problems. He couldn't be distracted in front of his opponent, the 7-Star Knight. Just focus on this fight first. He said, then try your best, Master Jin, I hope you can teach me more. As soon as he finished speaking, his speed and moves were as quick as lightning. Soon he was able to suppress Jin's momentum. Just with this move, he could see that his strength was not just that of a 7-Star Knight, he both blocked and calculated his path. Swordsmanship is better than Uncle Zed. His sword. I couldn't have predicted it. He was immediately injured in the shoulder, with a horizontal line. The strength and pressure created by that guy was extremely great. The tough match made many spectators standing outside watching extremely excited. Young Master Jin was forced to retreat too quickly. Well, He's trying to defend against combo moves. The Ibriano family's swordsmanship is famous for its cunning and unusual abilities. That's right, the Ibriano family's swordsmanship always attacks and presses the opponent so hard that they can't breathe. When they're vulnerable, it's the end. Veridin didn't say anything, just silently observed, but in fact he had a lot of thoughts in his head. They really didn't know anything. People of the Runkendell family always had unexpected solutions in cornered situations, pressed like this. If the Ibriano family's swordsmanship is like a cunning snake, then the Runkendell swordsmanship is that of a mighty rhinoceros. Even if its horns are broken, it still won't stop attacking its enemies. Continuously, the sword blades almost stabbed into his body. He continued to attack, but it was insignificant. He clearly saw that Bishkel was letting him breathe easily. This time, his strength was much more exhausted than when he fought with the previous two people. He breathed heavily, one hand holding his injured chest. After all, he was creating a balanced battle with Anta, swordsman star, even though I only have 5 stars. I'm almost at my limit, but I can already feel it from his sword move. It felt like that moment, a blur in the subconscious. His eyes were gradually dizzy due to dizziness. He remembered when he was training with Uncle Zed, his state was at its maximum. He took a deep breath, the sword in his hand gradually turned into a liquid state. Bishkel with deep eyes looked forward and muttered, "Good swordsmanship, young Master Jin." Immediately he rushed forward. Jin was still closing his eyes, feeling every movement. He clearly saw cracks appearing on his sword. And facing such great pressure, the sword quickly broke in half. Bishkel's sword was up to Jin's neck. Jin then also collapsed. The announcement quickly sounded, and the winner was. But suddenly, he touched his neck and discovered that at some point a faint wound had appeared. Although it was a victory, there was something he couldn't explain. And the winner is Sir Bishkel Ibriano. He immediately turned to Jin, who was lying on the ground, with suspicion. What the hell was that? At the end, everyone shouted to each other to carry Jin into the house. Quickly bring young Master Jin inside. Yes, sir. Bishkel rubbed the wound on his neck, his eyes suspicious. When the sword was broken, he felt the sharpness in his neck. No way, in the situation where he finally revealed his sword spirit, if little Master Jin had reacted just 1/10 of a second faster. And I reacted just 1/10 of a second slower. If that situation really happened, he understood that perhaps his neck would have been covered in blood without knowing it. Bishkel continued to watch Jin being carried away with many thoughts in his heart. Jin Runkendell. You are truly a scary person. Jin was quickly brought back to bed to sleep peacefully. The naughty cat had everything to do and sat on his face. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't breathe, so he used strong force to pull it off his face. I said, get away, really. He woke up and found himself in his room. He also vaguely guessed that he had fainted after fighting with Bishkel. You are awake, young master. Gilly, how long have I been sleeping? 2 days, 2 days. He sighed deeply. So the banquet is over. I can't even say goodbye to the guests who took the trouble to come see me. Gilly consoled. Don't think like that, young master. In the past 2 days, the match between you and Mr. Bishkel was a hot topic. You performed very well. And it was entirely because he showed his sword spirit at the end. Everyone in the hall, mainly elders, were whispering, Bishkel would most likely be stabbed, a 5-star that had reached the level of the Mind Sword. I have high hopes for the next generation. Him being able to do that at the end of the match against an 8-star swordsman would have been amazing. Jin thought for a moment, that Mind Sword was still not perfect, but he got what he wanted. The arduous days of being trained by Luna had worked. At first, I completely couldn't understand those training methods. I couldn't believe that it would be this beneficial for me. Although now it will only activate when I'm in an emergency situation. I can't lose patience. The fact that I can confront an 8-star swordsman is great, even if it's a bit clumsy. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Besides, I also achieved a lot of things at this banquet. I confirmed Veridin's identity while at Zippel. And gained something akin to friendship with the heir of the ice bow. Furthermore, it was discovered that Bubert Gaston and Bishkel Ibriano knew each other. There are many possibilities behind the transformation case. I don't need to worry about it right now, so I'll find out some background information first. Jin saw the flowers placed in the vase and asked, what about the flowers? The heir to the ice palace left them behind when he came to visit you. Does she like you? No, it's an ice palace legend. The meaning of these flowers is a never-ending battle. It seems like she wants to continue fighting with me, replied the cat lying lazily at his feet. Anyway, isn't this the first time you've been given flowers by a girl? It's also a great achievement, don't you think? Strawberry cake. Gilly turned to the young master and said, anyway, young master. The homeowner orders you to come see him as soon as you wake up. Father, I think it's time for you to prove your worth. Okay, looks like we'll be away from home for a while longer, he smirked. Where is Dad? After speaking, he immediately left. He entered a dark tunnel, with a deep road ahead. His father turned to see him and nodded. He remained silent and said nothing. It's been a long time since a child came to see me in such comfortable clothes. It seems like you already know that you will go away. Yes, you plan to go soon. He silently stared at him. He seemed interested for some reason, but after his regression, he was much easier to read. He asked, "Do you know where this is?" He replied with a cold face. It was a mausoleum where those who had achieved achievements for the family were allowed to enter by the sword garden. And also where the family heroes are hidden. Very good. In other words, the family's heroes rest there. This is a mausoleum that has existed for thousands of years. Do you know anything about the first homeowner, Tamar Runkendel? He is not buried here. Yes, I also know that his grave is not placed in the garden of swordsmanship, either. The power of darkness I possess is the same as him, is the reason we cannot respect the first homeowner. After he passed away, we signed a humiliating pact with the Zippel family, saying we would never use magic again and would not honor the ancestors who used it. As a result, the gods of the Zippel family gathered and cast a curse on the Runkendel bloodline. That's why all Runkendels born after the first homeowner cannot use magic. When you defeated the Toner brothers with your aura, I didn't ask how you got that power, remember? Yes, I even lied that I would use it for the family's benefit. Fortunately, you were still young at that time. If that happened now, I wouldn't ignore it. Have you heard Sadare's voice? Yes, he called you a signer. In fact, in this life you have never seen him before. Maybe it's not fair to you brothers and sisters. Okay, can I use that strength to overcome my brothers and sisters, and take over this family? I will leave and travel the world. If there is nothing more valuable than Runkendel, then I will take over the family. He hesitated for a moment. Then continued, in order to be recognized, your siblings left the sword garden to go out to experience and practice, but you left to find something more valuable in the family. I'm not sure whether to be proud or say that, I'm proud again. He sternly ordered, I will give you 5 years. During that time, feel free to explore your values and then come back with your answer. He immediately pulled out his sword. From the sword radiates a very strong source of aura energy. Eyes radiating murderous aura, sharp sword and fiery aura. Thank you, Father, for everything. I will come back to see you after 5 years. Gilly is already outside waiting for you. Have you finished talking to the homeowner? Yeah, I just need to leave. He was surprised to see Gilly. Already have a big suitcase ready. This is. She hesitantly replied, they say this thing will block the aura. I learned about it when I heard the old servants talking. It's a bit annoying because suddenly I can't use my powers anymore. As servants, instead of making a name for ourselves, our reputation will depend on the master, so please don't make that face. This is for your sake, master, not just for the next 5 years, but I will always protect you. Gilly, I'm sorry. Gilly smiled and replied, please don't say that. It's enough that I can follow you, and I can regain my strength after you pass the test. Okay, let's go. He turned his head to look back at his house again. The peaceful scenery of the tower appeared clearly in his eyes. 5 years later. Looks like this is just the beginning. Let's go. What world to explore? He smiled proudly. The father was still standing in the cellar, deep in thought, using only a sword. That I had reached the demigod realm, but still failed to break the curse of the Zippel family's ancestors, and contracted with Sadare and dark energy. Perhaps the youngest son is the family's only hope. That child may hold the power to free the Runkendel family. I'm very curious about what that kid's future is like. Both of them were now deep into the forest. Gilly, walking behind, suddenly spoke up, young master, is it really okay for you to leave without a greeting like this? He turned his head in confusion. The cadets in his team and Miss Luna would definitely be very disappointed. Jin replied, don't worry, after all, Luna herself is quite a liberal person, and the cadets are also quite sad, but it's not like we'll never see them again. If I mentioned it to them, they would probably raise their swords along both sides of the road when I left. That's right, they might do more than that. Gilly continued asking, so where are you going now? According to what I heard, most of the other fortune tellers choose Mimit as their first destination. That's because killing evil people is the most effective way to become famous. He remembered the old days. Before becoming Runkendel's luck, they had to venture into the world and build a reputation from scratch to be recognized as luck, and there was one more condition, that they were not expected to receive help from the family. For example, Lady Mary defeated all the strongest people in the northern region of the continent, and was famous as the northern madwoman Wind Fury Mary, before becoming a lucky woman. Besides her, my other siblings all returned within about 6 months to 2 years, but he gave me a total of 5 years. There was only one reason for my father to do so. Find out all you can about the dark energy, then return. A ball of energy appeared on the hand. He thought for a moment, then replied, "We will go to Arkan Kingdom first." Arkan Kingdom? You mean the country affiliated with the Lutero Magic Association? Gilly shouted in shock. Isn't that the territory of the Zippel family? Why did you go there? When I went to Cologne Ruins to do a quest, I heard that a large number of unregistered mages were rampagingly ruling that land. It seems they are joining hands with the fighters and causing a lot of trouble for the people of Arkan. Gilly listened and nodded. That's a good idea, young master. When I was a soldier, I really enjoyed dealing with those bad guys. I was already excited. Jin, on the other hand, felt a bit guilty, because he had actually never heard of such things. This information was something he knew from his previous life. All unregistered mages and warriors are puppets of dark clans called Tessing. What I'm really interested in are the basement auctions organized by those guys. There are a lot of items whose true value no one knows. I need to buy some sword skills and a ring. Gilly took the things out of her bag. Young master, I don't think we can use the teleportation gate to enter Arkan Kingdom. According to family rules, I can only bring 10 gold coins, and you cannot reveal your Runkendel identity, so I don't think we will receive any help. Well, if we reach Gene Kingdom, this problem will be solved. Gene Kingdom, but what about us? He replied, we can fly. What are you doing, Mukurin? Transform. As soon as Mukurin heard this, he jumped up and down excitedly and replied, hey kid, are you okay? Young master can't do that. What should I do if someone notices? He waved his hand and said, it's okay, we have to at least try it once. But if the family finds out? Mukurin immediately jumped down. The cat jumped straight into the water and soon turned into a giant dragon. Jet black with fiery fins. Mukurin said eagerly, holding on tight. To reach Gene's kingdom before tomorrow, we have to fly very fast. Gilly could only sigh. Lady Luna is inside the building walking down the hallway. A feeling of alertness suddenly ran down my spine. She quickly turned to look and saw the shadow of a dragon in the distance. Luna looked suspiciously. Could it be Jin? She's riding a dragon right after being made a reserve star. Luna smiled faintly. Really, she is really different. Leaving without even saying goodbye to my brothers and sisters. I hope you'll have luck, my cold boy. By the time the three reached Gene Kingdom, it was already dark. But the result was Gilly nausea and dizziness. Mukurin worriedly appeared in human form. Are you okay, strawberry cake? She hugged my mouth tiredly, my stomach. Mukurin huffed and turned to blame. Hey kid, because of you, strawberry cake is scared. Teacher, how can it be my fault? Because you fly weird. You told me to fly. Hey strawberry cake. He was so worried when he saw her vomiting like that. Mukurin patted his back. Okay, take it slow. Take a deep breath like that. That's right, lean on here, let's continue. What a strange dragon, I need to go into town right away. He decided to go first and leave those two behind. Mukurin saw that her health was not good and said, no, my child will take care of the strawberry cake, you should hurry up and make money, just sit there, don't cause any more trouble. The capital city of Gene, the Vile family palace. You go there, a young man is sitting next to the river watching the moon, young Master Jin. Even though a banquet was held for him, I only found out after it was over. Even if it was a mission, he saved my life. I want to see him again to say thank you for saving my life. When will I be able to meet him again and repay the favor? While he was complaining, a flickering black shadow appeared behind him. Before he could speak, he covered his mouth. He was a bit frightened at first, but calmly went to Sember. He shushed as a signal to keep quiet. It's me, I saved you from those Canzello guys. He quickly pulled away and shouted loudly, but Mr. Jin, why are you here? You said I came to you when I needed help, you remember, right? He nodded repeatedly. Of course he remembered. How could I know your kind heart? If it wasn't for Mr. Jin I probably would have. Jin smiled satisfied. Okay, that's good, then I'll wait here. Please bring me some gold and money. He gasped in surprise, not daring to believe his ears. The rules state that you must hide your identity as a temporary misfortune. Because you need to raise your reputation solely through your mastery of swordsmanship without any help from your family. It's obvious that the Runkendel children will be extremely poor in the first month or two because they have never been taught how to live. So until they earn bounties from hunting criminals, or work as mercenaries to make a living, they are forced to experience poverty. But with us it's different. Jin quickly got the money and the three went to a luxury restaurant to eat and drink until they were full. Gilly's face was now rosy again. She excitedly replied, "The food in the John Kingdom isn't that bad." I was mentally prepared to have to tighten my belt for a few days like other times of luck, but the start turned out very smoothly, all thanks to that young master. Mukurin laughed loudly and said loudly, "This strawberry cake. I just told Jin yesterday if this was blackmail." The reaction changed quickly. Gilly immediately turned black and faltered, "That's because..." Jin smiled and replied, "It's not blackmail. Sember was able to pay my debt in cash. As a result he took a whole bag of money. I only needed to take a little. You can take it all. It's my honor to help you." He turned to say to Morakin, "By the way Mukurin, are you sure you don't eat too much?" "What? We're about to open the portal. What if you vomit again like last time?" Murikna was confident with an arrogant voice, "Shut up, even if he threw up, eating a full stomach is the instinct of a dragon like me." "What the hell are your instincts? If it weren't for me, you would have been starving for days. If you don't want to see me puking up and down, then come ride me and see. Why do you insist on using the teleportation portal?" Gilly hesitantly replied, "I'm someone just trying to hide my dragon sickness." Mukurin jumped up, nervously said, "Hey strawberry cake, that's not what I meant. I'm not talking about you." I was worried about Gilly, but it seems the real problem lies elsewhere. "Where we are heading is the Akin Kingdom," Jin announced. "Is a member of the Lutero Magical Federation, ruled by the Zippel family. About 80% of active dragons are on the side of the Zippel family, so if we fly here if we're not ready, we shouldn't provoke them. We don't have the Zippel family's permission to fly in. The territory they govern is no different from a challenge." He immediately opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "What are you afraid of? Half of those dragons will be scared and flinch when they hear my name." After saying that, he turned back into a cat. Everything was different. Now there is no one flying around showing off their wings in the sky anymore. And one day I hope that the world will become a place where better and more worth living. Seeing Mukurin transform like that, he softly reminded, "I told you not to arbitrarily transform in the middle of the road." The current Zippel family is able to maintain its existence thanks to the dragons, the gods who created the dragons and the series of Zippel clans who have signed contracts with those gods. In other words, the Runkendell family is now having a hard time dealing with them. If Dad wasn't here, the Zippel family would have destroyed Runkendell a long time ago. Jin suddenly remembered something. "Wait, now that I think about it, I realize how they gathered so many people with contracts. Is it possible to gather that much in just one generation? This is not simply a coincidence." While he was thinking, a guard held out his hand and asked him to reveal his identity. Only then did he realize that he had arrived without knowing when. He immediately showed 2 passports as proof. "I am Jin Grey and this is Gilly Pitton. We are coming to the UK to travel." The security guard, after checking once, let him in. The two quickly sat down in their chairs. The speaker above their heads emitted an announcement. This was an announcement sent to everyone. "We'll start teleporting to the UK in a few minutes. You may experience side effects from the move such as headaches or delirium, so please keep your most comfortable seat." Gilly replied with a smile, as expected from a family-made identification card, "We passed through the door without any problems." Jin nodded, "Of course, the person who gave me the card said that this card was so real that it could fool even the Vermont security force. Thank you for waiting, teleportation is about to begin." The atmosphere quickly changed. Mukurin sat nervously on Gilly's lap. He was engrossed in thought. British Kingdom, in his previous life. But it's been 15 years now. We have arrived. Welcome to the British Kingdom, part of the Lutero Magical Federation. He silently observed everything around him. Before my regression, I spent the last years of my life at the base of the Akin Kingdom. It's been a long time since my previous life, but the scenery hasn't changed too much. Beggars and homeless people can be seen everywhere. People passing by on the street had gloomy faces. Gilly also feels a gloomy atmosphere in this neighborhood. This city is strangely dark. Although the weather is very nice today, it's not lacking. It's all because of the tyranny of those damn scavenging bastards. I remember hearing about how terrifying the current dark times are. He glanced slightly at the gray faces of the crowd. I can only avoid it and don't know what to do. Now let's find a place to stay first. We can find the destination later. Yes, young master. The three went to a boarding house that was high-rise but had poor facilities and looked like it was very old. Mukurin frowned in annoyance. "Hey kid, do we have to stay in such a shabby place?" Gilly came over to comfort him. The young master must have had a plan in mind for Mr. Mukurin. He pouted and said, "Oh strawberry cake, we have the means to stay in a place like this. Jin glanced at him and said sarcastically, "Surely everything would be great, showing off your wealth in a city full of criminals and illegal magicians like this." Mukurin said harshly, "That's why we have to stay in a dump that even the orcs criticize." "Say whatever you want, I'm here." He clicked his tongue but had to move in. In the dark boarding house, there was only a young man looking after the shop who was sleeping at the table. "Are you the owner of this inn?" Your voice woke him up with drool still running down his mouth. He raised his head and discovered that it was a guest. A stalker. A novice swordsman. And a beautiful girl standing next to them. Is she a maid? After vaguely guessing their identities, he smiled mischievously. He immediately brought out 3 glasses of water. "Warm welcome, welcome to Jet Hostel, we have many rooms available." In that sentence, there was a deep meaning behind it. He enthusiastically introduced, "Here is the famous orange juice of our inn, take a cup and choose any room you like." He saw Mukurin holding up the glass of water and smiled excitedly, "Yes, have fun, when you wake up after drinking that. Your life will turn to a new page in the hidden price floor under this house." But he didn't know that he had provoked someone. Mukurin took a closer look and immediately discovered that there was a problem with the water. He cursed angrily, "This lowlife pest has lost his mind." Not too fast, not too slow. He took the whole cup of water and threw it straight at his face. He was immediately stunned, not understanding what was going on. What was this? Mukurin didn't say much and jumped directly onto the table. A punch straight to the face kicked the manager's mouth out. "How dare you give us poisoned drinks?" Jin also directly threw the glass of water away. "Poisonous? What do you mean, right here right now? You will go down to the golden stream." Mukurin broke his arms, his face was fierce, his yellow eyes glared at the manager who was preparing to treat him to a king of hell. The manager now realized he had chosen the wrong prey. He quickly begged, "Please wait, let's negotiate." But Mukurin has no respect. He directly raised his leg and gave him a kick to the jaw, negotiating with the monkey. Introducing this is Vet, an information seller in the Empire as he calls himself, a person he owed money to in his previous life. The reason why a weak guy who was exiled from the family and has no background like me was able to settle down here in Akron was all thanks to Jet's help, so he and I became close. But not for a good reason. He tricked me with the excuse of introducing me to an underground auction house, and took everything from me except my clothes. Just thinking about this made him want to punch him without missing a beat. But this regression is different. This time it's my turn to take advantage of you, you bastard. That's why you just let Mukurin fight. He was about to scream, "If you keep hitting me like this, I won't let it go." Looks like that, but I am a pentagram. Unexpectedly, he didn't care and instead punched him mercilessly a few more times. Who cares? He was beaten to the point that he finally had to surrender. "I was wrong, but it's not a poison, it's a drug. It's all the same." Seeing him being beaten for a bit, Jin stopped when he saw his grandparents. "Mukurin, stop, let's see what he wants." He grumpily turned around and asked, Why do we have to listen to what someone who wants to poison us has to say? Please save me, I will atone for my mistake." Mukurin got angry and cursed straight to his face. "Shut up, don't open your mouth if you don't want to get beaten. I'll ask you a few simple questions, you bastard. If you lie, you will definitely die. If you tell the truth, you will live. I will subjectively evaluate your answer based on my feelings and intuition, okay?" The sight of him sitting on the table, looking down at the poor man, made his aura and majesty increase. This is truly the appearance of a young master. Mukurin has no choice but to drop to the floor. "Okay, do as you want." Jin asked the first question. "Okay, what do you do?" "My name is Jet, I am an innkeeper and information seller." "What else?" He was stunned when he heard this sentence, implying that he had not yet fully confessed, so he hesitated. "I am still a fraudster, I am also a human trafficker and if you forgive me, I will be very useful to you. I know a lot of things in this city so you can trust me. It seems like the reason you drugged us was because you wanted to sell us somewhere." He knelt down and kowtowed and admitted, "Yes, I'm sorry." "Somewhere?" He was startled and tried to raise his head. Jin without any respect stepped on his arm, causing him to scream in pain and quickly confess everything. It was the underground testing arena. In more detail, the more he talked, the harder he pressed his foot down, causing his bones to fall apart. Testing is a dark organization that operates auction houses, slaves, forbidden poisons, and stolen items, and antiquities, that places everything. Finally arrived at the testing auction house, he thought to himself, "Okay, you'll be left alone tonight, but you know what to do next." He quickly nodded, "Of course, God, thank you, thank you." "Kid, are you going to waste your elixir on a guy like him?" "That's right, young master, If you spare him, don't worry, he'll just trick us. Both people behind him were worried about his decision, he explained, a shadowy organization and an underground auction house. What could be better than exploring those places and then considering his attitude and behavior at that time? It wouldn't be too late to deal with that guy lying on the ground holding his arms in pain, tears and runny nose running down his face. We also need a tour guide in Akron, so use him. First we have to find someone to treat him. After saying that, he went out, leaving the two people still bewildered, not understanding what his next step was. He stood in front of the door outside and sighed, acting like he didn't know anything when he already knew everything. It was really tiring. But I don't intend to reveal that I'm a fake regression, so I have to try. The doctor came that night and treated him. It's best for him to rest until his bones heal. So if you need me, please call me. Gilly went to the door and bowed her head to say goodbye. Finally, it was a person from Lutero Magic Department, a talented healer from the street. Jin spoke up, "This guy over here is looking at my face, scared in his heart. Damn these crazy people, after beating me, they treat me. Who the hell are these people, heirs to a great martial arts family or the ace of a special law enforcement force? It doesn't really matter, if I betray them, I'll be gone." While thinking, Jin's voice startled him, "So let's go, huh? We have to go to the underground auction house." The two quickly arrived at a huge building, like a magnificent palace. The guard saw the jet coming and asked quietly, "Hey Jet, why does it bring so many people and goods?" Jet then whispered in their ears, "Stop talking, open the door, they are our guests." The security guard immediately opened the door without any doubt. The light from the lamp inside shines out, illuminating the entire space. Sparkling lights. The layout of the house is splendid and luxurious, the music is melodious, and the guests are all wearing masks. Mukherjee smirked, "It was really funny. When there's an entire orchestra here, compared to a place run by gangsters, it's a bit much." Everyone thought that Tessing's leader was Salka, but the leader was actually someone else. Mukherjee glanced sideways. Jet immediately gave three people 3 masks and reminded them that if they want to go to the auction house, they should wear these, covering their faces will be better. Jin asked, "So who is the real leader?" "Is a name called Alu Spider Legs." This place was decorated to his liking, but the truth was that he wanted to hide his lack of education. "Keep talking. For a small fly like me, Alu is very different. Not only can he calm down those dirty streets, but he is also a 7-star martial artist. It is rumored that he has ties to the Runkendell family across the sea, Star Runkendell." Mukherjee sighed, "Kid, ignore him. Do you really think they hang out with these lowly thugs?" Gilly also agreed, "I also agree, young master, no matter how many times I think about it, I still can't remember that there is such a person, but you yourself think differently, there is one person. The bastard placed a curse on him so that he could not swing the sword again, and if it's related to a magic facility then there's a high chance it's him. The curse of the 9 stars makes it impossible for you to lift it. I don't think any Tessing magician can cast such a high-level curse, but in 10 years in the arena and 5 years in the sword garden, I still can find the answer in a total of 15 years. I have to at least grasp some clues, so he called you too. We came here with the purpose of finding out everything about the identity of that guy Alu. It's also worth investigating." His eyes shine a pale blue color, clearly showing his determination to find that guy. The three quickly went deep into the dungeon. Mukherjee asked, "So what was the plan? Was it something like wiping out all the gangsters on the first day?" "The guards they saw on the road seemed to all be elite soldiers," Gilly whispered. "Some of them look like unregistered magicians. I don't think it would be a wise decision to raid the heart of the enemy army." Jin reassured, "Don't worry about anything. I have a plan." "What's the plan?" Everyone listened clearly. He immediately turned around and warned them both. After listening, Mukherjee angrily replied, "Child, sometimes I really wonder what's in your head. How do you think these things?" Gilly is also a little worried about this bold decision. It's a bit unexpected, but can you really carry out that plan as a Runkendell family member? "No need to worry, we can run away if an unsolvable problem arises." "Excuse me sir, we are here. I have chosen a quite private place for you. Welcome everyone." Came to the flower of Tessing, the underground auction house. He then opened the curtain to reveal their seats up high. In front of them was an extremely large auction area for hundreds of thousands of guests. The host's voice rang out, "We will present the next item now. It doesn't matter where they come from or why they are here. The first item is something that you can use as you please without having to think about anything. This is a slave. They are in very healthy condition today. Look at the guy at the end of the line, he looks very healthy." Jin looked at it and said, "Are you planning to sell us like them?" He then laughed and played around. asking you to forgive me because of my ignorance. Slaves, I should be happy that at least there are no children among them. Mukurin sitting next to him asked impatiently, "Hey kid, what do we do now? Just wait. I heard that occasionally there will be some quite useful items put up for auction. If there is something valuable, I will try to auction it, then we will start to find a way to take action. So let's just say this plan has just been thought up. If your information is correct, then that item is probably left moldy in the warehouse. Can we steal it after the plan is implemented?" The host spoke loudly. And then the auction officially begins. Until a week later, he still hadn't made any move to buy anything. The host's voice rang out, "We have 130, can we have 140? Jet is next to you as a gentle reminder, "Sir. You've just been sitting around looking around for the past week. If you still don't buy anything today, Tessing Auction House might cause trouble for you. Aren't you also bothering me? Well, of course, just do whatever you want, sir." Jet's heart is extremely impatient. "Damn it, do something, you idiot. At this rate, you will soon be kicked out of here even if I have some acquaintance with the auction house. Buy whatever you want before I lose all patience." To the next item, which was a magic book for the first time of the day. The host introduced, "This is the magic book of Matthew Woniak, the magician who ruled the entire continent at one time. We haven't been able to decode it yet, but I'm sure there is a very wonderful magic recorded in the book. This, 80 stars, we have the first price, does anyone have a higher bid?" After hearing it, he sighed in frustration. If the author's name was spelled wrong, there was no point in talking. And all of Morniak's magic books are managed by the Zippel family, so there's no way this book is real. It's been a week since I came to this Tessing auction house, it's too boring, anything of value. The guy in charge of the auction kept spouting nonsense, and the stupid magicians were fascinated with that fake magic book. "This is our next item, the author of this magic book is Tsenmi." He thought to himself, there are a few magic books like this, they are not famous but they are quite like playing the lottery. If you are lucky you will get good things or not. While thinking, Mukurin patted his shoulder and said, "Hey kid. You should buy it, if that book is really by Tsenmi that I know, it will be a great bargain." He agreed and immediately offered the price. The host spoke loudly, 150, who else bid higher? Is he planning to buy it at this price? It's probably a son of some rich family. Everyone started whispering as soon as he started bidding. He glanced slightly at Mukurin, observing the emotions on his face. A magic book recommended by the Black Dragon Mukurin. Why was he so interested in seeing what that magic book was like? Mukurin's face frowned, constantly muttering how it could be here. The host continued, "The next magic book is written by Shujil Hister." His attention immediately turned to the next item. The guests below also focused their attention on the book above. He was first send me and now this. There was nothing but things that had never been known. Without hesitation, he immediately bid 200 for the first time. Everyone turned their heads to look at each other in surprise and confusion. 200 stars, who is that guy? Why does he only bid on strange things? Mukurin asked softly, "Hey kid, what is that you set the first price at 200? Do you know this book?" He replied nonchalantly, "I just thought it would be better if I bought another magic book, but we found it here. My master's past life, her family, I heard that her family collapsed hundreds of years ago. I didn't think so but I found a trace of them here, that's why you really want to get the book." Soon he quickly auctioned the book. He took that book to give it to her as a gift if he could see her again. After finishing his work, he stood up and called them, "Okay, let's act, let's go." 2 magic books were brought before them. Mukurin quickly flipped through the pages of the book. He said with satisfaction, "He's done the trick, this is really that send me I thought of, but what comes with it? A strange, complex rune. Of course, the only people who can decipher that ancient language are only me and my master, you'll understand immediately after seeing it." Jet rubbed his hands with satisfaction, so happy. He finally went out to buy some items and if by today he didn't buy anything it would be very bad. "Jet, yes sir. I'll go see Spider-Legged Alu." His throat froze, he quickly said enthusiastically, "But sir, it's not possible, even if you are my client, Alu, then please pass the message back to Alu." Telling him that Bereti Zippel came to see him, he whispered in his ear, although his voice was gentle but filled with murderous intent. His face instantly turned white, not even a drop of blood remained. Finishing his sentence, he quickly ran to the room at the end of the hallway in chaos. Damn it. He's not from the Vermont Task Force. Well, now if I can rely on the Zippel family's reputation, I can leave this damn place. He hurriedly rushed into the room and said loudly, calling Alu to come here quickly, Veridin Zippel is looking for him. But when I entered the room, I saw a bunch of people with gloomy faces standing there. Immediately those people headed outside one after another. The bald guy arrogantly said, "Are you Veridin? According to me, the boss wants to see you." Unexpectedly, it was that concave attitude that caused him to receive a slap that dislocated his jaw. "Are you guys kidding me? Hey, are you Alu? In your hand is a fireball that has been waiting for a long time." That guy quickly shook his head. "No sir, boss, Sir Alu ordered us to escort the three of you to meet him." He immediately gave them a present. An explosion filled the hallway. He commanded sternly, "I already revealed my identity, but he just passed on the word, let me say it again. Call him here to meet me himself, crawl on all fours to my feet." Soon, Alu was kneeling under Jin, his hands bulging with blue veins. Not only him but also all the guards there had to bow to him. He stammered his introduction, not daring to raise his head to look even for a second. "I am Alu, the person managing this testing auction room. I didn't recognize you in time, please forgive me. If anyone else claimed to be Veridin Zippel I would have died laughing, but not him." His aura was completely different. Just now he also used fireball magic, which is a 5-star mana skill. Jet chuckled in his heart. He cheered because he had won a big trick. At such a young age he could use 5-star magic. Other than the Zippel family, it was difficult for anyone to do so. It went back to a week ago, when he discussed the plan with both of them. "At that time you said you would pretend to be Veridin Zippel." Both were extremely surprised. He continued, "Even if that Alu guy knew the Zippel family, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. We will attack him first. When he is afraid, his judgment will not be as lucky as usual." Gilly was extremely worried at that time. There was no lack of master, the problem was not whether the trap was discovered or not. If in the future this matter is discovered by the family or the patriarch, something will happen. Back to the present time, Jin spoke up, "Get up and go." As soon as the name Alu heard the command, he immediately stood up. "Yes sir." "Look at this, what do you think these things are?" "It's magic books. I'm sorry for taking those ancient magic books without the Zippel family's permission." He immediately bowed his head and apologized profusely. He glared up and continued to interrogate, "The 2 magic books I'm holding here are very valued by people in the Zippel family. How much money have you made from them?" Alu spoke up to explain, "Sir Veridin, I'm really sorry but I'm just a fighter. It was my fault for not realizing the value of these magic books. Sorry sir. I will try my best to get all those books back, so please give us a chance." You immediately interrupted his sentence. "Do you think letting someone like you take them back would be better than me going and getting them myself? Shut up and give me the list of customers who bought those books as well as the amount they paid. My family will begin the investigation tomorrow." Jin's words were sharp and heroic, with murderous intent hidden deep in every sentence and every word, making an underground worker like him not dare to utter a single word. He seemed numb before the death sentence. His life was over. Ark and Kingdom, no matter how hard Tessing tries, compared to the Zippel family, they are still just a group of ordinary gangsters. If the investigation turns up something that upsets the Zippel clan, that will be when Tessing falls apart. Alu immediately brought all 3 into the office, solemnly introduced. Those were all the people appearing at the auction. "Sir Veridin. Is there anyone else?" he asked further, "but they are all strictly guarded in the warehouse. That's also the staff's living quarters. If you'll let me go out for a bit then I'll be able to bring them here immediately. It will probably take about 2 hours, so if you..." He seemed to read his thoughts and immediately stopped talking. "What the hell are you talking about? Why don't you destroy some important documents? Don't think I'm sitting here and not guessing your actions. If you do your work, do it carefully." Being told that hit him in the heart made his whole body tremble. He raised his chin and said, "If you want, go ahead, if you want to investigate all the remaining people." He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and bit his lip, not daring to speak. "Don't forget that you are still under my control." He threatened again. He had no choice but to turn straight and obey orders. "Yes, I know, I will be back soon. While I'm gone, take him around the warehouse area to check." Before completely leaving, he whispered to the guard, "Don't take him out of the mansion until I get there." As soon as he walked away, his face immediately fell. Many veins appeared on his forehead. "You bastard, just wait and see. Do you think you can control everything that is happening? Damn, I've spent a lot of money on those people from the Zippel clan. Now I have to buy those magic books back. No way." His eyes are red and extremely scary right now. Everything, the nerves are all tense. At this time, the 3 of them were messing around with other people's bookshelves. All the treasures that the 3 of them treated as trash, throwing things on the ground, strawberry cake, whatever they wanted. "Is it really okay?" "It's okay, we just take what we feel is necessary." "Damn, it's all trash, it's trash, isn't it? Threw it until the book hit the guard. Akaran whispered, "Hey kid, about the name Alu, when he comes back he will know that you are fake. When that happens, what are you going to do next?" "What do you mean?" "So just choose what you can get, take it and run away, before Alu comes back." Speaking of this, he suddenly noticed a box. When opened, inside is a white pearl placed in a box covered with white cloth. He smiled happily. He found it. "Young master, should we continue to recklessly do things like this? I don't feel like this is right." "I'll take that as a compliment, Gilly." "Sir, I'm here." Jet quickly ran in, still holding a stack of documents. He was breathing heavily from running out of breath and quickly gave him the documents. "Full information of the slaves you requested. I have also written down their nationality and age." "Okay, very good. I'm done now." He was about to leave but was immediately stopped. When he returned, the boss would give him all the auction house's records. Until then, just stay in the mansion. Jin quickly hit him right in the jaw, deflecting one side of his cheek. His face was white, one of his teeth was gone. As a result, he fainted on the spot, and the space fell completely silent. Jet rubbed his hands and laughed. "You're so amazing, there really wasn't a single unnecessary move." On the outside he was praising, but on the inside he was scared to death. What? Why did he knock out Alu's subordinates like this? He turned his head and asked, "Do you have a family?" Yes, I have a son." He immediately ordered, "Take the boy with him and escape, preferably to the Bement kingdom. Give the leaders there my introduction papers and tell them what you know about this auction house, if you want, that's the only way." He was immediately stunned and refused outright. "Otherwise I would still stand by your side until the last moment." He couldn't give up here. It was very difficult for him to get such a golden opportunity, so he couldn't give up easily. "Please let me fight side by side with you for the rest of my life," he said with an extremely determined and confident voice, "because if you want to succeed, you must seize this opportunity. I didn't expect you to say something painful. Sorry, but I'm not Veridin Zippel." He immediately stood speechless. 2 hours later, after Alu returned because he found out that the guard had fainted, "Just now I had investigated about Veridin Zippel. Veridin Zippel has long and white hair, completely different from the other self-proclaimed boss. Speak, they took information from slaves and other customers in the auction house. Before they escaped, they left a texting message that it was time to end. Go chase them." "What?" Alu immediately grabbed the man in black by the neck, venting all his anger on him. His eyes were red and full of blood. The other guy was beaten and flew into the wall, his head bleeding profusely. Alu ordered everyone to chase after them, to bring those wretched scammers back here. "I will kill all of them with my own hands," he roared with all his rage, his mouth opened wide, his eyes white and red with blood. The group of them were now sitting next to the fire, warming themselves to avoid the cold. Mukurin asked, "Hey kid, is this why you're walking around this area? But I don't think you have anything to gain from coming to annoy Alu. Need to monitor whether he has contact with the Runkendell family or not. Okay, I guess I'll just take it as a goodbye before we leave. After all, he didn't give you the demon book and also sent you a whole masterpiece. I was scared when I saw you take that thing out of the auction house. How can you know such ancient things and still try?" Suddenly a ball of light appeared overhead. Alu's people came to find them. "Over there, they're hiding there, tell the boss." Mukurin stood up annoyed. The crowd was noisy. He wasn't scared or surprised at all. "Now, let's go for a change of pace." Alu gasped, grinning widely when he found them. "You bastards. How dare you do that? Do you think you can trick Alumi and run away so simply? I will hang you all up to the public as an example. I will show you what happens when you dare to mess with the owner of the Tessing underground auction room. Alu, this is my spider." Unexpectedly, instead of being scared, Jin calmly added, making him seem crazy, "The book recording the names of the slaves kidnapped from Bement is already in my possession here. Records of transactions with magicians like the one the Zippel family is looking for, or a list of customers who have dealt with you in a shady way." He pulled out a series of documents from his shirt to hide their crimes. "We have already spread them all out. Tomorrow, the whole continent will be staring at you. This magic book is really convenient. Honestly, you're dead, Alu." At this moment, he was so angry that he went crazy like a psychopath. "Damn brat. I won't let you die easily. I will keep your dog's life. I will torture you every time you faint from pain. I will burn you with fire." He said coldly, "Mukurin, I want to duel with this Alu guy." He cracked his neck looking frustrated, then decided to deal with it. It was a real headache. "You bastard, do you think you dare to fight us alone? Don't just stand there and attack." As soon as the words ended, all the magic users simultaneously attacked following Alu's command. He ordered, leave that brat's life and bring it back to me. Kill the rest for me. The guards took turns holding knives and rushed forward. It only took him one move to beat the other guy and shoot him somewhere else. Two guys behind, one wearing iron gloves, one holding a sword. Unexpectedly, it only took him 2 moves to send them flying. This time it was his turn to fight back. Along with the speed and strength of the dragon, with just one attack, it continuously defeated one person after another. Hit this person in the mouth. Punch the other person in the stomach. Muraka activated his power with great pressure. In just a few minutes, Alu's army was beaten to pieces. Everyone hesitated and wanted to step back. Alu immediately spoke up, "You guys, what are you standing there doing?" Someone quickly said, "If we use magic now, we will attack our troops." So just aiming to dare to stand behind would be so stupid. Gilly stepped back for a moment. Mages use fire energy. And the water rushes straight forward. Each person is their own element, but Mukurin and Jin stood there calmly. Talking calmly, all 5-star magicians. His necklace activated, creating a shield that protected him from attacks. That surprised the magicians. Jin smiled and replied, "Thanks to Luna, everything was much easier." Gilly sighed, "Even so, you left without even saying hello to the young lady, young master." Mukurin was furious and roared loudly because he was insulted. "You weaklings have nothing but numbers, you rascals. You guys are making me angry. Let's all die right away." A straight punch to the ground caused the ground to crack, and the force of pressure from underground bounced up, causing everyone on it to fly into the sky. Alu looked at this scene and was a bit stunned at first. The next second I felt like I was going crazy. Begin to attack instinctively and emotionally. Holding the sword and rushing forward uncontrollably. He threw his sword so wildly that his juniors were also scared. "Boss, what's wrong? You're crazy." He just killed his own people while losing control. He was crazy. "Well, that also saves some energy. Hey kid, I've cleaned up these grass ants like you wanted, now the bastard signs it up to you." "You bastards, who sent you here?" The sword in his hand was dyed bright red, his voice was heavy, he roared madly, "Whether I tell you or not, it's the same, you will die anyway," Jin replied calmly. Alu unleashed his attack, his sword cracked the rock behind him in half. "He is so fast," he sneered. "Yes, I don't know if you're telling the truth or not, but if I keep taking you down I'll have to open my mouth, you bastards. I won't let you leave so simply." Mukurin happily stood behind and cheered enthusiastically, "Hey, you've finally met a worthy opponent. I think the rumor that he is a 7-star martial artist is true. Hey kid, he's different from the Bishkel guy you fought before, this guy just wants to kill you. Use all your strength and don't die." The match officially begins. Bishkel smirked, "Really arrogant. How dare a common magician like you come forward? Are you looking down on me?" That guy growled with every word. He decisively used his sword to rush straight towards him. He crouched low and pulled out his sword to block a blow from him. He immediately noticed something unusual. He didn't think a magician like him would have a sword in his hand. He hit the ground hard and he jumped back. "Damn. So you're not a magician." After learning that he was a swordsman, his blood boiled even more. He immediately swung his sword more fiercely, the blows were continuously emitted without stopping. He was quick with his hands and eyes, his movements were skillful. Slash straight forward to stop him. He didn't know when he appeared right behind him. But he noticed and immediately turned his head back to avoid the attack spectacularly. He clicked his tongue in frustration. It's too light. He now began to calculate strategy. It was so fast, he hadn't even fought with all his strength yet and already it was like that. So the human fireball that appeared at the auction house was just an antique, he roared, "Damn it, but I fell into his trap." He blamed himself. He's not just a problem. But the guy who defeated all my subordinates alone, he is definitely stronger than me. Why is he standing still here? He glanced behind him slightly, wary. Mukurin sneered, "It seemed like that kid was in a bit of trouble." Gilly nervously said, "Mr. Mukurin, are you really not going to do anything?" Even though that was the young master's wish, it was still a bit early for the young master to face someone who was already a 7-star martial artist. He smiled and replied, "It's okay, strawberry cake, that kid also needs to learn to appreciate life. And this strawberry cake, do you think he will lose?" Saying this suddenly made her stop. "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, he hit him so hard that he threw his sword upward. Time seems to slow down. Everyone held their breath. He took the opportunity to rush forward. Your fate has come. According to common sense, he would lose, but no, Mukurin knew there was no way he would lose, a long time ago, when Runkendel's magic sword was still fighting. 2 levels apart. Nothing to them. And sure enough, Jin gave him a fireball right in the middle of his face. He immediately reflexively jumped back, covering his face with his hands from the smoke and dust. Isn't that an ancient artifact? Damn, that means. Are you a demon swordsman? Jin left his coat outside to make it easier to fight. His eyes and demeanor immediately changed. The sword in his hand emitted a source of lightning energy. He stabbed the sword straight into the ground, creating a series of lightning bolts, a powerful source of electricity hitting straight into the ground. Lightning continuously struck him. He immediately used his sword to block the lightning. Stupid. If you just stand there like that, then you will lose your life immediately. Summons a helmet, when his sword touches. He coldly ordered. When I got there, I discovered something strange. A source of dark energy surrounds the surroundings. He immediately grabbed the sword. Pulled out the sword and slashed him right in the middle of his chest. Time seems to slow down. It took a few seconds for blood to spurt out from his body like rain. The iron mask made from dark magic also gradually disappeared. Mukurin was not surprised, just frowned and mumbled, as expected of a Multa artifact. Gilly stood at the side and asked again, what is the Multa artifact? Thousands of years ago. Multa was created for Bement, the first king and the devil's favorite. Also during that time, a war broke out, a masterpiece sword that can block all attacks below the 7 stars. I don't know why it now falls into the hands of these street thugs. Multa artifact, in 5 to 6 years, this object will be returned to the king of Bement. During that time, the academy and everyone were always in a chaotic situation because of this helmet, so I can remember the exact place, location and the day I first discovered it. Not fast, not slow, so you can kill him in an instant. He turned to ask him one last question. Before you die, I want to say something, Alu. I heard you colluded with the Runkendel family. Is that true, kid? You should have asked earlier. That guy is about to ascend to heaven, so what can you answer? Mukurin said grumpily. He now laughs sarcastically. Okay, now I understand. You are Jin Runkendel. So, it's true that you have failed, but you're just a youngest son, you can't stop him. Where is that name? He kept whispering and couldn't get the words out. What the hell is he talking about? He replied, Alu Spiderlegs, I think that's not your real name. I think we need to investigate further. A 7-star martial artist like you is also the leader of a gang of gangsters, so he definitely has connections with the Runkendel family. Kid, it's not strange, it seems like one of your ancestors had a savior who opened a tavern. That's right, but I need to know who the guy he just said is. I definitely have to find that person, because I will later become the head of the clan. You've failed, you can't stop that guy, you're trying to figure out the problem. He knew who he was and still said those words, so that means the sentence you failed to say had something to do with the winged shadow. As for the reason he said he was just the youngest child and couldn't stop him, that name. Surely he knew that there was a power struggle between the brothers and the Runkendel family. Yona has left home, so she needs to be eliminated. Neither did the twins Mew and Anne because they were too young and immature. The rest are not smart or cunning enough to get involved in these things. So there's only one person left who is always obsessed with rankings and always makes things stressful when his talent is revealed. Is Runkendel's next heir, Joshua Runkendel. There is no one else with his abilities, whether this conclusion is correct or not. I will find out soon. Right now on the street, the newspaper delivery kid is spreading the latest news. That is, Tessing was wiped out because of the combined investigation between the Zippel and Bement families. Tessing was completely collapsed. The demons that always target innocent people were destroyed in just one day. Looks like Jet did a great job, Jin said while holding the newspaper. Surely the Zippel and Bement families will not leave him alone. Compared to his life, this price is too cheap. This trash must endure pain to become intelligent. Mukurin smiled and replied, after all, Zippel and Bement already have a reputation, but it looks like you benefit even more. That's right, mage rings, 7-star knights, and even winning battles. Gilly interrupted their conversation and ran in to say, young master. Even though he is a 7-star knight, it doesn't mean he is qualified to receive that title. You can't be subjected because you won a Lu. I think next time you have to be more careful, of course, and it's nothing compared to the final boss. Gilly, I know, next time I'll be careful. Okay, thanks to the Jet, no one will be looking for us, so let's just rest and go to the next destination. She then wondered where the next place was. Tekin, an independent city. Well, if it's a Tucon, is it because of the 7 colors of the rainbow? That's right, Mukurin didn't understand, so he asked, "What are the 7 colors of the rainbow?" She spoke up to explain, "It is the major news center in Tekin. Besides the news centers of Runkendel, Zippel and Bement, it is the most reliable place, so you're just planning on taking advantage of the bad guys the same way you took advantage of Jet." "I can hear it, right?" He clicked his tongue and replied, "That's just one of the ways." After discussing with one of the guys to get on the ship, the 3 of them set sail to sea. From now on, whenever I use my pre-regression memories when I was with Gilly and Mukurin, I need to think of a good reason, but not only that, things related to Bishkel Ibriano, Bubber and Kinzello. Combined with that Alu's past being linked to Runkendel, and Cologne's fall, taboo magic has a lot of things that I need to investigate further, so the rainbow-colored news center in Tekin is the most suitable place. Mukurin stood against the wall and said, "Kid, the most important thing right now is the magic or whatever is left in the body of the Chenmi clan that I discovered before. I think it's light magic, starlight. I thought it had disappeared since ancient times. We also don't know how. In the past, Chenmi was the enemy of the Zippel family. They are ready to wipe out all those who do not please their eyes. This was the original characteristic of the Zippel family, so that's why there are no records left. And if you cannot break the limits of your power, it is possible that in the near future the Runkendel family will have the same outcome. Therefore, learning these things is very important." After saying that, he lifted up his sleeve and he said, "Are you going to show me something? Hurry up, I really like it. Look forward, because this is the magic you need." In his hand is a magic ball. "Open your eyes wide and look closely." "Why is light magic black?" he asked curiously. Suddenly a bright light shined straight into his eyes, making it seem like he was blind. Mukurin laughed happily. "How's that? You've only been looking at it for a few seconds and your eyes are already tired, right?" He covered his eyes and wanted to punch the guy in front of him. "Your eyes hurt to the point of tears. I guess I can use it for both defense and attack. What should I say? It's called Blind Stun Bomb, the best magic of Chenmi. This thing is truly extremely powerful. But compared to that, this, what did you take out?" He took out a notebook from his pocket and introduced, "This was an encrypted system that made even Murican crazy. I don't know what's inside, but it's definitely useful." He was silent for a while then replied, "Just leave it at that. One day I will leave it to someone who can read code." A week quickly passed, all 3 of them arrived. Murican also turned into a cat. Gilly looked at the scene before him with great interest. She shouted happily, "This place is truly beautiful, young master. This is a city located on a small island in the north of the central continent, which is not under the rule of Runkendel or Zippel. Although the population is not high, this is a famous tourist destination where you can see foreigners everywhere. This city looks so lively, you can guess the name of the independent city. Young master, let's find somewhere to stop." Jin said, "So, you looked at it wrong, understand, how can a cat turn into a human?" Julia was eating ice cream and immediately protested, "It's not a kid, it should be called Julia, and I'm not mistaken, an ebony cat has turned into that uncle." Jin said helplessly, "I'm not lying, and I'm not an uncle either." Julia said, "Uncle is lying." "And you are an uncle." Jin went into the water and begged, "Okay, out of respect I'll buy you an ice cream. You can pretend." Julia replied, "Don't make children lie, uncle." Gilly in the back asked, "What should we do?" "We took her to the authorities, thinking she was lost, but if she spread rumors there, wouldn't we be discovered by the Zippel family?" The Murican next to him said, "No need to worry, strawberry cake, no one will believe her words." Gilly replied, "If you had listened to the young master from the beginning, this would not have happened." Murican was confused. "Oh there." Julia stood in front of the gate looking bewildered. Then she pointed and said, "This is the information center." "Julia doesn't like the army?" Gilly asked, "What's wrong?" Julia looked down and said, "I don't like them, they always bother mom." Gilly said to Jin, "It's not okay, maybe this is the place that uses violence and exploits civilians." Jin said, "Her mother can also tell us some more things. Just go in and check." The gatekeeper immediately noticed something. "Ah, isn't this Julia?" Then he turned around and said loudly, "Hey, call the commander, little mistress Julia is back." Jin felt strange and asked, "Wait, do you know this girl?" The gatekeeper replied, "Ha ha, it's very clear that on the other hand, she is the daughter of our commander." Jin wondered, "Commander, a girl?" The little girl suddenly pointed her finger in front and shouted, "Ah, Mom." The woman walked out with a majestic appearance. Jin looked at that woman and thought, "Commander of the central area. I don't think she only has that position. But contrary to her scary appearance, she is very gentle with her daughter. She ran to hug Julia. Julia, I told you not to go far. But because I don't want to play with you, I'm sorry my dear, after work, I play a lot with you, really, I keep my word. Mom, don't leave me alone just because you're busy, like last time, okay? Jin's group was surprised. Almost everyone living in this city knows Julia, so, it seems like I'm careless. Then she turned around and introduced herself to Jin's group. I'm sorry for not introducing myself yet, I'm Alicia Badger, commander of the Tekken station. Jin also introduced himself, I'm Jin Gray, I'm just a new tourist to Tekken. He shook hands with Alicia, well, so he was a tourist. Alicia opened her mouth, I should repay you with something, do you need anything while you're here? Then you asked Alicia to recommend some nearby apartments to stay in, if so, please introduce them to us, is there a place to rest? Alicia said, well then, at the same time little Julia also whispered something to her mother. Probably the Murican transformation thing. After that, Alicia also took out her pen. Turned around and asked the gatekeeper, do you have a piece of paper? He immediately handed it over, yes, here it is. Alicia wrote for a while and then gave it to Jin. She gave Jin a letter of introduction and said, this is a letter of introduction with the stamp of the outpost commander, as long as you have this introduction, you will be treated well anywhere in the city. Thank you again for finding my daughter. Jin also thanked me after receiving the letter of introduction. No, we should thank him, so here we go. And he left with Murican and Gilly. Alicia heard about her daughter's transformation and immediately asked again. Julia, is it true that a cat turned into a human? Yes, but those people don't seem to want to talk about it. Alicia poked her daughter's cheek and said, then let's pretend like we don't know anything, you're very good, everyone has a secret. Alicia knew right away that the other person was a dragon because only a dragon could do those things, she thought, how could she transform? Something only a dragon can do. The three people just found a room in a rented room, everyone is feeling very good because of the service here. Perhaps it was thanks to the commander's letter of introduction, it seemed like ever since the three of them arrived here, they've had good luck. Gilly said, the service is so good, I only received this kind of treatment only when I was at Hewfester. Murican said, this bed is also soft, it should be like that in the tent. Is this the power of a letter of recommendation? Everything seems to be going well at Tekken, we're all lucky to be here. Gilly now spoke up saying that he wanted to eat ice cream like Julia did. Oh now I remember, can I eat ice cream like Julia's just now? It's Tekken's specialty, of course Jin allows it. Oh my god hey Gilly, so you ask me questions like that, go buy some. So Gilly immediately went out to buy, yes, I'll be right back. She sang with excitement as she walked. The remaining two Murican said, it's been a long time since we've been like this, it feels like we're on vacation. He asked how Jin wants to meet the 7 colors of the rainbow, they won't be able to meet them easily. Hey kid, how are you going to meet the 7 colors of the rainbow? It won't be easy to meet them. Jin said he wanted to meet someone first that was the upper sword Casimir. First I had to find someone first, the 7 colors of the rainbow the best information center of Tekken. And in the center of that information center, there was a man named Upper Sword Casimir, he is a famous swordsman that everyone knows. He was also invited to be trained as a swordsman by the Runkendell family, that was the only information the family knew. But 10 years from now, he will reveal his true identity as the King of Bement and use the information gathered from the 7 colors of the rainbow, and will then hold the supreme power of all 3 families Bement, family Zippel, and family Runkendell. Then gained full backing as the first king of the independent kingdom of Tekken. He is an extremely careful person, not only has excellent swordsmanship skills but also has the ability to patiently wait for the right time for many years. This is the person who can help me grasp all the information, news in this city. The problem is, how to approach him. At this moment Gilly rushed in from outside. She announced that when she came down, there was no one left in this inn, all the staff and guests had disappeared. Young master, Mr. Murican, something is strange. There's no one left in this inn, all the staff and guests have disappeared. I think something happened. Suddenly, from behind, a hand was placed on Julie's shoulder. He asked about the 3 people's health and said if it was okay if we went inside. Hello, how are you? Is it okay if we go inside? His hand made Murican feel a little hot, he immediately rushed over to punish the guy who dared to tease his strawberry cake. Jin thought, Holy Sword Casimir, why is he here? Luckily, Jin stopped it in time. So Murican stopped just in time. Murican just pulled Gilly back to him. And threatened like if there was a next time, he would let you go visit your grandparents. Jin said, don't kill him. Murican said, did you just ask if I was okay? Or not? Do you think I'm okay, you bastard? As for Jin, you're thinking about why the High Sword Casimir is here. We didn't cause any trouble, we just arrived at Tekin. More importantly, it's not just him, 3 or 4, many others too. At this point, we will be in danger. If we really fight here, Gilly will be involved, Jin said loudly. Please calm down, Mr. Murikan, this place is too narrow. If we fight here, even Gilly will be implicated. Murikan asked Casimir one last time. Do you know who I am? Why did you say hello as soon as you came in? You're fine, and then you grabbed his strawberry cake. Didn't anyone teach you what being polite means, you bastard? He asked you if you knew who he was. Hello, are you fine? TSK, dry, I'll tell you, no one taught you what politeness is. Do you think that if you don't wear a sword, the soldier who follows you has the right to look down on others? Jin saw that Murikan started to use martial arts and was somewhat relieved. Luckily he stopped. Casimir said, no, that's it, actually that's not what I meant. Murikan said, isn't that what it is? Suddenly sneaked in, I'm here to cause trouble. Answer me, you bastard, do you know who I am? Casimir replied, I don't know. Murikan is angry, has lost the ability to understand. What is the meaning of such disrespectful words? Then Jin told Murikan to stop, like isn't that enough? Stop it, Sir Murikan, that's enough, isn't it? If we are not wanted people, then you should calm down and put away your weapons. Then he turned around and said, is this the High Sword Casimir? Your reputation is so far away that you are no longer strangers. You are the High Sword Casimir, right? I've heard of your reputation a lot, so it's not so strange anymore. Casimir saw that Jin knew his name and wondered who the young master was. Jin quickly introduced himself as Jin Runkendel without hiding anything. Then Jin asked Sir Casimir here to go to a quieter place to talk. He will answer any of his questions. It seems he has a lot to tell me. Why don't we find a suitable place more? I will answer any of your questions. A moment later inside a room, Casimir was talking to Jin after disbanding the army. Jin said, thank you, Sir Casimir. Since disbanding the army, it feels like you trust me a little more, Casimir whispered, thinking that he had brought an army before because he heard a dragon appearing. But it seemed like a wrong move, as that would only anger him further. I'm pretty sure this man is the dragon mentioned. This feeling, this pressure, cannot come from a normal human. Casimir silently thanked Jin because if he hadn't stopped him earlier, he and his army would probably have died. Then he continued to look at the woman next to him and he knew it was Gilly McLaren. He had met her before he was deposed from the Bemet Palace, the military demeanor in the training hall that day. It's unmistakable, but why can't I feel the aura coming from her right now? What is the relationship between the three of them? Thinking about it, he asked Jin a question. Why did he go with a dragon? Since ancient times, dragons have only gone with magicians who have made contracts with gods or individuals with outstanding superpowers. You said you were Jin Runkendel, right? It's not like you're lying, but I have a question. Why do you go with dragons? Since ancient times, dragons have only made contracts with magicians, people who have made contracts with gods, or with individuals who possess superpowers. Most of them are Zippel clan. If your family knew about this, they wouldn't leave it alone, but why did you tell this secret so lightly? Jin replied that the issue here is not whether I am a Runkendel or not, but please let me know. Why do you still come when you know there are dragons here? Casimir then also revealed his secret. The baby Julia that Jin met before is his daughter. She is not a normal child, but the person who signed the contract with Chamberlain Osmil, there is no way the person who signed the contract with Osmil could have misread anything. That's why he believed there was a dragon and came here. Murikan heard this and felt a bit wrong. There are many people out there who want to become a fake contract with Osmil. Why did Casimir tell this secret so easily? If she really is the one who signed the contract, then where is her dragon? Murikan didn't see any dragon aura around here. Why would a dragon known for his respect for his signer abandon a child like that? Casimir now explained. A year ago Julia's guard dragon suddenly disappeared. This seems to be related to the Zippel family or the Bemet Empire, but everything is just speculation. Hearing that, Murikan objected to the above argument because no dragon is stupid enough to be kidnapped, and moreover, it's been more than a year, that long. Speaking of this, Murikan suddenly remembered something. Julia is only 5 years old now. If she is the one who signed with God Osmil, then it will be very dangerous without the guardian dragon around. If this continues, Casimir's daughter will soon go crazy or become a vegetable. Casimir heard this and panicked. Murikan explains, because the person who signed the contract with Osmil can see the future, and that future is a huge burden on the mind that even dragons cannot bear. Maybe now she's still too young to distinguish between reality and virtual reality. so it's still normal. But if this continues for a year or two without the guardian dragon protecting her eyes, she will gradually lose control and become disabled. Furthermore, even though they could see the future with Osmill's fake contract, they couldn't do anything against it and had to follow it. That's the law of cause and effect, so in short, Casimir must somehow find her guardian dragon as quickly as possible. Hearing that, he knelt down on his knees and opened his mouth to beg Mirakin to save his daughter because even though he was a leader, he still couldn't find his daughter's guardian dragon for the past year. So only the almighty guardian dragon can help, but Mirakin waved it off and said it wouldn't work. Because even if he asked, he could do nothing. If you want to help or anything, go ask my boss, said Mirakin while pointing at Jin. You then came closer and pulled Casimir up. You promised to save his daughter. Please stand up, Mr. Casimir, even though we are not too close, this is a matter related to my life, a child. First of all, please stay alert. Then join us to find the guardian dragon for Julia. It seems like everything is going in the right direction. Which Jin had suggested, but he couldn't relax because even the 7 colors couldn't be found, which meant they needed information from Runkendel and Zippel, but this was impossible at the same time. Mirakin asked about the information of the other dragons. Hey kid, aren't Tekin and the Zippel family 1 star? Jin replied, no, Tekin is just a city, they are not related to anyone. Mirakin said, hey, you little thing, if you have so many resources, you should be able to collect some information about dragons, right? Casimir said, ah yes, that's right, we know what kind of dragon will live on which continent. Very good, then bring all the information about dragons and Bement Empire to me. Mirakin, don't say you. Well, this method isn't much different from the past. Legend has it that there's nothing that dragon doesn't know. At a house by the woods, Lady Quickenel. Lady Quickenel, please take a look at this. Enya, I'm here. Enya brought the newspaper and said, it's news about Mr. Jin again. Isn't that great, miss? Even though he's the same age as me, he's already reached 5-star level. Enya, you're also a talented signer. Okay, one day I will be like that too. Really, that's right. Unlike that child, the guardian is a black-haired guy, compared to you, who signed a contract with Olta, the god of time. Suddenly Quickenel was silent. Enya asked, Lady Quickenel. Enya, you go home, and don't come out until I come back, if something happens. Not really, it's just, something dark is coming here. A few minutes ago at sea in the territory of Bement, Mirakin was carrying Jin on his person. And plans to reveal his presence to the dragons here, and Jin's job is to hide carefully so as not to be caught. In a moment, when I reveal my presence, the dragons in the Bement will come out on their own. Hide carefully, don't get caught. Mirakin standing on the water, creating a strong vortex in the middle of the sea. Back to the other day when Casimir gave the information of the dragons in Bement to Mirakin. Here is the list of dragons active in the Bement area he requested. Mirakin watched and thought, oh, so they're hiding here. He saw a somewhat dangerous dragon there. But it's probably okay. The relationship between dragons is always like that. Was leaving, Casimir called him back. Big dragon, you wait a minute. Mirakin turned around and shouted, stop it, just call me by my name. Am I a cult leader or something? Casimir said, yes sir, thank you. He bowed down 90 degrees, thank you. Please let me follow, so I can save my daughter. Mirakin said, I'll tell you 2 things before I leave. First, from today until the dragon's return, you must exhaust your daughter all day, because when she is exhausted, her Osmill power will also weaken. Play with her as soon as she wake up, run around the house or something, make him tired and then let him go to sleep. Casimir said, I understand, I will make her exercise all day, and the second thing is, ice candy. Bring it here, it's because of you that we can't eat, Gilly said. Mr. Mirakin. You're so gallant, Mirakin said, ha ha, strawberry cake, you said you wanted to eat it just now. No, you said so much to calm Casimir. I don't care about that creature's feelings, I don't think. Now he's pretending not to care. He's really thoughtful of our black dragon. According to the present, after revealing their energy, the dragons in Bement also appeared one after another in front of Mirakin. In front were Rabus and Dantil, 2 earth dragons. These 2 had been beaten by Mirakin many times before, so seeing them again was a bit scary. Stinky. Jin asked, how could you fight so much that they would come as soon as they sensed you? Everyone who entered my area would be beaten. That was how it was at that time. So proud, right? They screamed, Mirakin, why are you? Mirakin told his 2 juniors that. I have woken up to carry out an important mission, so you must help me. Seeing that, The two guys scratched their heads and asked each other if they should tell Muriken about it. It seemed like he didn't know anything. After the discussion, the two of them turned around and told Muriken to leave this place, leave as quickly as possible because they don't want to see conflict here. "O ruler of the high mountain and best friend of Sadare, we don't know the situation, your photo, but now is not the time. Please stay away from this place, leave quickly, our young contractor is still here, we don't want any conflict at the Bement border." Of course, why is Muriken so obedient? He insists on staying here and not going anywhere. "How dare you tell me to retreat, Muriken, I don't avoid any place. Oh come on, just leave for us. It's because you keep flaunting your presence that things are so chaotic." The other two dragons saw this and quickly reminded that the silver dragon Quickenel was coming here to kill Muriken. "If I don't run now, I'll just melt the house and ruin it." When Muriken heard that name, he froze a bit, and Jin also wondered what the silver dragon's relationship was with you, Muriken. If it was Quickenel, then are you the silver dragon Quickenel? What relationship do you have with the guardian dragon of the god of time Ulta? "Yes, it's just an ex-lover." Muriken answered. The two earth dragons hastily begged and ran away from this place because Quickenel had not seen her face yet but had seen a welcoming power. "Please boss, I beg you to, can you just leave like that? Our contractor is just a child, they will probably die if they get caught up in this. The other dragons don't know you have awakened yet. Okay, if you don't leave immediately, I will spread the news now." Suddenly felt the flow of power. Muriken tells Jin to hold on tight. It was fortunate that Muriken was able to dodge the attack in time, rather than eating enough. The two earth dragons leave. "Run first, I curse you, Muriken." Jin asked, "What the hell is going on, kid? Don't lose focus, more is coming." Next, the silver dragon's power continuously launched countless beams of light power to attack Muriken and Jin. It must be very difficult for Muriken to fend off and avoid them. Jin took a quick look at the attacks just now and he must have been above level 8, but he was able to pull off several attacks at once like that. What a monster. Even if I underestimate it, it's still level 8, a technique above that level. How can it appear at once like that? Jin took a quick look at the attacks just now and they must have been above level 8, but to easily pull off several moves at once like that, what a monster. Even if he underestimated it, it was still level 8, a technique above that level, can appear in one turn like that. And then from afar there was an affectionate voice calling Muriken, "You bastard, why do you think you brought those shameless bastards to this place?" Jin asked, "Do we have to fight that terrifyingly strong monster?" Muriken said, "It must be so." "Your ex-lover, how long have you known her?" 500 years, about 5 years from a human perspective. "Anyway, just attach that Bradamante to her whenever you get the chance, understand, she's still your ex-lover, isn't that a bit too much?" "Kid, it seems you still don't realize that, but I never attached myself to those things to increase my rank. So when the situation gets bad, throw it all in. You have to go that far to hit her." Right after that, the silver dragon Quickenel transformed and flew towards Muriken. "Muriken, even if you want to run, it's too late now. I will bury you at the bottom of the sea." He quickly explained and hoped she would calm down and deal with the important matter first, but who would ever reason with a woman? So he continued to eat enough. One move from Quickenel, Muriken in this situation could only avoid it, because in terms of strength and reason, it seemed like he had no advantage in anything. Then followed by the chase between the two ex-lovers, followed by the silver dragon's loving slaps from Muriken. And he could only blame himself for having to deal with such a hot-tempered girl. An attack continues to be delivered at close range. I thought that Muriken would not be able to avoid the attack just now, but the name of the dark dragon was not for play. Even though he had weakened a lot since waking up a year later, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. Muriken created a barrier surrounded by darkness. Inside, he was extremely pleased. Muriken is confident that he will at least buy some time. Because no matter how strong it is, Quickenel cannot get in here. Jin said, "Luckily I followed, if you were hit by that silver dragon I wouldn't have even heard of it, I wouldn't have died, no matter how strong Quicketel was, she wouldn't have been able to get in here. Okay, let's ignore it, creating an opening isn't easy, since we can still talk, we need to find a way to calm her down." As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately slapped, and Quickenel easily used his claws to tear through the barrier. She said sarcastically, "Is this really the release of darkness? How sad, Muriken. You don't know how weak you are, if you think you're still the same as before, you're sorely mistaken." Muriken saw that all the cards were gone so he played a card about the past. "Quickenel, stop, let's end everything here, think about our past, I only came here because I have something to ask." "Past? If I think about it, tearing people into 10,000 pieces isn't enough. While Quickenel was still angry, Murican immediately rushed forward and grabbed her wing. He said that after all, the two of them broke up amicably, but why did she behave like this? Quickenel gave him a punch. Just repeating the old story to be exact, isn't it the person who unilaterally dumped me? Murican immediately shouted, right now, come on kid. Jin brought the sword and rushed towards it. He knew its outer part was difficult to pierce because even Murican's teeth couldn't do it. Meaning now he needed to close the distance and then use the dark energy of the remaining Murican around here. Thinking, Jin raised his sword high to absorb the dark energy and slashed down. That powerful attack slashed one of the silver dragon's arms and wings. Murican quickly grabbed the falling Jin. He said that although the kid had used up all his strength, he did a good job anyway. Now just pray for her to calm down a bit. Jin was surprised to hear that. He thought, could I, suddenly become a dragon slayer? But that's not the end yet. Of course not, Murican replied. With other dragons they usually die after the attack just now, but with Quickenel it's different. The dragons that control time don't die so easily. The dragons that control time don't die so easily. Jin was thinking to himself, maybe before finding the missing dragon. So it's the two of them who are missing here, right? The two watched Quickenel for a while, then Jin asked if she was going back in time. That's right, Murican said, that's why power and magic are two different things, but don't worry too much, even though it's just a trick, when using power it will cost some money, that's great power. However, just in case, don't move an inch. After a while of waiting, Quickenel had restored his arm and transformed back into human form. Murican asked, are you calmer yet? But as I see, this expression looks like it's calm. Then Murican added that, I never thought she still had so many feelings that she would go crazy like that. Haven't we parted in peace? Peace you monkey, Quickenel said again, you unilaterally kicked me, you didn't even say a word and just walked away. Is that your definition of peace? As for Murican, it's still the same as usual, he explained, she gets angry every time we mention breaking up. We broke up because we weren't compatible and we never lied to anyone. Jin standing next to me couldn't understand whether this was really a conversation between creatures that had lived for thousands of years. It's no different than a teenager who has just gone through puberty, Murican said. Forget it, I didn't come here to argue. I came to ask you something. Quickenel saw Jin and wondered, wait, before that. Is that human the one who signed with Sadare? That doesn't matter now, Murican replied. What matters is that someone in our species is in danger of their lives. Quickenel heard the words our species come out of that black dragon's mouth and exclaimed, ha, Murican, you are truly a coward. A guy like you has killed so many dragon clans and still dares to say that. You must be kidding me, if I have to think about my fellow clansmen who died at your hands. It's true that I killed many dragons, but most of them were your brother's enemies. Because of your revenge, I killed everyone I had nothing to do with. After saying that, Murican turned around and left. He said that it was a mistake to come here to find you. It would have been better to ask another dragon clan. Forget it, it's my fault for asking you this. I should have go ask another dragon clan. Quickenel then told Murican to stop. She explained that every time she saw Murican, she got emotional, so now let's say what needs to be asked. She apologized for what she said earlier. Murican immediately said, recently a defense dragon of Oz Mill has gone missing. Quickenel heard that and immediately knew it was Latrie. Missing? Are you talking about Tikan's Latrie, a young guardian dragon? Murican replied, yes, there is such a name. Jin thought, now comes the matter to discuss. He sighed. She found it strange because wasn't that child just taken away by the Voletta not long ago? Jin heard about Fanlong Voletta and suddenly remembered, Fanlong Voletta, one of the wind-type dragon people, isn't it the dragon guard of Andre, vice chief of the Zippel family? If so, that means it is once again related to the Zippel family. Quickenel recalls, I must have heard them say they would teach Latrie dragon language magic before. Before she finished speaking, Murican asked us all to find another place to talk. I think we should change locations. If we step back a bit, maybe we can avoid the trap and from there go into Bement. Hearing that, Quickenel decided to take the other two to his house. In a forest on the outskirts of the capital Bement, Quickenel's house, inside the three people continued to talk. Jin apologized for not having had a chance to introduce himself just now. You introduced yourself as the person who signed with Sadare. Quickenel already knows you very well. This is the descendant of Temar, right? And the youngest son, Jin Runkendel. Murican wondered, why do you know so much, let alone investigate? Quickenel explains that it's because he radiates the same energy as Temar. The three of them spent a lot of time together 1,000 years ago. Quickenel joked, and I just guessed that he was the youngest son. The guard dragon's reaction seemed quite interesting. Now on to the main issue. Voletta took Latrie away a year ago. Murican asked, so you're implying that they tricked her by promising to teach dragon language magic, right? This doesn't sound very believable, Quickenel said, but it could be true. Murican added that currently the person who signed with Osmil is still too young to be able to control the power. If it continues like that, it will be very dangerous without the protection of the dragon, so he guessed that Voletta must have also know this. Quickenel seemed to remember something. She remembered when Voletta took Latrie away a year ago, she stopped at Bement and introduced Latrie to her. But she kept looking at the signer of the God of Time, even asking to meet without saying why. Later, the identity of the signer was also revealed, which was the reason the two of them came to this place, because there were many people from the Zippel family and the Bement nobility. Jin wondered, Quickenel, you said that your contractor's identity was revealed. If so, then the fact that Osmil's contractor was still not revealed, but the guardian dragon was still taken away, which is quite suspicious. Murica hypothesized that maybe someone had created a spell to detect the identity of the person who made a contract with the gods. Quickenel objected because this was absurd. No one could know anything about the contract unless the owner personally demonstrate power. Even so, what do they gain from it? Jin then said they would get two things. First, they can reduce risks and eliminate fake contracts outside their borders. Second, when they kill the contractor, they will have the opportunity to make a contract with the family gods. Jin knew that the Zippel people had a special way to make a contract with the gods in their previous life. The person who made the contract with the god of time Ulta appeared. That person was a member of the Zippel family. Meaning they can definitely make a contract with the gods if they kill their signer, thus Julia's guardian dragon is kidnapped. While Jin was thinking, Quickenel said it seemed like what he just said was just a guess as to how a family with so many fake contracts like Zippel still wanted to win. Are you being unreasonably suspicious because you are a Runkendell family member? Zippel's opponent no. Jin said frankly, it seemed like Quickenel was trying to pretend not to see that humans are creatures with endless greed and they will never be satisfied but always want more. Or maybe Miss Quickenel is afraid of the Zippel family. They are the same people who have ruled for thousands of years. No matter what they do, it's not strange. I'm sure that those families will plan something. What I'm not sure is why she pretends not to know anything. Maybe she's afraid of Zippel. When Murican saw Jin talking nonsense, he was afraid of being eliminated, so he immediately stood up and said, wait, Quickenel, we all know about the greed of the Zippel family. Moreover, even though I hate to admit it, they are really talented. There's no harm in being a little cautious, right? From now on, we don't need your help anymore, so we'll leave this place. Silver Dragon Quickenel burst out laughing when he heard that. Murican, you really have changed, Murican, I didn't expect you to feel the danger so quickly. After saying that, she slammed her hand on the table and said she would help you. She wants to face Voletta and find out the truth. If everything really happened like Jin just said, maybe this is a good opportunity to teach the Zippel family a lesson. Just call, the dragon family will immediately fly here now. Moreover, this is also her duty to Temar, because one of his descendants is here. It reminds me of the old days. Even daring to anger her, everything reminded her of the arrogant Temar of the past. After that, the three of them continued to discuss strategies to lure the Voletta. Just in time outside, Enya opened the door and rushed in. Miss Quickenel, I'm home. Hey, these people are, Quickenel said. Enya, I told you not to go out. And four pairs of eyes met. Quickenel quickly introduced to Murican and Jin that this is the person who signed with Ulta, then turned to Enya to introduce Jin and Murican. Enya, this is my old friend and the signer he is guard, Jin Runkendell. I can't believe that young master Jin Runkendell is right in front of me. It seemed like this was a meeting between idols and diehard fans, and Enya shouted. Oh my god, that's really Jin Runkendell. Oh my god, young master Jin is right in front of me. Quickenel said, ha about that, I forgot to remind you, I have a fairy tale about you. Enya is excited, please give me an autograph, young master Jin. Quickenel said, Enya, what do you think about keeping your dignity as a signatory? Enya explained that she was so excited to meet young master Jin, she was sorry, because before she had only seen young master Jin in the newspaper. When she saw the real person in person, she lost her composure, quiet for a few seconds, then she turned towards Jin and introduced herself that her name was Enya, a summoner and a special member of the academy. Hearing that, Jin thought that Ulta, the god of time, always spent a lot of effort to maintain the bloodline of the signer, so the talent of the girl in front of him must be very great. Jin said, there's nothing to apologize for, Enya, you greeted me so enthusiastically, I didn't know how to react. Enya was about to ask for an autograph when Quickenell scolded her. Don't pay attention, Enya, I clearly told you not to leave the house unless I had my permission, right? Enya replied, because I was a bit bored at home, so I thought it would be more fun to meet Miss Quickenell. Enya replied that, thanks to that, now I can see in front of my eyes that young Master Jin is indeed a wise decision. Jin looked at Enya and imagined her being bullied in the academy / a summoner and special student of the academy. Bement noble bastards, who would easily push down anyone with more talent than them. I can imagine how horribly they bullied Enya without caring about the consequences. That's why don't we want to mention or have anything to do with those bastards, those despicable people. Enya asked why the young master came here. Jin turned and said that he came here because of me. Maybe someone is targeting Ulta's current signatory Lady Enya, so. Now will you come with me? I promise to keep you safe. What else could you expect from words like that? Enya drunkenly nodded in agreement. I don't forget to thank God for not letting me down in praying for so long. Quickenell saw that and there was a shortage of words. After all, the two of them were the same age and both signed fake contracts, so why is this girl so stupid? Well, let's knock the fish out of her mind with all this talk so it's easier to discuss work. Now Quickenell's worries are over. Makes me worry that she won't want to go. But it seems like I was worrying too much. Look how happy she was at accepting the invitation. I'm sure if you told me to go to Runkendell, she would also follow. Jin said, hell, my family doesn't have anything like that. After Enya's work, the two of them turned to talk about the black dragon lying on the chair. Quickenell said, no need to pretend like you don't know, there is a dragon down there. Jin looked at Muriken in surprise, she meant. Then the two looked at Muriken who was sleeping on the chair. Quickenell continued that before, she agreed to help him not only because of loyalty to Termo or Enya's safety, but the biggest reason was that Muriken name. He has become so weak that he probably doesn't even realize how weak he is and probably can't fight Valletta in such a condition. So if we really have to fight each other, it must be me, Quickenell emphasized to Jin. Jin asked how strong the Valletta was. That's true, but it's also because the black dragon has weakened too much. If it was the silver dragon's previous attack at sea, then 1,000 years ago it was just child's play for Muriken. While waiting for Valletta to arrive, Jin and Muriken need a place to stay, so Quickenell hopes the two of them can stay at her house. As long as Jin can convince Muriken because this is his ex-lover's house after all. Jin of course agreed with her and also felt in his heart that the silver dragon was truly a thoughtful dragon. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks Mr. Muriken is crazy and now all that's left is to explain to Enya, Quickenell said, because she will wake up in 10 seconds, until then, choose your words carefully, which explains the current situation with Enya. Jin said, didn't you hit him quite hard just now? Even an experienced martial artist wouldn't have woken up that quickly. As soon as I said that, I immediately woke up. How could Jin understand that she could wake up so quickly after Quickenell's powerful unconsciousness attack? She said, you know, in this world, there are some things that are beyond our scope of understanding. Enya woke up calling Jin's name first. After a few hours of explaining, Jin also gave Enya a summary of everything they were having. Now there is a certain faction targeting Osmill's signatories and their next target is likely to be me. And of course Enya chose to believe in Master Jin. She believes that this will be an interesting adventure between a little girl, the dragon guards, and a prince, Master Jin. Jin saw that. It was fortunate that Enya accepted this quite quickly. Even though she was more optimistic than he imagined, Enya was happy. If she was optimistic, life would get better. She had to be mentally prepared to move to Tekin with family in any situation. After talking for a few more minutes, everyone decided to leave as soon as possible. Enya said it's better to leave tomorrow anyway, I just need to say goodbye to my 7-year-old brother and puppy Puffy, see. So I should go back and prepare my luggage, right? Quickenell said. Enya happily went back to her room and said see everyone tomorrow. Quickenell and Jin decided that on the academy side they would use the excuse that Enya was sick, because if they told her to drop out of school they would make a big deal out of this area. Okay, so now, let's focus on that bastard Valletta. At this moment, someone knocked on the door and said he was asking for firewood. Quickenell heard it and wanted to go open the door, but Jin stopped him. There were no guests who came here just to ask for firewood. Jin thought, it's true that regular dragons don't have high defenses. He guessed that the person outside seemed to belong to Bement Special Forces. It must be because of Miss Enya. They must have been waiting around here for a long time and are probably trying to find out which foreigner has just arrived here. Quickenell hears that someone is following him and Enya gets angry and opens the door. Without saying much, she grabbed the guy in front of her and asked if you were part of the Bement task force. Who sent you here? The other guy groaned like that. No, I'm not. At the same time, there was the sound of footsteps entering the house. A guy appeared and said, "Your hand is strangling someone else. Can I leave it out?" He admitted that he was the one who sent that guy. Can he release him now? He also threatened that if Quickenell killed that guy, the special forces would come here immediately. The silver dragon saw that the red-haired guy seemed to be the boss, so he just needed to deal with him. As she said that, she reached out her hand and rushed to attack him. The same explosion occurred right in the house. After the silver dragon's powerful attack, the other guy still stood there. He turned around and asked if this was enough to anger you. Jin, standing nearby, saw this scene and felt cold. He didn't expect that guy could still stand after the attack just now. He didn't expect that he was still okay after directly suffering that attack. He's not some ordinary guy from the Special Task Force Department. That red mask is only allowed to be worn by the Special Command Group of the Investigation Department. If you look closely, this guy is definitely not an ordinary guy in the Special Forces team. In addition, the sword he uses is also meticulously carved, who satisfy all of these criteria. Could only be the Emperor's right-hand man, commander of the 3rd Squad of the Special Division, codename Roz, a man said to be skilled in swordsmanship at Runkendell. Jin was sure this guy was at least an 8-star or higher. Luckily he covered his face with Malta's magic charm. Quickenell said, "Compared to humans, you are quite good." Roz told Quickenell what he did was mandatory because they needed to confirm the identities of the other guests. It's not easy for Quickenell to leave this matter alone. No one would rudely barge into someone else's house and just go home. The name Roz mentioned was Miss Enya just leaving this place. If you let the young lady go alone at night like this, it will be very dangerous. The other guy directly threatened Quickenell. He also added that if we fight now, even though you can defeat me, you won't be able to help Enya in case something bad happens, so you still want to confront me. What am I? So this time I will skip it. And should remember. There won't be a next time. You have to know how to prioritize the most important people to you, right? Something she is protecting with her life. She must prepare to lose everything because of her wrong choice. See you next time. Outside, Roz talked to his juniors that he had confirmed the appearance of the suspects and asked to return to investigate their identities. In addition, all observations of the dragon will be temporarily suspended. Seeing this, the junior wondered if now was the time to monitor the movements of Quickenell and suspicious people. Roz said now is not the time to anger the silver dragon, it will only make things worse. As he spoke, he put his hand in his mouth and rubbed the wound he had just been hit by Quickenell. In short, you need to stop monitoring close range until you detect their strange actions and then notify me. The other guy obeyed. I understand. Inside the house, Quickenell was blaming himself because the two of them had been followed for so long without even realizing it. I was a fool to leave Enya alone in this dirty town. If Jin and Muriken hadn't come, then perhaps she still underestimates their power. Now she is even more determined to quickly move out of here tomorrow. The next morning, Jin and Quickenell were looking in the direction of the boat that Enya was taken on. The two also felt reassured because perhaps Enya would reach Tekken safely because Muriken was accompanying her, but I don't know that this is what's worrying. And now let's go contact Valletta. She is the guardian dragon of the deputy head of the Zippel family, so she probably knows many things. A week later, Muriken also completed his escort mission and returned to prepare for the battle with Valletta. He looked at her house. He didn't think Quickenell had taken such good care of it. The two of them had built it together in the past, but now it was just a memory. Just then Jin also came back and said, "Well done, Mr. Muriken. Quickenell is stricter than I thought. Why did you suddenly say that? The two of us built this house together in the past. I understand why she wants us here. Is your heart warmed? Don't talk nonsense, you brat. It's rare for me to recall our old love. It's just a memory now. 1,000 years ago, in a house exactly like this, I spent beautiful days with Temar and Quickenell. No matter what you do, those are happy days, right?" At that moment Quickenell returned and called Muriken. He rushed headlong into the wall. Quickenell said, "What a pity, you've just flown a little and you're already tired." Muriken shouted, staying silent, "No matter how weak I am, I will never get tired of that." Quickenell announced that she had received Valletta's reply that she would arrive tomorrow night. A barren island south of Bement Beach. The next evening on a barren island south of Bement Beach. Quickenell is waiting for Valletta to arrive. If as promised Valletta will come here alone, Q. O'Connell clearly stated that the reason for calling her was to ask about Latria Emile. If she really pretended to be naive, she would definitely be beaten up by the Silver Dragon. Muriken said, "It's not bad, her personality is still the same, But be careful with her, because now she doesn't have Enya by her side, I think, just stay calm. If anything comes up, I will fight on my own, without your involvement. Hey, no matter how weak I am, I don't want to be pitied by my ex, who said I pity you. This is for Enya. She also values the dragon clan's honor very much, so I think she will definitely come alone. Do you think I will lose to her? Even though Quickenel also believed that with the honor of a dragon clan, she would probably come here on her own. But Jin thought differently. He believed that Voletta would not come here alone, if it's true that the Zippel family kidnapped Latri and are plotting to create shady contracts. Then they will definitely be prepared before arriving. Just as she said that, Fan Long Voletta also arrived, and as expected, she did not go alone but with Andre. He smiled and said, "Ha, it is my honor to meet the Silver Dragon, Quickenel." "Nice to meet you." He introduced himself to Quickenel as deputy head of the Zippel family, representative of God Melzier. Andre Zippel. Quickenel saw this and got angry and asked Voletta, didn't she promise to come alone? Voletta explained that it was because she was with Andre when she received the letter from the Silver Dragon, so she hoped she would understand. Silver Dragon. Quickenel said, "Voletta, you've been so mean lately," he replied. "Then let's get down to business, we need to discuss Ulta's contract." Quickenel then said, "Rituri. Where is Rituri?" Voletta immediately shouted, "Oh my god, I've been tricked, of course that's all you could think of all this time." Quickenel shouted, "Answer me, Voletta, a year ago you captured Ritura, right?" From then on, Asmiel's fake contract could no longer find the defense dragon. Voletta sounds cunning. "Let me see, I don't know how you want me to answer, Rituri." "It seems like things are going well now." Quickenel heard that and was extremely angry because Voletta dared to joke. "How dare you joke with me?" Voletta said, "Quickenel, I don't know what your relationship is with Asmiel's fake contract, but meddling in the affairs of the Zip-E family is not a wise decision." Quickenel said, "You are crazy, Voletta, you really kidnapped a baby dragon that knows nothing about this world." The two people nearby, Murin and Jinno, did not expect her to be so arrogant. Voletta seemed to have run out of patience inside and said, "Oh my god, tomorrow will be over if this keeps up." He exerted his power and made suggestions. "Let me offer you this, Quickenel." He said that if Quickenel was willing to hand over the fake contract, he would spare her life, but Quickenel certainly did not agree. That's nonsense. After all, you're just an old kid. Hearing that, of course, who wouldn't be angry, Voletta immediately attacked Quickenel. Quickenel also has that offer. Is to quickly return the Rituri here and she will let the Voletta die peacefully. Andre outside heard that and smiled sarcastically. "It seems like you avoided Voletta's attack quite easily, right? So now admire my strength, it's been a long time since I was able to fight with all my might." As he spoke, he raised his staff and summoned a huge barrier created by his mana flow. Jin also exclaimed when he saw this scene, "This is the first time I've seen the power of a 9-star mage, this is the mana of a 9-star mage, this is the first time I've seen it after being resurrected." Andre Zippel. Even though he was rejected by the Runkendell family, he is still a member of the wealthy Zippel family. Just have to wait and see his current level. Inside Andrew, after creating a shield to cover him, he began to attack Quickenel. "Gather together, Silver Dragon, you are dead." Seeing that, Din flew up to avoid the attack, but it seems the wind here is controlled by the Voletta, we have to avoid it. "Can it fly?" he said, "It seems like even the wind is against you." "Unfortunately, all the wind on this island belongs to me." So Quickenel had to bear the brunt of Old Man Andre's attack. At the same time, the Voletta above also began to approach her, gathering force and sarcastically mocking Quickenel. "I am the king of Meliire, no one can fly without help, with my permission, you have never been my opponent." When Quickenel saw this scene, he burst out laughing. "These idiots, is that all they can do? That's all it takes to brag about Koa Lak." Andre quickly replied, "It's not enough. I will show you what strength is. You don't really think I can only control the wind, do you?" He summons lightning to coordinate with his dragon guard, so right after that, 2 attacks, one with wind and one with lightning, attack the direction of the Silver Dragon Quickenel. He shouted, "Death to the Silver Dragon." Outside, Jin saw this and thought she was in danger and quickly called Murikan over to help, but Murikan calmly told him, "No, it's not the time yet. There's no one who understands the Silver Dragon better than you." It's true that Quickenel is a bit complacent. But those idiots are also very arrogant. That's right, the Silver Dragon inside also displays its power. Time was stopped, even the attacking magic stood still. Andre was startled when he saw that. Then he said, the power to control time can stop all magic. It's been a long time since the old man saw a scene like this again. The voice rang out, today, I will hear that mouth of yours. After saying that, he told Voletta to quickly attack again. Just one spell made you so angry, Voletta, quickly continue to attack, Voletta. But no matter how much he talked, it was of no use because his dragon guard couldn't move. Due to the ability to control time, Voletta stood still and thought, my body, unable to move, is due to the ability to control time. At the same time Quickenel also rushed towards it. She grabbed the Voletta's tail and whipped it around. Now everyone knows who is the winner, right? No log dragon would dare crow at the flow of time. Voletta was quickly defeated by Quickenel with a scream of pain. Silver Dragon said, how dare you? Keep talking nonsense, you vile reptile. When Andrew saw that, he told Quickenel to stop immediately. I said stop immediately, Silver Dragon. But who do you think you are, calling the forest a forest? Get your tools ready, he's next, Quickenel threatens. Shut up and take a look. Next, it's your turn. Even though she said that, in her heart she knew that defeating Voletta had consumed too much energy. To defeat that mage, she needed the help of Jin and Muriken. She took care of Voletta, but she abused her power, excessive. Must kill that magician with the help of Jin and Muriken. And Andre also took something out of his body and said, Miss, you've gone too far. That arrogance is only worthy of the strong. Muranken, when he saw that object, he looked surprised because if he guessed correctly, that was it. Stone of Origin. He said tremblingly, this is impossible, because it was destroyed thousands of years ago. How could such an object be in the hands of that old man? And Andre summoned the monster from the Stone of Genesis and mocked Quickenel. She was born as a silver dragon and probably always considered herself a strong person, but that was just an illusion. Humans, dragons and even gods, everything will still happen in the end, must kneel under the flag of the Zippel family. She must accept it and has no right to resist. This side Muriken tells about the Stone of Origin to Jin. The Stone of Origin is a sacred object created by the gods to prevent if one day the world encounters a great disaster. It is a sacred object that ensures the world do not approach the brink of collapse created by the gods. This object created from the power of the gods was ultimately destroyed by them, because its power was so terrible that in addition to protecting it, it could also destroy the world. Having said that, Muriken immediately wanted to rush over to Quickenel to support her. Why was an object that had been destroyed still in the hands of that old magician? While Andre was still immersed in talking to the Silver Dragon, that is the power of the divine eye, Silver Dragon. That weak, scared look is the true expression when meeting a truly strong person. Then Muriken has arrived. Stay away from Quickenel. The old man saw that there was a black dragon here and was extremely surprised as he knew that there were only 2 black dragons in the world. Oh ho, 1 black dragon. There are only 2 black dragons left in the world. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you are a Muriken of Runkondel, so you have woken up after 1,000 years of deep sleep, so that means the boy standing next to you is probably the one who signed your conclusion, right? So you are the youngest son who just left his parents' hands not long ago, Jin Runkondel. After speaking, he smiled with a sinister face. Originally I only intended to swallow Olta's signers. But now the meal has become richer than expected. So to be fair, I'll also wake up a sleeping friend, okay? Then he controlled the monster in the stone to awaken the Voletta with some rune. Then Voletta woke up and looked even stronger than before. Voletta stood up. Andre said, I shouldn't have saved my strength in the first place. Sorry, old friend. Voletta said, I really thought I was going to die. Surrounded by the dark power of the Stone of Origin and then went to greet Muriken. It's been quite a while, Muriken. It was still possible to easily dodge the Voletta's attack and attack back as expected. Muriken growled and said, go away, dead mummy. The Voletta immediately replied, ha, he's weaker than before but his mouth is still so poisonous. It screamed, returning to its eternal sleep, Muriken. Then the two continued to confront. Voletta excited. That's right, if it's too easy then it sounds great. Have fun Muriken, I'm about to go down in history for killing a legend from the past. Muriken replied, how quick, crazy dragon. Since the other side is so intense, maybe we should continue, Andrew said, at first I just intended to persuade and then forgive you. But because she saw something that shouldn't have been seen, which was this face, she had to die. Even though he was talking to Quickenel, he sneaked an attack in Jin's direction. He turned around and said, oh yeah, you're here too, right? Jin Runkondel. One more brat won't change anything. Jin thought, with his current strength, intervening in the war between the dragon clans was no different from committing suicide, so the person he could ask for help with superior strength was. He rushed towards Andre. He said, "Well, you're still here, Jin Runkondal, nothing will change, even if a rookie like you has the strength." Fortunately, he was always on guard, so he was not hit by that attack, and then Jin used light magic, blinding the old man. He swore. Murikin shouted, "No, kid, get away." Voletta saw that and took the opportunity to swing a tail at Jin's body. He was knocked far away and lay barely alive, while still being rushed by the monster trying to swallow it. Seeing that, Jin had no choice but to use his trump card. He broke the pendant that Luna had given her earlier to summon her, and that was it. A shining light as the night sky. Immediately followed by Luna holding a super large sword. Luna spoke up. She didn't even bother to send her a letter to notify her in advance. "But I guess there's something so urgent that you can't handle it, right?" Turning to look at Jin, he said, "Our boy." Andre saw Luna and immediately thought, "She is." White Whale. When he saw Luna, he broke out in sweat. He didn't expect the White Whale to come here. Luna saw him and immediately said, "The Vice Family Master Zippo and his Wind Dragon Guardian. Good, this is enough for you to call me to help, right? I think it's worth calling you here." She also praised Jin, the youngest brother. Somehow, it seemed like he was able to last for quite a long time when fighting against opponents of this caliber. Was he injured anywhere? Jin just said, "Actually, I think I almost lost my life." "Thank you for coming, big sister. If you touch anyone but your youngest brother," Luna turns to Andre and asks him, "Andre Zippel, how long are you going to pretend to be dumb? I really need an explanation as to what business you have with my brother." Jin was thinking just now, with the opponent being the Vice Family Master Zippel and the Wind Dragon full of divine power. "This is such a tense situation that before I thought that even if my sister came, it would be difficult to be sure of victory, but now, I am more certain. This war is over." At this time, Murikin and Quickenel also came to Jin's place and said, "It's best for the three of us to step back, kid, we should step back." Murikin helped Jin up and said, "I'm sorry, because they can freely control the winds, I can't stop them." "But, you have a good lady, boy," Murikin said looking at Luna, "if she's even a little late, we're done. Thanks to you, we're still alive." And although Andre was surprised, he said, "It was truly unexpected, who would have thought that the White Whale would appear here, but with the current situation, I can confirm one thing." He confirmed, he said, "Runkondal broke his oath to Zippel. Luna Runkondal, your brother used magic. The Zippel family won't let this go easily." When Luna heard that, she smirked and said, "I understand, but don't worry. Because this matter will never reach your family's ears." The fake Andre got angry when he heard that. "You vile bitch, how dare you behave like that?" He ordered the monster to attack Luna, but Luna was a bit hesitant. With a few rustling lines, the monster was cut into thousands of pieces. She said sarcastically, "All the Zippel family guys I've ever met are only good at talking. It seems that the deputy head of the household is no exception." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued to attack in the direction of the Wind Dragon Voletta. She asked, "Are you still maintaining your true form, Dragon Clan?" "I don't mind, because that would only give me more places to cut." So then Voletta transformed into her human form under Andre's orders. Voletta also knows what she needs to do. He summoned wind energy around him to form a spear combined with the evil energy from Andre's origin stone. That kind of evil power is not magic, but it is closer to a power, and is similar to the power emanating from the demon race. "And the reason why the Wind Dragon is fighting so hard against me," Luna guessed that it seemed like you needed some time to use that relic effectively. "It's hard to think that the patriarch of the Zippel family and a powerful Wind Dragon would bet their lives on such a crude thing. Do you really think? Could that thing save my life?" While Luna was speaking, Voletta thrust the spear containing all its power towards her. He said angrily, "Despicable bitch. What the hell do you know to be talking like that?" Luna swung her sword to block the next attack. After the two collided repeatedly, they decided to win or lose, but that was only when Luna had not used her full strength. Immediately after that, she easily seriously injured Voletta. Seeing that Fan Long has run out of interesting things for me to see, Luna said, "In the end, that's all you can do. Looks like you've run out of things to show me. So we'll end this quickly." She decided to end it quickly and pointed her sword into the sky to use Runkondal 3 forms of swordsmanship. Meteor shower. Jin remembers what Chiron taught. In other words, my family's swordsmanship is like a conqueror. it has terrible destructive power that constantly competes, achieves, enjoys. The family's ideology, the clan, is imbued into the sword as a unified whole. That's why the Runkendell swords do not have a fixed shape, their only goal is to kill the enemy. Along with that is the existence of secret and ultimate. That's why the swords of the Runkendell family do not have a fixed shape. Jin, finally, we can see the family's ideology from Luna's swords. Sword Tuesday, Meteor Shower. It's so dazzling. So beautiful. And strong to the point of despair. Andre is still frozen under Luna's attack. Fan Long Valletta then came forward to block this attack for him and called him to calm down quickly. But Andre still couldn't believe his eyes, it was absolutely absurd. He thought, she didn't go through a contract with God or the Dragon Clan or use any ancient artifacts. How did she get this kind of power? Can it be reconciled with the power of a human being? Valletta continuously lifted his spirit. As long as you survive, as long as you are alive, we will still have a chance to win. We can change the situation with magic stones. Even if I die while protecting you, you can just use the magic stone to bring me back to life, right? Those words revived Andre's fighting spirit. He thought, yes, everything is not over yet. As long as I still have the magic stone, I will not die. As long as it's there, I'm still the embodiment of God. After the meteor shower, Luna showed an unhappy face even though the wind dragon only had one wing left. But Luna thinks she needs to practice more before she can reach her father's level of swordsmanship. But saying it again and again is enough to teach the Zippel family a lesson. Moreover, little Jin has also been motivated, until the end if I don't reach father's level of swordsmanship. Then baby, you must. Luna thought to herself. While thinking vaguely, a creature approached her. He was Andre, who had merged with the magic stone. Luna looked and said, now my pride is a bit hurt. I will feel uncomfortable if you continue to act like this in front of my younger brother. Jin asked, what? Murikan looked at it and guessed, it must be it, kid. Did the Zippel family create the primeval stone using the contractor, the primeval stone? It was like a weapon created for the gods to control their clansmen. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were of poor quality. But that doesn't mean its danger disappears. Murikan said as he transformed into dragon form. I told Jin, we'll get out of here, kid. Jin, of course I don't agree because Luna is still here. Wait, Murikan, we should fight together. I can't leave you here alone with such a dangerous enemy. Even though Murikan still advised him to go, there's no need. At this level, I can still handle it. We have to go now, kid, let's go quickly. But Jin still insisted on staying. Since signing the contract with Sadare, I was reincarnated and was able to meet Murikan. From the beginning my starting point and luck were superior to the other brothers and sisters. However, right now I don't even know where I stand. If I continue to accept running away without protesting, I'll be nothing more than a family scoundrel. Not like that. I can't make myself experience that feeling of helplessness anymore. I have to become stronger. Murikan looked at this scene and saw Kid Jin. What a brave person. I knew he was a brave person, but seeing him reveal such a high fighting spirit after witnessing such an incident, made me feel extremely proud. That's right, that's enough. Don't let the fighting spirit boiling inside you disappear. You will become the best on this continent if you keep your pride and effort burning in your chest forever. Until then, my Murikan will always watch over and protect you. My fake contract after 1,000 years. Luna is still asking here, do you think you can kill me just by changing your appearance? That's a failure in your own illusion. What a pity. Hearing that, the other guy immediately proved it to her. He raised his hand towards her and shot out a super powerful source of energy. It was very difficult for Luna to withstand that attack. Andre smiled complacently and said, now there are 12 gods whose power is being sucked by me. Oh Luna Runkendell, so what do you have against me? You have nothing but your sword. What a poor girl. Quickly accept the surrender, right now, here. Even if it were your father, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me, Luna replied, but with a swordsman. Just having a sword is enough. If you fight me with that disgusting magic you've spent your whole life studying and immersing in, then maybe I'll at least be able to show you half of the power I'll show you next. With a look of contempt and pity. Dark magic is researched to achieve evil purposes. I with a sword that has been honed and experienced countless battles, I will defeat you. Luna spoke with contempt and pity, then swung her sword and rushed towards Andre. He thought in panic, bloody light. I've faced many swordsmen, but this is the first time I've seen blood light. No, it doesn't matter. Right at this moment when I demonize I have reached the level of a god, he shouted, okay, come on. Witness this power, and I will do it. Arrogant bastard like you. Realizing true helplessness, and having to admit defeat. This was the last step. He was confident that his transformation had reached the level of a god, so he also responded. Then, right after that, Luna used the Mind Sword skill. And Blood Moon. Luna cut Andre in half, claiming to be a god. But there was one unexpected thing: the original stone also exploded. Luna saw that and immediately became worried. Luna is now so close that it is almost impossible to avoid it. She thought, I will be hit. She was preparing herself to fend off its attack when suddenly a voice called down from the sky, "It's Jin calling, sister. You and Murik are coming to help." It seems like the youngest brother saved her again today. He reached out to her and said, holding my sister's hand. And she also reached out to receive help. The next day in the Burman Empire, Roz was reporting to the king about the disappearance of the southern island last night. He asked, has the island completely disappeared? Roz replied, yes, and there was also an incident where a tornado swallowed something similar nearby, and a large amount of mana was discovered around that area, although part of the cause was humans, but really then, is the power of Silver Dragon and Wind Dragon. The king heard that and wondered if it was Fan Long. He continued, the division suspected that it was the Voletta from the Zippel family before this incident happened. There were reports that the Voletta forest had crossed the border. He added. It seemed like the Wind Dragon was dead, and gave out a few pieces of Voletta's cloth. The emperor asked, what about that flow of mana? Have you found out who it is from? That energy source was mostly due to the dead signers, and there was another worrying source of energy, he said, probably the signers. The emperor continued, perhaps. Contractor with their guardian dragon and a disturbing energy source. I think something needs to be done about what they are creating. He continued asking, what about Andre? Roz reported, we are still looking. But no results yet. When the other person heard that, he angrily hit the table. There have been many omissions in the report recently. Have you identified who that previous guest of Quickenal was? When Roz heard that, he could only bow his head and admit his guilt. I had nothing left to defend. The emperor turned around and said, it's useless to say that. If you can't do it, then who else can? Make sure not to reveal anything to news hunters. If you still can't find Enya tonight, please issue a notice to find the missing person. Mobilize more personnel from the Special Task Force into Zippel's territory. Don't let any problems happen. Although we are still maintaining friendly relations, I want things to be more than that. His eyes glanced. Roz, you know that, right? That I am not a patient person. I think, you know that well. Roz replied, I will not disappoint you, Your Majesty the Emperor. The person who just spoke to Roz was the Emperor of Burmant, Amir Burmant. In another place, Bishkel Ibriano and Bubert Gaston also found out that Andre used devil stones. Bubert asked in shock, what, they used devil stones? Bishkel replied, yes, on the coast of Burmant territory there was a big clash between the Wind Dragon and the Silver Dragon. As a result, the whole island was wiped out. A tornado appeared on that island, so surely, the devil stone was broken. Bubert heard this and said loudly, wait, how dare they destroy my product like that? I told them to use it carefully because it's not yet complete. Unforgivable, Sir Bishkel, go and argue with them now, ignorant magicians who do not understand the value of the stone. He talked as he ate, causing the food to fly all over Bishkel's body. He was also extremely angry and thought, those stupid Zippel bastards are making a mess of everything. Thanks to them, we had to delay killing this pig. Bubert kept talking, I know Mr. Bishkel is also angry, murderous intent is here. Bishkel said, anyway, because of this the commander is extremely angry. He wants to reconsider his friendship with the Zippel family, so from now on, don't associate with them anymore. In the secret room, the Zippel family also realized his younger brother's death. Wei Long, she said, oh my god. Andre is dead. The dragon lying on top said that he must have left with the Voletta. He also took the demon stone with him. Kelyurk replied, definitely one of them. Both the power of that silver dragon and the people involved are beyond our imagination. Ah, the Yin dragon is the guy who killed the giant cemetery in Kinzello, right? The dragon continued, Misha, if it's her power then it's understandable. She won't be afraid of demon rocks. Kelyurk asked, Misha, Murikan's older sister, that's right. On top of that, Quickenal is Murikan's ex-lover. Not a complete stranger to Misha. Now Kelyurk understands, she said, I understand. Then we know what you have to do next, Khadun. Khadun asked, do you want me to go find that black dragon? Dragon guard Khadun said it was impossible. If the black dragons wanted to escape, there would be no way they could find them. Kelyurk is still extremely calm. Ha ha, stop being childish. But anyway, losing the Devil Stone is truly a shame, Khadun asked. Your brother died and you're still calm, right? Of course you are sad about your brother's death. Of course I am sad. However, I already knew this would happen. I was just shocked when I heard that he recently came to Chiron's party without telling me, Khadun said. Ha, that's a lie. I had to ask the creator of the Demon Stone to make another one. Without it, we won't be able to take over the Runkendell family before Chiron dies, nor will the Dark Sea King similarly. Kelyark said, I think you're not the only one upset about this, Khadun. Khadun said, don't be childish. If you want to take over the world, you have to do this much, or if you want to become the ultimate god, Kelyark. After a few days, Jin's group finally arrived. Jin knocked on the door after returning home. Gilly's voice came from inside the house and said, yes, wait a minute. When she opened the door, she was extremely surprised to see them. Jin said, we're home, Gilly. Jin asked, could you prepare a hearty meal for us? We didn't have anything to eat on the way back. Gilly still hasn't recovered because in addition to Jin and the others, there is also the eldest lady. Luna was appearing in front of her. She accidentally fainted from shock. Jin worriedly called out, strawberry cake. So a few hours later, Murikan had to take special care of her. Because Gilly thought that young Master Jin was about to be thrown out of the family, young Master was about to be thrown out. Luna saw that and wondered if her nanny had misunderstood something. It seemed like her maid was misunderstanding something. It seems like she's very worried about you. You have a really nice maid, Jin replied, she's really nice to you. At the same time, Mr. Casimir also came in from outside. He immediately came here when he heard the news of their return. Young Master Jin. Sir Casimir, you have returned, but, who are these people? Jin just introduced. Well, this is a bit sudden. This is my eldest sister, Luna Runkendell. Luna said hello. Hello, so you are the High Sword Casimir that I often heard about. He was surprised because Luna Runkendell was in front of him. He immediately replied, I really don't dare to accept those two words. It is my honor to devote all my strength for her. Jin continued, and this one? Lady Enya's guardian dragon, the silver guardian dragon Quickenel. Casimir quickly made a number in his head and bowed 90 degrees hello. I am Casimir, the host of the Rainbow Display, and also an acquaintance of young Master Jin. It's a pleasure to meet you, he thought. Another dragon, unable to self-destruct like last time. You're not stupid enough to continue offending a dragon, Jin said. I arranged it on my own without informing you in advance. I'm truly sorry, Casimir replied. It's okay young master, now we're in the same boat. Quickenel used bullet-shaped eyes to ask Casimir and Enya where he was. Casimir quickly replied, I was about to tell everyone. Latrie just returned 3 hours ago, Jin asked. Today too, he replied. Yes, Latrie is with Thu Enya and my daughter. But he found something very strange. But I see something very strange. Latrie no longer misses what happened when he went missing. He only remembers Voletta's refusal to teach him dragon language magic and he doesn't remember anything else. Casimir continued, the boy was completely healthy so it could not be said that the Zippel family had a hand in it. Perhaps the boy was not kidnapped. Quickenel objected when she heard that, because she heard with her own ears that they admitted it. It couldn't be, it was those bastards who confessed to me. Murikan then said, they have erased the traces, they have erased all traces related to the Devil's Stone, and also Latrie's memories. Zippels are always like that, when things don't go their way, they will erase everything. Casimir asked, is the Devil's Stone? Jin said, it is an artifact they possess, I will explain in detail later. Casimir said, the Vice Clan Zippel and the Wind Dragon, plus the stone that can absorb the god's signer, the young master has indeed encountered many difficulties. Jin guessed that those evil stones must have some effect, so they had to imitate the original stone. Murikan said, maybe they want to become gods. That's why we plot to gather the power of all the gods. And they can eliminate anyone who opposes, and become the sole supreme god. Dominate this world. Anyway, that's for the future, Casimir said. For now, you guys just rest here. I will collect more information through the 7 colors rainbow. If needed, Miss Quickenel can take you to the urinal. Enya letter, of course, yes, please come this way. At the same time, Gilly also woke up and asked the young master why he had fainted before waking up. While his eyes were still wide open, what caught his eye was the image of Lady Luna. So now that she knew the reason for fainting before, she staggered and fainted again. That night everyone held a party to celebrate the recent victory. Luna told Jin, after destroying the notorious underground gang, the independent city of Tekin had become safer. Zippel's Vice Clan and Voletta were all killed. You accomplished all that in just 2 months, becoming a stroke of luck. You can still use magic, even though you've never been taught it properly. If you were caught, you'd probably lose your life. You're really the best, little brother, Gilly said. I thought if Lady Luna found out, we would die, but I didn't know you already knew everything. Luna laughed and said, "Ha ha, I already scared you. Don't worry, sometimes I have to change my mind," Gilly said. Now we just need to hide the clan leader. Luna did something that left her stunned. My father knew it. Luna said, "Father knows everything. From the Tessing incident to Andre's death, and even my involvement, everything has been reported to your father," Gilly said. "Why are you talking strangely? This news should be sad news." Jin then told Gilly, "Don't worry, Gilly, I have my own way. Young master, tomorrow me and my eldest sister will go to see father, so he has plans. Oh, let's go see father." Hearing this sentence, the other two were even more surprised, as there was no way a lucky reserve could return to the family during this period of time. Luna asked, "Jin, you must have lost your mind. Don't think that if your father doesn't say anything then do whatever you want. What are you going to do after meeting your father?" Jin told him to go back to warn him. "I will warn him that the Zippel family is plotting to attack the Runkendell family. About kicking the devil, wouldn't it be better if I went and talked to my father? Do you understand the consequences of a lucky runner returning home on his own? Are you planning on giving up on the lucky exam?" Jin replied, "Father already knew that everything that happened was because of me. So it might be better for me to go and tell my father myself. Maybe I can negotiate with him." Luna objected vehemently and negotiated. She was already this old, but she had never thought about it. "I remind you one last time, if you keep stubborn like that, then he really killed me." What she meant by that was, "Don't think you can do whatever you want as your darling," he replied. "If that's really the case, I believe you can stop him." Luna quickly ran closer to Jin. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at him. She said, "If you still dare to threaten your family, you don't know how much trouble Gilly is in." Seeing that her younger brother was so determined, Luna didn't stop her anymore. She would return with Jin tomorrow. "Okay, I'll go with you. When do you plan to go?" Jin said, "I plan to use the first portal tomorrow." Luna turned around and said, "Okay, go as quickly as possible." Gilly saw that and asked, "Miss Luna, why did Miss Luna do this for the young master?" Luna just smiled and said, "This house is full of kids waiting every day to tease each other, so at least she's happy, needs someone who can be trusted." She turned around and said, "Your sister will become the shield for you. I believe you will have your way." Jin replied, "Of course, the eldest sister." The next day, when they returned home, the two were warmly welcomed by the family. "Runtia leads the clan's army to stop Luna and Jin," she said, instead of convincing him. "You even brought it here, let's see if you can believe it or not." The eldest sister, Luna, did not stop her and brought Jin back at this time. After hearing that, Luna said, "Little brother, Jin is also obedient, yes. It's true that you should treat me well," Jin replied calmly, "Of course." Next to him was Vigo, pointing at Jin and cursing, "Crazy. Tell him, Uncle Ut, if you leave the family, you must be crazy. Why would a lucky candidate dare to go to the Garden of Swordsmanship?" Muin also chatted a few more questions. "Because I was too lenient with him, he gave up his reserve position." "If so, then I'm wrong." Luna looked at them and thought, "They're all prepared, just like I thought. Even Dad knows about this." Inside, Mary and Diffus looked out and said, "What a shock. Did the youngest boy give up the certificate of luck, or did he suddenly become curious to see what would happen after death?" "Ha, no way, shouldn't he grow up and fight with his older sister?" Mary angrily slammed the table. Outside, Luna and Runtia are still fighting with each other. "Sister, why did you bring it here?" "We didn't bring it here, it came on its own." "Then you should stop it. Just because he's not awake doesn't mean you are too." Luna said angrily, "Whatever, where are you?" Runtia was surprised. "Father," Jin thought. Luna, for some reason, always struggled against Runtia. Runtia asked, "Oh my, youngest son, are you here looking for father?" Jin replied, "Yes, big sister." Vigo raised his voice, "Ha, you must have come looking for death. You were just lucky, being better than the Tonas makes you think you are superior." Runtia exhaled for a moment, then stepped back to let Jin go. "Go ahead, father is in the study," Jin also politely said, "Thank you." Following Jin in was Luna, but suddenly Runtia pulled out her sword to stop Luna. "From here," she said. "The first lucky guy must leave his weapon behind and wait." The homeowner ordered the reserve fortune to go alone. Luna gritted her teeth and hissed each word, "What if I don't want it?" Hearing that sentence, the other brothers all took a stance and prepared. Runtia said this was her last chance, her first chance. This is the homeowner's order. Put down your weapons. If you resist, you will be killed immediately. Don't worry about me, Jin said. I just came as a member of the Runkendell family. No, I came to talk to father as his son, it's no big deal. When my brothers and sisters heard that, they were speechless. Crazy Jin. As he walked to the study room, Jin thought, it seems like the other brothers and sisters don't understand their father well, even though it's against the law to return to the clan for a fortune. But I'm not the type of person who cares about rules. If we had a chance to talk like last time, there wouldn't be any problem. He remembered when he was a child, his father patted his head and said, good question. I will continue to observe you. So Jin knocked on the door. As you guessed, nothing happened. But only the door was blown up. Jin did not expect that all his godly plans were full. His father called out, it seems like I've already appreciated you, I've given you 5 years. But why are you here now? Jin now also knows that there is a thing called human sword fusion and sword energy that can easily defeat opponents from afar. He thought, I have heard about it. That my father's sword energy could, to some extent, completely defeat his opponent. When he used the sword created by the aura, he almost touched the unified sword. He was softer than he thought. That means he still has a soft heart for you. Looking at his father's back, he said, don't make me ask again, Jin Runkendell. At this moment, Jin replied that he just wanted to visit his father. Children also need a reason to visit their father. In his heart, he knew clearly that he was not allowed to say sorry. Although he was confident, he was not allowed to be arrogant. I came because I wanted to see you, Dad. Chiron heard that and was silent because he had never heard any child say that to him before. He wanted to see me, I had never heard any child say that. Not too bad. Then he said, how stupid, going out to study makes me have that nonsense family love or something. Jin replied, not studying outside. I always love you, Dad. So immediately the murderous aura came out from Chiron Bakfat. Jin around didn't even know what was wrong with what he just said. This time maybe he really died, and Chiron at this time covered his mouth with a book, thinking to himself that he almost burst out laughing. Turns out, because of his laughter, my son wanted to vomit. Chiron tell Jin to quickly get to the point, enough nonsense, speak frankly, what have you brought for me, the deputy patriarch of the Zippel family, who was mocked by father at the banquet. Andre Zippel is dead, what do you mean you killed him? No, Luna took care of him, and you were the cause of it. There are a few more things, if it's okay with you. Dad, do you want me to report what happened? Hearing that, Chiron closed the book he was reading, went down and said, is that so? Okay. Sit down, I'll listen to you. Jin looked at his father walking down and was surprised. After that, everything that happened to Jin was told in detail by him. Chiron said, yes, from Aken to Bement, in this short period of time you have indeed encountered a lot of things, but the reason why I came here again, because Zippel's right-hand man is dead, there will definitely be turmoil within those bastards. Just to say that, that's all. Jin guessed that Andre Zippel was probably not that guy's real right-hand man. Chiron sat with his arms crossed listening to his son, although it was partly because her strength was very strong, considering her status as the only deputy clan head capable of causing a threat to the Runkendell family. That guy was not worthy, although of course, everything is the eldest child's intuition. Chiron replied, you're right, like you said, that bastard is just the deputy patriarch, but that doesn't mean he's the second strongest person on that side. The person who holds the strongest political potential after Keliark is someone else, although this is not something I can tell you at this time. Jin replied, I confirm that your hunch is correct, you are already very grateful, and besides, you haven't told me the most important thing yet, and that is. Those bastards used a strange relic, yes, and Andre called it Magic Stone. As far as I understand, it's a copy of the primeval stone that was created by the gods a long time ago, at least that's what I heard. Chiron, hearing that, rubbed his chin and said, primeval stone huh? Is it Mirakin telling you? Even though Jin was a bit surprised, he nodded in agreement. Father knew it all along. Didn't you know that I knew? Of course I knew you could use mana, but did you think you could hide it? That's for sure. Jin had to reveal all his secrets. Well, of course I knew that Dad knew, but I didn't know Dad knew about Mirakin. Then in the end, his father laughed like he was lucky because the story about Mirakin was just a guess. Just like you said, the story about Mirakin was just my guess, but you easily confessed, so. Rice and want to fight with chickens, Nabi Runkendell, who would have thought that the great black dragon would fall from the altar and become an ordinary cat? Jin thought, He looked very happy. Karan thinks that the matter of that stone needs to be investigated further. If it is a copy of the original stone, it is very dangerous. Okay, so it's a copy of the original stone. This time you got a big piece of cake and it's hard to chew. I have to tell Luna about this first, he thought, although he didn't know specifically about the limits of that's a copy of Zippel, but the power of that thing is truly dangerous. He doesn't know if the Dark Sea King knows about this. After all, those guys are small pieces of primeval stone. If they knew, they would have done something, and I would have had to go to the Dark Sea again. Then he told Jin that he would not pursue this matter and allowed him to make a request. I will not prosecute your violation of the law again, but you probably won't be satisfied with just this, right? Listen to something you want to hear. Jin wants his father not to let anyone from the Runkendell family set foot in the Free City. Just a small matter, that Free City Tekan. Don't let any other Runkendell family enter that place. Chiron also accepted your request but with one condition. That is where you secretly built your lair, right? Okay, but you have to pass this test of mine first. Tikana's hidden master, Casimir Demon Sword. To prove yourself to me, win over this person. If you succeed, no member of the Runkendell family will be allowed to set foot in Tikana again without your permission. The deadline is 1 year. The bastard even refused the teaching position at Runkendell. Prove to me that you can seduce even that arrogant bastard. A few seconds later, the upper sword Casimir was standing right in front of Chiron. So this time the grain of rice can fight the chicken, guys. Casimir stood in front of Chiron and felt immense pressure. Chiron said, so, that's how it is, you arrogant bastard. For the first time, Casimir was introduced to the strongest swordsman on the continent, so he was a little worried and thought, this person is the strongest swordsman on the entire continent, Chiron Runkendell. Is this the prestige of the strongest man? But I feel like just facing him makes my stomach turn like this. Even so, he reassured himself that he was Jin's guest, so there was no need to be afraid. He clenched his fist firmly. No, he was Jin's guest. There's no need to fear Mr. Chiron. Chiron said, so you are the sword demon Casimir. After thinking about it, he bowed his head in greeting to ease his fear. Please don't call me by the name Sword Demon. If you dare to use this title in front of Chiron, it would be bad. It's so embarrassing. Jin called, Father. Chiron turned and replied, say it. Jin said, if we talk about my relationship with Mr. Casimir, it must be said that we are as if arranged by fate. And since you have proven your relationship with Casimir, it is my turn to keep my promise. When Casimir heard that, he panicked and thought, Jin, if you say those 3 fateful things here, do you think Chiron will say, sharing the same fate with a Runkendell member, so Tekan is Runkendell property, I think, or come to some conclusion like that, destiny is in order so Runkendell and Tikana it might as well be like that, damn it, then Tikana's independence would be. Chiron at this time also knew how cunning his youngest son was in deceiving his father but still remained so arrogant. This cunning boy, after deceiving his father, was still so arrogant. Jin replied, what a lie, it's so unreasonable, I just got a little lucky. Having said that, he also accepted Jin's previous request. Okay, you passed. From now on no one from the Runkendell family can set foot in Tikana without your permission. After Chiron finished speaking, Jin immediately thanked me. Thank you, father. Casimir thought to himself, Jin, from now on, we will forever share the same fate. After speaking, Chiron Jin Louis will come out so I can talk to Casimir. If there's nothing else, you can go out. Because I have something personal to discuss with Casimir. Jin immediately obeyed and went out. So, I will go outside the mansion to wait. So now Casimir has to fight the demon alone. He panicked. Wait, Jin. Chiron said with murderous intent, finally meeting Casimir face to face. Let's talk a little, Casimir replied tremblingly. It is my honor, sir. As soon as Jin went out, he saw Tona's brothers running to say hello. Hey youngest brother. Youngest brother, it's okay. It seems that because they saw the tense situation, these 2 brothers hid and watched Jin, but now he's okay, Tona asked. It's you, why did you do such a thing? What did father say? Will you let me live? Jin thought, maybe because they saw the tense situation, they hid and watched. But he was in a hurry. Thanks to you too, guys, can you help me with something? What is it? Jin said, it's nothing too terrible, those cadets in your sect, I already know, please keep an eye on them until I come back. Tona said, wait, it's my gender, never mind, let's not talk about that yet, I'm fine. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin assumed that his 2 brothers agreed, so Jin immediately ran away before he could say something. Since when did you guys worry about me like that? What's wrong with that? It's all up to you guys. The two Toner brothers don't understand how their younger brother can meet his father and be so carefree. It's no different from usual. Even after meeting his father, he can still be so carefree. As always, that guy is really a bit that's scary. Jin walked out. Everyone saw that Jin came out unharmed and seemed surprised. Luna saw me and immediately called the youngest sister. Jin said, "Sister, I think you need to go see your father." He said he had a few questions he wanted to ask about that day. Luna was really surprised. Mew immediately pointed her finger and said, "Makni, don't you even realize what the situation is now? Are you ignoring us?" Jin replied, "I'm sorry, this matter is really serious. It's hard for me to explain it to you." Mew said bitterly, "What, you arrogant bastard, how dare you?" Just in time Casimir also came out after a light talk with Sir Chiron. "So you're here, Uncle Jin." "Ah, Lord Casimir, have a nice chat." Looking at his face, he felt reputable. He said, "Okay, it ended quite well, thank God." Mew saw these people running around and cursed Dong, but it seemed like no one responded. "Hey, that foreigner, dare to go straight in like that, what are you behaving like? My garden, Runkendel you dare." Runtia immediately said, "Stop. Looks like the Patriarch has finished handling this matter." Runtia pulled back his sword because it seems the Patriarch has finished handling everything. Now they have no right to interfere anymore. We have no right to interfere anymore. She reminded the children like that. Jin also said hello one last time to Luna. "Sister, you've worked hard. I always cause trouble for you." Luna replied, It's okay to say thank you. "Thank you for your help, sister. Are you leaving now?" "Yes, this time I plan to go home and focus on training." Luna also told me, "Okay, take care." Luna turned away. Jin said, "Well, see you next time, brother, sister." A month later, at the underground training ground, Casimir's mansion, Jin Runkendel and Elisa Badger's 30th fight, Jin's 30th loss. Jin said, "Once again. Just one more time, please." So it's about to be the 31st loss. In early August 1795, the Zippel family officially announced the deaths of Andre and Valletta. But because they did not publicize the cause of death, many rumors have surfaced. Some say they were killed in an internal conflict, others say they died while fighting the guild, and there are rumors saying that they were assassinated for desecrating the king of Bement. But the most reliable rumor is that they died in battle with the Runkendel clan. People began to predict that the war between Runkendel and Zippel would soon take place and began to discuss whether swords or magic would have the advantage. The answer will be found when the intermediary power turns its back on one of those two sides. In the study, the butler informed Chiron, the homeowner, that today the prince of the Shutran kingdom and 5 gangs of second-rate mercenaries sent gifts to ask for our help. Chiron was adjusting his gloves. Hearing that, he immediately returned the gift and accepted their request, giving a good sword to the Shutran kingdom as well, ensuring that he would inherit the throne. Hearing that, the butler bowed his head and said, "Yes, I will send an 8-star knight there." Chiron clasped his hands behind his back. He closed his eyes and continued to exclaim, "This is all the result of the mischief the youngest son committed on one of the Bement Islands. He has taken control of this family. What an insolence." Khan, standing next to him, heard the call and quickly responded. Chiron held up his cloak. He said, "I'm coming to the Black Sea. If Kashmir sends a letter while I'm away, then bring it to me." "Remember that." "Yes." The Khan bowed his head to obey. At the underground training ground, Casimir's mansion, Jin is diligently practicing his sword. Each sword he swung carried incredible power. After a while, Jin took his sword back. He still thought unhappily, even if he swung his sword 1,000 times, it would still feel like the first time. "I'm still too weak. If it wasn't for Luna, I would have died there. I've been in regression for 15 years and have reached 5 stars in both swordsmanship and magic. I will soon reach 5 stars in hidden weapons, but thinking about if it happens in the future, it still won't be enough. I must become stronger. Dad gave me 5 years. I had to become stronger than my brothers and sisters during that time." I don't know when Casimir got here. He stood not far from Jin and called out, "Please stop, young Master Jin. If you're like this every day, even if you have the innate physical strength of the Runkendel family, you won't be able to last." Enya also came with Casimir. Seeing Jin's hands covered in blood, she worriedly approached and exclaimed, "Oh my God, young Master Jin, your hands are all scratched. What should I do? You're bleeding so much." Not letting Jin answer Enya's question, Casimir suddenly said, "I understand, you can't wait anymore. Even though no one of your age can compare to you, your opponent won't be ordinary at all, but young Master Jin, haste is the most harmful thing. It only makes you go against the path you choose. While Casimir spoke, Enya was also treating the wound on Jin's hand. Looking at his hand that was slowly healing, Jin shyly said, "It's really embarrassing, even though I know that, avoiding it is not easy at all." Hearing this, Casimir immediately said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of, no one can practice as much as you in a day, you're great. But what about changing your practice to something that calms you down? Make me calm down," Jin asked suspiciously. Casimir nodded and replied, "Duel, with someone stronger than him." Hearing the other person say that, Jin hesitantly said, "Do you mean yourself, Casimir?" Casimir shrugged, he pulled out his sword and said, "What do you think? Although what I've been showing in front of you lately is quite poor." As soon as the words ended, Casimir immediately swung his sword and slashed into the space next to him. The strong sword energy carried terrifying power, making Enya extremely frightened. "Take back the sword," Casimir said, "but I am the demon sword. Until you calm down then we can fight, now then. You should fight Tikan's strongest guardian." As soon as these words ended, Elisa, Tikan's strongest guardian, carried her daughter and walked over. On her face, there was a long scar from the top of her left forehead down to the bottom of her left cheek. Elisa curled her mouth and said, "It's been a long time since I saw my husband's sword again." Waiting for Elisa to come closer, Casimir continued, 6 months, you should defeat my wife in that time, swordsmanship, magic or hidden weapons, use everything you have, young master." Their daughter, named Julia, sat in Elisa's arms. She looked up and asked, "Mom, will you marry Jin?" Hearing that, Elisa immediately shook her head and said, "Julia, this is not fighting but nurturing emotions." "What is it?" Julia asked curiously. "I don't like fighting." Hearing that, Elisa immediately smiled and said, "Then Julia, if Mom and Jin fought against each other, who would you support?" Without thinking too much, Julia immediately said, "Of course he is Jin." "What?" Elisa pretended to be surprised. "Julia, you should be on my side." Jin stood still and listened to the whole conversation between Elisa and her mother. He thought to himself, Elisa Badger, except for her physical strength, she doesn't seem to be very strong. While thinking about this, Julia on the other side suddenly screamed and sobbed, "But Jin is weak. Mom said you should always stand on the side of the weak to overcome difficulties." After hearing what the girl said, Elisa couldn't help but burst out laughing a few times. She quickly turned around and said to Jin, "Don't pay attention, young master Jin, my daughter doesn't know how to lie." Hearing that, Jin immediately smiled and shook his head and said, "It's okay." Hearing that, Elisa immediately said, "Then we agree that the match time is when I finish working and have dinner, every day for the next 6 months. "Every day," Jin exclaimed in horror, "is that bothering you too much, Elisa?" Hearing that, Elisa laughed and said, "Ha ha, don't worry young master Jin. It will be over quickly." 2 days later. On the ring, Jin and Elisa were standing opposite each other. Jin looked at Elisa and thought to herself, "Is she a fighter?" Elisa wrapped the cloth around her hand and smiled and said, "Before I begin I have something to say. I am a former member of the Bement Task Force and as a member of the Bement Task Force there will be no concessions, so even if you lose, don't be discouraged. Let's get started." At this time, Jin started to take a defensive stance. He pulled out his sword and silently calculated, 6 months, so there was a reason behind it. I will not be subjective. While thinking about this, Elisa on the opposite side raised her fist and rushed straight towards where Jin was standing. Although Jin was a bit surprised, he reacted very quickly. He immediately raised his sword to block Elisa's move. Elisa quickly withdrew her hand. She thought to herself, how could he block it? Thinking of this, the sword in Jin's hand suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light. Elisa quickly raised her hand to cover her eyes and retreated a bit. Jin's face was now covered by a strange mask. He took advantage and continued to attack Elisa with very fast and strong moves. Jin curled her mouth and said, "Will you call the doctor?" "Of course," Elisa said. Her eyes became extremely sharp. She clenched her fists and turned around to avoid Jin's stormy attack. Elisa used all her strength to swing her hand and punched Jin straight in the stomach, sending him flying back a long distance. After the match, Elisa picked up a cup of tea to drink. She looked at Jin who was sitting and smiled and said, "I was surprised, young master Jin. I thought you wouldn't be able to attack a second time on the first day. You didn't use much strength in the first move. Did you try to weaken the ground before our duel?" Hearing Elisa ask that, Jin immediately said, "So she realized." Elisa shrugged and replied, "It was very meticulous. I only realized it at the end of the match." "And what was the light when we were fighting?" "That was the first time I saw magic like that." Jin thought for a while then explained, "It was an ancient magic called Lightning Veil. Before we started I covered it around my sword, but it didn't have any effect. I guess it's impossible to succeed with tricks like that." Raising the cup of tea to take a sip, Elisa laughed and said, "Tricks, what do you mean? Normally it should be called tactics." Saying so, she thought to herself, the reason he kept winning against opponents stronger than him was not just luck. That is thanks to the opportunities and fluctuations created by careful calculation and prediction. Because he used it during a duel, I felt respect, but if it was a real match, I could clearly guess his opponent's expression. Sitting on the opposite side, Jin was also immersed in her own thoughts. "This is the first time I suffered a complete defeat in this life after using every possible strategy. Is it because she comes from the department, but meant special responsibility, right? In 6 months, to defeat her, I will have to face her in 6 months, it will be fun." While the two of them were having their own thoughts and assessments, Casimir was standing outside the door secretly recording his assessment of Jin. 1 month later, September 22, 1795, in an unprotected area in the eastern part of the continent, also known as the Black Sea. Khan was fighting a monster. Each sword he slashed carried incredible power and slashed hard at the monster, blood suddenly gushing out like a stream. Defeating this monster, the Khan immediately leaned down on one knee with his sword and said to Chiron, "Chief is the knight who protects the Khan." Chiron heard that and immediately waved his hand to order the Khan. Khan quickly took the letter and gave it to him and said, "This is a letter from Casimir. It was received 10 days ago." Receiving the letter, Chiron immediately tore it open. Inside the letter was written, "To the Honorable Chiron Runkendel. A lowly knight from a lowly city takes the liberty of sending it to you. I regret that I cannot express my feelings and gratitude. It is currently night time in Tikan. The stars in the black sky shine brightly as if they are singing to me about the greatness of Chiron. To me, Casimir Alfrian, a lowly swordsman." Having read this far, seeing that the content of the letter was too cumbersome, Chiron gritted his teeth in anger and said in a cold voice, "I told him to report about the youngest child. He seems to be a very sensitive person." Hearing that, the Khan quickly said, "I will tell him to shorten it." Hearing that, Chiron said again, "When will he inform me about his youngest son?" Having said this, he suddenly stopped. His eyes wandered to the middle of the letter, looked at it for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing a few times. Khan completely did not understand what was going on. He could only stand silently in one place. At this time Chiron continued to speak, "I wonder what the youngest son is doing on an isolated island. I know he has recently been beaten by Casimir's wife. The first duel ends in 3 moves, the second, 5 moves, the 7th, 10 moves. The 12th battle, 25 moves. In the 13th battle, it endured 10 blows. This letter covers the 14th battle." Hearing this information, Khan immediately spoke up and said that he had lost a lot. Saying a sentence like that, he thought to himself, did he find it interesting because the young master lost? While thinking about this, Chiron spoke up from the opposite side, "Casimir's wife is from Bamet's 2nd Special Task Force." Hearing that, Khan's eyes suddenly opened wide. He hesitated for a moment then smiled and said, "I think that Special Task Force is not someone that the young master can confront with just luck. Congratulations, Chief." Chiron still held the letter in his hand. He shook his head and said, "Not only that. In the 14th battle, where it was written that it had withstood 120 blows, it broke its limit. If he were the eldest child, I would have given the family to him without any regrets, but what a pity." Hearing the secret information, the Khan's eyes widened. He stammered and asked, "Patriarch, don't tell me about the heir." Halfway through speaking, the Khan suddenly stopped. He was a little frightened and thought, this is the first time he mentioned the heir as an individual. There have been many times where he watched but never mentioned a specific person. Since Joshua was in that position because Luna had backed down, the patriarch never proposed him himself. Thinking like that for a moment, the Khan spoke up and continued, "It's still very difficult, Chief." Chiron didn't understand what he meant. He turned to look at the Khan, his eyebrows slightly raised. Seeing that, the Khan continued to speak. Although his progress was remarkable, it was only because he was now fit. Appropriate does not mean that it must be confirmed. "Why do you say that?" Chiron asked. Hearing that, the Khan quickly bowed his head and said, "He is not cold, although he is good-natured, he is soft-hearted." Chiron agreed with this idea. He said, "You are right, in that way it is different from Joshua." Standing behind, Khan quickly replied, "When necessary, a person must be able to throw away his family." As soon as he said this sentence, Chiron paused a bit. He was silent for a moment then nodded and said, "Yes, that is the nature of a Runkendel." "I understand, go back Khan." "Yes, Chief." the Khan bowed his head to receive the order. At this time Chiron asked again, "But why did a letter sent 10 days ago arrive here so late?" Hearing that, the Khan immediately said, "I'm sorry, I tried my best but because the number of monsters was too large, I was late." Hearing Khan's words, Chiron immediately waved his hand and slashed all the monsters surrounding him. After finishing, he said, "I guess this is okay, next time make sure you can come a day earlier." Seeing the scene that had just happened, the Khan was a little choked up. A moment later he bowed his head and said, "Yes, Chief." At the underground training ground, Jin sat down on his hands and knees. He breathed heavily and seemed quite tired. Elisa saw that and smiled and said, "Today is the 9th day. You are great, young Master Jin. It's hard to think that you could push me back this far." Jin wiped the sweat from his face and replied, "Ha ha, I need to try hard to complete this in 6 months." Hearing that, Elisa immediately asked, "Let's have dessert upstairs. I heard Latrie made ice cream." Jin stood up with his hands on his knees. He shook his head and said, I'm fine like this, I still have work to do." "Did you do that today too?" Elisa asked curiously. Jin nodded and replied, "Of course. I still have to try harder." As soon as these words finished, Jin immediately picked up the sword and started practicing. Standing next to her, Elisa frowned and thought, "I feel like every time I duel with him." But the young master's progress was unusual, probably because his aura and magic power were increasing continuously, and what makes that possible is the dark power that binds aura and magic, the power gained by making a contract with a god, is amazing. Well, no matter how great that power is, it only has meaning because of his persistence. Thinking like that, Elisa said while walking up the stairs, eyes narrowed, "A hard-working genius. At this point, forget about 6 months. I think you'll be able to beat me tomorrow." The next day, the battle between Jin and Elisa continued. Each of Jin's powerful sword attacks continuously surrounded Elisa. Elisa clenched her fists to avoid each sword strike. After an attack, she quickly lay down on the ground and took a defensive stance. Jin didn't stop for long. He held his sword tightly in his hand and rushed towards Elisa. Elisa focused on observing Jin for a moment, then said, her fake movements were so obvious. Saying that, she smirked, then immediately raised her hand to attack Jin. The moment Elisa's hand was extended, the smile on her face disappeared. Jin didn't know when she had circled behind Elisa's back. A swing of the sword slashed hard at Elisa's shoulder blade. Fresh blood suddenly sprayed out like rain. Fresh blood sprayed onto the training ground. Elisa knelt down on one knee and hugged her shoulder. She cried out in pain. Seeing that, Jin immediately asked, Elisa, are you okay?" "It's okay," Elisa said, "it's just been a long time since I've been injured this badly." Hearing that, Jin immediately spoke up and said, "Let me call Miss Enya over." Enya was very quick and immediately raised her hand to treat the wound on Elisa's shoulder. Standing on the side watching, Elisa thought to herself, that punch Elisa could completely avoid. There was something wrong with this duel. Elisa over here is also immersed in her own thoughts. I'm too subjective. When my vision was obscured by darkness, I thought he would just move the same way as before, so I wasn't prepared to attack. Oh my god. After leaving my position, I actually indulged myself too much to the point that it started to cause problems for me. Thinking so, Elisa immediately turned towards where Jin was standing and said, "I haven't even finished the hour yet and I've already lost like this. No. Jin waved his hand and shook his head and replied, "I think it's better to consider this match as a draft. I really can't accept this victory." Hearing this, Elisa helplessly let out a long breath and said, "I knew you would say that. I'm sorry, I was so rude to you this time because I was caught off guard. But no matter how I say it, it has already happened. If I were the Jin from 3 months ago, I wonder if I would have ended up losing exactly like this due to subjective reasons." The wound on Elisa's shoulder has been treated by Enya. She paused for a moment then continued speaking. "You've gotten stronger again, Jin." Having said that, Elisa thought to herself, with a burning desire to move forward, and a fighting spirit and extremely high talent to pave the way to her destination. His aura and mana will probably reach 6 stars soon, and when that happens, you will truly lose. December 1st, 1795. Snow has now fallen all over the big streets and small alleys. On the street, Jin glanced at Murikan next to him and asked in confusion, "Murikan, it's so cold, why do you buy so many cold foods?" Murikan heard that and calmly said, "It's delicious to eat cold food in cold weather, besides." Strawberry Cake said she also wanted to eat it. Hearing Murikan say that, Jin glanced at the food boxes in his hand and helplessly said, "Are you planning on blowing Gilly's stomach?" While talking about this, Casimir walked over with his daughter Julia and Casimir called Uncle Jin. Jin turned around and nodded slightly at the two of them, then heard Casimir ask, "Can you spend some time with me to talk about work?" Jin nodded in agreement, so the two people led the way in front while Julia was carried by Mirakin's neck and followed behind. Up ahead, Casimir said, "In Bishkel Ibriano, the Avellino family is increasingly declining due to the scarcity of talent. There is only one talented person who seems to have the potential to become the next head of the family, which is his uncle, here has requested to investigate that information." Before talking further, "Do you know how to organize Kinzalo?" Hearing this question, Jin nodded slightly and said, "When I was a cadet, once while on duty I had a bit of a quarrel with that side." "Well then," quickly, Casimir said, "although I can't be sure yet, that Bishkel is most likely Kinzalo's man, he visits Carano territory once a week. And it is said that every time he goes there, he visits a factory with a very strange name, Beautiful Explosion. The owner of that factory is Bubert Gaston. As far as I know, he is a member of Kinzalo." Hearing Casimir say this, Jin frowned and said, "So what you mean is that those two people most likely have a more intimate relationship than host and guest?" Casimir nodded and replied, "For now this is just a possibility, but every time this Bishkel guy goes there to buy bread like that. It seems that this Bubert's rank is slightly higher than that of Bishkel." "I see," Jin nodded in response. After saying that, he thought to himself, so that's why he came out in person at the gala. Kinzalo, I always thought they were just a simple armed organization, but if that's where a level 8 fighter trusts them, they'll join. Jin's train of thought was interrupted by Julia's cry for Jin. Mirakin held the girl tightly and shouted loudly, "Come on, stop now, Jin is still busy. Wait a little longer and see you." Jin turned his head slightly to look back. He smiled once then silently thought, yes, understandable, considering that those bastards in his previous life dared to do such things. No, can't even the Runkendell, Bement, and Zippel families eliminate them immediately. Behind Mirakin and Julia were still arguing nonstop, just passing a small piece of ice. Julia immediately reached out and grabbed it, intending to hit Mirakin. Mirakin angrily took the girl's small block of ice and threw it directly at Casimir's head. After throwing it, he shouted loudly, "How dare you treat your father like that, what a bad baby." Casimir was startled and turned his head to look back, not understanding what was going on. At this time Jin asked again, "This Casimir? You still don't have any news about Aloe the spider?" Casimir just rubbed his head and said, "That bastard Aloe, he has more secrets than I thought. We elites of the 7 colors of the rainbow have swept them away like lice." But still couldn't find any information about his whereabouts before coming to Tessing, as if someone had intentionally deleted all this information. Hearing these words, Jin frowned slightly and thought, it seems like I really didn't have to kill him back then. Thinking so, he immediately looked at Casimir and said, "I see, you're too productive." Casimir smiled and replied, "Well, it's all the organizing side. We will definitely dig deeper into this Kinzalo clue for you, and if we have any information about Aloe I will definitely let you know right away." Hearing that, Jin smiled softly and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Casimir. I'm forever in your debt." "It's really nothing," Casimir shook his head and said, "but if you really feel grateful, then please play with Julia for a bit, Mr. Mirakin looks like he's having a hard time." Hearing this, Jin happily nodded and said, "Okay, but I think if it were today, it probably wouldn't be possible. Because it's almost match time. Well, do you want to come watch too, Casimir?" "Oh, that's great." Casimir nodded and replied, "I'm really curious about Jin's achievements." Hearing that, Jin immediately lowered his head and looked down at his hand. Then he seriously said, "He will definitely see it. I recently discovered something." Elisa was on time at the underground training ground. As soon as she saw Casimir, she was a little surprised and exclaimed, "Ha, what is this? No husband, why did you come here like this?" Hearing her say that, Casimir asked suspiciously, "Ha, why can't I come?" "I came because a Jin invited me to come and see." Elisa shook her head. She said in a low voice, "It's not that you can't come here. I just don't want you to see me lose." "What?" Casimir didn't understand why and asked in bewilderment. Elisa smiled and looked at her husband. Then she turned to where Jin was standing and said, "Isn't that so, Jin? Anyway, today seems to be the last time. If possible, I hope you will remember me as a good opponent, even if it is a long time in the future." Jin cherished the sword in his hand. Hearing Elisa's words, he immediately frowned and said, "What is a good opponent? I will remember her as a teacher and a good friend." Hearing these words from Jin, Casimir thought incredulously, what is he talking about? Hasn't it only been 3 months? Could it be that just like that, he has already surpassed Elisa? At this time, Elisa had finished preparing. she clenched her hands in a defensive posture and then decisively said, "Then. Let's get started, shall we?" Jin nodded slightly. He concentrated hard and entered fighting mode. Around Jin's body, powerful friction began to flare up. He used summoning to summon a phoenix with blue flames. See Phoenix. At level 6 stars, magicians will be given the power to be able to make a contract with anyone. However, no one knows which species of phoenix they will make a contract with. Because magicians can only open space portals to that fiery world, the choice will completely depend on the phoenix itself to choose a worthy master. For that reason, magicians desperately hope that they will be chosen by a special phoenix. The phoenix is said to be the rarest of the known phoenix species. The phoenix carries the power of blue fire. As soon as he saw this phoenix, Casimir screamed in disbelief, "It's so wild, Master Jin. Did you make a contract with Tess?" The mages who succeeded in summoning Tess were masters of their respective eras. Jin didn't answer Casimir's question. He raised his eyebrows and said to Elisa, "We should start, Sir Elisa." "I'm here, young Master Jin." Elisa curled her mouth in response, her hands clenched together, waiting to launch an attack. The phoenix Tess began to spit out. It carried terrifying power and attacked Elisa. Elisa couldn't resist for a while and had to retreat a bit. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, level 5 fire magic, not only that. That fire carries a strange power. If I accidentally touch it, my body will gradually become heavy. Is it because of the pressure, an overwhelming force pushing my whole body down? If I get hit by that attack, the amount of stamina I have to use will increase significantly. I need to finish it quickly. On the other side, Jin is also silently calculating, I can control Tess in about 3 more minutes. I'll take her down during that time. Thinking so, Jin immediately swung his sword to attack Elisa. The sword carried great power, pushing her back a few steps. Place one foot on the ground to maintain balance. She thought to herself, a sword technique? No, it's wind magic. Jin retracted his sword into a defensive stance. He stared at Elisa on the opposite side, silently evaluating in his mind. Although Elisa used many different movements, they all had one thing in common. That's the dominance. She wants to completely overwhelm her opponent no matter what the situation is. She's probably trying to regain dominance right now. I will take advantage of it to attack. Thinking so, Jin immediately rushed forward, swung his sword and slashed straight at the position where Elisa was standing. Elisa reacted very quickly and immediately leaned back to avoid Jin's sudden attack. Jin refused to let go. He quickly advanced and swung countless sharp sword slashes. As soon as I felt that Elisa was exhausted, Jin immediately opened his hand. A fire burst out from the middle of his palm. Rushed straight towards Elisa. At this moment, she was completely surrounded by Jin's attacks. She thought to herself, should I avoid it? No, if I do that I'll have to continue defending against attacks from young Master Jin. Like that is not possible. Thinking like that, Elisa gritted her teeth and said, are you proving to me that you are a magic swordsman, Master Jin? Hearing these words, Jin's body suddenly shook. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Seeing that, Elisa quickly clenched her fists and rushed forward. She concentrated hard to feel Jin's position. Right after that, she curled her mouth and said, I'm the last one. Caught you too. Before she could be happy for long, Elisa realized she had missed it. She cried out in horror, isn't he here? No way, I'm sure it's his weapon. The words suddenly stopped here. Elisa bent down to look at her hand. What she caught was not Jin but his sword, and on that sword was a blue flame covering it. Immediately Elisa felt an incredible pressure descending on her body. She yelled 2 damn words and then immediately turned her head back and said. He went to the back again. As soon as these words ended, Jin's punch hit Elisa hard. This blow made her unable to hold on any longer and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Being beaten like that, Elisa still curled her lips and said, I should also acknowledge this match, right? The victory is yours, young Master Jin. After saying this, she definitely fell straight to the ground, unable to move anymore. Seeing that, Jin hurriedly shouted, Miss Enya. Sir Casimir, please call Miss Enya. In the mansion, Murikin shouted in disbelief, Hey Casimir, what? Repeat. Casimir hastily said again, Yes, young Master Jin did indeed defeat Elisa in a match. I'm sure you will be surprised, defeating Elisa, who comes from Bament's Special Affairs Department, in just 3 months. Before he could finish his sentence, Murikin couldn't hold back any longer, grabbed Casimir's collar and shouted loudly, No, not that, Jin, boy, What did you summon? Being asked so many questions made Casimir a little scared. He quickly said, "Excuse me, a phoenix." He summoned Tess. As soon as he heard this name, Quickenel next to him was extremely scared and fell to the floor. She shook her head vigorously, completely unable to believe what Casimir had just said. After getting better, at the underground training ground, Elisa looked at Jin and said, "I overdid it and used the aura shield to win, and in the end that caused me to lose. Who would have thought that I could lose twice because I hit from behind? When did you come up with this strategy?" Jin said as he rubbed his hair. "Right from the first match." Does saying that sound too arrogant? Elisa shook her head and smiled, saying, "If it's young Master Jin, then that's true." Jin withdrew his hand. He said very seriously, "Thank you very much for what you have done for me, Elisa. I also felt very happy." Elisa smiled back, "You probably can't imagine how proud I am of you, Jin." "Okay, young master, what do you think about defeating someone from the special task force before turning 16? As soon as Elisa said this, Murikin came running from afar. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Kid." Hearing this call, Jin immediately turned around and replied, Murikin, I listen." Before he could finish his sentence, Murikin hurriedly called out, "Tess, call Tess now, quickly." Jin didn't understand what to do but still summoned Tess. As soon as he saw Tess appear, Quickenel knelt down. She bowed her head to the ground and respectfully said, "I would like to see the Lord of Fire." Standing next to him, Murikna scratched his head and said, "Well, it's been a long time, huh?" While talking about this, the Phoenix Tess suddenly came to attack Murikin. Seeing that, he quickly shouted, Wait, what, why, I have complete freedom of speech, wrong, I am free." Sorry. Standing on one side to witness this scene, Casimir suddenly put his hand on his chest. He felt it for a while and then thought to himself, "Why does it feel so refreshing?" At this time, Quickenel still bowed his head to the ground. Murikin's voice continued to echo, "I'm sorry, you have to say something again." I still have to say something, please stop." Unable to stop Tess, Murikin quickly turned to Jin and shouted, "Kid, get this thing back quickly." Seeing that the situation seemed to be about to go out of control, Jin nodded and replied, "Okay, then summon Tess back." Waiting for the space here to restore peace, Murikin raised his hand and rubbed his head and said, Why did he suddenly hit someone like that, really?" While talking about this, Jin suddenly called out to Murikin. Hearing that, Murikin frowned and exclaimed, "Well, of course you will want to know, why did the great Murikin have to be inferior to a blue bird? That's not Tess's true form. Only in the fire world can you admire that guy's true form." "Flower world," Jin asked doubtfully, "is that the name of the world where phoenixes live?" "I also know there are other realms out there, but this is the first time I've heard the name Flower Realm." Hearing that, Murikin nodded and replied, "Of course, because this is a phrase only used by gods and dragons. It's the name we call to make it easier to talk. Not even the highest gods know what the real name of that place is." Hearing him say that, Jin asked curiously, "The gods don't know, so that place is beyond their control?" "That's right," Murikin nodded and said, "That's why even the fire god Shinu can't use the fire of the fire realm." What I'm about to say is the most important part. In the past, there were several gods who left the fire world, including dragons like Quickenel and me. And then a few people started causing trouble and Tess lost all patience, and that was the day we witnessed Tess's true power. Tess was so angry that she burned 5 gods and 7 dragons right on the spot. Hearing this, Jin immediately raised his hand to rub his chin and said, "What, this Tess is so strong, so how strong a person must be to release all that power? That's impossible." Murikna said, "No matter how strong you are, you cannot completely release his power. It doesn't matter what you are, no one can fully unleash the power of an entity from another dimension. That's basically a kind of balance. That's why the gods who came to this world couldn't do anything, and that's why Tess will never be able to use her full power in this world, and it must be said again and again. People like you should have been burned alive. How could just summoning that dangerous old man into battle? Do you know how shocked we would have been, if he had gotten angry and burned you too? No, if he did that, he wouldn't have chosen you before." Hearing all these words, Jin still didn't understand what to do. Murikin stopped for a moment to catch his breath and then continued, "He told me to tell you those things. He really likes you. Congratulations, kid." Hearing Murikin say that, Jin frowned and thought, Tess is much greater than he thought. Shinu the fire god is the ruler of the fire of the whole world, so of course before the fake contract of Shinu, Kelyurk, and the guardian dragon Kadun, all fire attacks are ineffective. However, since I have Tess, when the Runkendel family and the Zippel family fight, His blue flame will be a huge support. January 2, 1796, receiving the new letter, Chiron immediately opened it. After looking at it once, he said, "It was chosen by Tess, it's quite interesting, but I'm not interested in phoenixes. Besides, Jin's swordsmanship is only this much. Although I allow him to use magic and hidden weapons, he is still a member of the Runkadel family." Khan heard the call and immediately replied, "I am here, sir." Chiron pondered for a moment and then said, "I remember that Ron Heron has a nephew." Khan nodded and continued, "The grandson of the Heron family. I just received information about him a few days ago." "What a blessing," Chiron exclaimed. Hearing that, the Khan continued, "Yes, it was about the request in the current competition, to assassinate a pirate participating in that competition. And appeared in the list of participants, as Dante Heron, who registered under a fake name. The current competition," Chiron said slowly, "seems to be a competition between pirates. We also remember that 10 years ago Mary was the final winner." Khan nodded and replied, "That was the lady's first victory. 2 months later, he fought again." Hearing that, Chiron immediately gave an order to send his youngest son there. "With so many eyes watching, it won't be able to use magic and hidden weapons, it will have to use its own sword to win. Fighting with the genius who is polishing his swordsmanship will definitely make the youngest realize something. That is a Runkandel, he was forced to prove himself through the sword." Jin had just finished practicing his swordsmanship when, in the distance, he suddenly heard Casimir's call, "Young Master Jin. Come over here and look at this." Jin wiped his sweat and walked over to ask, "What is it?" Casimir smiled and said, "It's an application to join the current competition." "What?" Jin asked suspiciously. "That's a pirate's playground. Why suddenly?" Hearing that, Casimir immediately explained, "This was prepared just for you. You've been working so hard lately." According to the Rainbow Colors side, it seems that Dante Heron from the Heron family is also participating this time. You probably know his grandfather, the current head of the Heron family, Ron Heron. He was considered equal to Mr. Chiron before becoming the head of the household. And Dante Heron is his most beloved nephew. Aren't you curious to know how powerful that person is?" Hearing these words, Jin immediately raised his hand to stroke his chin. He thought for a while, then nodded and said, I understand. Is it necessary to participate?" As soon as he heard this question, Casimir cried out in fear, "Oh, young Master Jin, don't do it. Think carefully, that person is the next head of that Heron family. There's not always a chance, there's no chance of rubbing shoulders with someone like that." Jin was not very interested in this. He nodded a few times and said, "Well, if Mr. Casimir has mentioned this, then I have no other choice, I will also participate." Receiving this answer from Jin, Casimir breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, you have made a very right decision, young Master Jin." Jin didn't say anything more. He thought to himself, "I understand. When father asked to talk privately with Mr. Casimir, did he ask him to do this behind my back, making him make me fight with you? Heron boy, do you want me to put swordsmanship first?" "Mr. Casimir, it seems like you're not that busy." While thinking about this, Casimir continued, "Oh, you have to leave tomorrow. The deadline for this is a bit short." "What?" Jin frowned and asked again. Casimir did not answer this question but turned around and ran away, smiling and saying, "So have a safe trip." "Wait a minute, Mr. Casimir." Jin called out, but what he received was only the other person's back. Belad Empire, an island located in the south. Looking at the scenery and people here, Jin thought to himself, "This is the first time I have traveled alone to a place like this since Mimit, a place that is still sick. More than Mimit, a tournament is held in a place like this. The current competition, said to be a competition, allows you to kill your opponent, and there is no limit to weapons. Even before the battle, you can assassinate or poison your opponent. For the grandson of the great Heron family to participate in a competition in a place like this, the owner of that house is crazy too. Well, it doesn't matter what the reason is. Being able to fight him once is already a good thing. This will be a very wonderful experience." Not far from where Jin was standing, a girl wearing a cloak walked over. As soon as she saw the scene here, she was extremely happy and smiled happily. "Ha ha, this place is still the same as always, it really stinks and hurts my nose. Okay, let's relax a bit." In a certain room was guarded by many tall, muscular men. Jin walked over to where a person was sitting. This person was the owner of the southern island, the pirate king Cosmos. He frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" Jin heard that and slowly said, "I came to participate in the competition." Cosmos heard that and immediately said, "Registration time is over, hurry up, if you die in some corner on the way out, all the better." Being cursed with a sentence like that, Jin was not very angry. He said lightly, I'm sure the registration period will still be valid until sunset. Cosmos heard Jin say that and raised his hand to pick his ear and said, I'm not in the mood to make a registration form for you. Do you not understand, or are you intentionally not understanding? I'm busy, so stop bothering me and go somewhere else. Being rejected by the other person like that, Jin immediately clenched his fists. Seeing him do this action, Cosmos immediately scolded him angrily, what do you think you are doing? As soon as these words finished, Jin took out 2 coins, he waved them high, then pulled out his sword and slashed 2 coins strongly towards Cosmos. He didn't have time to react to the pain and immediately fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Retrieving the sword, Jin asked in a cold voice, is this enough? Write my name. Cosmos lay on the ground groaning for a moment, then stood up and shouted in satisfaction. Your little guy also has guts, I like it. Okay, I'll enroll you here. After saying that, he immediately picked up the pen and wrote a few lines on the paper, holding it up in front of Jin. This person continued to say, your bad name will be in table 13, take this, the people inside will gently guide you about the rest. With romance and love, I welcome you, you have entered this contest, you arrogant brat. Jin didn't pay much attention to Cosmos's words, he took the paper and went inside and gave it to someone inside. This person picked up the piece of paper and read what was written on it. Jin Gray, table 13, he looked confident, choose someone better, if there's no one left, I don't care if you throw him away, pray for sharks. After reading this content, the other person immediately glanced at Jin and exclaimed, oh my god, this year there are so many bamboo shoots participating like ants. There's still one more guy, not you but a bastard who dared to hit the captain. It's a shame that you two aren't on the same table, I want to see you two tear each other apart. Well, good luck, you two might meet each other in the final round, but you'll need a lot of luck. He took Jin to a corridor, surrounded by brick rooms. In front of him there were already 1 or 2 people there. He said, okay, this is the gathering place for 13. I will see you again if you still keep your life. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, Jin immediately called back, hey, what about my room? The other person did not stop walking but just turned his head slightly and said, how do we know? Hearing this, Jin didn't say anything anymore. He silently thought, from the beginning, weren't there enough rooms for all the candidates? Each room has 2 to 3 people, they want contestants to fight with each other in these rickety rooms. Like this, it's more like a survival game than a contest of strength. Jin walked over and stood in front of the door of a room. Several people inside were punching and kicking each other. As soon as he saw Jin appear, one of them stopped his movements and asked, hey, who are you? Seeing Jin about to enter, another person rolled his eyes and shouted, hey, don't you see that there are already 3 people in here, go somewhere else and write down your names. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin firmly put down his sword. He said coldly, now I will count to 3. When I count to 3, you all better be out of my sight. 1. Jin's body was now emitting an extremely terrifying layer of murderous aura. The guy, feeling this huge pressure, suddenly felt scared and stammered, what, hey, wait. Jin didn't bother to listen to what he said, he continued to count to 2, his hands clenched tightly, this damn kid. The other guy was frightened and scolded, but now Jin has counted to 3. Immediately a rumbling sound rang out in the room, attracting the attention of those around. After performing one move, Jin retracted his sword. He said coldly, now. Who else wants to stay? The people in the room refused to give up and joined forces to attack Jin. Another killing spree rang out in the room. Momentarily, there were drops of fresh blood sprayed out. Jin pulled back the blade that was still stained with blood. He gritted his teeth and grinned, even though this place was a lawless place. Then it's not worth comparing with Mimit, so that's it for now. We'll have to lose some sleep. Very quickly after dealing with the guys in the room, Jin threw their bodies aside and calmly sat down to rest. He took out a book and started reading. Not long after, a watchman walked in and said, this is a bit annoying, hey kid. Are you planning on killing everyone before the match even starts? Hearing this, Jin immediately closed the book, smiled and said, well, let's consider this a small event before today's main dish. Hearing you say that, the guard immediately widened his eyes and shouted, but I thought you were just an arrogant little guy. What the captain said wasn't wrong, you're truly a person with character, so that's why the captain said to put you in with the better guys. Rounds 1 and 2 will start soon, you'll have to fight them later, so now if you want you can go watch those guys fight. Follow me, I will personally escort you. Leading Jin to the ring, the guard smirked and said, Just to let you know, using swords in the audience area is strictly forbidden, so just sit here obediently, super rookie. Jin didn't respond to his words. He looked around the large arena once. The audience was filled with people. He thought to himself, that's not bad. There are so many people watching, I don't think anyone here will recognize who I am, but I should pay attention and disguise myself a bit. Jin thought so and immediately pulled his collar up to cover his nose and mouth. At this moment, he heard two people behind him talking and gossiping. Have you heard about that rumor? Why, the one where more than half of the 13th board was taken down. Ah damn, I bet on one of them. Who the hell did that? No, there was another case, among the contestants in the competition. I heard there's a place reserved for the Runkendell family crest. Hearing these words, Jin's eyes suddenly widened and became extremely alert. The two people sitting there continued to whisper to each other. One of them asked suspiciously, does a lucky reserve belong to the Runkendell family? What is a Runkendell family doing in this place? The other person heard that and immediately leaned in and said, I heard this story while drinking with some Cosmos pirate officers yesterday, that among the participants there was an extremely outstanding young man, so it wasn't Runkendell's family is so unreasonable. Hearing that, the other person immediately exclaimed, wow, if that's true then it's likely Daytona, Haytona, or Jin Runkendell, but if it's a real Jin Runkendell then he's truly won the jackpot. Lately there's been a lot of rumors about someone so young that he's already a 5-star. Jin listened to the two of them talking and slowly walked over to sit next to him. He put his sword on the floor and thought, oh, so it turns out it's because of Runkendell. I can't say it, but they even know his name, you two Mortona. But that's right, it's time for you two to let the world know your names. If it's really you guys participating now, I'll track them down and make you stand guard. Jin was deep in thought when fireworks exploded in the sky, and cheers rang out all around. A moment later, a host loudly announced, welcoming all spectators to the race arena. Everyone must be bored to death right, so please welcome our pirate king Cosmos. As soon as these words ended, the audience chanted the name Cosmos in unison. Cosmos boldly appeared in front of the crowd. He raised his arms and shouted loudly, ha ha, everyone responded to my call this year and gathered together. I really don't know how to express it, my appreciation is right. Ignite the fire and burn the spirit. Right now, the opening moment begins. Each team consists of 14 people. Up to now there are a total of 13 teams and 182 reserve martial artists. And the first main character to step onto today's glorious stage is the one who reached the 16-team round in last year's tournament, the darling of the sea pirates, Mantis. And his opponent is. Contestant appeared for the first time this year. Is there anything hidden behind that youthful appearance? Let's welcome the young swordsman. Paul Mick. As soon as they saw this young swordsman, chatter arose in the stands. What the heck, isn't he just a brat with a bad mouth and a smelly mouth? I know that this year the number of young people attending has skyrocketed, but at this level it's okay. Jin was also focusing on observing Paul Mick. He frowned and thought, 13, no, 14 years old, letting such a young kid participate, they are crazy. Slow down, kid. While thinking like that, the watchman who brought Jin here suddenly turned around and said, there was another guy besides him, a small guy who had sent the captain flying. At this time in the stands, the match host cleared his throat and shouted loudly, then the match. Please allow me. Begin. As soon as Paul finished saying this, he quickly pulled out his sword and slashed forward. The powerful sword with its terrifying power made everyone present in fear. That powerful sword slash used a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye and chopped off the mantis's head on the spot. His hot blood sprayed out like rain. The sounds of chatter rang out endlessly. What just happened? Did anyone see anything? Did that guy lose his head? No way. Cosmos witnessed this scene and let out a long breath. He held his head and said, ha, those sea bastards must be going crazy. Jin was now standing still in a corner. He thought to himself, beheading his opponent with sword energy in just a blink of an eye. I see, he is Dante Heron. Paul Mick or Dante Heron took his sword and put it on his shoulder. The cheers of his name rang out endlessly. The host of the match quickly announced that the match was decided in just a moment. The victory this time belonged to Paul Mick. As soon as these words ended, someone in the stand suddenly leaned forward and shouted loudly. Yes, that's it, this is the fight, it's Paul Mick, I bet all my remaining fortune on Paul Mick, go Paul Mick. Jin was a bit startled when he heard this voice. He turned his head to look back and opened his eyes wide in fear. Jin thought, Veridin Zippel. Why is this guy here? Veridin still kept chanting the name Paul Mick. The people around saw that and were a bit shaken and whispered to each other, yes, I bet too, just put Paul Mick on it and it would be delicious. Hearing that, Veridin immediately said decisively, Just bet, don't worry, Paul Mick is the source of our future life, bring the red book and bet it all. Hearing Verdun say that, Jin hated and thought to himself, is he on a mission or something? While he's on a mission, this is a bit too loose. If I get caught, it will be very troublesome, so I will quietly ignore it. Thinking of that, Jin immediately sat up straight and did not look sideways anymore. At this moment Dante passed by the stage. Verdun waved enthusiastically to say hello. Hey, it's been a long time. Seeing that, Dante raised his eyes slightly and thought, is that person Verdun Zippel? The only time I saw him was at the Zippel house party, even in this remote place, yet he was so welcoming. Thinking like that, Dante immediately raised his hand and waved. He smiled brightly and said, I'm also very happy to see you again, Verdun. At this moment, the host of the match continued to announce, now, before moving on to the next match, let's hear a few words from the first winner of today's tournament. Following the host's words, Cosmos walked up to where Dante was standing and said, hello Paul Mick, how are you feeling right now? Dante, who was waving at Verdun, was startled when he saw that. He pulled his hand back and coughed a few times before saying, right now I'm quite happy because I've just destroyed another seed of disaster to help the world. I hope that in his next life he won't become an ordinary pirate again. As soon as he said this, Cosmos was furious. He grabbed Dante's shoulder and laughed and said, pirates really aren't suitable for children, right? But aren't you afraid that saying that will make a lot of pirates here sad? Ha ha ha, that's interesting kid, try your best. All the pirates who heard your narration recently were extremely impressed. Welcome there, ha ha ha. Cosmos said, so then stopped for a moment. He raised his head to the sky and shouted, okay, then next match, please invite the players to the arena. In the dark hallway filled with fresh blood, Jin slowly pushed the door open and entered his room. He put the sword aside and sat down in a corner, leaning his back against the wall. Jin silently calculated, I watched the next matches but besides Paul Mick, there was no one notable. It's safe to say that Paul Mick is Dante Heron. His appearance is very young but his swordsmanship is that great. Other than being a heron there is no other explanation. Can I win? If you use magic and dark energy, it's still possible, but if you only use swords, I'm not sure. But nothing can be said in advance. They announced that there will be about 3 to 4 matches every day, so my first match is probably within 3 days, so until then I'll just have to make it through the darkness in this prison. Verdun took off the necklace around his neck and twirled it in his hand. A clan leader sitting at a table saw this and said, I didn't give it to you to play with like that. It's an item that the patriarch will use when absolutely necessary, so please be more careful. Hearing him say that, Verdun immediately turned his head and narrowed his eyes and said, I'm sorry, Elder. I feel more comfortable holding it in my hands. Is that why you called me here? The elder heard that and said seriously, on an island in the north of the Bellahue archipelago, there is a martial arts conference held every year. Maybe you know about the Cosmos Arena. As soon as he heard this name, Verdun was extremely excited and shouted, no, this is the first time I heard it. Oh my god, a martial arts festival organized by pirates, how did I know about it? Ha ha, never, I sure don't know anything about it. The elder didn't bother to say much to him, he got straight to the point. Dante Heron, who participated in last year's ball and the future head of the Heron family participated this time. Go there and visit, if you get a chance, see for yourself the level of people that you will one day surpass. Stepping out of the competition arena, Verdun remembered what the elder told him while grimacing and exclaiming, so I came here after hearing that and it's great that I can earn more money. But why haven't there been any interesting matches in the past 2 days? It's great to be able to see Dante's skills but that's all, this year is so boring. Where have all the good people gone? A few people walking behind heard him say that and whispered to each other a bit in confusion, isn't he very interested? Verdun walked in front of a board with the names of participants in each round, when suddenly his eyes noticed a small card with the name Jin Gray. As soon as he saw this name, Verdun was a bit suspicious and mumbled, wait, is it really that Jin? So he didn't just come to be an audience. Here it is, it's starting to get interesting. In his room, Jin stabbed the sharp blade into the floor. He let out a long sigh of admiration. The number of survivors was 147, the number of dead was 35, of which only 5 died in battle, several others died outside the arena. The fighters from the other groups will be here soon, I can't let my guard down, who knows if I'll get a knife while I'm sleeping. I've been practicing without sleeping since I was a cadet, but having to stay awake for 3 days was the first time. As he was deep in thought, footsteps were heard outside in the hallway. Jin stood up alertly, he looked outside to observe the situation, thinking to himself, approach this place without even bothering to hide his presence. They seem very confident in their skills. Thinking so, Jin immediately lay down and held his sword tightly, hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer. He started to take a stance, preparing to attack at any moment, but when he saw clearly who was coming, Jin was a little surprised and stopped moving. Dante pushed the door of the room and went inside. His face was sweaty at this time. He spoke a little weakly, a little impolitely, saying this was the first time we met, but can we talk? Hearing the other person say that, Jin thought, Paul, no, Dante Heron. Jin remained silent and did not say anything but stepped back slightly. Dante stepped in a few more steps and said in a low voice, please let me sleep a bit. If you agree, I will stand guard tomorrow so you can sleep. Seeing that the other person didn't look okay, Jin said a little curiously, hey, why so sudden? Suddenly jumped out of nowhere. Hearing these words, Dante immediately said, I have been observing you since yesterday and see that you are a true martial artist. So please let me sleep. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost all his strength and fell straight to the floor. Seeing that, Jin sighed softly, I don't have a chance to refuse. Dante practices without sleeping. Observe the opponent for a moment. Jin suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, the smell of blood was strong, he must have been bothered by many people. Not mentioned. Having said this, Jin suddenly stopped. He heard movement outside the door and held the sword tightly in his hand. Outside, there are two bald guys lurking outside the door. They signaled to each other, wait, I'll give the signal. Having just said this, they suddenly stopped. Before he could react, Jin suddenly attacked and threw him back. Looking at these two people, Jin said coldly, haven't you heard the rumors? Anyone who enters this room must die. More and more people surrounded Jin's room door. Seeing that two people had fallen, one of them quickly raised his hand and said, wait, I know, Jin Gray, you're the one who killed the entire group, 13 people. Calm down and listen, we're not here for you. If you're willing to hand over the guy Paul Mick just walked in on. As soon as this person said this, in a hidden corner, another guy couldn't help but used a dart to secretly attack Jin. The wind-breaking sound of flying darts. Jin was not afraid but leisurely raised one hand to grab the dart. Looking at the tip of the dart that had changed color, Jin curled his mouth and said, poison. No matter what, we do that for a child, we don't need to know the person behind it all. Who are you? But can you take responsibility? Soon after dealing with these people, Jin immediately returned to the room to guard Dante. Not long after Dante had slept, he suddenly woke up. Look at the bewildered look on his face. Jin said lightly, the bastards chasing him said they were under the control of the one-eyed pirate Joe. The last one spat out before dying, they planned to make some money by kidnapping a Runkendel. Hearing Jin say this, Dante immediately smiled and said, you protected me, a stranger, thank you very much. But oh my god, a Runkendel, I'm so surprised, why did I make such a basic mistake? I should explain when I am indebted to you, I am a noble in their target, even though I am not a Runkendel. Just consider me a noble in Bement, sorry, I can't go into more detail. Hearing the other person say that, Jin didn't make it difficult to nod. At this moment Dante continued, thank you for understanding, I owe you my life, how can I repay you? Eye for eye, life for life. From now on, no matter what, when you are in danger, I will protect you with my life at any cost. Swear on my honor. Listen to Dante express his sincerity. Jin nodded slightly and said, not too fast or too slow, okay, do whatever you like, I'm going to sleep, so please. Wake me up before the Group 13 match starts. Seeing that Jin was lying down in a corner of the room and starting to fall asleep, Dante didn't say anything more but just said, it's clear, protecting him doesn't count in the oath so he can rest assured. After saying this, he silently evaluated, he seemed cold, but he protected me, someone I just met for the first time. Looks like I found a good friend. On the ring, Dante and another person are facing each other. The other person picked up his sword and began to attack Dante. He reacted very quickly, his sharp blade slashed the opponent away. Everyone around the stands immediately cheered endlessly. The host of the match immediately shouted, the winner was Paul Mick. He had once again finished off his opponent with just one blow. As soon as these words ended, the chants of Paul Mick became even louder. When it came to the next battle, the host looked at the sword blade that was still stained with blood and immediately announced. And the winner is a young but extremely strong person, Jin Gray. The cheers for Jin's name rang out endlessly. Dante, standing in a corner of the stands, was also extremely happy to see Jin win. After shouting for a while, the people around started talking again. That Jin Gray name is really strong, no joke. He might be even stronger than Paul Mick. Hearing that, one person immediately protested, "Ha, he is not old if compared to the luck of the Runkendell family." Dante heard them say that and thought, "I'm not from the Runkendell family." In a hallway not far from the competition floor, there was a group of people gathering there. Hearing the incessant chanting of Jin's name, a person with long hair tied at the back of his head frowned and crossed his arms and said, "So the contestants who made it to the final round this year are those two kids?" A person sitting next to him wearing a red headband on his forehead heard that and said, "Well, just because those bastards blew their noses cleanly, this year is over." While these two people were talking, a cold voice rang out from behind them, "Are you guys just going to sit still and suffer like that?" A person carrying two swords behind his shoulders approached the two people, rolling his eyes and saying, "They looked okay, but they were just two kids." Before the winning group's match started, "If I called add more people and round them up." While talking about this, another person with a scarf on his head interrupted and said, "Forget it, you can't beat them. Jin Gray's nickname is the God of Death. You'll understand immediately when you hear the reason for that nickname. Plus, they share the same room. Do you think circling them will really be effective?" This person said as he slowly walked up the stairs and left. After walking for a while, he did not forget to wave his hand and say, "I stopped you because you are famous. If you leave like that you will die before the match. From the start, it won't be any fun anymore." Waiting for this person to leave, there was suddenly a strange silence in the hallway. I don't know who broke this atmosphere first, but TSK and then said, "TSK, that's it, I'll stop here, then get out of here already." As soon as these words ended, someone agreed and said, "That's for the best." Fortunately, looking at the program, we don't have to confront those two guys yet. The person wearing the red headband on his forehead nodded and said, "Yes, I don't want to die here either." "Okay, we are the only ones who know this, don't ever let Cosmos know about this." They talked to each other in low voices in the hallway, not knowing that the person with the scarf on his head was hiding in a hidden corner and heard all these words. Cosmos angrily put the wine glass down on the table. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Those scoundrels. Control to choose the winner, so they secretly set up the structure behind my back like this." Behind Cosmos, the person wearing a scarf on his head was standing there silently. Hearing that, he immediately asked, "So what are you going to do? If it weren't like that, the contest would be extremely boring. Viewers will probably realize it eventually." Cosmos was silent for a moment, then widened his eyes dangerously and said, "Then this would be better. Eliminate the entire program for me, because after all, Jin Gray and Paul Mick will be the two contestants who will advance to the final round. The good guys and the rest of the scum. All will be prey for the children. And minus those two kids, increase the dividend yield of the rest as high as possible, so high that they will have to lose sleep if they don't bet." After saying this for a long time, he raised his wine glass and took a big sip, then continued to say, "Okay, the speed of the matches from now until the final match will be lightning fast. Go make some money. On the stage right now the atmosphere is extremely exciting." Veridin sat in one place, observing and asking in a low voice. One was a supernova who caused a huge stir right from the first match, and the other was a god of death who smelled of blood and flesh right from the first match. "Who do you think will be the winner?" The two subordinates following him were standing behind. Hearing that, one immediately said, "Paul Mick." The other person also nodded in agreement. "I also agree, I think Paul Mick's swordsmanship is more skillful." "Young master, you also bet on Paul Mick, right?" "Me," Veridin said with a smirk, "I bet Jin Gray 100,000 gold, what's wrong?" The two subordinates who heard this information from their young master all widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison. One person hastily said, "Young master, Jin Gray's odds are set to be 3 times higher. Even if Jin Gray wins, do those pirates really have enough money to pay? Can you give me that?" Veridin didn't worry much about this problem. He crossed his arms and said leisurely, "Well, Cosmos is a famous pirate, he has several islands and if he sells them." While talking about this, Cosmos appeared below the ring. He raised his hands high and shouted loudly, "I must have kept you waiting for a long time, ladies and gentlemen, I am the Pirate King Cosmos." As soon as he announced his name, there were already many angry people in the stand screaming, "Who cares? Hurry up and start the first match, bring out Paul Mick." "Where is Jin Gray, the death god of group number 13? Seeing this noisy scene, Cosmos was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He silently cursed, "Damn you nobles, next year I will have to double the entrance fee to let you know." Seeing this, the host of the match cleared his throat and said, ignoring the lengthy opening statement, "Let's call the two of them out. Paul Mick. And his opponent is the death god of the 13, the nameless young swordsman, Jin Gray." On the high platform, Veridin opened his mouth and shouted, I believe in you, Jin Gray, I bet everything I have on you. Jin Gray, go ahead. Veridon's voice was very loud and strong. Hearing that, Jin frowned slightly and thought, where did my brother tell me to go forward? Wait until Jin and Dante are present in the middle of the arena, the host shouts loudly, now we won't make you wait any longer. The match is about to begin. As soon as these words ended, Jin and Dante quickly entered a fighting state. The two quickly pulled out their swords and held them tightly in their hands. Dante with sharp eyes stared at Jin. Very quickly he began to attack, his powerful sword rushing forward quickly. Jin reacted very quickly. Immediately raise your sword to block this attack from the opponent. Dante turned around slightly and took a defensive stance. He smirked and said, I knew right away that these tricks wouldn't work on you, so this time I will play for real. As soon as these words finished, Dante immediately swung his sword high, a layer of sparkling golden light erupting around his body. Jin didn't say much anymore, he held the sword tightly in his hand, a layer of blue rushed out following his movements. Jin opened his mouth and shouted loudly, bring everything he has out here and see. The two of them continued to fight each other. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound rang out all around, and dust billowed out to surround the arena. Dante and Jin began to fight each other. Suddenly a loud rumbling sound rang out, and dust billowed out around the arena. The people watching on the high platform saw this scene and were all a bit shocked and their mouths opened wide. On the arena, two sharp swords carrying terrifying power collided with a terrifying clang. Each stream of sword air released was enough for those watching to feel a heavy pressure. Concentrate on fighting while avoiding Dante's attacks. Jin thought to himself, I'm sure the first attack was Dante's fastest speed, but now he only accelerates when necessary so he can distribute his power properly. If so, I have to keep up with his speed. Both of them continued to come and go without stopping. In the stands, everyone started cheering and moving forward. Attack him. There was someone sitting in a corner scratching their head and exclaiming, how crazy, who would have thought that they could see this battle in this damn place? Under the ring, Dante just hit a move and smiled and said to Jin, you did a great job, Jin Gray, but if you have any more tricks, please do it, because I'm about to get faster. Hearing this, Jin paused a bit. At this time, on the opposite side, Dante continued to attack with an extremely fast sword. He just kept making 3 or 4 sword moves, making it a bit difficult for Jin to defend. Sweat was streaming down his face. Unyielding, Jin put all his strength into continuing to fight back each of his opponent's swords. Loud explosions rang out on the stage. The people watching saw that Dante was dominating and cheered happily. That's right, Paul Mick, that's right, keep beating him, let the desperate bettors go to the chicken coop, a little more, a little more. The cheers rang out continuously. No one noticed that Dante's face changed slightly. With each sword move of Jin, he frowned and thought, yes, this is my strength. Destructive swordsmanship and the natural constitution to perform it. He showed endurance that surpassed that constitution. He was doing it like this on purpose, as expected. He also took a fake name, Jin Runkendell. But this is all. He made a mistake. Dante thought so and immediately turned around, the sharp sword in his hand carrying amazing power slashed straight at Jin. Sensing danger, Jin's pupils suddenly widened. He gently turned his wrist, a sharp sword shot out following his movements. It not only neutralized Dante's previous attack but also caused him to take a few steps back to defend. Seeing this scene, whispers rang out in the stands again, what, why did he suddenly step back? Dante took a few steps back in a defensive stance. He stared at Jin standing behind him thinking, what just happened? At that time I was slashed. I'll get cut by something. On the opposite side, after repelling Dante, Jin also took a defensive stance and mumbled, oh my god, I accidentally let out a bit of murderous intent, things are starting to get serious. Thinking so, he cleared his throat and said to Dante, it's my turn. As soon as these words finished, Jin raised the sword in his hand, the blade emitted a layer of blue light. It rushed at a fast and strong speed to attack Dante. This sword move weighed 1,000 pounds, making Dante unable to stand. One of his legs slightly buckled and began to tremble. While gathering his strength to resist, Dante gritted his teeth and thought. It's not simply a straight slash, the power of every move is the same. Without a single mistake. Damn it, I've been losing since the beginning, huh? No, any more and I'll kill him, Jin Runkendell. While thinking about this, another sword move was almost in front of Dante. A loud explosion rang out, dust and dirt everywhere. Waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, Jin retracted his sword and said in a cold voice, "Don't joke. You dare to hesitate in front of me, I'm Jin Runkendell. Don't disgrace this match. Dante Heron." Hearing his real name spoken by the other person's mouth, Dante was a little stunned and opened his eyes wide. A moment later he suddenly smiled and raised his sword high. Dante said, "Okay. I accidentally showed you my bad side, Jin Runkendell, will you take me with you too?" This statement made Jin a bit surprised. He thought for a moment, then raised his sword and lightly touched Dante's raised sword. The two of them stood still in the middle of the ring, looking at each other face to face. No one said a word to anyone. At that time, Jin and Dante Mick took out their swords. Right after that, both of their legs moved back, use a cold gaze to look at the other person. Without wasting any more time, Jin and Dante rushed towards each other. Two swords with great impact quickly touched each other, then push it away, continue to sing once, sing twice, 3 times. Jin and Dante are not inferior. Attack the opponent vigorously. Paul growled loudly and rushed towards Jin. Jin's eyes glowed staring at Dante. This unexpected direction of his attack made Dante unable to react in time. His eyes showed surprise. "I don't understand what makes Paul so surprised." Jin's face was full of determination and he slashed straight to the ground. A loud explosion rang out. Dante quickly realized and backed away. Right after that, he slashed towards Jin, but he is also easy to avoid. Jin used his sword to block. His side took a step back. Jin breathed heavily thinking, he had reached his limit. How could he stand it? Dante Heron, he is a once-in-a-century genius. His talent is blessed by God. However, he was born with a fragile body, which held back his talent. As I sink deeper into hell, this damn curse, that's what I know. That's why I can feel it. Dante Heron. Jin jumped straight to Dante, his loneliness through the endless darkness, his disappointment when looking at a small body, his efforts on the brink of life and death. To get to where you belong. Dante did not give in to Jin's oppression. He quickly attacked again. Jin Runkendell, the 13th child of the Runkendell family. He was born with a spoon in his mouth, healthy body, talent, everything. Things that I feel is despair. Why are you so pitiful and desperate? Is it because of anger? Because I'm the youngest? Because I'm not in the line of succession? No, not those stupid reasons. I don't see anything anymore. I just want to become the strongest. Just like that. How much longer do I have to endure to get to where I belong? I don't even remember anymore. How long have I been disappointed? How many times have I been discouraged? And how many times have I stood up? I don't remember those things anymore. Dante was in a determined mood. His two swords were next to each other. A loud explosion rang out. Sparks flew out. Jin held the sword tightly and backed away. He used the momentum to rush forward to attack Dante, who was pushed back by his attack. Dante regained his momentum, held the sword firmly and rushed towards Jin. Two people with the determination to win confront each other. Suddenly, Dante's eyes showed surprise and widened. Even Jin used that look to look at him. Dante coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Jin, don't be stunned and frozen in place." "What?" Dante's body is cracking. Dante could not move. His body was divided into small pieces. Jin smiled. His hand holding the sword trembled, but to take the sword back just because of that would be an insult to him. Real dog. Jin attacks towards Dante, but this time he couldn't respond. Dante's hand slowly let go of the sword. Jin still keeps attacking. Damn it. Damn. I'm sorry. Please understand. Jin's sword is close to Dante's neck. Cheers rang out in the stands. Dante gasped and then smiled. Ha ha, it was fun. After saying that sentence, Dante fell to the ground. Jin hurriedly called out, calling the therapist here. No treatment came. The one who came was Veridon. He quickly sat down and checked Dante's body. It was worse than I thought. Jin widened his eyes, not expecting it to be him. Veridon created a magic circle and consoled, "Don't worry, Jin. I will definitely make him live." Veridon showed a confident smile. At the same time a green light emitted. Veridon touched Dante's body lying on the ground with one hand, then cast magic. Jin stood behind with surprised eyes. Veridon is using all his abilities to treat Dante, and casually comforts Jin. "Don't worry, just look." Jin is extremely worried, is what I want to say. But it's too late. It's already beyond the point of being able to be cured with magic. Not only the bones but also the internal organs are damaged. On top of that, his aura is also uncontrollable. The dust of love only prolongs the pain for him. Today is the only way for him to live. When blue light appeared around Dante's body, his face was full of pain and fatigue, and his whole body was sweating. Veridon spoke up, "Hey Jin, listen carefully." Jin was surprised and widened his eyes. Veridon asked for the top necklace to look at and winked. this is a secret between the three of us. At that time, a guard rushed into the stadium to talk to Veridin. Young master, you can't, it can't be used here. Veridin held out his hand and gave orders. Shut up, come here and cover us with your cloak. Even though the guard couldn't bear it, he still stepped forward and swung his cloak to cover it. Above the stands, Cosmos saw the situation below and his eyes showed surprise. What, is it the Zippel family? Why is someone from the Zippel family here? He's thinking about their presence. They're here to kill Paul Mick. What a bitch, if we get caught like that. We will die. Suddenly he got angry and reminded everyone, covered his ears and closed his eyes. Everyone quickly followed suit. Veridin saw the surrounding situation and immediately used hateful eyes. That guy knows how to adapt quickly. Jin is behind the questioning tone. Veridin, you, that is. Veridin immediately interrupted him. I understood what Jin meant. Veridin held his bracelet tightly and explained, well, this is a gift from the family to me. Blood of Numerous, do you know about it? Jin heard the answer and was surprised. Numerous, right in front of the founder of the Holy Land Van Kella, the god of hope, who was killed in a horrific event. Numerous, shed 8 tears and hundreds of drops of blood because that event. Tears revive the dead, and colors heal all wounds and diseases in the blink of an eye. At that time, they became a topic of discussion and were a priceless treasure. Many large organizations such as the Zippel family searched everywhere to find them, and now, it is the only remaining god's legacy, mentioned in legend. Jin was a bit skeptical. Are you planning on using it on Dante? Veridin sat down right next to Donna's body and nodded decisively. That's why I told you to keep it a secret. Jin doesn't understand what's going on. Why is this happening? Don't the Zippel and Heron families have a bad relationship? Why did he do it to that extent? Veridin spoke up, interrupting Jin's thoughts. You understand that, right? Losing an opponent is like losing a friend. Veridin lifted Dante's head and, as he spoke, stuffed a red pill into Dante's mouth. A light rose from Dante's body. Dante slowly opened his mouth, then coughed. Veridin was overjoyed. Jin, on the contrary, just felt extremely surprised. Dante coughed non-stop, his whole body trembling and stammering. What is going on? Veridin placed one hand on the ground to support Dante's head and sighed. Thank God, it seemed there were no side effects. Dante saw the person in front of him with a surprised tone. Veridin Zippel, what are you doing here? Jin stood rooted to the spot when he saw the scene before his eyes. The blood of Numerous, it revived Dante, who was almost dead. Veridin, I used this just for that reason. Suddenly, Veridin stood up and said, then, Dante and Jin. The price to use this thing is huge, you know. Dante, who was sitting on the ground, was also startled. He understood. Numerous, you used it on me. How can I not? Jin suddenly stopped. He is from the Zippel family, his conditions are. Without wasting any time, Veridin raised his hand and pointed towards Jin. First, Jin, you will. How about a drink after this is over? You're still here for a while, aren't you? I won't accept no. Oh, and when you see me again, don't pretend to be a stranger, okay? Jin's eyes widened, then he laughed cheerfully. Veridin Zippel, I thought he was an idiot. He's a very cool idiot. Jin and Veridin's hands clapped together in agreement. I'll think about it. Night fell. Somewhere, just as Veridin requested, Jin invited them to a meal. The three of them each held a large glass of beer in their hands. Veridin keeps talking non-stop. You're so cool. When they said you got one of the winning prizes, how did you get both? You're so cool, Jin. On the table were not only a few glasses of beer but also a bag of gold and a box. Jin heard that question and thought, when I'm about to die here, do you want me to only choose one? Jin raised his beer glass and replied, the level may not be suitable, but that's the limit. Veridin grinned, ha ha, that's right, you both almost died. Jin suddenly put his hand on the desk pocket and brought it closer to Dante's seat. Well, it's not that I particularly need them. I'll give you these, Dante movies and music. Heron is not short of money. But as a souvenir, I will be very careful with it. Veridin dissatisfiedly put the beer cup down on the table and said aggressively, hey, me too, what else should you give me? Jin ignores him. He stared at the box in front of him, then opened the lid. Inside was a piece of paper. Veridin was curious. Is that a treasure map only heard in stories? Are you planning on giving me a test of its value? Jin threw the empty box towards Veridin. No. This is yours. Veridin happily caught the box. An empty box, thank you. Jin looked at him with discriminatory eyes. So what? Right after that, Jin turned his eyes towards Dante. Heron, let me ask you. Dante was surprised. What is that? Jin continued, why don't you use the esoteric technique? I assume you can use it. Dante heard the question and pondered for a while before saying, isn't it like you? I don't know what skills you're hiding, but saying that after not using your powers isn't fair to the listener. Jin was surprised and then silently assessed, he really has good intuition. Jin took a sip of beer and then said, what, I don't know what you said. Dante laughed and said, if you feel it's unfair, you can fight me again, but I won't hide any skills anymore. Same here. Veridin suddenly spoke up, in the future, when we confront each other in the name of family members, I look forward to that day. He laughed heartily, ha ha, that's what I wanted to say, but really, wouldn't it be better if we sat down as friends? Jin sneered, ha, the next head of the Zippel family is speaking weakly. Veridin felt embarrassed hearing that. I won't say anything, if things get worse, what I just said will be invalid, anyway, bring more beer. Ah, what are you doing? Raise your glass. Everyone laughed happily. Jin ponders, even when we are sitting happily and drinking together. There will come a time when fate forces us to move towards each other, to be enemies but also friends, to be friends but also enemies, the end of this relationship. I don't know what it will be like. Veridin came up with a story. Oh, right. Have you heard about the impersonator Veridin? After hearing Veridin's question, everyone looked surprised. Danny's eyes widened and he said, impersonating impersonator, and also impersonating him in the Zippel family's land. I don't know who it is, but that person is also terrible. Veridin was tired and sighed, phew, and that's the problem that Andre has been worrying about lately, my family's image is in tatters. Oh, I'm not saying this is specifically aimed at you, Jin, but the rumor is that the Runkendell family is behind this. Jin took a sip of beer and didn't answer immediately, thinking for a moment before saying, so what are you going to do with the imposter? Veridin crossed his arms and replied, well, we'll arrest him at all costs, so I'm thinking a special level mage is needed to investigate this. Jin put the beer on the table and gave some advice, I don't think it's a good idea. If it were me, I would use this rumor to bring him into the light, but if you announce that the Zippel family is looking for the imposter, you will become a laughing stock, you are telling everyone that you're being teased by him. You can catch the imposter after he does that. Veridin rubbed her head and thought, that sounds good, I'll tell them after I return to the clan. Jin put his hands on the table and stood up, so, shall we end here? Dante was surprised, is it over? Jin got out of the chair and said as he walked, I will attract attention if I stay here any longer, unlike you two, I am very busy. Veridin wondered, was it because of the reserve luck or was there something else? Jin replied in a tired tone, just look at it like that. Veridin looked at his back and said, see you later then. Good friend. Suddenly Jin's whole body stopped. In the end, he smiled and left. Before leaving, he also gave the two of them a sentence, dream on. At this time, in a certain place, Jin's father Chiron Runkendell was holding a letter in his hand clearly stating, the sender was Casimir, the recipient was Chiron Runkendell, the content of the letter, reporting that Jin Runkendell had defeated Dante Heron Ba Mei, in Cosmos Arena. Note Jin Runkendell has reached 6-star swordsman, Chiron exclaimed, Casimir, he sent this after I told him to write a summary. I was treated like an idiot. The Khan standing behind him was a bit startled when he heard it and asked, Chief, what happened to the young master? Chiron quickly continued, it was nothing, it said that Jin had become the head of the Heron family and had obtained the 6 stars. Looks like it's working hard. Chiron spoke about Jin with a proud tone, then he gave orders to the Khan, and told Casimir the first wanted to talk to him soon. I want to meet this friend so much. Chiron's entire body radiated a black light. Khan didn't understand what he was thinking, he just obeyed, I understand, some. I want to meet this friend so much. Chiron's entire body radiated a black light. Khan didn't understand what he was thinking, he just obeyed, I understand. What time is Casimir sitting and talking to Jin but his whole body is shaking? What's wrong? It must be cold. Jin immediately got a little worried. He was sitting in front of the fireplace and felt cold. Are you sick? Casimir answer, I don't know, should I add tubers? Suddenly I didn't realize I was a bit rude. Sorry, I interrupted you. Can you show me the map? Jin took the map from behind the person and placed it on the table. Here, it's very vague but I wonder what it hides inside. Casimir looked at the map. This is the first time I've seen a map like this. There is no way to rely on it to find it. Suddenly a clear voice rang out. What is that? Wow, a treasure map. Juria also wants to see it. Go find the treasure. Yuria stared at the treasure map, her eyes suddenly glowing. Casimir asked curiously, what is it, Yuria? Point to a location on the map and say, there's something important here. Here again, there's something careful. And everyone is protecting. Precious loss and suffering. As soon as the little girl spoke, her face changed color and tears fell. Excited, excited. Casimir is worried, Yuria collapsed to the ground and screamed, no, no. Seeing the situation like that, Murikin immediately transformed back into his human form and hugged Yuria tightly. She was losing control, we had to call the Dragon Guard and calm her down immediately. What are you doing? Call Latri now, quickly. Casimir was extremely startled and quickly followed, yes. A moment later, defense-faced Latri entered the room, Yuria. Murikin immediately reported the situation. She suddenly lost control after seeing something. You should calm her down. Latri took the little girl in her arms and left it to me. Latri tried to reassure her, Yuria, take a deep breath, it's okay. I'm right here with you, don't be afraid, I'm right here, everything is okay. A light emitted around Latri's place. At that time, Elisa also hurriedly walked in and asked everyone, what's going on, husband, why is Yuria crying? Latri reminds everyone, shush. It's okay, I'm okay, he hugged her tightly to him. Right after that, Elisa took the girl from Latri's arms, she calmed down. Murikin complimented, good job, Latri is a bit shy, Mr. Murikin, I haven't greeted you yet. Murikin immediately said, okay, what did that kid see? The future, Latri replied, is the past. Murikin crossed his arms, a little confused, how cruel that past was. Latri continued, yes, the conditions for us Mills Signer to see the past must be the most cruel or haunting. When they see an object or a place related to it, if I come a little later, things will get very bad, it's cruel, Murikin said, let's talk about it. Latri used one hand to cover her eyes and tried to imagine, an ancient land, people there isolated themselves from other places, only believing in gods. But, thanks to that, they can live in peace, protect peace in the present. But that was before they arrived. The first person to find them was a shaman. They approached the natives, saying they wanted to learn about their culture, but they started making unreasonable demands and with that they ransacked the land in search of them, something. This made them kill the children here, and when there was nothing left to hide their intentions, they started killing, and threatened to bring them something. When Murikin heard this, he understood somewhat, seeing that what they were looking for was a deity that the villagers worshipped. Jin suddenly thought of, Aborigines, worship and gods. Jin said, Sir Latri, can you see what sacred object that is? Latri immediately replied, ah, okay, wait a minute. It was like a silver mirror, but light came out of it. Latri sketched that thing on a piece of paper, it was circular. Jin looked at what was on the paper and immediately thought, I'm sure, it's materialist Trak Kwang. The source of magic. Before my regression, it was materialism discovered by the journalists who exposed the brutal truth of the Zippel family. The Zippel clan searched Cologne to find it. And have exploited the people here. I witnessed this through my mission as a cadet. That ancient land is Cologne, the wizard is the Zippel clan, so this map. Just go to the hidden place. Somewhere in the forest, there's a drunk guy, damn it, I'll stick with them if I stay here any longer. It's quiet now. At least the wine here is delicious. Below he was piling up bodies. In that warehouse, a woman was kneeling in front of a candlelit table with her hands clasped, tears falling. Finally. The time has come. I have to prepare to welcome the guests. That girl covered her eyes with a scarf. Jin turned his eyes towards Casimir. Sir Casimir, he heard someone calling his name and turned around. Ah, Master Jin. Jin Tantam said, I'm sorry, Juria already had a bad experience because of me. Even though Casimir was very worried about the girl, he said, it's okay, it's something that people who sign with me have to go through one day, I already expected this. Latri heard the two of them talking and spoke up, Mr. Casimir, please rest assured, I will always be by Yuria's side, I will protect her at any cost. Casimir used a sincere tone, thank you, Sir Latri. Casimir changed the subject with a serious face, now that we know this map is not ordinary, we have to start taking action. First, I will ask who around here can decipher the ancient language on the map. You guys, let's leave this matter to the rainbow colors to handle. Jin smiled and said, then I'll ask everyone. His mouth says that, but in fact he is thinking in his mind, just saying that will make things even more difficult than before. After Cologne's residents were massacred by the Zippel clan hundreds of years ago, they were almost extinct, the survivors are being held captive in Cologne. Can we find the halo before the Zippel clan? 2 weeks later, February 17th, 1796. The night was covered with darkness. In the middle of the deserted street a groan rang out. Rotate and rotate, the world of my life. This voice belonged to a drunk man who was staggering. Suddenly, while he was walking, he accidentally dislocated his ankle and immediately fell to the ground. Everything is turning around. A foot suddenly appeared and asked him in a slightly worried tone, "You don't look very well, do you?" It turned out that the speaker was Jin. He smiled and told him, "We seem to be in the same situation. Why don't we chat a bit? The drunk guy doesn't understand what's going on. Kid, who are you?" Jin pulled out a bottle of wine from inside. "Is that important? I'm just a lover," his favorite thing in general. His tone became happy. "Oh, then you are a good person. Wine and snacks. Kid, you're an angel." Jin gave the star to him and then helped me up. He put his hand on my shoulder and we both walked away. The drunk guy was extremely excited. "Well, my hobby is helping people. My sister at home would love that." Jin suddenly asked, "But his skin color is really strange." The pomegranate driver's face turned red and he replied, "I've heard this a lot. My generals are all like that." Jin began to wonder, "Clan?" The drunk took a sip of wine and replied, "My hometown is very far from here. Let's stop here. I'll cry if I keep talking about it." Jin keeps talking, "Far away from here. I happen to have one that's also far from here, but I don't know what's written on it. Do you know?" Having finished speaking, Jin handed out the map. When he saw the map, he was so surprised that he couldn't even hold the wine bottle firmly in his hand, causing him to fall straight to the ground and shatter. He staggered away from Jin. "You, no, you. Who are you?" Behind him were two more people, none other than Latri and Murikan. The drunkard seemed to understand something. "You approached me because you knew I was you." "A cologne. Who are you, boy?" Jin sneered. "I'm the one following the commander of Tekken Station, Elisa, and the black-haired person and the blue-haired boy standing there are the dragons." Jin pointed straight at the two and said bluntly. Murikan saw that and was annoyed. "Hey, why do you say it so bluntly?" Jin just smiled and said, "So what should I do? I had to say that." Murikan snapped, "You know that's not what I meant. Be more cautious." Jin just said, "It's okay, it's okay." The drunk guy stood there dumbfounded for a moment. "You guys, not from the Zippel family. So how did you guys find me?" "We just happened to get the map," Jin explained. "This blue-haired boy is the guardian dragon of Ozmil." "That's right, and thanks to Ozmil's power, we saw the hatred hidden in the map. In it, people like you were exploited. We searched around for people who knew about the map but couldn't find one, but by chance we found you again, a person living in Tikana. Even if you asked how, it was really just a coincidence." The drunk didn't accept his answer. By chance, it was clearly not by chance. "In my opinion, guys, I think it's best to meet my sister." Jin was amazed. Soon all three of them followed the drunk into a house. A girl appeared to greet them. "Welcome, I've been waiting for you, famous people at Tikana." The girl covered her eyes with a piece of cloth. The drunk guy saw the money girl and respectfully greeted, "Lady Lausa, I brought them here without permission. They are this girl named Lausa." She wasn't angry with him at all. No, you did a great job, Pan." "The drunk guy's name is Pan." Murikan was a little surprised. "Wait, huh, that's different." Jin replied, "Yes." He was lost in his thoughts. Should I call it holy magic? It's something that shouldn't be in this place. Avoid the force emanating from that girl. He could feel a stream of light appear around Lausa. Jin speculates, is it because of Cologne's noble bloodline, or is the latter chosen by their faith? Lausa was silent for a while before speaking, possibly born in the Temple of the Sword and chosen by the darkness. The last dragon of the Dark Dragon clan and the guardian dragon of the child whom the great Ozmil loved. Lausa easily read out all their identities. All three of them looked surprised. Lausa quickly reassured and, there was no need to be so surprised, this was just a small trick. Jin kept exclaiming, "I've seen this unusual aura before." Jin's eyes turned cold. "Lausa, are you a god?" Lausa still had a calm face. "No, I'm just a mediator. If I were a god, I wouldn't hide like this after losing my homeland." Murikan wondered, "So she is the sacred body of an ancient god. You're so wise, but isn't that true? Your presence will disappear soon." Lausa's tone was a bit lost. "Are you rubbing salt in my wound?" Murikan replied, "Anyway, this is the first time I heard there is an ancient god Cologne here. Which god do you represent?" Lausa replied, "Even if I told him, he would not know." Murikan was surprised. "Why?" Lausa turned towards Jin and asked, "More importantly, can you show me the map?" Jin quickly pulled out the map from her person. "While she looks at it, can I ask what it says?" Lausa feels the map, the one who is Cologne's heart, and is reading these words, "Please don't leave us alone, come here and scream for us, we are just silent people, that is how we survived. The gods gave us tasks but did not give us strength. How cruel. Lausa clutched the map in her hand. This thing was created by my late grandfather. This map has two possibilities. But instead of bringing the cruel Zippel clan, but the hope that bears your name, Jin Runkendel, the effort of daily prayer has been rewarded. So, can I have a suggestion? Murikan's tone was dissatisfied. What does that mean? When you lose all your strength, I think you should be honest and ask for help. We were planning to go to Cologne anyway. Jin also silently agreed. She should honestly ask for help. Lausa rested his chin. Ha ha, how kind. However, I don't believe help comes from pity, Jin Runkendel. It's been a while since you heard Sadare's voice, right? Hearing that name, Jin was surprised. Lausa makes a request. I have something that can pay you. I will use all my remaining power, and call upon your god, Sadare. Murikan crossed his arms and turned his eyes towards Jin and said, the sacred body of an ancient god and the fake contract of Osmil. There are quite a few people looking around this area. What are you going to do, kid? Jin calmly said, okay, let's get ready to go to Cologne. Before fulfilling Lausa's wish, there's one more thing I want to remind you, but I don't blame myself for being able to save you all. It's quite difficult to guarantee that. Lausa nodded. That's enough. So I will provide you with Cologne's internal information. Hopefully it will help you. Jin smiled and said, thank you. At that time, Jin's group of people were present at the place where the Cologne people lived. In front of that place, there was a sign clearly stating that it was forbidden to enter the Cologne historical site, which is currently closed. Casimir scratched his head sheepishly. This is really bad. Maybe I should send 7 colors to scout first. Murikan stood next to him and said, well, even if you send your subordinates, it won't change the fact that this is a restricted area. Casimir replied, that's true. Jin didn't say anything and stood still in a corner thinking, this used to be a freely open area before I returned, but it seems like the time I became a cadet has changed, different. If it were normal, the horrors that happened in this place would be discovered by journalists 11 years later, but in this situation, that probably won't happen. There is no other way. Casimir asked for his opinion. Young Master Jin, what to do now? We can't enter if this place is used as a magic testing ground like you said, so. While talking, Jin and Murikan just walked forward under Casimir's surprised eyes. Casimir was amazed. Master Jin, Sir Murikan. Young Master Jin, wait for me. The three of them went deeper. Jin took the lead as he walked and said, isn't it strange that there is only one sign in the restricted area? There are no guards or magical traps to guard here, so will the Zippel family let anything be careless about such an important place? Casimir heard it and seemed to understand. Thinking about it, maybe they had found a treasure here. Jin said with indifferent eyes, they probably gave up because they couldn't find anything for hundreds of years. Murikan also continued, maybe they just used this couple as a vacation spot. Suddenly, Murikan's eyes became cold as if he realized something. Murikan immediately called everyone, wait, stop. Hearing that, Jin and Casimir immediately looked around. Murikan, if you tighten your eyebrows and feel it. Near where they are standing there are people, they are native people, over there. Well, there's a rather troublesome person over there. Behind the bush where the Jin group was standing was a drunken silver-haired man being served by the Cologne natives. Casimir speculated, is he gray-haired? Is he a pure-blood Zippel clansman? Murikan seems very certain, yes, looking at the way he drinks in broad daylight, he must be Muron Zippel. Jin suddenly remembered, Muron Zippel, also known as the Berserker among the Tower Mages, instead of being known as Kelyurk's sixth son, he was known as the Berserk Mage because of his eccentric personality, him. Jin was a little confused with the other two people. He was a pure-blood Zippel clansman, but he didn't have any bodyguards to escort him. Casimir immediately replied, he is the owner of the 7th Mage Tower in Zippel, he is an 8-star mage and also carries a bunch of items with him, so his confidence is understandable. Merkin's face is full of cunning, so after cutting off his head, I just need to get all these people out of here, right? That's why I brought this bacteria with me. Jin frankly said, no, our opponent is a pure-blood Zippel, because we have already killed Andre Zippel, so it will be a big deal. Even if we kill Muron, we still need a reason for the Zippel family not to interfere. Jin also noticed the bush in front of him. There was a slight shaking there. Just then a guy wearing glasses walked out. He pulled down his hat and stepped forward. Right after that, Jin appeared from behind and said into his neck, who are you? We won't ask again. The guy wearing glasses immediately stammered and said, Dino Jaglun, I'm a journalist. Jin seems to have heard this name before. Dino Jaglun, he is the journalist who wrote a report about Cologne in his previous life. The report will be released 10 years later, so that means he figured it all out himself. The dirty Dino's arms are upright. Jin put down the knife and said, "Go back." Jin looked at him and assessed. He was in his early 20s with a weak body. Did this young man start the war with the Zippel family? It's admirable. Jin's tone was cold. A journalist, did you come here to find a big topic? What is the content? Jin said as he pulled down his cloak. Right behind him were Casimir and Murikin. Dino pondered for a while before daring to speak. Before that, can I ask where you come from? Jin replied, don't worry too much, we're just passers-by. Seeing Dino's unbelieving expression, Jin continued to explain, indeed, my friend is a person from this land who asked me for a favor, but since he said he was a journalist, it seemed like a mistake. Our goals are the same. Dino's eyes widened in surprise. You guys, do you know the current situation of the Cologne people? Murikin quickly stopped Jin. Wait, kid, can we tell you everything? Casimir, standing right next to him, immediately explained, Mr. Murikin, this matter was said on purpose. Murikin didn't understand the purpose. Casimir continued, maybe he came here to get real exposure and learn about this place. Young Master Jin will cooperate with him to help him have evidence and reasons to attack the Zippel family. He most likely had gathered quite a bit of information regarding that. Dino don't face Jin. After thinking for a while, he took something out of his pocket. It was a book and gave it to Jin. Please look at this. Even the diaries of the natives. Jin opened the notebook and read, January 3rd, year 1796, 3 natives disappeared. I think Muron dragged them to the basement. January 5th day, 1796, these the natives I had contact with have also disappeared. I was interviewed by other natives. According to what they said, Muron used some magic on Tika. I can't erase the look in my eyes. Jin read for a while and then reminded, you are in danger. I'm sure you understand what will happen if the Zippel family finds this notebook. Dino sincerely shares, it's okay. I had approached Muron Zippel before, a few days ago. He was drunk at the time, and after I asked a few questions, I learned that Muron had no bodyguards. There is no reason for him to use you guys to get answers from me. It would be easier to kill me instead. Jin handed the notebook back. He immediately replied, I understand. Then, Dino Jaglun. Can I ask you a favor? In the deep forest, amidst the firelight, Muron Zippel sat alone drinking wine. As soon as he drank, he kept cursing. Old men farted like dogs. Just because I was joking around, you sent me to this damn place, you damn people. He immediately vented his anger on the Cologne people in front of him. You also think so, right, this insect? The other man was hit in the face by a big fiery foot. Suddenly Dino appeared holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Isn't that sad if you drink alone? Muron Zippel saw him and was extremely happy. Oh Dino, tea without a drinking partner is really sad. Ha ha, I've been waiting for you forever. I can't even communicate with these people. But, are you not going alone today? Behind Dino are Jin, Casimir and Murikin. Dion smiled and said, ah, yes, they are travelers and storytellers, so I brought them along because the days will like them too. Dino looked confused. Ah, I'm sorry, I brought them here without asking permission first. Muron immediately shook his hand. No, it's fine, it's fine. Where did you meet them? Dino replied, I met them in Phalon Kingdom while looking for herbs. Everyone introduce yourselves. Jin was the first to introduce. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sir Muron Zippel. He was smiling widely. Jin remembered the last time he sat and talked with Dante and Veridin. Veridin said, Big Brother Muron was a terrible person. Uncle Andre who passed away was also bad, but not Aunt compared to Muron. Veridin said while sighing helplessly, thinking about him makes me feel nauseous. I don't know what the elders were thinking and assigned him to prepare the master to receive the magic. After hearing that, Dante was extremely admiring. Wow, you said that to your brother. Are you that bad? Veridin narrated, an innocent person like you can't imagine it. Anyway, Jin, it's inevitable that we and the Runkendell family will face each other. So, if you happen to meet Muron, don't think you will go easy on him, otherwise you will encounter bad things. Back to now, Jin is standing in front of Muron Zippel. He was drunk and his face was red and he pointed at Jin. Right, will you tell me about your journey? Jin then smiled happily. Yes, like Dino said, we went through many interesting things. Muron heard that and felt curious. Have you been through a lot? Jin pretended, no, compared to Mr. Zippel's mission, it's nothing. After listening, Muron just laughed and then he turned his eyes towards Dino. Dion Jaglun. Dino was extremely surprised. Yes Sir Muron. He then shared, the first time I met you was 2 weeks ago, right? I was actually curious about that sentence. Like, think about it, what kind of journalist makes money entering the family's restricted area? Zipple like that. I was like, who the hell is this? Dino is quick to speak, I'm sorry. Before he could finish his sentence, Muron wrapped her arms around his shoulders. No, I don't blame you, it's just that you piqued my attention. But Dino, why are you learning about the Indians here? He said as he was an extremely barbaric person. After listening to Jin's group, they were extremely surprised to see what effect the human world had without knowing it. A group of Colonians should hide behind him. Their whole body would be boneless. Muron, that smile is creepy. You've been wandering around while I've been absent. My God, I have to do a lot of work to handle it and I can't resist talking about it. Dino immediately trembled and processed. Muron hit his body hard. My God, my smart thinking Dino Jaglun, don't you know, people like you have all been disappeared by me, you don't know about that, right, or not? Dino realized the intention of his sentence and was horrified. Muron's whole face was filled with murderous intent. He suddenly saw his face laughing loudly. Oh my God, this stupid insect, you keep crawling here while I still let you go. What do people believe in? He broke the wine bottle in his hand. His mouth kept laughing. Aren't you afraid? I can't understand that, stupid. But now I understand. Why are you so bold? Dino still couldn't help but stutter. Sir Muron, you are. The garden of swordsmanship is the force behind him. Suddenly Murican pulled Dino's body to another place. The fire flared up. Jin pulled out his sword and attacked Muron. But failed. He was surrounded by a red light. Jin immediately realized what that thing was. A shield. I don't realize what magic he used to create a shield of this size. Even if he hid the activation of magic with that flame, there's no way I wouldn't feel any magic present. What tricks did he use? Jin's mind is currently confused with his new thoughts. Murican quickly reminded, kid, be careful, even if it is possible to partially hide the magic, it is impossible to completely erase the traces. He is hiding something. The name Muron has guessed their identity. You are Jin Runkendel, right? I guess the runaway monk has contacted a member of the Runkendel family. Jin's tone was cold. How do you know my face? Well, you probably wouldn't answer even if I asked. I will personally force you to vomit the answer bit by bit, Muron Zipple. Jin held the sword tightly in his hand. Muron began to question, if you think about it, Jin Runkendel, who is already a lucky reserve, how could you sign a contract in your name as an individual? Jin looked at him with cold eyes and replied, yes, you're too loud, that laugh and vulgar voice of yours. I'm starting to get bored already. Muron's name isn't bad either, that's right, I'm sorry. Now it's time to start. He was surrounded by a shield, outside which were sparkling round crystals floating around. Immediately after that, those round glass balls shot towards Jin Runkendel. Jin reacted quickly and took many crystals. Those things crashed straight into the ground, creating an extremely loud explosion, without causing the ground to shatter. On the other side, Murican, who was hugging Dino tightly, also suffered from those glass balls flying at him, but quickly took it away. But innocent Cologne people were attacked by him. Murican quickly rushed forward to answer. The ground once again exploded. I couldn't help but curse, you bastard. Murican let go of Dino's hand and quickly ran away. Before leaving, he reminded, you, that guy, you have free hands, take everyone back and avoid him. Urgent Dino, yes. He reminded the people of Cologne, hurry up everyone, stay. But they couldn't say anything, she could make gurgling sounds. Dino was surprised to see that. He went crazy. Muron Zipple. Jin heard the scolding and immediately turned his attention. Muron was standing inside the shield laughing cheerfully. Dino felt so sorry that he cried, you are a terrible bastard, how dare you do this? What have you done to everyone? This bastard like you should go to hell. Like Cologne people, there is a dark red mark on their necks, which is the reason why they cannot say anything. The Muron saw how much more overjoyed he was. That's right, Dino, that's the face. I've always been curious what your face would look like if you knew about it. I like the surface, it's yours. Stupid Dino, you don't know your place. A vermin who knows nothing but indirectly and wags his tail after the master. Don't you feel happy to save those inferior to you? Look, Dino, these insects became like this because of you. Thanks, my grace is all there. I cannot take pleasure in seeing the look on his face. Dino stood rooted to the spot, gritting his teeth, tears flowing continuously. Jin, don't be silent. Right after that, a dark shadow came. The Muron showed panicked eyes. A great flash of light appeared. He was pushed back, still creating a shield for himself in his hands. Jin's face was full of anger. That's all. We will kill you immediately. Behind Jin's back is Sadare. Casimir witnessed everything and was extremely surprised, even though he was caught off guard. He didn't expect to be blown away like that. That was the power of the black gas. The flying Muron was sitting and casting magic, but a bright light surrounded his magic. Muron Zippel gritted his teeth. It's so annoying. This thing is not magic power or aura, it is gradually absorbing my magic, like darkness. He was overwhelmed with his thoughts. Darkness, no way, black aura, then Jin Runkendel, that guy is. Muron Zippel suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha, so Sadare has sided with Runkendel again, he has broken the contract. Immediately after that, Sadare disappeared. Jin paused for a moment and quickly said. Murican, Sir Casimir, up there. Turns out, watch the sky appear, in it sharp ice rocks, rushing downwards. Murican looked up. Damn it, how could I not notice it? Jin immediately understood that he had hidden the aura, so he continuously used magic to distract. The Muron stood up, laughing and using a contemptuous tone. As expected, you are very quick-witted, Jin Runkendel. I secretly prepared this move, how humiliating. However, now it will be difficult for you vermin to stay alive. On Jin's side, Murican used his hand to support his leg. Immediately after that, he immediately gained momentum to help him go further. Jin immediately flew forward. The Muron was surprised to no end. He cast magic from just below the ground, causing rays of light to shoot up. Jin easily dodged them. Muron doesn't use his hands. He performed a completely new magic. He pulled out a stick and red rays of light emitted from one side of the sky. Blue light concentrated right in front of Jin's eyes. He just looked at it with a stern look. Immediately, in that excess of light, two rocks appeared, which immediately exploded. Jin jumped forward right behind Muron. Muron is still standing complacently. I will use all my strength to fight you. Suddenly, while he was speaking, he realized that Jin was behind him. His eyes became completely round. On Jin's face is a mask identical to Sadare's head. Muron said in panic, What, is there another new trick, this bastard? Don't come close to me. He cast magic. A large block of ice appeared before his eyes, blocking Jin. Jin did not avoid it at all. The sword flashed past. The iceberg was split in half. Muron couldn't believe what was before his eyes. No matter what kind of magic I used, it could wipe out all my magic power. Is this Sadare's black aura? Muron suddenly laughed out loud like a crazy person. Wow, this is a bit dangerous. He cast a circle of friction under his feet. Chains appeared from there and rushed to Jin's place. Muron is full of complacency. I caught you. Jin's sword once again easily avoided breaking the chain into small pieces. 1. The Muron said, Ha ha, Jin Runkendel, you make me a little nervous. So it would feel great if I took your life, miss you. This damn mining place can finally shine. It's great. Under the ground, not only was there a magic circle, but many more magic circles appeared. Jin pulled the sword back and sighed tiredly. He's crazy. Are they all magic traps? If I fight back I'll run out of stamina. I need to avoid them. Jin shouted loudly, Murican, Sir Casimir. The two people understood and quickly rushed forward. I know. Murican ran to Dino's place with the Cologne people and reminded, You guys, move quickly get all of them out of the area of the magic circle. Dino quickly answered, Yes. Muron, he's like a madman. It's useless. The magic range reaches anywhere in my sight. With all my sincerity. Every corner, every crevice, there is no empty space at all. After saying that, his power changed, his face showed a ghostly look. Now, let's enjoy Jin Runkendel. There was a loud explosion and the rocks shattered into small pieces. Firelight flickers everywhere. Jin tried to stay calm and dodge each thing one by one, first fire, then thorns, then ice. Jin's eyes suddenly showed surprise. In front of his eyes, a beam of light shot straight into the huge sky. Jin reacted quickly and stepped back a bit. But once again the ground turned into face. Jin thought to himself, Is this a corrosive land? Just a light touch can turn it into nutrients for the ground. If that's the case, I have no choice but to confront him. Jin pulled out the sword in his hand, and the black gas flew out. But he was a little doubtful, even with the power of the 8 stars, how could he control so much magic? Is he hiding an artifact somewhere? Muron and Jin face each other. Muron looked with suspicious eyes. That guy, did he understand the magic he was using? He avoided the fire pillar, without even touching the corroded ground. Then directly destroy our fire pillar. That action couldn't have been the work of someone who didn't understand anything about this magic. He was annoyed with his own thoughts. No way, Jin Runkendel, you were a magic sword, so what? Jin just remained silent and did not answer. He laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, shouldn't you hide it? Okay, you were able to do that because you're a magic swordsman, now I'm sure, you cunning bastard, just thanks to this has become more troublesome. If I also possess magic power then. Muron created a friction circle under his feet and then he rushed forward to attack Jin. I will crush you with stronger magic power. Mana backlash is the most serious symptom that can happen to the mana possessor. This happens when the friction inside the body becomes frantic, and the internal organs are damaged. In battles between mages, people with mana cannot withdraw this symptom. Unlike martial arts masters, this is considered an introductory method to rank mages. Muron cast magic and rushed to attack Jin. A stream of blue light appeared on his hands. He rushed at Jin and thought, up until now, the Runkendel bastards had no mana, so counter-defense was impossible, so even if we were weak, we still had to use magic methods to face them. Muron, he is full of confidence, but with you, who possesses mana, I don't need to waste time fighting. He is close to Jin, just 1 more inch his hands will touch his head. Jin didn't panic at all, his tone was calm. What were you thinking, closing the distance with me like that? As expected, Muron Zippel. This is a gift. Look closely. Muron couldn't believe what was in front of him, his eyes widened. Jin cast black energy, he created a black circle, and soon that black thing covered the entire forest. Middle of the night, Muron's tone was full of doubt. I couldn't see anything? Darkness. Was it the power of dark energy? No, it was completely different. I didn't feel that way. At that moment there was a powerful light source right in front of my eyes. Muron suddenly discovered something. Light, that's right, there was a strong light that radiated and blinded me. Then the next attack will be. Jin pulled out his sword and stabbed him straight in the body. Muron, he's already guessed what you'll do next. He immediately used magic and green leaves appeared. He backed away. Muron's weapon in his hand affirmed a bit of anger. An ancient light magic, I didn't expect this. The power of light and darkness. You have turned into a main character in a novel, or something. Jin's face was covered in sweat. He was constantly panting. He had already guessed that he was filled with black energy from the wound. His light sensitivity and reaction speed were not like a magician, but more like a monster. Even though his mana is not strong, Andre, fighting alone, he is a much more difficult opponent. Muron suddenly spoke up. Hey, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? Ha ha. Jin still just stood silently and thought, considering his rich fighting experience, besides the mana drain, I'm sure he's still hiding something else. Muron didn't even think about it and suddenly laughed out loud. Jin couldn't understand what he was laughing at. He said, Jin Runkendel, you must think I'm a crazy person, so you don't want to cooperate with me, but I can see. We are the same type of people. Jin sighed. Are you trying to buy time by rambling? If so, it's really boring. Muron opened his mouth wide and laughed in a questioning tone. How do you plan to take your life? Sorry, but that's very difficult, because those barbarians are still protecting me. He raised his hand and counted. Let's see, so far, 1, 2. Or maybe they also come 3, maybe he married someone who was still alive. Jin's eyes were cold and cold. Don't be too aggressive, Muron Zippel. What exactly are you trying to say? Muron showing remorse. Yes, so you are a little interested, right, Jin Runkendel? No, I mean people like us are always doing everything to achieve our goals. You also realize, right, that my control magic is even higher than the 8 stars, is this possible? Muron immediately raised his weapon and attacked back. The rock immediately shattered. Look here. How dare those who are blessed by the Zippel family, journalists and insects do it all, however, thanks to that we can use them as a mana amplification weapon. Jin pulled out his sword. Muron saw that and said, oh my god, haven't we finished talking yet? They look like corpses, but actually there are still some of them still breathing. Because they are alive, they can help us replenish mana. Jin realized something was unusual. The weapon in Muron's hand glows. Now, Jin Runkendel, you said you want to take my life, right? Then you need to eliminate these guys first. I said that we are the same type of people, who will do anything to achieve their goals. Now, let's hurry up and finish them off and let's fight together one last time. Jin Runkendel. Suddenly a girl from Cologne whose body was full of injuries warned him. He was lying, Jin Runkendel. Everything he said was a lie. There was nothing that amplified his mana, he found it after torturing us. How to use the relic? Muron was surprised. Jin is also surprised. Is it a relic? Don't tell me, he has already found the halo. Muron said, what are you doing now? The girl couldn't help but cry. All of them had been oppressed to the core, my miserable comrades. Muron was upset. Hey, shut up, you insect. The girl stopped. All of them died. Muron's face is full of blue veins. Shut your mouth, bitch. I don't care, that crazy murderer has been playing with everyone's lives. He used us as guinea pigs and abandoned us when he got bored. He lied just now to control you, so. Please kill that crazy guy. Muron was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You. A little rat who doesn't know his place. Die. Light appeared around the girl. She was so scared that her whole body shrank. She was enveloped in that light. Muron still hasn't vented his anger. Damn brat, how dare you ruin my play. He should have screamed bitterly after turning over each corpse. That was the highlight of the night, right? I kept you alive because you were useful, but then, die. Suddenly Dino appeared from a bush and called softly, Sir Jin. Jin was surprised to see him. Dino immediately said, you need to save her, she is the Tika, the leader, and the only pillar of the natives here. Please, save her. Turns out, the other girl's name is Tika. Tika is screaming in pain. Jin looked at the scene in front of him and speculated that it was the Zippel family's secret technique, the blue fire ghost eye. He had heard of it before. He remembered it, that time he talked to a woman in the study room. The woman sat on the chair and asked Jin, have you ever heard of blue fire? Jin immediately replied, blue fire. The woman immediately explained that it was a secret technique called the blue fire ghost eye, something only Zippels could use. As long as you look at the devil's eye, the blue fire will appear, and it will never stop burning. Even if you try to struggle free, it will still be swallowed by it in the end. Jin wondered, how could I fight against such a type of fire? The woman quickly gave him the answer, burning it. Please use a hotter flame that can burn away the blue fire. Returning to the present moment, a fire erupted straight at the Muron. He was suddenly attacked and sent flying backwards. Muron rolled his eyes. At that moment, Jin held Tika in his arms and thought, a hotter fire, huh? Well, this should be enough. Muron couldn't believe what was in front of his eyes. The Muron's eyes widened when he saw the scene before him. Those chosen by Tess will become the greatest magicians of that generation. Those chosen will be just ordinary swordsmen. And also a Runkendell, a title that I don't even dare to dream of. How dare you dare to win it? Jin held Tika tightly in his arms. Blue firelight covered the whole space. Behind him was Tess appearing. Jin smiled cunningly. Tika, who fainted, slowly opened her eyes. She didn't know what happened, she just noticed that it wasn't hot anymore. I'm sure my whole body was covered in fire, but there weren't any burns left behind. Just relax, this fire is protecting you. Jin saw Tika wake up and looked at her and said, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been tricked by that guy and now I can rest. Tika heard that and quickly reminded, now is not the time to relax. Although Muron is using the power of the real relic, in fact he does not possess it. He only knew that there were a few fallen spell words that he found out while interrogating us, but the real relics were in a lost place that only we knew about. The Tika is placed on the ground. She clasped her hands together and begged Jin, you came here because of Nun Laosa's request, right? When the war ends I will reveal the location of the relic to you, so please, put an end to it. This suffering of ours. Jin looked at her thoughtfully. Now, after Tika was taken to a safe place, Jin and Tess stood face to face with the Muron. He said in a sarcastic tone, your expression looks very interesting now, Muron Zippel, you must be shocked to see that Tess chose me. Magical traps and those evil eyes, have you used all your tricks on me? Game time is over. It's time for hell to open its doors to welcome you. Muron gasped, hell. He was upset, this arrogant bastard. Muron was covered with black light. He began to cast magic. He made a tone and showed anger. I was once the lover of the witch Halurum. I am also the one who once had the honor of raising a glass with the Sea King. Dark doors appeared above his head. His face was covered with blue veins. You said hell, right? Now you will see. What is true hell? Jin still looked at him with calm eyes. Muron raised his hands forward. Blue light appeared, blue fire emitted, covering the entire forest. But Tess immediately released another blue flame. Muron was surprised, his whole body seemed to be blown away. Was this a suppressed flame? Tess continued to fire. Jin looked intently at Tess, thinking. Tess is angry, because of that spell. Suddenly Murikan jumped out from behind. Jin saw that and worriedly asked, Murikan, where are the native people? Murikan's tone was urgent. I have evacuated them all. The spell just now is the possession spell of the Demon King Orgel. So while Tess is still interfering, you have to quickly cut it short. Gather the yin energy, wrap it around the sword's body, and throw it with all your might. Muron cast magic to create a shield to block the blue flames. Murikan created a black stream that stabbed slowly towards Muron's black door. Murikan quickly reminded, Kid, right now. Step on the hidden weapon and run away. Cut off that space door. Jin quickly jumped up. As soon as he jumped up he felt his head dizzy, his hands clutching his chest. Damn, so horrible. The backlash of mana was all poured in at once. I can't keep it up any longer. Jin's mouth kept spitting blood. Muron suddenly laughed crazy. It's time. My glorious life of solitude will end under the blade of Halura. And become the one worshipped by all things before the gates of hell. Jin gritted his teeth. He raised his sword. Black energy then appears. Even if I swing my sword 100,000 more times, then everything will still be the same as before. Put all your will into the sword. And guillotine. Jin slashed straight at the space door, following which, Muron's body was also injured. Jin used the side of his sword to slash straight at the space door created by Muron. Immediately, one of his arms was also cut off, blood gushing out. Jin immediately jumped to the ground. Muron's eyes were still showing surprise and he couldn't believe what was in front of him. His body was tragically injured. His space door is closed. Immediately broke into small pieces and fell to the ground. He was still dizzy and didn't understand what was going on. Before his eyes, a blue flame shot out, covering his entire body. Finally, the fire disappeared, his whole body was burned black, not a single hair remained on his head. His mouth was still open and strange sounds were coming out. Jin looked at the scene before his eyes and sighed deeply. He remembered what had just happened. There was something very unusual about the black aura that shadow released. And this is the first time I have felt like that. Is it a scene of the sword mind? The Muron couldn't support himself anymore and fell to the ground. The weapon in his hand was glowing. Jin's eyes showed surprise. The Muron's body was split into small pieces. Jin saw him like that and said, "It's done." Jin finally couldn't hold on any longer, his body was exhausted from the intense fighting and collapsed to the ground. Murikan saw that and immediately panicked. Boy! The magic staff used by the master of the Zippel House Magic Tower has a very special use thanks to a small rune on the staff. It does. When someone waves the staff the symbol will be activated and will send a distress signal somewhere, to their own magic tower, then. So what you're saying is, we'll be able to relax even just a little bit, right? Jin sleepily opened his eyes at that voice. Murikan immediately raised his hand in front of him and said, "Wake up, Jin." Jin just woke up. Murikan. Murikan saw that and said, "Are you in love, boy? If you're in love then drink this." Without waiting for Jin to wake up, Murikan poured the thing straight into his mouth. It was placed in a white piece of paper. Jin panicked. What is this? He sat up straight, covered his mouth with his hand and kept coughing. Jin removed his hand and saw a black liquid coming out of his mouth. Murikan explained, "You almost died from mana poisoning. You just swallowed a unicorn horn, a special medicine that has terrifying effects on people suffering from poisoning." Jin rubbed his belly and said, "I do feel much better, my mana has calmed down, but my yin and aura are still tangled together." Casimir suddenly spoke up, "Young Master Jin, you did very well." Jin wiped his mouth with his hand and responded to Casimir's compliment. "Mr. Casimir, thank you. When did you prepare these?" Casimir explains, "Well, not me. That's what they give." He pointed towards where Dino and Taki were walking. Jin saw that and asked, "Dino, how to do it?" Dino understood what he was going to ask so he answered, "I went out drinking with Muron and heard that he was keeping a unicorn horn he stole from the house. Then Tika went looking for it." Tika said in a grateful tone to everyone, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Latika Mamadika. I am the person who is temporarily serving as a saint for Lao Sao." The more she spoke, the more trembling her voice became. "The things that happened here. Even if I die, I will definitely not forget. Holy Lady, Miss Lausa would have asked everyone to help us. But not in the literal sense, she would want to help restore our holy relics." She bowed her head and thanked him. Jin's eyes turned cold when he heard Tika say, "Recovery, it's broken." Murikan sitting behind suddenly said, wait a minute." Murikan stood up, scratched his head and said, "I am a dragon who has lived for more than 3,000 years. but I have never heard of such a relic. At first, I thought it was just a lie. But, the magic power of the crazy guy just now has become stronger to a new level. You mean he is thanks to your relics? The owner of that relic, what is the name of the god you worship? Tika replied, the person's name is Klum. Murikan continued, I have never heard of a god with such a name. What generation does that god belong to? Casimir said, well, if this is true, then let's find that relic and quickly escape. Even though this is a pretty remote place, it's still part of the Zippel family's territory. Who knows when will they find out what's going on here? Tika suddenly remembered something, and about that, there is such a small problem. To get that relic, I have to restore it first. If you want to restore it, you need solar energy to open the sealed place. Murikan was upset. What? It was the middle of the night, Tika quickly explained, so, they had to wait until noon. After that, we need to perform the ritual with everyone in the tribe, so we also have to gather everyone here. Murikan scratched his head. Why is it so complicated? We have to finish quickly or Zippel's family will find out. Murikan shouted, stop standing there, get to work, you pests. Jin just stood there listening to the Zip house, the relic, and the light of day. Jin pondered, what could it be? Something was missing, something very important. Muron can't do anything anymore, Tess finished him off. Besides, this is the most remote part of the territory, the place that was abandoned by the Zippel family itself. As long as there's no signal. Jin thought for a while and then to everyone's surprise, the tower. Magic tower. Muron Zippel, he is the magic master of the Zippel family? Murikan was annoyed. Yes, no one knows that. Casimir is the opposite of Murikan's expression. Master Jin, how is that possible? Jin took Muron's stick and said, we don't have time. They will come here very soon. The stick is glowing. Midor Elner, Deputy Tower Magic Master number 7. Microbe calmly said, based on the recorded runes, he is indeed the owner of the magic tower? Murikan questioned, Microbe, explain clearly what about the owner of the magic tower? Microbe replied, I'm not too sure. He remembered the crazy face of the Zippel family's words, but he heard that in the staff of the Zippel family's masters, they had some special trick to help summon magicians weaker than themselves. Murikan said impatiently, terrible, there are also things like that, so what about the descendants of that family? Do you know? Casimir said, currently the Zippel family is still on the rise, continuously, I don't know what's really going on. After a moment of silence, Jin spoke up, I heard what Luna said when I passed by here. He thought to himself, thanks to the teacher's words when I lost consciousness, now I'm ready. Casimir closed his eyes and calmly said, each tower has at least 100 magicians, most of them are in the ranks of 7 stars or saviors, but above all we have to protect the people. If they come in large numbers then it's true, it's so confusing. The dirty girl next to her listened to everyone talking and bowed her head without saying anything. At this time, Jin suddenly asked, Mr. Kashmir, how long did it take for them to get here? Kashmir quickly answered, well, the 7th tower is located at the northern edge of the continent, so even if we use the teleportation gate, it's impossible, it takes about 2 hours. Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully, 2 o'clock. You called, Mr. Kashmir. He listened attentively. Jin continued, can I ask you a favor? After hearing everything, Murikan said, young master, Kashmir asked if that option was feasible. But it seems like Jin isn't too sure. Kashmir couldn't believe it. If he was even a little late, everyone, including himself, would die. Moreover, that guy was on the neutral side, he would definitely be rejected. Jin said very calmly, you don't have to worry about that, even if they are offended, they will not refuse, there is not much time left, Mr. Kashmir. Jin confidently said, I rely on you. Kashmir listened and just gritted his teeth and bit his gums. Finally he compromised and said, I understand, I will succeed, no matter what the cost. Kashmir placed her hand on Jin's shoulder as an affirmation. Kashmir said, so you have to come back alive? Of course, Jin replied very confidently. Then there was a loud earthquake and rocks falling. Murikan brushed the dust off his hands and said, this is enough. Latika Manutika replied, yes, thank you very much, then now. After saying that, she turned her head to look at the group of people in her clan. Latika Manutika says, we will start the ceremony to restore the holy relic. Murikan crossed his arms and said, phew, I don't know if we can carry the stretcher. Behind Jin, he coughed again. Murikan quickly turned to look at him. Jin looked at his blood-stained hand and coughed, saying, I guess I'm overdoing it again, I still have to say it. Murikan walked over and put his hand on Jin's head and said, the kid called you too. is there anyone in this world who would call an enemy's subordinates after killing him? In my time, if you lose, there's no one to take care of it. Jin replied, I called Luna too, you too, Kashmir has also come to pick that person up. Murikan calmly said, it's different. We are trying to protect the world, and will that microbe be there on time? Jin tilted his head to the side and replied, he used the teleportation gate, it will be fine. Murikan said, yes, that guy is late. Then we will receive enough. Luna and everyone are quickly going to the meeting place with Jin. Someone announced that the deputy captain had seen the Cologne ancient ruins. The deputy captain replied, quickly reporting what he saw. Clearly the other person answered back. They said, the natives are currently holding a ceremony, and there are also 2 strangers there, probably foreigners who haven't seen them yet. Where is the owner? The vice captain seemed quite worried. The white-haired man saw that the deputy captain was so angry that he was trembling and said, Deputy captain, please calm down, maybe they took him hostage. The deputy captain replied, if Tau Alpha's brother has any fate. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead were showing, his whole body exuding a layer of murderous aura, and said, then I will force all of them to kneel and beg to die under my heels. Below, Murikan squinted at the sky and said, let's see, 6 dragons and about 30 mages. He said, if anything happens, I will transform back into my original form to fight. But then the main force of the Zippel family also arrived. Kid, take care. Jin took the mask and said, yes yes. Murikan looked at the dragons and said, TSK, I miss the old days so much, back then the sky was very peaceful. Suddenly he hugged his chest looking very angry and said, Temar, you bastard, the wound you pierced my heart thousands of years ago, the scar still hurts. The dragon in the air landed with a thud on the ground, causing the bottom to crack. It lowered its head to let the mages on its back come down. Jin curiously asked, Murikan, do you know any dragons in this field? It seems they are all fire dragons. Murikan replied, I don't know how young they are. He frankly replied that they were not fire dragons but red dragons, a low-level species of fire dragons, probably all Khadun's subordinates. The deputy captain came down and said loudly, I am the deputy master of the 7th magic tower of the Zippel family, Midor Elner. He said, Master, where is Muron Zippel? Jin replied, who knows, I don't see Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha. Then he thought to himself, Midor Elner, I have never heard this name before. Midor Elner trembled angrily and said, I don't know why you're chasing my brother, his personality is a bit special, he easily makes enemies on the outside, or are you a Runkendel dog, there? Jin on the other end replied, why do I have to tell you? Midor clenched his hand that was showing blue veins and said, I haven't asked you to take off your mask or put down your weapon yet, answer that question. His face said fiercely, is my brother still alive? Then he screamed again, struggling to speak, I'm asking as someone who shares blood with him, please, you also have a family, you understand, right? If you're willing to tell me, describe the truth, then I will not lift a finger against your family. Midor earnestly begged Jin, please tell me. Jin said coldly, what you said was so funny. He looked at the small graves in the distance and said, these beasts have caused so much pain to others, but they are showing their brotherly love. Jin's eyes were cold and sharp as he said, stop talking nonsense. At this moment, the Midor couldn't control himself anymore, the veins on his forehead bulged out bigger. He said, how dare you, those insects are not considered noble people like the Zippel family. Suddenly his eyes widened. Midor stared at the black thing behind Jin. He said, okay, I understand, I was late. Midor confidently said, just your dogs are not enough to make a scratch on my brother's body. He came to the conclusion, you guys used some trick, right? Midor ordered the magicians behind him, everyone, prepare to attack, don't shoot, capture them alive. The magicians simultaneously raised their wands. They were setting up a formation. Midor ordered, it would be too gentle for them to die immediately, they would have to slowly rot in pain. The elements of fire, water, and ice are burning behind. Midor said evilly, we must make them hug my legs and beg for death, using their blood and cries to sacrifice my brother. Jin bent down to prepare himself, he touched the sword and thought to himself, it's all 8 crystals. Jin's eyes were cold, he glanced at the group of people and said, this is bad. Jin used magic to create a snowstorm that extinguished the fire in Midor. For a moment he saw the snow crack. A round portal appears. A voice appeared and said, let's see. A pair of pointed high heels slowly walked out and said, I came here because I heard that my daughter gave flowers to someone. Her white hair fluttered in the wind. A girl with white curly hair holding a fan said, Looks like I'm too late. Let's see, the girl said coldly. A pair of pointed high heels slowly walked out and said, I came here because I heard that my daughter gave flowers to someone. Her white hair fluttered in the wind. A girl with white curly hair said with a fan, It seems I'm too late. That girl is Talaris and Dorma, master of the 51st Ice Palace. She is a person who can completely lose consciousness with magic. The air around here feels frozen, but she is colder than the air. She is, the top-haired guy next to Midor shouted, the master of the ice bow. Palace Master Ice Palace Talaris and Dorma. Jin stood aside and observed, It seems Mr. Kashmir succeeded. Murikan also smirked and said, I was wondering who the master of the Ice Palace is. That's impressive, kid. Looking at the giant ice block with a face shaped like a screaming toad, he said, Ice toads only allow the chosen person to control them. I didn't expect that in this era there would be people who could do that. Talaris and Dorma told the ice toad, Baby, go inside and rest. The ice toad listened to her very well and disappeared with just one move. Waiting for the ice toad to leave, Talaris and Dorma covered his fan with a smile and said, Then. The icebergs immediately rose, forming a small mountain area. In the end, it becomes a protective cage that no one can penetrate. Inside, Talaris and Dorma asked with her hands on her hips. You are the one who received flowers from my daughter. Jin quickly took off his mask, bowed his head and said, I am Jin Runkendel. She asked, Yes, I've heard a lot about you. Jin was startled and raised his head to look. Talaris and Dorma asked, How are you still standing? You also have external injuries, but internal injuries are much more serious. Jin quickly replied, It's not a big deal. She said, No, at least you know how to talk. Then let me ask you a question. Are you really the one who killed my toy? Talaris and Dorma asked. Remember, what Alcaro, is that his name? Jin's mind pictured a certain face thinking, that was a mission when I was a cadet. He glanced at Ceres and thought to himself, it seems Ceres is not keeping his mouth shut. Ha! Suddenly Talaris and Dorma patted Jin's shoulder and laughed and said, I don't intend to vent my anger on you or anything. I'll deal with him anyway, but do you know a decent man? Give me. She glanced at Murikan and said, like the open next to him. For example, Murikan crossed his arms and smiled and said, you have good eyes. Talaris and Dorma pretended to shyly cover his mouth and said, then Opa, why don't we go drink tea sometime? After saying that, she glanced at Ceres, making her startled and said, anyway Ceres, take care of your boyfriend, I have to take care of a few things. She shyly replied, what kind of boyfriend? You already said it's not. But it seems that Talaris and Dorma doesn't care too much. She smiled and trembled and left saying, then why did you give him flowers? Ceres quickly replied, it was so that no one could approach him before we fought there. After speaking, she turned to ask Jin Dang, who was lying on the other side with his eyes closed and resting, saying, you must be very busy. Jin calmly replied, yes, I've been a bit confused lately. Ceres let Jin lay his head on his lap and asked, what did you say it was Kashmir, the one who delivered the flowers? Remembering that time when Kashmir knelt in front of Talaris with a bouquet of flowers in her hand, Ceres said, Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha looked like she wanted to sacrifice her life. At that time, Kashmir said seriously, the girl you gave flowers to was in danger of dying. So please help me, Palace Master. Ceres remembered her mother's face at that time, and even woke her up, you have good teammates. Jin seemed very tired after moments of intense fighting. He opened one eye and said, yes, everyone is kind, I don't deserve everyone at all, including you. Speaking for a long time made Jin lose his strength, he was out of breath. Ceres said, no need to thank me, I just don't like it when you get hurt by someone other than me. Immediately after that, Jin coughed up black blood splashing all over the ground. Looking at Jin who was constantly coughing, Ceres asked worriedly, are you okay? He thought to himself, black blood, did he fight in this condition? Ceres immediately took out a bottle of prevention medicine on her person. She heard a whisper, I'm sorry. Ceres replied, don't say any more. She immediately put the medicine in Jin's mouth, then thought to herself, what made him fight to this point? I don't like that. Ceres's face blushed shyly behind the layer of worry, and Murikan saw this scene and smiled. Outside after Talaris went out, she went to Midor. He said, oh, your hair is not silver. Talaris calmly walked over and said, you're not pure-blooded, are you? He saw a sentence that spoke to his weakness. He sweat dropped and thought to himself, I know it won't be easy. Luckily I told the family before leaving. If I keep waiting, help will come. Midor suddenly shouted, I am Midor Elner, Deputy Tower Master of the 7 Wizard Tower. I want to ask why you meddle in the affairs of the Zippel family when you yourself rule the West. Hearing that, Talara slowly replied, what's the matter with the Zippel family? I haven't acted in a long time. Why don't you think you're the one meddling in my business? Midor said. That's it. Behind the white-haired old man pointed at Talaris and said, then I'll let you go, Ice Palace Master. How dare you cause trouble in Zippel territory? Talaris replied coldly, Zippel territory huh? His eyes widened and he looked very scared. Behind Talaris appeared a very powerful python. She said, that's why you dare to talk to me in this tone. Talaris glanced at him and said, shut up. The old man's whole body could barely move, his eyes were red and swollen. Immediately after 1 second he fell to the ground. Midor said in surprise, Third Elder. Having said that, he ordered the mages behind him to open the barrier, making sure that the cold wind could not get through. He also ordered the dragon to breathe fire. A series of flames ran towards Talaris. She swung the fan in her hand. The flames immediately turned into ice. They slowly cracked into pieces. Then falling like rain, Talaris raised her mouth and said, then what? Looking very arrogant and confident. She threatened Midor and said, do you want to continue? He gritted his teeth, then turned into a staff. He said very firmly, even if we all die here. Midor held out his staff and said, the world will forget, you and the ice bow, not us. A small flame suddenly appeared next to Talaris. She glanced at it once. Then there was a huge explosion in the entire area inside the forest. Flames soared high into the sky. Midor stood inside the fire and said confidently, this is the power of fire given to me by the homeowner, even a human cannot escape it. Talaris's voice rang out, star space explosion. Midor's eyes widened in disbelief. From the smoke and dust, she could see Talaris' body without any dirt on it. She said, Celiac gives you his strength, you must like him very much. The fan in her hand had turned into a sword, with some ice still lingering on it, but it seemed like he wasn't teaching anyone anything important. Talaris coldly pointed his sword at Midor and said, back to the ice palace, right? So I will teach you. Ice lesson, so I will teach you the lesson of ice. Talaris' face was cold and indifferent, and Midor now seemed very scared. Talaris swung his sword and ice appeared. They aimed straight at Midor. He quickly blocked this storm. He thought to himself, now what? Suddenly Midor saw something very unsightly. His gaze swept down a bit. All the magicians who followed Midor turned into ice. At this moment, Talaris teleported to Midor's side and said coldly, oh my god, why so surprised? Midor's face was extremely panicked and scared. Talaris said slowly, was it because his ingenious trap disappeared in just a moment, or because your arm has disappeared? He heard it from the arm. His face twisted and looked down at the broken arm, with a thin piece of ice still lingering on it. Midor couldn't believe it. Looking at his broken arm on the ground, he thought in fear, I don't feel any pain. Seeing this funny look of Midor, Talaris smiled and said, this is why magicians are a problem. Your enemy is standing right in front of your eyes, yet you dare to look away. Why? Is it because the person is arrogant or stupid? So this is something that martial artists cannot commit. Modor fell to the ground in shock. He couldn't believe it and thought, how could the difference in strength be so big? It was my fault. Forget about buying time. Even if the support team came, they would just be bait for this monster. Looking at Talaris's relaxed appearance without any dust on his body, Midor thought, it was beyond help. The place where Midor sat suddenly appeared a magic circle. He kept staring at it. Talaris's face was dyed in a golden light. She looked at Midor with cold, hateful eyes. Then, finally, she controlled the column of light to rush straight onto Midor's body. After it dissipated, the tiny spots were gone. Talaris could no longer see Midor. She observed and said in confusion, what is this? Suddenly she felt something appear behind her. Talaris turned his head and raised his eyes to look. Talaris's face was dyed in a golden light. She looked at Midor with cold, hateful eyes. That is. A magic formation melted the ice on the bodies of those magicians. They rolled and crawled on the ground. Behind, a group of strangers appeared. They said, good job from now on. The masked man said, just leave the matter to us, White Knight. Inside the protective layer of ice that Talaris had created earlier, they were now gradually melting away. Maris inside quickly asked, Mom, is it over? She had just finished speaking when she realized something. She said, it was. Above the sky is a supergiant spaceship floating. Is it Kozek? Said Maris. Murikin also looked up and said, that's what the Zippel used in the war. Is that crazy guy that important to their family? Jin rubbed his throbbing head and sat up and said, Andre do the Zippel attacked again right after the death of the deputy chief, now they will respond to our actions. Jin silently thought, that body is a problem, but the people inside control it. Look this way and see a white knight. Has a powerful army, it is also the strongest team consisting of selected people in the Zippel family. Looking at Talaris's pointed high heels walking towards him, Jin thought to himself, damn it, I might become a burden from now on. Talaris walked over and waved the fan in his hand and said, I will return here now. I don't want to fight that thing here, she said frankly, Runkendel boy, I will move the natives to a safe place so now prepare to go, don't suddenly say Jin. He firmly said, until the ritual is completed, I cannot go. Talaris also did not expect Jin to be so determined. She glanced at Jin and said, do you look at me like I'm asking you? I'm not here to hear your complaints. Jin shakily stood up with his hands on his knees and said, if they don't complete the ritual now we won't be able to stop the Zippels in the future. Jin hugged the injured area, he was weak and unable to speak, and victims like them will continue to increase, so please, let this pain no longer happen again, please help, Ta. Hearing that, Talaris remained silent and said nothing. Then she looked at Jin's extremely determined face, his eyes were very determined. Then she turned around and left, it seemed like she had compromised with Jin's decision. Talaris walked while talking, 1 hour, get everything done in that amount of time. And also, the fan in her hand immediately turned into an ice sword, she turned around and said to Jin, after this is over, your parents and I will have a meeting to talk. On this side, Latika Manutika is still performing the ritual with everyone. Suddenly a Tika call rang out, she looked up. Mr. Jin, she called. Jin said out of breath, is there any way to speed up the ritual? The Zippels are preparing to attack in full force. Latika Manutika heard that and realized something dangerous was going on, she firmly said, you go, we know what is in the sky, we can't put you guys in danger anymore. Her hand clutched the hem of her shirt and said, before they find the location of the relic, they can't kill us. The only people who have helped us for a long time are you guys, thank you very much, Tika says her sincere, thanks. Tika, Jin grabbed her shoulder and said, Jin didn't want to miss this opportunity to save people, he said, I haven't been able to help you yet so I can't give up yet, I will ask again if there is any other way. Latika Manutika avoided Jin's eyes, after a while she said, if Priestess Lausa was here then it would be possible but right now, there is no other way. Now Maris comes and says, is Lausa a dead person? Latika Manutika replied, no, she is currently in Tau Iota Kappa Alpha Nu. Maris smiled and replied, really, that's good. After speaking, she called the ice toad out, then said, come up. She smiled and said, if she is still alive, I can bring her here, no matter where she is. On this side Talaris looked up at the cousin ship and said, my god and now my daughter is using Mont without permission, girl, you're having so much fun, I don't know what you're planning, but we need to keep them as promised, right? Protect them from Zippel's strongest force for 1 hour. At this moment, Murikan appeared from nowhere, he twirled his wrist and said, it's as easy as eating candy. Murikan said, and it's not like children's dates will take up much time. Talaris heard that and replied, oh my god, are you helping me, Black Dragon? Murikan chuckled and said, well, other than revealing the fact that I'm a dragon, I can't use my full power. Talaris held the ice fan in his hand and said, okay then. She happily said, should I borrow your nails? When Murikan heard that, he smiled. On the coast ship, a voice echoed, we are white knights of the Zippel family, we will speak frankly, Ice Palace Master. Please leave. They said threateningly, they threatened and said, if you hand over the guy who killed Muron Zippel and the others to me, we won't make a big deal out of it. Talaris silently raised an eyebrow, she turned the fan into an ice sword again, then looked at Murikan and said, if you want me to cooperate. She raised the sword to the sky and said coldly, give me the celiac. The magician of the Alchemy Guild saw that Talaris's intention could not be shaken, so he created a fireball and said, so there was no other way. He created an entire fire element magic array. But suddenly he stopped moving his hand. His hands clenched tightly as if wanting to break the seal. That guy spoke softly, dispersing. A larger flame than before escaped from the formation. It was like a fire dragon madly rushing towards the Murikan standing below. The clothes on his body gradually fell apart. The muscles on Murikan's body were exposed, he stood alone in the fire to stop it from spreading further. The cousin boat also shook for a while because of that. On this side Talaris moved the ice sword in her hand. She swung her sword and also extinguished the remaining tiny fire. Also followed by a large amount of power launched onto the cousin ship. The mages on the ship raised their hands to use magic to balance the ship. The small circle on their hand emitted a soft yellow light. They created a small formation and then pressed it straight into the ship. A moment later, the cousin ship stopped after the previous shock. That magic attack was blocking the cold power that Talaris had just lightly swung his hand to create. Someone gave orders, prepared to attend, maintained the ranks, and the first team raised their shields. After giving the order, he thought to himself, who is the person standing in front of the palace master with the bow? He can't counter his magic with his bare hands and doesn't even use mana, he's not easy to deal with. And below, Murikan glanced at them impatiently. Someone above gave an order, call back to the clan, I will use cannons for war. The scene changes to Jin's side, now he is frantically knocking on someone's door. A man inside came to open the door and said, come out, who is it? Seeing Jin outside the door, that person said, young master Jin. Jin breathed heavily and asked, holy lady Lausa, where is she? A female voice rang out, it was Lausa. She said, I'm waiting for you, young master Jin. Jin quickly replied, holy lady, I will explain on the way, but, I haven't finished the sentence yet. Female Lausa continued, I'm ready. She clutched the hem of her shirt and said, let's go now. The scene changes to Talara's side, where she appears to be dancing to create ice. One of her swords continuously formed sharp crescents. The attack followed and flew towards the cousin ship. They weren't giving up at all, they were using fire magic to attack Murikan. And he used his bare hands to block the attack. After a fierce battle, Murikan held his wrist and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, wow, you guys are strong. Suddenly Murikan saw something behind him, he raised his eyebrows. Behind was Talaris, she waved her hand once, Murikan's two hands were completely frozen. Murikan said, what is this? Talaris jokingly said, a gift from the Ice Palace Master is better than nothing, right? Hearing that, Murikan was no longer polite, he clapped his hands together. Murikan smiled and said, I can't feel my hands anymore, but it's okay. He then used his ice-covered hand to grasp the ground. Then mention a huge piece of land. Murikan's eyes were sharp and even sparking fire, he glanced at the people on the cousin ship. Murikan used the momentum to throw that rock onto the ship. Boom, one into the hull. Behind, Talaris smiled and thought, this is ridiculous. The kid Runkendel said that the Zippel family wants this land so they won't be able to use cannons in war. She smiled sarcastically and looked up at the Zippel wizards, thinking, both sides must avoid casualties in this battle, at this rate our side will win. Above seemed to understand what Talaris's eyes meant, the other magician thought, you're thinking that right, are you the same owner? It's really annoying but I'm still not allowed to shoot. He remembered the image of the people worshipping, and Jin's tense eyes and thought to himself, but the people were doing some ceremony and the two suddenly disappeared, they were plotting something, it couldn't be, continue like this. At this moment, someone came to report, the commander, the family issued an order, what was it, he asked. The reporter said, destroy, the commander heard that and silently thought. Below, Murikan didn't see them attacking anymore, so it was difficult to understand, what was going on, they suddenly became silent, did they seem to give up? Talaris suddenly opened her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe what was happening, it seemed like she also didn't expect to be told, it couldn't be. Above the cousin ship, the commander, after receiving the order, used a cannon to throw it down below. The light from the fire gradually covered Talaris's body. A very large fireball is forming, and it is expanding more and more. Above, the commander looked down and thought back to the conversation just now. The other said, same owner, I just received permission from the owner, you know what that means, right? This is your last chance, I will count to 3, bring everyone here and leave if you don't do it. I will destroy everyone here. Talaris was gritting his teeth, wanting to find a solution. Behind her, an ice portal appeared, above them they began to count, 1. Just as she counted to 2, when Talaris turned around, she saw Maris appear and call for her mother. She panicked and quickly raised her hand to tell her not to come here. Jin also appeared at the same time, the two of them were still bewildered not knowing what happened. The mages above had counted to 3, and the commander immediately gave the order to shoot. Talaris coldly glanced at them, his eyes filled with hatred. The cannon gradually appeared as a pillar of light, it quickly shot down. Straight down to where Jin and everyone are. In the center of the pillar of light fired by the cannon, Talaris was moving forward alone. She held the sword tightly in her hand. Then Talara swung a sword down. The energy created by the ice was thrown towards the cannon. Her eyes were extremely cold and sharp. The ice sword was also swung forward. The pillar of energy light from the cannon was still shooting out. Talara's ice sword inserted itself into the center of that pillar of light like a small wave. The two powerful energy sources collided with each other, creating a very loud noise. They still leisurely made noise. Talara stood below staring at it. Fragments of the cannon were shot out. They were still smoking. Fragments fell like rain to the ground. Talara said, "Fragments." Maris also pulled out her sword. She ran back and said, "It was because of the special attributes of the entire gang. Everything that touches the blade of the sword is frozen. Holy lady, bow down and please don't move." The explosion in the air was extremely large. Maris's eyes glanced coldly. As for Jin, he used his sword and magic to block one step ahead. Jin threw his sword twice towards the fragments. But there are still many fragments that cannot be destroyed. But they are still falling like rain. Jin stuck the sword into the ground and said, "Her skills have improved somewhat compared to before." Maris looked around and said, "I don't think you can follow me with that body." Jin knelt down on one knee and replied, "This situation is not good. I don't think we will have it. You can't easily do anything, even if it's taking the saint to the ceremony." Jin looked at the cousin ship above and said, "I can't believe that ship can fight on par with my mother. Those Zippel bastards have brought something quite big here." The commander above looked down in disbelief and said, "How the hell could he block the destructive power of the Kozak cannon with just the strength of a mere mortal?" At this moment, a cold and serious voice rang in the commander's ears. "This is the final warning for you, just ice bow. If you refuse to compromise with our demands, we will kill all your guests, which means wiping out the whole place." Below Talara suddenly laughed loudly, then there was a crazy laugh. She said, "How funny, it seems like you guys don't even have the courage to talk about killing me." Hearing that, the commander seemed very shaken. Below Talaris pointed his sword at the ship, mainly at the commander and said, "I am the master of the bow, Talaris and Dorma. Even if all of you arrogant Zippel clans rushed together, it would cannot kill me. Know your fate and go away, you kids are not blowing your nose cleanly." The commander and the magicians remained silent, waiting for orders. The other person paused for a moment before saying, "Yes, killing her was impossible, but she thought she would be able to protect everyone behind her when she had to endure a series of bullets from the cannon, North Kozak stars." Talaris curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. The representative commander said, "We only have to suffer a little humiliation, but you will have to carry with you the credit of failing to protect your guests." At this time Talaris looked and said, "Daughter, the woman you just took away, she must be someone needed in the ceremony here. I just need to take her there." Jin already put on the mask. He said, "If you can then we will win." Talaris tightly grasped the sword in her hand and replied, "Okay, if that's the case." She swung her sword to the side and commanded, "My daughter, listen clearly, I will block their attack, and how do you take that woman to the shrine?" Her eyes were white. She was warning her daughter, "Ice bow or Zippel, one of us will have to suffer a humiliation after today." The commander above saw this and immediately waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to load the cannon quickly. "Today, we will," he said coldly, erasing Cologne from the face of this earth. Jin on this side, he was tearing his shirt at the arm saying, "Lady Cirrus, please protect the saint." Sears Lime turned around and said, What about you?" Jin tied the cloth tightly around his hand and said, "I will clear the way for, what, you, only you," Sears said. She was about to stop Jin from saying, "You saw it just now, how are you going to deal with all those flying debris alone? You'll die." Because Jin was wearing a mask, he couldn't see his facial expressions clearly. He was silent for a moment before saying, "I would have come this far thanks to many people if I hadn't put my life on the table now, way. I cannot do that." Hearing that, neither the saint nor Sears responded. The saint was about to say something but couldn't make a sound. She remembered the calls of her clan, "Saints, saints, saints," everyone was calling her. "There are people everywhere covered in blood, but I still want you to be safe. Please run away, holy woman. If those Zippel bastards discover the location of the ruins, they will definitely do something to that person, holy lady." Saint Lausa was still young at that time. She cried without being able to breathe, listening to her clansmen say, "If you die, this Cologne, and even the mission given to us by Clom, will all be ruined. The river is broken. Please go to a place where they can't find you." That gentleman, in order to protect the little saint of his clan, his head was covered in blood, but he still smiled and reassured her, saying, "It will be okay, dear saint, please stay alive. And please help us, by finding a savior for the tribe. Then that man took the Saint Lausa and ran into the deep forest. He said, by finding a savior for the tribe, go find the saint quickly. At that time, the evil people of the Zilp family mercilessly killed everyone and said, you damn insects, quickly tell Tau Alpha the location of the saint before I burn you to death. Everyone in the clan was determined not to reveal Lausa's location, and was eventually burned to death in a fierce fire. Saint Lausa witnessed that scene with her own eyes and thought, I told everyone this is the best thing we can do. But in the end, leaving everyone behind and running away was my choice. She was too young at that time, even though she wanted to save everyone, she couldn't. At that time, she only knew how weak she was and burst into tears. She ran deep into the forest and found her way to a small island with a small wooden house. Only at night did she dare light a fire, so she hid on a small island while gradually losing her holy power. Pray for you, a god who will never respond, simply waiting for a savior to come. Everything was her choice. Right now she is deeply immersed in the painful past of her clan and herself. Suddenly a holy woman's sentence rang out, holy woman. Jin went to comfort her and said, even if we have to die, you have to get there, you understand, right? Please put your life on the scale. Lausa opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Then 2 streams of warm water flowed from the corners of her eyes. Now Lausa has become stronger than ever, she firmly said, I understand. Above the Kozek ship, the cannon was accumulating immense energy. The commander, seeing that the right time had come, shouted loudly and opened fire. Below Jin was staring at it. And Maris is holding the hand of Saint Lausa to protect her behind. Over there, Talaris was still busy throwing an ice sword to block it. But the fire that the cannon fired was extremely large. They burned brightly and fell below where Jin was standing. Jin tried to calm down, he pressed his feet to the ground and thought, don't think about anything. He bent down slightly to prepare to attack. Jin thought to himself, I only need to believe in one thing, I need to believe in every slash from my sword. Jin's eyes hidden deep inside the mask were extremely determined to win. He firmly thought, it would be like the first sun sword. The fragments of the cannon and the magic from Jin's sword collided extremely fiercely, as Jin was using his sword to shatter the shrapnel. Then Jin turned to look at Maris and quickly said, keep going, I will stop them. While he was still turning his head to look at Maris, the bullet fragments were madly rushing towards him. Look, someone is talking. Jin disappeared right there. In the blink of an eye he appeared right in front of the bullet fragments. Jin dodged very easily. You call, Murikan, he replied on the other side. They rushed like ants. Get ready. The commander above the ship Koz said, opening fire. Talaris gritted his teeth and wanted to kill him. After the sound of firing, there was a bright area of light flying straight towards Jin and Talaris. Murikan shouted and said, don't stop, run. Sparks flew down like rain. Both Jin and Murikan, Talaris, some used swords, some used their hands to shatter shrapnel. On this side, the Maris were leading the holy woman Lausa to flee, when at this moment a piece of shrapnel flew towards them. Jin quickly swung his sword towards that piece of shrapnel, causing it to shatter and shoot in all directions. Murikan grinned and said, hey, you're quite good at fighting, kid. He jumped on top of the shrapnel, his hands still wrapped in bandages and said, keep it up, but before he could finish his sentence, Murikan's eyes looked sharply in one direction. A piece of shrapnel came from nowhere and flew straight through Jin's stomach. Maris also turned his head to see that scene. Jin screamed helplessly. On this side, in front of Jin, there is a yellow light from a cannon. Jin quietly thought, I was able to get this far thanks to the help of many people. If I don't put my life on the line, I won't be able to bear the choice I bet on. The power from the cannon was so great that the holy woman Lausa could not stand still and almost fell down. A hand quickly pressed against her back. Maris carried Lausa on her shoulders. She rushed forward while swearing, damn it. She ran towards Jin, scolding in her mouth, this idiot, why did you do this? She screamed in anger, why? But just at that moment, a piece of shrapnel flew towards the hand holding the sword of Maris. Fragments cut Maris' hand. She quickly threw the holy lady Lausa away to protect her. 2 heavy noises rang out together, both of them fell some distance away. Lausa quickly turned around and called out to her. Maris was kneeling on the ground and said, don't look back. Her whole body is now covered in blood, but she still firmly tells Lausa, don't let our efforts become meaningless. Keep running. Saint Lausa heard that and was stunned. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. Tears suddenly fell down her little face. I won't. Jin is being supported by Murikan, continuing to wait for his response. Looking at Mara's face, she also thought, I took too long to notice. Nothing will be changed just by praying. Now I have made a decision, Lausa thought while running. Hurry, wake up quickly. Jin Runkendel. When Jin was in the dark there was a voice calling him to wake up. Then he tiredly opened his eyes. In front of Jin is a certain cave. What caught his eye was the bloody face of Maris. Talaris was holding her in his chest. Then looking around, the Zippel magicians were surrounding the mother and child. Jin said in shock, what is this? Behind him suddenly there was a huge explosion. Jin quickly turned around to look. A dragon appeared behind him. Looking at the dragon howling for a long time, Jin thought to himself, Mirakin. But Jin suddenly stopped to observe the dragon again. He thought to himself, who is it? A dragon several times larger than normal size, covered in a bright red color. Celiac's guardian dragon, Khadun. The Zippel family must be very determined. Jin glanced down and thought, finally. Have we failed? He saw himself lying on the ground. He was silent, not knowing what to think anymore because his mind was extremely blank right now. Suddenly a strange voice comes from nowhere, you must be wondering when everything went wrong, right? Maybe you shouldn't end things with Muron's death. That voice didn't wait for Jin to answer before speaking, or maybe the right choice is to send the people here to escape, neither of those things, maybe you shouldn't help them in the first place, what? Seeing Jin bow his head and not answer, the voice rang out again, weren't those regrets flooding his mind? Jin clenched his fists, his whole body was almost shaking and said, no, that was the path I chose, I don't regret it, what made me angry was. He shouted, even though I'm dead, I, a weak and incompetent person, still haven't changed, because of me everyone. Jin said tremblingly, because I'm too weak and stupid, the other voice replied, I understand. It said, then don't forget those feelings. Jin opened his eyes as if realizing something. One long, slender hand snapped his fingers. Then Jin's whole body was surrounded by a dazzling white golden light. He was transported to a place. Jin opened his eyes and saw blue sky, white clouds, majestic mountains in front of him. He said, this is it. I'm Klum. The voice he told me just now rang out. Jin opened his eyes wide. Before him was the enormous Klum, she said, who had sealed himself in the mirror with the help of Sadare. Klum said, I am waiting for you, Sadare's chosen toy. After hearing this, Jin was a bit confused. He frowned and said, wait. What do you mean? Jin asked. Klum replied, 1,000-year fake contract. She explained without beginning or end, there wasn't much time left. After today's incident, you must have realized the path you need to take, and the pain of those you cannot protect. Jin clenched his hand into a fist and said, I'm speechless. He screamed, it's all over, what does it mean anymore? Klum calmly replied, it doesn't make sense, nothing makes sense. The mask on Klum's head glowed. She said, let's keep talking. Outside, after speaking, Jin's figure immediately sank into the light. 1 second later Jin opened his eyes. Jin immediately sat up. He rubbed his throbbing head and said, damn, how many times have I woken up like this today? Wake up. Jin was secretly confused. Just at this moment, Maris passed by and saw him and asked, did you just wake up? Jin raised his eyes to look at her, his face was a little shocked, and he immediately gasped. She put her hands on her hips and said happily, looking at your shocked face, you must value your life very much, Miss Maris, Jin called. At the same time, a large hand reached out and said, hey, this name. Murakin put all his strength into his hand, made a pop on the back of Jin's neck and said, I want to beat this kid to death. Murakin was angry, his hands balled into fists and said, why are you lying there unconscious? I thought you were dead, Jin called, Murakin. He sat on the ground stupidly and said, I thought you were attacked by Khadun. Murakin calmly replied, Khadun, why did you suddenly mention that bastard? Murakin is still teaching Jin, and whoever is attacked, that guy must step back as soon as he makes eye contact with me. Talaris came over and said, you are finally awake. Talaris covered his mouth with a fan and smiled and said, honestly, I don't even know what you were thinking to do that, but who would have thought that you would actually bring a god down to earth? Jin said in confusion, God, you mean, what are you? Murakin said, did you do that unconsciously? The saint made me enter your body Tau Alpha. He pointed at the closed ship that was emitting black smoke and said, and it's not just an ordinary god. On the ship were a bunch of wizards lying down. As soon as he landed, he killed all the Koziks. I don't know what he did, but the white knights are now lying there frozen, said Murakin. Looking in the distance, a girl with long white hair is being respected by the clansmen. Also, this strong magic power and barrier, even though I don't know who it is, I don't think this is a god, it's not weak, but I don't remember anything, Jin replied. Hey, this kid is awake, let's start explaining, okay. About what you were planning to do, Mirakin called back. Klum quickly turned around. Jin observed for a moment and then said, "You are not Saint Lausa." She replied, "Yes, my name is Klum." A pair of white eyes closed tightly. Klum replied, "Thanks to this child's sacrifice, I was able to descend to earth." Looking at Jin slowly standing up, Klum said, "Jin Runkendel, the pain and death you went through today. Just consider this a small lesson, along with what you want to get today." Jin silently thought, so those things are just an illusion. Murakin stood next to him and said, crossing his arms, "Now he sees it. It's like you're playing tricks on our kid. If you're late, don't show off, quickly answer the question." He said impatiently, "Why are you doing this? What do you want from our kid? I mean, this kid?" Hearing that, Klum appeared holding something in his hand. She said, "I am waiting for the owner of this." Jin thought with wide eyes, that is. Something appeared in his mind, a star mirror. Klum said, "I am the originator of magic power, but I could not withstand that power and almost destroyed the world." She said, "At that time Sadare helped me." Talaris covered her mouth and repeated, "Sadare." Klum said, "He sealed me and my power in this mirror." Murakin replied, "God of magic, never heard of it. Look here," Klum said, and then in the mirror magic power flickered inside. A magic attack appeared. Klum said, "It was Sadare's seal." Murakin looked and said, "It was a blessing made of dark energy." He observed and came to a conclusion, "But it is very weak, so do you need someone who can maintain this blessing?" Inside the mirror shows Klum's true appearance. She said, "There is an infinite source of magic in this mirror and that is me. If this magic escapes, this world will be erased." She looked at the clansmen behind her. "To stop that, I asked Sadare to seal me and the Cologne children who had protected me for thousands of years." Murakin heard that and frowned and said, "Do you know what they endured to protect you? You should have let someone with power protect you." Klum replied, "Cologne at that time was very different from Cologne now, can defeat them both." Klum calmly explained, "But after I was sealed, my blessing could not reach them, so in the end. Thanks to you, I can now end it all." Jin opened his eyes wide when he heard that, but didn't say anything. But Klum looked straight at Jin and said, "The fake 1,000-year contract Sadare mentioned." "The fake contract?" Maris asked in confusion, and Talaris huffed. She looked at Jin with sharp eyes, her eyes shining as if she saw a treasure, thinking, does he even have a contract with Sadare? Making Jin standing in front get goosebumps. Klum moved the mirror forward. It revealed the figure of Jin in it. Klum said, "Take it, Jin Runkendel." Waiting for Jin to hold the mirror in his hand, he thought to himself, this is. Klum said, "The power to protect the world. You possess the power of Sadare." Looking at the pitch black space inside the mirror, Jin thought to himself, just holding it made magic flow into his body, but every time magic escaped from the mirror, the seal became weaker. Did Zippel's family use this stuff so recklessly in their previous life? Jin asked, "Maybe I have to protect this seal instead of the Cologne family." Klum replied, "That is the duty the Cologne family cannot fulfill." Klum calmly explained, "I not only love you to maintain Sadare's seal. Because that seal is the gift Sadare left for you." Jin was extremely shocked when he heard that. Jin looked intently in front of the mirror at the magic power in his hand and asked, "Is this seal a gift from Sadare?" Looking at the great power flowing like a waterfall in front of that mirror, Slaum said, "This is the masterpiece that Sadare created with all his power when he was at his strongest, not just the aura, so that's it. This can be considered a part of the push Sadare," she said. Jin paused for a moment and replied, "Of course this would be very useful, but..." He said, "The Saint Lausa said she would summon Sadare for me." This statement shocked Slaum. Suddenly her body trembled, visible to the naked eye. Slaum tried to calmly say, "It seems that this child hastily promised this at the last minute. He will never respond to the summons even if it is the black dragon next to you. So what about you? Maybe, I will apologize to you on his behalf." A gust of wind blew past, making Jin's hair flutter, and he said, "It's okay, she doesn't expect anything in return." Slaum's body was still shaking, but she didn't say a word. Jin calmly continued, "I'm very grateful to her." Slaum placed her hand on the heart in Lausa's body. She said, "Forgive him, but how does that child know? How does he know you are living a second life? And how did you get this second life?" Jin still kept staring at Slaum. Suddenly she looked at her hand that was gradually turning transparent. She said, "We're running out of time." Jin opened his eyes wide and stared. Next, Slaum's body gradually became almost transparent. She said, I have passed on everything, so I'm leaving. She turned back to look at the clansmen behind her who were constantly shedding tears and said, your decision ended the painful mission of those children. At this time Slaum's whole body was transparent. She said with a sigh, I am very grateful to you, child of Sadare, our savior. In front of Jin there is now only an afterimage. Slaum said, now I will enter the mirror. And bless your journey. After saying that sentence, the Slaum gradually disappeared into thin air. Jin was stunned. At this moment a voice rang out. It's true that you've lived through it before, you know. Talaris stood behind and said, a god being grateful to a human, that's really rare. Then she looked up at the burning Kozak ship and said, are you ready to go? They won't be like that forever. She said, we don't know when help will arrive. Jin looked for a moment and replied, okay, I will lead the way. Going deeper into the forest, the Kozak ship and the group of magicians gradually became smaller in sight. Jin said, then let's get out of here. The scene changes to the Saint Lausa. She is in the world of God. After hearing the Slaum narration she replied, I understand. Lausa said, that's why you didn't answer. Will you continue to live in the mirror? Slaum replied, I'm sorry. Slaum had now returned to his true form. She said, I could only save everyone by borrowing your body. Your sacrifice saved them, not only you but all the Kolan children. Suddenly Slaum stopped and looked at Lausa for a long time and said, it's very painful. I've made you guys carry too much of a burden. Below Lausa knelt down. She bowed her head and said, thank you. Her short hair covered most of her face, and the expression on that face could not be clearly seen. Lausa said, for listening to our prayers, for finally hearing my words. And for saving us. Slaum looked at her silently for a long time, seeing that Lausa continued, so. Halfway through speaking, she burst into tears, please don't apologize. Because no one is at fault in this matter. After a while, Slaum responded, really relieved. Therefore, she said, I am even more grateful that you are the ones who have completed this task. Lausa raised her eyes to look at Slaum. Lausa then answered honestly, I just hope people won't just remember our suffering. Slaum also raised her eyes to look at the clear blue sky and said, yes. In her heart she was thinking, Jin Runkendel. This strong determination is linked to you, so I ask you to create a world. That pain no longer exists. Transitioning to the real world, the sky has turned to dusk. The yellow sunlight covers layers of trees and houses, and Jin is standing and talking to Latika Manutika. Latika said sincerely, it is said that for more than 10,000 years, our rhyme race has been a loser since time immemorial. Because we could not develop further, we quickly became a weak nation. She remembered the nightmare caused by the Zippel family, and became a slave to the Zippel clan. Then you know. If the Zippel house had taken the example, our sacrifice would have been in vain. Latika Manutika wiped away the remaining tears in the corner of her eyes and said, it's lucky that in the end the mirror belongs to him. Jin also felt extremely relieved now. He replied, no, the reason I can still be here alive is all thanks to you colonists. Then he secretly thought to himself, if those Zippel crazy people get the plate, mirror, the world will become a battlefield because of the eradication of magicians. Jin thought for a moment, then looked at Latika and said, I will prepare accommodation for everyone in the Hupester Union. Both she and the man next to her said in surprise, ha, Hupester. Dino Jaglun said, Uncle Jin, the Runkondal family's protection area is not sponsored by the main house, right? You don't have to do that for us. Jin didn't know where he got a piece of paper saying, this is a letter from Lady Luna Runkondal, just show this when you get there and they will help you. Dino Jaglun took the letter that Jin gave him and said, thank you. Jin turned around and walked away and said, if you're really grateful, then slander Zippel on as many pages as possible. Suddenly Dino called again, but this Jin. He said, will the Zippel family just sit still? They will definitely increase their concealment, and even if I were on my own. Jin still walked away without turning around and said, do you think you're the only one who hates the Zippel family? Then Jin stopped walking, turned around and saw an expressionless face mixed with hate saying, Dino Joglin, you are the trigger. When I read your article, those who have been harmed by the Zippel house will gather together. Jin said, you will become a good journalist, be confident. Dino Jaglun was extremely shocked when he heard Jin's praise and encouragement. After saying that, Jin turned around and left. He opened the door to the room he was in. As soon as he entered, he said, now I can greet him properly. Thank you for your help, Palace Master Talaris. She replied, it's nothing. Jin said a little worriedly, but I'm still worried that because of me, the Ice Palace and the Zippel family have turned into enemies. Talaris doesn't take this at all. She calmly said, no, now Kellyarg will have to be careful first more ice bow. Because he didn't expect an ancient god to descend to earth, he probably thought I had become stronger. Hearing that, Jin smiled and said, that's lucky. Talaris sat in front of the wooden table and said, and I'm not just helping you for fun. I was asked. No need to thank me, Jin replied honestly. Do you want any compensation? Talaris was almost just waiting for Jin's words. As soon as she heard it, she smiled evilly and said, "Ha-hoo, compensation. I should ask the brat who is Sadare's fake contract and what kind of magic sword is this?" Hearing that, Jin frowned and sweated. On this side, Talaris's lips moved in thought. I also thought he would say this, how much should I take? Suddenly she opened her fan and laughed, saying, this time I'll just let it go, because I also got some important information. She glanced at Maris and said, daughter, you want that too, right? Maris was pointed out and immediately blushed and said, why do you ask me that? In Jin's heart, he didn't expect that she would let it go so easily. He thought to himself, did he really let it go? Then he knelt down on one knee and said, thank you, Palace Master. Talaris waved his hand. The one that opened the teleportation gate said, then we're back, we've been out for a bit too long. Suddenly a gentle voice rang out, Jin Runkendel. He raised his eyes and looked up. Maris stood in front of the teleportation gate and said, next time we meet, let's decide the winner. This time let's decide because we don't owe anyone anything, it's very fair. Hearing such sweet words, Talaris couldn't help but tease him. It's true that a pubescent boy can't even speak the truth. Maris shyly shouted, Mom. She said as she left, why have you been like that since yesterday? Talaris turned back to look at Jin and said, then we're leaving, goodbye. Jin looked at the mother and daughter as they responded and was speechless. In a certain cave, a pot of black soup with unknown items was boiling over a red flame. There are also spirit beasts guarding the front. Inside is Chiron sitting, slurping soup. He noticed someone had visited him and turned around to look back. Talaris's voice rang out, wow, long time no see Chiron. Chiron asked back, why did you suddenly come here? Talaris went straight to say, I will say it directly. She waved her fan in her hand and said, your youngest child, do you want him to marry my daughter? Luna held the paper in her hand and read it. She understood many things. So this is what happened to Kozek with the White Knights and the owner of the Seventh Tower. She was no longer a stranger to the youngest child, so she made her assertion that it seemed like the youngest child had done some interesting things again. So is the youngest child still healthy? After hearing her speculations, Latika and Dino were extremely surprised and took a moment to calm down before Dino answered her question. Yes, it was a fierce battle, but after Tikan that day had fully recovered before we left. That's really nice, she said, folding the letter in half. So let's get to the main topic. Your name is Tika, right? What abilities do you have? Luna started to learn about the refugees. Hearing Luna's question, Tika faltered and replied, sorry, I can't just provide accommodation for you, even if you are refugees. Again, me. She asked her close maid nanny to help them find some suitable jobs. Blending in with the people in the territory will help them settle down sooner. Yes lady, just leave this to me Taimyun. Instead of just accepting support, I think that would be better. Tika heard that and her face couldn't hide her joy. Yes, thank you for giving us the opportunity. Once she had taken care of everything for Tika, she now turned her attention to Dino and he said his name was Dino. Dino was startled and quickly answered yes, if you need anything, just let me know and I will help you with everything I can. Instead he must achieve the results the youngest asked for. Hearing that, Dino clenched his hands and said very firmly, please don't worry about anything, I won't disappoint his expectations. 1 month later, there was an incident in Cologne. The whole world was talking about the massacre of the people of Cologne, including the fact that anonymous merchants punished the Zippel family, those who caused the massacre. Forces opposing the Zippel acceleration, including the Runkendel family, quickly spread rumors. Although the Zippel family claimed that this was Muron Zippel's voluntary action, at the scene, a part of the Kozek was discovered, showing that the Zippel family was deeply involved in this incident. The Hufester allied forces were angry while the Lutero Magic Federation tried to cover up this matter. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Bement unilaterally declared that the Zippel family was innocent, causing the angry monks to gradually cool down. As a result, the Runkendel family who revealed this condition gained fame in the eyes of the people and Bement received support from the Zippel family. The image of the Zippel family began to deteriorate because of the loss of value, honor and status. Because of that Zippel was quiet for a while from the death of the second in command until the Cologne massacre. This was a big shock to them and both young Master Jin and Miss Luna. I thought that the people in the Runkendel family were martial artists and crazy with swords, but I was wrong and another surprise was Dino was intently writing. He looked up and saw a pile of letters had been piled up. Tika saw the pile of letters piled up and turned to ask Dino, "Did you see anything?" "They were all money and letters of support sent to us." Dino was also surprised. "Oh my god, all this. After being abandoned for hundreds of years, now many people are paying attention to us instead of just complaining. Now we are all praying for young Master Jin. Until the unknown adventurer can be revealed as young Master Jin, one day he will become a high-ranking ruler of the Runkendell family. And soon bury the Zippel family." Khan was walking in the middle of a road with high mountain peaks on both sides. His attitude is very calm. "This is the third time. I hope Mr. Kashmir's writing skills have become better." Suddenly, he didn't know what appeared before his eyes, he only knew that his eyes opened wide in surprise. A giant block of ice suddenly appeared in front of him, as high as a mountain. It seemed like it could crush him to death. He stood motionless with his mouth open in surprise. "It seems like a fight is going on here between Chiron and Talaris." After finishing the attack, she proudly said, "Oh my god, my hands are faster than my brain. Why are you looking at me like that?" Chiron's eyes looking at her were filled with murderous intent. "Stop acting like a joke and answer me, Talaris. Are you disturbing others' meditation just about getting married?" She gritted her teeth. It was a new kind of sarcastic technique. "Why don't I come here just to sell and stick to you like before?" The indignation was clearly reflected in her eyes. From afar an attack was directed towards her. It turned out to be Khan. He launched an attack towards her. She turned around in surprise. "Oh my god, you are Chiron's person." She asked suspiciously about his name, Ken, but she mistakenly said it was Khan. As he performed the move, he corrected himself that his name was Khan. Only then did she remember, it must have been Khan a long time ago. Seeing his subordinate coming to Chiron, he ordered him, "Khan, you are here, don't pay attention to her, give it to me." "Yes, master." Said Khan respectfully used both hands to hand the letter to him. He opened the letter and read it. It turned out that this was a letter sent to him by Kashmir. The letter was written to him to report the Cologne massacre incident where Jin Runkendell personally killed Muron Zippel Murikan, so it wrote that the boy had killed flying Muron Zippel's head. The Khan behind him reported the situation to him not long ago. Someone had come forward to help the Cologne people who had been massacred by the Zippel family. In the articles it was written that an unknown merchant had punished the family, Zippel clan, and rescue only the people. During the rescue process, the owner of the 7th Magic Palace, Muron Zippel, died, and Kozek offered to the White Knights and confirmed that they were attacked at the palace. At that time, the young master was also near the area. Heard young master, he asked Kozek again, but the youngest son was not that strong. He turned to Talaris and asked if she had done anything. She smiled smugly. "Don't look at me like that, I received a request from him. It seems his name is Kashmir." "Yes, but in the record, nothing was written about her. Why did that brat dare to keep information from me?" she asked in surprise. "Are you planning to scold him? He needs to be warned." "I don't think that's a good idea, let's reward him instead." "Kashmir, he is someone who has clearly defined who he is serving. He is not loyal to you but to Jin Runkadel." Okay, I understand. I almost put the youngest child in an awkward position considering I owe you one time to go." Talaris's hand was across his chest, cupped, radiating white light. She held the fan and pointed at him. "Okay, so what are you going to do with the debt from your youngest son?" he replied, full of provocation. "To go meet him and ask for it. It's funny, anyway, I've finished saying what I need to say, so I'm going home." She walked away, turned around and said, "Thinking about what I said before. Your youngest son and my daughter get along very well." Even though he wasn't there, somewhere else, Jin seemed to have a hunch that he was frozen for a few seconds. "What's that?" The servant next to him heard that and asked, "What's wrong, young master?" "No, I'm just shivering," Jin replied. Casimir was picking up a cup of tea and preparing to drink. "When I heard that, you stopped." "You too, young master, I often get shivers like that too. Since coming back from college, everyone's been like this because they grew too fast or something. Thanks to the halo, his magic power has increased. Maybe that's a side effect of it." Hearing that he could only laugh, "Haha, it could be." Swordsmanship 6 stars, dark power 5 stars and magic power 7 stars. He looked at the blue flame in his hand and thought to himself that he could become a 7-star mage only thanks to his halo. However, he could not go any further, because it could weaken the seal. The butler went into the room and called young Master Casimir. There is a person who wants to meet you." That person said that he is your intelligence collector. Hearing that the intelligence collector wanted to meet you, he smiled complacently. "Ha, just come up with an excuse and chase him away. I will too, intend to do that, but..." He said that he knew the location of one of the secret bases. Hearing that, he immediately changed his attitude and his face became more serious. He asked again, "Is he a retired person working for 7 Colors? I checked, and including 7 Colors, it was his first time coming to Tekken. So does he know about our secret? Where is that bastard?" I asked him to wait at the entrance. Jin thought to himself that he knew it was a secret of 7 Colors. While thinking, he seemed to have seen something that surprised him. Meanwhile, Casimir laughed out loud. "Haha, I let the young master see a very funny scene. I didn't expect that we would be discovered by a guy that even the guards of the 7 Colors don't know about, but you didn't seem to pay attention to the words that Casimir said that person was. Jet, seriously, he looks like a scammer." Jet Bait, this name was imprinted in Jin's mind countless times when he remembered the past life he had become companions with this name. Jin secretly thought resentfully, "That bastard stabbed me in the back so many times." At that time, Jin was taken away and Jet happily accepted the money. Jin thought, "When I remember that time, I want to squeeze him to death." Jin now leans his back against the wall and looks at him in front, "But because he has a son, I spread his life. Look at him now, there must be something problem." Jet is kneeling on the ground, he is extremely scared. Casimir stood in front of him and said coldly, "I don't know him. Say, how do you know our location?" Jet hesitated, then looked at Casimir with unwilling eyes and said, "I am Jet, I run an intelligence shop in Arkin." Casimir said, "Arkin?" He asked, "You are the person from Tessing?" Jet quickly nodded and replied, "That's right, I'm the one WHO takes information from them." Jet quickly explained that, because of Arkin, to prevent their dictatorship, we intended to destroy them from the inside. "That's right." Casimir didn't react at all after hearing that. He whispered, "I thought to myself, I'm sure that's what Master Jin did before come here." So Casimir immediately looked at Jin, who was hidden by the darkness, and saw that he had nodded. Receiving the agreement, Casimir immediately questioned, "Answer my question, how do you know our location? Your end will be decided based on your answer." Jet bowed his head, full of confusion and fear. He replied, "For an inventory, security is most important. If you don't accept me, I can't tell you, Mr. Kashmir." Hearing such a ridiculous sentence, he laughed for 2 hours, then said in an angry voice, "How dare you pretend to be such a president here?" Casimir was extremely angry and roared, "I will not leave you in peace until you explain here, and more." He remembered the tall man holding a cigar in his mouth and saying, "The rainbow color kid is inspection." Hearing that, Jet was even more scared. He bent down and said, "I know information about a loose spider foot." At the same time the voice "I want to know" rang out. Casimir was extremely shocked and did not think Jin would speak at this time. He quickly advised, "No, master, he would lie." Jet leaned back and looked at the startled man, thinking, "Major, is not Kashmir the commander of Tekken Fort?" As soon as Jet turned around, he met Jin's cold eyes. He thought inexplicably, "But why is he afraid of that name?" Jin raised his arrogant eyes and looked at the struggling Jet below and said, "Long time no meeting, Jet, what are you doing here without bringing my gift?" When Jet heard it, it was like lightning struck him. He looked at Jin speechlessly and said, "You." He turned around to look at Casimir standing in front and shouted, "Scammer." Jet didn't think his end would turn out like that. He cried in pain and said, "Mr. Kashmir, this bastard is a fraud. He is the name WHO presented to be Veridin Zippel." He continued to say, "Don't trust him, Tekken will become a second Tessing." Casimir said, touching his sword, "You are crazy." He pulled out his sword and said angrily, "How dare you?" At the same time Murikin banged in and said, "Hey microbe." Murikin's blue veins appeared on his forehead as he looked at Casimir and said, "Why didn't I see you calling? Where did you buy the cream I told you to buy?" Casimir put his sword in its sheath and looked at Murikin with an innocent look and replied, "Ha, I am interrogating that thing now." "Ha, what?" Murikin replied dreamily. Only then did he notice that Jet was kneeling on the ground. He impatiently asked, "Wait, are you the juice poisoner? Why are you here?" Looking at Murikin's twisted face, Jet thought to himself, "He is the name of the before, why is he here?" Suddenly he remembered something. Jet's mind jumped thinking, "Wait, he just talked about with Kashmir and it happened in Arkin. This bastard is a subside of that bastard." Looking at Jin's silhouette leisurely leaning against the wall as if watching a play, he thought, "Should be the person with the highest position here." Just thinking about that, Jet quickly put his head on the ground and cried, "Oh my God, sir." The guy kept banging his head on the ground to get Jin's forgiveness and said, "I was so stupid for not recognizing him." Jin looked at him and thought, "Good Jet is this person." Jin asked coldly, "It's okay, talk about the main talk, everything about Alu the Spider-Foot." Jet didn't dare hide it from him. He confessed, "His real name is Tekken Marius. a former Cade of the Runkendell house. Cade, Runkendell, Jin said. Jin stroked his chin and thought, Marius's name is so familiar. Gilly was calling next to him, young master. She seriously reminded, Taimyun Marius, that lady's brother is your family Tau Alpha. Jin was startled to remember that it seemed to be true. Alu the Spiderfoot, from the kingdom of Delki, the linked region of Hufester power. As a civilian, he passed the Runkendell Catholic examination. Jet continued, the name he used at that time was Tikkun Marius, that was Alu's real name but it has been erased. After hearing this, Jin turned around and left. He called Gilly, and she replied, yes, that's right, master. Gilly said, Taimyun's brother is also from the kingdom of Delki. Jet's face was covered in blood. He said, he taken the test, IN 1776, 20 years ago. Casimir didn't know when he quietly pulled out his sword and put it to his neck and said, 20 years ago, the kingdom of Delki falls into civil war, people were evacuated because of the war, how could he take the test? Well. Casimir asked each word, are you lie? Jet quickly replied, no real Alu. Gilly stood on one side discussing with Jin, master, if that is true then perhaps someone in Runkendell has helped him. Jin didn't answer, he thought to himself, the people in the Runkendell family WHO could do that are 3 breeds or the nannies who support them. Runkendell nurses not only raise children, their power will increase depending on the position of the child they accompany. And 20 years ago is when everyone recognized Luna Runkendell as a temporary host. At that time, the elderly sister's nanny will have great power. If they are really relative, their previous people hate them. Remembering Luna's shadow, Jin thought to himself that maybe it was. He immediately dismissed that thought. No, Taimyun could have acted alone, so why the fuck? Jin asked in a low voice, have you confirmed the information? Jet replied, I could have my life, I have been to Delki to confirm it. Hearing that, Jin immediately said, okay, lead the way. He immediately said in bewilderment, huh? Jin said coldly, now we're going to Delki. He silently speculated in his heart, Taimyun Marius and Alu the Spiderfoot, I will confirm their plot myself. Kingdom of Delki, linked to the Hofester power link. A pair of feet stepped on someone's face and said, useless bastard. He held a bag of gold in his hand and said, I told you that, it will happen if you don't make this time, and the guy being trampled on the ground quickly replied, don't do this, I'm doing this because you have to raise your daughter, if you continue, I will report you to the government. He tried to act like he was scared and said, ha, report, have you forgotten, I have Runkendell's house back. At the same time, a person with heart-shaped hair called out behind him and said, wait a minute. That person coldly said, if it continued, wouldn't it be a little trouble, Garber? The guy with the crew cut turned around in shock and said, why are you here? Wait, so that name is also nearby. The purple-haired guy didn't even bother to answer, he jumped into the crew cut guy, the blue hair on his face burst and blood flowed out. That guy hugged his stomach that had a hole in it, blood flowed out like water, he cried out in pain. And the bald guy who was oppressed below was sitting in a corner screaming in panic. At the same time, a white-haired guy appeared and exclaimed, so pathetic, even though my mother helped me, I still live like that. The bald man cried out in fear, please forgive me. He bowed his head at the feet of the white-haired man, trembling and said, I will give all the money to you so ask you forgive me, I will not say anything, my daughter is waiting for me at home please. Hair White sighed and said, God, we are not like those bastards. White Hair bent down and said, sorry but we don't need money, the bald man said in surprise, so what do you need me for? At the same time, a stream of green power passed through the bald man's head, causing blood to splash again. She said coldly, I don't hate you. Looking at the bald man who died without closing his eyes, the purple hair said, you are just unlucky. The sky was already dark, the moon had also risen. The heart-haired girl said, everything is for that person. Casimir read the letter out loud in his hand. The surname Marius is a very common surname on the continent, but in the kingdom of Delki only a special organization can use it. At Moon's sacrificial orphanage, the scene of children playing appears from the outside, it is just a normal orphanage. But this is where the Delki royal family trains orphans to become assassins or spies. It is said that those children will be allowed to become close to each other. Then they will have to kill each other. Those who survive will become assassins. But later that place was closed because it criticized the prince for winning the civil war. 10 of the children were released and became free citizens, except for Alu, who died. The remaining 9 were still alive as Delki citizens. After saying that, he gave a very thick stack of paper to Jin. This was their address. Jin immediately decided to come to Delki right away. He thought this might be a clue about the winged shadow and the bastard who cursed him. "You are full of determination, I will definitely catch you." After saying that, he turned around and left. In the house, someone said goodbye and wished them a safe journey. He arrived at the teleportation gate of the Delki kingdom. Not long after that, he and Jet arrived at Delki, holding a file in Jet's hand to do his duty. He told him that the person who lived most recently was Garber Marius. He was a gangster in an area called Neltara. "It will take quite a while to get there, let's find a house first." Jin seems to be very anxious to find that guy. "No need. We will go to the western area where 3 people live and then find a motel." The two of them arrived at a house. Bang bang. Jet banged on the door. He raised his voice to say hello. "Is anyone home?" He tried to let the people in the house hear the sounds outside. But no one responded to him. No one. Meanwhile, on the other side there was something that attracted Jin's attention and he turned to look. He looked at 4 people, including 3 men and 1 woman. In the distance, they were talking about something, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear it. When he approached the 4 of them, it turned out that what they were discussing was the scene before their eyes. Seeing this scene, he was also very surprised. A bloody scene on the ground was filled with corpses, and 2 soldiers were standing to examine the situation at the scene. At first glance, at the scene, there was a man who appeared to have hit his head on the ground, a cloud of blood flowing out of his head. Poison and wind magic commit crimes with magic in Hufester liver. People watching were talking about that terrible Garber. A few days ago, they even saw him showing off his martial arts prowess. Hearing Garber's name mentioned, he was very surprised and asked what he had just said. Garber, the other guy turned around and asked, "Are you his friend?" "No, I was just surprised because he recognized who it was when he looked at that crushed body." The other guy said the reason was that yesterday I saw him passing by this place drunk and not long after that I heard screaming and then this happens. He put his hand on his chin and thought that the dead person owed a debt to poor Garber. If they used poison, maybe the original target was Garber and then they killed the witness with magic. It's strange, if you want to kill someone with poison, you have to wait until he's alone. Why are they in such a hurry? His mind is full of doubts about the case. "Wait a minute, it seems like you've discovered a clue. You called Jet, your call made him jump, what's going on?" "Who was the recipient?" He looked for information in the file in his hand and reported that Weatherway Marius was about 2 hours away. "We will run there within an hour, I have a bad feeling in my heart." In a room there was a shirtless burly man sitting in a chair who looked like he had logged out. Jet was startled by the scene before him. Jin looked at him and could deduce the cause of his death. He was no different from the previous people who were poisoned. Looking at the small needle stabbed into his shoulder, he deduced that he had not been dead long ago. His skin color and posture had not changed. It was a self-adjusting assassination poison. Jet heard that and realized it was the same person. Jet had not finished his sentence when Jin interrupted. "Someone wanted to kill all the survivors from the moon's sacrifice, right now. Time is running out, hurry, we have to hurry." "Yes." The 2 of them saw another corpse with traces of blood pudding still on his mouth. He lay in a pool of blood. Seeing that, the 2 people ran at full speed. They stopped at a room. But they were 1 step slow in this room that already had a lot of corpses. He looked at the scene in front of him and froze for a few seconds. He looked closely at his surroundings and deduced that this trace was a level 8 hell wind magic that became more and more intense. "There are only 2 people left, sir. If this continues, it will be very likely that we will catch up with the thief and we will become suspects," because Jet was present at the scene in an extremely nervous state. "How about reporting it to the guards? Otherwise, if we report it, we will be investigated too, and it will be too late." He sighed. He was extremely angry, even though he was a lucky trainee. How dare they underestimate us in Runkendel territory? Those bastards, I will catch at any cost. Let's see what's next. The last one. The perpetrator is about to complete his goal. Varys seems more bored than I thought. "You guys are also trained like us." "Ah, why are they so weak?" she asked. "Not everyone is trained the same, Varys," the other guy replied. "We are the chosen ones, of course we must be different from those defective products." The 2 of them seemed very pleased. They stopped in front of the final target's residence. OK. Stood and looked at the house for a while. Varys showed a scary smile. "Let's end this." The 2 of them stood in front of the house and used lasers to break it open. A loud noise rang out and the door was broken open. Kuyan and Varys entered the house a bit in disbelief. "This place is now empty." Kuyan is angry. "Oh my god. I didn't expect that." On this side, Jin and 2 other people are running quickly outside. Den held the little girl in his arms and spoke. Are all the people from the moon's sacrifices dead? Jin immediately told him, that's right. Someone is overtaking us and killing them all, which makes Den a bit surprised. He continued to say, their killing order is from the space gate and then gradually farther away, so we are always one step slower than them. Therefore, we had no other choice but to go to you. The person who was farthest away was able to save your daughter. Den sighed softly and helplessly said, I'm sorry but maybe this is useless. Jin heard that and turned his head in surprise. Even though we are old, we have survived very harsh training, there are only 2 people who can kill us so easily. Varus and Kuyan, they are in a completely different class. Jin asked in disbelief, weren't there only 10 survivors, but he definitely said, no. There are a total of 12 survivors from the moon's sacrifice, and 2 are chasing us. Are monsters trained by that person? Suddenly, while he was speaking, there was a terrible commotion behind him. Soil and rocks were scattered everywhere. Jin was startled and called out, Den Marius. He was affected by the aftershock and unfortunately slipped and fell to the ground, trying to hold his daughter in his arms. At this moment a voice rang out, oh God, I thought I had lost track of it. Den, how did you know we were coming to visit you? When did you get so fast? When you saw the 2 of them, you shouted, Varus, Kuyan, why are you 2 doing this? Kuyan's eyes looked coldly at the Den. He said coldly, sorry but there was no time to explain. We had been up since early morning, but suddenly at this moment a small bolt of lightning flashed where he was standing. From above, a bolt of lightning fell and tore through the sky. Varus was shocked and jumped back in surprise. Why suddenly there was thunder? Kuyan was alert. Was it a magician? The attack just now was caused by none other than Jin. He spoke with a high voice to them. You said your names are Varus and Kuyan. I'm still curious who's sabotaging our plans. Nice to meet you. I'm just taking the time to find out who ordered you guys to cause trouble on Runkendel's land. After saying that, he thought to himself, they don't even bother to hide their identities anymore, they don't look more than 30 years old. That girl is at least level 8 magic, not a Zippel clan, so who is she? Varus was surprised, you even have a bodyguard, how did you know that? Kuyan, he looked down on you, how could that idiot know? I think that bodyguard is the one who knows. When she heard that, she smiled faintly. The magic caster said smugly, is that so? Then I'll turn you into shredded meat now. Came back and questioned his bodyguard after cutting off his arms and legs. Kuyan saw her being so subjective and reminded her, be careful, Varus, I don't think he's an ordinary person, but she gave a cruel smile and said, be careful. Kuyan, you are always careful. That's the reason. No one is interested in you, she said while launching a move towards Jin. Before her move, he raised his hand. Then creates a magical shield to block the attack. Varus witnessed this scene and shivered, asked in bewilderment, did he block it? What's wrong? Am I too tired? The Kuyan behind me was bored and didn't bother to talk. Jin stared at Varus and thought, level 4 magic, wind sword, she said she's been using magic since dawn so she's saving mana right now. He glanced at Kuyan, the real problem was that guy, the one who used the poison was definitely him. He also noticed the sword in his body. What a sword, he thought he was just an assassin, but he was a swordsman. A swordsman used poison, he also pulled out his sword. Seeing the situation in front of him, Jin called Jet, he heard you call and exclaimed, You told him, pull the den and run away, I won't wait a minute, it's okay I can do that. How could I leave you behind? Kuyan also took action at this time, he rushed towards Jin and swung a sword to slash. Seeing that, he immediately used his sword to block it. He gritted his teeth to defend. In his heart he was terrified. Damn, this guy must be at least level 8. Kuyan coldly looked at Jin, a demon swordsman. Hey bodyguard, it seems your life is more valuable than that guy over there. Why don't you give him to me and run away? When you hear that, answer, my life is more valuable. But we also have more responsibility. The two sides collided violently, the atmosphere roaring. Jin shouted loudly, Jet, go quickly. But he immediately said loudly, no, not even dead, seeing that he cleared his throat and shouted, don't say any lies, run away. Hearing that, he also grabbed the den, okay. Then he took Den and ran away. If you're still alive, we'll see you again. Oh my God, I can't look anymore, I'm about to cry. Varus saw them running away and looked down on them. Do you think you can run away? She rushes over quickly, hold him back, Kuyan, kill them and return immediately. About the battle between Jin and Kuyan right now. He held a magic ball in his hand and said sorry. Jin then half smiled, but before leaving, shouldn't you receive the reward first? After finishing speaking, he quickly took action. A loud bang sounded, the surrounding ground shook violently. While the two of them were fighting, suddenly a light passed by, shocking the two of them. I couldn't see what was in front of me. While he was inattentive and not paying attention, Jin quickly ran up and slashed him across the body. After Jin slashed him, he immediately defended and paid attention to the things around him. As soon as he slashed out and pulled back, Cousin was immediately injured and collapsed. The other woman was also hit by a blow and said in pain, Og, what is this? I'm fine, Cousin, where are you? Her eyes hurt and she couldn't see anything, but she still tried to find him. Damn it, Cousin. But Cousin couldn't answer her right away because he was seriously injured. Seeing the person he loved being injured so seriously made Varys unable to calm down and immediately exploded in power. Cousin, you dare. Cousin was injured so he couldn't speak up right away, but Jin turned to pay attention to her. Varys couldn't calm down anymore and rushed madly. You dare do that to Cousin, you damn bastard, I will kill you. But Cousin spoke up to explain and stopped her to calm her down. Varys. Calm down, I'm just recovering, calm down. Cousin comforted Varys, which surprised her a bit. Today we're overextended, if we're not careful, we'll be overloaded with mana. Hearing his explanation, Varys calmed down and said, I understand. Jin looked at the two people talking and understood and thought, well, as I thought, they won't be defeated that easily. Cousin calmly groped inside his shirt and took out a medicine box, then lazily opened the medicine box. But when he opened the medicine box, a strange smell made Jin cover his nose and think about the smell. What was that? This disgusting aura from him is poison. While Jin was still thinking about the strange smell, Cousin drank the entire box of recovery medicine in one go, thinking as he drank, I've heard it before, some people increase their resistance with poison, use poison to treat poison. Although it would shorten their lifespan, they would receive power commensurate with the price. After finishing the trade medicine box, Cousin also spoke up and told Jin, a magic swordsman, using both sword and magic at the same time. You're more troublesome than I thought. Jin saw Cousin change like that and said again, now the sword is also enhanced. I have never seen that kind of magic before. Cousin doesn't want to answer Jin and just wants to fight. Even though I have a lot of things to ask you, I have to prioritize the mission first. He used different eyes and spoke coldly to Jin, I will give up capturing you alive. Having finished warning, Cousin did not want to waste too much time and rushed forward, making Varys unable to believe it. Jin didn't have time to understand what was going on, but seeing him rush forward like that made him feel dizzy. Cousin did not attack directly but instead moved backwards, making Jin feel surprised. But when he turned around, he saw him attack like a storm, but fortunately he still managed to block one blow. Suddenly Jin felt something and was able to dodge aside before such a large explosion attack. Unexpectedly, Varys also secretly attacked Jin, causing him to continuously suffer consecutive attacks and have to use his strength to dodge each attack from Varys from afar. Before Jin could continue to rest, Cousin continued to rush forward, but Jin noticed it in time and used his strength to block a fatal sword blow. Cousin saw that Jin could detect it and couldn't help but think, this bastard, what is he? His swordsman level is only level 6, but his movements are faster than usual. He's definitely much better than that. Jin waited for a long time but did not see Cousin attack, so he smirked and prepared to attack him again, seemingly having to deal with the magician first. Suddenly Varys shouted worriedly, ha, what, blue fire? No way this is. Before Varys could react and run away, the blue fire attacked her, causing her to scream in pain. Cousin standing on Jin's side turned around and couldn't turn around in time to see her and frantically called out her name, Varys. Jin saw him turning around so worried and joking around, you're so distracted, you're truly an older brother who knows how to love his younger brother. Suddenly there was something standing above watching the two people fighting below. Cousin also felt someone watching and stopped. The other side started talking to Cousin saying, great, what the hell is going on? It turned out that it was Jin who transformed into Jin. He didn't have time to react and used a sword slash to pass through Cousin's body. Right after he was hit by a sword, Cousin collapsed and blood flowed down continuously, thinking, a source of energy that was neither magic nor aura, a source of energy I had never seen before. After thinking about it, he put aside his dignity and asked Jin, you are a demon swordsman, and have the support of the Blue Phoenix. I have encountered a really difficult opponent but I'm curious. Hearing him say that, Jin didn't know what he was going to say so he turned around to see what he was going to do. Cousin continued to collapse and say, I don't know if poison will work on a bastard like you. Hearing cousin say such hidden words, Jin was a bit confused and turned away, but it turned out that he had already slashed a poisonous sword to create a wound across Jin's waist. At this point, the poison spread, causing Jin to feel it and painfully say, "This is shit." Just having time to say that sentence, Jin couldn't resist the poison and collapsed to the ground. After the battle, there were also people who had to lie down and sacrifice. Jin Run Candle was also tired looking at everything around him, even though blood was still flowing down, but he still had to restrain himself. He had to calm down, otherwise he would die. He held the sword tightly in his hand and tried to recover from a life and death battle that was near the earth and far away. Haytona also held the sword and ran away quickly after the battle, but with a sigh of relief turned back to observe his younger brother who was having difficulty walking while being injured. When the two of them were trying to walk back, there was a sound that made the two of them a bit scared at first when they were discovered. "Found someone." "Prince, I found them." Immediately a bunch of soldiers appeared with a leader, said Archer, preparing to shoot. An angry Laika appeared and aggressively ordered the knights to follow me. He seemed to have a clue and introduced himself. "I am the third prince of Delki, Laika Delki, all of you, please put down your weapons." Jin saw him and thought for a moment, did Heft call them here? He gritted his teeth angrily because he couldn't take revenge right away, but only left a sentence to remember carefully. Haytona hugged his companion and prepared to run, saying, "I will come back to find you again. Don't think you'll live safely, you bastard." After saying that, he immediately ran away, leaving Laika unable to react and could only scream, "Don't lose sight of them. Go after them, we must catch them." Let the other soldiers chase Haytona and Laika chase. In the end, Jin couldn't run away but Laika caught up with him and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that Jin didn't answer, Laika stepped forward and asked, "Are you on their side too?" But when Laika pulled Jin back, he slowly fell down, surprising him with this situation. Laika urgently called someone over, "Where is the healer? We need to treat him, quickly." Jin lay under the injured Laika so exhausted that he couldn't speak anymore but only thought, "Damn it, I can't faint, now." After thinking about that, Jin fainted and fell into a deep sleep, only to wake up and look around in panic. Laika saw him like that and asked, "Are you awake?" Seeing him so confused and cautious, Laika immediately explained, "This is my mansion, because I have not yet determined your identity, I brought you here." Jin was still cautious but coldly asked, "How long had I been unconscious?" Laika also replied normally, 3 hours. "Luckily you're not dead, the poison inside your body is so strong that it can kill an 8-natured swordsman. However, if you are from the Run Candle family, it is different." Hearing this, Jin also implicitly confirmed this question and looked over to make Laika understand. It turned out he was really Jin Run Candle, luckily I saw him at the ball. Guessing his identity, Laika continued to ask, "What happened to the other 2 guys, how could you hurt a monster like him like that?" After asking, Laika immediately thought for a moment, he must have been a 5-star swordsman back then. Even if he was an adult, he could only reach 6 stars, he must have had someone's support to be able to be that guy, injured. Jin finally spoke up to thank Laika. "First of all I want to thank you." Laika also politely replied, "No problem, saving someone from the Run Candle family in Hufester was a matter of course, even though he was still a lucky reserve." He also went straight to his concerns and asked, "Have you talked about this with the city hall?" Laika knew he was still suspicious and explained, "If I had done that, he would have died. As soon as they brought you here, those in power sent soldiers to start wreaking havoc in Delki." After hearing the explanation, Jin immediately wondered, were they teammates from Tikan? After thinking about it, Jin also spoke up and understood, "I have caused trouble for you." Laika also confusedly asked Jin, "No, but can I ask you a favor?" Jin also replied comfortably, "Please keep talking." Laika saw that and felt a little embarrassed and said, "When you become a lucky guy, please send more guards to Delki and I want to get some of the shares of the Delki gold mine that the Run Candle family owns." After listening, Jin only said one sentence back, "It seems like you think my life is too cheap." After hearing his answer, Laika swallowed her saliva in fear. Jin immediately said back, making Laika gasp in shock, "I will send twice as many guards here, and all the shares of that gold mine." After hearing that, Laika hesitated in disbelief and asked him again, "Is there so much, is that possible?" Jin immediately confidently said in front of Laika, "From now on, there will be nothing I can't do at Hufester." After listening to Jin's words, Laika still did not believe Jin and thought, what does he mean by that? Even though he is lucky, there is no way he holds that much power, unless he wants to become the head of the family. As soon as he arrived, everyone rushed out to ask about the young master. Worried, Jin also gently responded, everyone. Seeing you come back, everyone started asking about you. It hasn't been long since you've been rampaging in Cologne and I'm already worried. You fought an 8-star magician and a knight, do you want to die? Jin worriedly said again, sorry everyone, I won't do that again. Hearing this, he also understood, no wonder Prince Delki did not notify the city hall. Not talking about Kashmir, but Lady Quicketel as well as fortunately in a good situation. Kashmir saw everyone so worried and said, everyone, calm down. Quicketel also said cold words but still concerned. If you're okay then that's good. The injured Heft also came out to greet him. Oh my god, seriously, you're back. Seeing Heft injured but still trying to worry and go out to sea, Jin worriedly asked again, Heft, what's wrong with you? Heft immediately told him that I had told him the situation, but he didn't believe me and even beat me. While Heft was upset, Kashmir cut in line and asked, young Master Jin. Jin immediately understood and asked in return, do you know what happened to Den Marius? Kashmir immediately reported back, yes, no matter how many times we interrogate him, he still won't confess until you get there. Jin understood after hearing the report, I understand. We will go see him. When he arrived Jin got straight to the point and told him, I put my life in danger for you and your daughter, so I won't beat around the bush. Tell me, who taught you, both Kuyan and Varus? Den Marius trembled and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Run Candle's first fortune. Luna Run Candle's nanny Timyun Marius, who is our mother. Saying the name made Jin become stunned as if the world was about to collapse. On the other side, Timyun was scolding Haytona, saying, I have nothing more to say, not only did you fail, but you also revealed your identity to a demon swordsman. They both really want to die. Timyun said coldly, get out of my sight, from today onwards, our relationship will end. The two of them were bewildered after hearing this. Varus said incredulously, Timyun, what do you mean? You mean you will send us away? She replied emotionlessly, yes, you guys made a huge mistake. Barish walked over, grabbed her leg and said loudly, no. Timyun, no, Mom, we won't make the same mistake again, there won't be a next time, please don't send us away, please. Timyun hit her face, let go. Then she left, never to be found again. Behind him, Kuyan was holding Varus in his arms. She was screaming, Mom. Kuyan said tremblingly, I hope you take care of your health. 2 tears fell on Kuyan's cheeks. Timyun remained silent and left. She thought to herself, that demon swordsman is definitely young Master Jin, that dark energy is exactly like what I heard from that person. He must have found a clue about me and he and the young lady will soon come to find me. Even if they know the truth, it's okay, you can't kill me, what's more important right now is information about young Master Jin. She smiled, he had dark energy and even used magic, that person did not know about this. The hunting dogs are not completely useless. On Jin's side, he was talking to Den Marius, he asked, have you seen Tikkun? Jin replied, Tikkun, you mean spider-legged Alu, I killed him. Den was surprised, Jin said, Tikkun or the spider-legged Alu used to command a mafia organization. And before I killed him, he called the person who ordered him to kill me, is that person Timyun? Den trembled for a moment then recounted, 15 years ago, Tikkun said this when leaving Delki. Timyun, mother made a deal with someone high in the Runkendel family. And if anything goes wrong, our brothers and sisters will be in danger, so we have to be careful. Jin asked again, did he hear exactly what the transaction was? Den replied, no. Jin frowned, a Runkendel was Timyun's superior. You stand up, I have to go, Casimir asked, where are you going? He replied, meeting Luna. At this moment, Luna was talking to the Collins girl. Luna gently asked, are you comfortable here? The girl replied, very pleasant, thank you Miss Luna for your concern, everyone has found a job these days but, we Collins are finally living like humans. Luna is happy, well, if the youngest sister hears it, she will be very happy. Suddenly she looked outside, That is, the youngest brother. Outside, Jin was standing in front of Luna's villa gate in the pouring rain. Luna invited him into the room after hearing what he said. She laughed and said, she trains orphans to be assassins, and also orders them to curse you, little brother, that's my nanny there you are. Why would she do that to me? Luna keeps lying to herself, it's probably fake news, she's on a trip, come next time too. Jin spoke up, sister. I'm sorry, Luna lost control and slammed her hand on the table. Don't apologize, act like it's true, how could she do that? When she looked up, she saw his serious face, as if filled with pity. Luna gritted her teeth. It must be someone's conspiracy. Surely that orphan you saved must have lied, if she was really involved. Maybe there is some reason. Suddenly Luna said, yeah, you shouldn't just sit here, you have to go confirm for yourself. Let's go to the nanny. In a room Taimyun was thinking. Varys, Kuyan, since you two have revealed your identity, that person will deal with you. It's okay, they're just ordinary hunting dogs, I just need to raise them again. But how did the young master know this information? Did that magician make a mistake? If not, why not? At this time, Luna walked to the front of her room. Taimyun looked towards the door. You have come. Miss and young Master Jin. Luna said quietly, I'll say it straight, Varys Marius, Kuyan Marisu, do you know them? She was silent. Then frankly replied, yes, I know them, ma'am. She asked, why did she secretly raise assassins, why did they cause trouble with Jin? Taimyun spoke up, please listen to me. That was not my order. I was also very surprised to learn that my hunting dog was involved with young Master Jin. That's why I'm sitting here waiting for you. Luna clenched her trembling hands. Did she think she could be forgiven for making that excuse? When you secretly raised assassins without my permission. Taimyun said, please hand me over to the family court, I will give a full statement there. Luna questioned, are you running away? How can you? She is no longer the person people know. I don't understand your current actions, can't you explain clearly? Taimyun said with a slightly shaking hand, Miss, I'm sorry for hiding it from you, but the reason I raised a subordinate is to survive. Luna was bewildered. What? She said, don't you know how many enemies you have in your family, and because of that no, we face danger every day. Luna didn't believe it. What did you say? How could someone dare to touch my person? Taimyun sighed, just as I thought, the lady didn't know. Servants in the house are often transferred in less than a year, don't you know why? As for the other guards and servants, none of them stayed for more than a year, some only for a month, have you ever wondered why? Taimyun shouted, they were all killed. By your brothers, whom you love. Luna said incredulously, don't lie to me. If that's true, then why didn't you say anything to me? Taimyun said, I didn't say it because I understand very well what kind of person you are. Luna shouted, how ridiculous. She said, even if I told you, would you be able to kill your own siblings, my lady? Or just give them some fine or no punishments? Isn't it because the person who gives up competing for the position of homeowner does not want to take action against his brothers in the house? She remembered that at that time, Luna's whole body seemed to have completely collapsed. Nanny. I no longer want to compete for the throne of Runkendel, Taimyun continued, the moment you abandoned your duty. It is also the time when your subordinates considered prey. 35 years ago, for the first time I felt something called true power. In that tattered orphanage, I was originally destined to be a loyal dog for the nobility. And being recognized by the Runkendel family for my talent and becoming a nanny for that family, I can finally live like a human, and no longer have to live the life of an animal. Then she took Luna into her arms. My fate was unfortunate, but as for you, the first child of the Runkendel family. How lucky, am I jealous? Of course not, on the contrary, I feel grateful. Who gave me this power? What a warm little gift. The Runkendel children born after her were all her rivals. However, that was never a problem, because the homeowner said that Miss Luna possessed more talent than anyone. When Luna was young, she innocently told her, Nanny, I had a duel with all the members of the elementary class, and won completely. Joshua and Runtia even joined forces to deal with me, but I still won. At that time, she happily praised you. It was very impressive, please try to improve it. Suddenly she said, but I don't like fighting, even though I'm really good at fighting. But, I used to worry about your innocence, but then I gradually realized that I was worrying for nothing. At that time, Luna bluntly said, don't appear in front of me again, Joshua, otherwise don't blame me. This Luna's personality is even harsher. Go away, watching you eat makes me lose interest in eating. Trash, lick my feet for the rest of your life, that suits you better. Time passed. When she turned 13 years old, we no longer saw a bit of innocence from her like before. But only majesty remains. Time continued to pass. On a rainy night, Luna collapsed. Nanny, I feel exhausted. Mother and younger siblings, and all the family members, now I just want to stop. I don't want to become a homeowner this way. She tried to stop me. No, miss, to become a homeowner, you have no other choice. Luna said, then I don't need it anymore. She was bewildered. Lady. She said, for the sake of the family, but having to kill family members, that is not the right answer. We must achieve something new, to both help the family and not kill, clan. I will become the sword that protects this family, at the age of 19, when the young lady's puberty period came to an end. And also the end of my revenge. Yes, the sacrifices and suffering that I have endured over the past 12 years, I originally intended to make you the head of the house and use you to help me take revenge. However, she is a whale swimming out of mythology, and I am just a hungry fisherman who can only watch. Taimyun kneels before your decision. I will follow you, lady. That day she had a new dream. She was very happy, Nanny. Thank you for supporting me, but my dream is shattered. And not long after, her younger brothers realized that she had changed, so they started hunting. The crazy, inhumane acts they commit are difficult for even someone like me who has performed countless assassination missions to endure. Taimyun said to himself at that time, I can't let the lady know about this, otherwise she will blame herself. I am her nanny, I have to handle this myself. But how? Yes, I will raise loyal dogs, like what I have had to go through. I will choose a few useful orphans, but in the end, she was still caught. Joshua was the one who did this. Taimyun Marius. Naguyat Tay's tour guide and top assassin. I'll get straight to the point. I want your obedience and loyalty. If you accept, I'll give you everything you want, she said. Go ahead, kill me. Joshua is calm, listen to the end. She always smiles, but we know very well what emotions are behind that smile. Taimyun, don't you want to be free? Don't you despise that senseless princess? Come to me. I will give you true freedom. That day, the fisherman kept looking forward to the huge whale. Having finally heard the sound of salvation, she thought to herself, if you hear about this, what expression will she wear? Returning to reality, she turned around and left, apologizing, Miss, I was hoping that even if I died, you wouldn't know anything about this. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that I secretly trained soldiers, and let them point their swords at young Master Jin. Even if you don't directly order it, it's still a crime worthy of death. I need to pay for this mistake. So I reported the entire incident to the main house. With these words a group of knights entered. Jin was surprised, the executioner knight of the Star Clan, Taimyun, she was really one step ahead. She calmly said, then, see you again, everyone at the verdict. Jin stood above and said, looks like you have someone to back you up, Taimyun Marius. I don't know who it is, but there aren't many people who have enough power to save her from the family court, she said. You said no more, I only have Miss Luna. Even if I am executed, I will still consider it as bad luck. Jin coldly said, you talk a lot for a dying person. With a pawn like her, would someone like him who could do whatever he wanted be willing to save her? She was silent for a while then said, if you don't want to say anything more, then I'll go first. She silently exclaimed, as expected, he was able to go this far not just by luck. Yes, that person has probably abandoned me, but young Master Jin with the information related to him that I are holding could save my life. If we use this information to make a deal, then maybe. Suddenly the knight next to her spoke, Taimyun Marius, who sent her a message. Good job. As he said that, he pulled out his dagger and attacked. At this moment, Luna stood forward. Why would a knight like you whose job it is to escort a prisoner dare and intend to kill my nanny? Luna's entire body was filled with murderous intent and said, you bastards, it seems like you've forgotten who I am. Taimyun on this side trembled and sat down on his knees. Jin turned around and said to her, I was right, Taimyun Marius. Her master had no intention of saving her. On Luna's side, she looked at him in her hand and asked threateningly, if you want to die completely, then answer my question. But she was stunned and could not believe the scene before her. Behind the mask is a withered and dry face, bleeding from the mouth. Jin went to her place and explained that it was poison. He committed suicide before she could interrogate him. Luna angrily threw him to the ground. This damn guy. He went to Taimyun's place, looked down and said, things have become like this, she should stop pretending to be deaf and dumb. Tell me everything, Taimyun. Luna also went to advise her, the nanny. Even though I trusted you enough to entrust you with the investigation of the people you wanted to target Jin, you still had the heart to deceive me like that. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became to the point of almost crying. How could she do that to me? Why, nanny? She was not afraid of the blood flowing from the corner of Taimyun's mouth. She sneered. I knew this would happen, but still. It seems like I'm really old. I didn't expect that I would fall to such an obvious assassination attack. Luna quickly realized something was wrong. She rushed to where she sobbed and called, "Nanny." She cried out with difficulty, "Little lady." Before she could finish speaking, she vomited a mouthful of blood. She quickly spoke up to stop her. "No, don't say any more, the poison will spread throughout her body." She weakly told her, "This poison is the same poison that Kuyan gave me, ironically enough. It's too late now." She could barely stay awake, right? This was what people used to call bad karma. Luna cried sadly, "No Nanny, no, this is not what I want. Please, Nanny." Taimyun thought to himself, "I don't want to die, I want to ask for your forgiveness. To continue living, I just want to stay by your side longer. Since when did things go wrong?" Ah, that moment when everything that appeared in my mind was not a lady, but instead was hatred, that's when things started to go wrong. So, at least in this last moment of my life, I must, for the lady's sake, Taimyun spoke up, "Young lady. And young Master Jin, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Luna didn't want to leave the nanny, she shed tears. "Don't talk anymore, Nanny, more blood will flow." The nanny still stubbornly said that even if she said it now, this sinful body could not be washed away, "But, I have to tell you too. 15 years ago, the magician who placed the curse on the young master was Kedart Hall. He's quite famous, so you'll find him soon. And, the person who gave me this poison, that person is..." Luna spoke up to stop her from continuing, "Nanny, I understand, stop." Taimyun did not listen to what she continued. "The person who ordered me to harm the young master was Joshua Runkendel. The second person in the line of succession of the Runkendel family, young Master Joshua. He knows well about the young master's strength, and about the contract." Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and spat out another mouthful of blood. Luna nervously took it. I apologize, ma'am, for causing you harm. I should have told you sooner, even though I understand, saying that everything I do is for people is just an excuse." She trembled and reached out to beg her, "So please." She recalled the memories of when the two of them were together since childhood. "Please. Don't remember anything about this lowly servant anymore." Luna painfully clutched Taimyun's hand. Finally, she was out of breath so she let go. Luna sadly hugged her grandmother's body, trembling and calling, "Mother." But on the other side, Joshua extinguished his cigarette and looked outside. Taimyun Marius must have died by now. At this moment, the servant outside informed Joshua that Mr. Joshua, Taimyun's hunting dog, had come to see him. Hearing that, he told the servant to bring them in. The servant obeyed and let the two of them in. Seeing that, Joshua also asked, "Taimyun chased you away?" The two quickly replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Joshua said, "Why did you come to find me?" Unable to bear it any more, Boris quickly shouted, "Mr. Joshua, we will do whatever you say. Please return my mother's heart, without her we are nothing, please." Seeing that Boris couldn't keep calm, Kazab quickly stopped. "Boris, that's enough." But before he could stop it, Boris rushed up and begged, "Mr. Joshua, please. Please help us, we will do whatever you want." Hearing that, Joshua stood up and seriously said, "Cousin and Bias, I'm sorry, I can't help you. It seems like you haven't heard anything yet. You said Taimyun was in a hurry to chase you guys away. It's not because she chased you away. But in order to save you, she was murdered by an anonymous demon swordsman. Taimyun said she was in danger and asked for my help. I sent 5 knights to her aid. But they also died with Taimyun." Hearing that, Cousin asked Joshua, "Who was that swordsman?" Boris next to him kept whispering angrily, "I will kill you, kill you, kill you." Joshua replied to Cousin, "He had a contract with Sadare, there was no other information. Where does he come from or who does he work for?" Before Joshua finished speaking, Cousin jumped in and said, "I will find out, I will use my life to avenge my mother." Seeing his angry expression, he understood how they felt, but now was not the time. "Soon he will aim at you, you must take advantage of that moment. Can you believe me and wait, because I also have a debt to pay him." Both Cousin and Boris heard that, making them extremely happy and stood up to thank Mr. Joshua. "Please leave it to us." Joshua looks so friendly on the outside, but in reality he thinks extremely evilly, without any blood ties, yet he still wants to avenge her. It's ridiculous. "You raised these hounds very well, Taimyun, and I must also thank the youngest uncle, for killing Taimyun and also giving me this gift." At this moment, the subordinate knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Joshua, there is an urgent message, can I come in?" Seeing that there was an urgent message, Joshua said, "Come in." After hearing his subordinates report the situation like that, he understood the problem with a serious expression. Cousin saw that look on his face and asked worriedly, "Mr. Joshua, is something wrong?" He quickly replied, "Something unfortunate happened. You just go back, I will arrange a place for you to live, just wait there until you hear orders from me." Seeing that there was something important, Cousin quickly said, "We can help you," but he said, "No need. Just a few things at home." At this time outside the building, Luna was fighting extremely brutal knights, seemingly destroying the buildings around her. The knights saw this and spoke up, "What's going on? First luck, even though it doesn't matter if you are the first lucky guy." But she didn't care about that. Instead she angrily spoke, remained silent, and answered my question. "Where is Joshua?" But the knight remained silent and did not answer her. "Step back immediately, you are violating the law." But to her, family law is nothing, so Luna warned them, "Don't say that word in front of me again. This is the command of the first destiny, you do your own thing. And I will do my thing." Suddenly she felt an extremely sharp aura that repelled the nearby knights. She then told them, "Is it over yet? So get out of the way, I'm starting to lose my patience." Then a voice rang out, "She's here. But you didn't tell me anything in advance. Are you in such a hurry? Your expression is really gloomy, sister." Seeing him, Joshua looked behind the knights coldly and looked at him with a disgusted expression and said, "You are so pathetic, Joshua, you are so afraid of me that you have to hide behind those knights. Why, you know I'm going to aim for your life." When Joshua heard her say that, he raised his face and smiled proudly. "Don't talk so scary. It seems like you've encountered something sad. If you feel okay, please tell me. I will listen to you, we are family." Just mentioning the word family made Luna hate Joshua even more and her expression became even more serious. Joshua saw that and thought, "Yes, that's right sister, the brother I want to kill is standing here. Don't hesitate any longer, swing your sword, because the family will be on your side." Just seeing Joshua's expression made Luna understand what he was thinking, so she could only sigh, put the sword behind and say, "Little brother. What a pity, I didn't come here to kill you, I came here to warn you one last time. When that kid comes back, you won't be able to fight back. If you're going to run away like today, you'd better just run away. Because otherwise you will regret not dying today." But Joshua didn't pay any attention to Luna's words and even mocked her. It's so sad, the once strong sister can only talk like that." But she didn't get angry at all, but calmly said it back, "Poor thing, just like when we were kids." After saying what she needed to say, Luna turned around and left, leaving Joshua standing in the rain in a very angry mood. He thought, "You keep being so distant, I'll leave you alone now because of Sipple, but when it's all over and Runkendel becomes mine, then I will finish you off first." In the pouring rain, Jin walked behind and asked Luna with concern, "Are you okay, big sister?" She was silent for a long time before speaking, I'm fine." Those beautiful purple eyes have now gradually turned black, lifeless. "Thank you, Jin, thanks to your advice, I have the strength to suppress my emotions," he said, "because if I lose my temper, Joshua will use that as an excuse to control her." Luna angrily clenched her fist. "Yes, just like you said, he continuously played provocative tricks, while hiding behind the Black Knights." He was startled when he heard the phrase, Black Knight Order. Among the countless knights in the family, only the 10 most elite knights are allowed to participate. The Black Knight Order, who only listened to the orders of the family's head and wife, is now siding with Joshua. He silently cursed, "Damn it, I don't know how he managed to convince his father," but it was clear that the Black Knights had fallen towards him. Both of them remained silent without saying anything but looked towards the simple grave made on the ground. He spoke sadly, "What a terrible poison, he didn't expect that even the corpse would melt." Luna wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "I couldn't even bury the nanny properly, I can't believe that the people close to her also had to endure this poison, so it's understandable that she would betray someone who always cherished her." Then suddenly her voice deepened, "No, that's not it. It's all your fault, if you knew how to make her feel at ease, this wouldn't have happened in the first place." Jin silently looked at her as she blamed herself and sighed. Even if she betrayed her, to her, Taimyun was still real family. And Joshua, her younger brother, is now her sworn enemy. Now, who can comfort Luna's heart? She spoke up, "Since childhood, she has hated fighting between brothers. No, I'm afraid of the feelings of hatred and hostility between people who share the same bloodline of the past. She was afraid that she and her younger siblings would repeat that past again." She sobbed, "Yes, that's why I became the sword that protects the family. and thanks to you, none of us have to die anymore. Yes, I thought I had already done that, but it was stupid how. Luna's whole body slowly collapsed in sadness and pain. Now she understood that all this time she had only been running away because she was afraid of fighting, and this was the price she had to pay for that cowardice. From now on there will be no more. The sword protects the clan too. Jin was startled by her words, second sister. Luna pulled out the sword from her back and hit the ground so hard that raindrops splashed. She said in a low voice, if others dare target you, I will behead them, and if you want, I will destroy anything that dares to stand in your way. From this moment on, my sword is mine. She knelt down on the ground to show her determination. Luna lost all vitality and thought, it's all my fault, Taemin and Joshua, if I had more self-control, this wouldn't have happened. So, from now on I will wholeheartedly help Jin, even if I have to turn my back on all my other younger siblings. This is the price for my cowardice. At this moment Jin suddenly knelt down and stabbed the sword into the ground and said, I will also stand by your side. I will stop everyone who wants to harm you, and even if I have to kill my own siblings, I will not hesitate to do it. He looked at her with respectful eyes. Do you remember, no matter what you do, or become, I will always support you. Luna's face was blank for a moment. Those eyes finally regained life. She remembered the old days. Jin, her youngest brother. At that time, she told him, no matter what you want to do or become, I will always support you. Luna looked at him blankly, speechless. Jin rushed forward to hug her. The day you return with luck will also be the time you protect me. Because we are family. Luna sobbed. At this moment, the tears from the corners of her eyes could no longer be held back and fell down. She also wrapped her arms around him. Yes, this arrogant youngest brother is my family. I will stop at nothing to help you become the head of the family. At this time, in the house Murikan angrily said, what, did they invite a magician to cast a curse? You bastard Joshua, no matter how many years have passed, this is still worthless, since the Temar era. Gilly next to her covered her mouth with her hand. I'm still in shock. That bastard Joshua, please forgive me, I said something wrong in front of you, young master. Murikan next to me exploded. It's okay strawberry cake, if you don't release your anger, it will be even more annoying. Repeat after me, you dog. Gilly is a bit timid, you dog, followed by remix curses from Gilly. Joshua, but this part shouldn't have been aired. Even Murikan next to him was surprised. Strawberry cake. Jin sighed. Gilly also took a breath, feeling really refreshed. Then she became serious again. But more importantly, why does Joshua want to harm you, young master? He said, there are many reasons, but the most important thing is that even though he knew I had made a contract with Sadare, he still remained calm. She also suspected, yes, he even broke the rules of the arena to harm you, but in the main show he did nothing. Jin said, we will find out the reason soon. He silently speculated, if my hypothesis is correct, then he is. He was aiming for his contract, considering what happened to Enya. And the ability to steal the contract with the god of the Zippel family. However, even Joshua cannot be that close to the Zippel family. Does that mean there's another way to steal the contract? At this time Casimir came forward with several files of information. Young Master Jin, I have found the location of the person you asked for. You take it, it's done. Casimir summarizes, yes, he is a fairly famous magician, and is currently retired in the state of Meltador located in the eastern part of the mainland. Since joining the high-level magic academy at Zippel, he has always used the alias Amal. I heard he is currently researching some kind of magic. Jin was silent for a moment then gave instructions. Gilly, Murikan, and Mr. Kashmir, I have a request. In the next 3 months, don't look for me, okay? At this time in a pub, there was an old man in white clothes sitting and drinking. While he was leisurely sipping his wine, someone approached. Inside, that person approached him and asked, excuse me, are you Amal? The old man looked surprised. You are. The person introduced himself. I am an ambitious magician called Huel and am currently on my way to enroll at the prestigious Meltadora Magic Academy. But I heard that there was a very noble sage here, so I came to meet him, Amal observed, an aspiring magician. He angrily slammed his hand on the table before the looks of everyone around him. What are you looking at, you insects? He angrily cast a magic spell in his hand, disappearing, before I let you all disappear into nothingness. After those words, most people panicked and ran out of the restaurant. The old man then looked at that person. Okay, who are you? The person replied, as I said, I am an ambitious magician. He exposed it. Stop playing around, hide your head and show your tail, that body, is the body of a person who spent his whole life training with weapons. And in this disgusting body, there exists 7-star inherent magic. I'm laughing at an ambitious magician. Haha, it seems like you're looking down on me too much. He threatened, reveal your identity, otherwise, I will make this body unable to use magic again. The person was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. My name is Huel Hister, last remaining member of the Hister family. Amal jumped up in disbelief. Hister, what did you just say? You come from the Hister family, the only family that can compare to the Zippel family in magic. You lied, they were destroyed by the Zippel family, it's all close. He took out a book, please look here. Before he died, the mercenary leader who raised me since I was an orphan revealed to me my origin and gave me this magic book, the author of which is Suziel Hister. The old man was excited. Quickly show it to me, he slowly said, I can show it to you, but you can't touch it. I swore to myself that without my permission, no one is allowed to touch it. If you want to touch it, you have to kill me first. The old man tried to stay calm. Okay, then turn it over yourself, quickly. He put the book down on the table and turned the pages one by one. Amal exclaimed, oh my. This code, this magic book really belongs to the Hister family. I have been looking for clues about them all my life, so I will definitely recognize it. I have to look more closely to see. He asked, hey, have you decided where to spend the night yet? He looked at him confused. He continued, follow me, I will treat you properly. Amal took him to his residence. This is where I conduct my research. No one knows about this place and the guard is very strict. Now, will you tell me? How could you, someone with the surname Hister, be alive until now? He pondered for a while and then said, I was raised as an orphan by a little mercenary named Grey Owl. Even though I had wielded a sword since I was young, I had no talent at all in this area. As for magic, I grasped it immediately, like I knew it all from the beginning, that is, after learning about the family's history and the patriarch's last will. After hearing this, Amal smirked. It was the Hister family's magic record, something that could even threaten the Zippel family, who are good at manipulating history. With it could explain the achievements that suddenly appeared. This is it, he continued, but since then, the Zippel family started to hunt me down, so I planned to enroll at the Magic Academy and hide my identity. He said, even 300 years ago, the Zippel family would not leave behind anything that could cause harm, let alone a member of the Heist family. The bounty must be at least 10 million gold coins. When he heard that, he clenched his fist. 10 million. Suddenly he made an offer, choose, or you will live like this for the rest of your life, forever hunted by them. Or, you will become my disciple and enter the history books. My real name is Kiddard Hall. He used the magic in his hand and introduced himself. I'm called Kiddard Hall's Return. He was so surprised. Really, are you really that Kiddard Hall descendant? He was amused. Oh ho, you know me, before someone with a smelly mouth like you was born. His name was, we have been spreading it for a long time. He looked excited. How could I not know? The story of Mr. Kiddard becoming a 9-star without the help of the Zippel family is a legendary story. I heard that he even fought with them, and showed a bold demeanor when teaching the Zippel soldiers a lesson. The old man apologetically said, yes, it's me, you don't have to flatter me any further. If you become my disciple, I will pass on to you the magic called the traitor, which I named after myself, and if you follow in my footsteps, you will mark the name of the traitor in history. Now, you choose, will you become my disciple, Hister? The rare magic family, Hister, a long time ago, I accidentally discovered their traces, and from then on I chased them all my life, as if I was fascinated by them. But one day, at some point the chain of clues is cut off, and just when we're about to give it all up. Huel Hister, he appeared before me with one of his magic books, then I will be able to develop my counter magic further, and if I pass on the completed magic to Huel, no, it must be my disciple. If so, our legacy will still exist. At this time, you have performed the counterflow magic again. That made him excited. Great, I think we can move to the advanced counterflow system. He spoke up, thank you sir, it's all thanks to your teachings. Master, he said, Huel, can't you show me Hister's magic book again? He said, no, I can't. He asked, why? He said that, like I said, it was because of my personal beliefs. At this moment, he was angry and slammed his scepter on the ground. You and your belief. If I wanted to forcefully take that book away from you, it would be easier than eating porridge. Even so, I have always respected your beliefs and given it here. His face was now filled with discomfort. He paused. Sorry, I said something wrong. Forget everything just now. You said, how about this, Master? Let's share our faith with each other. He wondered, faith, How can that be? You should also entrust the animal with something as precious as your life, he said. Please give me the anti-revolutionary book. Then you will too. He is in a hurry. Okay, but you have to wait. The eternal storehouse at the castle, Vankala. Currently the book of reflection is being kept there, so I have to go get it myself, understand? He replied, yes master. He reminded me, in the meantime, learn the advanced counterflow system. He ran away. The book that passed away was the essence of my magic. I intended to pass it on the day I left this world, but then there was no point in seeing Hister's magic before that. Hister's magic, if only I had it, I would have surpassed the Zippel family, he said. Then wait here, Hugh. I'll be back soon. And I will be able to keep my name forever if I have it. But he didn't know that when he left, he smiled a sinister smile. After a while of waiting, he returned. Hugh. He spoke up. There you are, master, he asked. Have you learned the advanced counterflow magic system yet? He honestly answered, yes, this power feels natural, like I've always known it. As he spoke, he used counterflow magic to show him. Kiddard exclaimed, just as I thought, this kid is a genius. Well done, here's what you want. Now, he took the book and replied, yes, master, I will bring it right away. He was happy. It will take time to decipher, but it doesn't matter, Hugh. You can also read the anti-revolution book as much as you like. He said, I'm still not at the level where I can understand the profound meaning of your masterpiece. Master, if you trust me and entrust it to me, I'm satisfied. Let me take the book. If that's what you want. By the way, since you've started learning the advanced counterflow system, then we should start comprehensive practical training with living creatures. What do you think? Hugh, do you want to try insects? He wondered. You were talking about this worm. Can counterflow fight against opponents that are not human? He said morbidly. Hugh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the insects that live in that town and look like us. Those living and flying bunch are the perfect training resources for us. When I was young, I also used them to practice in real life. They are trash that can't use magic, but their shells are there all the same. He spoke up. If that's the case then, master, I have a request. Before practicing, please use counterflow directly on your child. In real situations, wouldn't it be more effective to feel it on your own body? The old man got excited when he heard that. Ha, you make me so proud. Well, if we rush to kill those guys, the knights from the capital will rush here. Kiddard casts magic, then look carefully. What I'm showing you is lenient counterflow. With this magic power it is possible to steal magic from the opponent and activate the counterflow. I will now absorb your magic, so concentrate on feeling it. Suddenly his whole body stiffened. Why isn't the counterflow magic effective? Not to mention, Hughl's magical power had already made him break through the 7 stars. This was not at that level, his power was even higher. Then he thought in horror, higher than the 9 stars. The old man's whole body was repulsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing. Hugh, why, how come? He smiled and said, Master, look. This is a relic called the Light. It contains an endless amount of magic. Thanks to it, even if I am attacked by your counterattack, I will still be safe. Really, if possible, then the Ziplu family has abused it and brought much pain to this world. And me too. He poured water on his head, his red hair gradually turned black. Because of him I was planning to live the rest of my life in pain. 15 years ago. Do you remember the child you cursed at the arena? My name is Jin Runkendel. I came back from hell to kill you like today. I'm scared. It can't be like that. I even confirmed it as a mercenary to see if it's true. He said, that's right, because that's the story of the real survivor named Hister. You stepped on his face. It's been 44 years, Kiddard. After enduring all kinds of contempt and humiliation, even overcoming death, it took 44 years for me to get here and there. Don't regret it too much. This book of anti-revolution that you have poured your whole life into, I will use it well. He continued, he won't regret it, right? The backflow magic that people say was created by him actually belongs to the Hister family, right? He rolled his eyes. How did you know? He explained, I will let the whole world know that this is Hister's magic, then all his achievements will disappear. Just keep expecting more and you will die in disappointment. He was scared. No, that can't be possible. I will be remembered forever. He just gently stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing his blood to splatter. Love you and the curse you did, that was the beginning of everything. You should be grateful that I let you go in peace. But he pulled out his sword and used the blood to carve words while simultaneously burning the old man's base. You will not die well, Jin Gray. You will not succeed, Joshua. Just wait there. This is when it all begins. At Jin's villa, Gilly was drying laundry with Murikan lying on the ground. Young master, it's been 3 months since you've been looking for the magician Kedart and he hasn't returned yet, Murikan said. It's been so long, that kid is really cold. After becoming my disciple, that kid said he would wait for the opportunity to defeat me, but sometimes I think that kid is really cunning. Suddenly Gilly lifted Murikan's body up. I feel uneasy every day, I don't know if the young master can deal with him. Then she burst into tears. He always makes me worry about something. Does he know how much I worry every time he does that, Mr. Murikan? He comforted me. Don't worry, strawberry cake. When the rainbow colors found out about this, didn't they know that Kedart trusted Jin a lot? Maybe Jin would be able to surpass him then. So there won't be any problem. That old man listens to Jin's words, so strawberry cake can rest assured. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. It sounded like I had made old Kedart fall in love with me, right? The two of them turned around in shock, looking back. Young master, child. Gilly released his hand to let Murikan fly freely and run to him. He's back, he still looks healthy, I'm so happy, he replied. Yes, I'm home, Gilly. And Mr. Murikan too. At this moment he was thrown to the ground. He held out a book and said, this is the magic book I got from him, help me translate it. In the Sword Garden. The family is having a meeting here. Joshua leisurely sat down to eat with his brothers. On the table was a piece of paper recording information. Jin Gray, the main suspect who killed Kedart Hall. Who are you? Why did you kill Kedart Hall? And why did you live in seclusion? Unfortunately, the essence of counter magic is said to be hidden, kept in the eternal treasury in the holy kingdom of Vankella. Haytona spoke up. Jin Gray, I'm sure that's the lucky identity of the youngest son. Daytona sighed. Haytona, you guys are here. Haytona heard that and immediately corrected himself. Don't tell me that's really the youngest son. The name Jin Gray is also common. Daytona whispered. Hey, the youngest son is also very good, but Kedart is a 9-star magician. No, there's no way that's happening, please. Suddenly Mew slammed her hand on the table. Well, these stupid little brothers, you two have never even met a 9-star magician and you're already talking nonsense. Who would have believed that in just a few months, you two will become lucky, and by your side, talking for a long time? What's wrong, Mew? It's cute for you guys to talk nonsense like that, so cute that I want to kill them. Mary said angrily, everyone shut up, you guys are interrupting the meal. Mew angrily argued back, hi, sis, we can't talk about these things anymore. Mary was so angry that she was angry. I told you to shut up. Mew is angry. Why didn't you mention it when Tona and I were talking? Instead, you waited until I spoke before telling me to shut up. If you say it again, I will. Suddenly Joshua clapped his hands and said, that's enough, it's been a long time since we ate together, don't get angry. And I also think our youngest son could kill Kedart Hall. Mew was surprised. What? Eldest brother, even you, he laughed. Of course the youngest son can't do it by himself. If that kid named Yona helps the youngest boy, it might be possible. As soon as the words came out, Mary and Luncia glanced at him. Diffus did not sit still anymore but banged on the table and stood up. Are you wary of Jin's young fortune, and you're also bringing Yona into this, too? I'm so fed up with these plots, Mary also angrily said. Eldest brother, are you responsible for your words about Yona helping the youngest son? He smiled and said, it was just speculation, so there was no need to take any responsibility. A 9-star mage died but the cause of his death has not been revealed. This is a very rare thing. Those who can do it, sometimes it is caused by the unknown. Anonymous Group, currently the #1 assassin organization in the world. It's been a while since Yona joined that organization on her father's orders. Then he continued, that's what I thought. The youngest son wanted to attract everyone's attention, so he made a deal with Anonymous and Yona, who felt abandoned by his family, helped Jin to bring the youngest son back, my side. Mary angrily gritted her teeth. Hey, I've been hoping something bad would happen to Yona for a long time, but now I'm saying it straight, why is she suddenly involved with the youngest boy? Suddenly Mew added fuel to the fire. I also agreed, if Yona really helped the youngest son, the tasks that the youngest son did when he was a cadet would become easier to understand. That bitch Yona is currently in an anonymous guild, but I'm curious what she thinks about family. As soon as she finished speaking, a punch sent Mew flying straight into the wall. Anne was frightened. Sister. Mary grabbed Mew's face. I'm about to give you one more punch. Diffus stopped her. Don't go too far, Mary. The more you react like this, the more things will happen exactly as Joshua wants. Mary gritted her teeth and screamed, damn it. Of course, the seventh stroke of luck is me, I can't resist the second stroke of luck, but let's all remember one thing clearly. If we hurt Yona, Dad won't stand idly by and watch. And went to Mew and looked at Mary angrily. Diffus spoke up, sometimes you should speak more frankly, elder brother. If you're afraid of Yona, just defeat her and make her your subordinate, don't use threats to incite them like today. That is not the way of our Runkendell family, Joshua challenged. Then you should draw your sword, Diffus. Diffus was not provoked by him and just smiled and asked, why do I have to do that? The atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense. Kona's brothers cried silently, my youngest son, we miss you so much. Somewhere else there were people discussing your matter, Veridin said, a 9-star mage was murdered and the name Jin Gray was left at the scene. Donna said, if it's Jin Gray then it must be him, Veridin is interested, you see it too, don't you? Then Dante. Can you spare some time for me, he wondered, time, right now. He said, no, not now, tomorrow or later, let's go see Jin. Dante was surprised, oh, do you have a plan? Veridin smiled and said, of course, listen, next my plan is. After a while of discussion, Dante nodded, oh, that's a good plan, he smiled with satisfaction, right, then let's start tomorrow. They don't know that someone is secretly watching them. That person returned to report to Roz. Dante Heron and Veridin Zippel were chatting with each other in the banquet hall. There were reports that the relationship between the Zippel and Heron families was not very good, but with this news we have confirmed okay. The Zippel family is involved in the death of Keedart Hall and Veridin has provided information to Dante. Perhaps the Zippel family is looking out for its allies more, and cutting ties with families that do not share their views, them, Keedart Hall is an example. Roz thought for a moment and then said, it doesn't matter whether this story is true or not, this would be a good reason to stop the Zippel family's actions. Let's leak appropriate information to the press. That person, meet you, yes I understand. Deep in thought, those bastards from the Zippel family are acting very hastily, not at all like usual, as if someone is controlling them. I don't know who they are, but it's not easy to keep up with them. At this time at Jin's villa, Julia was holding his leg, preventing him from leaving. No, don't go, Mr. Jin. Play with Julia, Kasimi tried to advise her. Julia, young Master Jin is very busy, please understand him, Julia. Gilly next to her used a towel to dab her tears. Young Master, your servant is so sad, you can't even rest properly, who would have thought we would have to leave immediately? She asked, but the young master had to go to the village of the unknown organization Samel. Why did he go to such a dangerous place? He explained, I need to get something. There is also someone I want to meet, she wondered, do you know someone who lives in Samel? Suddenly Gilly remembered. Lady Yona. At this time, Yona was sitting on top of the mountain reading the news. I heard that after becoming a lucky member and being recognized by her father, she left the clan to practice, but what happened? What the youngest boy can do is amazing. I want to know how strong he is, I wonder if he will come to Samel. She reached out her hand to the moonlight. I want to play with her. Casimir hugged Julia to comfort her. Young master, when you leave, I won't be here either. Jin asked, is something wrong? He hesitantly said, that. I forgot something at Bement, and father called him back because of that. Jin did not ask further and wished, okay, safe journey. At this moment, Murikan opened the door and went inside. Kid, I've finished what you needed. He turned around and politely said, Murikan has worked hard for you. Murikan brought up a book. Come here, let me write on your back. The two of them entered a room with runes engraved on his back. Well, with this, you will be able to use Keedart's magic, Jin joked, feeling like I had just received a cool weapon in that wink. Murikan said, while imparting it to you, I looked carefully, there are many useful magics, even if a whole group of 7-star magicians attack at the same time. With just one move you can defeat them. Boy, satisfied, great, I'll try it and see how it goes. Having finished speaking, he released dark energy to form a terrifying ball. Murikan smiled and said, it's activated. Suddenly a weak voice rang out, Jin, young master, Ga. He looked back in surprise. Miss Enya. After clearing it, she was caught up. Jin quickly extinguished the orb and then worriedly asked, are you okay Miss Enya? She trembled with excitement and said, that. It's so great, I almost died. I'm fine, please do it again. Jin's face darkened when suddenly Quickenal approached and hit Enya hard on the back of the head. causing her to lose consciousness. Jin's sweat dropped and said, "You're here, Lady Quickenell." Quickenell replied, "Yes, it seems Enya has been bothering you. She is often like that in the morning. It's my fault. When she wakes up, I will come and apologize." Jin doesn't care too much about recovery. Just now, there's no need, she likes it that way. Suddenly Quickenell changed the subject, "And I heard that you were planning to go to Samel," he replied. She must have known already. Quickenell bouassed to the podium. "In fact, Samel is a land that trains assassins for the Unknown Guild. Travelers cannot move freely because there is a possibility that they will be assassinated. For now you can block the attack of some cadets. But the longer you stay in Samel, the stronger your opponents will become, and eventually the most powerful and brutal murderers will target you." "You're a bit goosebumps, I understand, I've never known this before." Quickenell said, "I cannot guarantee that you or even your sister can survive against the true assassin of the Unknown Guild. So, take this." As she spoke, she took out a red bag and gave it to him. Jin curiously opened the bag. This was, Quickenell explained, the treasure of the Unknown Guild. "If they ambush you and can't deal with it, just show them this and you will live. Sincerely, thank you, Lady Quickenell, I don't know how to repay you." She thought for a moment and said, "If you do well, my contract will be more comfortable. When you come back, help Enya practice." He replied cheerfully, "Okay. So here we go." September 4, 1796. On a car to Samel. South Gate Assassin City. Jin went down and approached. The gatekeeper raised his hand to stop him. He stood still, without a no-name guild card. He was not allowed to enter. He rummaged around for a moment and then brought out the card. The prostitute took it and asked, "Here is the order, so what are you here for?" He replied, "I just want to learn from experience." The gatekeeper replied, "Yes, there will definitely be a lot of bloody experience. Now go in. When you leave here, you will receive your order back." Jin was silent for a moment then spoke, "I have something to ask." The gatekeeper looked at you. "What's the matter?" "You said, since the travelers arrived here, they also had to follow the rules of the Anonymous Guild, right?" The gatekeeper was surprised by your question. "That." Before he could answer, the driver behind him approached him with a dagger and wanted to assassinate him. Jin just gently shook his head to blame him, then he gave him a punch right in the face to knock him out. Jin looked at him falling to the ground and said, "It seems like you already have murderous intentions towards me, right? All the way here, you've shown your killing intent. You don't have any talent to be an assassin. Change your job." After saying that, he threw a coin of travel money to him. Jin turned around and looked at the gatekeeper standing calmly. "Are you planning to attack me too?" The gatekeeper said, "We learn assassination, not martial arts. I never fight head-on with anyone." He smiled and pulled up his hat. "That's it." The door opened, he walked inside. The symbolic color of the Anonymous is ivory white. Because they are confident that they will never leave a blood stain, even if they wear pure white clothes. Jin cautiously looked around. There was nothing unusual here. I could see the people in front of me, but I absolutely couldn't feel any killing intent from them. This place was more beautiful than I thought, but it makes my skin crawl even more. In a clean, quiet city like this, anyone can be an assassin. The cadets will improve their strength after a long period of practice if they can survive here. Maybe living in that anonymous skyscraper over there, everyone will see each other as rivals and every day they kill each other to advance to a new level. You're going to a house, so even at the inn there's a risk of being assassinated. I don't want to have to work as hard as I did at the clan competition. So what should I choose now? Jin stood in front of a big man. He assessed him. "Strange, do you want to rent a room?" He replied, "Yes." He asked, "Are you going to fight the unknown cadet in Samel where assassinations are allowed?" "You're taciturn." "That's right." He continued to ask, "So why don't you go to the inn?" He opened his hood and said, "I don't want to receive unwanted guests at night, that's very rude." Jin looked at him shaking his head in frustration and thought, "You can't live here." He certainly thought so. He turned around and went inside. "Come in, I won't accept money," he said, then looked at you with sharp eyes, "because you will pay with your life." He opened the door and said, "The room is upstairs, don't worry, I won't attack you while in the room." Jin entered the room and observed, was there any trap? He sighed, "At least I can rest comfortably, I have to make a plan." Suddenly there was a sudden sound. He looked up warily. The sound of applause. I couldn't feel anything. At this moment, there was a pair of glowing eyes on the ceiling looking at him. He looked up warily. The sound of applause. I couldn't feel anything. At this moment, there was a pair of glowing eyes on the ceiling looking at him. I saw a kid that looked like the youngest brother wandering around the city, so I just followed him to see. but the moment I got a closer look I was super excited, because it was indeed the youngest brother. Below, Jin was extremely confused and thought, am I wrong? It was obvious that there was applause on the roof, or was it because I was so sensitive that I had hallucinations? Yona above saw him being alert like that and was extremely excited. The boy was very alert. It's fair, this is Samuel in an unknown place, so be careful. While she was hanging on the pole, she accidentally fell next to Jin. It seemed like he felt an airflow nearby, so he quickly turned around to look and saw no one nearby. This makes Jin even more suspicious. Yona saw him as if she felt her presence, so she was excited. Oh my god. This kid just felt my presence. It seems like his 3 eyes have been half opened. He's already reached this level at such a young age. He's so proud. As the older sister, I can't pass up this opportunity to try. Just have to play with her a little. Oh no, I need to train him to be nice. What? Wait. My sisters will play with me. No, help me get stronger. She said while expressing her happiness. 4 days later, the innkeeper seriously refused. You should leave. But he asked, do you need me to pay for the room? But he said, I already told you that when you came, but you didn't know, and continued asking, why did he suddenly chase me away? Hearing that, he sighed and replied, it's simple, I've given up on assassinating you, I admit I've lost. When I saw you using an anonymous token here, I thought you were a descendant of a famous martial arts family, a talented young man, but I didn't think you were this strong. I can't see any of your flaws. I admit I'm not on the same level as you. You're really a rather strange person, the first time I've seen someone like that. Hearing what he said, Jin thought about the person watching him. For the past 4 days, I've been trying to gather clues, only wary of that inexplicable presence, so he said he couldn't find any loopholes from me because I didn't go and do anything else. Then the innkeeper put his hand on the table and told him, the fact that I can't assassinate travelers here is a big minus point. I have another promotion test coming up. I gave up, so I want you to go. But lately I haven't improved at all. Thanks to you I've more or less learned something. So, I'll give you some advice. When confronting assassins, you must treat them as magicians or crooks and always be on guard. The moment you leave this house, they are the type of people you have to face. Good luck. His words of advice made him grateful. Thank him. Goodbye. As he walked, Jin thought about what he said. The advice, why, something very shady here. As soon as he left the shop door, he saw a bunch of traps waiting for him outside. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what he said, so he immediately became wary. At that moment, the assassin threw an arrow at him, but was quickly stopped by him. Knowing where the assassin was hiding, Jin jumped up there and saw a group of assassins there. They saw that he had discovered a place, so they quickly threw more traps at him. As soon as he looked, he realized that the underground trap had been pulled up. So Jin immediately used his sword to destroy those traps. But they were attached to his sword, so he couldn't use it. The assassins intended to take this opportunity to rush forward and defeat him because the sword was useless. And it's all about to end. It seemed like everything was over, but they didn't expect that he would use that sword to fight back, leaving them unable to react. Seeing his teammates being beaten to death by him, one of them admitted defeat. But he just accidentally sent him flying to the innkeeper's restaurant just now. The door was smashed to pieces by Jin. He kicked the other guy down and threw the bag of money to the innkeeper. And said, get it, I'm not the type of person who likes to bully others. When he saw that, he felt extremely strange. He didn't expect you to do this to high-ranking cadets, but a mid-level people like me are delusional. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin turned around and left to say goodbye. This time I was really leaving. As soon as I stepped out of the gate, several arrows rushed towards me. Attack makes you uncomfortable. From traps to bows and arrows, I don't know who made this, but it's really boring. Then there were thousands of bows and arrows simultaneously shot at Jin, making him uncomfortable. Damn, I don't know how many people are targeting me. The situation is too unpredictable. It's come to this. Instead of hiding, I should go to a higher place to search for the enemy. So Jin decided to jump up to the assassins and use his sword to kill them. However, while fighting, countless bows and arrows rushed straight at him, making him feel even more angry. Because there are so many of them. On this side, Yona is watching Jin fight with excitement. As expected of my youngest brother, this kid adapted to the situation faster than I thought. Spending 4 days to test his level is truly a shame. Worthy. Be patient and work hard, youngest brother. If you keep playing around like this for a week, your 3 eyes will open completely. But, what if you die in the middle of being weaker than I think? I'm sure you'll be very sad, but let's face it, losing your life while training is a common thing, right. Try to survive, youngest brother. Everyone was injured and lying on the ground. Jin stood leaning against a tree, thinking. They are very organized. All cadets act according to one person's orders. Whoever that bastard is, I will definitely find him and beat him. Suddenly he noticed a piece of paper flying in the sky appearing in front of him. He jumped up to grab it. Seeing the words above, he could only laugh helplessly. Ha, it seems everything went more smoothly than I thought. A person who can mobilize a group of assassins like this is thought to be the top assassin of the anonymous group, but it turned out to be Yona. The content on the paper is, let's play again tonight. He squeezed the paper and smiled. The better, I had an excuse to ask for what I wanted after enduring all this frustration, such as wine to cure poison. Even bolder to ask for more. There are many poisons in this world that I cannot deal with, even with the Runkendell family's naturally poison-resistant body. A prime example is Taimyun's hunting dog, Kuyan. His poison is extremely toxic. So, what we need is wine to cure poison. This is a magic medicine that is only passed around by the best assassins of the Anonymous Guild. Those who drink it will be almost invulnerable to poison. The youngest of the Anonymous Ultimate Assassins, Yona, also has it. She was born with a poison-resistant body, so she doesn't need to drink this wine, so tricked her into giving her the wine to cure her poison. Of course, and will side with Joshua, as did I in my previous life, so I have to get it before this thing becomes the enemy's resource. Taking away what is useful and weakening the enemy in the future is something we need to do. But to do that, I have to get over Yona's pranks first. 2 days of playing and challenging with Yona. Jin jumped up to block the assassin's iron chain. He wrapped the chain around his sword. He grabbed the chain and pulled him up and threw him in another direction. He was surprised by your sudden action. Without time to resist, he was thrown away. But he wanted to get up to continue attacking him. I saw him appear right before my eyes. He didn't have time for him to attack first and kicked him away. He was painfully sent flying up the wall and then slowly slid to the ground. GRH. You walked in front of him. He glanced at a small wooden door on the side. Jin called out, hey, stop hiding, come out, you two don't look like anonymous cadets, you're also outsiders here like me. When he discovered the two people hiding behind the door, he was startled, seeing that those two people didn't come out. He continued talking, I'm a bit excited because I've been chased for 2 days, so it's best to show my face while I can still talk properly. The other two immediately went out, they smiled and waved goodbye to you, Jin. Hello. Jin's face immediately bristled when he saw the two of them. He angrily pointed at them. Something is wrong with you two, why are you here? They panically answered his question. Why are you so cold? Do you know how hard it was for us to find you? The other person also responded. That's right, I even had to use a slush fund to get anonymous tokens. Hahoo, that bastard Jin Gray, you heartless thing. That's right, you were so annoyed by the two of them. Whatever, tell me why you two came here. The two of them quickly answered him, seeing him and what else, because I remember the nights of fighting on the battlefield. He heard their answer and felt extremely disgusted. Okay, let's just say so. So what are you two doing here? When the two of them heard his question, they hesitantly looked away. We used all our money to quickly get anonymous cards. So now it has to be. Hearing this, Jin already guessed their purpose, two brats from a family known for debauchery. He sighed and said, I know, I will pay for you too, because you came to find me. When they heard that, they happily asked, really? He continued to say, in return, you two have to make it worth that money. At this moment an assassin rushed in front of them. One of them pulled out his sword and understood the meaning of Jin's words. So that's it. Is this enough? A blue light surrounded his body. On the other side, Yona looked curiously in his direction. What's wrong with these kids? When Yona was engrossed in watching Jin fight, suddenly a voice rang out. What's wrong, Yona? Hearing someone calling her, she turned around and saw that it was Mr. Owl. It was the 85th Anonymous Owl. He walked up to her and said, listen, Yona, even if it's you, we can't accept another disturbance. Do you know how many cadet houses have been affected? But before he could finish speaking, Yona interrupted him and said, it's not important now, Mr. Owl, I'm playing happily with my youngest brother but some bastards from out of nowhere are bothering me. Someone was bothering our Yona, making him extremely surprised. He turned around to see who it was. When he saw the person making the tablet, the owl was extremely surprised. Because the person in front is Yona's younger brother, and the guys behind him are the next head of the Zippel and Heron family. Because someone was bothering her, Yona decided to jump down and solve this problem herself. but that action was stopped by the owl. Wait, if you leave, they will die. Hearing that, Yona turned around coldly and filled with murderous intent and said, I was planning on doing the same, but he firmly told her not to. Those words made her extremely unwilling to say, why not? This was the first time the youngest brother from the family came to find me, but those guys destroyed us. I still haven't been able to talk properly with her, youngest brother too. Seeing that she wanted to meet her youngest brother so much, the owl came up with an idea. If you want to kill them so much, then maybe this is it, Yona. Let's play a game, that's right, a game. Use those people's lives as a bet, starting tonight, at dawn, a total of 3 times, send out a real assassin, not a cadet. If they die, she wins, and if they live, she loses. The fact that this game involves lives makes Yona unhappy, so wouldn't the possibility of the youngest dying with them also increase? If possible, I don't want my youngest to die. I've had a lot of fun playing with her for the past 2 days, she's very kind. Seeing that she didn't want to, he just said, then there's no other way, she has to watch those 3 people play together. The fact that those 3 people played together makes her not want to, so Yona reluctantly agreed, really, okay, let's play. But no matter what happens, Mr. Owl must not interfere, I will be the one to choose the assassin. Before letting her go, the owl reminded her, yes, you don't need to worry, but before that. Do you know how many houses in Samili were demolished yesterday? Of course you don't know these things. Because she doesn't care about that, but as soon as he said, 37, that was all because she sent the cadet out to play with her younger brother, so remember to write a review note, I'm very busy. After she finished speaking, she quickly slammed the door. Seeing that I was able to stop Yona, the cat breathed a sigh of relief. At least I stopped Yona from going on her own. I almost put the fate of the organization in danger. If those 3 kids died, I would die too, those 3 families. Then I should act quickly. Early in the morning, when the sun rose, Dante and Verdun were both fast asleep. Jin saw that and said, as soon as they heard they wouldn't be attacked in the morning, they fell asleep immediately. Dante, your body is still weak but your swordsmanship has become sharper. After learning the secret technique of the Heron family, you must have leveled up. But as for this bastard Verdun, I don't even know what he's thinking. That bastard genius who was so far away and unreachable in his previous life, he came to find me for no reason at all, and even said he would buy me food. He might really die here, there. How can we take advantage of them and protect them in the future? Yona will start sending out stronger assassins, how should I prepare? While he was engrossed in thought, suddenly a pair of feet stood in front of him, making him extremely confused. I didn't feel any movement when he got close. Is he the best assassin of the unknown? No, other than Yona, other assassins have no reason to challenge me. If so, he knew who the person in front of him was, so he calmly introduced himself, the youngest son of the Runkondal family. Hello to the 85th generation of the unknown king. Seeing him sitting calmly like that made him feel surprised. You don't look scared at all, this courage will help you. Chiron is already old and has a diamond, precious gem. But since you already recognized me and still refuse to adjust your posture, that's a bit too much. Jin then answered gently, I was afraid that you would take my life, so I had to be brave, because the Runkondal family does not bow to death. What a shameless brat, but right now he was thinking, why is he here? What does it mean for a king to come here? So he didn't think anymore and asked directly, what is the reason that a king came himself? Is it because of something related to Yona? Just mentioning Yona's name made him extremely angry and unleashed his strength to pressure him and said, here in Samili, even Chiron has to speak carefully. How dare a vile bastard mention Yona? That insolent guy, you caused this mess and you're still acting arrogant just because Yona has your back. Jin was choked by his pressure and had difficulty breathing. He felt like he was reacting so violently just by mentioning Yona, but why? He couldn't bear to look at him anymore, so he stopped and said, even if I tear you apart right now, I cannot appease my anger, but in honor of Chiron, I will forgive you this time. Those words made him understand that the first time he mentioned his father's name was to defend himself, and after that, no matter how much mistake he made, he would have a chance to spare his life at least once. So he knelt down and asked for forgiveness. Please forgive me, I'm still too shallow and dare to say harsh words. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Seeing that, he told the truth. Starting tonight, real assassins wearing white masks will target you. I don't care if anything happens to you, but those 2 guys can't die, so listen carefully and do as I say. That made him a bit curious. Instead of being a cadet, he sent a real assassin to punish me. He immediately denied, this is a game, Yona's game, with the goal as the life of the other 2 guys. Those words made Jin extremely confused. He intended to interfere with Yona's game, but why did he have to use such a complicated method, let alone? The Nameless King himself couldn't stop Yona. What significance is Yona as an existence to the Nameless King? No, to the entire Nameless society. Then the owl told him, the assassins will attack you a total of 3 times. The 3 of you must go together and find the center of the citadel. If you do that, you can at least survive for a day. Furthermore, once the morning arrives 2 days later, everything must be done to make those 2 leave this citadel. So what you mean is that I alone should stay? Is my life in danger? Hearing that, he asked, do you want to receive any reward? Speaking of the reward, he quickly asked, please give me the 1,000 poison wine. This request of yours made him angry. You are crazy. Even if Chiron asked for it himself, it would not be possible. You were about to refuse his request. Realizing you were about to refuse, he immediately agreed, okay, that's equivalent to the value of your life. But remember, you have to save the 2 future homeowners lying over there. Having accepted the request, Jin immediately affirmed that I will definitely fulfill my promise. Before that, he will give you some advice. If we want, we can kill anyone in this world, but do you know why we don't use this power carelessly? That's because the stronger the weapon, the more terrifying it becomes when held by someone, and if used carelessly, it will become an even bigger problem for oneself. If you already knew, then why still? At this moment he realized, could it be that this bastard doesn't know about the relationship between him and Yona? Just now he really just wanted to ask me why he came here because of Yona, right? I got angry and threatened a kid again. What a shame. So he coughed a few times and said, okay, your answer is very good. Then I'll see you again 3 days later. After he left, you smiled crookedly. He ran away. I need to get them to go back home. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to listen to you, owl. You smiled while watching them sleep. Dusk falls. All 3 of Jin's group are trying to run as fast as possible. Jin ran and turned around and said to the other 2, listen, from today, we will be targeted by real assassins, not cadets. You 2 need to focus. He ran and wondered, Jin, no matter how strong our opponent is, we haven't seen anyone yet. Why do we have to be in such a hurry? Veridin spoke tiredly. That's right, it just got a little dark. When I fought with the cadets, as soon as the sun set I could feel their presence, and as soon as it got dark, a dagger was thrown at me, but for now. He was worried as he ran and looked around. He couldn't feel anything. Actually, it's not like I didn't feel anything. I can't feel their presence, but I can sense that something is approaching us. This feeling is like being chased by a hunter. I know there is a difference between a cadet and an assassin, but this is a completely different level. Yona sat on the owl's shoulder and looked excitedly at Jin. As expected of her as the youngest, she had already taken action. The owl also spoke up and asked, Yona, you sent a high-level assassin ahead. Are you really planning to kill your younger brother? She immediately objected. No way. He went on to say, your little brother is quite quick, so now he's running away, but when they start attacking he'll die before he has a chance to do anything. He thought to himself, if that happened, the 2 guys behind him would also die. Yona explained to him that it wouldn't happen. The youngest sister's eyes were already half open. The owl was surprised to hear that. Why? He's so young but he already has a good eye. The more Yona looked, the more excited she became. It looked like she was just moving on instinct, but in reality, that was not the case. I'm sure she felt something, even if it was just a little. In the past few days, her mind's eye has begun to open, so her strength is also different from before. The owl also agreed with her opinion. She was right. Yona said proudly, I'm so proud. Seeing Yona's expression, I couldn't believe it. This is the first time I've seen Yona react like this. His name is Jin. Maybe I should too, put some expectations on him. Jin was running when he sensed danger coming and immediately stopped to block the other 2 people. Stop. A move landed in front of them. He vaguely saw something in the smoke. He immediately turned around and pulled the other 2 away. They were surprised and didn't understand what he was doing. Hey, Jin. What do you do? But before Veridin could finish his sentence, a sharp object flew straight through his eye. Then a series of sharp objects were pointed towards them. It was fired from everywhere. Suddenly an assassin suddenly appeared behind him. He discovered him, so he quickly used his sword to block his sword. The assassin didn't expect that he could block his sword. He could feel his presence. Veridin behind him froze him. He stood next to him and cheered. You did a great job, Veridin. Veridin said smugly, okay, leave this guy alone for now. Jin tells me now, we don't have time. The assassin has now broken through Veridin's gang. He used a small needle to stab straight at him. But luckily they avoided it in time. Jin turned around and told them, "If we stay out here too long, ambush assassins will come here, we don't have time to fight each one individually." When he heard that, he understood. "I understood, run quickly to our target point." Viridin was carried on his shoulders as he ran. He looked at the assassins behind him and smiled. "Hee, the anonymous group isn't as strong as rumored. You guys claim to be assassins and you can't even catch me." Jin looked back worriedly. It was strange, why do they keep their distance and not chase closely behind us? Don't say that. A knife handle stabbed straight up from under his chin, and he quickly dodged it. He used a sword to knock him away. Now they are surrounded.
Jin turned around and called, "Viridin." He worriedly replied, I didn't know things would turn out like this."
He said, "Stop talking nonsense and get ready, quickly use your strongest magic." When I heard that, I was shocked and then laughed, "Ha ha. Okay, help me by another 10 minutes. He took out a staff. "Layers of fire magic surround you, I need to concentrate to prepare this magic." The magic he is about to use is, destroy 10,000 fires, B1. Viridin summoned a huge circle of fire magic. The assassin saw that and his eyes widened. The magic was terrible, this was dangerous. Jin was also surprised by this magic, destroying thousands of fires. Did he really learn it, the previous head of the Zippel family, who received the title of Magic Queen 200 years ago? This is magic that Lyle Zippel only uses once in his life. Suddenly there was a call, Jin. Causing him to wake up from his thoughts, Viridin was approached by the assassin and asked, "Please help me." He quickly reacted and moved forward to block the assassin's attack. Jin thought, is there only one person? No way, so the rest are. Just as he finished his thoughts, Dante's side was surrounded. Jin called out, "Dante." He concentrated his strength and used the secret technique Heron Emperor Sword, Dragon Sword Armor. The sword technique rotates around Dante, creating a shield and injuring all those surrounding him. Miserable screams rang out, "Ka!" The assassin fighting against Jin was distracted. He took that opportunity to swing his sword hard, causing the assassin to fall. Then he looked towards Dante in surprise. "I've never seen that sword skill before. Did he use mana to create it, a secret technique that can not only defend but also counterattack? Since our last meeting he has definitely been practicing very hard." At this time, Viridin's fire magic was completed. Jin exclaimed that not only Dante but also Viridin had become much stronger. Can he really control such a large amount of mana at his age? Can he use the secret technique in the legend that has been passed down? Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. "Well, Jin. Sorry, it seems I messed up. You two froze, huh?" Immediately the fireball in his hand disappeared into nothingness, making everyone silent. Jin spoke up and ran quickly. Dante immediately understood the situation and grabbed Viridin and ran. He said, "I will hold back the assassins, so grab Viridin and run, Dante." At this moment Viridin spoke up, "I'm sorry, Jin. Also, it's been a while since I used it, so I must have made a mistake. Cough, I made a mistake, I can feel that I'm about to be overloaded with mana." As he said that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Big, Jin is angry, "Close your mouth, don't spit blood everywhere." "Dante, don't stop, just keep running to the place I told you about," Dante replied, "Understood." At this time, the assassins had regained their spirit. The leader ordered them not to let them escape. "Even if they die, we must capture them. If we let them escape tonight, then Yona will train us herself." Hearing this name, everyone's faces turned pale. On the other side Yona was standing innocently. Owlette on the side looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" She said, "Mr. Owlette, I'm asking." The owl saw her hesitating and said, "What's going on?" Yona said innocently, "Did you help them?" Her whole body was filled with murderous intent and said, "Is that true? That's strange, how do they know?" "You should run to a safe area, Samel City Center, where the special people and families of the assassins in the unknown are living." Dante gasped, "It's true. The assassins have stopped attacking us. Unless there is an enemy invasion or similar emergency, the assassins of the unknown, no matter what happens, will adhere to the tradition of not using weapons there." Viridin was curious. "Hey Jin, how do you know about this? Is this a test?" Jin said, "Something like that. Over here, Yona suspects the owl." That's unreasonable. If no one revealed it to them, how would they know about that place? Owlcat denied. What are you talking about? It's not like that." Cough, anyway, She finished writing some review papers about sabotage. Yona laughed coldly. Hee, you lied so blatantly. You're the one who didn't keep your promise, right? So. Next it will be my turn to act. Owl, king of the unknown, the strongest assassin organization. To him, Yona is more precious than a daughter. She possesses great talent that no other assassin can match. People have given her many nicknames, such as the one who was born to be an assassin and the god slayer who descended to earth. The few people who had witnessed what was sleeping in her body said so. A blade imbued with chaos, Yona with a face full of murderous intent spoke up. Like I said, I will fight them myself. You have broken your promise, so you must not interfere. The owl replied silently. I understand. He silently lamented. Now I have no choice, I can't stop her anymore. I just hope that Jin Runkendel can help the next homeowner of Heron and Zippel leave here. At this time dusk began to fall. Yona happily said, Look, Mr. Owl, it's about to get dark. It's time for the two guys accompanying my youngest brother to die. Will you come with me? Owlcat pondered. He is very smart, so he will follow my orders. Because he also understood how serious the situation was, I felt guilty that he had to face Yona, but he had no other choice. The owl replied to her, Yes, let's go. Then Owlet thought to herself, maybe Yona will show mercy. She likes her youngest sister, and in the first place, I could have prevented all of this from happening. If he listens to what I say. Will you go with me? Owlcat pondered. He is very smart, so he will follow my orders. Through the window Owl could see Veridin and Dante sleeping soundly on the bridge. Why are they still sleeping? Yona next to him smiled evilly. Hee, it's great that they gathered in one place like this. I can kill them easily. Owlcat panicked. Wait, Yona, wait a moment. Yona didn't listen to his words but was filled with murderous intent. Those bastards, how dare they talk and laugh with the youngest sister right in front of me? I haven't even been able to talk to her yet. I will kill. At this moment, Jin took out something from his pocket that shocked Yona. Huh? She turned around and said to Owlcat in annoyance, Mr. Owl, please stop meddling in this matter. Owl had a stiff face and didn't understand what was going on. Huh? Yona pointed towards the window. Don't pretend you don't know. Its light is illuminating the window frame. The thing that the youngest brother is currently holding in his hand. Those are the claws of the silver dragon. Jin in the room straightened his claws. Why didn't they react to this? If everything goes as I guess, then after seeing this, the assassins will have to speak up. At the same time, Owlcat and Yona entered the room. Jin looked back in panic. No matter how many times he had experienced it, he still felt shivers. We're standing in the same place together but I don't feel anything. He spoke up. You two are here. Yona in the next room was not happy. He continued, long time no see, Sister Yona, and I am honored to meet you for the first time, Your Excellency the 85th King. The owl looked at him. I knew he was smart, he said. Yes, you are also sharp, yet you recognized me. Cough, it seems you knew we were coming here. You gave your friend sleeping pills, he politely explained. Yes, because letting them know too much is not a good thing. Owl said, then I will ask you directly. Where did you get the silver dragon's claw? He replied, a silver dragon I knew while traveling gave it to me as a gift. The owl continued, I see you holding it high and waiting like that. It seems you already know how to use it. If you show this to the unknown killer, then no matter what the situation is, you can also survive. Yona angrily scolded Owlet, yes, because our motto is that there is no one in this world that we cannot kill. The owl said harshly, Yona. She turned her head away. He rubbed his forehead. Ha, that's right, if you give it to us it will save your life. Jin spoke up, before giving it to you, there was something I wanted to ask. Owlcat wondered, what is that? He said, I wonder why the people who chased me were real assassins and not cadets. Is it true that Yona doesn't trust me because I'm from the Runkendel family? Yona immediately panicked when she heard that. No, sister. Owlcat reached out his hand to stop. Stop, let me explain. He cursed silently. This bastard is really unbelievable. I told him not to let Yona know that I helped him. He said, actually Yona and I made a bet. I bet that your friend can survive, but Yona on the contrary, and thanks to you, I have won the bet. The owl pondered, and the fact that I did not tell you about this is not for your benefit, he continued, so from now on, there will be no assassins following you. And all the assassins of the unknown, including me and Yona, will not harm you three. We will keep this promise for the next 10 years. And as long as your clan does not attack us, this decision will not be annulled. Jin was surprised to hear these words. After 10 years, one big variable has been eliminated. I don't have to worry about an anonymous organization assassinating me while I'm at war with my other brothers and sisters. Owlcat continued, in addition, since you have the silver dragon's claws, I will reward you. He politely bowed, thank you. He put his hand on your shoulder, we will discuss the reward you want later, but for now. Surely you two sisters have a lot to say to each other, since you came to Samil, this is the first time you two have met. Just chat as much as you want. Yona hesitantly spoke first, well. Hello, youngest brother. A temporary fortune of the Runkendell family proved to be close to the next head of the Zippel and Heron families. The man in black continued, perhaps even Mr. Joshua could not have predicted this, that's right, so there's even more good news. Surely there is some connection between Yona and the fortune teller, if it has been discovered, more evidence will soon be discovered. The level of assassins targeting the temporary fortune is still increasing, we don't know the specific reason, but it seems to be some kind of intense training. The owner has warned that you must not let your temporary luck lose your life, everyone must remember to pay close attention to this matter. The group of people answered and obeyed. The scene is extremely gloomy. Yona Runkendell said, I don't want to control you, really, actually I just want you to be stronger and. Jin crossed his arms and asked, so you sent out a few dozen assassins? Yona mumbled in response, it's not like that. Yona remembered something, she said, oh yeah, now that I think about it, who are they? Jin replied, they are Veridin Zippel and Dante Heron. Yona replied, so it's like that, a member of the Runkendell family is close to people from the Zippel and Heron families, you are truly unique. Jin asked if she regretted not being able to take the lives of those two people. Yona replied, well, probably yes, but the silver dragon's claws are more important. Jin said, then I will inform the family that you are close to them. Yona was startled and replied, why do you have to do that? If you say this, I might get hurt or even lose my life. Jin asked again, wasn't that your goal? If it weren't, you wouldn't have sent those assassins. I won't ask again, why did you do that? Yona replied, I just wanted to play with you a little. Jin said thoughtfully, so you just see me as a toy. Yona was surprised. She lowered her head and screamed, it's not like that. Jin was surprised by Yona's reaction, you called out, sister. Yona sobbed, she said, no, it's not like that. Jin wondered, what was this reaction? Did she really think she was toying with her? Jin asked, sister, are you crying? But why? Yona replied, I don't know, but my tears just keep falling naturally like that. Jin wondered, aren't you the best assassin? You must have been trained to control your emotions. Yona cried and said, you didn't learn that, in heaven, when I was first brought here. Our mother told me, I'm so good at taking other people's lives that I don't need to learn those things. Jin asked confusedly, so before you came to the unknown, you took someone else's life, he thought, when she was sent here, wasn't she just 12 years old? Yona wiped away her tears and replied, at that time she was about 8 years old. In Loi Vu Dai there was a cousin who kept bothering her so she took his life. After that the nanny was in charge of teaching her, she has disappeared. Even though at that time she had her brothers and sisters at home in Loi Vu Dai, she was forbidden to eat or live together as a cadet, so at that time, she thought that things were happening. You taking your cousin's life is wrong and you are being punished. But that's not the case. Here she was assigned the task of taking someone else's life, Jin thought, her natural talent as an assassin. The reason why dad chased away everyone around Yona. Perhaps to prevent younger children from dying like that. Yona suddenly burst out laughing, startling her, she said, but I'm so lucky, because I got to tell you these things like this. No matter where I was sent, I didn't care, but actually I felt very sad because I couldn't see my brothers and sisters again. Jin thought, it's true as I guessed, my sister is not normal at all. It seems like she doesn't feel the slightest bit guilty about taking someone else's life, but that's not true, which means she has no emotions. At that time, perhaps this was the only way parents could choose to protect their younger children. But is it really right to abandon your daughter like this? Jin unconsciously clenched his fist. Yona curiously asked, youngest sister, are you also angry with me or something? Jin answered, no, sister. Have you ever thought that something like this is so unfair? Yona asked confusedly, what is unfair? Jin explains that since she was a child, she has been treated like a tool to take other people's lives. Yona Runkendell asked confusedly, is that bad or not? Jin answered yes. Yona put her hand on Jin's forehead, she said, I understand, so you haven't taken anyone's life yet, right? When you fought, I had the feeling that you tried your best, so as not to kill anyone. I was born like this, what else can I do? Jin said, what do you mean you were born like this? You signed a contract with the gods. Yona replied, it's not like that, Jin asked. Then what exactly did you hold? She said you don't need to know. I also have my own secret, right or not? Jin wondered if she knew about her hidden weapon. Yo-na added, let me give you a hint, I'm very wary of the power you have. Or rather, there is something in here that is very scared of you. Yo-na put her hand on her chest and said, since the first time she saw you, something in here has been complaining, cry with you. It keeps saying, take my life quickly. You've made me feel confused so many times, it's like I like you so much that I'm suppressing my instincts. So I hope you like me too, Jin said, there aren't any good memories between the two of us to form a sisterly bond, right? If so, then I'm threatening you, you have to love me a lot or else I'll take your life. What if I do that? Usually we'll be even more distant. Yo-na hummed, she asked, please give me the antidote to that 1,000 poisons. After all, that's the only reason you guys came to see her, isn't that what I came here to find you for? I don't need that either, so I also take it and. Before Yo-na finished speaking, Jin said, you don't need it. Even if I give you the antidote to all poisons, your answer will not change. Yo-na Runkendel shouted, so what do you want me to do? What do I have to do so that you and I can become closer to our family? Jin said, the moonlight in Samil is very bright. Let's go for a walk, sister, because through conversations like this we can build a bond as sisters. He reached out his hand, Yo-na raised her hand to hold her brother's hand, she answered yes. Jin thought. I need time to organize my thoughts, this pitiful and blameworthy sister of mine. How should I treat her? The moonlight in Samil is very bright. Jin and Yo-na went for a walk, he told his sister. There's no one here, she answered yes, because now is the time for us sisters to play together, so they're all under curfew. Yo-na pointed and said, over there, that's the place I really like, do you want to go see it or not? In fact, as a guest, you're not allowed to visit that place, Jin answered yes. The two went to the place where their sister pointed. Yo-na said as she walked, we're almost there, we just need to climb up there, Jin asked, oh, so what's up there, sister, answered, there were flowers and a cliff. Jin said I felt a bit dizzy, Yo-na laughed and said, I thought you were going to push me down or something, why do you have to do such nonsense? Even if you fall from such a high place, you won't lose your life, she laughed again and said, I'm just joking. The two sisters went to the flower field. Jin Runkendel looked intently at the flowers. He asked, is this a blue rose? Yo-na replied, that's right, but they are often considered weeds, but when they absorb moonlight they become very beautiful. I like them the most, even if they are stepped on or are not watered often, they can still survive, even if they are lost, new flowers will soon grow on the spot. Yo-na Runkendel picked a few flowers into a bouquet and brought it in front of Jin, she said, here. Gift for you. Jin thought, this is not the first time I received blue roses as a gift. In this life, I have received them several times already. And I also forgot that in my previous life, sometimes someone left blue roses in my room, the two flowers above were on the same branch. Even on the days when I was brutally tortured by other brothers and sisters, and on the days when I was kicked out of the rare garden. Yo-na smiled and said, hoping that these flowers will make you feel happier, not only will you not lose your life, but you can also open your mind. Jin remembers, during times when he encountered difficulties, they were in the pocket of his coat. Is it that she? Jin Runkendel took the bouquet of flowers and praised them, they look very beautiful like this. Yo-na Runkendel asked again, do you think so too? I only give them to people I like. Jin called, Yo-na asked what's wrong, Jin asked, how have you been lately? Yo-na was surprised, Jin added, those conversations that we can't share. Please share with me. Yo-na was surprised and did not answer. The two sisters stood in the field of green roses looking at each other. Yo-na answered yes. Jin asked his sister, did she intend to take the life of the unknown king? Yo-na replied, yes, she was probably only about 14 years old at that time. She was scolded very harshly by the owl and had to write a letter of criticism at the school, in the room. After that she tried 2 more times but both failed. Jin wondered, did you do that because he scolded you? Yo-na replied, that's right, at that time I failed but now I want to try again and I will definitely succeed. Jin smiled and replied, against the king of assassins, as expected of her sister. Yo-na then asked her younger brother, whose claws did the silver dragon give you? Are the two of them close or not? Jin answered yes. Yo-na smiled and said, she will definitely take that dragon's life, she will pull out all its claws to use. Jin asks, please treat my friends well, they might become your friends too. Yo-na laughed loudly and said, I was just joking, but you really aren't afraid of me at all, right? Besides my father and the owl, This is the first time I've talked comfortably with others. Jin Runkendel smiled happily and replied, I think you are more suitable to be a flower shop owner than an assassin. Yo-na opened her eyes and asked back, to be a flower shop owner, Jin suggested, maybe you should try owning a flower shop now. If you open a flower shop in my territory, I will come by more often. This idea is not bad at all. Of course you are not allowed to take the life of your flower customer. Jin Runkendel stood up, he said, now you meet the unknown king. Yo-na urgently said, where are you going? If you leave now, I will take your life, Jin said helplessly, that's enough. Yo-na thought of something and slapped her hand and said, that's right, I also have a few tasks today. Jin asked again, what? Yo-na smiled brightly and said, then I will leave here first, you should also relax, go leisurely. See you later. Saying that, Yo-na rushed away. Jin Runkendel stood there sighing, still holding the flower his sister gave him in his hand. Jin Runkendel went to the owlcat's place. The unknown king said, you're already here. Looks like you've finished talking to Yo-na Runkendel, and you also know that I'm still waiting for you. Jin replied, yes I'm late, I'm sorry sir. Owl said, before we start the game, I have prepared what you asked for. Even though you didn't do what I said, the 2 future homeowners are still alive and I received a silver dragon's claw. Everything went smoothly, so I just listened to your request. Jin replied, I didn't expect you to like to brag like this. Owlcat replied, sometimes you go too far, you think you can brag because you are close to Yo-na, boastful, maybe arrogant or something. Jin Runkendel explained that I was a bit rude because I wanted to be close to you, because I believed that you and I both wanted the same thing, at least for 5 years. I can only delay Yo-na's return to the family for so much time. I will come up with an excuse. Owlcat asked, can a temporary miracle like you do the same? Can you be responsible for your words? Jin replied of course. Owlcat asked further, so what is the reason? Jin Runkendel hesitated for a few seconds then said. Because she is very suitable to be a flower shop owner. As you know, someone with too many emotions like her is not suitable to be an assassin. She simply has the talent to take other people's lives, than other normal people, instead of having to be taken advantage of by her family when she comes back. I hope she can be with people who can truly understand her, and I think that after she stops being an assassin, she's much more suitable to be a flower shop owner. I simply want her to be happy. Do you already have a connection with me? Owlcat paused for a moment before saying, okay, you've disappointed me twice already, surely this time you've already thought of your plan, right? What do you want? Jin Runkendel replied, just once, I wish to be able to receive your help when needed. As Jin Grey and not as Jin Runkendel, he bowed his head and continued. And for sure I will also leave Samuel, I will take Dante Heron and Veridin with me, so from today we will not cause you any more trouble. Owl said, quickly disappear from my sight. A week later, Khan and Casimir were on the road together. Casimir looked around thinking, this is the Dark Sea, it is very chaotic but the surrounding is strangely clean. Has someone cleaned up this area or something? Khan spoke up, we've arrived. The two looked around and asked, what's here? A girl spoke up and said, why is this guy who got married and is here? Casimir smiled bitterly and thought, okay, my life is over. Talaris put his fan on his chin and thought, Casimir and Anonymous were also here. Now talking about the children's marriage would definitely be very embarrassing. Owlcat looked at everyone and thought, if the master of the ice bow and sword demon were to mention Jin and Yo-na now, it would be very difficult. Casimir also thought that Mr. Talaris must have come to talk about the marriage proposal, but who is that person? Chiron chuckled and asked. Please sit down quickly, Casimir, I'm very sorry for calling you here and giving you such a rude reception. Talaris who came uninvited into this gate is not a sword demon, but you and the owl. As soon as Casimir sat down, he heard this and was surprised to think, owl, is it the owl of the unknown? What has happened to young Master Jin? But wait, Mr. Jin Runkendel has only just been to Samili for a short time. What happened to Mr. Jin in such a short period of time? The owl asked. It seems like you already have an appointment. Chiron explained, I called you here to have a drink together, but we have to wait until these old friends leave first, hoping you will sympathize with me. Casimir replied that, sympathy or something, I don't mind at all, Lord Chiron. Chiron remembered something and asked, yes, is the youngest child still healthy? Talaris replied, when I came here, young Master Jin had already gone to Samili. The reason he did so was to train to prepare for assassination and poisoning. She said and thought, why does that kid only go to dangerous places? If he keeps going everywhere like that, he will lose his life, so what should my daughter do? The owl said that actually I came here to see you today because there is something important about him that I need to tell you. But this matter should not be mentioned in front of the Ice Palace Master and the Sword Demon, Chiron advised. Say whatever you want to say. The Master of the Ice Bow and the Sword Demon are one of the few people I consider close friends. And the Demon Sword is also very tight-lipped, so there's no problem at all. The owl heard that and said, "Okay sir, then." After hearing the story, everyone reacted, "The Silver Dragon's Claws, it's so interesting, you wouldn't expect this to be an easy thing to understand." Chiron crossed his arms and asked the owl, "So what request did you listen to the youngest son?" The owl replied, "He asked me to erase all records of him ever going to Samili. More specifically, other than the small kingdom's residents along with the cadets and assassins of the unknown, he said he didn't want to have any memories of Jin Grey or Jin Runkendel at all, so that's it." Everyone there thought of a battle. Everyone asked each other, "Where are they attacking from? Don't panic, they are just assassins, let's all keep in formation." "Captain. What are you doing? How dare you do this? Anonymous, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Runkendel family? I don't know why you guys do this, but the patriarch of our Runkendel family. The battle is over." The rest said to each other, "We have wiped out all the guards who were chasing the temporary fortune." It seemed like the youngest chess player had noticed their presence, which is why he made such a request. Chiron continued, "Was he worried that I would ask him to take responsibility for them?" Owl answered, "This is a bit embarrassing to say, but this is like that, we didn't just take the lives of 1 or 2 guards." Chiron laughed and said, "I understand now. That brat saw the purge, huh? Don't worry, then even if you take the lives of hundreds of people, there will be no problem at all." Owlcat bowed his head and replied, "Thank you for resolving my junior's worries." He wondered if he felt proud of himself. The owl added, "But Chiron, I still want to talk about one more thing." Chiron asked what was wrong. The owl presented an object and asked, "Please read this piece of paper." Chiron read the paper. "When he left Samili, he left it behind. This matter really cannot be revealed to the Master of the Ice Bow or the Sword Demon." Chiron muttered, "What is this?" On Jin Runkendel's side, he returned to his room and saw his 2 friends still sleeping soundly. He muttered, "These 2 people really slept like death. I only came here to get the sword before meeting the unknown king. Besides, did I take the wrong amount of medicine or something?" Jin Runkendel sighed and said, "Never mind, as soon as these 2 got here they had to work hard, so of course they would feel very tired." Jin Runkendel sighed and took out a piece of paper. He was surprised to see that piece of paper. He muttered that this was impossible. Jin Runkendel opened the piece of paper to read. Inside the content was, "Hello Jin, my youngest brother, this is the wine of thousands of poisons. If you drink it, it will completely open your mind and there will definitely be no killing. No one can single-handedly harm your life, even I find it difficult. When that day comes, I won't be able to give you a surprise gift like this anymore. I'm sorry, really. See you later Jin, remember to take good care of your health. And I wish you a happy birthday, signed by your beloved sister." Jin Runkendel exclaimed, "Ah, it's my birthday. That's right, I already forgot while I was here, even though it's still a bit early. But I will also give you a gift, my sister." Jin Runkendel put pen to paper and wrote each stroke, "Sent to the unknown king, Yona has given me poison wine, so please keep negotiating with my father. Because it is an item with value equivalent to 10,000 poison wine, this is enough to request a postponement of Yona's return to the clan." Chiron read this paper. Jin Runkendel continued to write, "Although this method is not very glorious, this time I have kept my promise, so I hope the nameless king will also fulfill his promise to me." Chiron muttered and asked if this was true or not. The owl answered, "Yes sir, if Yona really wanted to hide, even I would have a hard time finding her, and I even accidentally found out that my things had been stolen. Besides what was written on that piece of paper, I was surprised a few more times but still." Chiron exclaimed in surprise, "How could that innocent child trick you? Don't tell me you were the one who planned this because you wanted to keep Yona." Owl said helplessly, "I still wish things were like that." Lord Chiron added, "Not only you but I am also involved in this. I will officially send you an invitation, so please come visit the Sword Garden soon. We will discuss this issue later." Again, everyone answered yes sir. Lord Chiron further advised, "Casimir, I also really want to know about the news you have brought." Casimir replied, "Yes, the news about the passing of the great mage Kitterhall some time ago. I want to report to you that this incident was caused by young Master Jin." Chiron placed the vase firmly on the ground. He said, "I understand. Now those uninvited people should go quickly. I want to have a drink with the Sword Demon." Owlcat stood up and said, "Then the juniors will go first?" Talaris asked, I can also stay, right? I already know everything. Lord Chiron replied, no, you should go too, Talaris exclaimed in frustration, that's it. I will spread rumors about the power your son wields. Mr. Chiron on this side said the same thing to Jin Runkendel, stop talking nonsense, go back quickly. The other two immediately replied that Jin Runkendel couldn't. Jin helplessly said, oh my god, do you two really know how tired you are? Dante Heron and Veridon Zippel screamed, finding you was already difficult, after finding you it was even more torture, if you still have a conscience, you should come with us for a few more days. Dante Heron said yes that's right. Jin Runkendel laughed helplessly, he told the two of them to do whatever they wanted to do. Jin Runkendel asked, aren't you two the heirs of our family? This is the time to waste time, why are you two hanging around here all the time? Veridon Zippel shouted, that's exactly why, once I become the head of the family, I will be so busy that we won't be able to see each other again, and my clan and yours will still be at each other's throats, that's it. Jin Runkendel sighed and said, why don't you worry about becoming a homeowner first? Veridon Zippel rushed to hug Dante Heron and said, there's nothing to worry about, my position is so secure that no matter what I do, I will still be the head of the family, but Dante here was personally supported by his grandfather who is also the head of the Heron family. Dante Heron answered yes. Jin Runkendel said, but unfortunately unlike the two of you, I'm very busy. Veridon Zippel asked, oh yes, didn't you take Kiddard Hall's life a few months ago? Jin Runkendel replied, who knows, I said I wasn't the culprit. Veridon Zippel screamed, why are you drawing such a clear line between us anymore? Jin Runkendel asked, did he ever think he was being too nosy? Veridon Zippel shouted, hey how are you going to be mean? Dante Heron has been silent until now, but now he asks, is it true that when you become lucky, we will be able to see each other more often? Veridon Zippel remained silent and said nothing. Dante Heron said, just like Veridon said, once we become homeowners, we will never see each other again, especially you, Jin. Veridon Zippel smiled and said, then before that we just need to have fun together. To be lucky, you must have a reputation, right? If you say you didn't take Kiddard Hall's life, then let it go, but still. Jin Runkendel sighed, everyone said together, then let's go here and there together, we will definitely help you build your reputation. Dante Heron said, oh let's go help others too. Veridon Zippel smiled happily and said, that sounds good, let's hunt down those notorious bad guys together. For example, the Mammoth Kings, or the crazy Jack Grow in western Vermont and the remnants of the Dark Cabal or Huirik the Knight who destroys the Van Kella region even though that place is very far from here. Oh yeah and there is also a tribe of orange tigers. Jin Runkendel drank a glass of wine and said, so you want the three of us to go on an adventure? Stop talking nonsense. Veridon Zippel slammed the table and stood up, he screamed, that's great. Let's go on an adventure together. Come on, we three are all friends, let's go together. Jin Runkendel looked into the wine glass. He sighed helplessly, it was so silly. Jin Runkendel woke up. He looked up at the ceiling and wondered, when am I going to sleep? Surely we are being forced to drink by Veridon Zippel. Veridon Zippel and Dante Heron are sleeping on the sofa, muttering, let's go on an adventure together, I don't want to go home, but, Jin Runkendel advised the person next to him, please send both of them to Vermont, he thought, after that I threw both of them into the teleportation portal, and I only remembered when I returned to T-Con. What happened, and why does my body feel so strangely comfortable? Enya rubbed her eyes, she called out, Master Jin, are you awake? Enya asked, how are you feeling, have you absorbed all the antidote to all the poisons? Jin Runkendel asked in surprise, the antidote to 10,000 poisons. He remembered the scene yesterday when he drank the antidote to thousands of poisons. Jin Runkendel turned to ask Enya, did I faint after drinking the antidote? Enya answered yes, oh I thought you had died. After you fainted, your body turned black every few minutes, then after a while it became normal again, but even this side of you is very cool. Quincottle walked in, startling Enya. Jin Runkendel asked, how long have I been unconscious Quincottle? Quincottle replied, you have been sleeping for 5 days straight, usually after taking the antidote, you need at least a month, but it seems that, thanks to the Runkendel family's natural constitution, you have woken up soon. Jin Runkendel replied, luckily I woke up early, just consider it a few days of rest. Did anything happen while I was sleeping? Quincottle replied, nothing much, only Mr. Casimir, after leaving, returned a short time later. Enya added, well, Gilly was also away for a bit, it was said that there was an urgent summons from the family, so early this morning she used the portal to teleport to the Runkendel family. Jin Runkendel asked again, what about the family? Enya answered. She said she would be back soon, so it was probably no big deal. Okay, I'll go report to everyone that you've woken up. Looking at a large purple jar in front, Jin Runkendell asked, so you want me to drink this or what? Joshua replied, this is not anything strange at all, just think of it as a way to congratulate the kid on waking up healthy, so please drink it, quickly. Jin Runkendell groaned, then picked up the jar and gulped it down. Jin said he was so nauseous. What is this? Joshua asked, how are you feeling then? Jin Runkendell rubbed his stomach and replied, it's a bit hot in here, but that's all. What was that thing just now? Joshua replied, it's just a little bit of poison that I told Jet to buy from the black market. It's extremely toxic, anyone under the 7 stars, just one sip will kill them immediately. Jin Runkendell yelled and scolded, what are you giving someone who just woke up to drink? Quincottle said, that bastard Murikan's joke was very stupid, but, thanks to that, it also made it clear that the antidote to all poisons has been completely absorbed by you. Congratulations, now there is no poison that can kill you instantly. That's right, so now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Jin Runkendell replied, yes, in exchange for your claws, I promise to help Enya train, right? Quincottle replied, that's right, Enya is trying to practice very well, but I can only help her theoretically, so she still lacks practical experience. Then there will be a one day she needs to defeat her opponent, but currently Enya has too little experience in this matter. Jin Runkendell asked, do we have to make Enya do that? Quincottle asked again, what are you talking about? Jin Runkendell, everyone here is your companion, that means in the future when you fight with your brothers and sisters we will fight side by side with you. Even if by then you think Enya won't need to fight, Jin Runkendell thought, it sounded like she was scolding me, but perhaps she was also telling Enya outside. Quincottle added, Enya must become very strong so you can call her your companion anymore. Jin Runkendell replied, don't worry, I have already decided my next point. I'm thinking of reforming my flow magic ability by fighting magicians, so it would be good to bring Enya along. Enya ran in from outside, she screamed, was she allowed to go alone with Master Jin? She said dreamily, isn't this going on a date? Jin Runkendell said, I won't tell you to act with a little dignity, please don't go overboard like that. Meanwhile, in the Sword Garden, everyone was talking, I just heard a very interesting story in Samil. If you have anything to explain, just say it. Chiron called Joshua's name. Joshua did not answer. Chiron added, I will ask you again, have you delayed returning to the clan because of Yona Runkendell? Do you have anything else you want to say? Joshua was silent and then stammered, child. I only act for the good of the family. Chiron picked up his armor and hit Joshua in the face. Chiron screamed, what are you doing? Hey, stand up straight, Joshua. Joshua was punished by Chiron. Lord Chiron scolded him and said, this family's second lucky streak was even defeated by the youngest kid, who was a reserve lucky guy, and I definitely warned you and the others in advance, else, what did I say? Joshua was injured all over. He muttered, yo nah, don't touch yo, nah. Don't touch yo, nah. Joshua was hit again and fell to the ground. Owlette was thinking outside the door, but he didn't expect that this meeting was because of Joshua. The clan leader had already punished him too harshly. This is also the warning that Chiron gave me, if something similar happens to Yo Na again, no matter whether I am the eldest son or myself, everyone involved will there is no way to escape. Lord Chiron spoke up and said, I know you have no intention of disobeying my orders, so the armor that your mother gave you 17 years ago is still intact. Cowardice is all I've done. Remember my words, if the day comes when I have to summon you to the Dark Sea. At that time, I will strip you of your fateful status. Chiron asked Joshua to go quickly. Joshua came out with 2 soldiers by his side. A guy was standing outside waiting to laugh at Joshua. Joshua was helped away, with serious injuries all over his body. Even his face was partially deformed, he gritted his teeth unwillingly. Chiron called out to Gilly, and she answered yes. Chiron continued, does my youngest child have a good job in that assassin village? Gilly replied, yes, he just left Gilly not long ago. He drank the poison elixir I got there and is resting now. Chiron held out an object and said, give this. And tell him everything that happened today. That is also the reason I called you here. Gilly bowed respectfully and replied, I will definitely tell him everything, all for the benefit of young Master Jin. Jin Runkendell, after listening to Gilly's story, asked, is the unknown Owl King also there? Wait, more importantly. My father punished Joshua himself, Gilly said, it was true, very terrible but also very refreshing. The last blow was an uppercut. I can't believe it. Master Joshua will have to reflect on himself for a while, and he has received the black gold revelation. Master Jin, 30 years ago the legendary blacksmith Pacone Minch created this unparalleled armor, which was the trophy that Uncle Zed brought back after his victory over the Zippel family's fifth magic. Jin Runkendell said that it was a test deck. Gilly asked confusedly, a test deck? Jin Runkendell explained, his father wanted me to be very different from Joshua as a reserve champion. I had to return with an armor that was almost destroyed when fighting these strong opponents. Not only that, I'm sure it was also a warning to Mr. Owlet as well. Lord Chiron once said, stop using Yo-Na to negotiate with me. Jin Runkendell added, if my father is dissatisfied, he can do anything that even Mr. Owl cannot stop. This is also something that I and other lucky people must pay attention to. Careful. I'm probably also on my father's warning list. Gilly covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, does everything the clan leader does have a purpose? Jin Runkendell wondered, for one thing, why did he have to go to this extent? Because he felt sorry for his poor daughter. Everyone has their own secret, whether it's true or not. Could it be? My sister Yo-Na still has many things left unsaid. Gilly spoke up and said, now that I remember, I heard that you have already decided on your next destination. Is that true? Jin Runkendell replied, well, I also plan to go to a place with magic. I want to destroy all the rebels of the Dark Magic Association. Gilly asked in surprise, was it a Dark Magic Association, a group that was defeated and thought to have been completely destroyed 20 years ago? Jin Runkendell answered correctly, even though there weren't many members left, but that association still exists. Enya will help us. This is a good opportunity for me to experiment with the new type of counter magic I just learned. But that place is the southern area of Bement. Enya was here in disguise. She happily smiled and said, this place really makes me remember old memories. I never thought I would one day return to Bement. Now what do we do, young master? Jin Runkendell dragged Enya into a small alley. He reached out to block her body. Enya stammered, why are you doing that, young master Jin? Why are you suddenly doing that? Jin Runkendell instructed, have you forgotten why we are here? Enya stammered, yes. Jin Runkendell advised, then remember carefully, don't use my real name, you understand, Enya. Enya assembled, yes. Then she sat down, her face turned red and she fainted. Jin Runkendell loudly called Enya. Dark Magic Association, an organization that reached its peak 200 years ago. True to its name, this organization worshipped magic from the dark world, and at the height of their power, their influence reached the entire continent, causing everyone to fall into a state of fear. The person who disbanded this organization was Rule Zippel. It was the first and last time that woman used the devastating demon fire counter unity. It was to take the life of the leader of the Dark Magic Association. Rule Zippel was the one who signed Sodere's previous contract, and in her previous life Sodere wanted to follow in her footsteps. After you become stronger, go meet the mage Rule Zippel, but only if you can overcome the challenge she left behind. Enya coughed and called out, young master, no, sir. The remnants of the Dark Magic Association are all bad people. After hearing the rumors it seems they are kidnapping children, making one wonder if this place is actually Bement or not. Jin Runkendell said that perhaps the reason everyone here had a gloomy expression was because of them. Actually, it's likely because of those nobles. Enya stammered and asked why. Jin Runkendell explained, I had lived in the capital so I probably already knew that there is no country with better security than Bement. Although it can solve the crime problem quickly, it willfully ignore all organized crime. Enya was puzzled and asked why that was so. Jin Runkendell replied, both criminals and victims, all wanting to take advantage of the noble way of thinking. The reason I thought why Bement didn't wipe out the Dark Magic Association was to give the Academy's magicians a chance to act. Enya asked, Academy, so that means the Academy is on its way, come here or what? Jin Runkendell replied, there was a high possibility that it was like that, but those old guys were already known for being lazy, so it would take a while for them to be the magicians of the Academy. The carriages flowed one after another. Everyone shouted, there's the Academy's magician, the other nobles have arrived. The carriage stopped. The people up there came down. Everyone welcomes the group. They bowed respectfully and said, they are magicians, the capital has finally sent magicians. Jin Runkendell thought, they moved faster than I imagined, I must get away from them as soon as possible. Motto Becker walked down. Everyone said happily, they came to eliminate those bastards from the Dark Magic Association. They are finished. Cheers and cheers. Jin Runkendell thought, those who come from the Academy are also extremely arrogant, so if I get entangled with them like in my previous life, Things will definitely become troublesome. All the people hailed long live the academy. Jin Runkendel said that they would all lose their lives. Enya is difficult to understand. Jin Runkendel further explained, they cannot eliminate the entire Dark Magic Association. Jin Runkendel's group goes out to eat. Enya looked at the dishes on the table and happily exclaimed, oh my god, no way, can we eat such expensive dishes like this? Austin, almost everyone, our friends all have rich voices like that, but I'm not rich. Jin Runkendel told Enya, between the Central Bank of T-Con, the Iron Dragon Bank of the continent, and the eternal suffering of Van Kella, you should choose a time and set up a personal account. I will give you some spending money. Trivia. Enya replied, thank you very much. In her heart she thought, young Master Jin is really cool. Enya asked, but brother, what did you say before, that all the cadets of the academy would lose their lives? Jin Runkendel replied, my point is in the words, all those cadets are very young and weak. Enya asked, but those magicians have been very well trained, they are probably all 4-star magicians, so it is not a problem to deal with those remnants. Jin Runkendel replied, that's exactly it, those bastards from the Dark Magic Association are all experienced people who have lived a life full of evil, while those cadets don't have any experience at all, any actual combat. According to Rainbow Color's investigation, the association currently has about 50 members left, and their average level is 4 spirits. Moreover, we have seen about 30 cadets and parachutists. Both sides have high-level magicians, so the Magic Association side still has a huge advantage. The cadet wizards entered the shop. They cried, oh, we're going crazy. Hearing the flattering words of the lord of this area, I lost all interest in eating. Seeing him rub his hands like this while begging with that pig-like face was truly amazing. Whatever, but the seniors said the food here is delicious. Boss, Jin Runkendel thought, just one look to realize that they were cadets of the academy. You call Enya, let's go. Austin being noticed by them is not a very good thing. Jin Runkendel stood up and called Austin. Austin. Looking back, her face was greener. Dark memories of being bullied came back and made her worried. Jin Runkendel called again, Austin. Jin Runkendel asked, Austin, could it be them? Enya confusedly replied, young master, no, it's not like that. Yes, they are the ones who bullied me when I was in the academy. Jin Runkendel scolded those bastards, so all the more reason we shouldn't let them pay attention. But the group of cadets called, hey! Who are you? One of them asked, why are you looking at us like that? You two don't look like servants. Hey, answer us quickly, why do you look so wary of us? Don't tell us you're a member of the Dark Magic Association. Enya trembled with fear. Jin Runkendel asked, why do you want to know? A cadet walked up. He said, hey commoner, how dare you use that attitude to talk like that? Okay, I also admit that I behaved rudely. I will ask you again politely, more. What organization are you from? Why are you acting so slowly? Please answer us properly or I will definitely drag you both out for questioning. The boss came out to make peace. Oh my god, please calm down. They told me that they were just travelers, and instead of fighting in here, please go out. The cadet punched the boss in the chest and shouted, why do you dare interrupt me like that? Looks like the Southern Territory doesn't know how to accept nobles. Today I will punish these rustics again. Jin Runkendel angrily clenched his fists and beat him. The other cadets saw this and stood up angrily. They shouted, what are you going to do? Jin Runkendel let go and continued walking. The other guys immediately shouted, stay there for me, are you planning to run? Unexpectedly, Jin Runkendel walked to the door and slammed it shut. The cadets panicked. Jin Runkendel muttered, Bement Special Task Force teamed up in a group of 3. The cadets stood at attention. Enya saw that and was extremely confused. Special Task Force, what was Mr. Jin saying? A cadet saw this so he quickly stood up and said, you, what nonsense are you talking about? Special Operations Department, Team 1, Team 3 stars, this crazy guy, how dare you pretend to be them? Jin didn't pay attention to what they said and used his magic to make those guys unable to breathe. They begged, help me, seeing that made Jin feel like even with just a little bit of magic like that, you guys were repelled too. There are only a few signs of rebellion, but you guys have already overdone it. Once he had confirmed the truth, he coldly turned around and said, stand up. If you keep overreacting like this, I'll drag you to the interrogation room. Not only did you disrupt innocent civilians, but you also ruined the work of the Special Task Force. What if this news reaches your clan and the academy? Just hearing about the family made Chip Pascal extremely scared and begged, please give us a chance to redeem ourselves. I will do whatever you want, so please don't tell our family. Hearing him say that, Jin said, "Make amends, okay, I will give you a mission." "What mission?" He then replied, "We were sent to supervise the process of destroying the Dark Magic Association. Because a mistake had occurred, I had no other choice but to borrow your help to complete the task, service. I will pretend to be one of your retainers and observe the situation right from your side." The mission he gave them made them confused, not knowing whether to accept it or not. Seeing that, Jin resolutely prepared to launch magic to attack. They were immediately scared and quickly responded, "Yes." When he achieved his goal, he quickly left and said, "Okay, now rearrange your things and return to the base." Chip also immediately replied, "Sir," with a sad face. Jin then approached Austin and whispered to her, "How is my acting?" "It's your turn, Lady Enya." Hearing what he said made her blush in gratitude and then turn to the others and scream, "These bastards still haven't regained their senses. Hurry up and see." When they saw that, they were extremely scared and ran away, apologizing. Enya told them to quickly apologize to the shopkeeper here and clean up everything. "We apologize to you." Seeing that also made Jin feel more secure, he gave the boss the gold and said, "This should be enough." "Yes sir, I still don't have any customers today." 5 days later, October 22nd, Mato gave the order, "We will now carry out a comprehensive eradication mission. The cadets must clearly understand and obey the orders of the magician leading each team. That's it, stop." Hearing that, everyone below was talking to each other. "Hey, I heard they have a 7-star magician, is that okay?" Another person said, "They are just the remnants of a collapsed organization, right? If anything happens, Mr. Orton will take action." At this time, Jin was hiding in the crowd and saw that there were nearly 50 enemies hiding in the forest, but they were still too relaxed. This situation was not good at all. Still haven't discovered any traces. The Dark Magic Association people are probably very confident. As usual, they have to send reconnaissance troops to check the enemy's strength. Suddenly someone announced that we had been attacked, making Jin extremely surprised because the sneak attack was the orc. Everyone saw that, so they ran away, causing Mato to quickly speak up. "Don't panic, Team 1, use magic to attack. Team 2, quickly build a protective barrier." Hearing that, Team 1 quickly used magic to attack the monsters. After just a few blows, the orcs were defeated, making everyone happy. And Mato feels, have they tamed these orcs? They are too weak. Others think, they are too weak. Maybe this group of Dark Magic Association people are not a big deal. We'll rest a bit here. Jin felt that this was not right when he wanted to rest here, so he whispered to Cadet Chip, telling him that we cannot stop here. This place is easy to ambush. Hearing that made Chip extremely worried and asked, "What, do I have to tell him?" Seeing that he didn't want to, Jin reminded him of the interrogation room. There was no other way, so he spoke up, "Mr. Orton." But he didn't care. "Don't talk nonsense anymore. If you feel worried, you can put up a protective barrier and rest." This made Chip sadly reply, he didn't agree, seeing that made him think because something wasn't right. It was clear that those weak orcs were clearly only used to make them relax their guard, but he chose such a large and empty place to rest. Even a 7-star magician could not pay attention to everything. Seeing him like that, Chip asked, "Is Mr. Orton suspicious?" He talked like that, so Jin reminded him, "Stop talking so politely to your entourage, I will kill you." At this time another cadet realized something, thinking back, "This morning I saw Mr. Orton eating meat." Chip heard that and was confused because there was nothing wrong with eating meat. But he is vegetarian. Mato then introduced to everyone, "In front of us is the place that is believed to be their main base. Every student must prepare to set up protective barriers at any time before entering. Captain Arch, please wait here with squads 4 and 5, then join the other squads and chase after us, following orders." Then they entered the cave, each holding a torch to illuminate the dark cave. Mato told them as he walked, "It was said that they had about 50 people but were able to build such a large place. Are they planning to build a fort or something, or are they hiding some secret weapon in the cave? Whatever it is, Mr. Orton will solve it all, that's why he came here." Suddenly, the wall next to a cadet was smashed and crushed a person to death. It was an orc that burst out from behind the wall, seeing an ambush. So everyone quickly asked, "Mr. Orton, what should we do? Please guide us." But now he has revealed his true nature and said, "What are you guys doing? Just shut up and become our experiment." Seeing him standing on the side of the orcs made everyone scream in disbelief, running quickly. Seeing that, he smiled triumphantly and ordered the orcs to capture them and kill them all. Enya also quickly told Jin, "Bro, we should run too." Orton saw that, so he said, "Those people from the academy are really stupid, they don't even recognize their own teachers." No, the sculptor's ability is what's amazing. Suddenly there was blue magic in the sky. Made him extremely surprised because this could not be so, could it be? At this time, Jin advised Enya, from now on the situation will be a bit difficult. Remember to stick close to me, then go up and block the front with your sword. Mato raised his head in surprise and looked at the water ball in front of his eyes. What, that couldn't be. Kiddard Hall's counterflow. That ball of water engulfed everything within its sights. Jin was the one in charge and calmly looked at them. After revoking the move, he looked with interest at the two people still standing in another corner. Oh, there are still some people who can stand it. Looks like the rank of the two of you is 8-star. Mato spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Ack. His remaining accomplices looked at him worriedly. Arg. He shouted, pointing at you are a disciple of Kiddard Hall, how can you use counterflow? You weren't surprised that he was able to recognize that move. You recognize counterflow, you also have eyes to see. He shouted angrily, you managed to sneak attack us, so you feel complacent, right? Don't be too brazen, I realize that you only have 7 stars. My name is Rolt Joe, surely you have heard my name before, I'm not someone that a 7-star trash like you can judge. Jin despised him in his heart, he had gone too far. Jin picked up his cloth-wrapped sword and said to him, I have indeed heard that Cold Joe's half-brother has mastered earth magic. This artificial cave is probably also your work, it's truly amazing. Hearing him say that, Rolt felt a little more confident. Ha, you already realized it. In the Dark Magic Association there are 9 more magicians like me, even if you are lucky enough to escape, my companions will pursue you for the rest of your life. But I am a generous person, because you are talented, I will give you a chance. Join the Dark Magic Association. Seeing that you didn't say anything, he immediately felt that you were hesitant to agree. It seemed like you were so surprised that you couldn't say anything. If you submit to me now, you will soon become an important figure in the association. But he didn't pay attention to his words, he created magic. Your magic is so powerful it scares him back. What? He screamed in pain. Austin, who was next to him, saw this scene and spoke up to Jin. He seemed like a pretty powerful magician, but, looking at the scene where he was almost dead and still screaming like this, he looked in his direction with hatred, mixing other energies to increase the power of the counterflow bridge. That stream of energy was like a black shadow. Don't tell me that you. Both a disciple of Kiddard Hall and an aura mage who made the Sadare contract. Without letting him finish, he directly beat him unconscious. Jin went to tell him, you are only an 8-star magician in name only. At this moment, a growl was heard behind him. He calmly turned back to look. Oh my god, nothing happened to the orcs. Be careful, Austin, but he didn't say anything yet. The orcs were easily defeated by him. You suddenly looked at him, Austin. He nervously walked closer to you. Hey, are you okay? Jin turned back and replied to Austin, yes, I'm fine. Austin breathed a sigh of relief when he said that. Phew, the orc suddenly moved again, so he was startled. He was extremely satisfied looking at the person in front of him. Enya, luckily she is doing better than I thought. Maybe this was the first time she witnessed something like this, but she didn't panic and handled the situation very well. He held the stick and asked him, brother, what do we do now? He noticed the sound. The cave is vibrating violently. It turned out that the noise was caused by Goltep. It was a mess here. He angrily cursed, damn, even Rolt lost, that's crazy. Hey, that human brat, this is because of what you did. Austin was next to him, panicking against him. Brother, that is, he saw him coming and whispered to himself, it seems like today is the day Enya has to experience one surprise after another. He spoke loudly to him, ha, even though you are just a magician, your eyes are sharp, shouldn't you show a little fear? Jin calmly raised his head to talk to him, after hearing your name, I will decide whether to be afraid or not, that person from the White Wolf tribe. He banged the hammer on the ground. Then roared. He's extremely interested in you, it's great, you are completely different from those I killed at the cave entrance, I like you already. My name is Goltep Hapalep, if you have heard my name already, then you have to fight me. But before that, I will give you a chance to survive. He sneered and interrupted his words, ha, if you're going to say the same things as that guy again, then you can stop. He said something you never expected, join Kinzello. You suddenly looked at him, Kinzello, isn't this the cave of the Dark Magic Association? He thought for a moment and then answered your question, well, how to say it, the Dark Magic Association is a sub-branch of Kinzello. Kinzello only accepts knights. So magicians are in the Dark Magic Association. He thought back from what he told him. Now that he thought about it, the guys from the White Wolf tribe that he met when he was a cadet were also members of Kinsleo. Is there any connection between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzello? He rubbed his chin and continued to invite you, so I say you should join the Dark Magic Association under Kinzello. You've already killed Rolt Joe, so I'll keep you in a bit of a high position. He asked, it seems Kinzello is lacking members, you just let other people hold high positions. If you want to turn this world upside down, no matter how many people you have, it won't be enough. But since you invited me to hold such a high position, we can negotiate a bit. Austin was startled when he heard that. Look, there's Master Jin, he continued talking, but what now? We cannot work under someone weaker than ourselves. He was thoroughly angered by your provocative words. He slammed his hammer on the ground, creating a gust of wind that blew everything away, his teeth clenched. I understand. I won't hold back, mage. Goltep slammed into Jin's magic shield. How long are you going to hide behind that shield? Show me your strength, mage. On the other side, Enya was using magic to create a fireball and then used wind element to attack him. Goltep used his sharp fangs to cut off her attack and shouted. Your ability is terrible, just like your ability to disguise. I'm not interested in you, you brat, I will kill you later, so don't interfere. He screamed, come out from behind that shield and prove yourself. Goltep's eyes were slightly surprised as he watched Jin transform his staff into a sharp sword. He was interested. Is it a sword? Isn't that a scepter? I see, so it's a magic sword. He roared, demon sword, things are getting more interesting. I won't kill you, I want to bring you before the leader. Jin smiled teasingly, don't let your guard down too much and jump in, Wolf, it's been a long time since I fought with a member of the White Wolf tribe, so I want to have fun. Immediately the sword and hammer strokes collided, creating bright red flames. Goltep was surprised that he could fight on equal terms with him. So that's it, you're still hiding a lot of tricks, aren't you? The aura I feel from you is only 7 stars, but the strength and fighting spirit in that small body of yours is much greater. Among humanity, there are those who have reached this level. House Runkendel, you are of the blood of House Runkendel. He's increased his strength, now you have to at least report your name, that Runkaldel guy, let's bet our names on this battle. He also spoke loudly, the person from the White Wolf tribe, I am Jin Runkendel. He howled and increased the power of his attack, warrior Jin Runkendel. From now on, Goltep Hapalep, I will bet the honor of my entire clan to confront Jin Runkendel, you will be reincarnated as nutrients for Javier's soul. You will fight for honor. As he said that, he swung the hammer hard down where you were. Jin was also focused at this time, the whole space was just him and the enemy in front of him, without any other sounds or images, even though he had swung his sword tens of thousands of times. Slicing through everything just like the first time. And also the last time. He swung his sword and cut off Goltep's weapon. He asked, if I spare your life, would you agree to tell me about Kinzello? He laughed loudly, hee, it seems you don't know about the rules of the White Wolf tribe. Traitors have no honor, he muttered, the rules of the White Wolf tribe. So the law is more valuable than your life. He was angry, there are no cowards in the White Wolf tribe. Why do you insult the warrior who fought against you, Jin Runkendel? He remained silent and picked up the sword, okay. From now on, if I meet someone of the same training as you, I will behave properly, so I hope you will understand my rude actions this time. I will remember you, Goltep Hapalep. He looked at you and smiled with satisfaction, I will also remember you when I return to Javier's side. Jin Runkendel. Those were his last words as he finished, he truly respected him as a warrior. At this moment there was a voice calling him, brother. Jin turned around to look, Austin, are you scared? She looked at him with sparkling, admiring eyes and said, that's great, I respect you so much. Jin slightly avoided her reaction, it wasn't a big deal. He thought to himself, I don't know how big the difference in ability is between the people of the White Wolf tribe, but he is definitely stronger than the one I met when I was still a cadet. Even so, this battle is still not too difficult. Jin spoke up, Austin, this is the first time you've seen so many people die, right? The last girl down, yes, I actually felt a bit dizzy, but I think this incident made me realize once again what kind of people my companions are, and what I need to do to avoid become a burden for everyone. Jin reassured her, Austin, if you still feel hesitant, you can continue not to fight. Suddenly there was a weak cough, Chip begged for your help, Mr. Special Officer, please save me, I will never harm people again. You looked towards him, Chip, it turned out you were still alive. Suddenly Enya walked up to him and took off her disguise. Pascal Chip. Do you remember me? He wondered. Enya. How come you? Enya said, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago, you know that, right? Remember, get this, Chip Pascal, the one who saved you was Jin Grey. And Enya, the future great mage, was the one who signed the contract with the god of time, Olta, among others. Her voice is getting louder and louder. What's more, I won't just help trash like you. But from now on I will also help those precious companions who once reached out to help me. In a dark room, a bucket of water was thrown at Mato's face. He coughed and was surprised by this place. What is this? He tried to search his memories. I remember that, after bypassing the scum from the academy, he tricked them into entering the cave. Counterflow. He asked excitedly, are you a disciple of Kiddard Hall? There seems to be a misunderstanding somewhere. Kiddard Hall is also in the same group as us. Why did you ambush us? Elisa calmly held the nail grinder in her hand, waiting for an ambush. I thought you were very talented, but it turns out you're just a trash who likes to hide in a small country. She looked at him with eyes filled with murderous intent. A person who wants to use the academy's cadets as a test subject should not say such things. Hessam's serial killer, Mato Becker. He smiled softly. Ha, I don't know how you recognized my identity, but you're making a big mistake. If you touch a finger on me the association won't work. She grabbed his head. You talk too much. The nail grinder was only a few millimeters away from his eye before it would pierce his eyeball. Elisa smiled evilly and said, you just need to answer my question, even slowly. While experiencing the pain of those you killed. A scream rang out in the room. After finishing, Elisa went to Jin's place, where according to rumors, the headquarters of the Dark Magic Association was located. Casimir was surprised by the answer, Aterium. Murukan approaches, isn't that Vankella's capital? She said, yes, it was the old capital about 500 years ago. While you slept, the Holy Kingdom of Vankella changed its capital. Murukan was confused. Why, what happened? Next to Quickenel explained, they were invaded by demons. Murukan couldn't believe it and exclaimed, what? Since the founding of the country Vankella has maintained a demonic city for many generations, that invasion was to take back Hito's eyes. Around that time, the Runkendel and Zippel families dispatched knights and mages to aid Vankella. The Holy Kingdom War was also the only war in which the Runkendel and Zippel families joined forces, ending with Vankella's victory and the demon race being chased away. There is no way to rebuild the devastated land, where the mountains have been leveled and the sky has been slashed. Quickenel continued, so after that, Vankella moved their capital, and Aterium was still inhabited by monsters. Jin was on the side thinking, the legacy of Lyle Zippel that he needed to find was also there, the secret book of the Magic Queen's most destructive secret. Things were getting complicated. How could they can occupy that land? He asked, when did they build their headquarters there? Elisa replied, probably 50 years ago. And the Dark Magic Association should no longer be called a remnant. We have already confirmed 3 9-star mages among their ranks. Great Elder of Bemen Academy, Patriarch of the Lilystar family. Susan Lilystar, Archmage of Anzu, Shukan told her. Casimir frowned. It was crazy, he didn't expect so many 9-star mages to gather there. Jin said, if the Dark Magic Association has become so strong, then we won't be able to do anything to Kinslow, their leader. He pondered, now I understand why my family, Zippel and Bement, just stood by while Kinslow committed these crimes in his previous life. There were so many famous people involved, so you can't carelessly poke them. Elisa frowned, and it might sound a bit unbelievable, but it seemed Kinslow possessed a shapeshifter who transformed Mato Becker into Orton Melson. Named Bouver Gaston. Jin was silent, then Casimir spoke up, wait, Bouver Gaston. Isn't that the name that came up when you asked me to investigate Bishkel of Eliano? You replied, yes. Murukan said, are you sure it's a complete transformation and not a disguise? He didn't transform himself but someone else. Quickenel said, this is also the first time I heard about a human being who can change appearance. I thought shapeshifting was a blessing only for us dragons. Elisa recounted that even the name Mato Becker did not know the details. After taking the anesthetic and waking up, his appearance had changed. Jin suddenly spoke up, and thinking back, when I was young, on the day I left the arena. There was a time when Zippel's extremist followers transformed into guards and targeted me. Murukan also remembered, oh, by the way. Jin stood up and decided, I think we should go see Bouver Gaston ourselves. Casimir asked, do you want to go alone? He assured me, don't worry, I'm planning to bring someone with me. Please send rainbow colors to investigate, about the relationship between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzalo, Sir Casimir. He nodded, I understand. A week later, the Heron family's mansion, Roz walked towards the man sitting majestically on the chair with Dante standing next to him, to wipe out the remnants of the Dark Magic Association, not long ago, the Academy, which went to the Southern Lands. And as a result, nearly 20 cadets died. Ron Heron, the head of the Heron family, looked at Roz. Roz said, 2 6-star magicians and 1 7-star magician died. Ron asked, oh my god, did their plan fail? Roz continued, not only that, according to the testimony of the surviving cadets, 2 mysterious people disguised as guards, Jin Gray and Austin Gray. They said that it was those 2 who defeated the Black Magic Association. When Dante heard that, he was surprised. Roz continued, it seemed that the older one, Jin Gray, had used magic. And the younger one, Austin Gray, used a sword. Ron asked, so the reason you came to see us was? Roz gave instructions to bring a chest. Ron was surprised, this is. Roz said, this seems to be a fragment of a weapon used by the White Wolf tribe. If you look at the cross-section, you can see that this is a high-level swordsman, young master Dante Heron. Can you see anything? Dante laughed happily, ha ha, Roz is confused, young master. Ron looked at the boy next to him and said, it's true that Dante's swordsmanship is very high and also extremely talented, but the boy can't create such neat cuts, it seems only 8-star knights can, just do it. Dante placed his hand on his chest assuring, yes, you heard it too, I haven't reached that level yet, your trip here is considered a waste of effort. Finally Roz, I understand, thank you both for your cooperation, we would like to leave. When Dante heard the interesting information, he smiled and thought, Jin, you are already that strong, now I have more things to discuss with Veridin. Roz went outside in an uneasy mood. Austin Gray, short in stature with a loud voice and high-level swordsmanship, estimated age between 10 and early 20s, who could cut a hammer in half, of the White Wolf tribe perfectly at this age, the only one who completely matches the description is Dante Heron. He's hiding his abilities, Roz ordered with a serious face, monitoring the external movements of Dante Heron's family. The subordinate replied, yes, October 30, 1796, Corn Kingdom's teleportation gate, the announcement sounded, the portal would soon open. Please wait at your seat. Jin was sitting leisurely reading a book when a girl approached him and asked if he could put his bag somewhere else. Jin looked at that girl, then he gently let her go. He didn't pay attention to that girl anymore and made a plan. He heard that Bouver Gaston's workshop was located in the Carano dukedom. I've wanted to find that guy for a long time, but for no good reason. Investigating the Dark Magic Association gave me the perfect opportunity. While he wasn't paying attention, the red-haired girl next to him looked at him and smiled mysteriously. Jin went into a forest and saw a small house deep inside. That was Bouver's workshop. I was late because I had to stop by other factories to avoid suspicion from Kinzalo. According to other workshop owners, he is the most outstanding among sculpting geniuses. Isn't he just a transformation magician? When he entered, he saw a sculpture of a man wearing a loincloth with the words, art is an explosion. Jin gritted his teeth at this eye-catching sight. Sculpting genius, should I blow it away? Without looking, he knocked hard on the door and entered the workshop. At this moment a fat guy walked out with a rude voice, stop you bastard. When he saw you, he was stunned, Jin Runkendel, Jin spoke up, long time no see Bouver Gaston. Before he could say anything, drops of saliva flew onto his face. Gaston rudely said loudly, how dare you come here? Jin brushed his clothes and said, sprinkling salt on others is impolite, I came today as a guest. Gaston angrily shouted, guest my ass, I don't accept people like you. Jin smiled and said, didn't I once save you? This is how you treat your benefactor. He shouted incredulously, benefactor, He calmly explained, if my siblings had heard the ridiculous thing you were about to spout at the party, you would have been killed on the spot, but luckily it was me so you were able to escape. Gaston was furious and rushed to attack him, keeping his mouth shut. Jin did not intend to stand in the direction of the attack but threw a quick punch at him, sending him flying into the house. Jin said, I'm being nice. Bishkel growled inside the house, Bubbear, why is it so noisy out there? That guy saw him outside and immediately froze. Young Master Jin, you also pretend to be surprised, Mr. Bishkel. That guy politely asked him, what brings you here, young Master Jin, aren't you currently a lucky reserve? Gaston's nose was bleeding and he grabbed Bishkel's trouser leg and said, Mr. Bishkel, Ah, kill him, he insulted me too much at the party, and now he's coming here to cause trouble. Bishkel glanced at Gaston and thought uncomfortably, this dirty pig, that's obvious. Bishkel spoke up, sorry, Boover, I don't know what happened, but young Master Jin is not someone who would do that without a reason, he was in a hurry, why, it was true that I attacked him, give him credit first, but he's worth it. Jin now said, I will apologize, I came to ask someone to make a semi-statue of my father, but now you have put me in a difficult position. Bishkel spoke up, I see, a bust, right. But it's strange, to apologize just for that reason, you're completely different from the young Master Jin I know, you came here for a different purpose, right? Hearing that, Jin silently cursed, damn, you said, yes, actually I came with other impure intentions, the person I wanted to meet was not Boover but you, Bishkel. That guy was surprised, me, don't tell me you're planning to fight me in the name of reserve luck. Jin thought with amusement, oh, he knew right away, he said, it's embarrassing but it's true, I can't go to Ibriano's house without an invitation with my current status. So I came to see Boover, who is with you now, Bishkel said, I will refuse, I came here to rest. You are very rude, Master Jin, he tried to ask again, but suddenly his whole body stopped, that guy turned around. If you can't react to such a sudden attack, how can you change heads with me, please leave. Jin thought to himself, it was really dangerous just now, I almost counterattacked, he said, I understand. So here I go, Gaston ran to scold him, Jin Runkendel, do you think that being named Runkendel gives you everything, know your identity, if you keep being arrogant like that, you will soon be killed before you become a genius. Jin did not hesitate to swing his sword at him. Bishkel shouted, young Master Jin. The sword just stopped in front of Gaston's neck. You said, Mr. Bishkel, I admit I was rude and arrogant, but insulting the Runkendel name is another matter. He asked if he would stand still and watch the name Ibriano be humiliated in front of him. Bishkel said, well, I don't, then that guy rolled up his sleeves, then I have no choice but to stop you, young Master Jin. Jin said, do it, Bishkel was angry, young Master Jin, you might die. Jin shouted, even if I die, I will protect the name Runkendel. Bishkel saw that and immediately stopped, he wasn't joking, damn it, I should have stopped Boover's innocent mouth, I wanted to kill this pig right here, but to finish the job I needed his ability. Jin made a request, I will count to 3, Boover, meanwhile, knelt down and apologized, he was scared but still kept his mouth shut, why should I? Jin started counting, 3, 2, Gaston said unrepentantly, what have I done? Bishkel next to him was so angry that he gritted his teeth and knelt to Boover. He saw Bishkel's murderous face and knelt down, I'm sorry. Jin said, if it weren't for Bishkel, you would have died after apologizing, that's what you'll get for insulting the name Runkendel. Jin put his sword back, Mr. Bishkel, your subordinates have been very rude, if you like, you can beat me until you vent your anger. That guy grabbed his hair and sighed, it's okay, your actions are not wrong, young master, please leave, young Master Jin. He turned around and left, saying goodbye. After Gaston saw that his figure had disappeared, he cursed, why did he come here, that bastard? At this time, Bishkel in the back was looking murderously at him, Boover. The name was silent, he was dumbfounded, oh yes. Bishkel let out a breath, phew, come inside, there's still a lot I have to talk about, Gaston obediently came in, yes. In the room, Bishkel said, the leader announced that he would break the alliance with the Zippel family, so the rest of the ancient civilization we received from the Zippel family will also be halved, from now on it will be more difficult to collect the rest of the Shinigami, but according to the terms of the severing of the alliance, we will receive back a product we gave to the Zippel family, Gaston shouted, the compass, we must get the compass, with it, we will be able to find the living gods and use them as ingredients. Bishkel assured, okay, I understand, we will definitely get it back. Suddenly that guy turned around, alert. Gaston was confused, what's wrong? That guy said, nothing. It seems I imagined it, Bishkel said, ending our conversation. In the dark night, Jin took small steps. A person gracefully jumped over each tree and attacked him. Jin used his sword to block it. He said, even though there is no one in this forest. But there's no need to make such a fuss, right? Sister Yona? He asked, it seems like what you asked me to do went smoothly. She took off her disguise and said, since you asked me, of course I had to do it, it was very difficult to pretend I didn't know you. Youngest brother. Previously in the Samil area. Al-Kat approached Yona, who was looking at the moon. Yona. Here is your letter. She happily grabbed the letter. Jin. I will go out in a few days. Al asked, are you going to just leave? If Chiron sees you with your brother, he will die. He took out a wig and placed it on her head and advised her not to be discovered and to be careful on the road. In the other letter Jin wrote, Yona, I'm going to meet a sculptor named Bouver Gaston, so I need information about him, whether it's the words he mumbled to himself or to others can too. Can I just eavesdrop on information from him? While Bishkel and Gaston were talking, she was standing outside listening. Yona told him what she had heard. Kinzalo had ended her alliance with the Zippel family. He exclaimed that she was truly worthy of her. In just such a short time, she had found more information than anyone else, the special document of the Runkendel family. With this information, I will find out what they are trying to do, thank you. Suddenly Yona's face darkened. But that obese guy, he asked, do you mean Bouver? She replied, yes, that's him. It seems like he is the same type of person as you. Jin wondered, what does it mean to be the same type of person? She shook her head, I can't tell you that yet, youngest sister, you also have a secret. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin raised his hand to reveal a blue flame in his palm. My secret, this is what you're talking about, right? When Yona saw it, her whole body emitted a strong murderous aura. Then she remembered before when she had murdered a younger brother in the family. That made her feel regretful. Yona shouted, no. Jin was also surprised by her, the killing intent was so terrible. Did she react to aura? Yona clenched her arms to restrain herself. No matter what happens in the future, don't use that power in front of her sister again. Jin said, yes, I'm sorry. Then she raised her head. Why did you show it to me? I thought you would continue to hide it until you became lucky. I've never given you a reason to trust me, and I'm not a sister you can rely on. Jin explained, I also had the same thought. I was planning to hide this power. Until I gave you that blue rose. For me, blue roses are flowers that bring me great comfort when I fall into difficulties, and are also a symbol of faith. That is more than enough for me. So from now on, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Yona was sad, but if she had the same reaction as before, Jin reassured her, don't worry. You will become so strong that no matter what we do, I won't be able to kill you. Yona giggled, you're being melodramatic again, then I'll play with you, okay. Jin remembers Chiron's warning, never to take advantage of Yona again. He was a bit scared, that's a bit. Yona carelessly pulled him away, let's go play. Jin tried to escape, sister. Right now, on Chiron's side, he was asking about Jin and Yona's situation, what they had done in the past 2 days. A knight said, lady. It seemed like she was just playing around. He asked further, did the youngest child ask Yona for help? That knight said, according to what the guards confirmed, no, sir, the clan head had directly warned him so he would not dare to do such a thing. Chiron said, that boy knows nothing about fear. The owl was almost killed by Yona a few times, even Luna stayed away from that child, the youngest one was truly interesting. The knight held up a letter, and here it is, a letter from Casimir. Chiron picked up the letter and read, the youngest defeated Goltep Hapalep, the warrior of the White Wolf tribe. Hapalep, it's been a while since I heard that name. The knight was curious, do you know that person? He replied, yes, the leader of Hapalep, a White Wolf tribe, once came to challenge me. He is a strong man that is hard to forget. When he fought with me, he lasted for 5 hours. The Happald warriors all have abilities beyond those of the White Wolf clan. For the youngest, this victory has important meaning. And it seems like Mr. Jin mumbled something about cutting while splitting Goltep's hammer in half. I think this is just his habit. When Chiron read this, he immediately discovered that this was not simply a habit, it was completely similar to what was recorded. Spells, swords and hidden weapons, light swords, a secret technique that was no longer used 1,000 years ago. It was also the sword skill of Mr. Tamer, the first head of the family. Chiron is interested, is it true that he has become a demon swordsman even stronger than me? I want to be with him once. Now at Tikin, Casimir's mansion. He was surprised by Jin's information. The fact that the Zippel and Kinzalo families were allies was amazing, but he said that the reason this alliance ended was because of the magic stone that Andrei Zippel owned. Has it been broken yet? Jin assures, yes, and the one who made the replica of the magic stone is Bouver. He used the relics of dead gods and the ruins of an ancient civilization, along with a special ability called sculpting, to create dangerous relics or transform others. Elisa said, that is the core of Kinzalo. He replied, yes. Murikan on this side also had a hard time thinking, are the relics of the dead gods something like the tears or blood of numerous? Now I understand. Murikan spoke up, hey kid, there's actually something I haven't told you yet. I went to Duke Kurano's territory once to help the cadets on your side, didn't I? He replied, that's true. He continued, at that moment, a graveyard giant that had been hidden for 2,000 years appeared again, and I silently dealt with him. I still don't understand why a graveyard giant appeared there, but now I think it's probably the work of this guy Boover. Quickettle also analyzed, it seems he has some relationship with Well, the god of sculpture. Jin is curious, the sculpting god Well, this is the first time I've heard of it. Murikan frowned and said, that god has disappeared from the flow of history, of course you don't know. Quickettle said, Well was the existence that contributed the most when the gods created the primeval stone, but when time passed and the primeval stone was destroyed, he also lost his status as a god who was transformed into human. Murikan continued, and the golem that Well created to protect the tomb where the exiled gods let humans rest was the grave giant, but we dragons destroyed all the grave giants, its land. Casimir realized the importance of the matter, you mean Bouver Gaston signed a contract with the dead god? Quickettle shook his head, it couldn't be like that, but if it wasn't Well there was no way to explain what happened. Jin spoke up, not only that, among the relics he created, there seemed to be an object that could find the person who signed a contract with a god. Murikan can't believe it, what are you talking about? Unless the contract directly reveals its power, no one can know about the contract. Elisa was stunned, don't tell me, you were looking for Yuria for the same reason. Jin confirmed her idea, yes, it seems they call that thing a compass, luckily it seems to have the function of a compass. That's not quite complete yet, because they kidnapped the guard dragon Latri, not Yuri. Quickettle said, I understand, they will definitely use the compass to find the person who signed the contract first, then use the magic stone to absorb them. Jin continued, and this is also the reason why we have to get that compass. Next June, the Zippel family will return the compass to Kinsalo. That time is our chance, we must get the compass. Jin turned around and seriously said to Elisa, asking her to take Julia and Enya to the Ice Palace, what do you want to do? Elisa heard that and immediately asked. Jin furrowed his eyebrows and replied, until the Zippel family returns the compass, they will try to find as many fake contracts as possible to investigate the incident, just in case we should go to a safe place. Casimir sitting next to him also spoke up, he was right, holding 3 fake contracts that are not part of any larger army in Tekkan is very dangerous. Quickent crossed his arms and said, we should leave here before the compass finds us. Yes, Jin nodded and replied, I will ask the Ice Palace to protect me. So let's meet again in March at the Balado Manor, then we'll infiltrate the pirate land where they trade. So where are you Jin in the meantime? Casimir asked a little worried. Murikan sat next to him, crossed his arms and curled his mouth, saying, this kid has to go another way. Is there any place safer than the Ice Palace? Someone asked doubtfully. Murikan shrugged and replied, of course, the safest place in the world. Having said this, he immediately stopped, his mind remembering the conversation a few hours ago. Murikan was then transformed into a cat. He sat on Gilly's lap and said to Jin, kid, you go to the royal land, anyway I was planning to take you there so it was just in time, royal land. Jin raised his eyebrows and asked, Gilly patted the cat's body and said doubtfully, the royal family, isn't that the legendary tribe that once defeated all the beasts? That's right, strawberry cake. Murikan said comfortably, hearing that, Gilly frowned and said, but they have been in decline for 5,000 years. Jin sat next to him in silence for a moment, then said again, how could I come to a ruined land, does that place exist? The Murikan cat jumped off Gilly's body and onto the floor, he said, it still exists somewhere in the Great Mitra Desert, the territory of the beast men, except for you, no one can go there except for the 1,000-year fake contract, even if a god came down to earth, they couldn't. Hearing him say that, Jin immediately said, please explain in a way I can understand. The Murikan cat's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, he said seriously, you should understand that there is a contract between Sadare and the royal family. It is a land born only for Runkendel swordsmen, a place where anyone who wants to become a true swordsman must go there. The southern border of the Joan Kingdom, which straddles the border of Beastman territory and where Jin performed his first mission as a cadet, to reach the Mitra Desert, you must pass through this mountain. But of course if he ventured to climb the mountain he would get into trouble, standing under a tree covered with snow, remembering the image of Goltep, Jin silently thought, even though he and they were not attached at all, should he try to ask them for help? They are kind, but their instinct to avoid predators is second only to cat people. Thinking so, Jin immediately lifted his foot and went deep inside, quickly arriving at the Watertail tribe. A Watertail saw Jin and immediately stepped forward and said, "Are you the person from before, poor thing?" When he said this, he remembered that he had met a few people earlier. They looked like wanderers. Immediately skewered a fish and gave it to them to eat. Thinking like that, the Watertail immediately asked, "Why are you hungry again, not?" Jin smiled, he took out a big fish, held it up for the Watertails to see and said, "This time I came to return the last fish meal." Seeing this, the Watertails excitedly approached and took the fish from Jin's hand. They pulled it to a corner not far away and threw the fish up to play happily with each other. At night, Jin sat next to a Watertail. He hesitantly asked if there was a way that only the guys could use to get there. Hearing that, Tweetail immediately said, "Mitra Desert, where is that place, do you know?" Hearing that, Jin immediately said, "I've heard about it before, I was going to come and see." After hearing this, the Watertail was silent for a moment, then it said, "If you go there, you will lose your life. If it were me, I wouldn't go." Jin felt a bit amused by the Watertail's words. He looked at it once and shook his head and said, "Thank you for worrying, but I can't keep hiding forever." The Watertail didn't say anything anymore. It led Jin a long way, then pointed forward and said, "Just a little further, a large place will appear." That's right. After walking a while, the two saw a quite large space. In the middle was a stream of sparkling water rushing through. Jin exclaimed, "You're right, it's you guys, Peach huh?" Tweetail shook his head and replied, "No, Catman Peach." Having said that, the Watertail immediately pointed to the waterfall in front of him and said, "Get some water and go through the market to reach the desert." Following the Watertail's words, Jin took out a water bottle from his body and began to put his hand in to collect the water. After finishing, the two continued to move forward, arriving at a cave with bright torches, looking at an animal that looked like a mouse sleeping on the ground. Jin asked softly, "Is this the Gold Dust tribe? This is my first time meeting them." The Watertail nodded once to confirm what Jin had just said, then it went to a corner not far from the cave, woke up a Gold Dust and said something. The Gold Dust heard that and immediately put its hands on its hips and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why did you bring such a thing? We agreed that we would only go this way, you're breaking the rules. Why did you promise to keep your word? Don't you think it's wrong?" I know this is the first time, but still. Standing on one side listening to them talk, Jin thought to himself, the two of them look so adorable. At this moment, the Watertail immediately took out a gold coin, put it in front of the Gold Dust and smiled and said, "Trust me, friend, hey, this is what he gave me, take it, he will go to Mitra Desert." The gold coin in front of him had completely bribed the Gold Dust. He picked up the gold coin, his eyes glowing, and exclaimed, "I believe him, oh my god, he should have said it sooner." After saying that, the Gold Dust led the two people to a door and hurriedly said, "I didn't realize there was a distinguished guest coming, I will escort you." Looking at the door in front of him, Jin frowned and asked, "Does this door lead outside?" Tweetoo nodded and said, "Yes, the door is open, you will go to the grocery store, outside is the Yukiuka market. The Gold Dust tribe will lead the way, but it's dirty, don't worry, they're very trustworthy, honest, and won't lie." After saying that, the Watertail turned around and left. It waved and said, "I'll just send you here, goodbye." Hearing that, Jin nodded and said, "Thank you for everything. Before we say goodbye, can I ask your name?" The Watertail turned his head slightly and smiled and replied, "I am Dark Fire." "The Dark Fire of the Watertail clan," Jin said, "I am." Before he could finish his sentence, the Dark Fire waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say anything, I know Jin Runkendel, I've seen Runkendel's cloak before. You are truly a leader." Hearing him say that, Jin immediately laughed and praised, "It's really great, you won't tell anyone." The Dark Fire nodded and replied, "Don't worry, the Dark Fire is very tight-lipped." Hearing that, Jin immediately placed his hand on his left chest and said, "Okay, then the next time we meet, as a Runkendel, I will repay you." Having said that, Jin pushed open the door and entered the grocery store. Gold Dust was waiting there, smiling and saying, "Welcome, are you coming to the Mitra Desert? Then I can show you the way." Hearing that, Jin immediately shook his head and said, "I can go alone, thank you for opening the door." After saying that, Jin immediately covered his head with a towel and walked outside. Gold Dust didn't say anything else but just bowed and said goodbye, come again next time. As he walked forward, Jin thought, the Toefoot clan is trustworthy and honest. He walked past a stall and there was an animal with his hand raised high to offer. Traders came in, the Yukiuka market had everything, the tall customer was there, "Please come in and take a look." Jin didn't pay attention to it. He walked to a far corner, approached a hooded person and said, "I'm going to the Mitra Desert, I need a trustworthy guide. Hearing these words, the hooded person immediately raised his head. This person actually had the face of a dog. Very quickly the guide led Jin to the entrance of the Great Mitra Desert. Looking at the vast landscape of golden sand here, Jin turned around and shook hands with the guide and said, "Thank you, thanks to you I got there quickly and safely." The dog-headed guide stuck out his tongue and responded happily. After saying goodbye to each other, Jin continued to go straight to the desert entrance. Walking in the middle of the vast desert, Jin silently pondered, the land of the royal family, where sword light is passed down through generations. If I die here, even my body won't be found. The Great Mitra Desert, a vast desert that covers the center of the monster land. A long time ago, somewhere in this mysterious underworld there was a wealth of gold, civilization, and resources. This used to be a place that explorers often wanted to conquer. But even the local monsters couldn't find this underground world. And walking through the great desert of Mitra is to seek death, the most remote place on the continent. Furthermore, no one has ever survived after setting foot in this desert. Jin walked through the vast desert while searching for the Shadow Sword. Guardian of the Shadow Sword, Manhwa clan. 5,000 years ago they were a mythical race that maintained peace for the monsters in their golden age. As he walked, Jin remembered the conversation between him and Muriken. Listening to him, Jin couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What, in just one night they disappeared?" Murikna in cat form nodded and replied, "Yes, they are very arrogant. They did not believe in the power of the gods, so they made the mistake of challenging them." "You have witnessed the power of demon stones, right?" "Right." Jin said seriously. Hearing that, Muriken continued to speak, "A fake primordial stone is just as strong. The power of a primordial stone was created by a god. It is so strong that it can slaughter them in just one day." Hearing him say that, Jin couldn't believe it and opened his eyes wide. He said, "No way." Muriken did not pay much attention to Jin's attitude. He continued, "But not all the gods turn their backs on them. There was one god who had mercy on them." Gilly, who had been silent all this time, suddenly exclaimed, "He was Sadare." Hearing her say that, Muriken immediately rubbed his furry head in her arms and praised, "Exactly, strawberry cake, you really understand." After rubbing it for a while, he sat up straight and said seriously, "Sadare saved a few people from the Manhwa clan and made a contract with them. I don't know what that contract is, but apart from them, you cannot learn how to use photos from someone else. Tamar also learned from them." Hearing this name, Jin's body suddenly stopped a bit. He thought to himself, Tamar Runkendel, even though he was the first homeowner of Runkendel. But very few records of him survive. The Zippel tribe erased all records of Tamar. He is the founder of the family and the greatest hero. But he doesn't even have a tombstone in the Sword Garden. But if I meet the Manhwa clan, it seems like I will hear the story of the first homeowner. Freed from past thoughts, Jin continued to speed through the hot desert. At night, sit next to a small fire to warm up. Time passes so quickly. A day has passed. 2 days have passed. Jin thought, I can feel the desert air all over my body. Surely fighting a strong opponent would be easier. Going through this desert alone requires a lot of courage. In this place, it's only you and nature. You're fighting with yourself. 1 month later, December 1st, 1796, 30 days have passed. Jin continues to move forward in the vast desert. As he walks he silently calculates, he won't drink or eat anything for a while. It's time. I finally realize that death here is also natural. My footprints are disappearing too. I can't even go back anymore. I have to try to endure. I have never felt despair like this. While thinking about this, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Jin. I finally see you. Hearing this sound, Jin's eyes immediately became extremely sharp. He turned his head to look behind where the voice came from. In the midst of the rolling sandstorm, he could only vaguely see 2 silhouettes of people, one of whom continued to speak, "You don't know how much I want to see you. Thanks, you and our time at the main court were clearly boring." The more he listened, the more familiar this voice became. Jin cautiously raised his hand to tightly grasp the sword hanging at his side. Waiting for the other 2 figures to approach him, he realized they were Daytona and Haytona. They put their swords on their shoulders and smiled. Long time no see, the youngest brother. Seeing them, Jin thought, Tona brothers, am I having an illusion? At this time, the 2 Tona brothers began to take a defensive stance. They raised their swords and shouted, "Okay, show us your skills." After saying that, Daytona immediately rushed in and started attacking Jin. The sword attack they made was extremely heavy, making him feel a bit scared in his heart. Jin was about to muster his strength to fight back when Haytona's voice rang out from behind him. "You are very surprised, aren't you?" As soon as he heard this voice, Jin immediately dodged to the side to avoid an attack from the opponent. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, his instincts can be felt, if he can't block or hit it, I will be slashed. Haytona missed a blow and immediately withdrew his hand. He smirked and said, "We waited until you were exhausted." Hearing that, Jin frowned and thought, does this mean this is not a normal hallucination? Thinking about it, he held the sword tightly in his hand and said, "While we haven't seen each other for a long time, is it like this? My brothers, the move just now was just a fake." After Jin said this, he quickly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Tona's brothers saw this and immediately chased after them. They said with disdain, "It's because we haven't seen each other for a long time that we're like this, youngest brother." Feeling the pressure behind him getting closer and closer, Jin turned his head slightly and thought, they were too fast. Listening to the two of them now, why don't you feel happy? As soon as these words finished, these two people joined forces to attack Jin, the shining blade carrying the power of cutting out. Jin quickly turned around to avoid this attack, but before he could stand, Daytona appeared behind him and grinned and said, I'm here." Jin's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp when this voice spoke. He immediately swung his sword to block the attack of the two Tona brothers. While hitting him, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, they work together very well and compensate for each other's weaknesses. But that's all. My brothers. There is no strong move. Jin thought as he turned around to break the connection between Daytona and Haytona's swords. Seeing the fear in their eyes, Jin remembered being bullied by these two twins in his previous life. He smiled faintly and muttered, "Were they this strong back then? It's so frustrating. Even though these two people are so weak, I still have to kneel before them. I've always wanted. Knock them both down." Having said this, Jin immediately put strength into his wrist. The blade struck out with amazing power, sending two people, Daytona and Haytona, flying far away. A loud explosion rang out in the middle of the burning yellow sand desert. Waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, the two Tona brothers sat still, unable to move. Their faces were now extremely dirty and miserable. Jin walked step by step closer, looking at them trembling in front of him. He thought to himself, but why? Just thinking about this, Haytona and Daytona suddenly trembled and said, "Youngest brother. Wait, I'm sorry, please forgive us this time." Looking at the struggling looks of the two people right now, Jin thought to himself, am I hesitating? Jin's eyes were no longer as cold as before. He looked at the two Tona brothers and thought to himself, do I expect this relationship to be different from my previous life? Thinking that, he remembered the worried looks of these two people before when he went to meet Chief Chiron, but I have to cut them to get better. Because my last name is Runkendel. Thinking like that, Jin's hand holding the sword suddenly poured out a thick stream of black magic. He raised his sword and hung it high above the heads of the two Tona brothers. Seeing this, they were extremely scared and shouted loudly, "You bastard, how can you claim to be our younger brother, bastard?" In the middle of the hot desert, Jin's whole body was ragged, his face was listless. He looked at the bodies of the two Tona brothers lying on the sand with a tired tone, disappearing. Disappear? Why? Why don't they just disappear? A day has passed, but my brothers still haven't disappeared. Maybe they aren't. Illusion. Jin stood up, buried the bodies of the two Tona brothers in a pile of sand, then Jin stuck two swords in that place before leaving. When Jin left, the silhouette of a woman appeared but her face could not be seen clearly, her body was only black. She said in a sinister tone, "Yes, killing your own flesh and blood is a very painful thing. But how many of his brothers and sisters would suffer as you do now if he did not do so? You made a very wise decision in choosing such a child." Sir Sadare, a dark aura appeared surrounding that woman. Night falls, in the middle of the desert the destiny roars loudly, scorpions appear on the sand moving in groups. Jin leaned against a huge rock to rest. A scorpion crawled towards him. Jin saw the tiger beetle and quickly grabbed it. He was not afraid or hateful but just chewed it with his mouth. There's a reason why Jin ate it without thinking. If it weren't for the anti-poison wine, eating this would be very dangerous. I don't know if Yuna is okay, right now, my other siblings. The silhouettes of the two brothers Haytona and Daytona suddenly appeared in Jin's mind. Suddenly, while chewing, Jin coughed non-stop, the worst tasting thing in the world. Jin took out his water bag. When it's raised all the way up, only a tiny drop flows down. Jin angrily threw the water bag on the ground and stood up to leave. There was really nothing. On the 11th day of the 12th month, 1796, Jin walked each heavy step in that fateful desert under the bright sunlight. I wonder how much time has passed. I don't know. I just walk and walk. But what's the point of going? I can't even remember what I'm here for. As Jin was walking, he collapsed to the ground, his legs kneeling on the sand. From the beginning, I only came here to kill my brothers and sisters. Suddenly a person appeared in front of Jin and gave him a water bag. Jin did not accept the water bag but quickly grabbed his hand. He pulled out a knife and held it close to the man's neck. Jin asked in a tired tone, "Who is it?" That person was a woman. In front of Jin's actions, she was not afraid at all, but her tone was still extremely calm. "The first time you met me, you also greeted me with a knife. I still haven't changed anything." When Jin heard this voice, his face showed surprise. This voice? No way. The woman took off her cloak and continued speaking, "But of course my skills at that time were nothing compared to now." Jin sounded surprised. "Master Valeria." She smiled kindly and said, "Hello, my disciple." Jin looked at the silhouette of the beautiful woman in front of him and thought, Valeria Hister, the only heir of the Hister family, was a 7-star mage and my master in my previous life. She was the first person to tell me, the stupidest of the Runkendell clan, that I had talent. She was the one who helped me keep going. She was my savior and trustworthy companion, my trust. The first time I met my master, I was wandering around after the Runkendell family banished me. Jin remembered and was surprised, but that was all that happened in my previous life. I had never met her in this life. How? Jin suddenly noticed that the scene he was standing in had changed without realizing it. When did he come to this place? Jin tried to reassure himself, tried to regain his composure. No, that's not it. Master's appearance now is the same as the last time I saw her in my previous life. She is 2 years younger than me, so this doesn't make sense. Jin spoke up and said it out loud. Valeria, no, Master, I think you are the second illusion I saw. Valeria immediately replied, yes, it seems like that. After she finished speaking, she brought out the water bottle. Here, drink. Jin refused without hesitation. No, Master, if I want to drink that water then I need to fight you. Valeria didn't listen to what he said but threw the water bottle straight at Jin. That's right, you intend to fight me in that condition. My first blow is more than enough to kill you. Ji took the water bottle and said in a thoughtful tone, why couldn't it be someone else but a human? Is there really no other way? Valeria just said, you should know better than anyone else. You have become stronger after reincarnation. Your will is even stronger than mine, disciple. So drink up, you should be ready to fight with me. Jin opened the lid of the water bottle. What am I to you? Valeria cast magic and replied, you are my only disciple, I hope you will not disappoint me. Jin said, if it was true, would he say the same thing? Valeria's face was sad. If it was really her, she would love me even more than this. Maybe she would even kiss me on the forehead. Jin drank the water and said, I felt like I was hearing myself say it, so I really didn't feel very comfortable. Valeria's eyes suddenly turned cold, then stop asking, defeat me and move forward. You can use anything, sword, dark energy. Jin wiped his mouth and firmly planted the sword on the ground. I don't need the sword. Valeria happily said, you have become more arrogant since the last time I saw you, you will regret it. Jin's tone was cold, I will regret it even more if I use a sword to defeat you. You are the one who taught you all magic, and the one who will continue to do so. Jin's entire body was covered in black light. A black aura surrounded Jin. It came from his hand. He performed magic transfer. Jin said in a cold tone to Valeria, who taught me all magic, and who will continue to do so. Valeria was no less competitive. A beam of light surrounding her shot straight into the sky. Lightning appeared in the sky below. She said, wow, I really like this recklessness of yours. You should prepare yourself, my disciple. The lightning in the sky became more and more frequent, continuously hitting the place where Jin was standing. Jin rolled his eyes. He quickly reacted and moved away, otherwise he would be killed by lightning. It didn't stop there. A bright blue iron bar flew towards Jin. Jin quickly ran away. Was it a lightning spear? She really wanted to kill herself. Jin cast magic to create a shield to block the lightning spear. I have compared moves with my master more than 100 times. But never won. Even so, there was never a time when my master really wanted to kill me. Jin was surprised to no end when a lightning spear, with lightning speed, flew through his cloak, causing the cloak to become tattered. Valeria creates countless lightning spears. I even complimented you, you're good at dodging attacks. Jin looked attentively and assessed. Each of those spears contained the power of 7-star magic, but with the amount of mana the master had, he would not be able to continue using them. Valeria saw Jin's eyes and said, look at that look in your eyes, it seems like you're finally taking the fight seriously. Are you analyzing how much mana I have left, disciple? This is your last chance, pick up your sword, otherwise you will truly die. Jin still kept his original opinion of not using the sword. He cast magic with his hands and said, whether I die or not, we will only know after this battle ends, master. Valeria looked at Jin Hian's hand that was casting magic and realized what it was, backflow magic. It seems she has found a new master. You say that I am your only master, but that's all you can do, she said while also casting magic. Jin quickly replied, I have nothing to say to you. Jin can understand one thing, she is deliberately saying those words to hurt me. That's right, she is that kind of person. Once she is determined to kill someone, she will stop at nothing. Jin thought as he cast his magic. The light became clearer and clearer. With his current burst of counterflow, he couldn't even absorb the mana in that single lightning spear. Jin told Valeria that you won't be disappointed. A blue tornado appeared in Jin's hand. The only way is to reverse the flow. I need to buy time. Jin's cold eyes said, I will use the way you taught me to fight. You're so determined, I have to endure it. Small flashes of lightning appeared around Valeria's magic hand. Well, I'm looking forward to that. After speaking, she immediately attacked Jin. The ground glowed, and a loud explosion rang out. Jin didn't respond right away but left. I needed 3 minutes to complete the counterflow. Of course the master will be a few steps ahead of me. But I am also your disciple. Master will make the next attack. Right now. Lightning spears are following Jin closely. Valeria created a magic circle with the ground that was extremely large and quickly grabbed Jin's leg. Jin's legs were tied tightly with chains that appeared from that magic circle. Jin widened his eyes in disbelief. The magic circle could extend this far. Jin's entire body, from hands to feet, was grabbed by chains and couldn't move. There was no way she could have enough mana to both cast a magic circle this large and maintain those 5 spears. Suddenly, Jin's whole body felt a pain. The chains emitting fire surrounded his body. He screamed, but Jin seemed to understand one thing, so that's it. Among those 5 spears, the number of them actually contained mana. Surely there is only one tree. 5 spears were approaching Jin, a large light emitted, blue feathers flying everywhere. Valeria looked surprised at the scene before her eyes. Wow! It's Tess. The chains on Jin's body were broken into pieces. Behind him was Tess. Valeria immediately said, but this disciple, with your current condition, how much longer do you think you can last? Jin was kneeling on one knee as he thought about this statement. Yes, with the remaining mana I can't last much longer, but I just need a little more. Jin struggled to stand up. The magic circle cast by Valeria appeared again with chains that slowly wrapped tightly around Tess's wings. Tess cried out. Jin is not affected by any chains. Thank you, Tess. In the sky right where Valeria was, a blue tornado circle appeared. Valeria coughed up a bunch of blood. I'm sure you know that too. Mana reflux only happens to people who are not good at controlling mana. What are you hiding, disciple? Jin's tone was cold. I'm not hiding anything. I've already lost. I can't do anything more. Just think, even now I'm using a huge amount of mana. How can I both endure the backlash and use many types of magic like you? The chains wrapped tightly around the lightning spear. Valeria replied, you're right, no one else can do that, but don't come close, you definitely still have some tricks up your sleeve. Jin set foot in the magic circle. Mr. Tian walked step by step and said, you know, I have never lied to you once. At that time, strange monsters appeared behind Valeria. She warned, stop, if you take one more step, I will have to use all my strength to attack. Jin ignored it. He raised his trembling hand forward. Valeria, I want to see you one last time. Valeria is upset. I said stop. A blast of power attacked Jin's chest. Jin gritted his teeth and still tried to endure. Just one chance. The ball of heavenly countercurrent only is the tool to find the real spear. 5 spears rushed forward to attack Jin. Valeria used all her strength to cast magic. Her face was extremely cold. Jin pulled out the sword containing the black gas. He aimed at the spear in front of him. Jin moved it behind his back and with momentum, he pushed the knife straight forward. Valeria rolled her eyes. Jin pondered, the reason why I said I wouldn't use Bradamante was because of this final attack. I imitated my master's method of deceiving opponents and making them lose their guard at all costs. The knife pierced Valeria's body. Her whole body backed away and fell to the ground. This is the way to show respect to that person, master. A loud explosion rang out and clouds of smoke appeared on the ground. Jin kneeled on the ground. Valeria had a knife pierced through her body and fell to the ground. She lay on the ground holding her wound and smiled. So this is the reason why you didn't use a sword from the beginning? Jin replied, because I understand you very well. Valeria looked at Jin's figure. You have become stronger, I feel proud. My beloved disciple. Jin heard that and his whole body suddenly stopped. A beam of light suddenly appeared around Valeria's body, then she slowly disappeared. Jin still just bowed his head to the ground, not daring to look directly in the direction. Jin fell into his thoughts. Ever since my strength returned, I felt it. It's all just an illusion. In my previous life, she and magic were all I had. I was very serious during that summer session. Because otherwise I won't be able to win. That's why I'm in 1,000 times more pain. Jin gritted his teeth and hugged his cloak. Tears kept falling. He had personally killed his only master. Valeria's body also disappeared. Night fell. Jin walked in the vast desert. While walking, he discovered many swords stuck in the ground. He reassured himself that this was just an illusion. Suddenly, a bright light emitted from the front. Jin quickly covered it with his hand. He saw the silhouette of a person. Father, no, it wasn't his father, it was. This terrible pressure. The other person took the magic test. That black light immediately surrounded Jin's body. You widened your eyes and didn't feel restless. He is too strong. Jin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I feel like I'm just a small creature standing before God. Is he trying to make me kneel, if I'm going to do that? Then he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The rain is just a human like me. Until I get there. I just need to keep moving forward. And take him down. Jin clutched the sword in his hand with determination. He put his hands on the ground to gain momentum to stand up. Jin's whole body moved forward heavily. The man looked at him and smiled. Suddenly an invisible door appeared. The girl saw him smiling through it. Tamer. Did you just laugh? That man's name is Tamer. That girl crawled out of the space door and wanted to touch his face. Did you really just laugh? But unfortunately it didn't work. Tamer didn't give her the chance to touch his face. But she was still extremely determined. No, definitely, he just laughed. I haven't seen that smile in 1,000 years. I've been longing to see it. Why are you smiling at that brat? Jin is still in front, still dragging each heavy step forward. I will cut him. Tamer said, that child. The other girl immediately crossed her arms and said, yes, even I think that child is worth looking forward to. His will is extremely strong. When he personally killed his own brothers even though he was personally killing his own master. He was also sad but did not hesitate. He got it. Don't try him again, but Tamer only stuck the sword into the sand. An extremely intense light emitted. It quickly spread to Jin's place. He could feel pain around his body. The girl saw him doing that and panicked. Tamer, what are you doing? Are you planning to kill him? He just replied, the test is over. The other girl rolled her eyes. Tamer, sir. Suddenly a pair of feet appeared. Jin's whole body walked out. The girl saw that and immediately realized, I understand. You think he looks like that person, right? Okay, I'll keep observing. The kid made you laugh. To see how far it can grow. After saying that, she immediately disappeared. Tamer continued to cast magic. The swords that were originally planted in the ground were all floating above the ground. Right after that, he controlled them to attack Jin. Jin still refused to give in. We won't stop. I will go there to bring you down. Even if it means I have to kill my brothers and my master. No matter who they are, they will do the same thing. That is my will. Blue light covers the entire vast space. Jin tightly grasped the sword in his hand. The sword emitted black energy, which allowed the first and last swings to be identical, even if it was 10,000 times. Jin's tone was determined. I am a member of the Runkendell family. Wherever anything shines our way, then I will also destroy it. Tamer once again smiled. Jin shouted with determination in this tone, I am a member of the Runkendell family. No matter what gets in our way, I will also destroy it. Jin slashed his sword straight forward. A black smoke appeared. He didn't bother using anything. Jin couldn't stop being surprised. He disappeared. Before I could cut Han knew. Tamer. Suddenly, Jin's teeth fell to the ground along with blood.
Jin is not subdued. I come to your level.
A voice rang out. Wrong, think carefully, why are you here? Hearing that, Jin was surprised. Why am I here? That sound rang out again. Hey kid, go to the royal family's territory. Jin looked surprised. I went to the royal family and learned how to earn aura. But where does that sound come from? Is it also an illusion? Jin remembers the conversation with Muriken. Muriken reminded him, when the third illusion ends, release his dark energy. If he does, he will meet the royal family. Jin finally understood. I forgot. That illusion must appear up to 3 times. Jin stood thoughtfully. Well, while crossing the desert I couldn't keep awake. For the third illusion has ended. I have to release the dark energy. Jin finished speaking. A beam of light immediately flew out from his body. Will I meet the royal family? The sky is calm. It's been a while, but nothing has happened yet. Is it just a legend? No, there's no way Muriken could give me wrong information. Could it be that voice I heard earlier? Wasn't it an illusion? Where does it come from? Jin tightly grasped his sword. It was currently emitting a dark aura. Suddenly that beam of light penetrated straight into the sky. A man appeared from there. That man also carried a sword and said, Sadare's fake contract really did not disappoint. You passed. Jin doesn't understand. What? The man immediately explained, I don't know what Sadare thinks, but the only condition to be recognized is to show fighting spirit to the end. But you, more than that, you even cut through Sadare's barrier. That's surprising. He said as he patted Jin's head proudly, but contrary to his cheerfulness, Jin's eyes became sharper than ever. He attacked him. So, are you toying with me? He still smiled happily and replied, I like this the most. You are completely different from the humans in my memory. My name is Tantal. I have been waiting for you for 1,000 years, child of Sadare. Welcome to La Perosa. The scene before Jin's eyes has changed. It was no longer a desert filled with sand, but before his eyes was an extremely majestic scene. This is the territory of the royal family. Tantal said, La Perosa, this city is considered by humans to be a dark light. You tried very hard to come here. He said as he handed the water bottle to him. Jin quickly took the water bottle and drank non-stop. While drinking, he suddenly spat it all out. What the hell, this is alcohol. Tantal laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, how, it's quite sobering, right? That's crystal wine made from refined diamonds. It helps him recover mentally and physically. Jin also noticed that his body was changing a bit. It was true, it felt like his head was cleared. Tantal advised him that he should recover his energy before going to meet his brothers. Jin doesn't understand, bro. Jin and Tantal entered the city. The city and its residents have such a high standard of living that no one can think that it was built thousands of years ago. I understand why many adventurers seek this land, to that extent. Splendid and luxurious golden buildings. And every door was studded with jewels. Jin thought for a moment and asked, Tantal, that thing on your chest and the decorations on the doors, what gems are they? Tantal replied, they are not just decorations, but also our hearts. If the homeowner is still alive, the jewel embedded in them will shine. Jin was amazed. His heart, now that he remembered, even though we had walked for a while, I still hadn't seen anyone from the royal family except Tantal, nor were there any shining gems. Jin wondered, how many royal families lived here? Tantal started calculating, 77, including the god of war and the 12 battle kings. Jin was surprised, so little, J. In curiosity, the god of war and the 12 fighting kings, Tantal explained, they are the ones who will pass on the sword aura to you, as Sadare's fake contract. Everyone is waiting for you. Aura sword. Hearing that, Jin's face showed surprise. Finally the two of them arrived at a very huge place. Tantal said, here we come, this is the temple of the god of war, where the aura sword will be passed down to you. As the name suggests, it symbolizes the god of war. An energy emanating from the temple, Jin could feel it too, the terrible energy, the same pressure as when I stood in front of Tamer. If I didn't overcome the 3 illusions, I wouldn't be able to move. Tantal reminded, if I can give you one piece of advice before entering, you should speak carefully to your brothers. Unlike Sadare, they don't care about you. A dazzling light emanated from the temple. Inside were the war gods. They were chatting excitedly with each other. He's here, you look cute, how old are you, have you eaten anything, what's your favorite food, what do you think about La Prosa? Tantal quickly relieved you, brother come on, how many times have I told you not to? Suddenly a woman appeared and said loudly, where, is it you? Our disciple has arrived. It's been 1,000 years since Tamer left, 1,000 years. The girl put her hands on Jin's shoulders. When he saw that, he was surprised that she was so strong. That girl with powerful muscles immediately said, you can't go to meet the god of war with this limp body, who will bathe the second disciple in history. Hearing that, Jin panicked. What? Who needs you? I can do it myself. But the war gods here all shouted, me, let me do it, give me a chance. That girl's eyes lit up. She used rock, paper, scissors to decide. The one who remained until the end would win. Everyone rushed to play rock, paper, scissors. The atmosphere was extremely bustling. After escaping from the group's arms, Jin was also let go by them to go take a shower. He immersed himself in the water, remembering what he had just faced, and could only hold his forehead and sigh helplessly. Remembering what the woman named Belize had told him earlier with an innocent look on her face, that a human being knows how to wash properly, it's hard to believe but I will choose to trust you this time, you have to wash clean out every single grain of sand in my ears. Just remembering it made him want to dig a hole to hide in. Jin was speechless, covering his face and wondering, in what era was their perception of humans still stuck? He almost got caught. But if say 1,000 years from the time of Lord Tamer, the behavior of people at that time would be that they would not know what bathing is. Jin raised his face and continued to think, but he remembered the members of the royal family and thought to himself, were they all so big and strong? When facing them, he felt like he looked so small. Jin was also surprised by the bodies blessed by the gods. It was not without reason that they were called a good war race. Jin then finished washing himself and he walked out. When he saw him walking out, someone suddenly heard someone's voice, very good, you bathed very clean, our traditional clothes also match very well, with you. He looked at Tantal in front of him and thought, he didn't expect that one day he would be praised for knowing how to bathe himself. Tantal happily said, you won't need the clothes you wore before anymore, so we burned them, cleaned them up. Hearing that, he calmly asked him, so now, I will meet the god of war and the fighting king who will pass on the Aura sword to me. He turned away and smiled and said, well, now we're going to the temple, the brothers of the fighting kings you met earlier are also waiting there, you can't bring weapons in there, so remember to give them to them, brothers, they will keep them for you. He then went with Tantal to the temple. Jin saw something in the middle of Tantal's chest emitting some kind of light and whispered to himself, Tantal's heart was shining more strongly. He did not take his eyes off Tantal's heart, before he was with the rest of the royal family and it didn't shine that much. This made him wonder if it was due to the influence of the god of war in the temple. The two of them were now standing outside the temple. Tantal devotedly instructed Jin about everything in heaven and earth. Once he entered the temple, he could only answer whatever he asked. The brothers of the war god only needed to say a word to chase him away. When you're back, remember to be careful with your words and actions, Jin urged impatiently. He said it again, okay, just open the door. Tantal then opened the door, and from inside the temple a halo emitted a brilliant light. The magnificent temple space appeared in front of us. Above the throne was a powerful goddess sitting on it, surrounded by a group of royal people. Jin was attracted to the goddess in front of him. He thought to himself, so this is the source of energy he felt when standing outside the temple of the god of war. He then looked at the royals. Those 12 people were the number of people present here, respectively the 7 Do King Belize, 8 Do King Garmand and 9 Do King Bara. Next to him are the 3rd fighting king Palam, the 2nd fighting king Lumira and the 1st fighting king Baltarak. He thought to himself, the fighting king and, then Jin continued to roll his eyes at the remaining people, the 10 fighting king Kaio, the 11 fighting king Nada, the 12 fighting king Teto. 6 Do King Delphir, 5 Do King Boris, 4 Do King Linfa. And especially the woman sitting on that powerful throne, the god of war. Jin thought, she looks smaller than the other royals but from her demeanor to her eyes, her aura completely overwhelmed the 12 fighting kings. Jin's mouth slightly curled up, that's right, this is the successor of the aura sword. Jin was deep in thought, and at the same time, a strong power radiated from his body, and the goddess's voice rang out, which was strange. She stared at Jin without taking her eyes off and said, your appearance is completely different from Tamer, but your energy is very similar to him. Baltarak then spoke up, it must have been that his energy was similar to Tamer. Lumira was next to continue speaking, but it was unknown if he could become a greater warrior than him. Nada commented, it's very difficult to find a warrior who can satisfy us like Tamer, shouldn't we expect more? Belize objected, but after 1,000 years, he was the only one who could come here, so that meant he was a qualified vessel. Jin still didn't say anything, he was lost in the chaos of thoughts in his head. Was that the gardener I met just now? Is she talking for me? I'm very grateful to her, but it seems like most of them see themselves as Tamer's shadow. He thought darkly, but I have no intention of letting myself be treated like a substitute. It took a while for him to ask the people here, can't you see that you are paying too much attention to my ancestors? My name is not the heir but Jin Runkondal. Looking at his attitude, Kaio couldn't help but shout, "That disrespectful brat, unless asked by the brothers of the god of war, he is not allowed to speak." Afraid that something bad would happen, the goddess raised her hand to stop everything. "That's enough." Seeing that, Kaio didn't say anything more but nodded as if he understood. The goddess spoke again, "Yes, you are Jin Runkondal. We talked too much about what happened in the past, and forgot that there is a new heir here." The goddess's majestic voice introduced, "My name is Ban, we don't use honorifics like humans so you can just call me Ban." She reminded him in a low voice, "But until everyone in the royal family recognizes you, only then can you become our brother." Hearing that, Jin didn't want to rebel so he nodded and replied, "I understand, you already had the answer in your heart by looking at their disdainful looks, just by looking at their faces you knew they would never recognize you, but those who have made their attitudes clear will be easy to deal with." Jin observed the situation. The problem here is the fighting kings. He couldn't read their emotions. Even the goddess sitting in front of the throne didn't show the slightest emotion. At this time, Ban announced that the succession ceremony would begin tomorrow. As she spoke, she conveniently picked up the sword next to her mouth and continued to say, "Before that, you are not allowed to use your sword here." Saying that, she directly threw the sword in her hand to Jin and told him to use this sword instead. The sword gradually fell towards him. Jin was surprised, the sword of the god of war. He held the sword and thought to himself, the sword used by the god of war looked so ordinary. His eyes widened as if he realized something. Was it absorbing his hidden energy? The magic seemed to be surrounding his whole body. Ban saw his confusion and explained, "It's called sword stealing. You've probably never experienced the feeling of hidden energy being pulled from your body, right?" He smiled and exclaimed, "This feeling was indeed very strange." Then he thought to himself, "The more I tried to make it stop, the more intensely it absorbed my hidden energy." She continued, "Your tamer ancestors overcame the sword pretty quickly, you will be able to do it too, right, just like when you boldly announced your family name." Jin replied with determined eyes, "I will show you the results soon." Despite his strong words, the young man still felt trouble in his heart. After a while, the goddess loudly told everyone that if you came here today, everyone should go back. Belize and Garmin now walked in front of the goddess and took turns presenting. "God of War, I think it's still too early for the heir to deal with the heir sword at this time." Garmin wondered, why. She thought so. Belize began to analyze. After mastering the initial steps of the aura sword, Tamer could overcome the heir sword, and at that time he was over 22 years old. Hearing that, Garmin immediately protested, "That's enough, Belize. I understand why you want to protect the first heir to appear in 1,000 years, but do you think the god of war doesn't know that, really, out any system?" Belize blatantly objected, but it had been 1,000 years since Tamer had passed away. While speaking, Ban interrupted, "In this land, time has stopped, but in the outside world, it is not like that." The two of you silently listened to the goddess's words. "We are the heirs with the duty to pass down the aura sword," she said. "Checking whether the Runkondal family's bloodline has become stronger than it was 1,000 years ago is also our mission." The next day, Jin woke up with a tired look and absent-minded eyes. As soon as he saw him, someone suddenly asked, "Did you sleep well, Jin Runkondal?" Jin thought absent-mindedly, "Because my spirit was drained, I couldn't sleep at all. I was tortured by the soul sword all night. I was so tired, there was no spirit left in my body." Garmin stood before him with his arms crossed and announced, "I am the 8th Sword King Garmin. I will be the one to teach you first." Jin looked at his muscular figure and suddenly remembered and spoke up, "He was the person I met at the gate." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Yes, I heard that you took a bath by yourself. It seems like a lot of time has passed. You look very clean, even though you don't look very good right now." Jin looked serious and didn't answer anything. Without wasting any more time, he got straight to the point before starting to practice. "There's one thing I need to confirm. I haven't acknowledged you yet." Jin was a bit confused by what the man said. The two of them were standing in the training yard. In front of them was a tree branch with a sword on it. Garmin suggested, "Slash this sword 10,000 times. Can you slash this sword 1,000 times?" He cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Prove to me. If you can't do that, then you won't be able to learn anything from me." Hearing that, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly in contempt. Jin did not soften his heart for another moment. He immediately picked up the sword and swung it, the number of swings increasing by 2,000, 2,500, then 3,000. With just a little effort, Jin slashed the number to 5,000. Next is 6,500. Then 7,000. Tantal stood there with a bewildered face looking at Jin without taking his eyes off. 7,400, the growing number quickly attracted the attention of the courtiers standing outside. Jin had now slashed for the 8,000th time and showed no signs of stopping. Everyone was excited to come and watch him show off his skills. They exclaimed in surprise, "Really? It was already the 8,000th time." On this side, there were two people discussing. One person said in disbelief, "No way." The person next to him said, "It seems like you can really do this." In a flash, Jin had swung his sword 9001. The curse of his previous life when he was an incompetent swordsman had been lifted, and now in this life he was reincarnated into the swordsmanship family. Jin closed his eyes to feel the surrounding scenery, for those who relied on the use of blades. Luna once told him that achieving the 3 eyes was more important than anything, and absolutely not opening his eyes. With the teachings from Luna he remembered these words. The first time Jin learned how to hold a sword, this was the pure fighting training that any Lunkendel pure blood must undergo. It is training to ensure that every slash is similar to the first. Very quickly the number reached 10,000, he frantically slashed in his head, thinking, "To me this is just a normal test." Jin proved to him that he was not a vile person. If the goal was to frighten him then he was wrong. 8-Sword King Garmund. Garmund now looked at Jin with different eyes. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect you would actually be able to do this. Even if you were a member of Lunkendel, it is very rare for anyone to complete this task perfectly. I never thought about this situation." Everyone around was excitedly cheering and praising Jin. Did he really do it so quickly? He was clearly a descendant after 1,000 years. There were drops of sweat on his face. He spoke up, "Garmund, it's okay if you're there and don't say anything." Garmund had no words to argue. He was full of praise. "Haha, that was amazing. Not only did he swing his sword with the same force, but I also didn't expect him to finish it so quickly." Faced with those compliments, he calmly replied, "What I want to hear is not half-hearted compliments like that." Seeing that, he asked you, "What do you want me to say?" Jin immediately responded, admitting that I was ready to receive instruction from him. Garmund turned his face to look at the crowd looking at him with eyes full of anticipation. Garmund then also agreed with Jin, "Okay, I admit, you will learn from me, Garmund, one of the 8-Sword Kings of the Min King clan. You are ready to learn the secret of the Soul Sword." The surrounding crowd heard that and cheered excitedly, "Wonderful, wonderful, the 8-Sword King was indeed like that, the 8-Sword King." Everyone shouted his name loudly, "The 8-Sword King, Uncle Sword King." Seeing that everyone was about to protest, Garmund loudly reminded, "Okay everyone, please leave, we will start the official practice session now." But he immediately took the sword and lifted it off the ground. Garmund said, holding the big fire sword in his hand, "Now let's start serious training." Jin suddenly exclaimed, "This time it's a practice match." When he noticed your confusion, he couldn't help but laugh loudly, "Ha ha, you really overestimate yourself. Sparring can only be done when both sides are on the same level." He asked with a serious face, "What is the difference between you and me?" Garmund smiled mischievously, "How many stars? You can't even lift my sword." Hearing that, he became impatient and immediately swung his sword straight at him. The two swords collided, creating a strong collision sound. Garmund held the sword tightly in his hand. From behind the sword an angry look appeared. He angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Jin smiled triumphantly and said, "I only tried because you said I couldn't lift your sword, but that's not the case." Hearing that, his blood boiled and he shouted, "I don't mean that, I mean that no matter how many times you slash, my sword won't budge," and Jin could only laugh through this embarrassment. He laughed it off, "Oh, so I see, for some reason I felt like something was wrong." In his heart he secretly assessed, "You're such an interesting person." Garmund raised his sword again and urged him, "Come on, this time use all your strength to slash my sword." Jin also helplessly raised his sword and enthusiastically replied, "I understand." He used all his strength to swing the sword forward. His blade swung forward but was immediately blocked by Garmund's terrifying sword. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Jin raised his sword, looking at Garmund's sword, which was unharmed, making him extremely surprised and thinking, "What is this? It feels like he is cutting into a city wall." He felt it was not simple, not just about strength. He said arrogantly, "I told you, but you can't lift my sword." Jin did not give up so easily. He decisively told Garmund, "I will try again." Hearing that, he happily replied, "Feel free." Jin was now extremely focused. He held the sword tightly with both hands, thinking to himself, "Spiritual energy cannot be concentrated in sword energy." Jin infused a large amount of magic power into the sword. This was a technique that could not be used in actual combat, during the time the enemy was concentrating. "Can you wait?" A question rang in his mind. full of enthusiasm, once again swung his sword and slashed at Garmin's sword. The two swords clashed violently with a roaring momentum. That force shattered a section of the field where he was practicing, rocks scattered everywhere. Dark smoke and dust. He gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. But the next second, Jin was counterattacked by the attack and was thrown far away. He slid some distance below the ground. Jin's body had some slight scratches. He didn't expect to think, is the difference in strength that big? At this moment, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent, he was just scared. What kind of person was he? Garmin was also a little surprised. The pain felt as if his hand was about to tear apart. Hasn't it been 1,000 years? This power is at level 8, I would have rated it as 7 stars. At this point, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Was it because of the unique strength of the Runkendell family and the achievements after overcoming the Great Desert? So strong, even after being robbed of his spiritual energy, he still reached the level this is really worth looking forward to. But, Garmin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and did not let him have everything so easily. He thought in his heart, he could not let the fighting King Garmin praise you right now. Thinking of this, Garmin looked fierce and said loudly, Jin Runkendell, I will give you a week, and complete the blow so strong that it shakes the great sword. Jin raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his chin and asked, won't you show me how? He coldly replied, the 3 illusions have already made it clear. Faith, the belief that nothing in this world is impossible, transforming that belief into spiritual energy is the focus of this training session. Hearing that, Jin understood and asked him, so that's it, how long did it take my ancestors to succeed? When Garmin heard this question, a smile appeared on his lips. And then he gave him the answer, which was 2 days. 3 days passed and Jin diligently practiced day and night. And in the end, the effort he put in was rewarded, although not much. Jin was finally able to cut Garmin's sword. He grabbed the fragment that was thrown from his sword. A cloud of dust and smoke obscured Jin's vision. 7,560, he continued to count the number of swords that had encountered Garmin's sword. Garmin looked at him without showing any emotion. His sword was also broken into a piece. Garmin lowered his sword to the ground. Jin frowned a little disappointed. It took me a day longer than Temar. If I had concentrated a little more, I would have succeeded yesterday. Garmin was sweating profusely and thought, actually, I took a week off, so I expected it to take a month, but I didn't expect it to be completed in just 3 days. He commented on his talent. Of course it was still slow compared to Temar, but if Temar held the sacred fire sword and participated in training. At this point, he couldn't help but wonder if he could finish it in 3 days like Jin. He held the fragment in his hand and sighed, what a pity. At the same time Garmin was still thinking, no need to tell Jin, but this really is an extraordinary achievement. Indeed, as the gods of battle said, Ban had said before, we must confirm whether Runkendell is stronger than it was 1,000 years ago, that is our mission. Garmin did not hide it in his heart. I wonder if Runkendell has become stronger than he was 1,000 years ago, perhaps there isn't much more that needs to be taught. Garmin then declared, Second Heir Jin Runkendell, you have finally moved me. Hearing that, he asked loudly, have you acknowledged me now? He replied, yes, I see that even the forces that previously kept a distance from you will open up. Because they couldn't help but feel the pure and strong soul of a warrior, knowing that he had officially recognized him, Jin replied happily, hearing that was really fun. Garmin now blushed a little and hesitantly said, there's a favor I'd like to ask. He asked bewilderedly, a request. At this point he said a little shyly, can I be the first person to taste the achievements you have achieved? He suddenly asked again, taste the achievements you are talking about. His eyes glowed with anticipation as he looked at you, answer me. Jin smiled and replied, even though he didn't know what it was, please do it. Hearing the answer as expected, Garmin immediately replied, thank you, and then conveniently asked for the fragment of his sword in his hand. But the unexpected thing was that Garmin suddenly put the sword fragment into his mouth. He closed his eyes as if he felt the taste of the broken sword in his mouth as if he was tasting a delicious mountain dish. As soon as he ate that fragment, his body emitted a rich aura. Standing before the scene in front of him, his face turned pale and he thought inexplicably, are you chewing on a piece of sword? After enjoying it, he smiled and said, indeed, this flavor suits Raprasa very well. Jin looked at him bewilderedly and whispered, what's wrong with your teeth? Garmin patted his shoulder encouragingly, Jin Runkendell did well, the next training session will be tomorrow. Very quickly the surrounding space was dark, a purple light covering the entire space. Jin was immersed in the beautiful night scenery here. He thought to himself, because of training, I haven't had a chance to look closely at Raprasa's night. He couldn't take his eyes off it, constantly exclaiming in his heart, "It's so beautiful, how could this place exist in another dimension?" Jin pondered silently. The land was prepared only for the legendary swordsmen of Runkendel, those who signed a contract with Soldrith and I, the successor after 1,000 years. Am I worthy of this position, or not? While he was in a daze, someone suddenly appeared and interrupted his thoughts. "Jin, what are you blaming yourself for? The first training session seemed very difficult." He heard footsteps approaching and he looked up. Sang looked over and said, "Tantal, no matter how difficult it is, it's okay." Hearing that, Tantal was surprised and asked him, "Is it okay? I heard that you didn't sleep and practiced for 3 days straight." Only at this point did Jin sigh and complain, "In fact, it would hurt like hell. If you had the strength in your body, it would probably be a little easier." He gave him a cake again and said, "But that's a lesson that needs to be overcome. Eat this." Looking at the cake in Tantal's hand, he was a bit confused. Remembering the previous time he was tricked and made to drink alcohol, Jin was extremely defensive and asked Tantal, "But it wasn't alcohol like last time, I doubt it." Tantal saw that he doubted him, so he immediately put the cake in his mouth and said, "That time, I only had wine, but this time it's our traditional cake called kokdo. Although it's not as good as jelly wine, it's effective, restores vitality and also helps reduce swelling." Hearing that, he also took the cake and put it in his mouth. "Oh, if that's the case." Just taking a bite, Jin was amazed at its effectiveness and exclaimed, "This cake is also delicious. It really has a healing effect. Raprasa has many strange things. This kokdo cake must be brought back when we return. Just follow a little." Tantal agreed. "Okay, then discuss with him. By the way, what is the ranking order of the War Kings? Does a lower number mean stronger?" Jin heard that and immediately objected. "No, the number's simply the order when they become War Kings." Tantal replied, "The principle is that apart from the 2 war gods there is no rank at all, although using honorifics with them is a sign of respect, but even the warlords are on the same level as the warriors like we." When he heard that, he was surprised. Surprisingly, this is a fairly equal system. He continued, "Yes, unlike humans or other beast men, we have never faced each other with swords, so there is no need for complicated hierarchies." While speaking, Tantal suddenly turned into a shadow. He was startled by him. Following inertia, Jin quickly stepped back. The danger guard immediately pulled out his sword and asked in confusion, "What are you?" Only to see that the person standing in front of him was no longer Tantal but the appearance of the 5 fighting kings. He gently pushed his sword in and said, "Are you surprised, Jin Runkendel?" He opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe his eyes, it was so fast. Boris laughed loudly, which was a good nervous feeling. Then he introduced himself, "I am a war king, my name is Boris." Remembering the moment when he first entered the palace, that man really caught his eye. Jin replied, "Well, he was the same person I saw at the entrance with Palta King Garamond." Boris nodded and replied, "Yes, you have a good memory." Poor young Tantal standing in the back with a careless look on his face. But while speaking, Boris seemed to notice something different from Jin's body. He couldn't control himself and squeezed his mouth. "Jin, why did you lose a tooth?" Jin couldn't help but think, how fast, standing right in front of him without having time to react. He removed his hand from his mouth and said, "It's broken." He was surprised to hear that. "Why is that?" He immediately explained to Boris, "In the final test to get here, I used all my strength to slash the illusion of God Tama, but right before the sword touched the illusion, it disappeared. Because I was too frustrated, I gritted my teeth and endured it to the point of breaking my teeth." Hearing such a humorous explanation, he laughed and said, "That's really cool, I didn't expect it to look so tough. The Runkondal family's teeth are harder than most monsters. Looks like you need a new tooth, already." He asked in bewilderment, "New teeth?" But that bewilderment was nothing compared to the fact that he used his hands to pull his teeth out of his mouth. He took the extracted tooth from his mouth, fresh blood spurted out like a stream, but Boris did not care at all and excitedly said, "Hey, look here, this is the tooth that our royal lineage is proud of." He continued to explain, "It can chew through stone, steel and even diamonds. Of course, you need to have strong enough bite power, and you have enough strength, while your face is clearly showing a stunned shock." Boris should probably be awarded the Most Relaxed Person of the Year award, he said enthusiastically. "Now I will grind this tooth and put it in the place of your missing molar, listen or not." His good intentions made even Jin and Tantal is so chilling that it gives me goosebumps. Looking at the scene before Jin's eyes, he felt like he was dumbstruck. He thought to himself, "This is crazy." Boris spoke again, "So I'll do it now." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared like the wind. Jin said in fear, "The royal family's teeth are really hard," as if he saw the king of Palta Garamond chewing the broken pieces of the sword. but implanting it in his gums. Tantal, has this ever happened? He immediately replied, no, this is the first time. Soon it was the next day, and he continued as usual to the practice field. Jin's eyes seemed to have noticed something. He looked at the floor that had gone through his training without a single dent, making Jin think in disbelief, I didn't notice it yesterday, but the floor here looks so hard that it's indescribable. He slowly pulled out his sword and wanted to test it to see how hard it was. Immediately after that, he swung his sword and slashed straight at the floor. Seeing the floor after suffering a light blow that was only scratched made him a bit surprised. Jin immediately realized that this was not a normal type of stone. He looked a little thoughtfully at a point and thought, perhaps, it was as hard as the ancient iron used to forge the Bradamante sword in black armor. The floor had deep slash marks over many decades, and on such hard ground there were many sword marks. It was unknown how harsh the training they had gone through. Jin accidentally looked at something that immediately changed his expression, especially that mark. A sword wound so deep that with just a little more force it could split the entire arena in half. Jin thought to himself, the traces of the sword mark were so numerous that they covered the entire training ground. This sword mark was definitely it. A moment later, Garmin appeared, carrying his giant sword on his shoulder and said, although yesterday we were at the training ground, but now we see the mark on the floor. Great, that means you have very good focus on training. Then Garmin answered his question, that sword mark was from your ancestor. Jin heard without much surprise and said, sure enough. He continued, if you master the first knowledge of the spirit sword, you can do the same, but I'm not sure if you can leave such a large sword soul behind. You squinted at him, do you think I can't do it? Garmin without hesitation replied, yes. Jin saw that he still did not put all his trust in him and firmly affirmed, this time I will overcome. What is the first knowledge of the spirit sword? Garmin saw his determined attitude and said with interest, well, let's start now. The first knowledge of the spirit sword is called soul cutting. Jin narrowed his eyes, beheading his soul. He explained, yes, soul beheading is the beginning and ending skill of the spirit sword. Instead of explaining, you should look at it, it will be faster, don't be surprised and look carefully. Garmin now poured a large amount of magic into the sword, then he asked Jin, before that, how do you feel? As if he didn't understand what he meant, he bewilderedly asked, what do you see? Seeing that, Garmin pointed at his sword and said to him, isn't it surprising that I also use spiritual energy? Look, my spiritual energy is very strong, right? He sighed and said, Garmin, you said I would learn the first knowledge of the spirit sword, right? If the person teaching the spirit sword cannot control the spirit energy, how can he teach it? I thought you received the power from Sadare. Jin urgently urged him to quickly show me the soul. Garmin immediately agreed, okay. He held up the sword and shouted, then I will show you the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, his body emitted a dense stream of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Jin was surprised and his pupils suddenly shrank. Garmin cast his first spirit sword technique, all the surrounding space was covered in black. He swung his sword, his eyes as cold as a blade, aiming to take the life of any opponent that tried to attack him. The tip of the sword swung to the ground. As soon as that sword swung down, everything seemed to stop moving. Even he was momentarily stunned. Garmin unleashed the full potential of his Zanpakuto, and the arena was now subjected to the terrifying pressure of the Zanpakuto's hurricane. The tip of the sword stabbed deeply into the ground, and the arena floor immediately cracked. A long gash in the middle of the field seemed to flatten the arena into two pieces. Jin was amazed at its power. He thought to himself, this is a decapitation. This thing is like Luna's slash with red moonlight. He silently commented, however, the strength may not be the same. But this thing is much faster and uses less energy. He looked at Garmin again and analyzed, if he could use soul beheading continuously, martial artists below level 7 would absolutely not be able to deal with it. Jin quickly regained his spirit and at all costs, he must master this move. Garmin smiled complacently. How did he feel after seeing the first soul sword move? Jin looked at him and replied, I was very surprised, fast, majestic and strong. Garmin said loudly, yes, what I just showed you is only about 50% of its power, so even the soul is only a part of what's left of Temar. Jin asked him again, have you ever heard that soul beheading is the beginning and end of a sword spirit? If so, after all, leaving behind a sword soul the size of this training ground, is the limit of a sword spirit. Garmin said enthusiastically, if he only mastered spirit beheading, that would be true. However, when he reached the pinnacle of the martial art called sword spirit, spirit beheading would no longer be swordsmanship but would become power. Jin looked puzzled, so powerful. He did not answer but asked him in return, "Why is the name of the first form soul beheading, do you know?" But after asking, he answered himself, "Soul beheading means cannot be avoided or blocked." While being gentle, he shouted again, which means, even though the opponent has absolute strength, if his will is weak, yours. He said it like shouting straight into Jin's face, "You can take the other person's life at any time, and Jin only knows." He then asked, "Indeed it could be called power, where should I start to perform soul beheading?" Garment immediately taught him the method. To be able to perform soul beheading, you must first feel the feeling when aura and sword merge into one. Jin listened to his words and thought to himself, spiritual energy and sword feeling become one. Speaking of that, he touched his chin and said, "I feel like I'm familiar with this." Hearing you say that, he was a bit confused. "What are you saying?" He thought about it and said, "The feeling when the spiritual energy and the sword become one. If it weren't for the sword absorbing the soul, I think I could imitate it in a similar way." Hearing that, he was quite surprised and blurted out, "Oh really, try explaining it to me." Jin immediately told him, "The first time I felt the feeling, was when fighting Muron Zippel. When he used the demonic beast King Orgel's curse to open the gate to hell. Something like a curse appeared in Jin's head. Something urges you to swing your sword. Even if you swing your sword 10,000 times, the end result is still the same as the original. The sword was already in hand, putting all of his will into the sword. Aim towards the target and slash decisively. Each sword stroke is prepared and swung towards the target. Then when cutting the hammer of the White Wolf tribe called Goltep Hapalev. And even when slashing Lord Temar's illusion in the Mitra Desert. He felt the fusion between aura and sword along with confidence in the slash. Jin's will to fight seemed to be sparked. Seeing that he was so absorbed, Garmin spoke up, "That's right, that's the feeling, as expected, because Rune Kandel often faces fierce battles. It seems that he accidentally achieved the achievement of the second soul sword move, best." He rubbed his chin wonderingly, how to change his belief in slashing into a spell. Having said that, he held his sword up high and told him again, "That's right, let me show you again," the boy asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" Garmin closed his eyes and concentrated, muttering, "I will cut it, I can cut it." Then he opened his eyes wide, blue veins appearing on his head. The sword gradually absorbed the aura that Garmin infused into it. The next second, Garmin swung his sword and slashed at the ground. This second swing of the sword was twice as devastating as the previous one. The location of the arena where Garmin was standing immediately let out a loud explosion in all directions, rocks and soil shattered and scattered everywhere. The sword was firmly pressed against the ground. Another large crack appeared on the floor like before. There were 3 cracks where he was now, 1 old crack and 2 newly created cracks. Garmin, delighted with his authority, couldn't help but shout, "Oh, the power is even greater than before, here it is." He raised the sword so happily that he forgot his original purpose was to teach Jin. "I finally understood." He still stood there sighing helplessly and said, "Aren't you the one who should teach me? It seems like everything has been reversed." Seeing that, Garmin shyly pretended to turn away, scratched his head and said innocently, "It can't be, it's probably just a feeling." Jin also lost patience and reminded, "Garmin." Jin frowned a bit annoyed, "What you said just now I understand. Everyone can clearly see that you just realized something." Garmin was a bit hesitant and difficult to say, "That is, actually I am more used to using the sword of the king so I almost don't use the sword spirit. Because for me, using spiritual sacrifices in sword spirits is too ineffective." Jin heard that and frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you my master?" He waved his hand and continued, "If I were stronger, wouldn't that be good for the disciple? So don't be too angry, focus on overcoming the spirit-sucking sword, just overcome that and you will easily complete the move, first of the sword spirit. After that, we will begin training with Brother Sada King." He retorted harshly, "I feel like I'm at a disadvantage, then show me the sword king that you're familiar with." But Garmin immediately refused him, "No." He wondered again, "Why not?" Garmin immediately replied, "Because you are not yet our brother, and anyway, the sword king can only be used with our hearts of light, so even if you replace it, you will have no effect, what use?" Jin continued, "Who said I would use it? I was just curious to see it." And then he thought to himself, "The reason I want to see the Sword King is actually different." It was the night before that Tantal told him that, after completing training with the Sada King brothers, I would begin training matches with ordinary warriors every day. Before that, it would be best to convince Brother Garmin to see the Sword King at least once. Hearing that, Jin said, "If you just show it to me, Tantal." Tantal said somewhat awkwardly, "Don't make things difficult for me, if you find out that I showed you the Sword King, I will be in a lot of trouble. Only King Sato won't have any problems after this, right? Jin silently recalled and thought, I originally intended to wait for a suitable opportunity, but it seems the opportunity has already come. Returning to reality, he raised his shoulders to show his reluctance. There is no other way. If you don't show me the King's sword, I will spread the news that you are not qualified to be my teacher, and I have learned the first move of the sword spirit. Seeing him threatening him, Garmin wanted to apparate and shouted, How dare you threaten me, Garmin of the War King family? Jin sternly repeated, Yes, this is a threat. What are you planning to do, Garmin, the heir of the sword spirit? In the end, he couldn't help but agree even though he didn't want to. Just once, Jin said, once was enough. Garmin's heart now glowed. He told him, Well, I will show you the most basic thing of the Sword King. First we must control the flow of energy in the body. At a critical moment, an uninvited guest appeared to interrupt the crowd. Boris stood proudly in front of Garmin and said in Jin's face, Look Jin, I have adjusted it to suit you. Jin was a bit startled and looked at Boris. He was depressed. It was now again. He held the tooth in his hand and held it in front of him and said, Jin, you will like it very much. He looked at the tooth confused and said, How can I use it? Boris, without saying much, directly put the tooth into his mouth and said, Just look at you and you will understand. It will be over soon. Jin, I thought to myself, in the future I really need to learn about Boris how to move. Looking closely at his teeth, he carefully and meticulously said, Okay, let's see. Jin was a little worried in his heart. After all, even after being carefully crafted, receiving what used to be other people's teeth like this. Jin was worried about whether this was okay. Boris, in shock, inserted the tooth into Jin's missing tooth. However, he felt something was wrong. A yellow stream suddenly flowed out of the newly inserted tooth. Boris's tooth now seems to be genetically linked and completely fused with his body. Images of Boris flooded his mind. Continuously, the memories he experienced appeared in Jin's head. At this moment, golden light radiated in his eyes. Jin thought in surprise, it was a type of magic that conveyed memories. Jin had also heard about it from her master in her previous life. She had also mentioned inheritance magic. It was an impossible field for modern magicians. If it was memory erasing magic, then there was Can. She held the book in her hand and continued to explain, in the inheritance land of the Hister family, there is a memory transmission tool, but it is only a proprietary item created by our ancestors. Jin still hasn't been able to regain his composure, but now the information about the Min Vuong sword has appeared in his mind. It turns out that the Min Vuong sword is not simply a sword art but all the martial arts that is lineage used by Min Vuong. He asked in confusion, O to King Boris, what magic did you put on the fang you gave me? Hearing that, Boris laughed and said, It's a secret, but it's not magic. He continued to wonder, if it's not magic, then what is it? Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was too tense, Garmin immediately stepped forward and said, The power that you humans call magic is true, but we do not have the concept of magicians like other races. He laughed and explained, Instead, those who know how to control magic power become blacksmiths like King Odu's brothers. Hearing this, Jin could not hide his surprise. Boris is a blacksmith. He continued to explain, Yes, in the history of the Min Vuong lineage, Vuong Odu's brothers were the greatest blacksmiths. But right now his face still showed no clear emotions, while the two of them kept talking to each other, one flattering the other saying that, in the past, brothers all lined up to receive things from the other person agreed, Yes, that's right, back then it was true, that was before our time stopped. After time stopped, peace had come and there was nothing left to do. Garmin laughed loudly and admitted it, That's probably why my body kept itching. I don't know what he did with the fang, but looking at Jin in such surprise, it seemed like it had been a long time since he showed off his talent, his abilities. The two of them wrapped their arms around each other and patted each other's shoulders. Boris admitted that it was true. He thought again, that was magic beyond all imagination. The magical civilization from 500,000 years ago was still far superior to the magic of the current world. Could they challenge the gods, just because of his legendary victories? He said, Thank you for the tooth that Boris gave you. Thank you for the gift, Boris. I will use it well. He laughed and continued, If you have received it, you must give it away, right? I have given you this tooth, then you should give me the second victory. Hearing that, Jin immediately replied, Victory? I don't know what victory I will achieve, but I will try. Boris shouted with satisfaction, Ready to go, let's start practicing right away. January 20th, 1999, now a month has passed and Jin still continues to practice diligently. During that time, he learned how to cut souls from Garment of the Fall family. and learning how to use his body more effectively from Boris of the Oda family. Both of them took turns teaching him the ways to achieve success the fastest. Jin learned the techniques that the two of them taught him, how to lighten his body to help him move more flexibly and quickly, and how to control your power, when to use it strongly and when to reduce the effectiveness of your energy. Then how to create strength, overcome limits. All the things he learned because of the two people he always trusted gave him more motivation and confidence that he could overcome them, those barriers. The martial arts of the Min Vuong lineage that Boris taught him were both wild and mysterious, and while practicing, Jin achieved incredible achievements. It was the formation of an energy heart similar to the light field of the Bright King's lineage, even if only half, in the middle of his chest. After the training sessions, a source of light was now emitting. And then the amount of black magic power in his body now carries the lineage of the Bright King. That was the Min Vuong sword. He held it tightly in his hand and swung the sword to slash hard at the arena. Boris put his trust in Jin, but he felt a little regretful. Oh my, so sorry. He looked at the sword and said, "It's not easy," he affirmed. Of course, success from the first time is a strange thing. Boris proudly told him, moreover, it was unexpected, it was amazing. He had formed a gem heart similar to our instincts with the power of Aurea and was trying to use it, sword of the Bright King. Even Temar couldn't have thought of this, which made it all the more interesting. Jin thought to himself, maybe Temar hasn't received the memories from the Oda King yet. If I didn't have the memories from the Fang, maybe I wouldn't even think of trying to do this. He continued, but Jin, what you are doing now must be kept a secret. If the brothers who have not yet acknowledged you discover that you are using the Min Vuong sword, there will be those who oppose it. Jin immediately nodded and replied, yes, I understand. He thought to himself, once I practice I feel there is no need to hide it anymore. Creating a field shaped from Aurea was something that anyone who achieved this realm could do. He thought it was very normal, as the surrounding circles were gathered from other forces such as fire, water, and air. The problem is that when it comes to this, he is concerned about whether it can perform the same function as the heart of the Min King lineage. The Min King's lineage was born to possess the heart of light from Aurea, so they can use the power of Aurea from freely according to human standards. All the Min King's lineage are at least level 9 or more, or in other words right from birth, they are a weapon. He continued thinking, could it be that someone like me cannot use the Min Vuong sword? Garmin's voice spoke up, how are the Oda brothers training? Boris heard that and replied, the Fall brothers came at the right time. Training with me has ended, the Sada brothers will arrive soon. Garmin heard that and exclaimed in surprise, is it over? Boris pointed to Jin standing next to him and said, I originally planned to call him after completing the soul sword test, but looking at Jin practicing, I thought there was nothing to wait for. He smiled brightly when he heard that. Is that true? In his heart, he also saw through it. He seemed to want to quickly achieve Jin's achievements. He wondered, what will I learn from the Sada brothers? Garmin heard that and replied, from the Sada brothers you will learn the second part of the soul sword, continuing the first part that I taught you. Jin said with interest, the second part of the soul sword is really curious. Boris smiled and said, and the Sada King brothers can't say anything. He replied confusedly, unable to say anything. Garmin reminded, King Oda brothers, don't let Jin misunderstand, we must explain clearly, King Sada brothers are not unable to speak but are practicing the art of silence, we don't know the reason but it's quite good, long time ago, starting from the time Rayflorosa stopped. Jin nodded and replied, I understand the technique of silence. On the surface, it seemed like he wasn't too busy, but it seemed like something had popped up in his head. He thought, so how can he teach me? Soul Sword Part 2. At the same time, there were footsteps approaching. As soon as he saw this person, Boris spoke up and said, oh, he is coming. Only seeing in front of him was the fighting King Linfa. As soon as he saw this person, Jin thought to himself, that king, that was the one who showed no emotions during the mythical battle. Garmin is an easy person to get along with even though he looks a bit unapproachable, and Boris has been friendly with him from the beginning so he's easy to approach. But looking at Linfa's eyes sent chills down his spine. This didn't seem easy. Jin then started introducing himself, nice to meet me Jin Runkendel. Then suddenly something passed by him. On the ground appeared the word Linfa instead of an introduction from the fighting kings. He broke out in a cold sweat and silently exclaimed, Boris was too fast, it was difficult to follow with his eyes. Was Linfa his name? Garmin smiled warmly and welcomed him, Sada King brothers, isn't this the language of the mainland? He said there was no sign of stopping for a moment, he didn't know why he was staying in his room these days, he didn't expect it to be preparing for the second air. Linfa gently moved each finger.
The next second, I saw Linfa rushing into Garmin, I don't know what happened, but the rocks were stirred up, smoke and dust filled the air.
Jin confusedly thought to himself, since when? The smoke and dust cleared, only to see Linfa holding a sword emitting magical energy standing in the middle of the arena. His eyes were nothing but cold as a blade. In front of him, Garmin sat wrestling on the floor with his body full of injuries. He then pulled out his sword. He almost lost control, holding the sword and rushing forward shouting, "Brothers kill kings." The surrounding scenery almost became a stage for him to show off his strength, holding the sword tightly and rushing towards Linfa, but he immediately dodged it. Linfa escaped his sword and flew high. He held the sword and turned around. Then, he used all his strength to focus on the force of the sword, which rushed towards Garmin like lightning. At the same time Boris was also rushing forward. He launched himself and used his foot to kick hard at Linfa's sword. Linfa did not have time to react and immediately dropped his sword to the ground. Suddenly Boris held his left leg tightly. Boris without mercy threw Linfa to the ground. Jin stood on the ground for a moment and was so surprised that his jaw dropped. This was a star-level battle. Linfa continued to stand up. Boris also slowly landed on the ground. He spoke up, "It's true that the Kill Do King brothers will fight against the 8 Do King brothers. Please be patient when looking at the winner's face. The 8 Do King's mouth will only know it's not unusual to cause trouble." But Linfa didn't follow what he said. He stood there without saying a word, just shaking his head. Garmin was beaten until he had a chip on his head and forehead. He lowered his voice and said, "I said I was wrong." Hearing that, Linfa was satisfied and slowly put the sword back. Boris now carried Garmin's injured body and left. He waved his hand and said to Linfa, "Anyway, our work is done, I leave the battle to the killing kings." He was kind enough to tell Jin, "Please keep the 8 fighting king alive and then I will come play again." Hearing that, Jin nodded and replied, "Okay, just like that." Looking at the backs of the two slowly walking out of the practice field, he thought to himself, "But anyway, what is so shameful about me learning a few mainland words? Is it okay for brothers to fight like this?" At this moment, the image of Yona appeared in his mind. Thinking of her, he suddenly uttered a word from his mouth. He remembered Yona and thought of Linfa standing in front of him. Why did he look so similar? He raised his hand to greet him instead of words. Jin thought, he must treat them like Yona. Change the scene to another place. Yona just woke up and asked with a sleepy face, "Youngest brother." Next to it was a water tail that had just woken up and rubbed its eyes and said, "Helnia." Yona glanced over slightly. As soon as she heard the call, she hugged it and happily rolled to the ground. It seemed I had not heard wrong. On this side, training with the killing king Linfa has begun. More precisely, only Jin was the trainer. He thought to himself, "I didn't ask the Do King about the dual sword spirit." Because he didn't ask, he wasn't taught, so he continuously practiced moves on the ground while he stood above and looked down. Jin was breathing heavily, his whole body was sweating profusely and thought idly, maybe that's why, like the first time Sister Yona did. Jin felt like he saw him as an interesting toy that he just met for the first time. He just sat above and observed carefully below without making or reflecting any comments. Every time Jin focuses on using his energy. Then he suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him many times without having time to react. Many times Linfa appears like a wind, like Boris's way of moving. Or when he performed his soul decapitation, he looked at him with dissatisfied eyes. Linfa occasionally swung her great sword to strike at him, causing him to not be able to dodge everything in time. Every time he endured the pain that felt like his whole body was being crushed, the fighter would smile with satisfaction. Jin wondered if it was because he was satisfied with his attack or because he saw that I was good at blocking attacks that made him happy. Taste. Every time he trained with the Killing King was no different from torture. If he hadn't realized the mind's eye, his head would probably have been chopped off 5 times. But he never once asked him why he did that. People like Yona must be allowed to satisfy their curiosity before approaching you. Because he didn't want to pay attention, Linfa suddenly turned around and glanced at Jin. 10 days later, Jin was still practicing hard with Linfa. At this point, he also opened his mouth but communicated by writing on the floor. After reading it, he denied that idea, not because I was curious. Linfa wrote something on the floor again. Jin came here a bit hesitantly, but before that. Then he politely asked, "Could you tell me the reason for the ban?" Jin spoke out the concerns in his mind. "I heard that you haven't spoken for a long time, and even your brothers don't know the reason. But in recent days I have seen him still communicating with me, he still has the same eyes and emotions without saying anything." Jin was filled with wonder. Could this be called practicing forbidden speech? At this point, he slightly frowned. This made him dissatisfied and a bit uncomfortable. In my opinion, practicing forbidden words must have a clear purpose and completely cut off communication with others. Jin is speaking as if confronting Linfa, so that others can look at it and see it as a meaningful example. On the stage, Garmin and Boris were sitting on the stage listening intently to what he said. Jin explained that if that wasn't the case, what he was doing was simply forbidden speech. It couldn't be called practicing forbidden speech. Garmin saw that and commented, "It seems Jin pointed to the right place." Boris next to him leisurely ate popcorn and said, "It sounds reasonable." In the ring he continued to talk. "You asked why I didn't ask about the dual sword spirit, right?" Jin said frankly, "I don't want to learn anything from someone who only has looks, so I didn't ask or be curious." After he said this, he was very surprised. He thought that if he were the true successor of the sword spirit, instead of meaningless training that no one would know about. "Put all your heart into teaching like Garmin and Boris taught me." Garmin and Boris watched Jin speak as if they were captivated by a movie and couldn't take their eyes off it. Garmin assessed, not expecting Jin to dare to speak directly to the king of killing like that. Boris was uneasy, wondering if this was okay. Jin bowed his head to Linfa and said sincerely, "If my actions were too worthy, I hope you will forgive me." After speaking, he turned and left, so I asked permission to continue practicing. Linfa finally spoke after so long of silence, "Don't do that." The first words he heard from him, Linfa also slowly removed the cloth covering his mouth and continued, "It's not like that." This was so shocking that both Garmin and Boris dropped the whole box of popcorn in their hands. Both of them were like lightning, their eyes were like ah and their mouths were like oh, exclaiming, "Brother kill king, brother Linfa." Linfa raised his sword in front of Jin and said, "I will sincerely teach you, I will show you the most wonderful thing." After saying that, he immediately demonstrated to him a few sword moves of a truly experienced teacher. Each swing of his sword was both strong and decisive. The essence he slashed was no different from roses being slashed and their petals falling to the ground. Linfa gradually closed her eyes and sank deeper into consciousness. He unleashed his sword spirit skill and swung his sword down. The compact body and skillful way of swinging the sword further highlight Linfa's power. He swung his sword to the left and then moved quickly to slash to the right. He slashed the flower petals with a few sword strokes, causing small pieces to fall to the ground. Jin looked at Linfa with admiring eyes and thought, the sword slash that Garmin showed was completely different. Each time he swung the sword, filled with essence, the sword paths intersected as if reflected in a mirror. A slash from two directions at the same time that only dual swordsmen can perform. Whether from left to right or from bottom to top, the result is the same. The great sword made from essence and the great sword that Linfa was swinging continuously intersected. After a moment of thinking, he immediately realized that this was the second sword spirit. He stood straight and kept his balance in the center of the ring. His sharp eyes looked straight at the sword in his hand and swung it down. Streams of semen continuously curled together and fell to the ground, forming a straight line like a tornado on the surface of still water. Garmin and Boris could no longer sit still but ran down to stand next to Jin and cheered. Sure enough, the king of fighting Linfa always only used this move. Boris excitedly waved his hands. It was surprising to be able to witness it. How long after seeing the second move of the spirit sword, the weapon of the slaying king's brother? Linfa asked Jin how it felt when he saw the second spirit sword move. He commented, "It's amazing, both strong and beautiful, it seems like it's never been shown properly before." He shyly replied, "Yes." At this moment, Garmin blurted out, "Is that oath okay, brother Linfa?" Linfa immediately comforted him, "It's okay brother, so don't make a big deal out of it." Garmin heard that and continued, "If that's the case, we should inform the other brothers." Boris also said, "Yes, so before the heir leaves, they can talk to Linfa. We was unable to say a word when Temar was there. So let me call my brothers over." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them immediately rode away like they were on motorbikes. Linfa looked at him and spoke, "Gawi." He turned around and asked in bewilderment, "What?" He continued, "The name of the second move you just saw is Gawi." Jin commented upon hearing that, "A very reasonable name." Jin smiled happily and said, "Surprisingly, the blade made of semen intersected like a pair of scissors. This was a technique I had never thought of or seen before." Linfa heard that and asked, "Can you imitate it?" Jin sighed and smiled softly and replied, "Such a technique is not easy to imitate, after just one look." He held the sword in his hand and commented, "This sword also had problems. It continuously absorbed essence, causing Ling Qian's first move to still stand still." Linfa said again, "The sword that absorbs the essence not only absorbs, but is also the sword that helps restore the essence." He was still a little confused about semen and asked, "Is it possible to clear the semen again?" He replied immediately, "Yes, I don't know if you understand." He said slowly, "But think of this sword as a sword sheath. Just like drawing the sword from the sheath, you will draw the essence from this absorbed sword." Jin listened attentively. "If you had used the essence casually before, then in the process of overcoming this sword, you will be able to use the essence more effectively." Linfa put her faith in Jin and said, "I believe you can do it, overcome this essence-absorbing sword, and when you hold your sword again, you will be able to control the essence more freely." As he spoke, he pointed at him as if he believed he could do it. He laughed after hearing those words. Sando King Linfa was not like Garmond, he was very talented in explaining. He highly praised him, he was very suitable for the role of a master, so why did he choose to practice forbidden words? Linfa replied, "Like you said, that's not training, that's my punishment." Hearing this, his face turned pale. What a punishment. Jin continued to tell Linfa, "You didn't tell the brothers, which means, there must be a reason why you couldn't tell them." At this point, Jin said with concern, "It must have been very difficult for you during the long period of being alone. Even though I am not your brother, if you feel comfortable, please tell me your story." His face suddenly turned dark. As dusk gradually fell, Linfa opened her heart and confided to him many things. Jin spoke up, "So that was it." Jin replied in a low voice. He warned him not to challenge the gods, but everyone didn't listen. At this point, Jin thought to himself, carrying the responsibility for the destruction of the royal family on his shoulders, he blamed himself for not being able to stop the brothers, so call it his arrogance or purity, maybe not, those are just the thoughts of a member of the royal family. "Thanks to you," Linfa said gratefully, "my punishment was ended, surprisingly easily." He was a little skeptical and asked again, "Do you regret it?" Linfa stood up and calmly replied, "No, I feel relieved." He suddenly turned his head to look at you. "Thank you, you seem to have the power to move others." He happily replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." At this time, all the brothers in the royal family were all excited and rushed over. Their screams were heard from afar. "Brother Sado King, Brother Linfa, you have finally ended the ban, what happened?" They happily gathered around Linfa and kept talking. "I thought you couldn't speak anymore." Jin stood to the side and thought, "Sando King Linfa." Linfa's face was a bit confused. Jin thought to himself, usually if people don't listen to you, others will often blame them. I think from now on he will be easier to contact. At this moment, suddenly there was a voice calling him from afar, "Hey Jin." Hearing that, Jin immediately turned his head in the direction of the call. The person standing in front of him now was Boris. He said, "Since you made Brother Linfa speak, I will accept the credit as promised." He questioned him, the second achievement, although the other brothers did not know, "But Boris, you knew, right?" Boris heard that and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Jin said, "The reason why the Shado King was forbidden to speak, and that it was not a member of the royal family, but I would be the one to open the words to the Sado King." Hearing this, he smiled brightly. The image of the stranger is irresistible with its charm and charm. That was the second achievement, "You belong to me." He immediately danced crazy dances that made him look very scared. He thought he was crazy. After finishing the teachings, Linfa helped Jin a lot, not only helping him overcome the steaming spirit sword. Following the sword spirit's first move, Jin learned many moves. Linfa was also willing to teach him how to perform the second move of the sword spirit, along with the power of his internal essence. It seemed to have become thicker. In less than 2 weeks he learned the method of that move. Of course, Jin has only learned the method but has not yet mastered it completely, so it is obvious that he continues to practice non-stop. Mastery with the sword spirit is only a matter of time. February of the year 1790, Jin suggested, "Now that I have overcome the sword, I should return the sword to me." Then he asked, "You said you won't need to use your sword here anymore, right?" Cantle smiled and replied, "But from today you will need it. After you finish training with the monk brothers, you will start training with the regular brothers." He wondered, "That's right, from today, right?" Tantle immediately replied, "Yes, this afternoon everyone will gather to watch the match, probably now the brothers are choosing their first opponent." Jin was in high spirits. It was finally time for the match with the Min King clan, and from the first day until now, I really wanted to fight them once and for all. He said in a low voice, "Yes, to be honest I think it's still a bit early for me." Jin frowned, "It seems like you think I will definitely lose, are normal warriors on par with the White Wolf clan." Hearing that, Tantle couldn't help but laugh and said, "What is the White Wolf clan? They are far above the average of the Red Tiger Lords, and the First Do King brothers don't like you, they will probably choose one for you, the opponent is not easy to defeat. Jin rubbed his chin and calculated, that's right, according to human standards, the Min Vuong clan is almost all 9 stars or more, so there are no easy opponents. He encouraged, but I will still cheer for you, you have taken my advice. Jin heard that and wondered what advice he had. He continued, I told you to look at Min Vuong's sword at least once. When you heard that, you nodded and replied, I've already looked at it. Jin came here thinking to himself, of course, it's just from the memories he received from Boris, he remembered from the matches he had done, but we will see it live in this match. Cantle waved his hand, very good, from now until the afternoon, you should rest in the waiting room. After hearing those words, he immediately said, I understand, Tantle. Very quickly, he arrived at the waiting room where Jin was arranged. Jin was diligently cleaning his sword. From afar, Boris excitedly asked him, Jin, are you ready? As soon as Jin turned around and saw the two of them, his face was filled with joy, you're here, there's nothing to prepare. Jin carelessly said, when the opponent is chosen, I will just have to fight. Garmin said, okay, you're strong enough, no he's really amazing, to the point where it's hard to believe he's just a human boy, so don't be discouraged, it's okay. Boris sighed and said, I'm just worried, Jin seems like the type of person who will be deeply hurt when he fails once. Linfa next to him heard that, people who always succeed often tend to be like that. Boris patted his shoulder and said, but Jin you also have to learn how to stand up after failure. Faced with everyone's comforting words, he appeared strangely calm, why are everyone like that? Tantle said I would lose, now everyone looks as if I've already lost. Boris said worriedly, it's just that we're worried we'll become like Temar. Jin replied, Temar, he nodded, yes. Garmin said, Temar has never lost a match out there, but in La Ferosa, he continuously failed. Hearing that, Jin curiously asked, in the first match with Temar, what kind of character was Temar to me? Linfa immediately replied that he was a bit stronger than him now, but he couldn't win against a normal warrior for a long time. Boris also said next to him that even after the first match, Temar gave up. After eating for a long time, he fell into complete depression. I think you are similar to Temar in that way. Before these words, Jin smirked. He thought to himself, completely misunderstood, losing once is no big deal. Unlike Temar, before coming here, Jin went through many failures to become the warrior he is today. The times he despaired of failure. Jin couldn't imagine how many times he bled in the ring. And even in his previous life, Jin smiled and said, if so, don't worry. You reassured the three of you, I won't be like Temar. A few hours before the match, people from the royal family flocked to the arena. Both sides of the stands were filled with seats and everyone's cheers rang out. This was the first match after 1,000 years, so how could there be any lack of betting? Oh, brothers, how many moves have you made? There's a lot of commotion on this side. I bet within 10 moves. Me too, me too. Jin had now stepped out of the ring. People in the stands shouted loudly, let's bet. Bet on how many moves the match with the undefeated warrior will end in. Jin looked at everyone around in confusion. I thought to myself, this is truly a clan that likes to bet. A moment later, his opponent also gradually walked out into the ring. As soon as he saw him, a series of screams rang out again. The Shaku brothers had already gone into battle. A guy with long hair and a decent body. Everyone cheered. That was Shaku, the lightning of battle. He asked Jin, is the undefeated warrior ready? He calmly stood up and answered, no need to be ready, just if possible, attack me with the true intention of killing me. When he heard that, he looked uncomfortable. He continued to answer, if you just think of this as a match, you will lose concentration, you will think that no matter how you fight, you will not die, right? Jin pulled out the sword and threw it on the ground. He laughed loudly, after all, I have to admit your confidence. He narrowed his eyes and spoke harshly, but it was too much. There are few things in the world more annoying than a human being who doesn't know how to be humble. He thought you wanted to provoke him, so you said those things. Right now a light emitted from his heart, it slowly spread throughout Jin's whole body. He said, you will soon have to admit other things. When he saw that, he widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, that's you. Jin held the sword in his hand and performed the ultimate technique Min Vuong. All sides were covered by its powerful energy. Saku jumped back excitedly and shouted, who taught you the sword technique of Min Min King? At this moment, on the opposite side, Jin had already brought his sword into play. He launched himself at Saku quickly, regardless of who taught him. As soon as he got close to his distance, Jin immediately jumped towards him. Saku's eyes showed extreme fear. From afar, Jin told him, I only know that your sword is wonderful. Saku seemed motionless, he still couldn't regain his composure and kept saying, "No way, King Min's sword technique cannot be used by just learning it." His panic was not surprising. Yes, Min Vuong's swordsmanship was a technique that only the Min Vuong clan could use. Even though he had created the mind's light, that alone was not enough to use the enlightenment method. Jin slashed a blow towards his opponent. Although he had figured it out from memory, the most important thing to use the Min sword technique was the attribute that could activate the mind light. He believes that the tooth he received from Boris is the key to that. And every day, after he finished practicing, he repeated and practiced like crazy without giving up. Jin rushed towards Saku. The only thing he could do now was that. A loud bang sounded right in the arena. Jin's 3 teachers stood outside watching Jin's match. Some people looked at him with surprised eyes. Ban looked gloomy as he watched the match. But Saku was not a loser compared to Jin. When the dust and smoke cleared, he was using his own sword to block Jin's sword, saying, "A man who uses the king's sword technique." He shouted angrily, "Two brothers." When Boris saw that, his face immediately changed. "What?" Saku loudly asked the two brothers. "Is your special fusion skill still there?" Someone spoke up, "Of course." Saku heard that and replied, "I understand." He took a breath, and in the middle of his chest, his heart also emitted yellow light. Saku frowned and grimaced. He looked at Saku bewildered. A stream of aura radiated from his body like powerful lightning rays. He bent down and let out a loud roar that shook the whole world. From his body, a column of energy was released like a storm, with a destructive power several times greater than Jin's when performing the king's sword technique. Saku shouted loudly, "I will make you pay for daring to use King Min's sword technique indiscriminately." With that, he unleashed the power of a true undefeated warrior. The successor, a deep voice carrying anger, resounded in all directions. Jin looked at him with murderous eyes. Where he stood, dozens of dazzling halos of light radiated in all directions, forming a large formation behind him. Jin then raised his sword and began to summon the god Tess. But the next second he didn't see any movement from Mr. Tess. Jin changed his expression and thought, "Can't call Mr. Tess to come, can't enter because this is a dimension created by Mr. Sadare." Saku rushed towards him, her voice full of contempt. It didn't seem to be going well. Jin looked towards him. He approached him and swung his sword down. Fortunately, Jin promptly ducked and dodged his attack. Although he was limited by Saku's power, Jin did not choose to surrender. He also grasped his sword tightly and rushed towards the opponent. Jin swung his sword and slashed at Saku without stopping for a moment. Even though he had swung sword attacks that caused such high damage, Saku's pressure pressed down as if it wanted to crush his sword. His body emitted a destructive aura that sent Jin flying far away. He flew away and slid onto the ground. From afar, Saku held a sword and rushed towards him. Jin did not wait to die but rushed towards Saku. The two rushed at each other like two moths. Their two moves collided strongly, their aura roaring. Jin struggled to fight Saku. He thought to himself, "Speed is speed." He watched him fight frantically and analyzed, but he couldn't penetrate the shield, so he couldn't see any gaps. Jin quickly looked for the opponent's weak point. Once he found it, he raised his thumb and rushed towards Saku. He raised his hand and aimed at the weak point that humans could not train. He aimed with his hand and used all his strength to press the sword and then used his hand to touch his eyes. Jin thought about it, aiming for a weakness that humans couldn't train. Thinking about it, he immediately stabbed his finger into his eye. Jin firmly pressed his finger deep into his eyes, but the unexpected thing was that when he pulled his finger out, his finger was deformed. Jin was horrified and thought, "What is this?" Saku smiled proudly and said, "Well, we have eyes as hard as hearts, don't you know?" Jin sweated and thought nervously, "Isn't it natural that I am the strongest race?" Before our destruction, there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people like this in existence. Saku laughed loudly. "If he had already taken action, I would show you something interesting." As he spoke, he released a stream of pressure. His mind also emitted a strong aura. The terrifying murderous intent locked Jin tightly. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, making him unable to control the sword in his hand. Saku tossed Jin's sword proudly and said, "So, it's hard to keep the sword straight, right? This is called normal suppression, a technique that creates suction on the sword, making it impossible for the opponent to control the sword as desired. Yours." Saku said, then he swung a fist in front of him. Jin tried his best to hold his sword to block a blow from Saku. Right at the dangerous moment, Jin promptly jumped aside to avoid his attack. He quickly sat up. Jin thought to himself, if he got close he wouldn't be able to use the sword accurately. He quickly stood away from him, keeping the maximum distance. His face was still very excited, looking at the other person but full of contempt. Jin tried to run away from him, as far away as possible. The more he ran, the more excited he became, chasing after him. Jin saw that he was right next to him and immediately thought to himself, "It's too fast, but I have to create an opportunity to deploy the spirit sword's one form." He tried to run faster and farther. Now the further he got away from him, the better he increased his speed like a wind. After finding a suitable location, Jin suddenly stopped on the spot. He raised his sword high and performed the first form of the spirit sword. With that, he combined with the decapitating soul and swung the sword to slash at Saku. But before he could touch a piece of his skin, Saku used his sword to block his sword. He proudly said, "Do you think I will give you time to use the one sword spirit?" He knocked his sword away. Saku now grabbed Jin's shirt. He clenched his fists and swung his fists towards him, then he threw a powerful punch at him. A heavy punch caused him to vomit blood in pain and fall far away. He didn't stop there, continuing to hold his feet. "If you want to feel the Min Fuang sword." The look on his face was extremely proud. He had to fully taste the martial arts of Min Fuang sword. But when he hit the ground, there was almost a huge force that made the ground shake. The aftershocks it left behind were almost huge, unable to stop the current force. He stomped his foot on the ground so harshly that the floor couldn't stand it and immediately broke. At this time, Jin was dragged to the fields by him, his nose and mouth bleeding continuously. Jin was unable to resist continuously receiving attacks from Saku's position. He didn't just stop there but continued to raise his leg and give Jin another powerful blow. Saku gave a satisfied smile and kicked his head hard to the ground. Not satisfied enough, he raised his foot and kicked Jin away. Jin immediately felt like a kite with its string broken and was sent flying away. He fell onto large rocks. His whole body had bloody wounds on his face and nose. High above, the sword gradually fell to the ground. With the advantage, he took back the sword and attacked you. "Just as promised, I will cut off all your limbs." Saku squeezed Jin's neck and warned him, "Next time they fight, I hope you will have a more humble state." His lips were still slightly raised in a smile. Saku said he did it. He cold-bloodedly took the sword and cut off your leg. The dying voices continuously rang out, "Okay brother Atu, while healing the successor, please infuse him with my blood." "But brother, fighting God, humans will not be able to stand the blood of fighting God, just a little carelessness and they will die." Along with these sounds, Jin also woke up dreamily, wondering what sound this was. In front of him were Boris and Ban talking. She said, "This child is different." Boris also said dissatisfiedly, "If the fighting God brothers have said that much then I have no right to refuse." Boris took the needle and injected it into Jin's body. He said, "Then proceed with the blood transfusion. Let's pray that Jin will endure." Right now the opponent's blood also begins to flow into his body. Those blood vessels now enter Jin's body and connect with his pure blood, emitting yellow veins. His eyes gradually opened, Jin's eyes turned white, and his whole body also changed clearly. The two were extremely worried about Jin. Jin did not hear Sadolet's voice. "Something's wrong. If Jin can't stand this blood and dies like the God of War's brothers said. Yes, perhaps this child's death could lead to the complete annihilation of our race." "They seem to be afraid," Ban said, "but even if you die, that is our fate and yours too." Jin seemed to be in another dimension. Their voices continuously echoed in his head but Jin could only hear them but could not see them. He seems to be living between the boundary of life and death. If he doesn't fight, he will just drown in the water of the vast ocean. Everything would end right here. Jin vaguely remembered the scene of his tragic death at the hands of his opponent. Jin's eyes looked desperate at that moment, unable to do anything but know he was about to die. Suddenly he remembered the image of Yona before giving him a bottle of wine and saying, "This is the poison wine. If you drink that and use your mind's eye to the limit, no assassin can kill you, the thing that kills you. Even I will have a lot of trouble. When that time comes I won't even be able to give you raids like this. It's such a shame, that's all. So I'll see you later Jin, remember to take care of yourself, I'm fine." Jin's whole body was now drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain that seemed to tear his liver to pieces, thinking, who dares to say that they can decide his destiny? I still have a lot to do, and a lot to protect. The blood vessels in his body were helping to circulate the blood that Boris had injected into and out of his body. In Jin's shining chest, he thought to himself, I will be the one to decide my own destiny. Jin was also gradually regaining consciousness. On the 16th of March, 1709, a long time had passed since he passed out on the hospital bed. Jin finally woke up after that. He was stunned for a few seconds, still in a daze. Have I overcome it? He slowly sat up from the bed, thinking to himself, it seems like a month has passed, I've wasted too much time, I need to come back in May. But if it weren't for the poisonous wine that Yona gave him, he probably wouldn't have been able to wake up. Suddenly he discovered that a strong light was emitting in the middle of his chest. Jin frowned and thought to himself, but what is this overwhelming energy and light? Jin was startled when he realized, this was a royal heart. Jin couldn't hide his surprise here. It couldn't be. What the hell was going on? Could it be that if a person was transfused with the blood of the god of war, he would have a royal heart? At that moment, someone entered his room. Seeing that he was awake, that person spoke, "Are you awake yet, heir?" Hearing this voice, Jin was startled and turned around to look. The person who just arrived was the goddess Ban. "As soon as I saw you, you spoke up, god of war. I didn't know what to say. Boris gave me his fangs, and thanks to his blood, I was able to create a heart. You didn't even ask for my opinion anymore." Hearing that, Ban was a bit confused. "Do you want to refuse?" Jin replied, "Do I have the right to refuse? You should have told me that I would have a royal heart of my own. You know I woke up right before the blood transfusion." Ban darkened his face and said, "If you are not satisfied then I am sorry." Jin countered, "I didn't say these words to hear you apologize, I just felt surprised to have this heart. I'm trying to accept the fact that this is a contract with myself. After all then he is also called the god of war." Ban walked to the door and opened it slowly saying, "What a surprise, I thought you would complain." Hearing that, Jin said, "If you were my enemy, then I would react like that, so." Jin was a bit skeptical. After all, just because I have this heart, doesn't mean I have become your brother, right? I don't know if the royal family members are interested in me, but people who don't like me, such as Saku, will react violently. Ban cherished a sparrow and then answered the question briefly, "Probably so." Jin continued, "I wanted to ask you a question." Then you lowered your voice and asked, "Did you think that during the time I was here, if I didn't get your help, I would never be recognized properly, or not?" That question made it very difficult for Ban to answer, so he glanced over at him and looked down to see his hands clenching fists. She turned around and said, "If I'm right, then are you going to destroy this heart?" She questioned him, "Because wasn't it formed from your own power?" Jin cleverly said, "Yes, but after all, this heart was created by me, even though it was not what I wanted. But if I did not meet your standards, then I cannot accept your blood. I just saw it as a way to receive the inherited power." Hearing those words, she questioned you, "So why do you want to destroy it?" He continued to explain, "If it's something I created myself, I can do it again whenever I want, so I can do anything, because what I win I have, I can do as I please. If this is completely your good move, I would never think of destroying it because it is not completely mine. I seem to be a very polite and respectful person who keeps his word, promise." She continued, "Even without my blood, you would still be recognized by my brothers." Hearing that, Jin was filled with gratitude and said, "If that's the case then I will use it well." Then he gently touched the god's heart. Then he told her the important news, "I have to leave here in May, I have important things to do. When I'm done I can come back here, we can adjust the pace, my training does not." You heard that and said, "We have 2 more months left, okay, in the morning you will train with the loser King Belize, and in the afternoon you will train with Saku." And so another 49 days passed. As expected, after he got the heart, some royal family members showed hostility towards him, but because this was not what he wanted, their harsh reactions gradually calmed down. The royal family's people are all very strong. He wished that if he could shorten the distance between him and them after getting the heart gem, it would be great, and he fought with Saku 49 times and also lost 49 times. Every time he lost, instead of wallowing in his own failure, he wanted to continue practicing. The more he fought, the more his perspective changed. When he fought Saku 10 times, he thought he was as strong as Luna. Jin struggled on the battlefield training with Saku day and night, but after fighting him 20 times, he began to doubt whether his strength could compare to Luna. When he fought him 30 times, he thought that he definitely wasn't as strong. After fighting him 40 times, he knew for sure that he could cut off one of Saku's arms. He was finally able to close the distance, and his skills had improved dramatically. Because of his speed, he really enjoyed his matches with Saku. And every time his limbs were cut off, so of course he had to ask Boris for help. At some point the members of the royal family stopped mentioning Tamar's name in front of him. Time passed by. Today Jin and Saku once again went to the ring. The two of them walked out to the ring under the cheers of everyone in the stands. "Hey, Jin must win today, Saku should too. Taste failure, move on, good luck." Looking at Saku's heavy and uncomfortable face, he spoke up, "Why do you look like you just swallowed a fly today?" don't forget to provoke. Are you tired of fighting with me? Saku then smiled and said, no, but I already feel a little looking forward to our daily matches. It's becoming more and more difficult to hit you. Jin said with a serious face, how many times have I told you? Those warm feelings won't help me in battle. Let's just fight properly. I understand how you feel. For me, Saku saw that he didn't know how to joke, so he felt a little disappointed and sighed. Okay. Ban was sitting above to watch Jin's upcoming fight when a voice said, Dear God of War. She heard that and looked down and replied, What's the matter, Tantal? Tantal wondered, I heard the heir will soon leave La Prarosa. The others are slowly accepting him, and I think we should give everyone a chance to compete with him. Saku, to fight you, it's been too long. Another person also spoke up and said, Tantal is right, the guests who like him come to see him every time, please give the others a chance. Ban heard that and thought for a bit, then she said, if that's the case, then I need everyone's permission. Then she said loudly, members of the royal family, there are still 2 weeks until the heir must leave here. If in 2 weeks, everyone wants to fight him, then should we accept him as our brothers? Does anyone object? As expected, among them was Kaio, who was not very satisfied with Jin. He thought to himself, I didn't want to accept him, but Garmin suddenly helped him a lot with the shadow sword and soul severing technique. Boris even gave him molars. This has never happened before. He helped Linfa finish his training in silence. Even though he was recognized by the god of war, he did not show any arrogance. Every day his limbs were cut off, but he maintained his courage and perseverance without resentment. Although he continuously lost battles, he did not fall into despair. Right at this moment, a foot stepped out and stomped on the ring. Baltarak said in a loud voice, I am King Baltarak, I accept Jin Runkendel as our brother. Then he gave a friendly smile. Boris on the side seemed to realize something, this is. Then he lifted Garmin's shoulders again. Both of them suddenly smiled as if satisfied with what Baltarak said. The two jumped down from the stands. Both of them shouted loudly, here are the 8 fighting kings and the 5 fighting kings. Accept Jin Runkendel as our brother. Tantal and several others smiled together. Then Tantal said loudly, Gatekeeper of La Prarosa, it's me Tantal. Saku thunder I hear, also accept Jin Runkendel as our brother. Jin was a bit stunned, like lightning struck his ears. He didn't expect that everyone was accepting him. Unexpectedly, Jin also smiled. There was the sound of footsteps slowly approaching. The door around him opened, his surroundings filled with a brilliant yellow color. Ban spoke, so all the brothers agreed. She declared, from this moment Jin Runkendel. Ban raised his hands to create a sphere in mid-air. Then clap your hands together as if to break that sphere. The entire arena was surrounded by a dazzling light. Ban told everyone, Jin to become a brother in my clan. After he became a member of the royal family, things progressed very quickly. The brothers who wanted to compete with him decided the order through a game of rock, paper, scissors. And once they have decided on the order, within a day Jin will engage in battle with them. Lorem ipsum, there were many times Jin could not avoid bleeding on the stage while fighting. No matter what time it was, when it was morning, he was still in a fighting situation without a moment of rest. Even into the afternoon and evening. All the hours of his day are spent on the ring. He fought every member of the royal family. And did not rest until dawn. The battles with each warrior of the Min Vuong clan took place continuously. Everyone was excited. Then when he had his rematch with Saku, he wanted to beat him to a pulp. But just after he hit him a little bit, he deliberately yelled at me to give up, and although he felt very upset, he had already been defeated by everyone else in the royal family, even if there's no point in beating Saku. Jin calmed down and ended the match. Now there are only 9 days left. After he returns he will have to compete with the dueling kings, so during this time he only needs to fight with others, and in the end, 64 matches with the champions. Min Vuong warrior has also ended. It was dark outside the palace, the light shining through the windows illuminated the entire space. Inside, everyone was having a feast. Tantal raised his glass and smiled, Brother Jin, you did well, let's drink. Jin looked at the wine in his hand and his face immediately grimaced, isn't this the wine containing minerals that I drank when I first came here? Thank you, but I won't drink it, it tastes terrible. But Tantal kept inviting Jin, don't be like that, just drink it, you'll see that it's different from before. Jin is skeptical when he hears that, is it different from before? His face was still a bit worried as he looked at the glass of wine in his hand and thought for a while. Then he decided to drink them all. After drinking, Jin was a bit surprised, the taste was really sweet and rich. Is this a different type of wine? Boris answered, it's that mineral wine, he already has the gem heart, so its taste will be different, Jin exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect it to be because of the gem heart. That's really interesting. Saku appeared and wrapped her arms around his shoulder as if they had been close to him for a long time. Right, you should also accept a drink from me. Jin handed the glass to Saku and happily said, of course I will drink with you, Saku. Counting to 3, both of them drank the entire glass of wine together. Then we burst out together, feeling really hopeless after drinking. Seeing that, everyone around them competed to pour wine for Jin, Jin's brother, to receive from me, and from me. Not knowing when his glass of wine turned into a large tub, Jin did not hesitate to pick up the entire tub and drink it all at once. Everyone celebrated, throwing Jin up high and praising him. At this time, Linfa fainted and fell down on the ground. Everyone around him laughed loudly. He also slowly walked back to his room. Jin gently closed the door. His face was now a little red from the alcohol. He was exhausted. He then went up to the rooftop and unexpectedly saw that Belize was also there. That's her, Belize. Belize is looking thoughtfully at the moonlight in the distance. Jin walked closer and said, are you out here too? What are you doing? Can you tell me? Seeing him coming, she happily smiled and said, Jin, looks like you're very happy. I'm just looking at the sky. Even though this place was created by Sadare, it is very similar to the place where we used to live. Jin looked up at the sky and said, I see. Have you been curious about the outside world while living here? Even though I'm from outside, no one asked me anything. Belize looked a little sad and said, that's because after our time stopped, we realized that we couldn't go back to that world anymore. Hearing that, Jin was even more confused. So shouldn't she be more curious? Belize laughed and replied, maybe so, but what's the point in wanting something we can't have, no matter how much we're lost in the memories of the people we love, also no more. Seeing that his words suddenly brought an unhappy mood to Belize, he immediately felt guilty and said, I'm sorry, I was thinking too shallowly. Belize smiled and replied, it's okay, but I heard about this from Mr. Ban. He asked bewilderedly, what's going on? She immediately replied that the outside world has been around for more than half a millennium, so perhaps they have developed some kind of magic or technology that can help us get out of here. Hearing that, Jin was a bit stunned and thought to himself, unfortunately, as far as I remember, there is no such method. The reason is because we don't even know how to connect the fire world, which is the world of phoenixes, with the human world. And with the exception of phoenix summoning, most magic is related to another world. For example, the dark magic system is strictly prohibited by the association, and that type of magic is still a long way from being developed. Jin wondered, was there no way for her to escape to the outside world on her own? When she came to pick me up, Tantal didn't go out but could still see the outside world. She replied, it was only when an air appeared in the vicinity of the desert that it could be done, and that's why I wanted to ask. She made a suggestion, if you don't mind, could I ask you to look into this matter, Jin? I mean, how can we return to the outside world? Jin did not hesitate and immediately agreed, of course, when I leave here, I will definitely find a way for everyone to set foot in the outside world. Soon it was morning. Jin woke up very early to start the day with sword practice. He stood by the lakeside cleaning his sword, thinking to himself, the plan to get the compass will start soon. If I don't do it now, I probably won't have another chance. The fact that Yona gathered information from Rubar's workshop. It's a once-in-a-lifetime surprise. Jin made up his mind to be sure to succeed. But at this time, someone came from afar and spoke up, you look worried, brother Jin, is there a problem that is causing you trouble? Jin turned around to see Ban and happily said, Mr. Ban, I actually have something to see, so I'm looking for you. It's about the important issue we discussed last time. Ban walked back to where he was and asked, was that what he said he would return to in May? He immediately replied, yes, I need to go back and carry out my plan with my teammates, but I'm not sure if I'm strong enough or not. Ban heard that and said, your thinking is funny, who do you think are the people you fought with here? Jin replied, I know who they are warriors who have reached the level God. If I was on the same level as them I wouldn't have to worry, but I haven't really beaten anyone yet. Being injured myself isn't scary, but I'm worried, but my teammates being injured is a different story, some of them aren't as strong as me. Ban heard that and objected, it seems you don't really understand yourself, you are the only one who can save us, that's why if your mind is shaken, then the entire royal family will also be shaken. Then she gave him the sword and said, take this, today I came here to give you this sword. Jin received the sword with some surprise, this sword was, Ban immediately answered, this is my Phoenix Thunder Sword Sigmund, Boris reforged it for him to use. Then she raised her hand to him and proposed a challenge: use the remaining time to fight with me. His eyes were full of surprise. With you? But I haven't finished training with the Fighting Kings yet, Ban continued. Didn't you say that time is running out? I will let the Fighting Kings know. Ban said with concern, in the remaining time, I will support you, help you reduce your anxiety and soothe your heart. So he could see himself more clearly. All he needed to do was draw his sword when he thought he wouldn't die. Facing Ban's words, he was a bit confused. Looking at the sword in his hand, Jin thought, I just need to pull out Sigmund. At first he didn't understand the meaning of that statement, but when he faced the god of war in the arena, he understood immediately. He just stood there, but the pressure he radiated seemed to sink Jin to the bottom of the abyss. The moment he pulled out the sword, he clenched his hand tighter. He knew that the moment he pulled out the sword, Jin immediately understood that he would die. He was very stressed right now and sweating continuously. He thought to himself, I have considered every way I can think of. While fighting, he could not find any opportunity to help him escape death. Countless scenes of previous fights appeared in his mind. The methods he used were neither effective nor effective. Jin knew there would definitely come a time when he could pull out his sword. But then he will die. Jin worries endlessly. What to do? His pupils shrank, with a jumble of thoughts in his head. Why couldn't he find any loopholes? Until the 5th day, he tried frantically to practice with all his strength to be able to pull out the sword. Today he had the opportunity to try out this Sigmund sword for the first time. The Sigmund sword in his hand radiated a bright light that seemed to cover everything, and during 5 days he died 90,000 times. A loud bang sounded as he fought, the ground around him shook, and Jin could only create an opening to attack. After fierce battles, smoke and dust filled the sky. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, only to see Ban holding Jin's blade. Ban praised, this sword move is good. He could have used it from the beginning, but why did he hesitate? Sweat poured down his body. Jin explained, this time I pulled out my sword because I felt like I might not die this time. It seemed like this wasn't enough. Hearing that, she consoled me, don't despair. Before time stopped, there weren't many people who could hit me once. 5 days ago you could have used this move to hit me. He was strong enough, but because he didn't understand his own abilities, he lost confidence, so he had to endure thousands of pointless failures. Jin suddenly sighed and smiled, believing in himself. In this match, I realized that again. When I was in front of Temar's illusion, I realized it but forgot it. She said, yes, worrying will make me lose myself. If in the end you don't understand yourself and don't pull out Sigmund, then I intend to take that sword back. He continued, sir, even though it took many tries, now I can hit you once. Ban nodded and replied, yes, because you confirmed that you can do it. In the remaining 4 days, he mastered a sword skill of the god of war from the group, a move that only Sigmund the holy sword of the royal family could do. He gently put the sword away and smiled and said, now I can go meet my friends with relief. She felt satisfied, smiled and said, yes, I look forward to fighting you next time. The others are waiting for you in front of the king's fighting hall. You can return after saying goodbye. He then bowed his head and said, God of war, thank you. She used her hands to lift his chin and said, raise your head, between siblings is not something to calculate. I will wait for you here while remembering your achievements. She used both hands to press his cheeks and gently said, wishing you a safe journey, my brother. A smile filled with happiness appeared on his face and he replied yes. May 17, 1797, after greeting all the brethren, he left La Prarosa. After remembering the things he needed to do, there was an interesting thing. He could bring royal family items to the outside world, only royal family members could not go out, okay. So he kept his teeth in the cloak that Boris made, and carrying a lot of mineral wine and cocteau cakes, he returned and crossed the great desert of Mitra. He was wondering if it was because the training period at La Prarosa was like a dream, or because of the precious heart, but he didn't feel tired even when standing under the hot sun. He still didn't feel tired at all. In just 4 days since leaving La Prarosa, he had reached the entrance, where he had separated from his guide. Currently on the 25th of May, Jin is walking along a small stream. The water-tailed tribe saw him and exclaimed, oh man, great desert. He went there. He accidentally met an acquaintance and happily said, hey Fire, what a coincidence, how are you, how did the bridge come to this place? They explained, completed a transaction, Golden Tongue, the western region is now back to Yuka Yuka. Hearing that, Jin understood, oh that's it. Blackfire said, you are not dead, very happy, everyone is worried, sad and hurt, can you do it, overcome those emotions? He answered, I think yes, my recent experience was really unbelievable. We were on the same path, or were we walking and talking to each other? Black Fire heard that and vehemently protested, no, you can't go to Yuka Yuka, you were bewildered, that's okay. It explained, a few days ago they arrived, the Red Tiger clan is dangerous. Go back to Makamika towards the market, use it for the travel fee. Jin heard that and asked, Red Tiger clan, if I go back I will lose it, how long? Black Fire replied, it will take 3 or 4 days, when you hear that, say, no, then it will be too late, I have urgent work to do. Then he asked them, do you know any secret passages here? The Black Fire shook his head and said, no. Jin heard that and continued, then let's just go. Black Fire worriedly said, they will fight, they will kill humans, but Jin didn't care about that and turned away. He said, Black Fire, don't worry anymore. I'll take care of them, but the Black Fire still couldn't hide the uneasiness on her face. The night sky was gloomy, the wind was cold. Jin and the Watertail tribe walked for a while when they discovered that in front were a group of people from the Red Tiger tribe. They quickly hid behind the bushes. The Black Fire said, big trouble, what should humans do? I just need to pay. You shouldn't do that. Jin said softly, I will follow you guys, so go ahead. You calm down. The Black Fire, understood, I will see you guys later. The Black Fire drove the carriage forward, thinking in his heart, please be careful, humans. Passing by the Red Tiger tribe, they checked the goods on the Black Fire's cart and said, the Watertail tribe's offerings are so rich, it's good that you can pass. As soon as the Black Fire passed by, they didn't forget to hit the Black Fire on the head. You guys look cute too. At this moment suddenly a voice rang out, if you took their money then you should have left them alone. Why did you hit them? The Red Tiger tribe was startled and turned around to look. The two gatekeepers seeing Jin standing from afar, he spoke up, isn't that human? When they saw little Jin, they aggressively threatened, where do you think you're going? Come here quickly, give us everything you have. The guy next to you also followed suit, right there stripping you of all your clothes. Come out again, then we will let you go. His face was full of murderous intent as he said, it should have been me who said it. The Red Tiger tribe looked at Jin a little scared. He cleared his throat, while I still want to talk nicely, give me all the things you took from the monster tribes. The Red Tiger clan growled when they saw the murderous aura coming from Jin's body, but inside they were still scared and thought, who is this person? What is this energy? It's dangerous. Very soon, they angrily rushed towards him. Jin saw it so ferocious and thought to himself, if he didn't kill him right here, it would be really dangerous for the future. He cleared his throat and yelled at it to go away. These words seemed to carry a heavy pressure on the tiger, causing it to immediately change its expression, and the feeling of not being able to breathe surrounded it. Immediately one could not resist and fell to the ground with a thud. The other guy saw this and was scared, trembling, kneeling on the ground and begging, God, please spare my life. He used his foot to step on it and said, if you don't take him away while I count to 3, you will die. He started counting 1, then 2, the number sounding heavy from their perspective now. He was so scared that he quickly carried the other guy on all 3 legs and ran like a ghost. I'll go now. Jin then gave the fish back to Black Fire and said, this is the fish you bought with your hard-earned money. The Black Fire's eyes glowed happily. He raised his hand to receive the 2 fish and said, thank you humans. Then it asked Jin again, one more day, let's go human. The Water-tailed clan party fire, but Jin was busy so he had to refuse, sorry but I have to go now because I'm in a hurry. He then advised that the items and money that had been recovered should be returned to their rightful owners. Have a safe journey, see you later. Seeing this, the Water-tailed tribe enthusiastically offered Jin delicious fish, so they ate it and left, grilled and eaten immediately. Although it was a bit urgent, seeing them being so enthusiastic made him a bit hesitant. Jin finally couldn't refuse their good intentions and smiled and said, let's eat, I was a bit hungry just now. Then everyone sat around the fire and ate grilled fish together. He asked while eating, oh, that's right, does the black dye at Yuka market have dye? The Black Fire wondered, why suddenly asked for dye? He replied, I need to disguise myself to go somewhere. Black Fire munched, is that so? Then I suggest the special makeup technique of the Golden Tribe, better than dye. Hearing that, Jin suggested that we go together after eating. A moment later, the Black Fire led Jin to the Golden Tribe. A mouse wearing a robe said playfully, you're back alive, Lucky, I heard you needed a disguise, right? After saying that, he gave you a menu, let's see the dye first. The mouse said warmly, the price is around this range, although it may look a bit expensive, our grilling skills are on a completely different level compared to other clans. First of all, We use crystals, natural substances made from extracts of many different plants and flowers, so not only do we have different colors, but they are also fragrant, and after dying, your children and grandchildren will also always have that color. Blackfire saw this and complained, "That's enough of a show, my friend, humans defeated the Red Tiger tribe." The Watertail tribe now showed off the items they had reclaimed from the hands of the Red Tiger tribe. "Look, they got it back, everything the Red Tiger tribe has stolen from the Beastmen since then." Seeing that, the mouse was so upset that he called the Blackfire over. "Hey Blackfire, if such a thing happened, you should have told me sooner. Why did it take me so long to explain? Why did you let me do this? Makes me look like a beastman whose business is so obsessive and blinding him. Since you know everything, nothing else is important, right?" Jin stood from afar and thought to himself, "This scenario looks familiar. Is that familiar?" The rat yelled at Blackfire incessantly, "I almost became a bad businessman, beheading an important and righteous person." Blackfire heard the curse and could only helplessly say, "That's enough, I've heard too much, already." The mouse gratefully bowed his head to Jin and said, "Oh, so it turned out to be the benefactor who defeated the Red Tiger clan. Thank you. All the merchants at Yukiyuka Market will be very happy." The mouse was deeply grateful to Jin. He then sincerely reached into the house and said, "You don't need to pay any fees, so please come this way, Mr. Honest. I will give you a class, perfectly disguised with a special makeup technique that the Gold Tribe takes pride in." The current time is the last day of May, 1979. The surrounding space is covered by a dark and gloomy space. This is the feudal country of Beledo in the southern island. Below the harbor there was a blond man walking around. He thought to himself, "This town is still the same." This person is none other than Jin. After dressing up and dyeing his hair, he walked and explored this place. It was still a place full of mercenaries and homeless drug addicts. Most of them were drug addicts. The person left empty-handed after participating in the competition at the Cosmos Arena. But on the contrary, in the north of this island, a place with a completely different atmosphere exists. In the distance is a castle full of tears, a disguised place for young, wealthy aristocrats to secretly gamble. That's where the compass will turn tomorrow. Jin came here a bit worried, wondering if everyone had arrived safely on the island. In the distance there was a shabby man dressed in rags. Suddenly the man let out a wild laugh. Seeing this, Jin looked at him and thought to himself, he must have gone crazy after participating in the competition. It's the arena. That man now went to Jin's place again. He gave him a small piece of paper. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly and begged, "God, it would be great if you gave me a penny." Jin immediately realized that the person in front of him was Jet, so he immediately showed an annoyed expression and thought to himself, "What is Jet?" He then threw 6 coins to him. Jet saw that and happily said, "Damn it, God bless you." Looking at his dilapidated and poor situation at this time, Jin thought in his heart, "The setting is perfect, it is a good thing that we recruited him. In his previous life, his story was just a story, disgusting." Taking the paper in his hand that Jet had given Jin, he opened it and read it. It contained the content. How was the password? Bird's Beak Motel bill number 203, a board nailed under the bed. After a while, he arrived at the Bird's Beak Inn, but the owner of the inn did not welcome him and said, "There's no more room, go somewhere else." Jin couldn't help but immediately remembered the content on the paper and spoke up, "How have you been, Bill?" The innkeeper was a bit surprised when he heard that. Without thinking much, he then gave him a key and said, "Go to room number 203. In front of him was room 203. Jin hurriedly found the location of the board with nails under the bed, and then he discovered a box with a letter, which Jin had to admire, hiding it very carefully. He quickly picked up the letter and read it. Jin thought to himself, to see how things were progressing. With the content, "Sir, it's been a while, the other comrades have arrived first and settled down at different inns. Kinslow and Zippel seem to have not noticed us since we arrived on the island. Until then, I will tell you everything I have learned." First, Kinslow's force included the Grand Mage of Onzu, Shukan told her, 5 mages I estimated to be 8 stars. And 3 people from the White Wolf tribe and I were estimated to be at the level of attack team captains. Besides them, it seems there are many other talented people like assassins and snipers. We haven't found out anything about Zippel's forces yet. It seems like they only appear on the day of the campaign, but there's a high possibility that Zippel's guild is similar to Kinslow's guild, also having talented people, good at disguise, settled down here long ago. We will launch that campaign at 10 p.m. on June 1st, the opportunity is here, and the location is the casino at the northern mansion of this island. I have enclosed a ticket for you in a red box. After completing the mission, escape to the predetermined location, memorize all the information and place it on the table. The locations of the inns where teammates are staying are written on the back of the letter to Jin. And after agreeing with Lord Casimir and Lord Murakan, we decided that Lady Cirrus of the Ice Castle would join at that time. They said she would be useful because she has experience in planning reconnaissance strategies, assassination and guerrilla. The words in the letter were all prepared by Jet. After delivering this letter, I will return to Tikana first, sir. I will send your greetings to Miss Gilly. Good luck to you. After reading the letter, Jin thought to himself, a 9-star magician, 5 8-star magicians, and 3 people from the White Wolf clan, attack team captain rank Ha. Zippel's side certainly has enough people to face them, deal with them in advance, at least. He looked up at the sky. Tomorrow night, this dirty playground of pirates. It will turn into a battlefield for stars. The surrounding landscape will not be as peaceful as before. At the northern mansion, on the table a marble is moving around the numbers. It stopped at number 17. A girl full of elegance spoke up, "Oh my god, what should I do? It seems like I won again, sir." A few people around were standing with sad expressions clearly visible on their faces. There were also whispers nearby. A middle-aged man wearing an eye patch said, "Sir, are you okay? There is no picture yet, like you lost 1,000 gold coins." And this unlucky young man is none other than our Jin. On June 1, 1979, below there was an ancient castle with colorful sparkling lights in a gloomy neighborhood, which was a large villa casino in the north of the island. Jin opened the door leisurely and walked into the casino looking like a real player. From the moment he entered, he had the attention of the girls. "Look at that." A girl looked at him without missing a beat and said, "Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen such a handsome dude." As soon as Jin entered, he attracted the attention of everyone around him. Whispers rang out non-stop. "Who is he? Should I try to approach him and start a conversation? I want to go out with him at night. This is terrible, I know, right? Looking at him is enough to make me feel happy." There was a girl wearing glasses who laughed loudly after seeing him enter. A new face appeared here. After he entered, this gray casino brightened up. Jin looked at her and then realized she was Cirrus. She stood up and introduced herself as Zyla. He looked down at the cat in her hand and thought to himself, if it weren't for Murakan, I wouldn't have recognized her. He lowered his head to show elegance and said, "It's a pleasure to meet her." As he finished speaking, he thought to himself, although not comparable to Boover's makeup art, the ice bow's disguise is still impressive. Cirrus spoke up, "If it's your first time here, why don't you try a light game of roulette? This is the most popular game here." He smiled and said, "Thank you for the invitation, but I decided to go around and visit a bit." After saying that, he thought, she means the rest of our allies are at the roulette table. Cirrus smiled slightly and replied, "So you are the cautious type? Okay, I will introduce the remaining games to you first." She walked in front of him and introduced, over/under, "You're familiar with the game of rolling dice, right? That game on the left." She meant to refer to the disguised troops of Zippel and Kinslow gathered on the left. She walked a few steps then turned around and slowly said to Jin, "If you think of me, come to the roulette table." He nodded and replied, "Okay." Cirrus continued, "Since it's almost late, I hope you don't come too late." He laughed and said, "Ha ha, I understand, ma'am." Jin noticed the people rolling dice at the table on the left and began to calculate in his heart. Just as Jet said, Kinslow's disguised troops were waiting. He looked around at what was happening. He could understand why Kinslow's army was waiting, but even those on Zippel's side had put in a lot of effort. Those bastards are notorious for their sky-high egos, yet they disguise themselves as ordinary gamblers. As expected, there are probably all special class people here. When Jin passed by a werewolf, he suddenly felt something with his sensitive nose. He squeezed the wine glass in his hand. Then he walked to Jin's back and said impatiently, "Oh, that guy." Jin heard that and turned his head to look back and immediately recognized that this was the White Wolf clan. A white wolf with a chubby face looked at Jin and said, "Come here, see." Jin felt a bit confused when he saw that. Did he feel the energy of the White King clan? "I thought I hit it quite well, yes." Jin immediately turned the car 180 degrees excitedly and said, "Oh my god, this is a white wolf. I never expected to meet a white wolf in a place like this." He groped all over his body and said admiringly, "I wished I could talk to a wolf from the White Wolf clan. Damn, the wolf's fur is as white and smooth as I heard." When he saw that, he looked annoyed and shouted angrily, "Leaving?" He thought to himself, "I'm just a bad guy, I must have sensed danger." Seeing that, Jin smiled shyly and said, "Ah, sorry, I was unintentionally rude." He looked innocent and asked, "Forgive me, but why did you call me here?" Seeing that, the white wolf waved his hand and left, saying, "It's okay, I probably mistook you for someone else, so go. Jin respectfully bowed and replied, wishing him well. Jin darkened his face and thought, this hasn't started yet but I'm already feeling tired. While the campaign is going on, I should at least make sure to kill all the beast men. Maybe it's time to go back, already. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, he won again. Just watching it made me feel happy. Cirrus was standing when someone called, Miss Zyla. At the same time, she stood up, moved out of her chair and happily said, you're here, you're already thinking about me. She placed her hand on Jin's cheek and said, thinking back, before that I only told you my name, please tell me your name too, sir. Hearing this, his eyes narrowed. Looking down at the sleepy cat with a piece of paper in its mouth. It says, at 10 p.m. goods will be exchanged at the central card table on the second floor. Jin praised, that cat is so cute. The cat also swallowed the paper in its mouth. He now kissed her hand lightly and said, my name is Bamel, ma'am. She went ahead and called him, come here, Mr. Barmel, let's play with everyone here until late. He seemed to realize something. Looking at the people in front of him, he thought to himself, are they all using the faces of people in the ice palace to disguise themselves? That's great. The smiling man with one eye covered is none other than Casimir. The girl with glasses in her hand writing down the numbers is Miss Enya. There is one more disguised character left, Elisa. Cirrus said, holding a chess piece in his hand, then bet. The trigger has now begun to spin, a marble running on the numbers. The marbles started rolling, they kept rolling and stopping at number 17. Cirrus happily said, oh my god, what's going on? It seems I've won the game again, brother. Everyone around was excited to come and see. Casimir smiled and said, are you okay? It seems like you've already lost 1,000 gold coins. After hearing this, he wanted to apparate, wondering what this young man had eaten to be so unlucky. He immediately looked annoyed and said, if it ended like this and went back, it would be a bit embarrassing, so let's play another game. Seeing that, Cirrus said with interest, oh ho, so you're confident in playing one more game? Okay, this time you can choose the game, sir. Jin suggested, let's play cards. If we play cards, you won't be able to win against me, ma'am. Cirrus also agreed with him, saying, the game is on the second floor, come with me. Jin laughed, ha ha, how tense, something so tense cannot be missed. One person invites, every one of us follows which family. Hearing that, Casimir refused and said, we will continue to have fun here, you can go. She heard that and happily replied, okay, I will be back before 10 o'clock, remember to prepare for the next game. What you just said is a hint to be ready to start planning before 10 o'clock. On the clock it was almost 10 o'clock. People around him were whispering about whether that gentleman was okay or not. Jin held the cards in his hand so angry that he trembled and cursed, damn it. He broke down, looked down and lamented, I lost, I don't think I can win against you, ma'am. There were whispers around, oh my god, it seems like he's broke, pitiful. Some people commented, it was his fault for carelessly playing with Lady Zyla, everyone here knows her. Cirrus then stood up, looked at him and said, today, luck is not smiling on you, sir, now I don't feel like playing anymore. After saying that, she walked away, wishing you a safe journey. We're going too. Jin was sitting in despair under the chair, humming a few yeses to her. She glanced at Jin, don't be too hurt, after today everything will be fine. He also glanced in her direction. After that, Cirrus also turned and left. At this time the clock was exactly 10 o'clock, Jin was still face down thinking to himself, an opportunity like this will never come again, I must succeed. On this side, there are two men silently talking to each other. They have a certain language to communicate with each other, one person says this and the other responds, the sounds do not rustle nor make loud noises. Suddenly the man put his hand into his shirt as if taking something. His eyes began to shine as he observed their shady actions. Jin thought to himself, it has appeared. The man took out a compass made of gold. At this moment Jin also began to act, he used the magic power in his hand. He stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum to move forward. Jin thought in his heart, we will do it. Jin kicked the table over and rushed away while at the same time creating an energy ball in his hand. He was determined to get the compass back at all costs. Go back in time from 10 minutes ago. At this time, a person wearing a very strange uniform entered the casino. He entered the hall, while Jin was still holding his head helplessly and sighing heavily. In the corner, there was a white-haired man standing there waiting. As soon as he saw the other man, he said, here you are, thank you for coming all the way here. That person was the representative of the Zippel family, Cal Zippel. The man with short, jagged yellow hair spoke up, "Let's skip the greeting part, what is this place that's causing such a stir?" That man was the representative of Kinzelo's side, the absolute master of the Ozu plain in the northern mainland, Shukan told her. Cal Zippel replied, "Since it's a casino, it has to be noisy, please don't pay attention to it and invite you to sit down." Shukan sat down and said, "I'm old so everything makes me angry, so how are the thieves you installed?" Hearing that, he calmly replied, "They are all sporadic gamblers, if we intend to keep the items, then why would we go to this extent, we just don't you can naturally return it." Shukan expressed his displeasure and said, "Stop being so arrogant, Cal Zippel, you're just setting up a scene because you're important. If you officially return it to us in a formal manner, Runkondal's people will notice, if you don't do so before then we will share that information with Runkondal and Bement's people." Cal narrowed his eyes, it wasn't nice for him to say that. Shukan cleared his throat, "You are the one who broke the terms of the alliance, yet you still show your face and show no remorse, I don't know what your father's plan is." Cal laughed and replied, "If you have the chance, go ask him personally, I'm not sure if you have the guts to go to my father." Hearing those challenging words, he sternly said, "That sounds so lovely, it's time to hand it over here." Jin still didn't move, he was still waiting for the right opportunity to act. He thought to himself, the time is almost here, an opportunity like this will never happen again, I have to do it, okay. Cal pushed his glasses and said something to Shukan. Shukan on the other side also responded to him. Then he reached into his pocket to get his things. Jin's eyes lit up, staring at Shukan. The thing he was looking for had also appeared, that compass. He cast ancient light magic, right now. Jin begins a campaign to get his compass back. He quickly rushed towards them. The ball from Jin's hand emitted a bright light, exciting Cal. Shukan was also momentarily stunned. Back in time, Jin told everyone, "The moment I see the compass, I will use ancient light magic." Hearing that, Murikan shouted excitedly, "Ancient light magic, that's just a flash of light, what are you planning to do with that bit of light?" Casimir also spoke up and said, "We are magicians, so are you planning to blind them, Master Jin?" Fuang is a person who seems to be quite knowledgeable. When he calmly listened to the story's progress, he immediately answered yes, there will definitely be a master-level magician appearing at the transaction scene, that's what he was quite worried about, settle. Jin explained, yes, the mages who appeared at that location would be 9-star mages, they had trained their bodies with reactive defense magic, 8-star magicians or warriors could not easily destroy it. If we attack them, it will activate their defensive magic, we risk receiving counterattacks from them before we can even steal that compass, this is the only way, most. That is, after the flare explodes, for 10 seconds they will be blinded, and Jin needs to steal that compass within 10 seconds. Jin rushed into their place and thoroughly used the ancient light magic. Jin mentally counted 10, 9. Every second passed, and he only had a few seconds left to carry out the mission. Everyone couldn't see the street and shouted in confusion, "Mr. Shukan, what the hell is going on, damn it." Shukan was angry, thinking the other side was playing tricks and shouted, "Cal Zippel, you have the audacity to do this." The last 4 seconds Jin was almost able to reach the compass. In 3 seconds, the distance between him and Shukan became closer and closer. He carried the compass to determine which hand the man was in. Jin opened his eyes wide and started to speed up.
At the last second, a loud explosion sounded from upstairs, shocking everyone standing below.
Cirrus heard a loud noise and was startled and turned around to look. She also quickly ran towards it. Cirrus looked at the chaos in front of him and wondered what was going on. In the smoke and dust, something was emitting a faint light. It turned out that Jin had successfully obtained the compass. She was surprised and thought, "You did it." She grabbed the compass that Jin threw at her. Cirrus then glanced down and nodded to his teammates down the hall. She then removed the earring from her ear. Cirrus launched that thing downwards. "Not sure what that thing was, I just saw it making a loud bang." Enya stood below waiting, and at this moment someone brought her a compass. Everywhere was covered in thick white smoke, people screamed in panic, a terrorist attack. Enya carefully put away the compass, then turned to look at Cirrus behind her and nodded once. Casino security saw this situation and shouted, "Ambush the entrance," and killed all the suspicious people. Enya hurriedly ran away. Cirrus thought to herself, this part was not part of the plan, but it was enough to cause a commotion. She then unleashed her power and shouted loudly, "Because of Zippel." Elisa strangled a guy while running away while killing a few guys who shouted loudly, because of Zippel. Casimir followed closely behind and also raised his hand to attack those who stood in the way. Moon smoke covered everything. In the dim smoke, loud screams continuously came out. Damn it, where is it? Jin sat down on the ground panting. Fortunately, he was able to use his sword to grab that compass in time. He thought to himself, he almost failed. If it weren't for the royal swordsmanship at that time, I would have missed my chance. Shukan coughed loudly and ordered in a loud voice, that item is gone, prioritize getting that item back. Jin held the sword and thought to himself, his eyesight would soon be restored. Jin slowly pulled out the sword, so. He now poured a large amount of magic into the sword. He thought, I need to end this before that happens. Cal was both frightened and angry, screaming to justify himself, you damn Zippel bastards, you guys have the audacity to do this, Mr. Shukan, it wasn't us who did it, look over there, ray lightning appears, lightning. Shukan heard that and by inertia immediately turned his head to look. He saw a flash of lightning behind him and was startled. Lightning, what was it? The white wolf now rushed forward quickly. He brought along his subordinates and asked loudly, is Shukan okay? He was in ambush and felt something was wrong, so he opened his eyes wide and looked. That was it. The white wolf exclaimed in surprise, the energy from the bastard from before. Jin's whole body radiated terrifying pressure. He wore an iron mask with a majestic aura. At the same time, Jin used Sigmund's phoenix sword, and his sword emitted powerful lightning rays. The aura that emitted covered everything around. Jin raised his sword high and unleashed royal swordsmanship. Lightning bolts shot straight into the sky, shaking the entire area. Soil and rocks were scattered everywhere. Thunder and lightning continuously thundered down. Soon the entire luxurious mansion was flattened. Everything was ruined and no longer intact. The white wolf shouted angrily, stand up and look, you useless idiots, there's only one of them here. He could no longer keep calm at this moment. His body also radiated a strong pressure saying, name your name, that person, my instincts are telling me that I should have an honorable duel, attend with you. He stood before the pressure of the white wolf and still calmly took a step forward. He stomped his foot down hard. A powerful aura began to flow from his body. The white wolf was so scared by his pressure that his face turned pale. Jin growled, your senses didn't tell you to run away. Every man's face showed fear and cold sweat. Fear had taken over them. The white wolf's whole body was shaking. Jin thought to himself, I'm not familiar with this aura, but I'm sure. He also gradually held the sword tightly in his hand as he walked forward. This fear was certainly engraved in his blood. Their eyes showed the image of a burning blade. Jin knew clearly that it was something that the White Wolf tribe, the predators, had never known before. Having said that, he raised his sword to the sky and performed the third move. A terrifying energy like a storm rolled everywhere. It was the fear of death. Jin released the condemning skill along with a third attack that dealt a powerful blow to them. Right now, dozens of dazzling halos of light shot towards them, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. The White Wolf was extremely confused and thought to himself, this is not a move I can use a hammer to block. He shouted, Daroka, Meltohide. The White Wolf turned his head to look at his comrades. But as soon as he turned his head, his eyes became confused as if he realized something. As soon as he turned his head, he saw with his own eyes the scene of his comrades tragically disintegrating into smoke right before his eyes. The White Wolf stiffened and painfully called out his name, Daroka, Melto, but there was no response at all. The White Wolf didn't want to believe the truth before his eyes. He thought to himself, this is absurd. He seemed lost at this moment. His whole body was sweating profusely, affirming that this could not be the case. The White Wolf suddenly widened his eyes as if he saw something again. Presently, the smoke and dust gradually cleared around him, and he gasped when he realized that Shukan was still alive. The White Wolf looked towards Shukan, but on the opposite side, Jin was rushing towards him at speed. Seeing this, the White Wolf gritted his teeth and thought, I will fulfill my duty as a warrior of the White Wolf clan. Having said that, he did not care about the danger and rushed towards Jin from behind. But Jin quickly discovered it. The White Wolf suddenly swung his weapon and attacked Jin from behind. However, he discovered it in time, so he ducked down just in time for the attack to come and escaped. Then once again he continued to attack. He used all his strength to attack him, but it was useless. The energy radiating from Jin's body directly sent him flying away. The White Wolf grazed a long line under the ground. He looked at the destroyed weapon and thought in horror, my hammer, exactly, how much of a monster is he? At this time, Shukan had also gradually regained his sight. He looked at the ruined scene in front of him and suddenly wondered. His eyesight had finally recovered. What the hell was going on? The white wolf was startled. Jin now turned towards Shukan. The white wolf saw that he was in danger and shouted a warning, "Shukan, watch out." Very quickly, the surrounding area is now covered only in a yellow color of sparks. All he could see around him were sparks from the new attack. Jin calmly held his sword and rushed forward like a true hero. Shukan on the side saw this and immediately created a shield to block the attack. The white wolf roared and madly rushed at him. He rushed at Jin, but he was basically not his opponent, so he was immediately sent flying. Rocks were blown away. The sad white wolf shed tears and shouted loudly, "Beware of Shukan." Shukan still used his shield to block Jin's attack. He was about to succumb at this point. Shukan thought to himself, "Impossible, cracks appeared on my defense spell." He was at the level of 9 stars. Shukan began to panic, he was too dangerous. And then the shield in his hand was destroyed by Jin a second later. Shukan frowned and thought, "At least I will be able to guess who sent him if he uses the 10,000 ice of the secret palace like Talaris, or if he is the Black Knight using the heart sword of the Runkadel family, or not. However, he is using lightning swordsmanship. As far as I know, no family that uses lightning swordsmanship has ever appeared before." At this point, he remembered the past. "I can only think of the Hister clan, but they perished a long time ago." Shukan was filled with worry. Could it be that he was the perfect version of Vermont's experiment? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Who really was he? Just then Shukan looked at Jin and shouted, "You, why did you do all this? Reveal your identity inside." Jin leisurely asked again, "You wish to know who I am?" Shukan told her. Shukan said uncomfortably, "It's been a long time since I felt this uncomfortable. You know me, but I don't know you. Could it be that you are a magic swordsman?" He calmly replied, "It doesn't matter whether I'm a demon swordsman or something, because you all will die here today." Shukan saw that, his eyes filled with murderous intent, creating a ball of energy in his hand and said, "You must be joking. I don't know how our intelligence leaked out, but reply, which you steal now, if you don't want to die a painful death." Cal, who was next to him, suddenly clapped loudly. He smiled and said, "I like your bold attack just now. Not only can you use ancient light magic, lightning, and as a magic swordsman, you even defeated a wolf, captain of the attack team of the White Wolf tribe and the 7-star force." He kept praising Jin, "You are truly an extremely strong person." Shukan saw that and was confused. "What are you doing, Cal?" Cal suddenly changed his polite attitude and bowed to Jin and said, "I should introduce myself. My name is Cal Zippel, the 4th pillar of Zippel's magic tower. I will tell you straight." He gently pushed up his glasses and began to persuade Jin, "I promise to give you anything you want, even more. Please join Zippel." Seeing Cal's shameless face, Shukan couldn't hide his anger and reminded him, "Cal Zippel." He got angry, this bastard. Faced with the opponent's loss of composure, Cal acted as if nothing had happened and covered his ears, blaming Shukan. "I would go deaf, Mr. Shukan, please calm down, he has a compass." He began to advise Shukan, "It would be better for us to silence him by eliminating him, but look around. To be honest, I don't have any confidence that I can defeat him, so why not? Should we clear our minds and convince him to join us?" Shukan resolutely refused and cursed him harshly, "Don't talk nonsense." But he still looked very calm and said, "If it bothers you, Mr. Shukan, then you can make him join the Kinzello family instead." Jin didn't listen to these words and interrupted. It was so absurd, seeing how the Zippel family arrogantly didn't use their strength but instead offered to recruit me. He said sarcastically, "It seems the White Knight spaceship, Kozek, is not in the area right now." Being told this hit Cal's heart a bit in disbelief. He froze. "What? How do you know about the Kozek?" His expression suddenly changed, and thinking back, the way he spoke, Cal seemed to have discovered something at this moment. Thinking back, he felt even more familiar with the person wearing the helmet in front of him. Cal thought to himself, the person who had destroyed part of Kozek. After Muron died, who was seen by? His mind was filled with thoughts. He thought about Midor Elner and the White Knight in Cologne. After realizing who he was, Cal immediately screamed in excitement, "It turned out to be you." After realizing who he was, Cal immediately screamed in excitement, "It turned out to be you." Cal held the staff in his hand and kept asking Jin, "Why did you come to Cologne?" He unleashed the full power of the staff in his hand and then cleared his throat and repeated the question, "How much do you know?" His staff shoots out sharp spikes of ice. From the sky fell icebergs of various sizes. Jin raised the sword in front of Cal and replied coldly, I have no reason to tell you. He then turned to target Shukan and told him, Shukan Totaler, it's time to choose, the compass is no longer here, because your allies, including the White Wolf, are dead. I know you are in a difficult position. If you're not an idiot, I know you understand what I'm saying. Shukan was a little stunned. Seeing this, Cal got angry and waved his staff and shouted, What are you trying to do? I will kill you. Saying that, he launched ice sticks in his direction. Seeing this, Jin calmly cast the Min Vuong sword and thunder formula. A powerful aura burst out violently. Jin attacks Cal's ice plants. Jin then jumped up. He rushed forward, swung his sword, slashed Cal's body, and said, You are a magic tower master, but you are so incompetent. Is it because you are confused? Cal was suddenly slashed before he could understand what was happening. The staff in his hand was now broken. In the next second, Cal's body spurted blood, the staff also broke in two, and Cal screamed in pain and pitifully. The staff fell to the ground and broke into hundreds of pieces. Shukan was scared and sweating. Jin now walked closer to Shukan and slowly said, Don't break down like that, because both of you will be in trouble, if you activate the rune. Right, Shukan. When he heard this, his face darkened and he thought, he was minimizing his worries. If the rune was activated, aid from the magic tower would fly here, but Runkendel and Bamet would also detect it. Right now, he's reading my mind. He had no emotion on his face, but a child would be a child. Cal's staff was a last resort, but he could use magic without it. Being a tower master of the magic tower, he was severely underestimated. Cal angrily held one of his seriously injured arms and shouted, Bastard, I will make you pay for daring to touch me. Right now he is extremely angry at Jin. Until your body burns and disintegrates, please struggle in the eternal fire. His entire body was now surrounded by a blue flame. Cal came here so scared that he couldn't say another word. Even Shukan couldn't hide his shocked expression, that is. Looking at the blue fire surrounding his body, he thought to himself, the one with blue fire and the true master of the fire world, Tess. Shukan was dumbfounded. Having senses and a terrifying lightning sword was not enough, but also Tess. Who was he in the end? Cal shouted in panic, What are you, Mr. Shukan? Stop standing there. Seeing that he talked too much, Shukan got angry and gave him a blow on the left shoulder. Cal was immediately hit by the dragon's second attack, immediately falling to the ground and letting out a whooshing sound. He turned his head to look at Shukan and stammered, Why Mr. Shukan? Shukan said with murderous intent, You say, the compass is gone, our alliance is over, and weren't you just about to sneak stab me? I simply return that favor to you. Jin kicked him hard to the ground and smiled, not expecting you to be so cooperative. Cal was now lying motionless on the ground. Jin continued, I know the ruler of the On's plains is a smart person. Shukan slowly lifted Cal's body up and replied, I'm just taking advantage. Jin continued, Age is just a number, I think your commander would prefer to capture Cal Zippel than recover the compass. Hearing that, he thought to himself, he also knows about the commander, this guy is not ordinary, just like he said, recovering the compass is impossible, and I have lost 3 units of Bok Lang and a unit of the upper 8 stars, rank, arresting Cal Zippel is the best option for me to save my face. I filled a moored boat with other Boober products, no one could have predicted what happened today, I'm sure he will understand when Zippel has lost everything. He carried Cal's body on his shoulder, constantly thinking, the next thing will be decided by the commander. After hearing my report, there is a high possibility that he will try to please that guy at all costs. I also had enough information to track him down. Before leaving he said goodbye to you, kid, we're done here, so see you next time. At this moment, from afar, a black cat ran up and said, Kid, I saw everything. The black cat instantly transformed into Murican. He hugged him and proudly said, How strong have you become? He hugged you so tightly that you didn't have a chance to breathe. I was so proud that I cried. If Strawberry Cake saw her, she would cry too. Jin smiled and replied, Mukaran, I believe you had a hard time being stuck in cat form. Thank you for all the help. How is the compass? He said in a loud voice, Your fan took it and left the island. After listening, Jin was satisfied and said, My 6 months of hard work has paid off, so where are MS, Series, Mr. Kashmir, and MS, Alicia? We should have gathered together after we finished solving the problem here, but... Murican scratched his head and replied, There were variables in that matter. Jin wondered, What do you mean, was anyone injured? He shook his head and replied, No, those 3 people were trying to deceive other groups. Hearing that, he asked again, other groups? Murikan pointed out the window towards the harbor and told him to look over there. As soon as he looked over, Jin shouted excitedly, that is. Murikan continued, yes, Runkendel is Bamet's special department. And a warship dispatched by the Beledo Empire. Hearing that, Jin's face darkened. What the hell? Change scene to somewhere. From outside, a guy hurriedly ran in and said loudly, Captain. He eagerly called out, Captain, and at this moment the captain was in the room dozing. Not seeing the captain respond, the man shouted again, Captain, something big is going on. The captain was also awakened by the loud noise. He woke up angrily and shouted, why are you making so much noise? Seeing that, the man announced that the warships of the vassal Beledo were arriving in groups. After hearing this, the captain's face darkened and he couldn't believe it. What? But then suddenly he burst out laughing. Finally, the time to execute our plan has come. That fisherman guy, the ships carrying the noble's descendants have all left. The captain heard that and was happy. Good, now he won't let anyone leave this island anymore. Outside the knights also began to move. One person said, having received information that illegal forces are gathering on the island, before the vassal Beledo's fleet arrives, find the evidence. Or some people standing behind heard that and shouted loudly. At a certain old house, someone spoke inside. It was Runkendel's engineer. Another person replied, yes, looking at the speed of their actions, it seemed that the news had already been leaked, and they were waiting nearby, taking advantage of the chaos at the casino to intervene. In the house, Jin and Murikan were listening outside. He said, fortunately Enya got the compass and retreated safely, so they wouldn't know the content of the transaction. The man next to him replied, now we just need them. It's fine for me to retreat without revealing my identity. At this time, the people on the ship mobilized everyone to attack. There were only 3 Runekandel knights. No matter what, they had to protect the ship. The others also enthusiastically supported, saying, the ship is life and death. Our souls would rather die than fall into their hands. The 2 of them were inside observing the chaotic situation outside. Jin asked, do you think you can win against the Night Guard Runekandel? At the same time, Cirrus and 2 other people also arrived at this house. Cirrus opened the door and immediately said, Jin, are you safe? Jin smiled and said, Cirrus, everyone came at the right time. He then told them in a serious voice, looking at the situation, everyone would understand that the escape route was blocked. Hearing that, Casimir immediately suggested, but it's not like there is no way, let's move to the other port before. What if military ships surround the island? Jin saw that it made sense and immediately agreed, I thought so too, and immediately set off. Outside, war broke out. The boats were all burned down. Everywhere was extremely chaotic. Many people rushed to fight with the knights who had a small chance of survival. They were now standing in front of the scythe of death. The boat was engulfed in flames. The attacked people were painfully thrown out in all directions. As soon as Jin's group came outside and saw this scene, they were extremely frightened. Mukeren was angry, but they were destroying the entire ship. Jin frowned. They intended to destroy all the ships so that no one could leave the island. Elisa now said, if this is the case, it will be impossible to reach the other port. No matter how fast it is, it will take at least 30 minutes, before that the port and all the ships will be destroyed. Murikan frowned and shouted, there was no other way, the only way was to fly away with me. We had agreed on the final solution. Jin calmly replied, but if he revealed his true form, even if he escaped, all forces would pursue him. Murikan said with murderous intent, clenching his hands, but we had no other choice. Seeing him get angry so easily, one person spoke up to reassure him, wait a minute. There was a voice reminding him not to transform. Murikan was startled when he heard that. Ha! This immediately angered Murikan. He angrily turned his head and said, what are you talking about, you bastard? Casimir lowered his voice and looked up at the sky. All the lights clustered at the top of the boat, shining straight into the sky. The whole island was covered by Barmel's vast barrier formation. Murikan's face wrinkled. A great series of barriers. What is that? Casimir raised his head to explain. This is a type of magic barrier developed by mages of the Barmel Guard to deal with dragons or monsters. Know how to fly. Elisa also said, yes, when the barrier detects a flying creature, it will release thousands of red rays of light. Cirrus followed behind and said, Black Dragon, although you can endure the barrier, we cannot. Casimir advised insecurely, young Master Jin should give up. Jin felt a bit angry when he saw that. Damn it. Jin now noticed the group of people outside. His sharp eyes showed suspicion. It was the pirates who were agitated to protect the ship. Jin was puzzled. Where did the ship go? And they were here. it's really suspicious. Then he turned around and said, everyone, follow me. After following the pirates for a while, he lost sight of them. Murikan said, lost sight of them. The two of them lowered their heads to look down into the deep well here. Casimir said, it seems they have entered this well. Jin saw that without hesitation and said, let's go down too. Everyone then did not hesitate to go down to the well. Murikan spoke up, there is a tunnel here. He spoke, these pirates, I don't know what it is, but they have definitely prepared something down here. Everyone, let's move on. Deep in the tunnel, pirates are crowded here. They were standing there when they heard a voice. How many people were there? A few pirates heard a strange voice and immediately turned their heads. It turned out that Jin's group of people were coming out of a dark corner. He walked forward and spoke, as expected of a pirate, gathering to discuss plans. The two people got angry. Who was the last guy who just entered? We were being followed, one guy said proudly. Fortunately there weren't many of them. Captain, what should we do now? Kill them all first. But immediately a voice rang out, silence. Cosmos walked out excitedly and spoke loudly. That name's voice was very familiar. Jin smiled slightly and asked, are you the captain? Cosmos was unmistakable. Yes, it was that voice. He shouted angrily, Jin Gray, you bastard, I found you, you bastard. He waved his hand and laughed. Who is that Jin Gray? His face was full of anger and he scolded uncontrollably. Do you think I will forget this voice? Thanks to you, I am still in debt. When a pirate saw that, he howled and stuttered. Jin Gray, wasn't last year's champion, the guy who made the captain in debt. Cosmos roared with anger. Yes, his odds of winning were 1 to 3, yet Barrett and Jippel bet 100,000 gold. That devil regularly came to collect his debt without missing a single time. Jin couldn't help but giggle when he saw that. That's exactly the type of person he is. Well, there's no need to hide it. You said to the captain again, I won't say much, Cosmos, you probably know the situation outside. He changed color, he no longer had the humor from before and said seriously, the small country Balado's fleet is surrounding and destroying all ships, how do you plan to escape? Cosmos saw this and shouted, shut up, do you think I will help you? Attack, attack, kill them all and we will escape. But before even touching a strand of his hair, Jin rushed past him. He decisively gave him a punch and he fell to the ground, vomiting blood. When the pirates saw this, no one dared to say a word. They said in fear, Captain. Jin grabbed Cosmos by the collar and said, why are you so harsh? Who said I have to give free instructions? This is an agreement, Cosmos. After saying that, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, if you help us get out of here, I will pay off all your debt, plus a reward. Not bad, right? Cosmos said a little doubtfully, do you think I will believe that? Don't even dream, you can kill us right after escaping this island. Jin smiled and continued, there will be no such thing, I swear on my honor and that of my family, I am Jin Runkendell. Once the Runkendell family has spoken, they will definitely keep their word. Cosmos was a little surprised at this moment to the point of speechlessness. Runkendell, it's not Paul Mick, it's you. Jin nodded and replied, yes, Paul Mick is Dante Hiron. Do you think it was a coincidence that Dante Hiron and I met in your arena? At this point he seemed to understand everything. He thought to himself, this time I wondered why Jippel supported Runkendell. Now I understand. If it was to save Dante Hiron then it would be too reasonable. Moreover, if it was Runkendell is definitely reputable. His subordinate now gently helped Cosmos stand up. After thinking about it, he said, okay, I will accept that proposal, follow me. Immediately after that, he led him to a secret place. Inside a giant ship was hidden. Cosmos just brought you here, he shouted happily, this is our secret weapon, our soul. Cosmos shouted loudly, this is order ship number 7, we will use it to escape from here. Jin heard that and asked, so how do we get out of here? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, unable to move. While he was still thinking, Cosmos made the young man scream at the swallow. He started the boat and drove away, causing the entire water surface to ripple. Jin shouted in panic, hey Cosmos, are you sure this is okay? He reassured him as he drove, just trust me. On the train at this time, everyone's face was green, the whole train was continuously emitting screams. Even Cirrus couldn't stand against Cosmos' silk steering wheel. Marukan got angry and shouted, hey, you damn thing. Seeing that he had many questions and was hesitant to go up, he immediately urged him to go up, you will know when you go up. At this time, his union members started transporting goods. When they boarded the train, everyone reminded each other to be careful, quickly load things up, it was about to leave, hurry up. Casimir stood aside and asked uneasily, "Young Master Jin, can you really trust these pirates? The water here is not enough to lift the train, and how can we change trains from this deep basement?" Jin persuaded, "Surely they have ways that we don't expect, they also have to live. First of all, prepare to get on the train with everyone." Cosmos took a ready position in front of the steering wheel. A pirate shouted loudly, "The captain was ready." He was satisfied when he saw that. Very good. Jin got on the train and looked at him and asked again, "Cosmos, are you really okay?" Hearing that, he reassured me and said, "Don't worry, just look and see." Then he immediately gave the order to detonate. Standing above the ship, a person loudly replied, "Yes, Captain." As soon as he obeyed the Union member's order, he immediately burned the rope. Leading to the inside of the cliff, the rope gradually burned. Just then, space emitted a huge explosion. This place was shaking violently, causing some people to show fear on their faces. The waves came rushing in. The waves were crazy and strong. Jin looked back and was surprised by that scene, his eyes wide open. Looking back, Jin exclaimed in surprise as if a tsunami was chasing him, "Is sea water pouring out from there?" The captain pulled his hat tight and reminded him to hold on tightly. The ship began to move, making him even more scared. He wondered if the young man was regretting asking Cosmos for help. The ship moved straight ahead. The rising water level knocked the ship up and down continuously. Nothing is difficult with the Cosmos's classy silk steering wheel, although it makes people a little scared. Jin sank into the sea of water. He screamed repeatedly. The ship rushed forward. Jin screamed in panic, "Hey, Cosmos, is this really okay?" Cosmos said firmly, "Just trust me." The crowd was also frightened by the speed of running and screamed wildly. Cirrus was extremely scared. Murican angrily shouted, "Oh my God, this guy." Only his members were excited and wonderful. The ship kept following the current flowing down. In front of the ship was out to sea. In front was a cliff. Light from outside was shining inside. Cosmos then rushed towards the cliff. Cosmos exclaimed, "That's what it feels like to create order in the ship." Breaking through the wall, the ship rushed past and he shouted, "Order ship number 7." The ship flying by also surprised the people below. They looked admiringly at the flying Cosmos ship. Seeing the crowd below looking up, he smiled with satisfaction. He enjoyed the feeling like thousands of admiring eyes were watching him. The ship flew in the air, a very beautiful sight. But at this moment Jin shouted again, "Flying is not okay." Cosmos laughed and replied, "Don't worry, this is not flying so it won't be affected by the Empire's magic." The ship was now gradually landing. He reminded everyone on board, "See, now the ship is falling, hold on tight." The ship also began to descend at high speed. A guy noticed the boat and shouted, "The pirates are escaping, stop standing around, immediately turn the ship around." Hearing that, Cosmos said even more excitedly, "At sea, not only the vassals, but even the Empire's fleet cannot catch up with us." Then he ordered everyone to raise all the sails. He narcissistically said, "I'm not called the Pirate King for nothing." The ship sailed across the sea. In the sky a brilliant burst of fireworks appeared, showing the image of the brave Captain Cosmos. June 18, 1797, in the free city of Tikan. Jin returned to the capital and was quickly greeted enthusiastically by two people. "Young master." He asked, "Jilly, is everything okay?" She said with tears in her eyes, "Fortunately you returned safely." He turned to ask again, "Enya, you've worked hard too, what about the compass?" Being struck by Jin's sunny smile, Enya felt like she wanted to give him 10 children. She smiled and replied, "I have kept it very well, come in quickly, I will show you." Everyone inside was discussing. While waiting for Master Jin, I tried to research how to operate it. Jin had also changed clothes at this time. Enya continued, "No different from other relics, just need to inject magic power to activate." Hearing that, Jin immediately injected magic power into the compass. The compass now also begins to activate. From the compass projected onto the ceiling a globe. Casimir saw this and widened his eyes in surprise. Could it be that these red dots are all contract signers? Jin continued, "It seems like that, Kashmir, apparently most of them are concentrated in Zippel and Bement." Murican grumbled, "But why was there no red dot in Tikan, where there were 3 contract signers gathered, and yet?" Enya then spoke up and replied, "I tested and discovered that, for some reason, the position of the person who signed the contract at Tikan was hidden, but only young Master Jin, right before even Tikan was not detected." Murican did not deny it and said, It was obvious, Jin had signed a contract with the god of darkness. Enya heard that and couldn't hide her excitement and shouted, "It's amazing, it's the top of the top, come even the compass could not detect Master Jin." Cirrus spoke slowly. Jin did not speak, but even Enya and Yuria were not discovered. It seemed there was something special about Tikkun. Jin was skeptical, perhaps it was because of the magical source, but was immediately interrupted by Murikan asking, "Do you mean that mirror?" Cirrus rubbed his chin hesitantly and said, "Indeed, that was the mirror that contained the sealing properties of both the magic gods Klam and Sadare." Enya's heart was filled with admiration. Thanks to the grace of young Master Jin, Tikkun was also safe, so touching. Casimir also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "After all, now we can rest assured, once the compass is in our hands, there is no need to worry about being suddenly attacked by the enemy." At this time, Jet came from outside holding a book. "Sir, have you seen today's newspaper? You have become a famous person now." After that, he gave each person a newspaper. "Here everyone has a copy." Enya picked up the newspaper with her bright eyes as if she had caught gold and shouted. Inside the newspaper was the content: mysterious figure appears. On the pirate island belonging to the vassal state of Bellardo, a mysterious figure wearing a black magic helmet appeared and wiped out the pirates. According to witnesses, this person's name was Barmal, a young man with golden hair and a ravishingly beautiful face. This person uses the power of lightning and is said to potentially be the new contractor of the storm god Fidel. If indeed Fidel's contractor, this would be the first time in 288 years, the storm contractor appears, with the birth of a new star stirring up the continent. His next move is in the spotlight. Murikan complained uncomfortably, "Signing a contract with Fidel, what nonsense." Casimir laughed softly, "The media always talks nonsense like this, but it's good for us." Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. "Is that so?" Then he laughed loudly. "Ha ha kid, you're a rising star." Jin humbly said, "I think it's inevitable that rumors will spread, but this is too embarrassing." Enya was now huddled together, attentively reading the mysterious character appearing in the newspaper and then smiling to herself. Jin seemed to realize something at this moment. He said to everyone, "Wait, on the compass it seems there is also a contractor at Hufester." Hearing that, the person next to him couldn't help but be surprised. "What?" Jin said, "That's right, didn't see the exact location, but it pointed somewhere in Hufester." The scene changes to a certain mansion. On the table where the books were placed, a voice spoke, "Black magic hat and the power of lightning." Joshua asked everyone's opinion. "What do you think?" The masked guy spoke his thoughts. "I think it's possible that he's the person who signed Sadare's contract that we're chasing." The purple-haired girl said with a smile, "Or as the newspaper said, she could also be Fidel's contractor, and this kid is just a fake." A white-haired young man with murderous eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Evening at a familiar villa. A voice rang out, "Black magic helmet and the power of lightning." "What do you guys think about this?" Joshua asked everyone with a deep smile. Kazun replied, "Perhaps it was the person who signed the contract with Sadare that we were after." A fair-haired girl smiled complacently and said, "Or as the news mentioned, he should be the one who signed the contract with Fidel, but this kid is just a fake." Right at that moment, the boy she was calling was radiating lightning around him. He no longer looked silent but looked at the person next to him with dead eyes. The purple-haired girl was not only not afraid but also gave him a dark smile in response. At this moment a sound rang out, "That's enough." This word startled him. Joshua reminded, "Julian, do you think you can take down the 3 captains of the White Wolf clan in the blink of an eye?" Julian could only weakly say, "No, that's impossible." The purple-haired girl immediately smiled smugly. Joshua still smiled and said, "If so, perhaps it's time to strengthen your strength." These words made Julian's eyes shrink. This was a sign of fear. The scene changes to another place. This is the Black Sea. A corpse of a strange monster appeared on the ground. Chiron read the paper and asked, "I heard talk about Barmal causing a stir outside. Have you heard anything?" The person next to me immediately replied, "Yes, that name was mentioned at the meeting at the clan." The person in front of him said that he heard that he had killed 3 captains of the White Wolf clan on an island belonging to the vassal state of Belado. Maybe he was the one who signed the contract with the lightning god Fidel. Chiron replied, "If they knew that he was our youngest child, everyone would be shocked." Hearing that, Khan was shocked and said, "What?" Chiron reminded, "Keep this a secret, and at the same time, do something so that the knights don't pay too much attention to this." Khan immediately nodded and responded, obeying the order. Chiron silently held the piece of paper and thought, Kashimi, he didn't write down the reason the youngest son didn't come to the island. After all, it was his people, not mine. Then he suddenly noticed a detail. In the remote dark sea, Chiron's loud laughter echoed everywhere. The subordinate said, "You look happy, homeowner." Chiron held out the paper and said, "You won't be able to stop laughing when you read this part." In the paper, it was written, "Dear Chiron, last night Mr. Jin said something while drinking wine, now I can compete with my father. Ha, this is truly an amazing miracle. After reading it I was shocked." He revealed an angry expression and said, "Precious sword, it seems like he has finally gone crazy," even though the young master really said that, but Chiron interrupted him. He asked, "Have you ever heard about the Min Vuong clan?" Khan immediately couldn't understand and replied, "What, the Min Vuong clan, isn't that the mysterious race of beasts that defeated the world 500,000 years ago?" Chiron replied, "Yes, it seems the youngest son met the royal family through a challenge assigned by Sadare, among which he mentioned a god of war. Jin said his strength was equal to mine," Chiron recounted. "Because he fought that guy hand to hand, he thought he could do the same with me," Khan said again. "Perhaps the youngest young master still lacks experience in martial arts, that's why he said that. Is there a way to invite him back to the Black Sea?" Chiron rubbed his chin and said, "No need, this time I am also very curious. Can the boy be responsible for his words?" He ordered, "Sent a letter to the Anti Mountains." The Khan immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." Time and space changed again. It was the 21st day of July, year 177, in the free city of Tikan. At a huge castle, a voice rang out, Sir Kashmir." Jet walked in and said, "There is an old woman who said she wants to support us. You should meet her directly because she seems unusual." Kashmir doesn't understand. What is unusual? Jet just said, "Oh, she brought a big sailboat full of gold here and there." Kashmir was surprised and immediately stood up and said, "What, where is she? Bring her here." "Somewhere else." Quickenel turned his head and muttered, "What is this uncomfortable feeling? It's clearly similar to what I felt in the Anti-Range." Hearing that, Jin immediately asked, "Anti Mountains?" Quickenel immediately recounted, "Yes, about 40 years ago." She said, "An incident where the dragons near the Anti Mountains were massacred happened. The important thing was that this was done by just one person. After that, the dragons never dared to go near the Anti Mountains again." Murikan said in surprise, "Did that really happen? Who could do that?" Quickenel immediately said, "Vanessa Olsen." She said, "For the dragons at that time, the smell of dragon blood still lingered around her mansion. She was called the Terror of the Anti Mountains," she recalled. On the other side, Kashimi bowed his head carefully and said, "Please come in, ma'am, I am Kashmir Alfrian, leader of Rainbow Tide." He also introduced himself, "This is my wife, Alicia," who also bowed solemnly, "Pleased to meet you, ma'am." The woman smiled and said, "Sorry for coming without notice, I am Vanessa Olsen, your wife is truly beautiful." Alicia was startled as if she felt something, then she confusedly replied, "Thank you, thank you." On the other side, Quickenel also frowned and said, "No mistake, this aura. Even though it's been a while, this is the horror of the Anti Mountains, it turns out she's still alive." High above, Murikan immediately laughed and said, "Isn't she coming to target us? Is that gold money to cross the ferry to death?" Quickenel said, "No, if so, she would have attacked a long time ago. I have never heard of her killing anyone herself, even at her peak." Murikan muttered, wanting to try a fight. Besides Temar, there was another human that could be defeated. The girl opposite turned around and reminded Murikan, "You should forget the memories of your peak. With your current strength, even if you die and come back to life, you cannot compete with Vanessa Olsen." Murikan said again, "Who wins and who loses we have to fight to know, right kid?" Jin asked again, "Quilantal never talks nonsense, listen a little." Murikan angrily said, "You're the same kid, wait until I restore my strength and then see if you dare to say anything." Jin just turned his head and thought, "Who knows, this is the person father sent to test my ability. Perhaps Mr. Kashmir told my father the story of the one-man fight on the pirate ship." Jin thought coldly. Jet also appeared in the room and said, "Mr. Jin, please come to the garden, Mr. Vanessa Olsen, our guest is looking for you." Jin thought, if so, then this is really trouble. Coming to the mansion's tea table, Kashmir introduced, "This is a litra tart decorated with guns, green grapes and walnuts. I heard that recently people have had to line up in front of the bakery to buy this dish, hoping it suits her taste," he said. Vanessa Olsen smiled and said, "Thanks to a generous sponsorship, we can enjoy this rare dish easily." Kashmir smiled and replied, "We can only thank you for your generosity." Olsen said, "Don't be too polite, as long as it helps Rainbow Tide then I'm satisfied." She said again, "By the way Sir Kashmir, "Can you let me and Sir Jin talk privately?" Kashmir saw Jin nod and immediately replied, "Ah, yes, of course." He stood up, bowed his head respectfully and said, "Please feel free." Olsen didn't forget to say, "Thank you." When there were only 2 people left, Vanessa Olsen immediately told me, "Mr. Chiron sent me a letter, telling me to come see you once." Jin replied, "So she was really sent by my father." Even though she was hiding her power, I still felt the extraordinary aura. The woman opposite laughed after hearing Jin say, "Why have I never heard of someone like you, someone so strong?" She replied, "This world is big, Jin, that's why people like you exist, right? Swordsmanship, magic, and aura too." Jin just said, "It seems my father trusts you a lot, he told you everything." Olsen replied with a green voice, "Mr. Sheeran trusted me enough to trust me with his life." Jin was also surprised. He replied, "Then the rumor is true, the dragon called her the terror of the Anti Mountains." Vanessa smiled as if reminiscing, "The terror of the Anti Mountains. I remember the time when I was called the Dark Knight better. Rather than that trivial nickname. Black Knights, when someone becomes a Black Knight of the Runkendell family, they erase their existence and devote themselves to serving the family. The family recognizes their contribution as an honorable achievement to the point of engraving their names on their family temple. In the history of the Runkendell family, the previous Black Knights are the strongest Black Knights. Those who helped the Black Knight and his father conquer the Black Sea are the strongest people in this world," Jin thought, "and Mrs. Vanessa Olsen is one of those people." Immediately, Jin knelt down and said, "The reserve flag bearer of the Runkendell family requested an audience with the family's great sword." Mrs. Olsen also said, "It seems like you also know some etiquette, pick up your weapon." She still kept a smile and said, "Just now on the way here I saw a very beautiful island, so I will punish you there." Time moves quickly to evening on an offshore island. A boat rode here. Jin stood on the side with the Barisada sword and asked, "So the punishment is a duel with you?" Vanessa Olsen replied, "That's the plan. On the way here did you think about what your crime was?" Jin directly said, "I don't know." Olsen also calmly replied, "I like your straightforwardness, but it seems like I will punish you for that straightforwardness." She asked again but as a confirmation, "Do you really think you can hit Chiron once?" Jin closed his eyes and thought to himself, he knew right away. Kashmir talked about it with Dad. Olsen slowly pulled out his sword. The way to prove his innocence was very simple. "Show me your strength and shoulder the responsibility for the arrogant words you spout." Jin thought coldly, so she's really verifying her skills. He asked again, "Don't tell me the condition is that I have to defeat her." Vanessa Olsen smiled happily and said, "I don't even think it's possible. By any means or by any means it's impossible, if your sword touches me or my shirt." Before she could finish speaking, Jin held his sword and rushed forward. A powerful strike, the sword imbued with power. Olsen calmly finished the next sentence, "I will acknowledge you." Jin's attack was easily knocked away by Mrs. Olsen. Jin immediately controlled his body to bend down to gain momentum. Then in the next second, he jumped up high, holding the Barisada sword as close to Vanessa Olsen's neck as possible. She still calmly said, "So you can take the sword back yourself, did you just use Min Vuong's sword?" Olsen turned around and fought back at lightning speed, even smiling and admiring. "Very interesting, I'm very curious about your dark energy and magic." Jin didn't just shout loudly, "It seems like Dad told her everything. I didn't expect she also knew about the king's sword." Olsen said as he fought, "Didn't I tell him that he trusted me wholeheartedly?" Jin on this side tried to fight back and thought, "I know this isn't easy, but I didn't expect her to be able to deflect Min Vuong's sword so easily." Blows were continuously struck between the two sides. Vanessa thought calmly, the King of Light's sword was a sword technique that could control lightning, a unique power that only pureblood Runkendell lineage could use. Then she looked on with a cold face and thought, and also about this magic that deceives the eye. Sure enough, in the next second, the attack from the Barisada sword was no longer the color of lightning, but changed to a mysterious blue color, but Olsen still calmly continued to attack. "That blue power was created by Jin, doesn't your face look like a ghost?" Vanessa Olsen exclaimed even more, "He knows how to fight, very good." The last attack was dodged by her. Jin in front made another jump. Vanessa thought to herself, "What will he show me next?" Next, Jin continued as before and proactively rushed forward. This time Mrs. Vanessa Olsen also had to leave her position. A new magic ball appeared in his hand. Mrs. Olsen thought to herself, "Light magic, I have never seen this magic before." In the process of retreating, she thought to herself, "This is very interesting." The opposite side of Jin's sword holding arm was ready to slash down. Vanessa Olsen thought with a smile, he could beat most of the 9-star knights. Jin's eyes were full of determination. He rushed forward with his sword. But once again, misses, Vanessa Olsen easily tilted her head to avoid it. This time she didn't use the sword anymore but punched straight at Jin. He was knocked back. Mrs. Olsen thought, now I know why Chiron likes him so much. Jin was knocked away but quickly used his sword to stand again. A drop of blood fell. On the other side, Mrs. Olsen slowly said, just now you said you were 17 years old, right? I can't believe you are so talented at this age, so talented that I can compare you to Luna when she was your age. Jin panted and wiped his mouth and said, Luna once hit her father when she was 17, right? Mrs. Olsen replied, no, but he did it when he turned 18. Jin thought, so this test is also to compare me with Luna. If I can't prove my skills to Vanessa, I'll have to prepare to lose, mentally prepare to lose an arm. Thinking back, this isn't the first time I've lost an arm or a leg, I just need to prove myself to Mrs. Vanessa. After thinking about it, Jin slowly stood up and continued to fight. Mrs. Olsen still smiled at the other person. Countless swords appeared in the sky. Vanessa Olsen just said, if that is your trump card, you need to use it carefully. Jin also smiled and said, please take the time to admire the god of war technique, the 4 swords. Jin slowly removed his hand from the Bodhisattva sword. The sword was dropped and stuck straight into the ground. As it eroded, those magic illusion swords immediately fell to the ground. He smiled and said, I still have a lot of things to show you. As he finished speaking, the swords on this side fell straight to the ground, as if they had been swallowed by the ground. When finished, the fighting surface seemed to be filled with a golden power. Vanessa Olsen showed a bit of surprise on her face, sending lightning force to the ground. She looked at the ground and muttered, this feeling was more like magic than swordsmanship. She thought she would witness the techniques of those who ruled this world 5,000 years ago, who knew it was just a trick like the magicians often used. If only possible, it would be disappointing. At her feet, a sword stuck in the ground still stood there. Then immediately, from above, a giant bolt of lightning stabbed straight from the sky onto that sword, right in front of Mrs. Olsen. Vanessa Olsen smiled and thought, he's doing something interesting. At this time, memories of that year gradually appeared. Olsen looked at what he had done and thought, compared to what the War God brothers had shown, this power was not much, but it still needed to be clearly shown. On this side, Jin paid no attention and rushed forward with his powerful magic source. He rushed straight towards Mrs. Olsen. Right on the ground, the swords under Olsen's feet were still radiating extremely powerful power and shaking slightly as if summoning something. From the sky, giant bars of lightning are preparing to strike the ground. Combined with the power of his dark magic, Jin thought, even if he was a dark knight, when he avoided this attack, he would definitely reveal his vulnerability. Mrs. Olsen still smiled, this time asking, do you think I will avoid it? Jin, who was preparing to attack, was shocked when he heard that. Olsen's side continued to raise his sword, a stream of power was gathered here. She smiled and said, lightning force, you are making me very interested. Jin was stunned and thought, are you planning on blocking this entire attack? Right now, Vanessa Olsen faced the falling lightning rods, directly slashing it with her lightning speed. The magical eagle also complements the force of lightning, it flies high above and brings down its power. This magic power was aimed straight at Mrs. Olsen, who was still fighting. Streams of power between swords and magic continuously clashed. Jin also quickly drew his sword, this time he absorbed the power from the magical eagle back into his body. The next second, the smoke disappeared, revealing only Jin with the Bodhisattva sword imbued with power. Mrs. Olsen also had to open her eyes and think, it seems she also knows how to use this brain, knowing that I would have brought a better sword. In the next move, Jin raised his sword high, the hero was 1 stone, and he slashed. Jin did not hesitate to slash straight down. But Vanessa Olsen did not lie down without being shot, she also swung her sword strongly. 2 giant streams of power, one blue and one white, confront each other extremely fiercely. In the mist, a sword shattered, it broke into hundreds of pieces. That is Vanessa Olsen's sword, she silently raised her sword high in this sky battle. Jin was tired of leaning on his sword to keep his balance, he couldn't help but fall to his knees and pant. Mrs. Olsen smiled appreciatively and said, very good, your father told you to punish him. But with this result, I had to give a reward, so Jin's sword successfully caused her to lose a few drops of blood. Jin smiled, although tired but extremely satisfied with the results this time. At night on a deserted island, two people sat in front of the campfire, each with a large bottle of wine. Vanessa Olsen exclaimed, "You're quite good at drinking this poison wine. I heard you drank the poisonous wine." Jin wiped his mouth and said, "You're too complimentary. Compared to Vanessa, I'm still far behind." At this time he said, "Can I ask her something?" Mrs. Olsen also said, "Just say it." Hearing that, Jin directly asked, "How did you meet the homeowner?" Olsen was extremely surprised by this question. "She put down this giant glass of wine and told me, it was a long time ago. She looked at the fire and said, 'This is a long story, but I will tell it to you. I was an orphan, living with my only younger brother, until one day, a group of fire dragons attacked the village, trampling the villagers. That thing brutally killed my younger brother. Because I wanted revenge, I went all over the Annie Mountains, where the fire dragons lived. I killed all the dragons in the Annie Mountains, but still couldn't find the person who killed my brother. I stay there. If the dragon comes, I will kill the dragon. If a human comes, I will kill the human.'" She lowered her face and said softly, "I'm gradually going crazy. No, actually I've gone crazy. I killed more than 100 dragons, but that fire dragon never appeared. 15 years passed like that. Then Chiron came to me with his sword in the cave. An overwhelming force, he was the first human to defeat me in 15 years. After subduing me, he led me to where the fire dragon resided. It turned out to be the bloodline of K-Dun, Zippel's guardian dragon. K-Dun was also there to protect his lineage. Mr. Chiron held off K-Dun so that I could focus my attention on fighting the fire dragon. Meanwhile, K-Dun was seriously injured by Mr. Chiron's sword and was forced to retreat. Thanks to that, I was able to defeat that fire dragon. Then I became Chiron's knight." At the end, Jin exclaimed, "That's it." Mrs. Olsen said, "It's over." Then she took out something and said, "But, I said I was going to give you a reward and yet you're rambling on like that. Take this table of blessings." Chiron gave it to me and said, "If there is someone among his descendants who is qualified, I will give it to that person." Jin slowly opened the map and said, "For such a precious thing, I am extremely grateful." Looking inside, Jin asked again, "But what is this map?" Mrs. Olsen replied, "It is a map of the Black Sea." Jin was surprised. "What is the Black Sea?" "I heard that is where monsters overflow like flood water. No country can draw a map there, even Zippel doesn't dare to think about it." Vanessa Olsen smiled and said, "But Runkendel did it. This is also a top secret mission for Chiron and me. Please use this map to pass the new challenge." Jin said again, "If it's a new challenge, there must be something in this red marked area." Olsen also said, "Yes, you just need to destroy the demon there. She told me that it was said to be a creature that the Halurum witch once nurtured." The sky slowly brightened at a certain place. Vanessa Olsen returned to his house. Behind were old cacti, really cool. As soon as he arrived at the door, Olsen noticed that his door had been opened. She slowly opened the door to look at the person who had invaded her house. Vanessa Olsen smiled and said, "You're getting better and better at scaring people. It's okay to send a surprise letter. This time, you even came here personally without warning." Chiron sat on the table drinking tea and asked, "How is the youngest boy doing these days?" Mrs. Olsen slowly sat down and said, "It seems like you're really old, to the point of being this impatient." Chiron smiled and said, "Surely you two have talked long enough. I understand by looking at the bruises on your face." Mrs. Olsen also replied, Okay, I've given him the map." She also poured herself a glass of water. Chiron exclaimed, "I didn't think you would actually hand it over." Olsen replied, "Didn't you already predict this would happen?" Chiron said, "Who knows, but anyway, if you gave the map to the youngest son, then you have completely given up hope on Luna." Vanessa Olsen just remained silent. Chiron thought, both you, me, and all the Dark Knights had placed their hopes on Luna. If she cared a little more, Luna wouldn't have given up her position as homeowner. Memories of his daughter reappeared. Chiron silently listened to Mrs. Olsen say, "Then we can leave the family matters to her, and just focus on our work." Olsen said seriously, "I'm just making sure Jin doesn't follow in Luna's footsteps." She also continued, "Joshua seemed to be watching Jin very closely, and was also preparing everything." Chiron also said, "If it really needed protection, I wouldn't care. If it couldn't control the family on its own, then don't expect to be able to fight the enemy." Mrs. Vanessa Olsen asked the opposite, "What if Jin also became a second Luna?" Chiron smiled coldly and replied, "Isn't that why you gave him the map?" Scene change, one hand is holding tightly the map of the Black Sea to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. He's sitting on a dragon. "We're there, yes." August 15, 1797, both looked ahead, this was the Black Sea. They were looking for a place to land. Jin looked at the map, there was a pillar marked on the map, but Mirakin said, "No, that's not a pillar, kid." He explained that it was the nest of the Kolchia flying monster. The Kolchia Kai flying onion garlic monsters saw an intruder and immediately rushed to attack. Above, Mirakin exclaimed, that's really big. The black dragon easily used a little of his power to deal with these children. The Kolchia monsters were completely blown away by this power. They disappeared into the sky without a trace. Jin said in surprise, "Mirakin, it seems you have regained quite a bit of your strength." Murakin said, "It's nothing compared to your kid's growth speed." Jin thought that, having a broken heart and being able to recover to this point, it seems pretty good. Mirakin flew to the ground and said, "But the recovery speed is still slow, we have to find a way to regain strength faster." The black dragon Mirakin lowered himself to let Jin jump down and said, "We can only fly this far." He looked into the distance and said, "That poisonous cloud could melt even dragon scales." Jin wondered, just now they touched the poisonous cloud and it was still okay. Mirakin returned to his human form and said, "The monsters in the Black Sea have poison flowing in their blood, let's just say that all creatures here are poisonous." On a rock appeared a large purple flower. Mirakin exclaimed as he walked, "Your father is really terrible, he went all the way to this place to draw a map, even dragons are afraid of this place." Jin looked at the map and said, "That's true, I don't know what he was doing in such a dangerous place like this." Mirakin asked again, "But thinking about it, it was strange, having to destroy the monster that Halurim raised, getting involved with that woman was truly unlucky." Jin looked at him and asked, "Do you know Halurim?" Mirakin said uncomfortably, "Of course, knowing that even thousands of years ago, she was already famous as someone who was pampered by all evil and resentful gods. Books say that all disasters in history were caused by Halurim, is that true?" Jin asked. Mirakin replied, "Yes, she looks human, but in reality she is a half-ghost, her lifespan is equal to that of a demon, she is a curse in itself. When Halurim awakens, even the gods do not dare to arbitrarily choose a successor." Mirakin said, "When the demon king Orgel defied all curses to stay with Halurim, I really had to admire him. Even though you and I are both immune to the curse, it's best not to get involved with her. Whoever angers Halurim will never have a good ending."
Jin smiled and said, "This is the first time I heard you express fear of revenge." Mirakin quickly said, I never said I was afraid." In the distance they didn't pay attention, all the monsters appeared.
The wolf-like monsters silently listened to their nonsense. "I just said that if you get involved with Halurim, you will have bad luck forever, it's better to be careful." "Then I understand, but what worries me the most is." Jin here said, "My father and the Black Knight knew the location of this monster, but didn't kill it but just marked it on the map." Mirakin immediately said, "I don't know either." At this moment, the group of monsters also immediately rushed forward, but Jin was not without vigilance. They rushed forward in a group and wanted to eat them. But Jin immediately pulled out his sword with lightning speed and dealt with them. Drops of blood splashed onto the nearby rocks. This blood liquid is gradually eroding the rock. Mirakin pointed his finger and said to Jin, "Look, just now I said that the blood of the Black Sea monster is not poisonous, right? But I didn't think the level would be this serious." Vines appear in the air. Jin held the map and looked ahead and said, "This is the place marked on the map. Mirakin, you just wait here, this is a challenge just for me." Mirakin also replied, "Okay, but are you sure you will be okay if you go in there? There are all thorns in there." Indeed, in front of them was a pile of sharp thorny vines. Jin walked in and said, "I'll be fine, I'm leaving." Jin walked and looked around warily. Next to him, a purple butterfly slowly floated around. The trees radiated light, Jin thought, inside there was a completely different feeling than outside. Then at this moment, the vines suddenly moved. Jin turned around and was surprised. Hemp rope, why is it so big?" At this moment an animal arm appeared. From above this giant barbed wire, a giant cat appeared. Jin looked in front of him in shock. In front of him, all the space and the thorny vines was of little importance, nothing was more shocking than this giant cat. The giant cat silently looked towards Jin. Jin also stiffened his face and thought, "Is this a monster that I have to defeat? It looks more like a mascot than a monster." This cat's eyes still looked straight at him. Jin thought to himself, "That's quite cute," he said, hello kid." But at this moment, his eyes showed an unhappy look. It immediately turned around and jumped on the barbed wire and left. Jin was startled and ran away. Jin touched the barbed wire and thought, why is that body as big as a mountain afraid of me? Is this really a monster? Trying to chase after her, thinking about it, Jin immediately jumped up and followed the spot the cat was leaving. He ran and looked around, it had disappeared somewhere. Then Jin looked in front of him in shock. Barbed wire balls appeared from nowhere, they were rolling straight towards Jin. Without saying much, Jin immediately used his sword to cut us in half. But now something curled up was rolling over. Jin cannot block or cut this thing, he can only try to resist it. It was the cat just now, it continued to throw a ball of hemp rope at Jin. After causing trouble, it slowly jumped down to the ground. It quickly turned around and left, leaving Jin alone with the hemp ropes. His body was full of wounds. Jin thought to himself, what a disastrous start, this person wasn't running away, he was making the most of his area. I can't give up halfway, Jin thought. At first he was worried about how to defeat such a lovely animal. I was worried too much. Without hesitation, Jin immediately summoned a fire in his hand and thought, just let it come out on its own. It was jade, wind and fire. Jin did not hesitate to throw it into the pile of hemp ropes. A fire burned behind the thorny forest. The cat also saw this, but it just silently looked ahead. A moment later, the hemp ropes were also burned, the surrounding scenery was filled with only the color of fire. Jin stood there, holding a piece of fire and shouting, it's best to get out now, before I burn this whole forest down. This time a new step slowly approached. The cat still decided to face Jin, he even said, oh, he showed his face. This time Jin pulled out the Barisada sword and said, then let's fight seriously. In the next second, this strange cat showed off his pitiful appearance again, but Jin was no longer trapped and said, don't act pitiful. Seeing that being coy doesn't work, it's a bit depressing. This time it slowly raised its two front limbs. Jin muttered, it seems like now he wants to fight properly. Opening his eyes, this monster's eyes had turned purple. Looking into its eyes, Jin was also affected, his eyes also turned purple. Memories of when I was bullied came back. Jin was stunned for a moment as if hypnotized. The new cat meowed a smile and held out its hand. It wants to use this hoof to defeat Jin. But immediately, Jin dodged the attack and slashed the cat's hand, making it cry out in pain. Jin turned around and said, I hate illusions, these half-hearted mental magic tricks don't work. Opposite, the wound Jin created on the monster's body slowly healed. Jin wondered, reincarnation, he had heard of some high-level monsters possessing this ability before, but this time. Jin immediately raised his lightning sword and thought, let me see how you regenerate when I finish it in just one blow. The cat still raised its eyes to look at him, but the fur on its body had already stood up. High above, thunderbolts fell straight down at its place. This time the cat raised its giant meat cushion. It uses its limbs to smash this pile of lightning. But maybe because he was so fat, he didn't notice that a bolt of lightning had hit him straight. In the end, it was still shocked by lightning and kept making distorted sounds. Jin's sword changed to black magic again and pointed forward. This time he continued to use the first stone and soul slash to finish off the monster. Jin mumbled, rest in peace. In front of him, the monster was cut in half, but it was still recovering. Jin was stunned, it was impossible, no matter how powerful the regeneration ability was, it was impossible to put a torn body back together. He slowly calmed down and thought, what was his father thinking when he told me to defeat something that couldn't die? At this time, the monster's body was gradually restored to normal. Why did father tell me to defeat something that cannot die? Jin slowly remembered, as far as I know, even the creatures called the Black Sea King cannot have such regeneration ability. Even Ulta dragons like Quickontl, although they have the ability to absolutely recover by reversing time, but they also have limits, perhaps this is not a power or ability at all. Isn't it disgusting to look at the black power copper in front of you? Jin put his sword back in its scabbard and frowned and said, you are not reincarnated. But being cursed, this is definitely a curse. The cat monster over there was quickly covering his eyes and trembling because of the rain. Jin told the truth, which Halurum, your master has placed an immortal curse on you. That's why you can't die, right? Jin didn't even bother to use an umbrella to look like the marshal and asked him what he was guilty of. Turns out it wasn't because of the rain, but because of sadness. The cat monster lay down in tears and cried out. Jin thought to himself, have you been abandoned here for a long time? It looks like you no longer have the will to fight. Jin then asked again, this forest has also burned down, where will you go now? The cat monster remained silent and sad. Jin then said, sorry, I came here to carry out the challenge my father assigned me. The Runkendell family's descendants could not disobey the homeowner's orders. At this moment, the monster suddenly raised its ears in surprise. As if hearing something excited them, the cat slowly straightened its back, surprising Jin. The monster quickly cried out, "Meow meow." Jin smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, but I don't understand cat language." The cat just turned its head and said, "Meow." Jin guessed, asking me to follow you. The two went deeper into the forest. Jin asked it, "Is this your house?" The cat was frantically wiping its body. Jin noticed the thing in front of him again, a bottle of wine. "This is the king's wine, so this is the reward that father has prepared for this challenge." Jin quickly took it and opened the bottle of wine. The monster also looked at it curiously. Jin immediately explained, "But was he also curious about this thing? This is a wine brewed by the descendants of a clan of fairies. When drunk, the message that the owner of the wine wants to convey will sound in his head like a song." Jin drank and thought, "That means Dad left a message for me in there." Right now, a holy voice rang in Jin's head. "Fate has been decided, all that remains is to wait. When Luna Runkendell, Chiron Runkendell's daughter, comes, that will be when you meet her." Jin thought to himself, so his father originally left this for Luna. He just smiled. The monster next to him saw this and immediately became curious and meowed. Jin smiled and said, "Do you want to try too?" He immediately held out a little for it to lick. Then it was surprised to hear the same sweet voice but with a different request. "Follow the Runkendells who have come to you." Outside the Black Sea, Murikin was transforming into a cat sleeping in a tree. Suddenly he heard someone calling him and slowly opened his eyes. "Ha!" Then Murikin looked in shock at this huge thing that came out with Jin. Murikin replied, "What's wrong? I thought you were taking a long time. It turns out this monster is a Shuri." Jin immediately smiled and said, "This kid is Shuri. How do you know Shuri?" Shuri behind him also meowed a few times in greeting. Murikin just said, "How could I not know? Helurum's blood jade cat Shuri is very famous." Shuri immediately enjoyed using her forelimbs to hug the cat like Murikin on her body. Murikin was annoyed and wanted to come out and explain, "This is not a monster but a blood jade cat spirit beast, Orgel. The beast king gave it to Helurum because she couldn't ride a horse. It seems like it has been alone for too long." Jin asked again, "But why is it called blood jade cat?" Murikin immediately said to Shuri, "Let me go you idiot," then told Jin, "Kid, have you never seen his blood jade? I thought he recognized you as the new owner so he obediently followed." Jin didn't understand how to look at Shuri and blood jade. Hearing that, Shuri suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. Only then did it accept to drop the Murikin and spit out a pearl from its mouth. Jin was a little skeptical, "What about this thing?" Murikin replied, "Yes, when you infuse magic power into this pearl, you will become the owner of the blood jade cat." Jin also did the same, quickly injecting his magic power and then looked at it in amazement as it radiated power. Shuri also seemed to be sucked back into this gem. Murikin said, "It's done, now you have the blood pearl, which means you can summon Shuri at any time. Try injecting magic power into the blood pearl again." Jin followed suit. The next second Shuri appeared in front of the two of them again. Jin was startled again. Maybe I was dizzy, why did it look smaller than before? Indeed, looking at the size of the Shuri, it was quite different from the beginning. Murikin looked at it and said, "The blood jade cat will change size depending on the owner. When there is no owner it will be as big as a house, but once the contract is signed, it will usually become smaller. It seems like it has accepted you as its owner." Shuri happily rubbed Jin's body. He also smiled and said, "He looked much cuter when he was smaller. Okay, from now on, let's come with me. Now you are Shuri Runkendell, thanks to you." The Shuri cat spirit beast jumped up happily. Scene changed to Qinghai Islands. Island number 32 is full of thunderstorms. A pillar filled with ancient languages lit up. A person is tied up here. That was Julian. He was in tears of despair and pain. Thunderstorms still struck him. Joshua stood silently to the side watching. Then, a giant bar of lightning descended. Julian was in so much pain that he screamed. It was like his whole heart and internal organs were burned. Joshua smiled at this scene without saying anything. Returning to Kashimir's mansion the next day, a voice rang out, the result of the Black Sea trip. Jin said to Quickenel, Enya and Gilly, "Yes, I also want to show everyone." Enya said happily, "You must have brought back something great, a dangerous weapon for example." Jin doesn't spoil it first, just quickly takes out the cat's blood jade and injects magic power into it. The next second, Gilly and Enya were stunned as they looked at the tall thing that appeared in front of them. Quickenel was also surprised. Is this the little red jade cat of Halurum? Adorable Shuri appeared before them. Gilly and Enya both looked at it excitedly and said, "It's so easy, so cute." Jin looked at Quickenel and said, "Yes, at first I thought it was a monster, but according to Murakin, this is a spirit beast." Quickenel told him, "Yes, about 2,000 years ago it was a famous spirit beast. At that time, it was not very common, but if it was related to demons, it was still possible to meet it. Murakin also had a small red jade cat." Jin heard that and told Murakin, "Did you ever raise a little red jade cat? No wonder you understood the contract so well. Why didn't you say anything?" Murakin only said, "What can you do by saying it? It has already enjoyed its 100 years and passed through the Rainbow Bridge a long time ago. But it's probably hard to say, because he loves it so much." Jin silently thought about that scene. Quickenel also said, "In fact, Murakin's current cat form when transformed, is based on that little jade cat he once raised." Everyone said to Murakin, "What is this, Murakin? It turns out you are also a very emotional person." Murakin couldn't help but cry when he remembered his cat. Then Quickenel said the main point again, "Anyway, I thought the little red jade cat had become extinct after the decline of the demon race." Jin told her that Shuri was cursed to be immortal. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't die. Maybe that's why he was still alive. Quickenel frowned and said, "Witches are the type who like to cast evil curses. Perhaps one of the disasters Halurum caused was to cast an immortal curse on Shuri." Jin immediately turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" Quickenel told him, "To create an immortal curse, the number of people used as catalysts must be at least 1 million. Hearing that, Jin's pupils shrank in surprise. Murakin also said, "Moreover, the fact that the curse is still in effect now proves that Halurum is still alive somewhere. If he is still alive, then why did he abandon Shuri in the Black Sea, and even destroy the contract?" Shuri is playing with Gilly and Enya. Hearing what the three of them were saying, he was also a little sad. Jin quickly reminded, Murakin also just realized, "Sorry, I said something wrong again." Jin patted Shuri's head and said, "In Shuri's residence, I found the divine pearl that father left behind. I don't know the reason, but it seems that father discovered Shuri was abandoned, so he prepared it so that sister Luna could take it away. But in the end the one who passed the test was you, and Shuri was also brought back by you. Don't you think you have been recognized as the successor?" Murakin said happily. Jin patted Shuri's head and said, "Who knew? His father always loved Luna so much, but after she gave up the throne, he was completely indifferent. He muttered, I could be abandoned like that at any time." Just like that year, a voice rang out, "Jin Runkendel, from this moment on, I officially banish you from the family. Seeing as you've also made an effort, I won't kill you." At that time, Jin could only clench his fists. A voice rang out. The young master startled him awake from the past. Gilly patted Shuri's head and smiled. This lady didn't dare to guess what the homeowner meant, but it seemed like the homeowner never hated Miss Luna's gentle nature. Jin was surprised to hear her say that. Gilly said, "This child has been cursed to be immortal, right? According to the original plan, Luna should have been the one to overcome the challenge, but if so, how would she have to subdue this child?" Gilly said gently. Then she gently commented that perhaps the homeowner wanted a successor, someone who could tenderly take care of this child who could never die. Just like what the young master did in the Black Sea at that time. Jin slowly rubbed Shuri, then said, "Yes, it's possible." Shuri was rubbed by the two people and meowed continuously. In the room, Kashmir recounted, "The compass detected some unusual signs, so I came to report to the young master." Jin also asked, "What's going on?" Kashmir said, "There was a contractor who continuously went back and forth to the Star Islands of the Hupester Federation. The Seven-Colored Night Team conducted a search of the entire archipelago, and determined the exact location of that person." Jin asked where he was. Kashmir pointed to the map in front of him and said, "This, island number 32, upon investigation, this island is owned by the family of one of Runkendel's guardians." Jin looked down at the map in surprise when he heard that. Kashmir said seriously, "Considering that the guard was a trusted person of Joshua, it could actually be considered that this island belonged to him." Jin frowned. "Joshua, is he asking someone to sign a contract on a deserted island?" He looked down at the map and said, "I have to go there and see for myself." Back to that turbulent sea of lightning, a boat was passing by it. Jin stood on the boat listening to Kashmir say to Murakin, who was cursing, "What the hell, the weather really seems to be crappy. The sea around the Blueberry Islands is always like that. After storms and storms came, the water was strong. lightning often caused fires, so wasn't this a land suitable for humans to live in? Jin looked around and said, surely Joshua had a reason to hide the contractor in a place like this. He sighed and said, rubbing Muraken's back, are you okay? Why is there such a seasick dragon? Muraken said, for a long time. How do I know? Maybe it's a side effect after regaining strength. And hey, if you meet the contractor, what are you planning to do? Jin first asks for advice. It depends on his attitude. We have arrived. This is island number 32 of the Ching Ching Islands, but the sea is too rough. It will be very dangerous to continue. Kashmir only goes forward. Muraken said to Jin, kid, take the fur ball out. It can take us over there. Jin asked in surprise, can Shuri swim? Muraken said, okay, it can cross water streams like this easily. Jin obeyed and summoned Shuri and asked if Shuri could take us to that island. Shuri immediately pulled the seasick Muraken onto her shoulder. Jin also quickly jumped on top of Shuri. Big waves are still crashing against the side of the boat. But Shuri was able to easily swim across these waves to Jin's amazement. He tried to keep his balance and said, even though it was the sea, it still rushed incredibly fast. Muraken also said, I told you so. Hold firmly. Then Shuri increased the speed twice as fast and went forward. In the end, Shuri shook her body and rubbed the water. It successfully brought the two to the island. Jin exclaimed, so the person who signed the contract is here. Jin takes back Shuri. Shuri, you go inside. Don't get caught up in the battle. Muraken reminded, kid, your one sword is vibrating. Jin picked it up and wondered, that's right, why is it like this? He opened the sword and was surprised, is this a pattern? Muraken was also suspicious, I have seen this carving somewhere before. Fidel, no, it's a bit different. Sigmund is resonating with something, it's moving on its own, Jin said. Then right where the sword pointed, a huge bolt of lightning struck that direction. Jin immediately realized, there was something on the other side. The two quickly moved to the place the sword directed. Then Jin raised his head in surprise, that was. Muraken also saw it and said, what, is it a god's tomb? Jin is confused, a god's tomb. Muraken explains, yes, tomb of the god of thunder Gram. Jin silently looked forward, the god of thunder Gram stars. Going back to the past with an old conversation between Jin and someone, a blood brother, Sigmund is called the wind and thunder sword for some reason, because in it there is hidden the aura of the god of thunder Gram, so Sigmund was given to Gram, no. That person replied, it was the sword that sealed the power after killing Gram. Returning, Jin looked at the mausoleum with admiration. He did not expect to encounter the greatness of the royal family of Min Vuong here. Muraken also said that he knew he was dead, but he did not expect it to be here. Jin now frowned and thought, but why did Joshua hide a fake contract here? The lightning sword in his hand started to move again. In the distance, a blue light suddenly flashed. It was a blue lightning strike. Muraken and Jin looked at each other in understanding. Jin immediately rushed forward and used his sword to block the left lightning strike. And Muraken used his power to counter the lightning attack on the right. Jin thought, the arrow was made from lightning energy, poisonous sword energy along with wind magic. A voice rang out, I didn't expect to meet you in this place, you don't know how long we've been waiting for this moment. Jin turned his head and thought, as expected. Were Timeline Marius hounds, after the nanny died, did Joshua bring them back, he thought, and Jin told the truth, that person was a contract faker. Muraken agreed, that's right kid, look at the way he uses lightning. Brother of the thunder god Gram, a forged contract of the storm god Fidel, both of them had already realized it. The red-haired female spoke loudly, Julian aimed at the human first, leaving the guardian dragon behind. Julian immediately rushed forward, but not to Jin's place. Then her voice was still ringing, where are you aiming? Aiming at Soldrit's fake contract first. Muraken smiled and mumbled, a little past his prime, but all sorts of things dared to really rush forward. Muraken slapped his hand and then frantically said loudly, you kid, quickly deal with those guys, and let me teach that guy a lesson first. Julian was still rushing madly. Muraken also did not hesitate to confront his head and said loudly, if a fake contract dares to rush into the dragon's protection, I will teach you a good lesson. Immediately a punch was given, Muraken slammed Julian's face straight to the ground. The next second, this guy was beaten unconscious. Muraken exclaimed, you're just a small fry and you still dare to barge in. But right at this moment, lightning suddenly appeared on Julian's body. Another guy also rushed forward at lightning speed, said to be the mother's enemy. Today I will tear your body into pieces to comfort your soul filled with hatred. He rushed towards Jin, but Jin quickly counterattacked and said, "Joshua told you that I killed Taimun, and you believe it." This kid got even more crazy and cursed loudly, "Shut up." Jin told him the truth. It was funny, the people who killed her were assassins disguised as Rankendel's knights, and on their swords there were traces of your poison. Jin knocked this guy away and said, "Listen clearly, cousin, Joshua Runkendel is my big brother." This guy was shocked when he heard that. "Could it be that you are, Jin Rukondel?" Jin calmly said, "Yes, the red-haired girl is also coming at this second." She gave a blow and then cursed loudly, "Shut up, shut your mouth immediately." Jin gently avoided the attack and said, "You are being deceived by Joshua." The red-haired girl kept hitting him and said, "Nonsense, cousin, don't listen to him, it's all lies, he's just talking nonsense to survive." Jin fought back and told them to clear their ears. "Joshua ordered Taimun to curse me, he killed Taimun to silence him because he was afraid the truth would be exposed." She was beaten until she was salivating. Jin still continued, "Moreover, he also knew that I was a magic swordsman, a fake contract of Soldrit. If there was nothing to fear, he would have told the truth about me." The red-haired girl who was knocked away quickly regained her balance. Cousin on the other hand didn't dare to believe it. "No, that's impossible," Jin just said. "If you don't want to believe it, then I don't need to explain further." He even gave them a few words. "You just want to believe that I am a murderer, because you feel guilty for not being able to protect your mother." Or, Jin said, "You don't have enough courage to confront the real villain, Joshua." After hearing that, the girl gritted her teeth. She hit him frantically and said loudly, "Shut up." Her surroundings seemed to be surrounded by a stream of overwhelming power. She let out a roar to receive the power. Cousin shouted in panic, "Varus." Jin looked at her and thought to herself, "Fidal's sword, aren't they allies?" Murikan now said to Jin, "Kid, there's a bit of a problem, Jin doesn't understand, what's going on?" Murikan said, "I just hit him a little, but he has already transformed into Fidal." Jin looked at the floating Julian in confusion and asked, "Incarnation, what do you mean?" Murikan said, "You've seen similar situations before. When the god descended to the saint's body to destroy the Kozak, just as at that time, Fidal was descending to his body." After hearing this, Jin was shocked.
Sure enough, the next second, a large light appeared in the sky, shining straight towards Julian.
At this time a voice suddenly rang out, "Fidal, damn brother, how dare you come to my tomb?" Jin was stunned. Is this Graham's lingering thoughts? "I don't know what's going on between the gods, but this sword is angry." Jin looked at Sigmund's sword and thought, if this continues, everything will be in danger. Jin turned around and said loudly, "Cousin Marius, choose, do you want to die in vain here or will you run away? If you really want revenge, you have to survive first." Cousin, who was helping his sister up, frowned when he heard that. He gritted his teeth, but in the end he still chose to help his sister leave this place. At this time, the Sigmund sword in Jin's hand became even more out of control. In front of his eyes, a large thunderbolt struck the sword, surprising Murikan. "What is it, kid, are you going crazy too?" Jin frowned and said no, it was Graham's anger towards Fidal. "Is there any way to stop him? I will try my best to hit him, talk quickly." Murikan immediately said, "Since this is not a complete descent, something can still be done, but I need time to accumulate aura. In the meantime, can you hold out?" Jin picked up the sword and said he had to try. At this time, Murikan's entire body was covered with black power. He said loudly, "Prepare to go, kid, the space gate is about to open." On this side, the process of Fidal's descent seems to be nearing completion. Julian's body, although not clearly seen, has already seen a change. In an instant, a completely new body appeared, the complete coming of Fidal. This guy pointed straight at Jin and said, "Feeling Big Brother's stupid power, is it you?" Jin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, even though it's not yet complete, it's still a god descending to earth, just looking at it makes it hard to breathe. He thought again, but compared to his father or his war god brothers, it was nothing. At that point, I have more than enough strength to deal with it. Thinking so, Jin's legs moved slightly. Fidal's descent was easy to spot, and he immediately said, "Where are you going?" This god immediately launched forward attacks. Its power was strong enough to destroy the entire island, but Jin quickly dodged the attack. At this time, in the sky, large circular vortices appeared around the Fidal. Then the next second, from there, huge streams of power were directed by Fidal to descend downwards. They all have one common goal, to destroy Jin, but he still quickly dodges these powerful attacks. But after all, it also had the power of a god. Jin gritted his teeth and looked at an incoming attack without being able to block it. Finally, this attack pierced Jin's body, making him scream in pain. As soon as this power landed, it created a terrifyingly large explosion. Fidel muttered, "Just a bug, I don't know how you got that sword, but don't think that having a little of Big Brother's ordinary strength can make you arrogant like a true king." But then Fidel was stunned by the scene in front of him. Even though he was hit, Jin did not die, on the contrary, only the clothes on his body were torn apart. Fidel came down and said in shock, "Is that the sword of King Min?" A hole appeared in Jin's chest, but it was covered by the power of lightning. Jin looked at Fidel, pointed his sword at this god and said, "I received this sword directly from the person who killed your brother. Have you ever heard of this name?" When Fidel arrived, he immediately remembered that it was the god of war's order. He was shocked. It couldn't be, it was a lie. Jin immediately jumped up. He pointed the sword forward and said, "Then you probably understand this power." The lightning in the sky gathered at the sword above Jin. He said loudly, "Stop hovering up there, come down here and fight." After finishing speaking, Jin immediately sent a giant lightning strike towards Fidel. Fidel immediately got mad and growled. While the boat was out, suddenly a lightning strike hit the sea, shocking everyone. Cousin, who was running away, immediately turned around in shock and thought to himself, "What a monster, could it be that the guy I encountered in Delki was him?" "You remembered the words Jin said to you. Listen clearly, cousin, that person, Joshua Runkendell, is my big brother. Joshua ordered Taimun to curse me, but fearing the truth would be exposed, he killed Taimun to silence him." Cousin thought to himself before that battle, "If that is true, then Varys and I must know what to do." Returning to the battle, Jin still pointed his sword forward. Graham's thoughts kept saying, "Die, die." Jin frowned and thought to himself, "The power of evil thoughts is out of control. Maybe without Mirakin, I can still win." Fidel continued to make growling sounds. This god said, "How dare a guy like you dare to insult me, just because your attack has a little effect and you are arrogant." At this moment, Fidel finally took the initiative to land. This time, the god cursed loudly, "You pests, pay the price for your arrogance." But then at this moment, a feather appeared, shocking Fidel. "It's an eagle incarnate, unbelievable Fidel. Tess, is it Tess? Why are you here?" This Tess told me, "A weak and despicable god, go away." Then in the next second, the eagle avatar Tess opened its mouth wide, shooting a beam of super huge power forward. Fidel appeared but couldn't seem to dodge this attack. Finally, with the power of Sigmund's sword, Jin was the one to make the final judgment, splitting this god in half. Fidel Gialam ended his life, or at least his contract. Jin thought, Mr. Tess's true self is in the fire world, just a light breath is enough to erase the world's gods. A god, no matter how arrogant, must tremble in fear before Tess. Jin looked around and thought, it's over. Once he comes to the physical world, the person who maintains that power is just a human. But at this time a sound rang out. I admitted, Jin was stunned. Ahead, the aura of power surrounded the Fidel. The god said, "You are quite an interesting insect." "But I am an evil god." After speaking, Fidel appeared again as if nothing had ever happened. "Evil god, even if I am torn into 100 pieces, I will still be immortal. How can a mortal like you understand?" Jin gritted his teeth and seriously thought, this was unexpected. I didn't expect another person like Shuri to appear. Another vortex appeared. Fidel said, "What's wrong, disappointed? Come here, continue fighting an immortal god." In the sky, Jin is facing an unprecedented amount of power. But at this time another voice rang out, "Ha, what the hell is immortality?" A crazy stream of black power invaded space. This power is so great that it covers both the gods and space, obscuring even the light of the moon. The voice rang out, "Your brother is rotting in the grave, is he immortal? Now it's my turn to play with you." Right at this moment, a huge dragon appeared in space. Fidel came. I was shocked. The dragon aka Mirakin cursed, "You brat incarnate of Fidel.